The moment the epic succubus descended, I thought I could finally wash away my humiliation and ascend the throne. Who knew that after seeing my soul, she would scream in defect in front of the entire city, turning to embrace my mortal enemy. Useless. Even my contracted beast looks down on me. Tens of thousands of mocking voices pierce like swords, nailing me to this high platform. They all thought I was finished, but little did they know, in a corner unseen by anyone, I picked up a stone deemed a dead egg. Succubus, you ran too fast. What you missed was the whole world. My name is Liu Yang, son of Liu Tianming, the former hero of Blackstone City. Today is my awakening day, the last hope of the Liu family. In the central square of Haishi City, tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on the awakening stone tablet. Next, Liu Yan. The high priest's authoritative voice echoed throughout the venue. Anticipation and discussion surged like a tide. People were convinced that a great father wouldn't have a mediocre son, I would at least have a blue, excellent level talent. Ha! A discordant sneer. Shen Yao, the city lord's son, stared at me with the look of someone watching a dead man, silently mouthing, trash. His lackey fawned beside him, saying, Brother Yao, you're practically guaranteed the blue elite rank. Later, I'll contract a thunderbird to blind his damn eyes. Liu Yang sneered inwardly, his face calm as he approached the stone tablet. I extended my right hand and slowly pressed it against the steel. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The stone steel remained completely motionless. The anticipated radiant glow never appeared. What's going on? The stone tablet isn't reacting? Impossible. Could it be that he doesn't even have the lowest level white common talent? Oh my god. The son of a hero is actually a worthless person who can't awaken? The entire venue erupted in chaos. Ha! Chen Yao's unrestrained laughter rang out. I told you so. Trash will always be trash. Just as the mockery and sneers cut into me like knives, no one noticed the faint, almost imperceptible golden data stream flashing through my eyes. Ding! Abyss contract system, activated. Host, Liu Yang talent, Lord of the Abyss, unique. Effect 1, conform contracts with all things. Effect 2, abyssal feedback. The stronger the contracted companions grow, the host gains a hundredfold enhancement. Finally, it's here. After 3 years of crossing over, today is the day I've been waiting for. At the very moment Chen Yao was laughing most arrogantly, a faint tremor, and a purple light thinner than a strand of hair slipped out from the gap between my palm and the stone tablet. The next second, boom! The entire world was left with only purple. A terrifying pressure from the ancient abyss erupted violently. A thick, divine punishment-like abyssal purple light shot skyward, dyeing the clear sky for miles around in a noble yet ominous dark purple. The entire venue fell dead silent. Chen Yao's laughter abruptly ceased, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a duck egg. What kind of light is this? The high priest's voice trembled violently. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the beast-taming hall, the legendary tear-tamed Succubus Queen Lilith was forcibly awakened by this power. Her gaze pierced through space, directly fixing upon the source of the light pillar, her face revealing unprecedented solemnity and bewilderment. Amidst the violet radiance, Lilith descended slowly, her graceful figure exuding an aura that commanded universal submission. Legendary tear. It's a legendary tear-tamed beast. The high priest wept tears of joy, his voice hoarse with emotion. Chen Yao's face turned ashen. Legendary tear was a realm beyond compare, the disparity like heaven and earth. All was lost. Lilith floated towards me on the high platform, her red lips slightly parted as her intoxicatingly seductive voice seemed quite pleased with me, her host. Yet, just as she was within 3 meters of me, her gaze seemed to pierce through my flesh, catching sight of the supreme existence deep within my soul. Lilith's elegant expression instantly froze, her violet pupils contracting to needle-thin points from sheer terror. Ah! A scream capable of tearing souls apart echoed across the square. That sound contained nothing but primal fear from the depths of one's very being. Under the stunned gazes of tens of thousands, a scene unfolded that was 100 times more absurd than the arrival of an epic-level being. Lilith, the Succubus Queen, this legendary existence actually turned around with shocking audacity. She screamed, losing all composure, scrambling and crawling desperately to escape. Thud! Lilith plunged headfirst into the crowd, crashing directly onto the already petrified Chen Yao. Her fingertips trembled as she swiftly pressed them between Chen Yao's eyebrows. System notification, contract established. Buzz. A faint blue glow of the contract, far dimmer than the violet light, enveloped Lilith and Chen Yao. The next second, the abyssal violet light that had pierced through heaven and earth vanished instantly. The sky cleared once more. In the square, the deathly silence was instantly shattered by laughter. An epic-level beast was scared away, and it randomly chose someone to forcibly contract with? What a joke of the year. The light is purple, but the beast is running away. Mockery, disdain, and pity all converged like sharp needles piercing toward me, standing alone at the center of the high platform. Chen Yao in the crowd looked down at the blue contract light on his body, then raised his head to gaze at the trembling. A genuine, epic-level succubus that truly belongs to me. Immense ecstasy erupts like a volcano. Mine. The epic one is mine. With the epic-level beast companion he picked up, he ascended the platform step by step, staring down at me from above. his eyes brimming with the sweet satisfaction of revenge. Hey, Genius Lou, where's your contracted beast? In my pupils, golden data quietly emerged, Eye of Talent. Target scanned, Succubus Queen Lilith, has triggered divine fear by peering into the host's soul essence, Lord of the Abyss. Spirit on the verge of collapse, automatically selected the nearest secondary target, Chen Yao, for emergency attachment. The High Priest wearily announced, Liu Yang, do you forfeit this contract? You may return next year. Everyone expected me to slink off the stage in disgrace. Forfeit? Those words don't exist in my dictionary. I turned around and walked toward the other side of the square. That was where all the unchosen contract items from this ceremony were placed, commonly known as the trash heap. What is he trying to do? He wouldn't pick a random one from that pile of junk, would he? The mocking laughter abruptly stopped. I walked past the three-eyed raven's egg, passed by the rock lizards, and went straight to the farthest corner. There, lying solitary, was a pale gray stone egg. Its shell was covered in cracks, and the appraiser had already deemed it a dead egg. I stopped in my tracks. Talent Eye, scanning in progress. Target, Mutated Angel Egg. Status, corrupted by abyssal energy, core remains intact. Activation condition, inject pure abyssal energy. Ha, abyssal energy contamination? What a coincidence. I ignored the tens of thousands of mocking gazes behind me and slowly extended my hand. He gently touched the angel egg that was considered waste. Pfft, he actually dared to choose that? Percent a dead egg? What kind of outrageous move is this? Chen Yao was shaking with laughter as he proudly boasted to Lilith beside him. Did you see that? This is the man you abandoned. A complete and utter fool. Lilith, still trembling with fear from the depths of her soul, didn't dare utter a single word in rebuttal. I mobilized the abyssal energy within my body and slowly infused it into the stone egg. 1 second, 2 seconds, the stone egg showed no reaction. I told you so. It's a dead egg. Just as some were growing impatient and turning to leave, a dark, shadowy virtual panel suddenly unfolded deep in my mind. Detected unique contractable target, Mutated Angel Egg. Initiate abyssal contract immediately? Yes. Buzz. A black ray finer than a hair strand shot explosively from my fingertip, instantly piercing into the stone egg. Ding! Deep Abyss contract being signed. Contract established. Contract partner, 11, status, near death. Currently nourished by abyssal source power, estimated awakening countdown. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds later, I arrived home and tossed the stone egg onto the table, quietly waiting. Crack, crack, crack. The fissures on the stone egg grew more and more numerous, increasingly dense. Soft yet shadowy strands of light seeped through the cracks. Finally, with a crash, the shell shattered. A tiny creature, no larger than a palm, appeared at the center of the ruins. She was curled up, with pitifully small, pure white wings on her back, snow-white skin, delicate features, and long silver hair. A lively, chibi-style little angel. She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of utterly pure pupils. Our gazes met. The little one instantly burst with the joy and dependence of finding the whole world. Ah! She let out a soft, sweet, adoring cry and clumsily flew off the table, floating toward me. She hugged one of my fingers, nuzzling it affectionately with her tender cheek. It was as if I were her god. From now on, you'll be called Zero. Let's start from zero. I smiled gently, softly stroking her head. Zero narrowed her eyes comfortably, emitting a satisfied purr like a little kitten in her throat. Act. Keep acting. I gazed dotingly at the little one in my arms, but all my attention was focused on the virtual panel above her head that only I could see. Contract partner information update complete. Name, Zero. Race, Fallen Angel Queen, juvenile form. Status. Disguise, pure angel form, loyalty, -50, extremely dangerous, master eater, -50. The opening scene was already a master-slaying state brimming with hatred. My smile grew even brighter. At the very end of the panel, Zero's true thoughts were frantically flashing. This human looks incredibly stupid and should be very easy to control. Plan formulation. First step, gain complete trust. Second step, after regaining strength, control their mind. Step 3, devour their soul, using it as the foundation to return to this world. A perfect plan. First, rub against him gently. These lowly humans have no resistance against harmless little creatures. I stared into Ling's pure, flawless, white eyes. Little thing, trying to swallow me? Let's see if you can stomach it. Chapter 4, The Heart of the Traitor. Ah! Zero's body suddenly swayed, her tiny wings drooping limply. She clutched her stomach with both tiny hands, lifting her head to gaze pitifully at Liu Yang with her large, watery eyes. Her gaze seemed to speak volumes. Master, I'm hungry. Damn it! Energy consumption is too fast, even this disguise form requires power. Why isn't this useless host finding me food yet? Preferably light attribute energy crystals, they'd speed up my escape from this cursed shell. Hungry? Liu Yang's smile carried just the right touch of concern and tenderness. He extended a finger and gently tapped Zero's small head. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. After calming the little shadow, Liu Yang issued a command to the system in his mind. System, how do I help her grow? Ding. Contract partner Zero is in an energy-depleted state. Conventional methods cannot facilitate growth. Requires completion of an evolution ritual to unlock growth potential. Generating exclusive evolution quest for host. The next second, a brand new task panel abruptly unfurled before Liu Yang's eyes. Novice Evolution Quest, Baptism of the Abyss. Mission description: as the favored child of the Abyss, the fallen queen's growth feeds on betrayal and darkness. Mediocre energy only defile her noble soul. Find the most fitting appetizer for your contract partner. Mission objective: have Zero consume a high-quality negative energy source. Recommended sacrifices. 1. Malevolent spirit core imbued with centuries of resentment quality, good. 2. Cursed royal bloodline quality, excellent. 3. A Traitor's Heart quality, perfect. Mission reward: Zero completes its first evolution, unlocking new forms and skills. The host will receive massive abyss backflow. Liu Yang's gaze, sharp as a falcon's, instantly locked onto the third option. The Traitor's Heart. He repeated it silently, word by word, in his mind. This quest is unique. System notice: the higher the quality of the sacrifice, the greater the evolutionary potential and the stronger the feedback the host receives. Need I even choose? If we're playing, let's play for the highest stakes. Liu Yang's gaze instantly froze over. As if a layer of millennia-old frost had descended upon his pupils. The traitor. A face emerged with unmistakable clarity in his mind. The one who had cackled and sneered during the awakening ceremony, snatched the epic glory that should have been his, and finally trampled him into the mud before the entire city. Chen Yao. The next day, Liu Yang stepped out of his home. In his arms, he cradled the sleeping little angelling. A tattered rag covered him, revealing only a tuft of silver hair like a malnourished pet cat. He was observing. Gathering intelligence. A good hunter must understand every detail of their prey before taking action. Blackstone City, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Liu Yang halted at an inconspicuous street corner. His gaze pierced through the bustling crowd, passed beyond the gleaming windows, and settled upon the finest private booth on the second floor of the tavern. There, Chen Yao was surrounded by a group of wealthy young men, fawning over him like stars surrounding the moon, his face flushed with excitement. He raised his wine cup, brimming with confidence. Come, everyone, to my queen, Lilith. Beside him, the Succubus Queen Lilith stood faintly visible, her aura listless. Her gaze toward Chen Yao held no loyalty, only numbness and a deeply concealed loathing. But Chen Yao didn't care. All he wanted was this title. A sycophant immediately raised his cup in flattery. Brother Yao truly is destined for greatness. What difference does that Liu Yang's grand spectacle make? He's just paving the way for you, Brother Yao. Exactly. Chen Yao downed his cup in one gulp, laughing triumphantly. You guys didn't see it. That fool ended up scavenging a dead egg from the trash heap. Haha, I nearly choked on my laughter. Epic purple light? Bull. A worthless piece of trash who can't even keep his own contract beast. Chen Yao repeated yesterday's taunts against Liu Yang, drawing roaring laughter from the entire room. Inside and outside the tavern, the air was thick with merriment. Street corner. Liu Yang watched the scene unfold, his expression utterly unruffled. As if they were discussing some insignificant dead man. He lowered his head, and Ling in his arms seemed to stir awake. She rubbed her eyes and followed Liu Yang's gaze, spotting the arrogant figure inside the window. Real-time inner thoughts. Annoying little ants. But the energy soul beside him smells rather tasty. If only I could eat her. Liu Yang extended a finger and gently tapped Ling's forehead, interrupting her culinary fantasies. He whispered to Zero in his arms, in a voice only they could hear. Don't look at that woman. Watch the man. Liu Yang's gaze settled calmly on Chen Yao's chest, as if appraising a piece of merchandise nearing its expiration date. See? Your food is right there. Zero froze. She followed Liu Yang's gaze and looked at Chen Yao again. This time, her gaze had changed. No longer was it pure disgust, but the gaze one gives to prey. Unconsciously, she extended her pink little tongue and licked her lips. Night. Liu Yang gazed silently at the distant mansion bathed in brilliant lights. The city lord's mansion. The Chen family's domain. Moonlight fell upon his face, casting a cold, stark outline. Traitor. Liu Yang murmured the word softly. To others, it was merely a task label. But for him, it etched a blood feud. Memories surged like a tidal wave. Another moonlit night. His father, Liu Tianming, a man as towering as a mountain, was drinking in the courtyard with Chen Badian, the father of the current city lord, Chen Yao. Old Liu, venturing into the Black Mist Swamp this time is far too dangerous. Don't go. What's there to fear? With our brotherly alliance, fortune lies in peril. Once you obtain the Earth Dragon's heart, you'll break through to silver rank. But? No buts. Drink. If I truly don't return, my son Liu Yang will be raised as your own flesh and blood. Bull. If we die together. Your son is my own nephew. Anyone who dares touch a hair on his head, I'll wipe out their entire family. Oaths, thunderous and true. Brotherhood stronger than gold. And then? In the Black Mist Swamp, Liu Tianming was torn apart alive by 3 demon snakes while shielding Chen Badian. Chen Badian returned alive, bearing the Earth Dragon's heart. Then, in the funeral hall, Chen Badian held the young Lu Yang, weeping with heart-wrenching grief. My dear nephew, from now on I will be your father. He did indeed act as your father for a few days. Then, under the pretext of safeguarding them, he seized the Lu family's generations-old martial arts techniques. Under the pretext of preventing covetousness, he bought up all the Lu family's properties at rock-bottom prices. Finally, under the guise of what's best for you, he banished Lu Yang to this dilapidated courtyard, providing only a meager monthly allowance barely enough to scrape by. The Lu family's assets became the cornerstone of the Chen family's expansion. Lu Tianming's sacrifice became Chen Baishan's capital for boasting about his own narrow escapes from death. The son of a hero became the pitted orphan of the entire city. Betrayal. A betrayal through and through. Memories ended. The last flicker of emotion vanished from Lu Yang's eyes. Only a deathly still calm remained in beneath the ice, a rage hot enough to scorch the heavens. A father bestows kindness upon his son, yet the son betrays his friend for personal gain. The son repays the father's debt. Chen Badian, let your son pay a little interest on your debt first. The heart of the traitor mission. It was tailor-made for him. Perfectly fitting. Utterly ironic. Back home. Lu Yang retrieved a yellowed leather map from a hidden compartment under his bed. A map of the Blackstone City area. His fingers slowly traced a section of the map. There, it depicted hideous beasts and twisted trees. The Demon Forest. Hunting requires a suitable hunting ground. A perfect hunting ground where no one would disturb them. Chapter 5, using spiritual herbs as bait to lure the fish. 100 Herbs Hall. The largest apothecary in Blackstone City. Lu Yang was purchasing some basic healing potions and insect repellent powder. He was heading into the forest, and thorough preparation was essential. Well, who might this be? A sarcastic voice boomed at the entrance. Isn't this our illustrious brother Purple Light? Here we go. Lu Yang didn't even lift an eyelid. Chen Yao strode in with a few henchmen in tow. His eyes immediately locked onto what Lu Yang held in his hand. What? Bought some cheap bandages and now you think you can make a living as a mercenary outside the city? Chen Yao snorted derisively, walked up to Lu Yang, and shoved him hard with his shoulder. I advise you to save yourself the trouble. Those beasts outside the city won't show you any mercy just because you once summoned a flash of purple light. His henchmen immediately erupted in shrill, mocking laughter. Chen Yao snapped his fingers. Behind him, the succubus Lilith reluctantly revealed herself. That epic-level aura of terror instantly froze the air in the entire potion shop. Other customers in the shop cast looks of awe and envy his way. Chen Yao relished this feeling. He leaned close to Lu Yang's ear, his voice low and venomous as a snake's hiss. See that? Loser. This should have been yours. Now, she's my toy. In the past, Lu Yang might have said nothing and walked away. But today, he was going to put on a show. Lu Yang snapped his head up, his eyes instantly bloodshot, his expression perfectly balanced between humiliation and defiance. He glared at Chen Yao, his voice raspy, as if forced from his throat. You're nothing but a lucky bastard. Luck? Chen Yao burst into laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Luck is part of your strength. You don't even have luck, what do you have? Lu Yang trembled with rage. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, then fell limply to his sides as his eyes instantly dimmed. He turned to leave, yet his words hung in the air, a muttered, bitterly envious tone, neither loud nor soft. So what if he does? Rumors are spreading through the city a moonlight grass has emerged deep within the demon beast forest. That's a rare treasure capable of purifying a beast companion's bloodline. If you're really that capable, go get it yourself. After speaking, he seemed to realize he'd said too much and closed his mouth in frustration. That look was pure frustration, a loser seething with envy yet powerless to do anything about it. Just as expected. Chen Yao's eyes instantly flashed with sharp brilliance. Moonlight grass? He had heard the rumors too. What did he enjoy watching most? It was seeing someone like Lu Yang green with envy yet powerless to do anything about it. If he got his hands on the moonlight grass and fed it to Lilith right in front of him, just imagine the look on Lu Yang's face. At that thought, Chen Yao's vanity and desire for revenge exploded instantly. He slammed his hand down on Lu Yang's shoulder and roared with arrogant laughter. Well said. Moonlight grass, huh? This young master will claim it. You just stay here in the city and watch. Watch what true power looks like. Watch the chasm between us, a gap you worthless piece of trash could never bridge in a lifetime. He waved his hand grandly, brimming with confidence. Let's go. To the finest equipment shop. This young master will personally venture into the monster forest and make certain people give up hope for good. Watching Chen Yao strut away surrounded by his entourage, basking in his triumph. Lu Yang slowly straightened his back. The humiliation and resentment on his face vanished without a trace. In their place emerged an unruffled calm and a hint of icy coldness deep within his eyes. The bait had been cast. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the fish to swim into the net. Blackstone City, South District. At the damp, moldy end of a dead-end alley. Lu Yang tapped 3 times on a loose brick in the wall with practiced ease. 1 long, 2 short. The wall slid silently aside, revealing a downward-sloping, pitch-black passageway. A stench of sulfur, blood, and exotic spices assaulted his senses. The underground black market. A lawless zone beyond the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. Lu Yang pulled his hood tight and stepped inside. Dim light filled the space, where hushed haggling echoed everywhere. Stalls displayed all manner of illicit goods. Monster eyeballs, cursed daggers, and pet beast eggs of dubious origin. His objective was clear. He walked straight up to a stall selling various powders and potions. The vendor, a one-eyed man, lazily lifted his eyelid upon seeing Lu Yang. "What do you want?" 3 portions of pungent herb powder. 1 portion of corpse oil. And 50 meters of spider demon silk. Lu Yang's voice was hushed, like the wind in a cellar. The Cyclops' eyebrow twitched. Stinging grass masks human scent and provokes specific beasts. Corpse oil, the favorite of scavenger beasts, an excellent bait. Spider silk tough and transparent, prime material for traps. Individually, these 3 items seemed ordinary. But when combined, this is a hunting package only the most seasoned hunters would employ. Used for setting traps, ambushing prey, or hunting specific high-value monsters. Got it. One Eye didn't ask questions, that was the rule of the black market. He swiftly wrapped up the goods. 3 gold coins. Lu Yang tossed down a money pouch, grabbed the items, and turned to leave. The entire transaction took less than a minute. Clean and efficient. He didn't notice that as he turned away, a fleeting, almost imperceptible gleam flashed in the one eye of the one-eyed man. Deep within the black market, a hidden chamber. A middle-aged man, plump as a meatball, reclined in a rocking chair, fingering 2 smooth jade stones. Chen Duo, one of the black market's shadowy backers. A henchman hurried in and whispered something in his ear. Oh? Chen Duo's narrowed eyes opened slightly. Stinging grass, corpse oil, and spider demon silk? He paused his jade appraisal, a fox-like grin spreading across his face. Who's the buyer? A teenager, 16 or 17, unfamiliar and cautious. A teenager? Chen Duo chuckled. Interesting. Are young people these days so into playing games? He thought for a moment, then told his assistant. Go catch up with him. Tell him our Duobao Pavilion just got a new shipment of wilderness survival gear. See if he's interested. Also, ask him something for me. The clerk nodded. At your service, boss. Chen Duo spoke slowly. Just ask him, young man, are you buying these to go fishing in the forest? Lu Yang had just stepped out of the aisle and back into the dead-end corridor. Behind him, a young man in a clerk's uniform caught up with a smile. Young man, please wait. Lu Yang halted, spinning around with a look of sudden wariness. No offense meant, the clerk waved hastily. I'm from Duobao Pavilion. Our boss noticed you bought some specialized gear and guessed you might be heading out into the wild soon. We just got a new shipment of high-quality survival tools, would you like to take a look? Lu Yang shook his head. No thanks. Alright, no hard feelings. The guy didn't press further, his face breaking into that trademark merchant's smile as he casually added. Judging by what you bought, are you planning to go fishing in the forest? The words fell. Lu Yang's heart suddenly lurched. He'd been noticed. Yet his expression remained impassive as he replied vaguely. For self-defense. With that, he made no further delay, swiftly turning out of the alley and vanishing into the crowd. The man watched his retreating figure before turning back toward the black market. In the secret room, Chen Duo's smile grew even broader as he listened to the report. Self-defense? Ha! Using this stuff for self-defense? That's a joke. A merchant's instinct told him this matter was far from simple. He instructed his assistant. Go. Investigate this youth. See who he's had any recent conflicts with. I just have this feeling. Chen Duo narrowed his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them. Something big was about to happen. Chapter 6, Luring the Prey with Rumors. The Mercenary Guild. The most seedy and chaotic place in Blackstone City. Sweat, ale, and cheap tobacco blended into a unique, nauseating stench. Lu Yang wore a set of half-worn leather armor and carried an ordinary short sword, looking like a rookie just starting out. Men like him were a dime a dozen here, utterly unremarkable. Lu Yang bypassed the quest board and headed straight for the bar. There, a burly man with a bushy beard named Old Bear was chugging ale. A notorious loudmouth. Hey, Old Bear. Lu Yang sat down beside him and ordered a glass of water. Yo, Lu Yang, kid, Old Bear belched. What's up? Skipping the books today to hang out in this dump? To most people, Lu Yang was still that good-for-nothing whose family had fallen on hard times, a weakling who couldn't lift a finger. I've got nothing better to do, Lu Yang chuckled, then lowered his voice, adopting a mysterious tone. Old Bear, I've got a question for you. You're well connected. Any word on what's been happening in the Monster Forest lately? Monster Forest? Old Bear curled his lip. What could possibly be happening? Just those commonplace ironhide boars. Not even a dog would bother going there. Is that so? A perfectly measured look of confusion and hesitation flitted across Liu Yang's face. He glanced around warily before leaning closer. But yesterday, when I passed by Drunken Immortal Pavilion, I thought I heard young Master Chen from the City Lord's mansion saying. At the mention of young Master Chen, Old Bear's ears perked up instantly. This was a major news source. What did he say? Liu Yang's voice dropped even lower, as if sharing a colossal secret. He mentioned some kind of treasure discovered in the demon forest, and he was planning to lead a team to retrieve it himself. I was too far away to catch everything clearly, but I heard a few words, something about a luminous, peculiar plant that supposedly could greatly enhance a contract beast's potential. After saying this, Liu Yang seemed to regret it and quickly waved his hands. Oh dear, I might have misheard. Don't go spreading rumors. Playing hard to get. Liu Yang had this tactic down to a fine art. A glowing plant? Enhance potential? Old Bear's eyes instantly flashed with greedy brilliance. The words heavenly treasures instantly flashed through his mind. I get it, I get it. Old Bear patted his chest, winking at Liu Yang. Rest assured, I'm the tightest-lipped guy around. Liu Yang nodded, finished his drink, paid the bill, and stood up to leave. As if he'd truly only dropped by for a casual chat. The moment he stepped out of the guild's entrance. Behind him, Old Bear's booming voice erupted like a thunderclap. Hey! Have you heard? Exclusive scoop. That little bastard Chen Yao discovered an earth-shattering treasure in the monster forest that can boost pet potential. He's planning to take people there to claim it all for himself. Boom! A single stone sent ripples across the pond. The entire guild erupted in an instant. What? Are you serious? Damn it, no wonder he was so cocky yesterday. He got all the good stuff. Word spread like wildfire. The news began to spread like wildfire. The versions grew more and more outrageous. Have you heard? Chen Yao discovered the 1,000-year-old moonlight grass. No, not moonlight grass, it's the dragon's blood fruit. My third uncle's cousin's neighbor claims it's an entire vein of miniature energy ore. Liu Yang stood quietly at a street corner outside the guild, listening to the increasingly heated discussions inside. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Now, every hungry wolf in the city knew that Chen Yao, this juicy morsel, was heading to the monster forest. Blackstone City, East Gate. A sea of people thronged the area, even more bustling than the day of the awakening ceremony. Rumors had been fermenting for a full day. Now, the entire city knew that Chen Yao, the eldest young master of the City Lord's mansion, was leading an expedition into the monster forest to retrieve a legendary treasure capable of elevating Blackstone City to new heights. Chen Yao was being carried aloft by this tidal wave of public opinion. He couldn't back out now. Besides, he himself believed its 7 or 8 parts. What if the treasure truly existed? Thus, he spent a fortune to hire 3 elite fighters from the city's Bloodwolf mercenary group. 1 shield warrior, 2 rogues. Along with his own entourage and his ace in the hole, the epic tier Succubus Lilith. This force was formidable, well-equipped, and highly capable. On the day of departure, Chen Yao donned a brand new silver armor and rode a towering windrunner horse, standing at the city gate with unbridled confidence. He reveled in the adoration of the crowd, feeling like a hero about to return in triumph. Clearing his throat, he addressed the gathered crowd with a passionate speech. Fellow citizens of Blackstone City. I, Chen Yao, son of the City Lord. Today, we venture into that forest not for my personal glory, but for the honor of all Blackstone City. I know some will only lurk in dark corners, consumed by envy. He paused, his gaze deliberately sweeping the crowd as if searching for a specific figure. But it doesn't matter. True strength is proven through action. The weak can only fantasize about victory with their mouths. His henchmen immediately began chanting in unison. Brother Yao is mighty. Brother Yao will win. For the glory of Blackrock City. The crowd's atmosphere ignited instantly. Envy, jealousy, and curiosity, all kinds of gazes intertwined. Chen Yao waved his hand triumphantly. Let's go. Lilith stood beside him, deliberately displayed for all to see. The epic energy fluctuations radiating from her drew gasps of awe. But no one noticed the faint, instinctive unease lurking deep within Lilith's eyes as she gazed toward the shadowy forest ahead. The procession set off in grand fashion, embarking on the path to the monster forest. Amidst the distant crowd, Liu Yang, hooded, took it all in. He blended into the background like the most ordinary of bystanders, utterly inconspicuous. Watching Chen Yao's smug, petty expression. Fool. Liu Yang's inner voice offered only these 2 words as judgment. Without another glance, he turned and walked against the flow of people into a secluded alley. At the alley's end lay another small gate leading out of the city. A hunter must enter the hunting grounds before his prey. To set the stage. The demon forest. The wind whistled like ghostly whispers. In the distance, the roar of an unnamed monster echoed. Liu Yang's footsteps were light, almost silent. Each step landed precisely on dry roots or hard rock, leaving no trace. These wilderness survival skills stemmed partly from his father's memories, but more so from the instincts ingrained in his bones over the past 3 years, instincts forged by the sheer necessity of staying alive. Zero, nestled in his arms, poked out a small head, her silver eyes brimming with curiosity. She lay still, not making a sound. Lu Yang didn't rush deeper into the forest. He unfolded the animal hide map, studied the terrain, and quickly identified the main trail most likely taken by Chen Yao's group. The first step in hunting, wear down the enemy. Lu Yang silently repeated to himself. Chapter 7, Goblin Trap. Lu Yang retrieved a packet of pungent herb powder from his backpack. He wrapped a small pinch in a leaf and stuffed it into a hollow in a large tree by the roadside. With the wind, that scent highly provocative to ironclad rhinos would waft out faintly. These beasts were notoriously hot-tempered, especially fond of attacking groups of intruders. He didn't stop. He pressed onward for another mile until he reached the edge of a muddy swamp. The only way through. Lu Yang retrieved the spider demon silk, securing one end to a tree root and attaching a stone coated in corpse oil to the other. He hurled it with all his might. The stone sank deep into the swamp. The spider's silk became nearly invisible in the sunlight. That peculiar scent, detectable only by carrion-feeding creatures, began spreading into the marsh's depths. Within the swamp, the slumbering carrion crocodile would soon be roused. The traps he set were not direct killing devices. Rather, they were guiding troubles. The sole purpose: to drain the energy of Chen Yao's team. Disrupt their formation. To create chaos. To make them irritable and exhausted, then step by step, lead them onto the stage of death he had personally constructed. Lu Yang was setting the final, and most crucial, trap. A deep pit disguised as a safe camp. Just as he scattered the final handful of soil over the camouflaging dry leaves. Rustle. Rustling sounds erupted from the surrounding bushes. Then, pairs of eerie green eyes lit up in the darkness. At least 7 or 8 of them. Shadow wolves. The lowest tier yet most troublesome pack predators in the demon forest. They silently spread out, forming a tight circle that trapped Lu Yang dead center. Sharp claws extended as menacing growls rumbled from their throats. Lu Yang slowly straightened his body, his right hand already gripping the hilt of the short sword at his back. A few shadow wolves? No big deal. But they would make noise, leave a blood trail, and disrupt the plan. Just as he prepared to strike. A cold thought echoed in his mind. I'll handle it. It was Zero. Lu Yang's movements halted. He turned his head to see Zero, perched on his shoulder, had risen to his feet without him noticing. Zero's eyes held not a trace of fear, but instead flickered with a glimmer of excitement. It was the gaze of a predator upon its prey. Good. Lu Yang replied with a single word in his mind, loosening his grip on the sword hilt. He folded his arms, adopting the posture of a spectator. He too wanted to see just how much this fallen angel was worth. Permission granted. Zero floated lightly off Lu Yang's shoulder. Hovering mid-air, her tiny form formed a comical contrast against the surrounding shadow wolves bearing their fangs. The shadow wolves clearly dismissed this tiny speck. The alpha wolf let out a howl and lunged forward. Lightning fast. However, Zero did not use any seemingly holy light magic. No light bolts. No holy shields. The instant the alpha wolf lunged forward, her body suddenly transformed into a silver glow too swift for the naked eye to follow. Whoosh. Fast. Fast beyond measure. That streak of light, like the scythe of death itself, instantly sliced through the air. It stirred not a single ripple of energy. Silently, it sliced through the alpha wolf's throat. Then the second. The third. That faint light darted through the pack, tracing elegant yet deadly arcs. With each flash, a shadow wolf's movement froze abruptly, stiffening in place. Thud. 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 Seconds later, the faint light dissipated, and Ling reappeared mid-air. Behind her, 7 or 8 shadow wolves fell to the ground in unison, limp as puppets with their bones pulled out. Each wolf bore only a hair-thin line of blood across its throat. One strike, one kill. Clean. Crisp. The battle had ended the moment it began. Zero clapped her small hands, as if merely brushing dust off her clothes. She reverted to her harmless demeanor, flying back to Lu Yang's shoulder and nuzzling affectionately against his cheek. It was as if she were seeking praise, or perhaps just being affectionate. Lu Yang smiled, extending a finger to stroke her head. Good job. Meanwhile, on the Abyss contract interface hidden from his view, a new line of inner thoughts silently refreshed. Real-time inner monologue. This body is too weak. Even killing a few low-level creatures leaves it exhausted. This host is peculiar, remaining unerringly calm in the face of danger, showing not a hint of tension. Did he anticipate my ability to handle this, or does he possess a stronger trump card? Threat level assessment, elevated. Must observe further to uncover the nature of his hidden capabilities. Half an hour later. A commotion, growing louder as it approached, shattered the forest's tranquility. Chen Yao's group had arrived. They showed no awareness of entering a dangerous zone. Several retainers were still laughing and joking loudly, discussing which tavern to celebrate at once they obtained the rare treasure. Chen Yao, perched atop his towering windrunner, rode as if strolling through his own backyard. Everyone stay alert. The captain of the Blood Wolf mercenaries, a seasoned shield warrior, frowned and barked the warning. This is the monster forest, not the streets of Blackrock City. What's there to fear? Chen Yao scoffed dismissively. With this young master's Lilith here, any monsters that show up are just free food. Lilith beside him remained expressionless, saying nothing. High in the treetops, Lu Yan crouched among the dense foliage, like a cold-hearted god surveying a flock of lambs marching toward the slaughterhouse. Chen Yao's group strode confidently into the narrow pass, the very spot where Lu Yang had previously scattered the pungent grass powder. At first, everything seemed normal. But when they reached the center of the pass, squeak! Squeak! A shrill, frenzied screech erupted from the dense forests on both sides. The next second, a dark, swarming mass at least 40 or 50 short, green-skinned creatures with red eyes charged out of the thickets, wielding rusty machetes and sharp wooden clubs, fearless in their fury. Frenzied goblins. A type of demonic creature with low intelligence, yet extremely bloodthirsty and fiercely vengeful. Enemy attack. The shield warrior captain roared, raising his shield in an instant. Protect the employer. Form a shield wall. But chaos erupted. Chen Yao's henchmen had never seen such a scene before. Instantly terrified, their faces drained of color as they could only shriek and scramble backward. Those two robed mercenaries reacted quickly, slipping into the shadows, but without a front line, they couldn't deal any effective damage. Useless. All of you are useless. Chen Yao, both shocked and furious atop his horse, frantically barked orders. Lilith! Quick! Kill them! Burn them all to ashes! Lilith frowned, reluctantly raising her hand. A ball of shadow flame shot forth, instantly clearing a small group of goblins. But there were far too many goblins. Chapter 8, The Foolish Employer. The goblins went berserk, bypassing the shield warriors and savagely attacking the rest of the party. The clanging of weapons, screams, and curses erupted into a deafening cacophony. The entire party plunged into utter chaos in an instant. High above in the treetops, Lu Yang watched it all unfold with a blank expression. Poor coordination, chaotic command, core combatants putting in minimal effort. Nothing but a paper tiger. The battle raged on for a full 10 minutes. When the last frenzied goblin was hacked to the ground, Chen Yao's team, though uninjured, was gasping for breath and in disarray. Two retainers had wounds on their arms and calves, wailing in pain. Nearly a third of their healing potions had been depleted. Damn it! Chen Yao leapt from his horse and kicked the shield of the shield warrior captain. I paid you a fortune to protect me, and this is how you do it. Bunch of useless trash. Young Master Chen. The shield warrior captain's face turned ashen. It was your own men who panicked. And you never mentioned we'd encounter such a massive goblin horde. How the hell should I know? Chen Yao roared. All I know is my men are injured. You're responsible. The argument began. The cracks within the team became starkly apparent after their first skirmish. Chen Yao remained utterly unaware that all of this had been deliberately orchestrated. Far away, Lu Yang coldly etched every detail into his memory. Then, silently, he vanished deeper into the forest. The first appetizer didn't seem to go down too well. So, what about the next course? The group pressed on amid bickering and curses. After the Goblin Ambush, the atmosphere had grown considerably tense. The attendants no longer giggled, instead, they clung tightly to Chen Yao's heels, their eyes filled with fear. They reached a relatively open clearing in the woods. The shield warrior captain suddenly halted, sniffing sharply. Something's wrong, he said in a low voice. The air carries the scent of alarm horned deer strong. We need to take a detour. Detour? What detour? Chen Yao, already seething with frustration, snapped impatiently. Just a few herbivorous deer? What's there to fear? Charge straight through. I've no time to waste. Young Master Chen, the startled horned deer are gentle by nature, but once frightened, they form a stampede. Shut up. Chen Yao cut him off harshly. Who's the employer here, me or you? Follow my orders. Forward. The captain clenched his fists, but ultimately yielded. He was paid to do his job. The client's foolishness was part of the risk. He didn't know. About a mile above them, at the edge of a cliff, Lu Yan was pouring a small vial of peculiar-smelling liquid onto a windward rock. An extract from the droppings of the windwing griffin, the only natural predator of the staghorn deer. Moo! A cry of terror and unease echoed through the distant valley. Then a second cry, a third cry. Like a chain reaction, hundreds upon hundreds of deer cries coalesced into a symphony of terror. Rumble! The earth began to shake violently. Oh no! The shield warrior captain's face paled. His pupils contracted sharply. It's a beast tide. Quick! Find cover. Quick! But it was already too late. At the edge of their vision, dust swirled and rose. Hundreds of staghorns, each as massive as a bull and crowned with enormous horns, surged toward them like a breached dam, a raging torrent of fury. The sheer force of their charging hooves threatened to obliterate everything in their path. Ah! Chen Yao's henchmen let out desperate screams. Chen Yao himself was terrified out of his wits, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. Run! Run for your lives! The group instantly erupted into chaos. There was no way to hold them back. Everyone scrambled desperately in all directions, each seeking cover behind sturdy trees or massive boulders. Teamwork? Formation? Shattered into oblivion by this catastrophe. Boom! The beast tide surged past where they had stood moments before, like a brown tidal wave of fury. Countless trees as thick as bowls were snapped clean in two. Lu Yang stood on a distant cliff, watching it all unfold with cold detachment. The dust slowly settled. Chen Yao crawled out from behind a boulder, covered in mud and looking utterly disheveled. Still shaken, he looked around frantically. Where is everyone? Where did they all go? Survivors gradually emerged from their hiding spots, each pale-faced and still shaken. The shield warrior captain took a head count. His expression darkened considerably. Young Master Chen. We're missing 2 people. A rogue mercenary who was the slowest runner. And a servant who froze in terror. Both are now missing. Most likely, they've been trampled into mincemeat. My lungs are about to burst. Scorpion clung desperately to a rough tree trunk, gasping for breath, his throat filled with a metallic, sweet taste. He was the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps' most skilled tracker, codenamed Scorpion. He was meant to be a shadow in the woods, not a rabbit fleeing for its life like this, hunted by hounds. Damn it! That idiot Chen Yao. He cursed under his breath, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. If that idiot hadn't insisted on barging into the staghorn deer's habitat, how would he have gotten separated from the group? Now he was lost. This damned forest reeked of death. It made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. As a mercenary who'd been licking blood off the blade for years, he knew exactly what this feeling meant. Something was watching him. A demon? Or something else entirely? This strange sensation sent a chill down the seasoned mercenary's spine. Scorpion forced himself to calm down. He pulled a water skin from his chest and scanned his surroundings warily. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he sat down against a tree trunk, unscrewed the cap, and prepared to take a drink. He had to regain his strength quickly. Otherwise, alone in this forest, he wouldn't last 3 days. Scorpion didn't notice. 20 meters above his head, at an angle, a figure blended seamlessly with the darkness. Lu Yang, like a patient spider, had been waiting silently here for 10 minutes. He was calculating. Calculating the wind direction. Calculating his breath. Calculating the optimal moment to strike. He watched the scorpion go from frantic flight to pausing for breath, and now, at this moment, relaxing its guard to drink water. It was about to drink. Lu Yang silently counted in his mind. The throat lifted. Defense at its lowest. Now. Zero in his arms seemed to sense the icy killing intent emanating from Lu Yang. Her small body tensed slightly, her silver eyes flashing with bloodthirsty excitement. Through their mental link, she conveyed a clear thought to Lu Yang. Kill him. His soul is filled with fear. It must be delicious. Chapter 9, Contract Beast Loyalty Level 1. Lu Yang offered no response. His entire being had entered a state of absolute, focused hunting mode. Sliding down the tree branch. Silent as a whisper. Like a falling leaf. His feet touched the ground, stirring not a speck of dust. He drew a uniquely shaped dagger from the leather sheath at his waist. Entirely pitch black, its edge glowed with an eerie, ghostly blue. Black Widow venom, 1 drop, 1 death. The scorpion was drinking water with its head tilted back. The cool water slid down his throat, offering a momentary respite to his taut nerves. In that instant, his mercenary instincts suddenly went into a frantic alarm. An extreme sense of danger, like an ice spike, pierced his back with brutal force. He wanted to dodge. He wanted to turn around. He wanted to draw the dagger at his waist. But it was all too late. A dark shadow, like a specter, surged from the blind spot behind him and struck. No roar. No killing intent. Not even the sound of wind. Only an arc of indigo blue, fast beyond measure. Put. A faint, almost inaudible sound like a blade slicing through flesh. The scorpion's body froze abruptly. The water bag in its claws clattered to the ground. He lowered his head, straining every muscle to see what had attacked him. But he saw nothing. Only a cold, stinging cut on his neck. Immediately, a numbing sensation spread from the wound throughout his entire body. His strength, his very life, poured out like a burst dam, rushing madly from that tiny wound. He tried to cry out for help, but no sound came from his throat. The scorpion's mouth gaped open, its eyes bulging wide, filled with endless terror and disbelief. In the final moment before he collapsed, he finally saw the face emerging from the shadows. It was Lu Yang, the man mocked by the entire city? How could this be? Lu Yang watched calmly as the scorpion lay twitching on the ground before falling utterly still. He stepped forward, crouched down, and meticulously wiped the blood from the dagger using the scorpion's own clothing. Then, methodically, he began searching the scorpion's body. A small pouch of gold coins, several vials of healing potions, and a map sketched with a crude route. Loot. Not bad. Lu Yang murmured to himself. He dragged the body deep into the thick bushes nearby, then scooped up handfuls of dirt and fallen leaves to cover the bloodstains on the ground completely. When he was done, his face remained utterly expressionless. No thrill of vengeance, no post-kill jitters. He was as calm as if he'd nearly crushed an ant underfoot. He glanced at his system panel. Ding! Your contract partner Zero witnessed your hunt and feels both extreme delight and apprehension. Loyalty, 5049. Real-time interactivity, what incredible speed. Such precise strikes. He's no ordinary beastmaster. He's a top-tier assassin. Must reassess his threat level. The plan to devour him requires careful deliberation. Loyalty. Finally, it had shifted from -50 to -49. Though it was but a trivial increment. But it was a good start. Lu Yang sheathed his dagger and glanced at the map, noting the likely escape routes for Chen Yao and his group. Night descended. The night in the demon beast forest was 10 times more terrifying than the day. The unknown roars of beasts echoed in succession. In the dark woods, it felt as though countless pairs of eyes were watching. A chill crept up the spine, inch by inch. Chen Yao's group gathered in a clearing and lit a campfire. Yet the warmth from the flames could not dispel the chill in their hearts. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. They had been camped here waiting for over 2 hours. The thief Scorpion and his sidekick Asan still hadn't returned. Everyone knew deep down that they might never return. Had Captain Scorpion already? The surviving bandit, Ghost Hand, broke the silence with a hoarse voice. Shield Warrior Captain Iron Mountain offered no reply. His face was as grim as iron as he circled the makeshift camp once more. He scrutinized every inch of ground, every patch of scrub. No bloodstains. No signs of struggle. Not even large-scale monster footprints. This was more terrifying than discovering 2 mangled corpses outright. In the demon forest, a living person had vanished without a trace. Taizhan walked back to the campfire, its flickering light casting shifting shadows across his face. He stared intently at Chen Yao, who sat restlessly, his face etched with irritation. Young Master Chen. His voice was low and hoarse. Something's wrong. Of course it is. I know it's wrong. Chen Yao sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. 2 deadweights? Of course it's wrong. When we get back, I won't pay you Blood Wolf mercenaries a single penny. That's not what I'm talking about. Tieshan's tone suddenly sharpened. He took a step forward, and the overwhelming pressure of a seasoned warrior made Chen Yao instinctively stumble back half a step. Ever since we entered the forest, everything has been too convenient. Taizhan extended his thick fingers, counting them off one by one. First, that pack of rabid goblins. They rarely venture to the forest's edge to ambush such a large group unless something was luring or driving them. Second, that stampede of staghorn deer. They're cowardly creatures. Unless facing a natural predator, they'd never form such a massive, precisely directed charge. Third, and most crucial, Scorpion and Asan are missing. No sign of life, no trace of their bodies. With each word he spoke, the temperature in the camp seemed to drop another notch. The 2 surviving henchmen were already trembling so hard their teeth chattered. The thief Ghost Hand unconsciously tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist, his eyes darting fearfully through the endless darkness surrounding them. Taizhan fixed his gaze on Chen Yao's eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately. Young Master Chen, this might not be an accident. We've been targeted. A hunter or a group of them who knows this forest like the back of their hand, who understands every trap and every creature's habits. They're following us in the shadows, waiting to pick us off one by one, to play with us until we're all dead here. Boom! This revelation exploded like a heavy bomb within the small camp. What? Someone's following us? Is it the Li family? Or the Iron Fist mercenary group? The 2 henchmen completely broke down, their voices trembling with near tears. Impossible. Chen Yao snapped back, though his voice trembled slightly, betraying his inner fear. Who dares touch me? My father is the Lord of Blackstone City. Who has the guts? His words were defiant, but the fear in his eyes had already spread like wild grass, impossible to conceal. He recalled the terrifying legends of vengeful spirits haunting the demon forest, remembered the mercenaries swallowed by the woods, never to return. He was afraid. Truly terrified. Chapter 10, Lilith's Terror. Seeing him like this, the last shred of hope in Tieshan's heart shattered. His voice was heavy as he said, Young Master Chen, I advise we retreat immediately. We can still make it back the way we came. As for any treasures, Tieshan's eyes brimmed with contempt. Throwing away one's life here for some vague rumor? Not worth it. Retreat? Chen Yao screamed as if struck at his weakest point. No. Absolutely not. I made a grand promise in front of the entire city. How could I slink back now? Where would I put my face? The Li family would laugh me to death. For him, face mattered more than life itself. Then we're out too. Ghost Hand the thief leapt to his feet, shouting with fury. We refuse this job. We don't want the money. I want to live. Trust shattered completely in that instant. As chaos erupted in the camp, arguments and fearful sobs mingling together. Hi-ya! A piercing scream, unlike any known creature's cry, erupted from the depths of the dark forest just beyond the camp. The sound was filled with endless agony and the despair of someone on the brink of death, as if a human throat had been ripped open, yet the scream was forcibly drawn out. Sharp. Piercing. Piercing the soul. Every sound within the camp fell silent. Everyone froze in place. A chill shot from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. Every hair on their bodies stood on end in that instant. Lu Yang crouched on a distant treetop, removing a sharpened animal bone from his mouth. He gazed with satisfaction at the camp, now plunged into deathly silence and utter terror. Once a crack appears in the psychological defenses, it would shatter completely amid endless suspicion and dread. Dead silence. That piercing scream acted like an invisible switch, instantly silencing every sound within the camp. Arguments, sobs, breathing, everything vanished. Only the occasional crackle of burning wood from the campfire remained. Yet in that moment, it sounded like death itself hammering at each person's heart. Everyone was frozen in terror, rooted to the spot, not daring to move an inch. They stared in terror toward the source of the sound, where the impenetrable darkness loomed like a man-eating beast, its gaping maw wide open. Time stretched unbearably long in that moment. Every second felt like walking on the edge of a knife. Yet the first to shatter this deathly silence was neither Chen Yao nor Tai Shan. It was Lilith, the Succubus Queen, who had remained silent since entering the forest. She was trembling. At first, it was just a slight tremor. But soon, the trembling grew increasingly violent, shaking like a sieve. Lilith's body, formed of energy and meant to be noble and elegant, curled into a ball, as if enduring immense pain and terror. She clutched her arms, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, producing a rattling sound. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the darkness. That gaze. Chen Yao had seen it before. During the awakening ceremony, the very moment she had glimpsed the true essence of Lu Yang's soul, it had been that same look. That look, born from the depths of her soul, as if she had encountered her natural enemy, her nemesis, a deity. The ultimate terror. Lilith, what's wrong with you? Chen Yao's voice trembled, a quiver he hadn't even noticed himself. Lilith was his last hope, his greatest trump card. If even she. Lilith didn't answer him. She seemed trapped in some horrific memory, her energy fluctuations growing chaotic. The overwhelming, epic-level pressure that had once radiated from her vanished completely, replaced by a fragility bordering on pitiable. Taishan and Ghost Hand also noticed Lilith's abnormal state. Their hearts instantly sank to the depths. Even an epic-tier beast master was this terrified? What kind of monster lurks in that darkness? No, wait. Lilith finally spoke, her voice hoarse and trembling, filled with endless terror. Not a monster. She whipped her head around, clutching Chen Yao's clothes with such ferocity she nearly tore the expensive fabric. Those eyes, twisted by terror, fixed intently on Chen Yao. It's him. That aura, no mistake, it's that aura. He's here. He's always been here. Right among us, watching us. Her words came out broken and incoherent. But every word struck Chen Yao's heart like a heavy hammer. Is it him? Which one? Whose aura? Could it be Lu Yang, the one he had humiliated, mocked, and dismissed as worthless? A chill 1,000 times colder than a forest night shot up his spine, straight to his brain. Every drop of blood in his body seemed to freeze solid in that instant. So that's how it was. The rampaging goblin attack was no accident. The stampede of the staghorn deer was no coincidence. The disappearance of 2 companions was no accident. This wasn't some conspiracy by the Li family or the Iron Fist mercenaries. This was a trap. A death trap, meticulously crafted for him from the very beginning. And he, like a clown being led around by the nose, stepped cheerfully, step by step, right into the very center of this trap. What kind of monster is that guy? Why does even the epic-tier Succubus Queen fear him so? Ah! Chen Yao's psychological defenses were utterly shattered in that instant. All his arrogance, vanity, and false hopes shattered into dust before this overwhelming terror. All that remained was the most primal, animalistic instinct for survival. Retreat! He let out a heart-wrenching, shrill scream, his voice filled with endless panic and terror. We retreat immediately. Now! Get out of this hellhole! Chen Yao shoved aside those beside him, scrambling and stumbling as he tried to run back the way they came. But trying to leave now? It was already too late. The cave. A hidden cave at least 5 kilometers away from Chen Yao's camp. The entrance was concealed by dense vines. Outside, the air was thick with the sound of wind and the howling of wolves, while inside, the cave remained warm and dry. A small pile of smokeless white charcoal burned quietly, casting flickering light across the cave walls. Lu Yang sat cross-legged beside the fire, meticulously polishing his jet-black dagger with a soft deer hide. The deep blue blade glinted with a deadly cold light in the firelight. His movements were slow and focused, as if performing some sacred ritual. He was waiting. Waiting for fear to fully ferment within his prey's heart. Waiting for the perfect moment to close the net. Chapter 11, A Traitor Among Us, Terminate the Deal. Zero lay curled up on his lap, her tiny body coiled into a ball, her long silver hair spilling out like moonlight. She resembled a drowsing silver kitten, docile and harmless. Yet her glassy eyes never closed, silently observing Lu Yang, his composed expression, the blood-stained weapon in his hand. A long silence fell. A soft, innocent thought echoed through the mental link, resonating within Lu Yang's mind. Master. Lu Yang's motion of wiping the dagger didn't falter for an instant. HM? He responded in kind, silently. Why do we have to play hide and seek with those people outside? Ling's voice brimmed with childlike curiosity and confusion. They look so weak. That guy with the big shield and the one on the horse, they were both scared stiff. Her tiny wings fluttered lightly, her tone brimming with eager anticipation. Zero feels like with just one whoosh, I could blow them all away. Then we wouldn't have to hide here anymore. Lu Yang understood. This wasn't confusion, it was a test. She was testing his true intentions. In her view, he clearly possessed the power to end the fight swiftly, yet chose this circuitous, convoluted approach. Was it because he was actually weak himself, forced to rely on these underhanded tricks? Lu Yang paused his movements. He reached out, gently stroking the back of his hand through Ling Ro's silky hair. His touch was soft, his gaze so warm it could melt ice. Silly girl. His voice, transmitted through their mental link, brimmed with affection and a hint of reproach. Because our power is still too weak. Weak? Ling's thoughts carried obvious confusion. Yes, Lu Yang explained patiently, look, Zero, you've only just hatched. Your body hasn't fully developed yet. As for me, I'm just a newly awakened, ordinary beastmaster. Among those people, there are warriors wielding large shields, thieves lurking in the shadows, and even a big sister who seems quite formidable, even to you. His voice was filled with sincerity. If we charge in head-on, we might win, but you'd definitely get hurt, Zero. How could I bear to see my precious Zero get hurt? His words made perfect sense. Zero fell silent for a moment, seemingly moved by Lu Yang's heartfelt plea. But soon, she posed a second question, even more pointed. Oh, I see. So Master is afraid Ling will get hurt. Her voice sounded cheerful, but the question followed immediately, then how did Master know that herd of big deer with huge antlers would run right through that spot? That's amazing. It's like you made them run there. Lu Yang chuckled softly at her words. He lifted Ling from his lap, bringing her eyes level with his own. Looking into her pure, unblemished eyes, he spoke slowly. Because, you see, when I was very young, when my father was still with us, he often brought me to play in this forest. A warm, perfectly measured nostalgia flickered in Lu Yang's eyes. He told me countless stories about the forest. He showed me which trees bore sweet fruits, which rivers held plump, gullible fish. He also taught me that the horned deer were the timidest creatures of all. They feared the scent of the windwing griffins most. The moment they caught a whiff, they'd flee like mad. He extended a finger and gently tapped Ling's little nose. I only remembered the stories Dad told me. Lu Yang attributed all his extraordinary knowledge to that father who had become a hero. It was both perfectly reasonable and tinged with a heartbreaking sadness. Zero was utterly speechless. She blinked, seemingly accepting the explanation completely. She nuzzled Lu Yang's finger again with her little head, letting out a contented coo, and reverted to being that obedient, clingy pet. As if the earlier conversation, laced with hidden barbs, had never happened. But, on the Abyss contract interface hidden from Lu Yang's view, Zero's inner thoughts were frantically refreshing. Real-time inner monologue. Damn it. This human's logic is too tight. He dodged every single question with irrefutable reasoning. Blaming everything on his dead father? Seamless. I can't tell if it's true or not. His demonstrated power completely contradicts his words. He's absolutely not the weak beast tamer he claims to be. His ambitions are vast. This is far beyond just killing those ants. Threat level escalated again. Can't stay passive any longer. Must find a countermeasure or escape route before he fully matures. Otherwise, I might truly become his tool, exploited until I die. Lu Yang felt the intimate touch of Ling's fingers on his own. The curve of his lips, cast in the shadows of the firelight, held a profound meaning. Little thing. Finally starting to panic? Meanwhile, deep within the forest. Retreat. We must retreat immediately. Chen Yao's panicked shriek pierced the silent night with jarring intensity. It acted like a fuse, igniting the powder keg of fear in every heart at the camp. Yet shouting orders was easy, executing them was as hard as climbing to the heavens. Retreat? Where to? It was the dead of night, the most dangerous time in the demon forest. Who knew what lurked in the darkness? And to make matters worse, there was an unknown, ghostly hunter lurking in the shadows. Leaving the protection of the campfire now and charging into that boundless darkness. What's the difference between that and suicide? No one dared move. Even Chen Yao, who had shouted the order to retreat, was merely barking orders with his mouth while his feet felt like they were weighed down with lead, nailing him firmly to the spot. Thus, this already panicked group fell into an eerie stalemate. They decided to wait until dawn to move. But every minute and second of this endless night felt like the slowest torture of willpower. Time seeped away in oppressive silence. Leaning against a tree, Chen Yao scanned each person around him with a look of terror. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. How could anyone know our whereabouts? Could it really be that good for nothing Lu Yong? How could he possibly know every path we took and every spot we rested? This forest is so vast, how could he always appear precisely ahead of us, setting traps? Unless... A thought suddenly burst forth from the darkest corner of his mind. Unless there's a mole in our team working for him. A mole feeding him intelligence. Chapter 12, The Team Torn by Betrayal. The moment this thought emerged, it could no longer be contained, growing wildly in his fear-ridden mind. Everyone he looked at seemed suspicious. Those two trembling lackeys? No, they lacked both the nerve and the wit. Then, his gaze finally settled on Iron Mountain, the shield warrior captain who had remained the calmest throughout the entire ordeal. That's right. It was him. Chen Yao's eyes instantly turned red. He'd found the perfect excuse to justify all his foolishness and failures. Tai Shan. He was the first to insist we were being targeted, deliberately spreading panic. He was the one who tried so hard to persuade us to retreat, trying to shake my resolve. It had to be him. He must have colluded with that good-for-nothing Lu Yong. They want to take me out here, then steal my spatial ring and snatch Lilith away from me. It must be. This paranoid logic formed a perfect closed loop in Chen Yao's mind. It's you. Chen Yao leapt violently to his feet, drawing the long sword at his waist and thrusting its tip directly at Tai Shan, who was resting with his eyes closed. You're behind this. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Tai Shan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Chen Yao, who stood sword pointed at him. His gaze held confusion and a hint of undisguised disgust. Young Master Chen, what the hell are you doing? Me, going mad? Chen Yao burst into a hysterical laugh, shrill and frenzied. I'm perfectly lucid. Tai Shan. I demand to know, why did we walk straight into an ambush the moment we entered the forest? Why do you always manage to pinpoint exactly when we're being targeted? Why have you been pushing for retreat this entire time? He pressed forward relentlessly, spittle flying from his mouth. Speak! Are you in cahoots with that bastard lurking in the shadows? You want to kill me here and claim my treasures and my contract beast for yourself? These baseless accusations made Tieshan's weathered face instantly turn the color of liver. He'd seen foolish employers before, but never one this utterly stupid. What an insult! Chen Yao! Tieshan's address shifted from young Master Chen to his bare name. He sprang to his feet, his massive frame like a mountain, radiating fury that made the air itself freeze. Use that clogged brain of yours and think. If I were a mole, would Scorpion have died? He was my brother, trained by me for over a decade. That was just your ploy to make me look bad. Chen Yao was no longer listening to any explanations. He was convinced of his suspicions. Who knows if that dead mercenary wasn't a pawn you sacrificed on purpose? Smack! A sharp, resounding slap. Tieshan's palm, as wide as a fan, slammed hard across Chen Yao's face. The force spun him halfway around, sending him crashing to the ground. You dare hit me? Chen Yao clutched his stinging cheek, screaming in disbelief. Hit you? Tai Shan sneered coldly, his laughter dripping with endless disappointment and contempt. Gazing at this utterly foolish, worthless young master, the last shred of professional integrity he had as a mercenary vanished completely. He finally understood. Sticking with this sort of person, forget about getting the bounty, surviving to return was already a luxury. Turning to the lone thief, Ghost Hand, he barked in a deep voice. Ghost Hand, let's go! Captain! Ghost Hand was both shocked and delighted. Enough! Iron Mountain's voice was as cold as steel. This fool wanted to die? Let him rot here. The lives of our Blood Wolf mercenaries won't be wasted on him. With that, he didn't even bother glancing back at Chen Yao. He picked up his shield from the ground, motioned for Ghost Hand to follow, and turned to leave the place immediately. He'd rather risk being hunted by unknown enemies than spend another second with this foolish employer. At that moment, the team officially split apart. Chen Yao was left with only two terrified henchmen and the equally shivering Succubus Queen. Tai Shan and Ghost Hand followed their captain without looking back. Yet they soon sensed something was terribly wrong. Sand. A faint rustling sound came from the bushes on the right. Both men froze instantly, their hearts pounding in their throats. Gurgle. From the left front came a sound like an owl, yet also reminiscent of some frog species, a sticky, eerie croak. In the dead of night, that sound felt especially chilling. Tai Shan had spent over a decade in the woods and swore he'd never heard such a creature's cry before. The unknown brought deeper fear. But no matter which direction they turned, all manner of eerie sounds followed. Sometimes it was the screeching sound of nails scraping against tree bark. At other times, it was a wailing like a baby crying in the night. At other times, a sudden rustling sound, as if something heavy was moving swiftly nearby. These sounds came from all directions. Now distant, now near. Faint, then strong. As if the entire forest had come alive. Behind every tree, in the shadows of every bush, lurked an invisible, malevolent watcher. This unseen, untouchable, yet ever-present threat was 100 times more terrifying than a tiger charging out head-on. Like an invisible hand, it slowly tightened its grip on your heart, suffocating you bit by bit. Cold sweat beaded on Tai Shan and Ghost Hand's foreheads. Their pride in their composure and experience seemed utterly powerless against this pure psychological torment. Meanwhile, Chen Yao, now abandoned, found himself in an even worse predicament. His two henchmen, witnessing Taizhan and Ghost Hand's departure, saw their psychological defenses completely collapse. One of them, upon hearing that eerie infant's night cry, finally snapped. He let out a shriek unlike any human voice and, ignoring Chen Yao's shouts to stop, turned and sprinted madly into the depths of the darkness. Soon, a brief, agonized scream echoed from the distance, followed by utter stillness. Now, only the last henchman, named Wu, remained by Chen Yao's side. Ao was pale as a ghost, trembling like autumn leaves in the wind. He clung desperately to Chen Yao's sleeve, his teeth chattering loudly. "Don't be afraid," Chen Yao stammered, his own tremors masked by forced reassurance. "With Lilith here, we'll be fine." He clutched Lilith's wrist as if it were his last lifeline. Lilith, however, remained trapped in that soul-deep terror, her reactions to the outside world dulled. At that very moment, thud! A small pebble, seemingly tossed from afar, struck the ground directly before them. The sound was faint. Yet in this deathly quiet, it thundered like a bolt from the blue. "Who?" Chen Yao leapt up like a startled rabbit, swinging his long sword wildly at the empty darkness. "Who's there? Show yourself." Chapter 13, The Collapse of Young Master Chen. Ah! The last remaining servant, Wu, had completely lost his mind. He shoved Chen Yao aside and scrambled away, scrambling and crawling as he sprinted frantically in the opposite direction from where the figure had been. Wu's sanity had been utterly shattered by this unknown terror. Now, only Chen Yao remained. Oh, no. There was also Lilith, whom he clung to like a talisman. Fear washed over him like a tidal wave, completely engulfing him. He could no longer think. Only one thought remained in his mind: run. Get away from these voices. Anywhere would do. He couldn't tell which way was up, nor did he care to figure it out. He only knew the sounds seemed to be coming from the edge of the forest. Then run deeper into it. Run deep into the forest. Surely those terrifying things wouldn't be there. Chen Yao dragged Lilith through the pitch-black woods, stumbling and scrambling like a headless fly. The direction he fled toward was precisely the forest's deepest recesses. It was also the grave Liu Yang had carefully chosen for him. Run. Run without stopping. Chen Yao had lost track of how long he'd been running. His mind was a blank, driven solely by the primal urge to survive. It compelled his legs, heavy as if filled with lead, to move mechanically as he sprinted. Branches scraped his cheeks, mud and grime caked his entire body. Chen Yao now looked more wretched than any beggar in the city. At some point, his last remaining servant, Wu, let out a short gasp before falling silent. Had he tripped over a tree root? Or been dragged away by something lurking in the darkness? Chen Yao had neither the strength nor the courage to look back. He even felt a flicker of relief. With one less burden, he might be able to run a little faster. Gradually, the surroundings began to shift. Tall trees grew sparse, replaced by countless bizarre black boulders. A faint miasma began to permeate the air. A thin mist rose from somewhere, swirling through the forest. As he ran, Chen Yao tripped over a rock and crashed heavily to the ground. This time, he could not get back up. His physical strength and willpower had been drained to their absolute limits. Like a fish out of water, he lay on the cold ground, gasping for breath. Surveying his surroundings. This place resembled a valley encircled by jagged rocks. Towering stone walls rose on all sides, with only a narrow entrance. Thick fog enveloped the place, cutting it off from the outside world. Those damned, eerie cries seemed to vanish here as well. Are we safe now? The thought flashed through Chen Yao's mind. This place was so hidden a demon probably couldn't find it here, right? He could hide until dawn, until his father sent someone to rescue him. The will to survive drove him to struggle, trying to crawl behind a massive boulder for cover. He instinctively turned to pull Lilith to safety. But all he saw when he turned was thick, swirling fog. Lilith was gone too. When had she vanished? He had no recollection whatsoever. Now, he was truly alone. Alone, in this valley that felt like a grave. Hope, like a candle extinguished by the wind, had completely died within him. He couldn't escape. Chen Yao knew it deep down. From the moment he stepped into this forest, he had been set up. Ha! Chen Yao suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh. He laughed at his own foolishness, at his arrogance, at the fact that only when death was upon him did he finally see the truth. He collapsed to the ground, abandoning all resistance, too weak even to lift a finger. In the thick fog, a distinct footstep echoed. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were steady and unhurried, calm and composed. Each step seemed to land precisely on the pulse of time. Each step felt like the scythe of death striking his already fragile heart. Chen Yao didn't move. He didn't even lift his head. He simply stared with hollow eyes at the sky above, obscured by thick fog, where no stars could be seen. He knew who had come. The hunter had come to claim his spoils. Tap. The measured footsteps finally halted before Chen Yao. A mere 3 paces away. Chen Yao could smell the scent emanating from the figure. He could even feel that icy gaze fixed upon him. It wasn't looking at a living person. It was scrutinizing an object, a lifeless object. He did not raise his head. He dared not. He feared that if he looked up and saw that face, he would lose his mind completely. A mountain breeze suddenly swept across the valley. The wind dispersed the thick, swirling fog. The surrounding scenery unfolded before Chen Yao's unfocused eyes like a stage curtain being drawn back. His pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. This place was no valley where one could hide. It was a prison. A natural death trap. He found himself at the bottom of a nearly circular basin. All around him rose sheer, razor-sharp cliffs dozens of meters high, smooth as if carved by chisels. Not a blade of grass grew on them, not a single foothold to grasp. He was like an ant trapped at the bottom of a bowl. No matter how he struggled, he could never scale those towering walls. And the entire basin had only one exit. A passage so narrow it could barely fit 2 or 3 people side by side. That was precisely where he had frantically run in moments ago. And his only way out. No. That was not a way out. It was a dead end. Because at the narrow entrance of that passageway, a figure stood silently. His back turned to the moonlight beyond the valley, his entire form shrouded in shadow, like a silent statue of death radiating endless chill. The intruder blocked the only exit. And blocked Chen Yao's last shred of hope. Though the figure appeared somewhat blurred in the mist and shadows, Chen Yao recognized him instantly. The figure that had haunted his nightmares countless times. The one he despised most, yet feared above all else. Lu Yang. He didn't ambush or strike from the shadows. He stood there, upright and unflinching. As if he were not a hunter but a sovereign surveying his domain, examining his spoils of war. Lu Yang's face bore no expression, no sorrow, no joy. His eyes were as still as a pool of ice that had never melted, reflecting not a single ripple of emotion. He simply watched Chen Yao, collapsed on the ground, as if observing an insect, a stone, an inanimate object. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The only sound in the air was the howling wind whistling through the stone walls, like a dirge for the impending death. Chen Yao's body began to shake violently, beyond his control. He tried to scream, but found his throat clamped shut by an invisible hand, unable to make a sound. He wanted to beg for mercy, yet knew that pleading was utterly futile before this man. Chapter 14, A Dog Without a Home. Finally, Lu Yang moved. Slowly, step by step, he advanced from the passageway toward the center of the valley. His stride remained composed, unhurried and measured. Yet each step felt like a stomp on Chen Yao's heart, sending waves of suffocation through him. He stood before Chen Yao, looking down on him from above. He looked at the once arrogant son of the city lord, now reduced to a stray dog. He spoke. His voice was soft, flat, devoid of any emotion. Yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding in Chen Yao's ears. Long time no see, Chen Yao. This seemingly ordinary greeting felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing fiercely into Chen Yao's very soul. Chen Yao snapped his head up, his face etched with terror and despair, finally meeting the gaze of the man before him. Lu Yang. It really was Lu Yang. He still wore that same worn leather armor, his expression as calm as ever, not a ripple of emotion visible. But Chen Yao knew everything had changed. The man before him was not the same worthless fool who had allowed himself to be humiliated in Blackstone City. Lu Yang now carried an aura so overwhelming it felt suffocating. It was the absolute command of everything, as if he held the entire world in the palm of his hand. Chen Yao's gaze involuntarily drifted to Lu Yang's shoulder. There, nestled upon them, was a tiny creature no larger than a palm. She possessed silvery hair as smooth as moonlight, and behind her were a pair of delicate, adorable white wings. Her large, pure eyes, as clear as glass, gazed at him with curiosity innocent and pure. It was actually a legendary angel. Could it be that what he had taken away back then wasn't a worthless egg? His mind went blank. All the clues, all the fears, all the confusion in this moment, they surged into Chen Yao's mind like countless chaotic fragments, yet he couldn't piece them together into a coherent whole. Is it you? Chen Yao's voice was dry, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. The goblin beasts, the scorpions, them. He mustered every ounce of strength to ask the question he already knew the answer to, yet refused to believe until his dying breath. Did you do all this? Lu Yang didn't answer directly. The expression on his face could even be described as gentle. He extended a finger and gently tapped the small head of Ling perched on his shoulder. Zero understood and flapped its wings, rising from his shoulder to hover mid-air. It tilted its head curiously, watching Chen Yao collapsed on the ground. Lu Yang smiled. To Chen Yao, that smile seemed 10,000 times more terrifying than a devil's grin. Haven't you always wanted to see my contract beast? Lu Yang's voice was as light as a breeze, as if he were chatting with an old friend. At the awakening ceremony, at Drunken Immortal Pavilion, at the potion shop you asked me several times. Now you've seen it. Lu Yang's gaze lingered on Ling suspended mid-air for a second before shifting back to Chen Yao. In a tone bordering on innocence, he asked slowly. Which do you think is more formidable, your Succubus Queen, or my little angel here? Boom. This seemingly casual remark, this utterance dripping with the most extreme sarcasm, struck like a black lightning bolt. It violently split Chen Yao's chaotic thoughts and shattered his last shred of understanding. He finally understood. He understood everything. The towering abyssal purple light at the awakening ceremony, it wasn't an accident. The epic Succubus Queen's terrified flight was no coincidence. His picking up the discarded egg wasn't born of self-destructive despair after becoming a laughingstock. All of it was fake. It was all an act. It was a grand deception, meticulously orchestrated from the very beginning. Lu Yang wasn't abandoned by his contract beast due to bad luck. He did it on purpose. He deliberately lured the succubus, then deliberately scared her away, so she'd be discarded like trash for him to pick up. Also, he could, right under everyone's noses, legitimately choose this worthless egg no one else wanted. This seemingly harmless little angel was his true target. And as for himself? He was nothing but a complete fool. A clown. Gloating over snagging an epic succubus. Gloating over humiliating this loser. Flaunting the things he tossed at me like trash in front of the entire city. How utterly foolish. Put. A surge of rage overwhelmed Chen Yao, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His spirit was utterly shattered by this brutal truth. Chen Yao didn't lose because of his strength, nor even because of the schemes. He lost because of his perception, because of his narrow-mindedness. Like an ant, he thought he understood the entire world, yet remained utterly unaware that he had been crawling on someone else's chessboard from the very beginning. Lifting his head, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Lu Yang. In that gaze, there was no longer fear nor anger. Only an endless confusion and despair, born from the depths of his soul, remained. Why? He roared like a beast, his voice hoarse and raw. Why me? What did I ever do to you? Why must you treat me this way? In his eyes, their conflict was merely youthful rivalry, harmless insults and taunts. Not worthy of death. And certainly not enough to warrant such an elaborate trap, designed to seal his fate. He couldn't understand it. He couldn't fathom it. Hearing Chen Yao's desperate and absurd accusation. For the first time, a genuine flicker of emotion crossed Lu Yang's face. It wasn't pity, nor was it mockery. Rather, it was a look of exasperation, as if observing an utterly unreasonable fool. He couldn't be bothered to answer the question. Some people, some things, require no explanation. Especially not to someone facing death. But to Chen Yao, Lu Yang's silence became the ultimate contempt. This contempt ignited the last remnants of madness and ferocity born from despair within his heart. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone the young master of Blackstone City. I don't care who you are. I don't care what schemes you're plotting. Chen Yao leapt to his feet, his face contorted in a savage roar, raging like a madman. You want to kill me? Then we'll die together. He bit through his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto Lilith beside him. Forbidden art, life sacrifice. A forbidden technique that forces a contract partner to unleash their ultimate power at the cost of draining the caster's own life force. Lilith. Kill him for me. Kill him. Buzz. Lilith, splattered with essence blood, let out a piercing scream of agony. Her body erupted uncontrollably with frenzied shadow energy. The binding force of the contract clashed violently within her, fueled by the primal fear of Lu Yang deep within her soul, contorting her beautiful face. But ultimately, the power of the contract prevailed. Chapter 15, Chen Yao wants to be a dog. Ah! Lilith's eyes bled tears as her hands thrust forward violently. Shadow Spear. Dozens of pitch-black spears formed instantly from pure shadow energy, piercing the air with a shrill whistling sound as they rained down upon Lu Yang like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, a mind-bending psychic shockwave silently enveloped the entire valley. This was the epic tier Succubus Queen's final, deadly strike unleashed when cornered to the brink of despair. Facing this world-shattering assault, Lu Yang didn't even lift an eyelid. He didn't even command Ling, suspended mid-air, to intervene. Just as the storm of spears was about to engulf him, he moved. Boom! A faint yet supremely pure abyssal energy erupted from his body. Unlike Lilith's raging shadow power, this energy was as still and dark as an eternal night, yet it carried a supreme, overarching majesty that commanded all. The moment that aura appeared, the countless shadow spears in the sky instantly froze mid-air. As if subjects beheld an emperor, soldiers faced their sovereign. They even began to tremble slightly. Then, before Lilith's disbelieving gaze, they quietly disintegrated one by one, dissolving into primordial energy particles that vanished into the air. The intangible mental enchantment, upon contact with this aura, melted away like ice under the scorching sun, vanishing without a trace. This can't be. Chen Yao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He shattered an epic tier spirit's attack with his bare hands? What the hell kind of monster is this? But what truly filled him with dread was yet to come. Lu Yang's figure left a faint afterimage in his original spot. His entire body hurtled forward like a cannonball, moving so fast the naked eye couldn't track him. With effortless ease, as if strolling through a garden, he passed through the now dispersed area of spears. Like a ghost, he materialized before Chen Yao. Too fast. So fast that Chen Yao's brain couldn't process what was happening before his eyes. All he saw was a dark shadow flash by. Then, a fist grew larger and larger in his horrified pupils. It was an ordinary fist. No flashy energy effects accompanied it. Yet, coiled around it were strands of ink-black, heart-stopping abyssal power. Thud. A thunderous, drum-like crash. Lu Yang's fist slammed squarely into Chen Yao's midsection. Chen Yao's entire body buckled like a sack of potatoes struck squarely by a battering ram, instantly curling into a cooked prawn. The agonized scream caught in his throat, choked back by the sheer force of the blow. His feet left the ground as he flew backward 7 or 8 meters, slamming hard into the stone wall behind him before tumbling to the floor. The entire sequence unfolded with fluid precision. Clean and decisive. Guh. Chen Yao lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud, retching up blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He felt as though every organ inside him had been shattered by that single punch. Click. Lu Yang slowly walked up to him. He raised his foot. Snap. A crisp cracking sound. With one stomp, he drove Chen Yao's hand still clutching the spatial ring deep into the mud beneath him. The sound of shattering bone rang out clearly. Arg. The excruciating pain finally forced Chen Yao to emit a blood-curdling scream like a slaughtered pig. Lu Yang looked down on him from above, gazing down at this enemy's son writhing beneath his foot like a worm. His gaze remained as calm as still water. He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet clear enough to reach Chen Yao's ears. As if answering that foolish question he had asked earlier. Or perhaps, merely stating the simplest of truths. Now, do you understand why? Because you're too weak. This statement, delivered with such matter-of-factness it bordered on a mere observation, struck like a merciless iron hammer, shattering the last shred of dignity within Chen Yao's heart. The crushing disparity in strength was far more devastating to a person's will than any scheme or trickery. Ah! The excruciating pain of crushed bones and bone-chilling terror shattered any semblance of composure he had left. Chen Yao wept uncontrollably, like a terrified child, wailing loudly. His cries were wretched and pitiful, stripped of every shred of dignity befitting the son of a city lord. Gazing up at Lu Yang towering above him, the primal urge to survive overwhelmed everything else. Chen Yao began frantically kowtowing, his forehead pounding against the hard gravel until it bled profusely, yet he remained oblivious. I was wrong. Lu Yang. Brother Lu. Grandfather Lu. I truly was wrong. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. I looked down on people with my dog's eyes. I'm nothing but trash. Scum. You're a magnanimous man, just treat me like a fart and let me go. Wailing, he struggled to cling to Lu Yang's legs, only to be kicked away with disgust. But Chen Yao paid no heed, scrambling back toward Lu Yang and continuing to kowtow. Money. That's it. Money. I'll give you all my money. He clung to this last lifeline, pleading desperately. My spatial ring holds over 1,000 gold coins. Plus precious materials. All yours. Everything. And our family's treasure vault. I know where the secret passage is. I'll take you there. Our family's wealth is enough to buy half of Blackstone City. Just spare my life. Seeing Lu Yang's unmoved gaze, Chen Yao's fear reached its peak. He knew these worldly riches could never sway the monster before him. He must offer a more substantial pledge of loyalty. Driven by sheer desperation to survive, he made the most despicable, vile choice imaginable. He began to curse his own father. It's all my father's fault. Yes. It's all my father Chen Baishan's fault. He screamed hoarsely, as if trying to cast all blame onto another. It was him. He was the one who told me from childhood that your Lu family had fallen into ruin. That you, Lu Yang, were an orphan with no parents, fair game for anyone to bully. He incited me to humiliate you at the awakening ceremony, to strip you of everything. He coveted the martial arts techniques and wealth left behind by your father, Lu Tianming. He's a treacherous scoundrel. An ungrateful beast. He doesn't deserve to be the city lord. To save his own skin, he dragged his own father into the mire without hesitation, cursing and belittling him with the most vicious words. Brother Lu. Killing me won't help. But spare me, and I can aid you. I can be your inside man. I can help you take down that old bastard Chen Badian. I can help you reclaim everything that belongs to the Lu family. Please spare me. I'll be your dog. Bite whoever you command. Woof. Woof woof. This scene was a stark contrast to the arrogant young Master Chen who once stood at the gates of Blackstone City. A world apart. Chapter 16, The Traitor's Son. Zero, suspended mid-air, tilted his head in bewilderment. Her pure eyes held an unmasked look of contempt. She seemed unable to comprehend how a being could stoop to such depths of baseness and ugliness. Lu Yang watched silently, watching Chen Yao perform his crude, nauseating monologue like a clown. His gaze remained utterly unchanged from start to finish. Not a ripple, not a wave. Until Chen Yao cried himself hoarse, cursed until his throat was parched, and could utter not another word. He could only lie sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, his eyes pleading as he looked up at him. Only then did Lu Yang slowly speak. His voice remained as cold as ever. Finished? Those 3 words poured over him like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Chen Yao's heart. His wails, his pleas for mercy, his despicable performance all came to an abrupt halt. His mouth hung open, yet no sound emerged. In Lu Yang's eerily calm gaze, he saw his own inevitable fate. Lu Yang slowly crouched down, leveling his gaze with Chen Yao, who lay collapsed on the ground. In a voice devoid of any emotion, he spoke slowly. 15 years ago, in the Black Mist Swamp, my father, Lu Tianming, was torn to pieces by 3 demon snakes while saving your father, Jin Badian. Not a single bone remained. Before he died, your father, Jin Badian, swore on heaven that he would treat me as his own son and protect the Lu family. Lu Yang's voice was flat, as if recounting a story unrelated to himself. Yet every word that reached Chen Yao's ears sounded like a heavy toll of a funeral bell. On the 3rd day after my father's death, your father took the Lu family's ancestral martial art manual, the Blazing Sun technique, under the pretense of safekeeping it. On the 7th day, under the pretext of preventing covetous eyes, he bought up all our properties in the city for less than 10% of their market value. A month later, under the guise of acting in my best interest, he banished me from the Lu family mansion to that dilapidated courtyard in the western part of the city. The son of a hero became an orphan in the eyes of the entire city. The hero's sacrifice became Chen Baishan's boastful claim of having narrowly escaped death 9 times. The hero's estate became the cornerstone for the Chen family to consolidate their position as city lords. Lu Yang's voice remained utterly flat. There was no anger, no accusation. He was merely stating facts. Yet this calm narration carried more power than any blood-curdling scream, sending a chill down the spine. Lu Yang gazed at Chen Yao's now bloodless face and continued. The son pays for the father's debts, it's only natural. But if you were merely an ordinary spoiled brat, I might have merely crippled you, leaving you to live like a dog. But you should never, ever have. Lu Yang paused. He reached out and gently patted Chen Yao's cheek, the gesture as if soothing an unruly child. You should never have harbored murderous intent toward me. The insults you hurled at me in Baikatang and at the city gates, those were trifles. But did you really organize men to enter this forest for that elusive moonlight grass? No. Lu Yang's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade, instantly piercing through Chen Yao's final pretense. You intended to set a trap here, lure me out, and then kill me without a trace, eliminating any future threat. Too bad. You, the hunter, are far too unprofessional. Instead, you've become my prey. Chen Yao's body convulsed violently, as if struck by electricity. The vicious scheme buried deep within his heart had been effortlessly exposed by Lu Yang with a single, casual remark. He was utterly defeated. From the inside out, from cunning to strength, he was utterly and completely defeated. Lu Yang rose to his feet, resuming his lofty, commanding posture. He glanced at Zero, who had been floating in midair, quietly observing the entire scene as a spectator. Then, his gaze returned to Chen Yao. You know what? This little one of mine, she's special. Her growth requires a very special sacrifice to complete her first evolution. A cold, utterly expressionless curve finally formed at the corner of Lu Yang's mouth. Staring into Chen Yao's eyes, he pronounced her ultimate fate, enunciating each word deliberately. Its name is Heart of the Betrayer. Boom! Those words struck Chen Yao like a thunderclap that split the heavens, like a bolt of lightning that shattered the world, shattering his skull. In that instant, he understood. He grasped the root of everything and the end of all things. He understood why he had become the target. He understood why he must die. Chen Yao's fate was sealed the moment he became the son of a traitor. From the moment he harbored murderous intent and stepped into this forest. It was already sealed. He did not die by hatred. Chen Yao died because of an evolution menu. How utterly absurd. How profoundly ironic. Despair, like a black tide, utterly consumed his last shred of consciousness. His eyes grew hollow and lifeless. He became a breathing, walking corpse. Lu Yang no longer looked at him. There was no pleasure in killing someone whose heart had already died. His gaze shifted to the epic tier spirit who had been cowering in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, ever since the battle ended. The Succubus Queen, Lilith. Lu Yang offered her a gentle smile, as warm as a spring breeze. He spoke slowly, his voice as soft as an invitation to a lady for a dance. Now, it's your turn. Lu Yang's soft voice echoed clearly in the deathly silent valley. Lilith, huddled in the corner, shuddered violently. Lifting her head, her breathtakingly beautiful face was etched with endless terror and despair. She wanted to run, to scream, to fight back. But she could do nothing. On one hand, although Chen Yao, the host, had become a useless shell, the contractual bond between them still existed. It was like an invisible shackle, binding her actions. On the other hand, and more crucially, a bloodline suppression emanating from the depths of her soul rendered her utterly incapable of mustering even the most basic will to resist when facing Lu Yang. That regal aura made her instinctively want to kneel and submit. Lu Yang walked toward her slowly. Each of his footsteps felt like trampling upon Lilith's soul, already on the verge of shattering. At that very moment, Zero, suspended mid-air, suddenly emitted a pitiful whimper. She flew to Lu Yang's side and tugged gently at his sleeve with her small hand. A thought brimming with kindness and innocence traveled through their mental link, reaching Lu Yang's mind. Master, master. Her voice carried a hint of childlike timidity and worry. That big sister looks so pitiful. She seems really scared of you. Can we let her go? please? Chapter 17, Lilith's Primordial Core. A flawless performance. Timing couldn't have been better. By adopting this saintly demeanor, Zero not only distanced herself entirely from any potential cruelty to come, projecting an image of flawless purity, but also covertly observed Liu Yang's reactions, testing his limits and true nature. Liu Yang's footsteps didn't falter for an instant. He didn't even glance at Ling, nor did he respond to her benevolent plea through their mental link. Ignored. The most utter disregard. His eyes held only his objective. He walked up to Lilith and halted. He looked down upon this once mighty, now trembling epic tier beastmaster. Liu Yang could feel the tremor in her soul, could see the fear so thick in her eyes it seemed impossible to dispel. Excellent. Fear was the finest seasoning. Liu Yang slowly raised his right hand. Threads of pitch-black abyssal energy, as if alive, gathered and coiled within his palm. That energy pulsed with the essence of destruction and plunder. Lilith's pupils contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. She finally understood what he intended to do. He intended to strip away her very core. That was the wellspring of all a spirit's power, the very foundation of her existence. Once stripped away, she wouldn't die immediately, but would slowly fade away in excruciating agony. This was 10,000 times more cruel than simply killing her. No, no. She finally managed to choke out 2 desperate syllables from her throat. But Liu Yang gave her no chance. His palm, shrouded in the energy of the abyss, struck like lightning, pressing down on Lilith's chest without hesitation. A shrill scream, inhuman in its intensity, echoed throughout the entire valley. The sound was filled with extreme agony, venomous hatred, and bitter resentment. The pitch-black abyss energy, like the most tyrannical of rulers, forcibly tore through Lilith's energy defenses, brutally invading her body and precisely locking onto the core within her, that source of power radiating a mesmerizing glow. No! Accompanied by Lilith's final, desperate shriek. Liu Yang's hand yanked outward with brutal force. Rip! A fist-sized energy core, shaped like a heart and radiating an eerie purplish-red glow, was forcibly torn from Lilith's body. That heart still beat violently in his palm, each throb radiating an intoxicating yet utterly malevolent energy fluctuation. Deprived of its core, Lilith's body deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly becoming transparent and ethereal. Her exquisitely beautiful features began to twist and blur. The light in her eyes rapidly dimmed. Unable to utter a sound, she could only fixate on Liu Yang with the most venomous, hate-filled gaze imaginable. Then, her body dissolved into specks of purple light, slowly and irreversibly dissipating into the air. Chen Yao, collapsed nearby, witnessed this utterly unnatural spectacle. He watched helplessly as his prized epic tier contract beast was slaughtered like livestock, its heart ripped out while still alive. His spirit suffered the most devastating blow. The light in his eyes extinguished completely, leaving behind nothing but a soulless, empty shell. Liu Yang cradled the still-beating succubus heart, feeling the surging, pure energy within it. He turned his head to look at Ling beside him, her large, pure, and flawless eyes wide open from start to finish, as if utterly terrified. He held out the heart, radiating an alluring glow, to her. Your appetizer is ready. Lilith's body was dissipating. Her energy form, once a concentration of endless alluring power, now resembled the morning mist, as if it could be scattered by the wind at any moment. Purple sparks, like the last embers of a dying fire, continuously peeled away from her body and merged into the surrounding air. She was dying. Slowly and irreversibly. Lilith was unwilling, her heart filled with bitter resentment. She hated Chen Yao, her host, foolish as a pig. But she hated this man before her even more, the one who had made her tremble from start to finish. Yet above all this resentment and bitterness lay an even purer emotion. That was fear. An absolute terror, irresistible and stemming from the deepest recesses of her soul, the fear one feels before a superior being. During the awakening ceremony, she had caught only a fleeting glimpse, a mere tip of the iceberg of that abyss, yet it had been enough to send her fleeing in terror. And now, she felt that power's domineering and ruthless nature once more. Like a firefly beside the full moon, a stream beside the ocean. Lilith's soul shrieked and wailed. In the very instant before her body and consciousness were about to shatter and vanish completely. All her resentment, bitterness, and terror toward Liu Yang's abyssal aura condensed into a single point. A light fainter than the stars, smaller than a speck of dust. This light did not vanish with her disintegrating body. Like a seed with its own independent will, it quietly detached itself from Lilith's soul, which was on the verge of obliteration. Deep within the core of this seed, an image was etched, profound and eternal. A blurred image of a black-haired youth. And the terrifying aura that haunted her until her dying breath. This seed of dread, this fragment of soul bearing the final obsession of an epic tier spirit, possessed no weight, no bonds. Like the fluff of a dandelion, it rode a gentle breeze through the valley, drifting upward silently. It passed through the swirling miasma that hung over the valley. Through the canopy of the demon forest, so dense it blocked out the sky. It rose higher and higher, drifting toward the night sky obscured by dark clouds, where neither stars nor moon could be seen. Then, it vanished. Vanishing into the distance, its destination unknown, its captor unseen, and the time and place of its rooting and sprouting left to mystery. In the valley. Lu Yang seemed to sense something. He furrowed his brow slightly and glanced up at the deep night sky. Gifted eye allowed him to catch a faint, minuscule energy fluctuation. But the fluctuation vanished in an instant, so fleeting he almost dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. He found nothing. Lu Yang withdrew his gaze, dismissing the insignificant anomaly. His attention returned to the more pressing matter at hand. Lu Yang held the relentlessly pulsing Succubus Heart, presenting it before Zero. The pure energy contained within the heart emitted an eerie yet alluring purplish-red glow, casting a magnificent radiance across Zero's delicate face. Zero hovered mid-air. As she gazed upon the energy-filled heart before her, every trace of the pristine innocence and guileless purity she had always feigned in her glassy eyes vanished in that instant. Replaced instead was a primal, instinctive greed and craving. As if a ravenous beast, starved for 1,000 years, had finally laid eyes upon the world's most exquisite delicacy. Chapter 18, The Greedy Angel. No longer did she utter those soft, cooing sounds. She extended her pink little tongue, licking her lips with a gesture that was utterly at odds with her adorable appearance filled with an eerie, bewitching allure. Opening her tiny mouth, she drew in a gentle breath toward the energy heart larger than her own head. Whoosh! The still thumping succubus heart instantly transformed into a dense crimson energy stream, swallowed whole in one gulp like a whale gulping water. After finishing, she let out a satisfied burp. Then, she closed her eyes. Lu Yang took a few steps back, watching her silently as he waited for the evolution to begin. Chen Yao, lying nearby, instinctively held his breath. Though his heart had long since turned to ashes, he couldn't help but want to witness the sacred and magnificent evolution of this legendary angel after devouring the heart of an epic succubus. In his imagination, perhaps holy light would descend from the heavens, perhaps an angelic choir would resound from the clouds, perhaps. Yet, nothing happened. The anticipated scene of divine light flooding the land and auspicious omens descending never materialized. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The valley remained utterly still. Zero's tiny body floated motionless in midair, as if he'd simply fallen asleep after eating his fill. A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Yao's eyes. Failed? But Lu Yang's expression remained calm. He was waiting. Waiting for that swallowed energy to erupt completely. Finally. Buzz. A dark aura, thick as ink and utterly opposed to the word holy, erupted violently from Zero's small body. That darkness, viscous, pure, and saturated with an aura of corruption and foreboding, seemed poised to devour every last shred of light in the heavens and earth. Like a vast black curtain, it instantly shrouded the entire valley, completely blocking out the glow of the campfire and the moonlight on the horizon. Absolute darkness. Absolute stillness. Chen Yao realized with horror that he could see nothing. He stretched out his hand, yet couldn't even see his own fingers. It was as if he had been imprisoned within a cage made of pure darkness. Then, SSSSH. Black light patterns began to glow on the ground. Like venomous snakes possessed of life, these patterns swiftly spread and intertwined. Within mere seconds, they formed a vast, incredibly intricate black rune array covering the entire valley floor. Each rune within the array pulsed with a twisted, unnatural beauty as if bearing the personal signature of a demon god. A single glance sent dizziness reeling through one's mind, as if the soul itself was being sucked into its depths. The array began to rotate slowly. Woo-woo. Wails that seemed to rise from the depths of hell, the collective cries of countless souls, echoed throughout the valley. Those twisted shadows began to struggle and dance frantically. They extended ethereal arms, making gestures of worship toward the center of the array, the little girl suspended mid-air. This scene, how could it be the evolution of an angel? This was clearly the descent of a demon god. At the very heart of the magic circle, Zero's body was lifted high by the boundless darkness energy. Behind her, the once pure and flawless little wings had now been stained a pure, unadulterated ink black. Thick, dark energy wrapped around her small form like a cocoon, layer upon layer. Ultimately, it formed a colossal dark egg, its surface flowing with countless black runes, pulsing like a heart. Thud. Thud. Thump. With each beat of the colossal egg, the entire valley trembled. That aura, sinister, corrupt, yet commanding, grew ever stronger, ever more terrifying. Chen Yao, lying on the ground, gazed through the thick darkness at this terrifying spectacle, as if a mythical demon god had descended. His already shattered psyche received the most fatal blow. Every worldview, every belief, was utterly shattered in that instant. He seemed to go dumb, his mouth beginning to mutter uncontrollably. Angels are fake. Light is fake. All fake. It's demons, it's the real demons. That enormous egg continued to beat rhythmically. Each beat resounded like a war drum, thundering through the deathly silent valley. The massive rune array on the ground flickered with light, as if channeling its final energy toward the impending new life. Lu Yang stood quietly outside the array, his gaze serene as he observed everything. On his Abyss contract system panel, the status information regarding Zero was frantically refreshing and changing. The energy level surged upward at an exponential rate. Finally, at the instant the giant egg's heartbeat reached its peak. Snap. A faint, crisp sound. A minute crack appeared on the smooth, mirror-like surface of the giant egg. Crack crack crack. Then a second, a third. Countless cracks spread across the giant egg's surface like a spider web. An aura of darkness seeped from the cracks, more terrifying, more noble, and more pure than before. Chen Yao, lying on the ground, was already suffocating under the pressure of this aura. He could only lie there like a dead fish, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth. He was fortunate not to have been scared to death on the spot, for he would remain as the first witness to the birth of a true queen. Boom! Accompanied by a shattering sound of extreme clarity. The massive dark egg exploded with a thunderous roar. But the expected spectacle of energy surging forth did not materialize. Every fragment of the ink-black, explosive darkness, the moment it flew outward, seemed summoned by some absolute will, violently contracting inward. All darkness, all runes, all wailing phantoms within a thousandth of a second were instantly sucked back into the ritual's center. As if, in that instant, the light of the entire world reignited. Or as if all darkness had condensed into that single point. The light faded. A petite figure once again floated suspended mid-air above the valley. It was Zero. Her form had not changed significantly, still as small as the palm of a hand, delicate as a porcelain doll. Yet, everything was different now. Her silver hair shone brighter, each strand seeming to flow with moonlight. The wings behind her remained predominantly ink-black, yet their tips had quietly taken on a dark purple hue, mysterious and noble, like amethyst. The most striking change, however, was in her eyes. No longer the feigned innocence of one untouched by the world. Nor the unmasked greed seen when devouring cores. Instead, they held a lofty, detached gaze. As if a deity were surveying the masses below. In her eyes, all things were but ants. It was the gaze innate to a queen. Chapter 19, The Evolved Queen. After her rebirth, Zero slowly opened her eyes. She seemed somewhat unaccustomed to this brand new body. Curiosity drew her gaze to her tiny hands. Then, her eyes casually drifted toward Chen Yao, who stood frozen in terror nearby. She merely waved her hand lightly, casually. As if swatting away an annoying fly. Whoosh! A black blade, compressed from pure shadow energy, shot silently from her hand. Its speed was beyond measure. It whizzed past Chen Yao's cheek, slicing off a few strands of his hair. Then it slammed into the distant stone wall. SSSSH. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a soft sound, like a hot knife cutting through butter. On the rock wall, hard as steel, impervious even to blades, a clean, mirror-smooth cut appeared in an instant. Deep within the incision lay utter darkness, as if the very fabric of space had been cleaved by this strike. The increase in power was overwhelming. A qualitative leap. After accomplishing all this, Ling seemed as though she had merely done something trivial. She didn't even spare Chen Yao another glance. Slowly, she turned her head. That queenly, indifferent gaze finally settled upon the only being in this valley who had remained standing from beginning to end. Her master, Liu Yang. Their eyes met. Zero hovered mid-air, scrutinizing Liu Yang with her queenly, indifferent gaze. She was no longer that weak being who needed to disguise herself or curry favor. Zero had just undergone a qualitative transformation, her power surging tenfold, no, far beyond that. Now, she possessed the full authority to reassess the man before her as an equal, or even from a position of superiority. She was searching. She sought to find a trace of the emotion she craved to see on Liu Yang's face, in his eyes. If any emotion surfaced even for a fleeting instant, she could find a weakness, a bargaining chip to exploit within this twisted relationship. But she was disappointed. Completely and utterly disappointed. Liu Yang's gaze remained as still as water. It was the kind of calmness that resembled a deep, still well. As if her earlier strike, one powerful enough to cleave space itself, was, in his eyes, nothing more than a child playing with mud. As if the regal aura she radiated now was nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing past him. Trivial. Liu Yang's face showed no surprise, no greed, and certainly no fear. Not even a trace of satisfaction or relief. It was as if all of this had always been meant to be. As if her evolution, her growing strength, had all been within his most precise calculations. A math problem whose answer was known in advance. No matter how spectacular the journey, the outcome remained unchanged. Liu Yang didn't even rush to inspect her new form after evolution like other beast masters, nor did he inquire about her new abilities. He simply, as always, after completing all his tasks, slowly extended his hand toward his little pet. A gentle smile touched his lips. That smile was identical to everyone he'd ever given her to comfort her. Good work. He murmured, his voice soft yet clear enough for Zero to hear. Come back. The tone, that sense of natural authority, did not resemble a master addressing a divine weapon whose power had surged dramatically. Nor did it resemble a beast master addressing a powerful companion whose sudden surge in strength might pose a threat. It felt more like an ordinary owner calling a puppy that had just flawlessly completed its training sitting, shaking hands exactly as instructed. With a hint of casual approval and an unquestionable command. This extreme calm, this air of absolute certainty, like an invisible cold current, instantly shattered all the pride and indifference Ling had just built up. An unprecedented chill surged up from the deepest recesses of her soul. She suddenly realized a terrifying truth. No matter how powerful she became, no matter how she evolved. It seemed she could never escape this man's grasp. He was like a boundless, dark universe. And she, no matter how fiercely she burned or how vast she grew, remained but a tiny star within that universe, one forever bound by its gravitational pull, unable to escape. The secrets hidden within him were 10,000 times deeper than she had ever imagined. Zero's queenly, indifferent gaze shattered inch by inch. The aura of superiority radiating from her body ebbed away like a receding tide. She withdrew all her probing, all her assessments. She reverted to her docile, gentle, harmless form. Fanning her jet-black wings, their tips tinged with an eerie purple, she landed softly on Liu Yang's broad, warm palm. She lowered her head, nuzzling Liu Yang's fingers affectionately with her smooth forehead. Just as always. But this time, in the depths of her lowered eyes, seemingly filled with adoration, a subtle thread of awe had quietly emerged, a feeling she herself hadn't even noticed. It was the most primal emotion a weaker being could feel toward a stronger one. In the valley, the unnatural dark energy had completely retreated. At that very moment, in Liu Yang's mind, the long-dormant Abyss contract system suddenly popped up with a series of brand new notification messages. The messages were crimson, carrying a warning tone. Ding! Detected contract partner 0 has completed the first Abyssal Baptism evolution. Calculating Abyss feedback settlement based on evolution quality. Sacrifice quality, perfect heart of the Traitor epic tier spirit origin core. Feedback multiplier, 10x maximum. Settlement complete. The next second, a surge of energy more colossal and purer than any previous instance gushed like a burst dam through the contract link between him and Zero, violently flooding back into his body. Partial dark essence feedback to host. Your mental power ceiling has been significantly raised. Your physical strength has been greatly enhanced. Your affinity with abyssal energy has greatly increased. You have mastered a portion of your contract partner's skills, Shadow Blade Basic. A sensation of warmth, comfort, and immense power instantly enveloped every fiber of Liu Yang's being. Liu Yang could distinctly feel every cell in his body rejoicing, leaping with delight. His strength surged at a visible pace. If he had been a trickling stream before, then now he was a surging river. This sensation of growing stronger was intoxicating, utterly captivating. However, just as he was immersed in the euphoria brought by this power, the final and most jarring system notification popped up. Warning, your Abyss corruption level has increased. Current corruption level 1. Chapter 20, The Thought of Slaughter. Corruption level? This was the first time Liu Yang had seen this entirely new attribute on the system panel. 1. What did this number signify? The moment doubt flickered in his mind. A sudden, drastic change occurred. A bone-chilling aura, utterly different from the earlier warmth, erupted without warning from the deepest recesses of his soul. That aura brimmed with savagery, cruelty, destruction, and boundless indifference. It felt as though the abyss itself had opened its eyes, fixing him with a merciless, unblinking stare. In an instant, countless thoughts of bloodshed and slaughter flashed through Liu Yang's mind. He wanted to tear everything before him to shreds. He wanted to crush the worthless creature still clinging to life on the ground. He wanted to hear the sound of bones shattering, to witness the beautiful sight of blood blooming. He wanted the entire world to bow at his feet or be utterly destroyed by him. These thoughts came so suddenly, so violently, so temptingly. His human emotions seemed to be stripped away to their very core in that instant. The calm in his eyes was replaced by a barely perceptible crimson hue. Instinctively, he raised his hand. That hand trembled faintly, driven by extreme excitement and a craving for destruction. With a single thought, he could crush Chen Yao, who lay utterly dazed on the ground, into a pulp. And he would relish every second of it. But, just 1 second before he acted, a will as unyielding as iron erupted from the depths of his soul. Get lost! A silent roar erupted from his heart. Buzz! The crimson glint in his eyes vanished instantly. The violent thoughts in his mind receded like a tide. Reason reclaimed its high ground. A fine sheen of cold sweat beaded on Liu Yang's forehead. He stared at his own hand, still trembling slightly, then glanced down at Chen Yao on the ground, who had soiled himself in terror. Liu Yang's gaze grew deeper and more complex than it had ever been before. He understood. The Abyss contract system had granted him unparalleled power. But this power came at a price. As the Abyss endowed him with power, it relentlessly sought to erode him, assimilate him, transforming him into a demon driven solely by absolute rationality and a desire for destruction. That single point of corruption was proof enough. Once this path was chosen, there was no turning back. Either he would master the Abyss, or he becomes the Abyss. Liu Yang slowly withdrew his trembling hand and clenched it into a fist. The murderous intent within his heart had not dissipated. It was merely suppressed deeper within his heart by an even stronger will and colder rationality. He knew things were about to get more interesting. The enemies he faced were no longer just the fools outside, but himself. Dawn. The first rays of dawn pierced through the forest's miasma, spilling into the circular valley that resembled a tomb, coating the cold black rocks with a false warmth. Liu Yang exhaled a long, heavy breath. The restlessness born of the abyss's corruption had been utterly suppressed deep within his heart. His gaze regained its usual calm, even more profound than before. He glanced at Chen Yao, now a broken shell of a man lying on the ground. Kill him? That would be too easy for him. Besides, a corpse held far less value than a living captive. Bringing back a deranged city lord's son to Blackstone City, what a fascinating spectacle that would be. It would be enough to drive that old fox Chen baddie into distraction, exposing his weaknesses left and right. Lu Yang swung a shadow blade, severing Chen Yao's hands. He casually disposed of the mangled corpse and paid him no further mind. He knew the other factions drawn by the rare treasure would soon follow the trail to this place. These people would rescue the young master, now driven mad by terror. As for himself, he needed to slip away before that happened. It's time to go home, Ling. Lu Yang whispered to Zero on his palm. Home. Zero responded with a cheerful tone. As if, for her, simply being with her master was the happiest thing, no matter where they went. On the way back to Blackstone City, Zero's demeanor was more attentive and loyal than ever before. Without needing Lu Yang's prompting, she proactively extended an imperceptibly subtle sensory field. Like the most sophisticated radar, she scanned every subtle movement in the surroundings ahead of Lu Yang. Master, 300 meters ahead on the left, there's a nest of burrowing worms. Shall we bypass them? Their slime might soil your shoes. Master, there's a human-faced spider's web on that tree ahead. Let's go around to the right, it's safer there. Master, are you tired? Would you like Zero to sing for you? Zero embodied the image of an exquisitely attentive companion to perfection, beyond reproach. When some blind little monsters blocked their path, she didn't even need Lu Yang's command. Just a cold glance swept over them, and the terrifying aura of the fallen queen was enough to send those lowly creatures running for their lives in sheer terror. Lu Yang, playing his part perfectly, acted like an ordinary owner doting on his beloved pet. Zero was amazing learning reconnaissance so quickly. He would lavish praise without reservation, simultaneously extending a finger to gently scratch Ling's chin. Our Ling is such a little genius. Thank goodness for Ling, otherwise I'd have stepped right into that spiderweb. But they both knew it deep down. Beneath this facade of harmony lay a silent struggle. Zero performed even more earnestly, driven by the growing reverence and apprehension within her heart. She couldn't fathom this master. So she could only hide her increasingly intense desire to uncover the truth and protect herself with ever more perfect disguises. Lu Yang, too, played along with her act more readily, driven by the quiet vigilance rising within him. He knew Zero's power was no longer what it once was. A more powerful tool meant a more dangerous ally. He needed to maintain this fragile equilibrium through gradual, insidious means like boiling a frog in lukewarm water until he possessed absolute certainty either he could fully control her, or he could erase her entirely. The next day, Lu Yang slipped back into Blackstone City through that secluded side gate, his return as silent as the night. He didn't linger on the streets, heading straight back to his humble home. Thud! He slammed the door shut, sealing out all the clamor of the outside world. He exhaled a long, deep breath. This hunting expedition, though marred by an unexpected incident involving abyssal corruption, had ultimately achieved its objectives flawlessly. He stripped off his leather armor, caked in mud and the scent of blood, preparing to boil some water for a thorough wash. He didn't know. The very moment he closed the door. South of the city, in the underground black market. In a secret chamber, the ball-like merchant Chen Duo listened intently to his subordinate's report. Chapter 21, Chen Yao gone mad. Boss, latest intel. Yesterday evening, a scouting squad from the Li family discovered Chen Yao of the City Lord's mansion in the rocky valley of the middle layer of the monster forest. Oh? Chen Duo didn't even lift his eyelids. Found him? Found him. But something's terribly off. The man's voice carried a hint of unmasked astonishment. Reportedly, when found, Chen Yao was rolling naked in the mud by himself, both hands severed. Covered in filth, he kept screaming words like demon, fake, and heart completely mad. Crazy? Chen Duo's fingers tapping the armrest stopped. Completely mad. The man nodded in confirmation. When the Li family brought him back, he bit anyone who came near, like a rabid dog. Lord Qin Badian summoned the city's finest healers and mental stabilizers overnight, but it was useless. They say his mental core has completely collapsed. What about the men he took with him? All gone. The man's voice dropped even lower. Iron Mountain and Ghost Hand from the Blood Wolf mercenary group were found dead this morning on the forest's outskirts. Their deaths were gruesome, as if they'd been scared to death by something. Not a single one of Chen Yao's own men returned. As for the other factions drawn in, they all suffered losses to varying degrees. Everyone says the forest is haunted, but no one knows exactly what happened. A brief silence fell over the chamber. Only the pale blue smoke of sandalwood incense rose slowly. Chen Duo slowly opened his eyes. Those small eyes, usually narrowed, now seemed to be calculating something. He said nothing, merely extending 3 stubby fingers. The attendant immediately understood, retrieving 3 files from a hidden compartment nearby and presenting them respectfully. The first file documented intelligence gathered days prior, Liu Yang's purchase of a hunting kit on the black market. Pungent herb powder, corpse oil, spider demon silk. The second file documented the spread of rumors about rare treasures circulating within Blackstone City. Origin, Mercenary Guild. Distribution channels, major mercenary companies and family scions. Key figure, Chen Yao. The third dossier documented the movements of both Liu Yang and Chen Yao. Chen Yao entered the forest conspicuously. Liu Yang slipped out of the city through a small gate, both heading in the same direction. After the incident, Liu Yang returned safely, while Chen Yao's entire squad was wiped out and he himself went mad. Chen Duo spread the 3 files out one by one on the rosewood table before him. He studied these seemingly unrelated pieces of information, yet somehow connected by an invisible thread. His breathing grew heavy. He picked up the first file. Stinging grass capable of enraging specific demons and creating chaos. He picked up the second file. Rumors, the finest tool for driving prey into predetermined hunting grounds. Finally, he picked up the third file. A director, slipping in unnoticed, slipping out unseen. And the actors on stage either dead or mad. He laid the 3 files side by side. Every clue, every doubt, at this moment, pointed to a conclusion so clear it couldn't be clearer. A conclusion that made even his own scalp tingle and sent chills down his spine. This was no accident. Nor was it any kind of haunting. This was a meticulously planned, flawless murder. A hunt orchestrated from start to finish by a single figure behind the scenes, a work of art in its own right. And the director of this hunt was the one and only hunter. That very same youth, Liu Yang, the one who became the laughingstock of the entire city during the awakening ceremony. Whoa! Even Chen Duo, the black market lord who'd weathered countless storms, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath upon reaching this conclusion. Shock. Unparalleled shock. Immediately, that shock transformed into uncontrollable excitement. A youth who could endure 3 years in the depths of despair without revealing a single trace of his true self. A strategist who calculated human nature, public opinion, the habits of monstrous beings, and the perfect alignment of time and place. A vengeful figure whose methods were ruthless, whose resolve was unshakable, and whose actions were flawlessly executed. The future value of such a person, how immeasurable it will be. This was no longer a promising prospect. He is a vast gold mine yet to be discovered by anyone. What does he need most right now? Resources. Intelligence. An ally who could provide him with convenience when he needed it. And he possessed all of these things himself. Ha! Chen Duo suddenly chuckled softly, his laughter making the fat on his body quiver. How amusing. Truly amusing. Chen Badian, oh Chen Badian. You think you control everything, yet you have no idea what kind of formidable dragon you've been nurturing right under your nose. The smile vanished from his face in an instant. Replaced by the sharp, decisive focus of a businessman making a major investment decision. Chen Duo turned to the attendant beside him and ordered in a deep voice. Go. Fetch that box of Yunding Spirit tea I keep in storage. Prepare an anonymous gold card with 1,000 gold coins deposited. Prepare the carriage. The attendant froze. Sir, are you? Chen Duo rose from his rocking chair, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. A helping hand in times of need is always more valuable than adding flowers to brocade. I intend to pay a personal visit to this future luminary. Remember, it's a visit. Knock. Knock knock. A polite yet measured knock shattered the quiet within the small hut. Liu Yang was meditating, trying to familiarize himself with the power within him that still felt somewhat uncontrollable. He opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. Who could it be? He had few friends in this city. And certainly no visitors who would come calling at this hour. He walked to the door but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he peered through the crack. Outside stood a middle-aged man as round as a ball, wearing a fawning smile. Behind him followed a tall, lanky fellow holding an exquisitely crafted rosewood gift box. Liu Yang's pupils contracted imperceptibly. Chen Duo, the master of the underground black market. What was he doing here? A flurry of thoughts flashed through Liu Yang's mind, yet his expression remained impassive. He slowly opened the door. May I ask who you are? Liu Yang asked in a tone laced with caution and confusion. Oh my, you must be young Mr. Liu Yang. Chen Duo's smile instantly grew even brighter. His stout frame leaned forward slightly, adopting an exceedingly humble posture. Please forgive my abrupt visit. I am Chen Duo, a humble shopkeeper at the treasure pavilion in the southern part of the city. I've long admired your reputation, young Master Liu. He kept his posture extremely low. He kept calling himself an old man and addressing Liu as esteemed young master, as if he were truly a wealthy neighbor admiring a hero from afar. Had Liu Yang not known his true identity, he might well have been deceived by this affable facade. Chapter 22, Shopkeeper Chen's Investment. Shopkeeper Chen? Do we know each other? You may not know me, but I certainly know you, young master. Chen Duo chuckled heartily, stepping aside to let his assistant come forward. This is a token of my humble regards, nothing grand, but a gesture of goodwill. The shop assistant promptly stepped forward, presenting a rosewood gift box. I've long heard of Brother Lu Tianming's unparalleled heroism and radiant presence, though I regrettably missed meeting him in person back then. Now, witnessing your composure during the awakening ceremony unflappable even as a mountain crumbled before you truly proves the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. This old man is deeply impressed. Truly impressed. He made no mention of the forest or Chen Yao. He positioned himself solely as a kind-hearted merchant who admired heroes and appreciated the younger generation. The reason for the gift? To support the descendants of heroes. This reason is so straightforward and above-board that it leaves no room for refusal or suspicion. Masterful. Lu Yang silently gave his assessment. He didn't immediately accept the gift, but calmly looked at Chen Duo. One shouldn't accept favors without merit. Manager Chen, we are neither kin nor friends. I cannot accept such a generous gift. Ah, my dear nephew, you speak too humbly. Chen Duo waved his hands hastily, his expression utterly sincere. This is no grand gift. It's merely a token of respect from this old man to Brother Lu Tianming. Back in the day, if it weren't for Brother Lu leading the charge to repel the beast tied outside the city, how could small-time merchants like us enjoy such good days today? Besides, my visit today is not only to express my respect but also to make friends with you, my dear nephew. His gaze fixed on Lu Yang's eyes as his tone grew profound. I'm no great shakes myself, but I've got plenty of friends and keep my ear to the ground. My dear nephew, you're destined to soar like a dragon among men. But before a dragon takes flight, it always needs friends who can help clear away the pebbles on the ground, wouldn't you agree? The message was crystal clear. He was hinting that he could provide intelligence and assistance. This was an angel investment. Lu Yang fell silent for a moment. He knew that since the other party had come to him today, it meant he had already guessed the truth with near certainty. Denial would be pointless, only making him look guilty. Admitting it would be foolish, handing over leverage to the other party. The best response was to remain silent. Since it was a token of Mr. Qian's goodwill, this junior would be rude to refuse. Lu Yang finally relented, accepting the heavy gift box. This also signified his acceptance of Chen Duoduo's extended goodwill. Seeing this, Chen Duoduo's smile grew even more sincere. He knew that dealing with intelligent people was just that simple. Many things needn't be spelled out. Excellent. My dear nephew has honored me with his presence. This is the greatest favor you could bestow. His purpose fulfilled, he saw no need to linger further lest he become a nuisance. This old man won't disturb your seclusion any longer. In the future, in Blackstone City, if there's anything you need from Chen Duo, just ask. This is my token of trust. He drew from his robe a smooth jade pendant engraved with the character Duo and handed it to Lu Yang. Seeing this jade pendant is like seeing me in person. Having done all this, he prepared to take his leave. Just as he turned and was about to step out the door, he seemed to suddenly recall something, turning back as if by chance to utter a single sentence. His voice was soft, yet it struck like a well-aimed stone thrown into a tranquil lake. Oh, right, my dear nephew. Things have been unsettled in the city lately. Young people have that drive. Adventuring in the forest is commendable. But, he paused, glancing sideways at Lu Yang inside the room. Make sure you tie up all loose ends. I hear that Chen Badian, the city commander of the city guard, has been in a real bind lately because of his son. He's already sent out several teams to secretly investigate any clues. With that, he let out a hearty laugh, turned, and left with his assistant. Lu Yang stood at the doorway, watching Chen Duoduo's bulky figure disappear around the corner of the alley. He understood this final hint was both a warning and a pledge of loyalty. Chen Duo was telling him, I know you did it, but I'll keep an eye on the city lord's movements for you. Lu Yang closed the door and returned inside. He opened the rosewood gift box. Inside lay a box of top-grade Yunding Lingcha tea, its aroma filling the air. Beneath the tea cake lay a plain black card, devoid of any markings. This was a black market universal bearer gold card. The amount stored within was undoubtedly substantial. He tucked away the gold card and jade pendant, his expression growing complex. He knew. From this day forward, in this isolated and helpless Blackstone City, he finally had an ally, one he couldn't fully trust, yet one who would prove extremely useful. 3 days later. Demon Forest, Boulder Valley. Calm had returned to this place. The wind had scattered the scent of blood. Rain washed away the traces on the ground. Everything seemed as though nothing had ever happened. Yet, a true master could still detect a faint, lingering scent of death and darkness in the air and soil. Whoosh! 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 A dozen agile figures appeared silently at the valley entrance, swift as cheetahs. They wore uniform black battle attire, their chests embroidered with the emblem of crossed blades. The Black Sword Guard, the most elite armed force of Blackstone City, directly under the command of the city lord's mansion. Each one was a battle-hardened bronze-ranked warrior. Yet now, these Black Sword Guards who usually look down on everyone followed a middle-aged man with utmost respect. The man was tall and imposing, clad in heavy black iron armor. A thick beard framed his face, and his brow radiated the stern authority and intimidating presence of one long accustomed to command. Merely standing there, he radiated a mountain-like, heavy aura that made the surrounding air feel thick and viscous. He was Chen Badian, the de facto ruler of Blackstone City, the captain of the city guard, and a silver-ranked powerhouse. After his son Chen Yao was found in a deranged state and then mysteriously died in his bed the very next day, this tyrant of Blackstone City finally led the investigation personally. He would uncover the truth. He would find the murderer. Then, he would tear them to pieces. Chen Badian paid no heed to his subordinates' inquiries. He simply closed his eyes, sensing the world around him in his own way. The mental power of a silver-ranked powerhouse surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire valley. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto an inconspicuous mound of earth in the corner of the valley. The soil there bore signs of disturbance. "Dig it up!" His voice was hoarse, filled with suppressed rage. Two black sword guards immediately stepped forward, swiftly digging with their entrenching tools. Soon, a body began to emerge, already decomposing, yet still vaguely recognizable. It was Wu, the assistant who had disappeared alongside Chen Yao. Chapter 23, Chen Baishan's Citywide Martial Law. Chen Badian didn't even glance at the corpse. His gaze was fixed intently on the patch of dug-up earth beside Wu's body. There, lying quietly, was a severed hand. On the severed hand was a ring Chen Badian knew all too well. It was the gift he had given his son, and now his son's hand had been severed. Boom! A murderous intent so terrifying it felt like a volcanic eruption surged violently from Chen Baishan's body. The temperature of the entire valley seemed to plummet to freezing point in that instant. The black sword guards surrounding him all took a step back in the face of this killing intent, their faces turning deathly pale, even breathing becoming difficult. Chen Badian walked forward step by step, slowly crouching down. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, fixed intently on the severed hand. He did not touch the severed hand. Instead, he extended his hand, gently sweeping it over the patch of soil soaked in blood. As a silver-ranked earth attribute beast master, his perception of the earth far surpassed that of ordinary people. He could see the lingering energy traces within this patch of earth. The faint energy lingering from his son. And the chaotic shadow energy of an epic tier succubus. And there was another aura extremely faint, yet so pure it made his heart tremble, an aura of darkness and the abyss. That aura was saturated with depravity, unearthly strangeness, and a sense of supreme, exalted status. Such power was beyond the reach of ordinary demons. In fact, it was purer and more ancient than any dark creature he had ever known. Chen Badian understood instantly. His son hadn't died in some accident, nor had he fallen victim to the machinations of rival factions. He had perished at the hands of a mysterious being wielding formidable dark power. Arg! The grief and rage he had suppressed for so long finally erupted into a roar that shook the heavens. Chen Badian clutched the severed hand and howled at the heavens. That roar, filled with boundless murderous intent and the agony of losing his son, caused the entire valley to tremble, sending countless fragments of rock cascading down from the cliffs. The surrounding black sword guards all dropped to one knee, heads bowed low, not daring to look upon the face of this enraged lion. A long time passed. The roar gradually subsided. Chen Badian slowly rose to his feet. The sorrow on his face had vanished. In its place now lay a coldness and ferocity as icy as a 1,000-year glacier. In a tone devoid of emotion, like a verdict being pronounced, he issued an order to the black sword guards behind him. "Transmit my order. Seal all gates of Blackstone City immediately. No one enters or leaves. The entire city is under martial law. Search every single house. Any beastmaster who has awakened dark, shadow, undead, or related attributes regardless of rank or status, every single one of them, bring them all to the dungeons of the city lord's mansion." A black sword guard captain hesitated, cautiously asking, "Lord, might this cause panic?" Chen Baishan's gaze instantly fixed upon him. His gaze was as cold as ice, as if he were looking at a dead man. "Did you not hear my orders?" "Yes, sir." The captain trembled violently, daring not to utter another word. Chen Badian turned away, clutching the severed hand, and stepped out of the valley one step at a time. His voice, like that of a demon god, echoed long in the valley. "I care not who he is, nor what lies behind him. I, Chen Badian, swear. I will dig him out from under the earth. Make him wish he were dead. Make him pay with his life for my son." Blackstone City was gripped by fear. The moment Chen Badian, a figure like a wounded lion, returned to the city lord's residence from outside the city, radiating overwhelming fury and murderous intent. Everyone knew the sky was about to change. In the council hall of the city lord's residence, the atmosphere was as oppressive as solidified iron. All servants and guards kept their heads bowed, not daring to breathe a word. Chen Badian sat in the seat of honor, his face as dark as storm clouds. Before him lay a dossier of intelligence reports. It detailed all recent public and covert intelligence concerning his son, Chen Yao. One name stood out, circled heavily in red ink. Lu Yang. Awakening ceremony triggers anomalies, yet abandoned by epic spirit. Engaged in a heated argument with my son at the apothecary. Spread rumors about rare treasures, luring my son into the forest. My son perished by an exceedingly peculiar dark power from the abyss. Chen Badian stared at these clues, his eyes burning with a flame that mingled reason and madness. No direct evidence. All the clues were merely circumstantial evidence, mere conjecture. Under normal circumstances, he might have pursued a more cautious approach to investigation and verification. But now, the agony of losing his son had stripped him of all patience. He didn't need evidence. He only needed a target for his suspicion. A target upon which he could unleash all his rage and hatred. That was enough. Attendant. He slammed his fist down on the table, instantly covering the heavy desk made of century-old ironwood with spiderweb-like cracks. A captain of the Black Sword Guards immediately dropped to one knee. My lord. In the name of the Lord of Blackstone City, issue a Class A warrant. Chen Baishan's voice was cold and ruthless, devoid of any emotion. Wanted criminal, Liu Yang. Charged with practicing forbidden dark sorcery and brutally murdering multiple mercenaries and the son of a city lord. My lord. The captain's heart lurched. Hesitantly, he added, but we lack concrete evidence. Issuing a Class A warrant outright may invite criticism from the mercenary guild and other clans. Evidence? Chen Badian sneered coldly, his laughter brimming with arrogance and contempt. In Blackstone City, my word, Chen Baishan's word, is proof. If I say it's him, then it's him. Whoever dares to question it will be arrested and thrown into the death dungeon. He rose to his feet, striding to the center of the hall. His gaze fixed on the portrait of Liu Yang, a face still bearing traces of youth. I don't care if he's the real murderer. I want him dead. I'll make sure every soul in this city knows what happens to anyone who lays a finger on my son, Chen Badian. I will use his blood to honor my son's spirit in heaven. Wanted posters plastered the streets and alleys of Blackstone City overnight. The portrait of Liu Yang was stared at by countless pairs of eyes. Beneath it lay the shocking charges and a bounty so staggering it would drive any desperate criminal mad. Suspected of practicing forbidden arts? Murder of the city lord's son? Good heavens, it's that Liu Yang. I knew something was off the day he awoke. That purple light was downright sinister. Under the deliberate guidance of certain individuals, the public's murmurs rapidly escalated. Former sympathy and ridicule instantly transformed into greed and hostility in the face of the city lord's authority and the enormous bounty offered. Liu Yang, once a forgotten outcast, was now branded a demonic heretic, hunted by all. Chapter 24, Class A Wanted Notice. The city gates were sealed shut. Squad after squad of fully armed city guards, portraits in hand, swept through the city like locusts, conducting a thorough, door-to-door search. The atmosphere reached a peak of tense, murderous tension. A net woven from brute force and tyranny rapidly closed in over Blackstone City. West of the city, a dilapidated courtyard. Liu Yang's home. He had just finished his meditation and was sensing the subtle imbalance within his body caused by the abyssal corruption. He knew he needed time to adapt and master it. At that very moment, a paper crane fluttered its wings, slipping silently through the window crack. This was Qian Duoduo's most urgent method of communication. Liu Yang extended his hand, and the crane landed smoothly in his palm before unfolding itself into a small note. The note contained only a few hastily scrawled words, the handwriting rushed and hurried. Chen Badian has targeted you. Class A Wanted Notice. City-wide manhunt. Evacuate immediately. Liu Yang stared at the words on the note, his expression unchanged. Calm. Still that heart-stopping kind of calm. As if what was written there wasn't life or death intelligence about himself, but merely an insignificant shopping list. He had anticipated this long ago. The moment he decided to take action against Chen Yao, he had already foreseen today's outcome. Chen Baishan's fury, the city-wide manhunt. All of it had been within his calculations. Only, it had come faster and more violently than he had anticipated. The days of tranquility were over. Liu Yang murmured softly, crumpling the note into dust with a flick of his fingers. The zero perched on his shoulder seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere. A flicker of excitement danced in her queenly, indifferent eyes. For her, chaos and crisis were far more thrilling than the mundane routine. Just then. Bang! 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 Outside, urgent and violent knocking echoed. Immediately followed by the guards' arrogant and impatient shouts. Listen up, you inside. We are the city guard. We have orders to search for a wanted criminal. Open the door immediately. Submit to inspection. If you don't open it now, we'll break it down. Listening to the arrogant shouts outside, Liu Yang slowly rose to his feet. He glanced at the little angel perched on his shoulder, its gaze just as icy, even brimming with eagerness. A cold, disdainful sneer slowly curled the corners of his mouth. A net that traps everything? That depends on what you're trapping. A mere minnow. Or a colossal dragon of the abyss. Abyssal dragon? Bang! 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 Heavy and violent thuds against the door, like the war drums of death, madly pounding through the silent night. Wood chips rained down from the weathered door. The guards outside had lost all patience. Final warning. Open the door now, or we shoot to kill. The sergeant's roar, thick with impatience and murderous intent, pierced through the door and echoed clearly inside the small room. The light inside was dim. Liu Yang stood in the center of the room, his face showing not a trace of panic. His gaze was as still as a bottomless, icy pool, reflecting the flickering torchlight outside without so much as a ripple. It was as if the fierce city guards outside weren't enemies come to capture him, but a troupe of ridiculous actors about to take the stage. The zero on his shoulder, too, shed its usual docility. Within those queenly, indifferent eyes, a flicker of excitement and a hunger for battle shone. Yet she remained utterly silent, fully obedient to Liu Yang's commands, waiting for his orders. After that hunting feast in the forest, her trust, or perhaps fear of this master had reached new heights. Boom! A thunderous crash. The door bolt snapped under the immense force. The entire wooden door swayed precariously. Now! Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yang turned and headed toward the darkest corner of the room. He yanked up the tattered rug on the floor. Beneath it lay a wooden plank indistinguishable from the surrounding floorboards. But Liu Yang merely gave it a light flick with his toe. The plank, long ago treated with a special technique, sprang upward silently, revealing a pitch-black square opening just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Below the opening lay a narrow escape passage leading to the abandoned cellar of the neighboring house. It was a passage he had painstakingly dug out with his bare hands over 3 months, working late into the night when all was quiet. He never believed in fate. He only believed that preparing for the worst would leave him a sliver of hope in the face of utter despair. Act! Liu Yang issued a concise command to Zero. A sinister, dark purple glow instantly flashed in Zero's eyes. She opened her small mouth and gently expelled a fist-sized energy sphere compressed from pure darkness energy. Shadow Bomb. Instead of flying toward the door, the orb floated gently to the very center of the room. Boom! At the very instant the wooden door was smashed open. The shadow bomb erupted with a thunderous blast. But it produced no destructive shockwave. Instead, it transformed into an intensely concentrated, highly disruptive dark energy that instantly engulfed the entire cabin. Ah! My eyes. What is this? I can't see. Toxic gas. Quick! Back off! The city guards who had rushed in were suddenly plunged into darkness, as if drenched in thick ink, instantly losing all vision. Their senses were severely disrupted by this pure, dark energy. A deafening buzz filled their ears, leaving them unable to hear or perceive anything. The entire world before them transformed into a void of unknown terror. Taking advantage of the few seconds of chaos created by Zero, Liu Yang, clutching Zero, slipped into the underground passageway with the agility and silence of a cat. He even found time to replace the wooden plank covering the tunnel entrance, restoring it to its original state. Charge in! The guard captain roared furiously outside the door. Seconds later, the effects of the dark energy gradually faded. The guards finally regained their sight and hearing. Arms raised, they cautiously charged into the empty hut. The room's furnishings were simple and immediately apparent. A bed, a table, a chair. Empty. Only a strange, acrid smell lingered in the air like the burnt residue after sulfur had burned. Where are they? The guard captain burst in, staring at the empty room and roared in disbelief. Search! Search every inch of this place. He must still be nearby. Several dozen meters away. In a foul-smelling, shadowy alleyway. The cellar exit was partially covered by a few broken planks. A hand pushed the boards aside silently from below. Liu Yang's figure emerged from the underground like a ghost. He brushed the dust from his clothes and cast a cold glance toward the distant chaos, the chaotic blaze engulfing his home's doorway and the city guards converging from all directions. The guards' shouts and curses, mingled with the barking of dogs, echoed from afar, a cacophony that sounded both chaotic and futile. Chapter 25. The safest place is the most dangerous. Zero poked his head out from Liu Yang's embrace and asked through their mental link. Master, where do we go now? Liu Yang's gaze turned toward the southern part of the city. That was where the underground black market operated. It was also the territory of his new acquaintance, Chen Duoduo. He knew that within the entire Blackstone city, she was the only one who dared to shelter him and the only one capable of helping him escape this prison. Only that shrewd merchant whose sense of smell was sharper than a hound's. Beneath Blackstone City. A world utterly different from the bustling, prosperous city above. Damp, gloomy, and foul-smelling. Such is the eternal theme of the sewers. Murky sewage flowed slowly through narrow passages, making a splashing sound. Drops fell from the moss-covered vaulted ceiling, striking the water's surface with a rhythmic echo of drip, drip. Occasionally, the squeaks of sewer rats, unafraid of humans, could be heard from the corners. Liu Yang navigated this labyrinthine underground world. Zero in his arms seemed to dislike the smell here intensely, covering her nose with her tiny wings in disgust. Yet she remained quiet, offering no complaints. The terrain here was intricate and complex, spreading like a spider's web throughout the entire city. For the city guards, this was a blind spot in their search. But for Liu Yang, it was another map he knew like the back of his hand. His past life as a corporate drone, spent playing survival games, had instilled in him an almost obsessive fixation on planning escape routes and mastering terrain. Over the past 3 years, he had not only dug tunnels beneath his own home but also used the dead of night to thoroughly map out the entire sewer system of Blackstone City. He had long prepared every conceivable escape route for himself. In the distance, muffled dog barks and guard shouts could still be heard through the ventilation shafts above ground. The sounds seemed to come from another world. The surface was a web of traps. Beneath it lay his temporary refuge. Lu Yang didn't linger. He skillfully navigated several junctions before finally arriving beside a relatively dry reservoir. This was one of the dead drop locations he and Chen Duo had agreed upon. He approached an inconspicuous wall, reached out, and tapped 3 times on the 5th brick from the left in the 3rd row. The brick caved inward with a click, revealing a pitch-black opening. Inside the opening lay a small iron box, no larger than the palm of a hand, tightly wrapped in oilcloth. Lu Yang retrieved the box and replaced the brick. He moved to a corner and, using the faint glow emanating from Ling, opened the box. Inside the box, there were no gold coins, no elixirs. Only a neatly folded piece of paper. The paper contained intelligence written in a secret code known only to Chen Duo and himself. Lu Yang's gaze swept across each line. His expression remained calm. But his heart sank, bit by bit. The intelligence was meticulously detailed, dissecting Chen Baishan's meticulously laid trap with brutal precision. First, 4 gates locked. The eastern, southern, western, and northern city gates have been taken over by Chen Baishan's personal guard. Guards are stationed every 3 steps, sentries every 5, equipped with demon-piercing crossbows capable of detecting energy fluctuations. Archers patrol the city walls around the clock. Not even a fly could escape. Second, citywide bounty. Class A wanted posters plastered throughout the city, with the bounty escalating from an initial 1,000 gold coins to 3,000 gold coins. Such a hefty reward has turned every bounty hunter and lone mercenary within the city into bloodthirsty wolves, their eyes glowing with greed. Third, sector-by-sector sweep. The city guard has divided the entire city into 12 sectors, conducting a thorough, indiscriminate search. They have the authority to break down any door and search any room. It is estimated that within 12 hours, the entire city will be turned upside down. Fourth, professional tracking. Chen Badian spent a fortune hiring the Scenthound mercenary corps from the royal capital. Their contracted partners are hellhound trios with extraordinary senses, exceptionally sensitive to energy signatures. They are expected to arrive in Blackstone City within 6 hours. Once they arrive, any trace you left within the city will be impossible to hide. Each piece of intelligence tightened like a noose, sealing off every single escape route Lu Yang had, one by one. Trying to force your way through the city gates? Impossible. Hide in a civilian residence? They'd be found quickly. Trying to use the sewers to buy time? The hellhound could track his lingering scent there too. He was trapped. Trapped, utterly trapped, within this colossal cage called Blackstone City. No escape above, no passage below. It was a dead end. Lu Yang slowly crumpled the love letter in his hand into dust. He remained silent for a long time. Zero, nestled in his arms, seemed to sense the heavy atmosphere and lay quietly, not uttering a sound. Just then, Lu Yang noticed a line of minuscule characters etched onto the bottom of the iron box, so small they nearly blended into the metal itself. It was Chen Duoduo's final words to him. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The black market cares not for origins, only for fists. Lu Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. There was one more place. A lawless zone where even the city lord's forces dare not tread lightly. The underground black market. Chen Badian would turn the entire city upside down, but he would never dare to touch Chen Duo and the intricate web of interests behind him. That place is the only safe haven within this cage. Of course, it was also an arena teeming with wolves and tigers. But for Lu Yang at this moment, this was his only option left. Half an hour later, Lu Yang stood at the entrance to the underground black market. Still that damp, moldy dead-end alley. The same loose wall tile. He tapped out the signal, one long, two short. The wall slid open silently. The air, thick with the mingled stench of sulfur and blood, washed over him once more. But this time, Lu Yang's state of mind was entirely different. Last time, he was a passing customer buying tools. This time, he was a fugitive seeking refuge. He pulled the wide hood of his cloak low over his head, obscuring most of his face, leaving only a jawline of hard, angular lines exposed. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into this underground realm of darkness. The black market bustled as always. Dimly lit passages were lined with faintly glowing phosphorescent stones. The light cast shifting shadows across every face. Here, there was no law, only rules. Rules established by Chen Duo and the mysterious forces behind him. Chapter 26, Underground Intelligence. Lu Yang moved through the crowded passageway like a ghost, silent and unseen. His gaze swept coolly over everything around him. He saw a mercenary, drunk as a skunk, clutching a half-beast creature, male or female, impossible to tell, mumbling incoherently. He spotted a hunchback thief, eyes darting like a fox's, scanning the crowd for his next mark. He saw an information broker conducting a shady deal in a corner with a steward from some noble house. He also saw many pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows, filled with scrutiny and danger. This place was a breeding ground for crime. Yet it was also a vacuum of order. The authority of the city guard held no sway here. Chen Baishan's wanted poster was nothing more than a piece of paper fit only for wiping one's backside. People recognized only gold coins and fists. Lu Yang didn't go to the treasure pavilion to find Xian Duo. Going to see him now would only cause him unnecessary trouble and expose myself. A wise ally doesn't need to be bothered with every little thing. Chen Duo had already pointed him in the right direction, the rest was up to him to navigate. Following the coded instructions Chen Duo had embedded in the intelligence, he navigated through a series of twists and turns, eventually reaching the deepest and most chaotic section of the black market. The air here was thicker with filth. The people passing by looked even more sinister. This was the slum of the black market. Finally, he stopped before a small, rickety wooden shack. A lame old man sat at the door. A terrifying scar ran from the old man's forehead all the way to the corner of his mouth, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. He was slowly trimming his nails with a small knife. This old man was the local kingpin of this area, known as Lame Wolf. He controlled every safe, rentable hideout in the area. Lu Yang approached him. Lame Wolf didn't even lift his head, merely asking in a voice as raspy as a broken bellows. Long-term or short-term? Long-term. Lu Yang's voice was equally low and heavy. 1 silver coin per day. Pay for the first month up front. Lame Wolf still didn't lift his head, as if stating the most natural thing in the world. This price could easily rent a decent apartment above ground. But on the black market, especially in this place where one could evade all pursuers, this price was fair. Lu Yang didn't haggle. He reached into his robe and pulled out a small money pouch, tossing it onto the table before Lame Wolf. Inside the pouch lay exactly 30 silver coins, no more, no less. This was the seed money Chen Duo had provided him through that dead mailbox. Clink. A crisp sound. Lame Wolf paused in the act of trimming his nails. He finally lifted his ferocious head, sizing up Lu Yang from head to toe with his cloudy, single eye. He didn't ask who Lu Yang was, nor why he had come here. He merely grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed and blackened teeth. That grin was uglier than a cry. Follow me. Lame Wolf stood up and, limping, led Lu Yang into a narrower, darker passageway behind the wooden hut. Along both sides of the passage hung row upon row of tightly shut, dilapidated wooden doors. He led Lu Yang to the very last door, unhooked a rusty key from his waist and tossed it to Lu Yang. This one. Remember the rules here. First, mind your own business. Second, don't make too much noise in your own den. Third, and most important. A flash of menace flickered in his single eye. Pay your rent on time. With that, he turned his attention away from Lu Yang and limped off. Lu Yang unlocked the door with his key. A musty odor, long uninhabited, hit him in the face. The room was small and sparse. A wooden plank bed, a table, a chair. It was almost identical to his home in the western part of the city. He stepped inside and closed the door. Thud. It shut out all the noise, filth, and danger outside. And it also shut out the net closing in on him from above. At last, he had a place he could temporarily call safe. A nest where he could catch his breath and plot his counterattack. Lu Yang didn't rest. From his chest, he pulled out another item purchased from the Lame Wolf. A map of Blackstone City's underground and surrounding areas, 100 times more detailed than his own beastskin chart. It not only revealed the black market's complete layout but also marked some unknown secret passages above ground. He slowly unfolded the map on the table. Zero, nestled in his arms, peered out curiously. Lu Yang's gaze moved slowly across the map. Finally, his fingers settled on several points marked in vivid red ink. This was the intelligence provided by Lame Wolf. The mandatory patrol routes for the city guard's shift changes, along with several vulnerable supply points. A cold smile curved the corners of Lu Yang's mouth. He hadn't come here to be a mouse hiding in a hole. He was here to be a wolf lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike back. The roles of hunter and prey were about to be reversed. Rain fell all night long. The icy rain washed over every filthy street of Blackstone City, yet it couldn't wash away the tense, murderous atmosphere that hung heavy in the air. West of the city, near Supply Point 3. A narrow, winding alleyway. This was the junction of two patrol zones, the most laxly guarded, easily overlooked blind spot. Pooled water in the alley reflected the flickering torchlight from the distant street corner, distorting everything into grotesque, surreal shadows. Murder lurked within this play of light and shadow. Lu Yang crouched motionless on the eaves of an abandoned house beside the alley, like a lifeless statue. Cold rainwater trickled down the edges of his cloak, yet he remained utterly still. He had maintained this same posture, waiting here for nearly an hour. Lu Yang's patience surpassed even the most seasoned hunters. Zero, nestled in his embrace, had also withdrawn all signs of life, lying still and obedient. Only those eyes, still bright in the darkness, occasionally flashed with a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Finally, a clatter of disorderly footsteps and a stream of curses and grumbling drew nearer from afar. Damn it! This lousy weather makes us patrol while that old bastard Chen Batian stays home drinking with his concubine. Keep your voice down. You want to die? What's there to fear? This godforsaken place is deserted. That kid Liu Yang is probably cowering in his rat hole, too scared to come out. Exactly. Because of him, we've been running non-stop these past few days, not getting a single moment of rest. A patrol squad of 5 city guards grumbled as they entered the narrow alley. Days of fruitless searches had left them exhausted, their vigilance at an all-time low. They didn't notice at all that the moment they stepped into this alley, death's sight had already been raised silently. Chapter 27, Hunt, then Frame. The squad formed a single file line as they navigated the narrow alley. The guard bringing up the rear yawned, about to raise his hand to rub his eyes. At that very instant, a hand, like a venomous snake, emerged silently from the shadows behind him. The hand clamped down on his mouth with deadly precision and speed. He didn't even have time to utter a sound. Then, a deep blue cold gleam, like a midnight meteor, instantly pierced the rain curtain, slicing his throat with pinpoint accuracy from the most treacherous angle. No unnecessary movements. Not a moment's hesitation. The guard's body stiffened abruptly, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. The hand covering his mouth did not immediately release its grip. Instead, with a deft maneuver, it silently dragged the softening corpse into a dark corner nearby. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. Nothing could be heard except the patter of raindrops and the distant whistling of the wind. The 4 guards walking ahead remained completely unaware. They continued their half-hearted grumbling and cursing. The procession moved forward. The second. It was the guard walking second to last. As he passed the dark corner, a foot suddenly shot out from the shadows, tripping him precisely at the ankle. He stumbled, his body lurching uncontrollably toward the adjacent wall. Just as he was about to crash into the wall with a thud, a pitch-black dagger shot from the shadows within the wall, piercing clean through his back. The guard's body merely trembled slightly before being utterly swallowed by the darkness. Still, without a sound. Now, only 3 remained in the group. The captain at the front finally sensed something was amiss. "Hey! You 2 brats, why aren't you saying anything?" He halted his steps and called back impatiently. But what he saw when he turned around? Only the steady dripping of rain in the alley. His 2 companions behind him stared blankly and fearfully at the space behind him. And the 2 guards who should have been bringing up the rear? Where the hell are they? The captain sobered up instantly. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Enemy attack. The 2 guards beside him finally snapped to attention, letting out terrified shrieks as they fumbled frantically to draw their weapons. But it was too late. In the instant of their screams, 2 shadow blades, thinner than raindrops, flashed from the shadows beneath the eaves. That was Zero's attack. Efficient. Deadly. Thud. Thud. 2 precious heads flew skyward. Scorching blood mingled with icy rain, instantly staining the filthy ground crimson. 2 headless bodies swayed, then crashed heavily into the puddles, splattering a spray of blood. Now, only the captain remained. Having witnessed this utterly terrifying scene with his own eyes, he was so terrified his liver and gallbladder seemed to split apart, leaving him without even the courage to flee. He stood frozen in place, trembling like a leaf, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. The captain saw it. On the opposite eaves, a cloaked figure rose slowly, ghostly and shadowy. Rainwater soaked his cloak, making him appear like a messenger emerging from the abyss. It was you, Liu. The captain finally recognized the figure he'd been pursuing for days. He tried to shout the name, but a cold, icy glint had already appeared silently behind him. It was Liu Yang. At some unknown moment, he had appeared behind him as if by teleportation. "Shoo!" Liu Yang's voice whispered softly in his ear. Like the whisper of a demon. The next second, a pitch-black dagger pierced his heart with deadly precision from behind. Pentakill. Team wipe. Liu Yang calmly withdrew the dagger, letting the captain's body slowly collapse to the ground. He didn't take any of their belongings. He walked to the alley wall and used the still dripping dagger to hastily carve a symbol into it. The emblem of the Black Wolves, another ruthless underground gang in Blackrock City. After completing this act, he glanced at Zero on his shoulder, who was excitedly licking his own little paw. Then, he turned and vanished once more into the endless rain-soaked night. Liu Yang sought to create not merely casualties among the city guards. He sought to sow suspicion, chaos, and panic. He would turn Chen Badian into a headless fly. He would make the city lose sleep because of his very existence. Early the next morning. Blackstone City, the Lord's residence. The atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife. "What did you say?" Chen Badian slammed his palm onto the table. The newly replaced stone slab instantly cracked with fine fissures. His eyes blazed crimson like a raging lion, his gaze fixed on the black sword guard captain kneeling before him. An entire patrol squad, 5 bronze-ranked men vanished without a trace less than 500 meters from the supply point? "Yes, sir." The captain trembled violently, burying his head even lower. "I led men to investigate," he stammered. "All 5 were killed instantly, their throats slit clean by a sharp blade. This was left at the scene." He spoke, presenting a rubbing of an engraved pattern. It was the Black Wolf Gang's emblem, dripping with provocation. Chen Badian stared at the emblem, his brow knotting into a tight knot. Black Wolf Gang? Those low-level thugs and ruffians from the western part of the city? Did they have the guts? The capability to silently take out an entire squad of city guards? Something's off. There's definitely something fishy going on here. This must be the damn little bastard setting a trap. However, just as Chen Badian was about to order the search efforts to remain focused on Liu Yang, the prevailing sentiment beneath Blackstone City had already shifted silently. Drunken Cat Tavern, one of the most bustling underground black market establishments. By early morning, it was packed with mercenaries still nursing hangovers and idle information brokers. Hey, you heard? Something big went down in the west part of the city last night. A rum-nosed informant lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously to the mercenaries at his table. What big deal? Just that old fool Chen Badian causing a city-wide ruckus over his useless son, right? A one-eyed mercenary sneered dismissively. TSK, you just don't get it, do you? The red-nosed one gave them a look that said, you're all too young. Let me spill some exclusive dirt. Last night, a patrol of 5 city guards, all of them got slaughtered. What? Ears perked up instantly at nearby tables. Who did it? That brutal? The man with the red nose took a satisfied swig of cheap ale, basking in the attention. Who else could it be? Those mad dogs from the Black Wolf Gang, of course. Chapter 28, Dogs Biting Dogs, ending up with a mouthful of fur. Rosacea recounted vividly, my second aunt's neighbor's cousin-in-law runs a stall nearby. He saw it with his own eyes yesterday afternoon that squad of guards extorted a small-time boss from the Black Wolf Gang, confiscating an entire month's protection money. Black Wolf, the gang's boss, immediately vowed to make sure those blind bastards wouldn't live to see tonight's moon. See? It's already come true. Word is they even left their gang's emblem at the scene. Talk about brazen. The story was told with vivid details, so convincing it was hard to doubt. Holy! Is this for real? Has the Black Wolf Gang gotten this bold? I told you those bastards in the city guard would eventually bite off more than they could chew. Heh, looks like we're in for a show. When dogs fight, they all get bitten. Word spread like wildfire. Under the professional team operating under Chen Duoduo's command. In less than 2 hours, the tale of the city guard's extortion and the Black Wolf Gang's vengeful retaliation became the hottest topic in Blackstone City's underworld. Some even claimed with absolute certainty that they'd witnessed Black Wolf and his men lurking suspiciously near the crime scene the night before. As for the evidence? Naturally, Chen Duoduo paid to have it fabricated. The city lord's mansion. Chen Badian listened to the intelligence reports pouring in from every corner of the city, his mind deep in confusion. His first instinct remained the same, frame someone else. Yet all the evidence and eyewitness accounts pointed to the Black Wolf Gang. That gang was notorious for its brazen actions and relentless vendettas. Killing in retaliation after being blackmailed seemed like a plausible explanation. Sir, his deputy cautiously analyzed, Liu Yang is merely a 16-year-old boy. Even if he were involved, it's impossible for him to have mastered such precise assassination techniques overnight. Moreover, where would he find the audacity to leave the Black Wolf Gang's mark as a direct provocation against us? This subordinate believes there's an 80% chance this was the work of those desperados from the Black Wolf Gang. They're issuing a warning to our city lord's mansion. This deputy had long been bribed with a hefty sum by Chen Duoduo. His rational analysis struck like a pin precisely driven into Chen Baishan's already doubt-ridden mind. Chen Badian stared at the rubbing of the emblem on the table, reflecting on the Black Wolf Gang's usual modus operandi. His attention was successfully diverted. Could it truly be the work of those mad dogs? Was that little bastard Liu Yang merely a decoy? Or was there some secret collusion between them? Transmit my orders. Chen Badian finally issued new orders, his voice icy cold. Divide the men in half. Surround the Black Wolf Gang's lair. Bring the dog Black Wolf back alive. I'll question him personally. Who gave him the audacity? Underground Black Market, Treasure Pavilion's secret chamber. Chen Duoduo reclined leisurely in his rocking chair, listening to his subordinate's report on the latest developments at the city lord's mansion. A satisfied smile spread across his plump face. Heh, not only a fierce tiger that knows how to strike, but also a venomous snake adept at using swamps and poisonous mist to conceal itself. His estimation of Liu Yang rose another notch. This young man was not only ruthless but also cunning. He knew how to turn force against its source, how to proactively create chaos to cover his own actions. The mark Liu Yang left behind was nothing short of a stroke of genius. It served as a hook, allowing his ally to seamlessly shift the blame onto others. This investment was getting more and more interesting. Chen Duoduo narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Looks like it's time to up the ante. He resolved to open the only secret trade route leading out of the city, the one he held in his hands at the most crucial moment for this future powerhouse. This would be his second substantial gift. In the black market's lair, Liu Yang sat cross-legged on the bed. He kept the lamps unlit. For him now, darkness was the most comfortable disguise. Master, that fat guy seems pretty useful after all. Zero perched on his shoulder, dangling his little legs, chatting casually with him through their psychic link. Those idiots outside actually went looking for trouble with the Black Wolf Gang, huh? A smart businessman always knows where the real value lies. Lu Yang responded indifferently. Xian Duoduo's assistance was entirely within his expectations. But pinning all hope on an ally who could betray him at any moment for profit was foolish. A true hunter trusts only the blade in his hand and his own eyes. I just don't know when that old bastard Chen Badian will finally pull his people out. So annoying. Ling Bai idly tugged at her silver-streaked hair with her small hands. When will we be able to leave? Soon. A mysterious curve lifted at the corner of Lu Yang's mouth. But before we leave, I need to see for myself just how strong the net he's woven really is. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his entire world had changed. Talent, Abyssal Gaze, activated. Hum. An invisible, icy ripple spread silently outward from him. In his current vision, the walls and ceilings of the physical world became translucent gray veils. All color vanished. In their place emerged an incredibly clear energy world composed of black, white, gray, and red. On the streets, the ordinary citizens rushing about were nothing more than faint, blurry human silhouettes emitting a weak white glow in his eyes. They were mere background pieces on a chessboard, insignificant. The city guards on patrol, however, were entirely different. Each was enveloped in a faint red glow, representing hostility and killing intent. The stronger the guard, the brighter the red glow. They resembled moving enemy units, blinking red dots that clearly exposed their positions and movements on the map. This was one of the true uses of the Eye of the Abyss. Insight. In the eyes of the Abyssal Sovereign, all beings were energy entities, nowhere to hide. Lu Yang's gaze began to climb upward. He pierced through the thick ceiling of the black market, penetrating the filthy streets below. Like a specter circling high above, he surveyed the entire western sector of Blackstone City. A 5-man patrol team approached from the eastern avenue. Their red aura remained steady, their path straight clearly on routine patrol. Perched on a rooftop at the corner, a sniper lurked. His red light glowed brighter, like a bomb poised to detonate at any moment, a hidden sentry. In the distance, along the avenue leading to the city lord's mansion, several even more dazzling, flame-like red orbs moved swiftly, elite black sword guards. The entire city's defense system, the patrol routes of the guards, the positions of the hidden sentries, even the intervals and patterns of their shift changes. Under Lu Yang's all-seeing vision, it all became crystal clear, transparent, with no secrets left. Chapter 29, Rescue. Ha, what a gaping hole. Lu Yang chuckled inwardly. He continued shifting his perspective, imprinting the entire defensive layout of Blackstone City onto his mental map. Soon, Lu Yang discovered a massive, even fatal flaw. North of the city, the slums. That was Blackstone City's most chaotic, filthy, and utterly forgotten corner. Perhaps in Chen Baishan's eyes, a major criminal wanted citywide would never and certainly wouldn't deign to hide in such a place. Therefore, to intensify the search in the main city and wealthy districts, he had practically withdrawn nearly all the guard forces stationed near the slums. At this moment, the slum appeared as a nearly defenseless gray zone within his field of vision, illuminated by flickering red light. Apart from the faint red glow emanating from a few low-level thugs, the place was virtually undefended. Is the most dangerous place also the safest? Lu Yang recalled the words Qian Duo had left him. Seems that old Fox Chen Badian still isn't smart enough. Zero seemed to have glimpsed the scene through their contract link as well. Wow. Master, it's so clean over there. Are we supposed to escape from that direction? Run? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Lu Yang's mouth. I went to such lengths to make the city go mad for me. And now I'm supposed to just slink away? That would be such a waste of this grand stage, meticulously prepared just for me. Lu Yang wasn't some timid mouse hiding in the shadows. He was a hungry wolf who thrived on chaos, striking proactively. His gaze pierced through layer upon layer of obstacles, finally locking onto a dilapidated courtyard deep within the slums, one that also glowed with a faint red light. There lived someone he knew well. Someone who might become his next pawn. Or perhaps an unexpected ally. No. Zero. Lu Yang murmured softly within his mind. We won't run away. We go hunting. The slums. The light of Blackstone City never reaches here. The sky here seems perpetually gray and hazy. Narrow alleys crisscross like scars across the city. The air carried the sour stench of garbage, the stale smell of cheap beer, and the tang of poverty and despair. Lu Yang wore the plainest gray coarse cloth garments, his face half hidden beneath a wide-brimmed straw hat. He blended into this filthy sea like a drop of water, unnoticed by anyone. Lu Yang walked slowly, like a true resident of this place, his gaze calmly sweeping over the surrounding scenes. He saw it. Children in ragged clothes, barefoot, chasing a plump rat through the muddy water. It wasn't play, they were hunting their dinner for the day. Men with numb expressions leaned against walls, their vacant eyes watching every passerby. And women whose faces bore the bitter marks of hardship, shouldering the weight of entire families with their frail shoulders. This was another world. A world utterly forgotten and abandoned by Chen Badian and the glittering world he represented. Lu Yang's footsteps halted at an alleyway entrance. A commotion erupted ahead. He followed the sound with his gaze. 3 men in city guard uniforms were surrounding a small food stall. The vendor was a gray-haired, wrinkled old woman. She stood protectively in front of several golden brown, fragrant coarse grain breads, her face filled with terror and pleading. "Old hag. Think you're too good for us?" The leader, a burly guard with a brutish face, spoke arrogantly. "There's a wanted criminal in town. We've been patrolling day and night, working our asses off. Taking a few of your crappy loaves is doing you a favor. Got it?" "Sir, these are my grandson's supper." The old woman's voice trembled with tears. "Cut the ing bull." Another guard reached out impatiently to snatch them. "You think I won't flip your stall over?" Just as his filthy hand was about to touch the bread, a thick, powerful hand like an iron clamp slammed down on his wrist. "Stop!" A low shout, filled with youthful fury, echoed through the alley. Everyone turned to look. A tall, sturdy youth, who looked no older than 16 or 17, had stepped forward unnoticed. He wore a coarse cotton jacket patched with patches, revealing bronze-toned muscles. His face wasn't conventionally handsome, but it was sharply defined. His eyes shone with an astonishing intensity, brimming with stubbornness. "Lin Wu? What the hell do you think you're doing, kid? Looking for trouble?" The lead guard, clearly recognizing the youth, snarled the threat. The youth called Lin Wu showed no sign of backing down. He gripped the guard's wrist tightly and said, enunciating each word deliberately, "Let go of Grandma Zhang. You're city guards, not bandits. Hey! You've got some nerve." The lead guard was thoroughly enraged. "Get him. Teach this insolent brat a lesson. Let him learn some respect for authority." The other 2 guards immediately broke free, snarling as they closed in on Lin Wu from both sides. They drew the batons from their belts and mercilessly struck Lin Wu's head and legs. They were truly laying into him. Though physically strong, Lin Wu was ultimately just an untrained teenager. Facing the coordinated assault of 2 armed adult guards, he was instantly overwhelmed, forced to block and dodge in a flustered mess. Thud! A dull thud echoed. His back took a solid blow from the club, sending him staggering and nearly to the ground. "You little bastard! You dare fight back!" A cruel gleam flashed in the lead guard's eyes at the sight. He raised his fist, unleashing a vicious straight punch aimed squarely at Lin Wu's face. If that punch landed cleanly, Lin Wu would lose at least a few teeth. In the shadows at the alley entrance, Lu Yang watched the scene unfold, his expression utterly unruffled. Yet the fingers resting on the brim of his conical hat twitched ever so slightly. Just as the guard's fist was about to smash into Lin Wu's face. Whoosh! 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 3 small pebbles shot out from the shadows at the alley entrance, piercing the air. The trajectory of the stones was impossibly precise. The first stone struck the guard's wrist joint with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! He let out a wail of pain as his fist instantly lost all strength, drooping limply. The second and third stones simultaneously struck the knees of the other 2 guards who were preparing to attack. Thud! Thud! Both men felt a sudden numbness in their knees, their legs giving way. Unable to control themselves, they fell to their knees in unison. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. The 3 guards stared in disbelief at their wounded knees, then turned their terrified gazes toward the deep darkness at the alley entrance. They weren't fools. To hit 3 different vital points on 3 different people with just 3 pebbles from such a distance. This was definitely a tough nut to crack. A master. Who's playing tricks back there? Man up and show yourself. The leader of the guards barked, his voice a hollow threat. The only response was the cold, biting wind whistling through the alley. The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing fear in the other's eyes. They dared not linger. Supporting each other, cursing under their breath, they limped away. Lin Wu also looked warily toward the shadow at the alley entrance. He caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure wearing a conical hat, which seemed to give him a slight nod before vanishing in a flash, disappearing completely into the darkness. Chapter 30. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't fear the lack of firewood. The City Lord's Mansion, dungeon. Dark, damp, permeated by the stench of blood and despair. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Chen Badian kicked a minor leader who claimed to be the Black Wolf Gang's chapter master into the corner. A muffled groan escaped the man before all sound ceased. "My lord, please calm your anger." His deputy tremblingly handed him a clean towel. Chen Badian took the towel and wiped the blood from his hands, but he couldn't wipe the rage from his eyes of fury so intense it seemed almost tangible. 3 days. 3 whole days. He launched a thunderous crackdown on the Black Wolf Gang, arresting over 100 members and subjecting them to every form of torture imaginable. Those thugs and ruffians, usually arrogant and tyrannical, were tortured until they were wailing and screaming, spilling every last detail of their ancestors' pasts. But not a single one knew anything about the attack on the city guards. They all claimed to be more wrong than Doi herself. Then, last night, even worse news arrived. Another patrol squad had vanished in the outskirts of the slums. 5 people again vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint, rain-washed bloodstain at the scene. Smack! Chen Badian slammed the towel onto the floor. He wasn't stupid. If he still didn't realize he'd been played at this point, he'd have wasted all those years sitting on the city lord's throne. The Black Wolf gang was nothing but a front. A pathetic smokescreen pushed forward by that damned little bastard to distract his attention. That bastard had been lurking like a venomous snake in the shadows all along, toying with this mighty lion he appeared to be. Liu Yang, of all people. Chen Baishan's rage turned to laughter, a chilling cackle that seemed to drop the temperature in the entire dungeon by several degrees. What a worthy successor to the hero! What ruthless tactics! What cunning schemes! At last, he fully acknowledged this opponent he had overlooked for 3 years. He paced slowly within the dungeon, the heavy armor scraping against the floor, producing a steady clatter. Amidst his raging fury, Chen Baishan's mind retained the cold calculation befitting a tyrant. The exhaustive search yielded nothing. That bastard was like a slippery eel, always finding gaps in the defenses. Ordinary city guards were nothing more than lambs sent to slaughter in his eyes. To deal with this lone assassin, a master of stealth and assassination, only a more specialized hunter could be deployed. Transmit my orders. Chen Badian halted, his eyes flashing with icy murderous intent. Assemble the Hound Squad. Hearing that name, the deputy beside him felt a sudden jolt of dread. The Hound Squad. They weren't ordinary city guards. They were Chen Baishan's true trump card, an elite unit he had recruited at immense cost from retired border veterans of the kingdom. Only 12 men in total. Each one was a battle-hardened bronze tier peak-level warrior. They excel in tracking, assassination, and squad-based combat. The blood on their hands far exceeds what ordinary guards witness in a lifetime. They were true killing machines. Chen Baishan's hounds, deployed to handle the most troublesome and filthy tasks. The voice of Mad Dog, the captain commanding the hounds Chen Baishan's, was utterly ruthless. He granted him absolute authority. I don't care what methods he uses, digging out the earth or setting mountains ablaze. Within 3 days, I want Liu Yang's head on a platter. Yes. Furthermore. Chen Badian seemed unsatisfied, the madness in his eyes intensifying. In the name of the city lord's mansion, issue the highest level crimson bounty. Reward, 5,000 gold coins. Plus a low-grade Xian tier cultivation technique. Dead or alive. Whoa. His deputy sucked in a sharp breath. 5,000 gold coins. A Xian tier cultivation technique. That price tag was enough to drive every desperado in the city utterly mad. Bounty hunters who lived by the blade, mercenary groups willing to do anything for money, they'd all hunt Liu Yang like rabid dogs. Chen Badian was turning Liu Yang into the public enemy of every greedy soul in the city. In the shadowy lair of the black market. In Liu Yang's hand lay a small jade pendant. It was the token Xian Duo had given him. At this moment, the jade pendant glowed faintly, and rows of tiny characters formed from energy began to appear on its surface. This was Qian Duoduo's second urgent message to him. Hound Squad has been deployed. Captain Mad Dog, bronze peak tier, ruthless killer, extremely difficult to deal with. A blood bounty has been issued, reward, 5,000 gold pieces. At the end of the intelligence, Qian Duoduo's advice, steeped in a merchant's mindset, remained unchanged. The entire city is hostile. Bide your time and avoid confrontation. I have prepared a secret merchant route out of the city for you. Present the jade pendant to activate it. Keep your options open. Liu Yang stared at the message on the jade pendant, silent for a long time. He could sense that this time, Qian Duo was genuinely looking out for him. Escape was the most rational, correct choice now. But he didn't want to flee. At least, not yet. Liu Yang knew all too well that as long as Chen Badian remained alive, as long as that blood-red bounty notice hung out there, no matter how far he fled, endless trouble would find him. Passivity meant perpetual passivity. What was the best way to avoid being hunted down by wolves? Liu Yang suddenly murmured the question to the air. Zero, perched on his shoulder, tilted her little head and answered with the logic of a queen, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Kill it. Or break its legs, pull out all its teeth, and make it understand that you are more terrifying than it is. Poof. Liu Yang smiled. Correct. The flicker of hesitation in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a razor-sharp, frenzied intensity. Without further hesitation, he reactivated his secret communication link with Qian Duo. This time, he wasn't seeking refuge. He was buying intelligence. Target, Li Wei, Chen Baishan's right-hand man and deputy commander of the Black Sword Guard. Requirement, everything about this man. Personality, habits, strength, weaknesses, everything. Chen Duoduo's reply came swiftly. Li Wei, bronze peak, earth attribute, cultivates the thick earth art. Possesses astonishing defense. Reckless, impatient, and eager for glory. 3 days ago, publicly reprimanded by Chen Badian for incompetence. Desperate to prove himself through achievements. Attached at the end of the intelligence report was a map detailing Li Wei's patrol route for the next 3 days. Professional. Truly the top intelligence operative in Blackrock City. Liu Yang studied the detailed intelligence. A plan so audacious it bordered on madness rapidly took shape in his mind. Chen Badian was a cunning old fox, cautious, suspicious, and a tough nut to crack. But Li Wei, that mad dog desperate to prove himself, was the perfect opening. Chapter 31, Lin Wu's Token of Appreciation. That afternoon. At a shabby stall in the black market, peddling shoddy intelligence. A figure wearing a conical hat tossed a small money pouch onto the vendor's counter. I want some information. Lu Yang's voice was hoarse and low. The stall owner, a middle-aged man as thin as a bamboo pole, waved the pouch and asked lazily. What do you want to know? I heard. Lu Yang leaned closer, adopting a tone that suggested he'd uncovered some great secret. There's been strange activity lately at that abandoned brewery in the northern slums. A friend of mine said he spotted a dark-haired kid there who looked just like the one on the wanted posters. This stall owner was the least reliable informant Lu Yang had filtered through Qian Duoduo's intelligence network. His defining traits were a loose tongue and insatiable greed. He'd sell any information for money. Moreover, he was one of the many spies Li Wei had planted within the black market. Sure enough. The moment the words wanted notice and black-haired kid were uttered, the vendor's eyes lit up instantly. Is that true? I'm not entirely sure. Lu Yang shook his head, then, as if to lend credibility, pulled a tattered rag from his chest. The cloth bore a dried, dark red bloodstain. I found this near the brewery. The scent reminds me of the missing city guards seen that day. Of course, this blood was his own. But that particular scent? It was the smell of the corpse rotting herb mixture he'd meticulously concocted using black market ingredients. Only the most skilled trackers could distinguish that particular scent. The vendor snatched the rag, pressed it to his nose, and his face lit up with ecstasy. He knew this time, he was going to strike it rich. Lu Yang watched the greedy expression on his face, knowing the bait had been cast precisely. He pulled his conical hat low over his face, turned, and vanished into the crowd. That night, Lu Yang returned to his hideout in the black market. His footsteps halted the moment he reached the doorway. A basket wrapped in coarse cloth lay quietly before his door. He stepped forward and opened the basket. Inside lay 2 coarse grain loaves, still warm to the touch. Alongside them lay a worn yet meticulously cleaned wooden bowl. The bowl held more than half a bowl of still warm water. Lu Yang froze for a moment. He guessed who had sent them. It was that youth named Lin Wu. Lu Yang picked up a piece of bread and took a bite. It was hard, coarse, and even a bit gritty. But for some reason, it tasted more delicious than any gourmet feast he'd ever eaten in his 2 lifetimes. He lifted the bowl of water and drank it all in one gulp. The warm water slid down his throat, seeming to wash away a bit of the abyss's chill. Evening. The deputy commander's residence within the city lord's mansion. Li Wei trembled with excitement as he examined the top-secret intelligence and the evidence presented by his informant. Found it. Finally found it. That little bastard Lu Yang was hiding in the abandoned brewery. He glanced at the map beside him. The abandoned brewery's complex terrain, riddled with cover for concealment, made it an ideal hiding spot. And that area just happened to fall outside the jurisdiction of the Hound Squad. It was patrolled by a group of ordinary guards. A godsend. A thought began to take root in his mind. He would seize this chance. He would personally deliver Lu Yang's head to Chen Badian. He would make everyone witness that he, Li Wei, was the Lord City Master's most capable right-hand man. My lord. Should we report this to the city lord first? His confidant reminded him. Report what? Li Wei waved his hand dismissively, cutting him off rudely. By the time we report it, will the credit still be mine? That mad dog bastard would have snatched the head long before. A greedy gleam flashed in Li Wei's eyes. Transmit my orders. Assemble the Hound Squad. Tell them an emergency has arisen in the northern sector and they are required to provide support. He would borrow Chen Baishan's sharpest blade to carve out this colossal achievement for himself. Remember, this matter is absolutely confidential. Not a word to anyone, including his lordship the city lord. Yes. Night fell once more. The abandoned brewery district lay in deathly silence. Lu Yang's figure blended seamlessly with the darkness. He watched below as the 12-member elite hound squad cautiously stepped into the hunting ground he had meticulously chosen. Their movements were professional and synchronized, like a pack of true hunting dogs. Too bad. They had no idea. In this hunt, they were the true prey. A grim smile, like that of the Grim Reaper, curled at the corners of Lu Yang's mouth. Spread out. Maintain the hound formation. Li Wei's voice was low, yet filled with an authority that brooked no argument. The moment he stepped into this place, he sensed something was off. Too quiet. Quiet as a meticulously staged theater. Swish. 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 The members of the Hound Squad behind him moved without a single word. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, like machines drilled 1,000 times over. Pairing off, they instantly fanned out. Shield bearers led the way, crossbowmen followed behind, while stealth specialized robes melted directly into the deeper shadows surrounding them. Like an invisible net, they spread out from Li Wei, slowly enveloping the entire factory interior. Professional. Truly Chen Baishan's trump card. Looks like this time the opponents aren't those idiots from before. Lu Yang watched the disciplined squad below, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Now, this is more like it. He didn't rush to act. He merely gave a light nudge with his toe to a nearby chain he'd loosened earlier. Clang! A shrill metallic screech erupted from the far end of the factory floor. Who's there? Li Wei reacted with lightning speed, spinning around instantly with his heavy-backed broadsword held horizontally across his chest. Two team members immediately assumed combat stances and flanked toward the source of the sound. Yet, after cautiously approaching, they found only a rusted iron chain that had fallen naturally. Reporting, sir. False alarm. Stay alert. Li Wei snorted coldly, but the unease in his heart only deepened. Immediately after. Boom! A loose iron plate at the top of one of the massive fermentation tanks on their left suddenly slid off, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous clang. Squeak! Behind them to the right, a damaged iron door, buffeted by the wind, emitted a teeth-grinding scraping sound. Noises of all kinds began erupting chaotically from every corner of the factory. Each sound tested the taut nerves of the Hound Squad. Li Wei's expression grew increasingly grim. He knew this was the enemy testing them, harassing them. Using the most primitive tactics to drain their energy and attention. Ignore those useless noises. He roared. The target is right here. Drag him out. Conduct a thorough search. These seasoned veterans quickly adapted to the harassment. They no longer let meaningless noises distract them, continuing steadily, step by step, to narrow the search area. Several men defused the little tricks Lu Yan had set up beforehand. A cold smile touched Li Wei's lips. Little bastard, running out of tricks? Your little games are nothing but. His words were cut short. A sudden change occurred. A team member carefully patrolling the area suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Chapter 32: The Hunter and the Hunted switch roles. He didn't even have time to turn around. A ghostly silver figure had appeared out of nowhere in his blind spot. It was Zero. She descended from above, using the shadows of a complex pipe system, without making a sound. Shoo! A short, purple-black blade formed from pure shadow energy sliced through the leather armor covering his throat without a sound. Then vanished instantly. The team member's body stiffened violently. In disbelief, he clutched his neck as blood gushed through his fingers. He tried to cry out for help but only managed to make a gurgling sound. Finally, overcome by endless terror, he collapsed limply to the ground. 01 struck true, not even glancing at the outcome. Her body dissolved into an almost imperceptible shadow, instantly merging into the deeper darkness beside her. She came without a trace. No trace of departure. Third brother. Her comrades nearby finally sensed something was wrong, erupting in a furious roar. First casualty. For the first time, this elite squad steady as a mountain showed signs of disarray. Enemy attack. At 3 o'clock. He's over there. Everyone's attention was drawn to where the body had fallen. They had no idea the true Grim Reaper was in the sky. Now! A cold gleam flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. He hurled 2 clay pots filled with grease from the pipe. Mid-air, he shattered them with pinpoint accuracy using pebbles. The viscous grease poured down like a torrential rain, instantly drenching the chaotic pack of hounds below. Immediately after, he casually tossed down a burning torch. Boom! The flames erupted instantly. The raging inferno completely engulfed the area in a sea of fire. It also created the most dazzling light and the deepest shadows. Ah! My eyes! Put out the fire. The assault of light and fire plunged the squad into utter chaos once more. And Zero, in this moment of utter chaos, moved once more. Like death itself, she danced with grace along the shadowed edges where flames could not reach. With every flash, she claimed another living soul. Sizzle! Another squad member, struggling to extinguish the flames engulfing him, was pierced through the heart from behind. Back to back. Circle formation. Quick! Li Wei finally snapped out of his shock, letting out a blood-curdling roar. He realized they weren't facing a 16-year-old boy at all, but a terrifying tactical mastermind and an elusive top-tier assassin, a perfect duo. The remaining members, obeying their captain's command, suppressed their fear and the searing pain of the flames to form a tight defensive circle, back to back. Their weapons were trained on every shadowy corner in all directions. Each face bore a look of grave determination and a fear they refused to admit. With every flash, every appearance of Zero, a short, sharp scream echoed, followed by the fall of another body. In less than 5 minutes. Of the 12-member Hound Squad, only 3 remained, desperately holding their ground alongside their captain, Li Wei. They had been utterly crushed by fear. Damn it! Li Wei's eyes bulged with rage. He watched helplessly as his elite men, the pride of his unit, were slaughtered one by an invisible enemy, as easily as butchering livestock. This helplessness, this feeling of being at the mercy of the attack, was driving him mad. He knew that if this continued, every last one of them would be swallowed whole by this darkness, one by one. Something had to be done. You cowardly rats hiding in the shadows. Li Wei raised his heavy-bladed broadsword with a violent jerk, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash a deafening roar. Come out and fight me like a man. Face me in a fair fight. Hiding behind a contract beast to ambush us, what kind of hero is that? Liu Yang! You coward! You've disgraced your father Lu Tianming's name. He hurled the crudest insults, provoking him with frenzied words. He believed this tactic would provoke the youth hiding in the shadows. If he dared step out for a fair fight, he was confident he could cleave him in two with sheer power. But the only response was the hollow echoes within the factory building and another distant scream from a comrade. The last 3 members were gone too. Now, only he remained. A lone commander. Despair engulfed Li Wei completely. He had lost. He was utterly defeated. Just as his spirit was crushed and he was about to give up resistance, a mocking voice drifted down from above him. As you wished. Li Wei snapped his head up. About 10 meters above him, on a platform, stood a figure wearing a conical hat, gazing down at him silently. It was Liu Yang. 0, go guard the entrance. Don't let a single fly get in. Liu Yang murmured the order to the air. A shadow, barely perceptible, flashed past him and vanished at the factory entrance. After completing all this, Liu Yang leapt from the high platform, landing not far from Li Wei. Slowly raising his head, he removed the conical hat from his face, revealing a delicate yet utterly cold expression. In his hand, he gripped the jet-black dagger. Come on. Liu Yang beckoned to Li Wei with a flick of his finger. Let me see what the deputy commander of the city lord's mansion is really made of. Ah. You little bastard. I'll kill you. Such utter contempt ignited Li Wei's fury to its boiling point. All his fear transformed in that instant into the most primal killing intent. Earth armor. With a furious roar, a thick, earth-colored energy instantly enveloped his entire body, forming a set of incredibly heavy energy armor. Then, with a fierce stomp of his feet, his entire body launched forward like a cannonball, charging madly toward Liu Yang. The broad-bladed greatsword in his hand swung down with a force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. With this single blow, he intended to chop the despicable brat before him into mincemeat body and bones alike. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Liu Yang's eyes showed not a trace of fear. He knew that in terms of raw strength and technique, he, a bronze-tier newcomer, was no match for Li Wei, a battle-hardened bronze-tier veteran at the peak of his power. To clash head-on would be suicide. But he had his own advantages. That was speed. And reaction. The instant Li Wei's great blade was about to strike him, a layer of pitch-black, abyssal energy surged over Liu Yang's body. His body instantly became light and eerily agile. With a flick of his toes, his entire body shifted sideways to the left like a ghostly apparition. Chapter 33, City Defense Deployment Map. SSSSHH. The powerful, heavy slash of the blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing his body before crashing down onto the metal floor where he had just stood. Sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying gash over half a meter deep was carved into the floor. His strike missed, but Li Wei hesitated not a moment. Twisting his wrist, he swept his greatsword horizontally, whipping up a vicious gust of wind as he lunged once more at Liu Yang's midsection. Fast. Accurate. Deadly. The hallmark of a seasoned veteran. But Liu Yang was faster. He ducked low, crouching like a swallow skimming the ground, narrowly evading the sweeping blow once more. Simultaneously, the poison-tipped dagger in his hand darted upward like a venomous snake striking, aiming straight for Li Wei's heart. Clang! A sharp metallic clang. The dagger was blocked by the thick, heavy earth armor, leaving only a faint white mark upon it. Useless! You little bastard! You can't break through my defense! Li Wei grinned savagely, raising his foot to deliver a vicious kick to Liu Yang's chest. Liu Yang had no choice but to abandon his attack and retreat. In an instant, the two men engaged in a fierce battle on the open platform. Li Wei fought with sweeping, powerful strokes, each strike deadly, each blow heavy and forceful, like a raging bear. Liu Yang, like a ghostly apparition, twisted and shifted, slipping through the narrow gaps between the blade's edge, searching for that fleeting opening. The scene reached the pinnacle of peril. Bang! After prolonged attacks yielded no breakthrough, Li Wei finally exposed a flaw. Liu Yang seized the moment, delivering a vicious roundhouse kick that slammed into the side of his knee. Li Wei staggered, his balance shattered. Now! A cold glint flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. He stopped dodging, launching himself like an arrow from the bowstring, closing in with deadly speed. The dagger in his hand abandoned all defense, aiming straight for Li Wei's heart, the one heavily protected by armor. This was a fight to the death. Fool! You want to take me down with you? A flicker of madness crossed Li Wei's eyes. He too abandoned defense, channeling all his energy into his great sword. He swung it down with brutal force at the charging Liu Yang. He intended to use his superior strength to cleave Liu Yang in two before the dagger could pierce him. SSSSH. The blade sank into flesh. Liu Yang's left shoulder was savagely cleaved by the great sword, the wound deep enough to expose bone. Blood instantly stained half his body crimson. Yet, he didn't even flinch. He even harnessed the immense impact to accelerate his body once more. A cruel smile spread across his young, cold face. Li Wei witnessed a scene he would never forget. The earth-yellow energy radiating from his blade, a strike powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter rocks, was instantly devoured by a superior, pitch-black energy the moment it struck Liu Yang's body. That pitch-black energy, like a living creature, instantly weakened his attack by at least 30%. No! Li Wei let out a desperate roar. Thud! The response was a cold dagger. Without resistance, it pierced through his thick earth armor, which he prided himself on. With precision, it sank deep into his heart. Li Wei's body stiffened abruptly. In disbelief, he looked down at the black handle protruding from his chest. He felt his life force being voraciously devoured and drained by that dagger. He opened his mouth, trying to speak. In the end, only a few words squeezed from his throat. "You monster!" With that, his towering frame crashed to the ground. No sound came from him again. Lu Yang clutched his blood-soaked left shoulder, gasping for breath. His gaze remained icy as he stared at Li Wei's corpse, its eyes still wide open in death. Outside the factory building, a few faint sounds echoed. Moments later, Zero's tiny figure darted back like a flash of lightning, returning silently. She landed on Lu Yang's shoulder, nuzzling his uninjured right cheek with her little head. A playful, almost boastful excitement rippled through their mental link. "Master, the little bugs outside are all asleep." "Well done." Lu Yang praised her. The wound on his left shoulder still bled, deep enough to reveal bone. Intense pain covered his forehead with cold sweat. Yet he paid it no mind. A hint of excitement even flickered across his face. A battle danced on the edge of a blade brought him far greater pleasure than simply crushing weaker opponents. Lu Yang made no rush to tend to his wound. As a competent hunter, cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the spoils was the most crucial part after the fight. He crouched down and began to search Li Wei's still warm corpse with practiced ease. His movements were professional, like a tomb raider who'd spent half his life doing it. First, the thick-bladed broadsword. Earthbound blade superior grade, imbued with earth elemental power, deals bonus damage to rock and armor type defenses. Evaluation, clunky and crude, not suited for you. Recommend selling it to that lame old man at the black market, should fetch a few dozen gold coins. Zero stood beside him, offering her professional critique with that regal gaze of hers. Lu Yang nodded and tossed it into his storage space. Next came the spatial ring on Li Wei's finger. Inside, as expected, lay several hundred gleaming gold coins, some spare healing potions, and a few seemingly ordinary cultivation manuals. Better than nothing. Lu Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Is that all? A deputy commander of a city lord's mansion, and this is all he has? That's ridiculously poor. Refusing to believe it, he continued searching Li Wei's body. Finally, in the inner pocket of his armor, he felt a leather pouch made from a special waterproof animal hide. This is it. Lu Yang opened the pouch. First to catch his eye was a stack of gold notes issued by the kingdom's central bank. Each one represented 100 gold coins. A quick count revealed at least 30 or 40 notes. 3 to 4,000 gold coins. This was nearly the bulk of Chen Baishan's bounty. Seems this deputy commander Li Wei brought his entire fortune with him, planning to grab Lu Yang's head and then make a clean getaway. Ha, greedy fool. Lu Yang let out a cold laugh and took all the gold notes without hesitation. But when he saw the second item inside the leather pouch, his breath caught in his throat. His heart, already pounding wildly from battle and injury, seemed to skip a beat in that instant. It was a meticulously drawn map on parchment. No, this was no ordinary map. At the top of the map, in vivid red ink, were several startling words. Blackstone City's highest-level defense deployment map. Lu Yang slowly unfolded the map on the ground. His eyes lit up instantly. This map not only detailed every street and building in Blackstone City. More crucially, it densely marked all visible and hidden sentry positions with symbols of different colors. The patrol routes and shift change times for every guard squad. The energy nodes of the city's defensive array. Even the secret passage to the city lord's treasury and the guard rotation schedule, detailed down to every hour, were clearly recorded on it. The value of this intelligence was beyond measure in gold coins. What did this mean? It meant that over the next week, Blackstone City, this fortress that Chen Badian deemed impregnable, would hold no secrets from Lu Yang. It would be like a beauty stripped bare, every inch of her skin, every vulnerability, laid completely exposed before his eyes. Entirely at his mercy, to take or leave as he pleased. Chapter 34, The tide of attack and defense has turned. Ha! Lu Yang could no longer contain himself and let out a low chuckle. That laughter was filled with delight and pure satisfaction. Originally, he had only intended to break one of Chen Baishan's legs. But who would have thought that Deputy Commander Li Wei, so eager to prove himself, would personally deliver Chen Baishan's spine, neatly packaged and ready to go? This was tonight's greatest prize. Lu Yang carefully tucked away the city defense map. He knew that with this intelligence, the offensive and defensive dynamics between him and Chen Badian had completely reversed. Lu Yang was no longer the hunted, forced to hide and evade. He would become the sole hunter, truly in control of the entire situation. He rose to his feet and swiftly destroyed every trace at the scene that could incriminate him. Then, clutching his still bleeding left shoulder, he vanished once more into the boundless night, carrying immense gains and a burning desire for battle. The next day, as Lu Yang emerged from his hideout, he spotted that tall, burly figure once more. Lin Wu was waiting in a corner not far away. He didn't look around restlessly, but stood quietly, like a stubborn sapling rooted in the barren soil of the slums. His bright eyes flickered with a mix of joy and nervousness when he saw Lu Yang emerge. He quickened his pace and stopped 3 steps away from Lu Yang, scratching his head awkwardly. "Yesterday, thank you." His voice was sincere, straightforward, without a trace of pretense. "My name is Lin Wu. What's yours?" Lu Yang wore a conical hat, obscuring his expression. He remained silent for a moment. This was the first time since arriving in this world that someone had spoken to him with such pure eyes. "Just call me Lu." In the end, he gave a name that was half truth, half lie. "Brother Lu." Lin Wu exclaimed happily, as if receiving the greatest affirmation. "You got that basket yesterday, right? Nothing special, don't look down on it." "It was fine." Lu Yang replied with 2 indifferent words. A momentary silence hung between them. One was a deep-sea walker dancing on the edge of a knife, harboring secrets of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The other, an honest youth living at society's lowest rung, yet still clinging to an innocent heart. They belonged to 2 different worlds. It was Lin Wu who broke the silence first. He seemed naturally incapable of beating around the bush. "Brother Lu, you're amazing. I fought those lackeys several times and always came out worse. You took them down with just a few pebbles." As he spoke, he pumped his fist, his face glowing with the longing for such power. "Those damn city guards. They only bully us poor folks. I've had it with them for ages. My dad couldn't pay the protection money, so they broke his legs. Now he's stuck in bed. And Grandma Zhang, her grandson, depends on her meager bread to survive." Lin Wu ranted on, recounting the all-too-common hardships and injustices of the slums. His world was simple. Black and white. Those who bully the weak are villains. Those who aid the weak are good people. Simple, pure like an uncut gemstone. Lu Yang listened quietly. He offered no interruption, no judgment. Yet his heart, hardened and frozen by vengeance and killing, felt as if something had gently touched it. Since his rebirth, what kind of people had he encountered? The hypocritical Chen Badian, the foolish Chen Yao, the greedy Qian Duo, and that actress Ling, who constantly sought to devour him. Every interaction had been saturated with calculation, probing, and strategic maneuvering. It had been ages since he'd shared such an ordinary conversation with someone who seemed entirely free of ulterior motives. For a fleeting moment, he felt a sense of disorientation. Lu Yang recalled his long-faded past life. He recalled the life that should have belonged to someone his age. Perhaps he would have had a friend like this, straightforward, passionate, even a bit single-minded? Skip class together, get into fights together, debate which girl is prettier. Warning: host's emotional state detected as experiencing severe fluctuations, which may impair your judgment. Recommendation: maintain distance from worthless targets. The system's alert sounded coldly in his mind. Immediately followed by Zero's contemptuous retort. "Ugh, pointless human emotions. They'll only become your weakness. Master, why waste words on such an ant who can't even protect himself? His kindness is worthless." "A weakness?" Lu Yang chuckled bitterly to himself. He looked at the youth before him, his face flushed crimson with indignation. He could distinctly feel the violent emotions within him, those that flared up intermittently due to the abyss's corruption, seemingly diluted just a little by this pure kindness before him. It was as if, in the endless darkness of the deep sea, a glimmer of light had suddenly appeared. Faint, distant, yet undeniably real. It reminded you that you were not the abyss itself. You are still human. I just couldn't stand by and watch them bully an old man. Lu Yang finally spoke. He revealed nothing of his true identity, simply presenting himself as a lone vigilante who intervenes when witnessing injustice. This identity suited him perfectly at this moment. Lin Wu's eyes grew even brighter. He felt that the man before him, wearing that conical hat, was nothing less than the legendary chivalrous knight of old. "Brother Lu. You're my big brother from now on. Whatever you need, just give the word." He pounded his chest, his expression utterly sincere. "Warning! Warning!" The system blared a shrill alarm within Lu Yang's consciousness. "Host. Your pollution level is being purified. Though it's only 001. This is abnormal. Such meaningless emotions will hinder your control over the abyssal power. Quick! Get away from him." Lu Yang ignored the system's near-hysterical warning. For the first time, his inner resolve wavered at the system's perspective. Perhaps the system was wrong. This isn't a weakness. This might be the anchor that allows me to keep walking down this dark path. The City Lord's mansion, guard headquarters. The atmosphere here was even colder than the dungeon. Every black sword guard entering or exiting kept their heads bowed, their footsteps barely audible, as if fearing the slightest sound might provoke the blazing fury of the figure seated at the head of the chamber, a rage capable of consuming everything. Li Wei's corpse lay motionless in the center of the hall. His face still bore the frozen terror of his final moments. His heart, pierced by the poisoned dagger, had turned as black as ink. Chapter 35: Clash of Titans. Chen Badian stood beside the corpse. He did not roar or rage. He simply stood there, silent and still. Yet it was precisely this profound silence that instilled the deepest dread. Everyone knew this was the oppressive calm before the storm. Someone had already inspected the scene. That abandoned distillery was nothing short of a perfect ambush battlefield. From the initial noise harassment to exploiting terrain and blind spots for isolation from pyrotechnic explosions to create chaos to elusive, lethal assassinations and finally, luring the commander into a one-on-one showdown. Each step interlocked, each move calculated. Each move struck precisely at the weak points of human nature and tactical vulnerabilities. This was absolutely not the work of a teenager. This was clearly the work of a monster with experience beyond measure. Chen Badian slowly crouched down. He extended his hand, gently tracing the fatal wound across Li Wei's chest. From the residual energy within the wound, he sensed that familiar yet eerie aura of the abyss. Yet, compared to what he had sensed in the Rocky Valley days ago, this aura had grown markedly stronger. More condensed. In just a few short days, his power had made such terrifying progress. Monster. For the first time, these two words surfaced in Chen Badian's mind. For the first time, he felt a deep sense of apprehension toward this opponent. He realized he wasn't facing an ant he could crush at will, but a rapidly growing, bloodthirsty young dragon. His previous search operations, which had seemed like an impenetrable net, must have appeared to the dragon as nothing more than a ridiculous farce. Sending ordinary guards, or even the Hound Squad, to their deaths held no meaning anymore. That would only serve as nourishment for the opponent's growth. With this realization, Chen Badian slowly rose to his feet. The fury and grief on his face had been replaced by a colder, more ruthless intent to kill. Transmit my orders. His voice was hoarse and low, yet filled with an unquestionable resolve. Yes. All black sword guards knelt on one knee in unison. Effective immediately, withdraw all non-essential search teams from the city. All patrol forces in the outlying areas are to withdraw and return to the main city district. The blood bounty remains in effect, but the objective shifts from pursuit to providing actionable intelligence. Seal off the 4 gates continue. Should any suspicious individuals attempt entry or exit, err on the side of caution, kill rather than let them pass. His series of orders left all his subordinates stunned. Is he abandoning the manhunt? This didn't align with the Lord Mayor's usual decisive style. As if reading their confusion, Chen Badian turned, his icy gaze sweeping over each face. I admit, I underestimated him. He openly admitted his mistake. He was a venomous snake, one exceptionally skilled at using darkness and chaos to conceal himself. We were like a pack of foolish hounds, charging into the swamp he knew so well. We'd only exhaust ourselves to death, achieving nothing. Therefore, from this moment on, we cease our search. A cruel curve lifted the corners of his mouth. We wait. Our task is to drain every last drop of water. Fortify the walls, secure the granaries, seize control of every resource and strategic passage. Turn the entire Blackstone city into a true, impregnable iron fortress. Snakes need to feed. Hiding in the shadows, there will always come a time when he must resupply, when he must surface. And the moment he dares to show his face. Chen Badian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I will personally wring his neck. On the surface, Blackstone City seemed to have regained its former tranquility. The aggressive search parties that once roamed the streets have vanished. The tense, grim atmosphere seemed to gradually fade. But everyone knew. This was merely the most suffocating calm before the storm. And at this very moment, no one noticed. West of Blackstone City, 100 miles away. In a small grove beside the official road. The stench of blood hung thick in the air. A doomed caravan lay scattered haphazardly across the ground. The cargo lay scattered across the floor. Their throats had been neatly slit by some exceptionally sharp weapon. The perpetrator of this carnage, a man as burly as a bear, sat atop a corpse still warm to the touch. 2 blood-stained butcher's axes hung from his waist. He was methodically wiping the blades clean with a piece of linen torn from a corpse. It seemed as though what he had just completed was not a brutal raid, but the most ordinary slaughtering task. He was Buck the Blood Butcher, the notorious bounty hunter who struck terror into the hearts of countless caravans and mercenary companies throughout this region. Of course, that was merely his public persona. His true identity was that of a member of a forbidden secret society, one that lurked in the shadows of the continent, pursuing the power of the abyss. Pfft, what a bunch of penniless wretches. Buck polished his axe blade until it gleamed, reflecting his savage face. He kicked the corpse beneath him and spat contemptuously. Not even 100 gold coins between them, what a waste of my time. He'd only taken this job because he was short on cash, looking for a quick side hustle. Just as he was about to rise and leave this boring place, his movements suddenly froze. His nose sniffed the air sharply. HM? He slowly lifted his head. A flicker of confusion passed through his small eyes, only to be instantly replaced by an intense surge of excitement. He looked toward the east. That direction was Blackstone City. He sensed it. An aura. An aura only they, his kind, could perceive. A scent belonging to the abyss. That scent was faint, feeble, as if diluted 1,000-fold by something. Yet at its core, it was so pure it sent a chill down his spine. Like a pristine, uncut jadestone accidentally dropped into a pot of murky broth. Though its exterior was sullied, its supreme essence remained utterly unchanged. Wild material? A low, beast-like growl erupted from Buck's throat. His breathing grew heavy. A greedy and cruel smile spread across his fleshy, rugged face. For members of their secret society, this untouched wild material, undiscovered by the organization, was the most precious, most delicious tonic in the world. To capture and devour them. Not only would it grant a tremendous boost to their own power, but they could also strip the purest abyssal imprint from the prey's soul. Presenting it to the organization would earn them supreme glory and rewards. This was far more valuable than raiding 100 merchant caravans. Ha! Buck let out a low, unnerving laugh. He stood up, reattaching the two massive slaughtering axes to his waist. He extended his long tongue, licking his parched lips as if already savoring that supreme delicacy. Buck altered his original course northward. Without hesitation, he strode purposefully toward Blackrock City. Each step sent a faint tremor through the ground. Hope. He murmured to himself, his voice filled with a twisted, chilling anticipation. This little snack might bring me some different kind of fun. Don't you dare disappoint me. Chapter 36, Buck's Slaughter. Moonless night, howling wind. A night for murder. Buck strode along the desolate highway, his mood surprisingly buoyant. The thought that within that small black stone city might lie a delicious ingredient for a satisfying meal made his blood boil with excitement. Just then, he passed a desolate hill. From behind the hills, faint flickers of firelight shone, accompanied by waves of coarse, boisterous chatter. The air carried the scent of roasting meat, mingled with the stench of scum. Oh! Buck stopped in his tracks and grinned. Looks like he'd run into some fellow travelers. Judging by the scale, it must be that bandit gang called the Vultures, holed up in these parts. A bunch of trash who make their living by robbing travelers and bullying the weak. On any other day, Buck wouldn't even bother glancing at such trash. But today, he was in a good mood. He decided to pay these charming fellow travelers a visit. And while he was at it, he figured he'd enjoy a bit of mindless appetizer action before the main course. Buck didn't even bother hiding his movements. He simply strode toward the bandit camp, shoulders high, two massive slaughtering axes slung over his back. Halt! Who goes there? Two thieves on sentry duty at the camp entrance spotted him immediately. Seeing Buck alone and his intimidating demeanor, they didn't grow wary instead, greedy grins spread across their faces. To them, a lone tough guy like this was bound to be loaded with loot. Hey, buddy, what are you up to? A lanky thief, tugging at his trousers, sauntered over with a cocky swagger. Don't you know the rules? This mountain is our vulture gang's turf. If you want to pass through, you'll have to leave some toll money. Buck halted, eyeing the two scum before him no different from lambs led to slaughter. He couldn't even be bothered to utter a word. Hey! We're talking to you. Got a problem? The other, a short, stocky bandit, grew impatient at his silence. He reached out with his filthy hand, ready to shove Buck in the chest. Hand over everything of value you've got on you. His words would never end. Whoosh! A dark shadow, accompanied by a vicious wind, flashed past his eyes in an instant. Quick! As fast as possible. Thud! A dull thud, like a watermelon being smashed. The stocky thief's head, along with his upper torso, was cleaved clean in two by the massive slaughter axe. Red and white splattered all over the tall, skinny thief's face. Ha! The lanky thief froze. He hadn't even processed what had happened. All he saw was a headless torso, still spurting blood, collapse limply to the ground. The next second, another slaughtering axe swept in with a whistling wind. He only had time to let out a startled cry so brief it was almost inaudible before his entire body was cleaved clean in two. After finishing all this, Buck continued into the camp, shoulders still bearing the two dripping axes, as if nothing had happened. Inside the camp, the bandits who had been bragging and joking finally heard the commotion outside. What the hell? What are big guy and little guy up to? A man who looked like a minor leader stood up, cursing under his breath. The moment he looked up, he saw the figure striding into the camp like a demon god. And in his hands two terrifying slaughter axes, still dripping warm, fresh blood. Enemy attack! A piercing scream finally echoed across the entire camp. But it was all too late. Buck had already begun his slaughter. No flashy skills were employed, nor any bizarre footwork. What he wielded was the purest, most raw power. His combat was drenched in the brutal aesthetics of bloodshed. Ah! A thief charged forward wielding a cleaver, only to be cleaved in two man and blade alike by Buck's single axe swing. Help! Three bandits attempted a flanking ambush, only to be instantly shredded into flying fragments of flesh by Buck's counter-spinning axe. Demon! He's a demon! One thief, utterly terrified, turned to flee only to be struck from behind by an axe Buck had hurled. The man was pinned to the ground like a roasted grasshopper on a skewer. This was no longer a bandit camp. It was a one-sided slaughterhouse. Wails, screams, the crack of shattering bones, the wet thud of blades piercing flesh, wove together into a symphony for the blood butcher. In less than 5 minutes, Not a single living soul remained standing in the entire camp. Dozens of thieves who had lorded over others in daily life now lay scattered across the ground as misshapen masses of bloody flesh. Blood flowed like a river. The thick, pungent stench of blood was almost tangible. Buck slowly emerged from this hell on earth. He stepped over corpses and entrails littering the ground, his expression utterly unchanging. As if the creatures he had just crushed were nothing more than a troublesome swarm of ants. He tore a piece of cloth from a thief who hadn't quite finished dying and leisurely began wiping his axe blade once more. He looked up at the sky. Still early. No need to linger. Off to Blackrock City for a proper meal. He slung the axe back at his waist, paying no heed to the carnage behind him. He continued on, striding purposefully toward Blackrock City. Underground Black Market. Treasure Pavilion. Liu Yang stood before a counter specializing in rare potions. The wound on his left shoulder, though no longer bleeding after his emergency treatment and the application of some low-grade ointment, still throbbed faintly. That old bastard Li Wei's final slash before dying was no joke. He needed better medicine. Boss, how much for this bottle of green essence? Liu Yan lowered his voice, pointing to a small bottle of emerald green liquid on the counter. This potion, distilled from multiple healing herbs, worked wonders for wound recovery. 50 silver coins, no haggling. The shopkeeper behind the counter replied without looking up. Liu Yang nodded and prepared to pay. At that very moment, the entire bustling black market suddenly fell into an eerie silence. As if an invisible giant hand had suddenly clamped down on everyone's throats. Every person engaged in transactions, bragging, or arguing instinctively froze in their tracks. Unanimously, all eyes turned toward the entrance of the black market. A scent, no, 2 scents wafted in from the entrance. One was a thick, almost indelible stench of blood. It felt as though not a single person was approaching, but a mobile slaughterhouse. The other was a powerful, savage, utterly unmasked aura of authority. That pressure surpassed even Chen Baishan's by more than a notch. At the entrance, all the small fry instinctively scattered like sardines encountering a shark, instinctively retreating to either side to clear a wide passage. A towering figure, as imposing as an iron tower, slowly stepped through the entrance. 2 enormous, blood-stained slaughtering axes hung at his waist, clanging rhythmically with each step a heart-stopping, hollow clang. This man was Buck the Blood Butcher. He moved like a king surveying his domain, or a tiger entering a sheep pen. His small eyes casually swept over the rabble around him, who all lowered their heads in fear. His nose sniffed the air intensely. He was searching. Searching for that delicious scent that had drawn him here. Chapter 37, Liu Yang on the run. At the counter. Liu Yang's heart sank abruptly. An indescribable sense of danger instantly enveloped his entire body. Without even turning his head, he could sense the palpable pressure and the scent of blood closing in on him, step by step. This person is powerful. Extremely powerful. So powerful that not even a flicker of resistance stirred within him. Warning! Warning! High concentration of homogeneous abyss aura detected. Target, Abyssal Cultist Bot Predator. Danger level, lethal. Recommendation, immediately. Right now. Flee. The system's warnings blared like an alarm echoing frantically within his mind. Zero, for the first time, peered out from his embrace. In her queenly, indifferent eyes, for the first time, expressions of gravity and apprehension flickered. Through their mental link, she issued a frantic warning to Liu Yang. Master. Leave now. This creature is targeting us. His soul is black. He wants to devour us. He didn't need her to say it, Liu Yang knew. He abandoned his purchase of potions, snatched his conical hat, and turned to blend into the crowd, intending to slip away unnoticed. But it was too late. Buck's footsteps halted. His gaze pierced through the throng, landing with pinpoint accuracy on the slender figure preparing to turn away. That was the scent. Though faint, though well concealed. But that wild, abyssal aura that made his very soul tremble emanated from this seemingly unremarkable youth. Found it. A huge, savage grin spread across Buck's face. He bared a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, like a shark about to feast on its prey. At that very moment, Liu Yang, who was about to leave, froze abruptly. He sensed a gaze brimming with greed and malice, like a cold steel needle, locked onto him with deadly precision. Every hair on Liu Yang's body stood on end in that instant. An unprecedented sense of danger washed over him like a tsunami, engulfing him in an instant. He knew he had been exposed. At a moment he never could have anticipated, he had been exposed before his most terrifying enemy. As his mind raced, frantically searching for a way to escape, a voice brimming with teasing and possessiveness sounded suddenly, as if pressed against his ear, whispering softly in his ear. Found you. My little treat. Liu Yang's brain didn't even pause for half a second. His body's instincts had already acted before his reason, executing the fastest and only correct response. Run. Without a moment's hesitation. He whipped around and slammed several black market smoke grenades into the ground right in front of him. Bang! 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 The shattering of glass bottles rang out, sharp and piercing. Acrid, dark gray smoke instantly erupted, completely engulfing the area between him and Buck. Master. Zero acted simultaneously. She didn't attack Buck, knowing it would be futile. Zero transformed into a pure shadow, scooping up Liu Yang's body. Using the smoke as cover, she darted like an arrow released from its string, racing for her life deep into the labyrinthine passages of the black market. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, their coordination reaching the pinnacle of perfection. From the moment Liu Yang was targeted, to his reaction, to Zero carrying him to escape. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. Yet, to Buck, it all looked like a ridiculous performance. Oomph, quite the lively little mouse. Buck didn't even move a muscle. He merely waved his hand dismissively, casually. As if swatting away an annoying fly. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind erupted out of nowhere. Like a typhoon sweeping through. In an instant, it blew away the thick smoke that could have obscured an ordinary person's vision for several minutes, revealing the empty passageway. Buck didn't immediately give chase. He watched Liu Yang's escape route with keen interest. His nose twitched lightly in the air. That pure, abyssal scent was now firmly locked in his grasp. Like a hound tracking a rabbit's scent. No matter where it ran, escape was impossible. Cats, after catching a mouse, always like to toy with it first, savoring the peculiar pleasure of its prey's desperate struggle. He, Buck, was no different. Faster. Even faster. With Zero's power boosting him, Liu Yang's speed had reached the absolute limit of his physical capabilities. Like a gray bolt of lightning, he raced frantically through the dim sewers and black market passages. The walls behind him receded at breakneck speed. Yet the deadly sense of danger in his heart showed no sign of abating. Instead, it only grew stronger. He could feel it. That monster was right behind him. Unhurried, strolling with leisurely ease. Like an elegant hunter, savoring the pitiful struggle of its prey. This can't go on. He'll be caught. Liu Yang's mind was racing. Master. He's coming. Zero's shrill alarm sounded. Liu Yang whipped his head around. At the end of the passageway, that towering figure had already appeared. He wasn't even running, merely walking. Yet each step seemed to leap across distances, effortlessly closing the gap between them. Little mouse, you're running pretty fast. Buck grinned, casually drawing the massive slaughter axe from his waist. He didn't even aim. He simply swung the axe casually toward Liu Yang's direction, bringing it down through the air. Swing! Boom! A terrifying crescent-shaped blade wind tore from the axe blade. It tore through the air with devastating force. It tore through the passageway. The solid black granite wall crumbled before this blade wind, as fragile as tofu. A massive gash, over 10 meters long and half a meter deep, was forcibly cleaved open. Crushed stone flew everywhere. Liu Yang's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He mustered every ounce of strength, clutching Ling as he lunged toward a nearby corner. Whoosh! The terrifying blade's wind sliced past his back in a flash. Though it didn't strike him directly, the fierce gust of wind still felt like countless knives slashing viciously across his body. He felt as though his internal organs had been struck by a giant hammer, instantly displaced. A mouthful of blood, no longer contained, erupted violently from his throat. Master! Ling cried urgently. Don't worry about me. Run! Gritting his teeth, Liu Yang mustered his last ounce of strength to pull from his chest a life-saving item he'd paid a hefty price to acquire from the lame wolf. An unstable bomb crafted by goblin engineers. He didn't even glance back. He hurled the alchemical bomb, still pulsing with a dangerous red glow, directly behind him. Then, without a second glance, he sprinted toward a hidden sewer outlet leading to the surface. Boom! A deafening explosion, louder than any before, erupted from the passageway behind him. The entire underground black market seemed to tremble in response. Furious flames and shockwaves completely engulfed the passageway. Chapter 38, The Path is Blocked. Above ground. Liu Yang's figure emerged, battered and bruised, from a sewer grate. Clutching his chest in agony, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. He had clearly suffered severe internal injuries. But he dared not linger. Liu Yang knew that an explosion of that magnitude could only delay the monster for a dozen seconds at most. He gave it his all, leaping and dashing frantically across the city rooftops. The wind howled in his ears. The cityscape behind him receded at breakneck speed. This was the first time since his rebirth. The first time he felt utterly powerless. The first time he came so close to death. He knew. That monster would catch up very, very soon. The Bell Tower. North District of Blackstone City, atop a long-abandoned bell tower. This spot was one of the city's highest vantage points. Liu Yang crouched behind the massive, weathered bronze bell, panting greedily like a wounded lone wolf. He tore off a corner of his shirt to hastily bandage the gash on his back, then pulled a cheap healing potion from his pocket and downed it in one gulp. The stinging sensation and faint warmth from the potion slightly improved his pallid complexion, drained by blood loss. His body trembled with exhaustion. Yet his mind was clearer than ever. Closing his eyes, the chase so brief it scarcely qualified as a confrontation played back in his mind like a film reel. Buck's casual wave had scattered the smoke grenade he'd meticulously prepared. That leisurely pace made his desperate, all-out escape look like a joke. And that casual swing of the axe. The sheer force contained in that blade's wind was an unreasonable, crushing force. It cleaved through more than just the black market's sturdy walls. It shattered the complacency and pride that had quietly taken root in Liu Yang's heart after his string of victories. For the first time, he saw with crystal clarity the vast chasm separating him from the world's true masters. A chasm as vast as the heavens themselves. What were those things he had once prided himself on? Schemes? Strategic maneuvers? Information advantages? Was it striking defenseless fools with a poisoned dagger in the dark, delivering a fatal backstab? Such tactics might have been unstoppable against mortals of Chen Yao or Li Wei's caliber. But against a true monster like Buck? Faced with an overwhelming disparity in power. How utterly laughable. How childish. So I've been playing all along. Liu Yang leaned against the cold bronze bell, letting out a self-mocking chuckle. Yes. Whether it was setting traps to make Chen Yao's team turn on each other, or hunting down the Hound Squad in the ruins by exploiting the environment and Zero's abilities. From start to finish, he held absolute control. Like a chess master high above, toying with the pitiable pieces on the board. He reveled in the exhilaration of controlling everything. But Buck's sudden appearance had been like the loudest slap, violently snapping him out of this game. This was no game. This was survival. A brutal struggle for survival where only one can prevail. A surge of unwillingness erupted from the depths of his being. Instantly, that resentment transformed into the most primal, most frenzied ferocity. Despair? Fear? No. Such words did not exist in Liu Yang's vocabulary. Flowing through his very bones was the madness and pride of the abyss. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Liu Yang walked to the edge of the bell tower, braving the icy night wind as he looked down upon the city below. His gaze split between two distinct directions. One direction was the city lord's mansion. There, lights blazed brightly, defenses were tight. A local dragon named Chen Badian, enraged by the loss of its young, coiled there, waiting for him to show weakness. The other direction led to the entrance of the black market. There, a fierce tiger from afar named Buck, growing increasingly impatient after losing track of his snack, was poised to tear the entire black market apart at any moment. A vicious dragon. A fierce tiger. Both were hunting for this seemingly weak and helpless prey. It was a dead end. A dead end that, no matter how you looked at it, seemed utterly hopeless. But a wild, audacious smile slowly spread across Liu Yang's face. Master, what are you thinking? Your emotions are dangerously unstable. Zero's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with unease. Liu Yang didn't answer her. Instead, he murmured softly in a voice that bordered on a dreamlike whisper. One hunter is too strong to handle. Then, find another hunter. His eyes flashed with a madness as brilliant as stars, yet as dark and deep as an abyss. A mad plan, one capable of dragging the entire Blackstone city down with him, forcing everyone to share his fate, began rapidly taking shape in his mind. Chen Badian Buck. This little temple of Blackstone City, I wonder if it can hold two true dragons like you two. Drive the tiger to devour the wolf. No. Drive the tiger to devour the dragon. The plan to drive the tiger to devour the dragon had just taken shape as a mad outline in Liu Yang's mind. Reality delivered the loudest slap in the face. He didn't even have time to catch his breath. A new round of escape had begun. Master. Left. 3 o'clock. A squad of guards is closing in. 120 meters. Zero's warning rang in his mind like the most precise radar. Liu Yang's body reacted almost instinctively, rolling instantly from the bell tower's ridge into the shadows on the opposite side. He pressed his body flat against the cold tiles, even holding his breath. Seconds later, a squad of city guards, torches aloft, jogged past on the street below. The light illuminated the spot where he had just been hiding, making it as bright as day. Had he been even half a second slower, he would have been spotted immediately. Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, just as he was about to move to another spot. A terrifying aura, one that made every hair on his body stand on end, swept over him without warning from the sky behind his right shoulder, like a dark cloud pressing down. It was Buck. That monster had caught up. Liu Yang abandoned all caution, leaping violently from the rooftop. Like a hunting falcon in mid-descent, he grabbed a clothesline mid-fall to cushion his impact before slipping silently into a deeper alleyway. Wolves ahead, tigers behind. What the hell, is this even supposed to be livable? He barely had time to steady himself in the alley before catching his breath. From the far end of the alley came the sound of hurried footsteps and the flickering light of torches. Another patrol. They'd been drawn by the commotion on the rooftop earlier. Liu Yang's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. His path was blocked. Chapter 39, Exploiting the Pride of the Strong. On the left, Buck was closing in. To the right, the city guards advanced with fierce momentum. And this alley? A dead end, damn it. Desperate. An unprecedented predicament. Master. What should we do? That giant is almost here. His aura is terrifying. For the first time, Zero's voice carried a genuine note of panic. Liu Yang's mind raced at its absolute limit in that instant. His gaze darted around like a hawk, frantically scanning every inch of the surroundings. Walls, trash piles, tightly shut windows. Got it. His gaze finally locked onto a ventilation shaft in the corner of the alley, one that had been abandoned for years. The vent was extremely narrow, barely wide enough for a 7 or 8-year-old child to squeeze through. But it was his only way out. 0. Lu Yang roared silently within his mind. Use your weakest shadow bomb at the alley entrance. Create a disturbance. Draw that squad of guards away. But master. Execute the order. Yes. 0 hesitated no longer. She instantly flew out of Lu Yang's arms and spat a thumb-sized micro-shadow bomb toward the alley entrance. Boom! A faint explosion, not too loud, but loud enough to draw attention, echoed across the street on the other side of the alley entrance. The sound was like a drunken fool accidentally shattering a wine bottle. What was that? Go check it out. The squad of guards poised to charge into the alley were indeed drawn in. Without hesitation, they sprinted toward the source of the explosion. Opportunity. Lu Yang seized those precious few seconds. He lunged toward the ventilation shaft and kicked open the rusted iron grate. Then, disregarding everything, he forced his body into the narrow opening. Bones creaked under the crushing pressure. His skin was scraped raw by the rough stone walls, drawing blood. The excruciating pain nearly sent him reeling into unconsciousness. But he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a savage, beast-like ferocity. Just as his entire body was about to fully enter the ventilation shaft. Boom! The alley wall shattered violently under an irresistible force. Buck's demonic figure, radiating overwhelming bloodlust, appeared at the alley entrance. Gazing at the ventilation shaft, now only 2 feet remained outside, a mocking and cruel smile spread across his face. Little mouse, I've found your old nest. He reached out with his massive hand, intent on yanking Lu Yang out of the hole by force. But it was already too late. Lu Yang's feet vanished completely into the hole. After a night of heart-pounding chase and counter-chase. At daybreak, Lu Yang finally, covered in wounds, hid himself in a shantytown. It was an abandoned dwelling that had once belonged to his father's old unit. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat and blood. His mind, stretched to its limit by constant tension, was utterly exhausted. He now deeply understood just how naive his so-called drive the tiger to devour the wolf plan had been. The plan hadn't even begun. He had nearly been worn down to death by these two beasts. He had to make them turn on each other immediately, right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't even live to see tomorrow's sunrise. Struggling, he pulled from his bosom the prize he had traded half his life for. That map, the Blackrock City highest-level city defense deployment map, detailed to an almost sickening degree. His eyes scanned the map frantically. He needed to find a location. A place where Chen and Buck could meet perfectly. A stage where these two formidable rivals would be forced to meet prematurely. The night was as deep as ink. Blackstone City, west of the city walls. Large warehouse district. This was Blackstone City's largest goods distribution hub. By day, it bustles with traffic and the clamor of voices. But come nightfall, all sound ceases. Only rows of massive warehouses, like colossal steel beasts, remain, casting endless shadows beneath the moonlight. The complex terrain here, with its wide-open vistas and numerous blind spots, made it an ideal location for ambushes and shootouts. It was also the final stage Lu Yang had meticulously chosen for his guests. Like a patient spider lurking at the center of its web, he waited silently. The chosen location was the rooftop of Warehouse 3. From here, the entire warehouse district lay exposed to his gaze. Based on that excruciatingly detailed city defense map obtained from Li Wei. Tonight, at midnight, Chen would personally lead a squad of his most elite black sword guards to exchange the latest intelligence regarding the Crimson Bounty Order with another unit responsible for city defense. This intelligence is of paramount importance. Therefore, he will definitely come. This is the movement of the wolf pack. Meanwhile, that tiger named Buck prowls the city's shadows like a beast, tracking the faint, elusive aura of the abyss that lingers upon him. Though powerful, his familiarity with this city was zero. He could only be led by the nose, passively guided by the bait that was himself. Time ticked away, second by second. 15 minutes remained until midnight. It was time to cast the bait. Lu Yang issued the command to Zero on his shoulder. Zero nodded. A faint yet intensely pure aura of the abyss flickered from her body. The aura was controlled with perfect precision. It allowed Buck's kindred spirit to sense it clearly from afar. Yet appeared so unstable, like a gravely wounded prey accidentally leaking a trace of its primal essence while fleeing. Having accomplished this, Lu Yang immediately suppressed all traces of his and Ling's presence, vanishing as if he'd evaporated from the mortal realm. Several blocks away, Buck, moving through the shadows, abruptly halted his steps. His nose sniffed the air intensely. Found it. That tantalizing, delicious wild scent that haunted his dreams. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, he was absolutely certain it was that little pastry. And the scent seemed weaker than before. Was it injured? Perfect. A cruel smile spread across Buck's face. Without another moment's hesitation, he followed the scent's direction and sprinted toward the vast warehouse district. Lu Yang stood atop the warehouse, silently watching the demon god-like figure charge into the warehouse district. Excellent. The first guest has arrived. He didn't rush to show himself. He was waiting. Waiting for the second guest. And for the perfect moment. After Buck charged into the warehouse area, he discovered that the scent had vanished once more. With growing impatience, he paced back and forth between the massive warehouses. Just then, he saw it on the wall of a 3-story warehouse not far away. A symbol formed from pitch-black abyssal energy slowly materialized, then gradually faded away. The symbol resembled an eye. An eye belonging to the abyss, mocking him. This was Lu Yang's final gambit, played using Zero's power. He would not only exploit intelligence. He would also harness the pride of the strong. Chapter 40, Chen Badian meets Buck. You little bastard. Buck instantly understood. He'd been played. That damn little brat wasn't running away at all. He was toying with him. A torrent of rage, like an ant daring a lion, instantly drowned what little reason he had left. Get out here. Buck let out a thunderous roar. All traces of playfulness vanished from his mind. He raised the massive slaughtering axe in his hand, channeling every ounce of strength into it. He swung it down with all his might, smashing it into the warehouse door marked with symbols. Boom! A deafening roar. The massive steel warehouse door, forged from high-grade steel and capable of withstanding a battering ram, shattered like paper, sending fragments flying everywhere. The tremendous commotion and the unmasked, ferocious aura of a true powerhouse instantly reverberated throughout the entire silent warehouse district. And at that very moment, at the far end of the warehouse district, in a concealed corner, Chen Badian was preparing to exchange intelligence with his men. The deafening explosion instantly interrupted him. Who the hell? Chen Badian whipped his head around, his eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. This frenzied aura wasn't that little bastard Lu Yang's. This was a far stronger presence. Could it be that little bastard's accomplice? They intended to ambush me here? Everyone! Follow me! Chen Badian seethed with rage. He believed this was Lu Yang's most direct provocation against him, the ruler of Blackstone City. Unforgivable. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately led the dozen elite black sword guards behind him. Like tigers descending a mountain, they charged forward with overwhelming force, closing in on the direction of the explosion. And so, under Lu Yang's meticulous orchestration as the director, one was a fierce tiger crossing the river, driven by rage to tear the challenger to shreds. One was a local dragon, convinced it had been ambushed and intent on reducing the ambushers to ashes. Two powerful, brutal forces, both consumed by fury, finally collided head-on. Head-on. High above, atop the warehouse roof, Lu Yang watched the impending spectacle, a cold smile curling his lips. The stage was set. The show was about to begin. When Chen Badian led his murderous black sword guards to encircle the warehouse with its cleaved open doors, what he saw was not the figure of Lu Yang he had anticipated. Instead, he saw a towering monster radiating an endless aura of bloodlust and savagery. Who are you? Chen Badian's heart sank violently. He could sense that the frenzied aura emanating from the man before him, who wielded two massive slaughtering axes, was even stronger than his own. What is your relationship with Lu Yang? Buck slowly emerged from the shattered warehouse entrance. The rage he'd been building up from being toyed with was just looking for an outlet. This group of flies seemingly elite had come right to his doorstep. Perfect. He'd use them to clear the air. He couldn't be bothered to answer Chen Badian's question. In his eyes, an ant like Chen Badian wasn't worthy of knowing his name. He merely shot Chen Badian an impatient glance with his small eyes before croaking out two words. Get out. How dare you? Chen Badian had never endured such humiliation. He roared in fury, sweeping his massive hand. Black sword strangulation formation. Chop him into mincemeat. Kill. The dozen or so highly trained black sword guards behind him hesitated not a moment. They instantly fanned out, forming an intricate formation that trapped Buck dead center. Blades flashed in a blinding burst of light. Over a dozen swords, enveloped in earth-colored energy, struck like venomous fangs from all directions, simultaneously targeting Buck's vital points. This was the Black Sword Guard's most formidable combined attack formation, capable of annihilating any silver-ranked opponent of equal standing. However, facing this annihilation formation that would make any silver-ranked expert pale with fear, Buck's face twisted into a sneer of utter contempt and cruel malice. A bunch of ants, daring to brandish blades and weapons before me? Boom! A terrifying force of the abyss, more dreadful than ever before, erupted from his body like a black volcano. That power was no longer merely an aura. It had solidified into tangible black flames, coiling around his two massive slaughtering axes. Die! Buck let out a beastly roar. The twin axes in his hands became a black whirlwind. Clang! 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 The crisp clang of metal against metal rang out, as dense as a downpour pounding banana leaves. Those black sword guard blades, sharp enough to cleave steel, shattered inch by inch upon striking Buck's slaughter axes, which were shrouded in black flames. That seemingly impenetrable battle formation crumbled before Buck's raw, unyielding power, as fragile as paper. What? Chen Baishan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. And Buck's counterattack had only just begun. Scum! Die! His twin axes, wielded with a force that seemed to split the heavens, swept out with brutal ferocity, mowing down everything in their path. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped blade of black energy, a fusion of abyssal power and bloodthirsty aura, sliced from the axe blades. Like the Grim Reaper's scythe, it swept mercilessly across the entire battlefield. Ah! No! Piercing screams rose in waves. The black sword guards, clad in their finest armor, fell before that black blade's glow like wheat cut down. Whether it was the men themselves, the weapons in their hands, or the energy shields they prided themselves on, all were cleaved in two. Severed arms. Severed legs. Severed heads. Blood and shattered entrails instantly stained the warehouse floor crimson. A single strike. Just one strike. Over half of Chen Baishan's prized black sword guards lay dead or wounded. Devil! You devil! Chen Baishan's eyes bulged with fury. He finally realized that today, he might have kicked a hornet's nest he could never hope to handle. But the pride of the Blackstone City Lord would not allow him to retreat. Grip of the earth. He roared in fury, slamming both palms down onto the ground. Boom! The ground instantly cracked open. Two colossal hands formed from rock burst forth from the earth like the hands of a god, closing in on Buck with brutal force. Trivial tricks. Buck neither dodged nor retreated, allowing the two massive stone palms to seize him in a deathly grip. He merely thrust his twin axes outward with all his might. Break open. Crack. Those rock-hard palms, capable of crushing steel, were forcibly shattered by his sheer physical strength. Shards of rock flew everywhere. Put. Chen Baishan was struck as if by a heavy blow, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. For the first time, a look of sheer terror flashed across his face. Meanwhile, Buck had appeared before him as if teleported. His savage face wore a mocking grin, like a cat toying with a mouse. The slaughtering axe in his hand was raised high. Chapter 41. You are too weak. Too weak. You are too weak. So weak it's not even worth my interest. With that, the axe, carrying the momentum to cleave through anything, came crashing down. Chen Baishan could only hastily raise his own sword to block it before him. Clang! A deafening crash. The silver-grade sword that had accompanied Chen Baishan for decades shattered cleanly. His entire body flew backward dozens of meters, as if struck by a speeding truck, smashing into the wall of a warehouse behind him and tearing a massive hole through it. Struggling, he crawled out of the wreckage, blood gushing from his mouth, his vitality drained to the absolute limit. He had lost. Defeated without a shred of doubt. Defeated utterly and completely. This mysterious monster, with overwhelming power, had shown him what true strength truly meant. A bunch of ants dared to disturb my enjoyment. Buck shouldered his axe, advancing step by step toward the gravely wounded Chen Baishan. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. He intended to dispose of this troublesome creature as well. On a distant rooftop, Lu Yang watched the scene unfold, his heart pounding in his throat. This couldn't happen. If that old bastard Chen Baishan dies so quickly, my entire plan will be ruined. He must live. And he must live with that overwhelming hatred for Buck. Buck's slaughter axe, dripping with blood and brain matter, was about to come crashing down on Chen Baishan's skull. On a distant rooftop, a cold gleam flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. Now! Buck's breathing showed a barely perceptible irregularity from the fierce battle just now. His entire focus was fixed on Chen Baishan, whom he was about to strike down. Behind him now lay his greatest vulnerability. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 0. Lu Yang issued the most concise, coldest attack command in his mind. Use your strongest shadow pierce. Target his back. Received, my dear master. 0 responded through the mental link with her sickeningly sweet voice. A pure, concentrated shadow energy began gathering within her small frame. In just 0.1 seconds. This lethal strike, powerful enough to pierce the defenses of a silver-ranked warrior, would be unleashed. Then, with pinpoint accuracy, it would be delivered straight into the heart of that arrogant butcher. The fisherman was about to haul in his net. However, at this critical moment, Zero's movement unexpectedly lagged by a mere 0.01 seconds. The energy she had gathered also, precisely, showed a faint ripple. As if, having just completed her evolution, her mastery of this power was still imperfect. In a clash between masters, a hair's breadth of difference leads to a 1,000-mile error. Especially in a deadly ambush like this. It was this 0.01 second delay. That minuscule ripple of energy. Buck, poised to finish off Chen Baishan with a single axe swing, felt his primal combat instincts like a beast suddenly sound the sharpest alarm. He didn't even have time to turn around. His body reacted instinctively before his brain could process it. He abandoned the fatal strike against Chen Baishan. His entire body, like a wild bull, rolled violently to the side. Simultaneously, the slaughter axe in his hand, trailing a fierce gust of wind, shielded his vulnerable back. The perfect moment for a sneak attack was utterly lost. Who? Buck rolled to his feet, his small eyes blazing with fury, as if an insect had dared to toy with him. He stared intently and warily at the dark section of the roof where Liu Yang was. Though he couldn't see anyone, he could sense that primal, wild abyss aura that captivated him lingering there. At the same time, Chen Badian, who had narrowly escaped death, struggled to rise from the rubble. Though gravely wounded, he still retained a sliver of fighting strength. He too fixed his gaze filled with boundless venom and murderous intent upon that very direction. Chen Badian knew at the instigator of all this, the very culprit who had reduced him to this state, was right there. In an instant, Liu Yan, once a hunter watching the tigers fight from the sidelines, he became the prey locked in the sights of two enraged beasts. The situation took a sudden, drastic turn for the worse. Liu Yang's heart plummeted to the depths. He didn't look at the two enemies glaring at him. Instead, he immediately plunged his consciousness into the system interface of the Abyss contract. His gaze turned icy as it landed on the line of real-time updates reflecting Zero's inner thoughts. There, in plain sight, was a line of text that sent his blood boiling. Real-time interactivity. Oh, this big guy is stronger than I expected. He actually sensed the killing intent this quickly. But that was within my calculations. My dear master, it seems you still have many interesting cards up your sleeve. In this desperate situation, trapped by two powerful enemies simultaneously, how will you respond? Let me observe closely. Let me thoroughly assess where your true limits truly lie. This will only make it easier for me to seize the opportunity to turn the tables in the future. He. Backstab. The deadliest backstab. That damn little thing. She wasn't struggling with her power at all. She did it on purpose. Deliberately delaying her strike, deliberately missing the perfect moment to attack. She was forcing me. Using his life, her master's life, to probe his final trump card. Poof. A low chuckle rumbled from Liu Yang's chest. Slowly, he rose from the shadows on the rooftop. Exposing himself completely to the two gazes of Chen Badian and Buck gaze is sharp enough to kill a man 10,000 times over. He did not look at his two enemies. His gaze settled calmly upon his own palm. There, Ling Zhang tilted his little head, gazing up at him with those pure, flawless eyes, filled with worry and innocence. As if saying, Master, I'm sorry, I messed up. I didn't mean to. Little thing. Liu Yang murmured in his mind, his voice cold and utterly devoid of emotion. You're playing with fire. And soon, you'll learn. The price for angering me is 10,000 times more terrifying. 1,000 times over. Liu Yang finished speaking these cold words to Ling in his mind. Then he withdrew all his focus. The chill that had crept onto his face from sheer fury vanished instantly, leaving no trace. Replaced instead by the panic and disarray of a scheme exposed. Damn it! He cursed under his breath and without hesitation, turned and fled. His appearance was that of a thoroughly disgraced assassin, fleeing after a meticulously planned ambush had gone awry. Trying to run? You little bastard. Come and get it. Buck and Chen Badian, flanking him left and right, unleashed deafening roars simultaneously. In that moment, the two of them shared an uncanny, almost eerie sense of coordination. First, eliminate this mastermind lurking in the shadows. Then we'll settle our own scores. Chapter 42, Fallen for the Trap. Boom. Boom. Two powerful attacks instantly locked onto Liu Yang's escape route. Buck's axe blade unleashed a jet-black blade aura. Chen Baishan's sword blade whipped up a thick, earth-yellow energy wave. Liu Yang let out another panicked scream. On the rooftop, he executed an extremely awkward somersault, narrowly evading both deadly strikes. Roof tiles shattered into dust under the energy's aftershock. Covered in dust and dirt, he looked utterly pitiful. He. Zero emitted a faint, schadenfreude-filled chuckle within his consciousness. Master, they're so fierce. We're about to be caught. Liu Yang ignored her mockery. He continued scrambling awkwardly between rooftops and ruins. Each evasive maneuver felt perilous, yet perfectly timed. It seemed as though he had exhausted every ounce of strength and luck, barely clinging to life amidst the relentless pursuit of two formidable adversaries. He played the part of a desperate man, reduced to mere survival instincts, to perfection. During one particularly perilous evasion, to evade Buck's axe swing, his body slammed violently into a broken pillar. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted forth. Simultaneously, a black metal token seemed to slip from his grasp, clattering to the ground below. The spot it landed was precisely where both Buck and Chen Badian could see it clearly, yet required a few steps to retrieve. That was the confidential token of the Black Sword Guard's deputy commander, the one he'd looted from Li Wei. After committing this blunder, Liu Yang seemed to have reached the end of his rope. Leaning against a pillar, he gasped for breath, his eyes flashing with madness and resolve. Suddenly, he barked an order at Zero in his consciousness, one that reeked of a desperate last stand. His tone was resolute and tragic, like a loyal guardian sacrificing himself to create an opportunity for the protagonist. Zero. Hear my command. Harness your greatest power. Gather all your abyssal essence. Attack that giant. Ignore the old man. Create an opening for me. One chance to escape. He emphasized the word escape with gritted teeth. As if this were his last hope. This performance was flawless. It clearly conveyed several messages to Zero. First, I truly have no other cards left to play. Second, I'm prepared to deploy you as my ultimate weapon. Third, my goal is only to escape, not to fight back. Zero fell for it. Or rather, she was willing to believe Liu Yang had fallen for it. All of this perfectly aligned with her assessment of Liu Yang's current predicament. This master, finally, had been driven to the brink where he must reveal his last trump card. As you command. My dearest master. For the first time, Zero's voice carried a hint of grandeur and solemnity. Let these foolish mortals witness the true terror that emanates from the abyss. Her tiny form slowly rose into the air once more. A dark energy more terrifying than during her previous evolution began to converge around her with frenzied intensity. The light across the entire abandoned factory district seemed to dim in response. She was about to unleash a magnificent attack. Not only would it fulfill her master's command, but it would also further demonstrate her unmatched power to this master who was running out of tricks. A faint smile touched the corners of her lips, one so subtle even Liu Yang failed to notice. At that very moment, in the depths of Liu Yang's downcast eyes, flashed a glint of icy coldness. His true purpose, from the very beginning, was never to have Ling attack, but rather that small token lying quietly on the ground not far away. The true bomb poised to detonate the entire arena. Boom! Pure, unadulterated dark energy surged around Zero's tiny form, gathering with frenzied intensity. Above the entire abandoned factory district, the skies churned and swirled. An energy vortex composed of countless black runes slowly took shape. The earth-shattering pressure caused Buck and Chen, who were both preparing to strike Liu Yang down simultaneously, to instinctively halt their movements. Extreme gravity etched itself onto both their faces. They both assumed this was the last trump card of that little bastard Liu Yang. You little brat! You dare resist! Buck let out a savage laugh as blazing black flames ignited upon his slaughter axe. He intended to meet this blow head-on, then tear both the little angel and her master to shreds. Meanwhile, Chen, while maintaining his vigilant guard, suddenly caught sight out of the corner of his eye a black metal token, faintly visible amidst the dust on the ground not far away. It was. The moment he recognized the secret runes belonging to the Black Sword Guard's deputy commander etched upon the token. His pupils instantly contracted to the most dangerous pinpricks. Li Wei's commander's token. Why was it here? Why did it fall out of that little bastard Liu Yang's body? Could it be Li Wei and the complete annihilation of the Hound Squad were also connected to him? Not only did he kill my son, but he also took my most capable right-hand man? Has the most classified city defense map from our city lord's mansion also fallen into his hands? In an instant, countless terrifying thoughts, like venomous snakes, frantically gnawed at Chen Baishan's heart. His murderous intent toward Liu Yang, in this moment, surpassed his wariness toward Buck, reaching an unprecedented peak. You little bastard! Chen let out a beastly roar of fury. He abandoned his defense against Buck and let down his guard against Zero's world-shattering strike. His entire being transformed into a streak of earth-yellow light, hurtling recklessly toward Liu Yang, the very scoundrel he longed to devour flesh and skin. Asking for death. Buck froze at the sight, then let out a cruel, savage laugh. In his eyes, these two fools were still squabbling amongst themselves at a time like this. This was a godsend. He could take out both of these troublesome pests at once. Without hesitation, Buck shifted his attack. His slaughtering axe whipped up a black storm powerful enough to engulf the entire arena. Simultaneously, he unleashed an indiscriminate area of effect attack at Zero, who was gathering power. Chen, who was charging toward Liu Yang, and Liu Yang himself, who appeared to be at his wit's end. The scene plunged once more into utter chaos, a three-way melee. And in that very instant, when everyone's attention was drawn to each other in the chaos, Liu Yang, leaning against the pillar, mortally wounded, preparing for a desperate last stand, moved. His figure flickered like a ghost, vanishing in an instant. His direction wasn't to flee, nor was it to engage in battle, but toward the group of Black Sword Guard elites, lying near a pile of rubble, barely clinging to life after being gravely wounded by Buck's whirlwind slash. Chapter 43, Life Extraction. Ha! Zero, who was channeling all her power to unleash a dazzling attack on Buck, stared in stunned disbelief at Liu Yang's utterly unexpected move. What is Master trying to do? The next second, she witnessed a scene that sent shivers down even her queenly, scheming spine. Liu Yang's figure instantly materialized beside the dying Black Sword Guards. He didn't even glance at the earth-shattering melee. He simply extended his uninjured right hand, spread his fingers, and gently pressed them onto the head of the Black Sword Guard closest to him. A devilishly greedy smile spread across his face. From his lips came two soft words. Absorb. Abyssal Pact, talent activated, life extraction. Hum. An invisible black energy erupted violently from Liu Yang's palm. The Black Sword Guard, already clinging to life by a thread, didn't even have time to utter a scream. His robust physique rapidly shriveled and withered at a visible pace. As if every ounce of vitality, essence, and even his very soul had been brutally drained in an instant by a gaping maw from the abyss. In less than 2 seconds, a living bronze-tier warrior was transformed into a desiccated corpse, its skin clinging tautly to its bones. Streams of pure life energy surged madly through Liu Yang's arm, flooding into his body. The bone-deep gash on his left shoulder began healing visibly before his eyes. The physical strength depleted by relentless battles was rapidly restored. Liu Yang was regenerating his health and leveling up. His true objective, from the very beginning, had never been to have Ling attack anyone. Nor was it to escape. It was these half-dead, prime blood packs. Zero was utterly stunned. She watched as her master slowly straightened his body amidst the endless darkness and green glow of life. She felt an emotion called fear. This man, his scheming, his cunning, his coldness, were 10,000 times more unfathomable than she had ever imagined. As the last shred of life energy was greedily drained by Liu Yang, he slowly straightened his body. The wound on his left shoulder had completely healed, leaving not even a trace of a scar. The abyssal power within him, once depleted, surged once more, brimming and roaring. Within mere seconds, his condition had restored to an unprecedented peak. And at that moment, not far away, at the center of the battlefield, the battle between Buck and Chen Badian had also temporarily concluded. Both were severely wounded. Chen Badian lay collapsed in the rubble, one arm severed, his chest caved in. He was as limp as a dead dog, lacking even the strength to twitch a finger. Buck remained standing, yet his condition was equally dire. His once proud muscles were now laced with deep, bone-exposing wounds, and his left leg twisted unnaturally. Clearly, Chen Badian's death throes had dealt Buck a heavy blow. Yet he remained the same arrogant blood butcher. He was preparing to drag his gravely wounded body forward, first to finish off Chen Badian, then to slowly prepare Liu Yang as his little dessert. However, a voice, plain yet brimming with boundless fighting intent, sounded from behind him. "Hey, big guy. Your opponent is me." Buck whipped his head around. He saw. The youth who should have been mortally wounded and fleeing in disarray now approached him step by step, completely unharmed. The aura of the abyss emanating from him was now more than twice as powerful as before. "You?" Buck's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. He finally realized he'd been played from start to finish by this damn little bastard. "You little brat. You're asking for death." Buck let out a beastly, earth-shattering roar. All his rage, all his murderous intent, locked onto Liu Yang in that instant. Liu Yang wasted no more words. He moved. His entire body transformed into a jet-black bolt of lightning, charging headlong toward Buck, that monstrous, demon-god-like colossus. "Zero." Pinned down his left flank, Liu Yang issued the concise command in his mind. "Yes, master." Zero's voice carried a hint of complex emotion. She knew she'd been played. Yet bound by the absolute constraints of their contract, she had no choice. She could only comply with her master's will and hunt down this fellow creature of darkness before them. She transformed into a jet-black streak of light, like a ghostly apparition, striking at Buck's left leg from an impossibly angle. "Get lost, you little fly." Buck roared, swinging his slaughter axe with overwhelming force, bringing it down hard toward Zero. "Now!" A cold glint flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. He seized the opening created when Buck was distracted by Zero. His figure flickered like teleportation, appearing at Buck's right side. The pitch-black dagger in his hand, coiled with the abyssal energy he could currently summon, darted like a viper's fangs, stabbing straight for Buck's wounded side. "Naive." Buck let out a savage laugh, refusing to dodge or evade. He let Liu Yang's dagger pierce his body. Simultaneously, the slaughter axe in his other hand whirled back at an impossible angle, sweeping upward to strike Liu Yang's head. Exchanging injury for life. This was the most savage, most bloodthirsty style of fighting. Thud. Liu Yang's dagger successfully pierced Buck's side. But it only penetrated an inch before being firmly lodged by muscles as tough as steel. Meanwhile, Buck's axe, carrying the foul wind of death, came whistling toward him. Liu Yang had no choice but to abandon the dagger, scrambling backward in a desperate roll to evade the lethal blow. Boom! The axe blade struck the ground where he had stood moments before, leaving a terrifying gash a meter deep. In an instant, the battle reached its most brutal, white-hot intensity. Liu Yang pushed every stratagem, every technique, and every ounce of his abyss energy to its absolute limit. Like a master bullfighter, he danced frantically among the ruins, dueling the raging bull that was Buck. He used collapsed walls as cover. He used swirling dust to obscure vision. He exploited Ling's elusive harassment to create openings. Meanwhile, Buck had completely abandoned defense. He was like an unrelenting war machine, driven solely by the urge to kill. The wounds on his body multiplied. Yet his assault grew ever more frenzied. Ever more ruthless. Each swing of his twin axes could cleave mountains and shatter rocks. The entire warehouse district lay utterly devastated beneath his rampage, reduced to a true wasteland. Thud. Liu Yang seized another opening, driving his foot into Buck's injured left leg. Chapter 44, Devouring High Concentration Abyssal Source Energy. Buck staggered backward. But he responded in kind, slamming his iron-like palm viciously into Liu Yang's chest. Thud! Liu Yang flew backward like a, crashing into a crumbling wall and becoming buried beneath the rubble. He felt at least 3 ribs snap in his chest. Ha! Little bastard! It's over! Buck dragged his heavily wounded body, step by step, toward the pile of rubble. He would grind this brat who'd humiliated him into mincemeat. But, just as he reached the edge of the rubble, boom! The ruins erupted violently. Liu Yang's figure leapt out from within, like an undead specter. His face was covered in blood and dust, yet his eyes burned with a light as bright as the fiercest ghostly flames in hell. Filled with final madness. Die! Liu Yang let out a roar that sounded inhuman. He channeled every last shred of abyssal energy within him into the pitch-black dagger in his hand. At the cost of his right arm shattering completely. At the cost of multiple severe injuries and ruptured internal organs. He seized the moment when Buck let his guard down, lulled by the illusion of imminent victory. He transformed himself into the final, most lethal bullet. All his strength, all his will, all his madness converged into this final, decisive strike. Thud! The pitch-black dagger, driven by an unyielding resolve. Piercing through every defense. Precision-guided, it pierced through Buck's wide, shocked eyes. Deeply, it sank. Hilt deep. Buck's massive body froze abruptly. His eyes, like copper bells, filled with disbelief and a hint of relief. He opened his mouth, as if to speak. In the end, nothing came out. He crashed to the ground. His massive frame pounded the ground, leaving a shallow crater in its wake. Liu Yang, too, had exhausted his last ounce of strength. Half kneeling beside Buck's still warm corpse, he braced himself against the dagger still lodged in the enemy's eye socket to keep from collapsing. Liu Yang gasped for breath in ragged, labored heaves, each inhalation sending waves of excruciating pain through his entire body. He had won. But the victory had been incredibly hard won. A victory so brutal it was beyond description. Agony surged like waves, crashing relentlessly against every nerve in Liu Yang's body. His right arm was completely fractured, twisted into an unnatural angle. At least 3 ribs were broken in his chest, each breath bringing excruciating agony. Liu Yang felt as though his internal organs were nothing but a pile of shattered glass bottles. But he was still alive. Using the dagger still lodged in Buck's eye socket for support, he struggled to rise from his half-kneeling position, slowly, steadily, until he stood upright. His back was straight as an arrow. He had won. In a deathmatch where victory seemed impossible, he had survived. And the victor had the right to claim all his spoils. Are you all right, master? You're bleeding heavily. Zero flew over at just the right moment. Her glassy eyes brimmed with heartache and worry. A few glistening tears even clung to her small face. Her performance was Oscar-worthy enough to win any Best Actress award. But the glance she casually cast toward Buck's massive corpse betrayed her truest thoughts. There was no sympathy in that gaze, no fear. Only the most naked greed. It was as if that wasn't a terrifying corpse, but a piece of the finest cake, exuding an endless fragrance. Liu Yang paid no heed to her performance. Dragging his gravely wounded body, he moved step by step toward Buck's head, which loomed like a small mountain. He could sense that Buck wasn't completely dead yet. His powerful soul was still struggling in its final, reluctant agony. Woo-woo. Zero flew over to Liu Yang once more. This time, she abandoned her petty tricks. A pure, dark energy emanated from her body, transforming into countless slender black chains. These chains tightly bound Buck's fading remnant consciousness, trapping it within his corpse. She was helping her master suppress this ingredient, lest it spoil before being savored. Liu Yang glanced at her, a hint of a meaningful smile in his eyes. He knew this little creature was even more anxious than he was. Without further hesitation, he extended his uninjured left hand. Slowly, he placed it upon Buck's massive head. From his lips, 2 cold syllables escaped softly. Devour. Abyssal Pact, talent activated, Abyssal Devour. Boom! A torrent 100 times more colossal than when devouring Lilith's primordial core erupted from Buck's corpse. That torrent was composed of the purest abyssal energy, the most savage soul fragments, and the memories of Buck's life, a life steeped in bloodshed and slaughter. Like a black dragon of sin bursting through a dam, it surged madly along Liu Yang's arm, flooding into his body. Flooding into his soul. Gah! Liu Yang finally couldn't hold back, letting out a roar of agony. Pain. Too much pain. If absorbing the life force of those black sword guards earlier felt like drinking a cup of lukewarm water, then now he was swallowing an entire volcano on the verge of eruption. His body felt like a balloon overinflated in an instant. His skin was splitting open inch by inch. Tiny crimson fissures erupted across his entire body, blood gushing forth like fountains. In an instant, he became a man drenched in blood. But more terrifying than the physical agony was the mental assault. Fragments of Buck's memories filled with slaughter, brutality, and cruelty swarmed like billions of ants, madly tearing at his soul, already shattered and fragile from his severe injuries. He saw it. How Buck had slaughtered village after village. He saw how Buck treated living people like livestock, subjecting them to bloody sacrifices. He saw it. How Buck, in an endless cycle of slaughter and lust, gradually descended into a complete monster of being consumed solely by pleasure and destruction. These filthy, vile, negative memories violently assaulted his sanity, trying to drag him down into that abyss called corruption. Hold on to your sanity. Lu Yang clenched his teeth so hard his gums bled. He clung desperately to the last shred of clarity in his mind, like a drowning man grasping at the lifeline of his very self. And just as he was about to be completely swallowed by the endless darkness, the cold, mechanical alert in his mind sounded like a final death knell, ringing out frantically. Warning! Warning! Host detected consuming high-concentration abyssal source energy. Warning! Host's mental state is extremely unstable. Imminent assimilation by the abyss. Warning! Abyssal contamination levels are rapidly escalating. 5. 10. 15. Chapter 45, The Anchor of Humanity. Who knows how long it had been? Perhaps it was but a single instant. Or perhaps it felt as long as an entire century. When Lu Yang regained consciousness, that torrent of frenzied energy, powerful enough to tear his soul apart, finally began to subside. Before him, the corpse that had once resembled a small mountain had completely turned to ashes, scattered by the wind. As if he had never existed in this world at all. Huff! Lu Yang knelt on one knee, his body drenched in blood, resembling a statue hauled from a pool of blood. Head bowed, he gasped for breath in ragged heaves, his chest heaving violently. He had survived. In that brutal mental struggle against the abyss's will, he had ultimately defended that last shred of ground called self. He slowly raised his head. His eyes had changed completely. His left eye remained an abyssal, pitch-black void. Yet deep within the pupil of his right eye, a faint, amethyst-like hue had quietly taken root, a strange, icy color of the abyss. The system interface, long dormant within his mind, finally completed its final calculations at this moment, frantically updating the ultimate spoils of his gluttonous feast. Ding! Abyssal devouring concluded. Final settlement in progress. Warning! Warning! Your abyssal corruption level has significantly increased. Final contamination level lot 20. Warning, contamination level has exceeded the safety threshold 10. Portions of your mind will suffer prolonged, mild erosion by the abyss's will. Manifestations include heightened emotional impulsivity, increased tendency to resolve conflicts through violence, and mild gratification derived from killing and destruction. Warning, immediately seek out an anchor of humanity and establish contact to neutralize partial corruption, maintaining equilibrium between sanity and power. Gazing at this string of crimson warnings, Lu Yang's face showed not a trace of fear. Instead, a sickly, excited smile spread across his face. For what followed was a colossal reward capable of driving anyone mad. Congratulations! Your level has ascended from Bronze Beginner to Bronze Peak. Congratulations! Your mental power has reached the Silver Tier standard. Congratulations! Your physical strength has gained the permanent enhancement of the Abyssal Demon Body Basic. Congratulations! You have successfully mastered the Abyss exclusive skill, Touch of the Abyss. Skill description: you can materialize Abyss energy into 1 to 3 energy tentacles. These tentacles can be used for attack, defense, binding, and more efficient absorption. Congratulations! You have obtained fragments of Buck's memories, unlocking preliminary intelligence about the Abyssal Secret Society. Intelligence unlocked: the Abyssal Secret Society known as the Crimson Hand, a clandestine cult of Abyss devotees roaming the northern realms of the kingdom. They worship slaughter and sacrifice, delighting in devouring powerful souls. Buck was merely a mid-tier peripheral deacon among them. Power. Unprecedented power. Raging through Lu Yang's very bones and flesh. He could feel that his current strength was at least 5 times greater than before the devouring. 10 times greater. He even felt confident that if he faced that same Buck at full strength now, he might be able to stand toe-to-toe with him. The ultimate satisfaction brought by this power made him want to roar to the heavens. But alongside the power came a bloodthirsty urge, like a festering sore clinging to his bones, rising from the depths of his soul. His gaze instinctively fell upon Chen, who lay nearby, clinging to life amidst the ruins. A thought surged uncontrollably through his mind. Kill him. Crush him like an ant. Hear his desperate wails as death approaches. See what color his proud heart would be when he tore it out with his own hands. That would be an incredibly delightful pleasure. The eerie purple hue in Lu Yang's right eye grew brighter and brighter. The smile on his face grew more and more grotesque, less and less human. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Step by step, he advanced toward Chen. The murderous intent radiating from his body was no longer concealed. And just as he was about to be completely consumed by this murderous desire, in his mind, a face appeared without warning. The face of a youth not conventionally handsome, yet radiating stubbornness and sincerity. And a pair of eyes, bright as stars. Brother Lu. You're my big brother now. Whatever you need, just give the word. It was Lin Wu. Lu Yang's body jerked violently. His steps, teetering on the brink of collapse, halted abruptly. The eerie purple in his right eye, as if encountering its nemesis, quickly faded slightly. The savage grin on his face gradually faded, returning to that cold and composed expression. He lowered his gaze, glancing at his own hands, trembling slightly with the craving for slaughter. Then he glanced once more at Chen in the distance, trembling in fear at the very perception of his murderous intent. His gaze grew profoundly deep. He knew. He must leave this place immediately. Before he lost control completely, he needed to see the anchor that could pull him back from the edge of the abyss. In the end, Lu Yang still did not show mercy to the critically wounded, dying assassin of Chen Badian. Not out of mercy, but because the shred of sanity forcibly anchored by his humanity was telling him. Killing Chen Badian now would bring more harm than good. A living city lord, consumed by madness, suspicion, and fear, would stir up far more trouble in Blackstone City than a cold corpse ever could. And it would provide far better cover for his next move. He cast a deep, lingering glance at the figure still clinging to life amidst the ruins. Then, turning away, he dragged his equally scarred body like a specter into the deepest darkness before dawn. On the way back to the black market hideout, Lu Yang did not idle. He began organizing the fragmented memories that had surged into his mind from the abyss's devouring. It was a soul steeped in bloodshed, violence, and madness. Yet, deep within these filthy memories, Lu Yang glimpsed something that sent chills down his spine. It was an underground temple constructed from colossal skeletal remains. At its center lay a blood pool churning with black magma. Hundreds of figures clad in identical black robes, their faces concealed by grotesque bone masks, knelt around the pool. With fervent, reverent voices, they chanted obscure, ancient syllables. Buck knelt at the very edge of the crowd. Gone from his face was the usual cruelty and arrogance. Instead, a profound sense of humility and reverence emanated from his very core. For at the very front of the blood pool stood a figure. Tall and gaunt, the figure wore a ceremonial robe embroidered with eerie silver patterns. Chapter 46, The Abyss, its sole master. He did not move, merely snapping his fingers lightly. The churning blood pool beneath his feet instantly solidified. Every wailing soul fell silent in that instant. In Buck's memory, he referred to him as the Bishop. An existence 100 times more powerful than himself. Another memory fragment. It was a stone chamber resembling a laboratory. The walls were covered with all manner of human and demon specimens. Buck respectfully presented a still-beating heart belonging to some powerful demon to a middle-aged man in a white lab coat. The man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looked like a scholar. But when he took the heart, the fervor and obsession in his eyes were more terrifying than any madman's. Perfect material, he murmured, adjusting his glasses. The power of the abyss is the most perfect evolutionary truth in the universe. And we are the pioneers seeking this truth. They called themselves seekers of truth. They regarded the entire world as their laboratory. As for Buck, the one tasked with gathering materials from the outside world, his status within the organization was merely that of a mid to low-ranking peripheral steward. This was the final fragment of memory. It was Buck's memory from when he received the organization's branding. He saw the figure known as the Bishop extend a withered finger and touch it to Buck's forehead. A strand of pitch-black abyssal energy instantly burrowed in, imprinting an indelible soul beacon deep within his spirit. The Bishop's icy voice echoed in his memory. This beacon is both your glory and your shackle. It shall record everything of you, including the final sight you behold before death. Should you die, the beacon will transmit this final gift back to the secret society. The organization will avenge you. Lu Yang violently tore himself free from these chaotic memories. His back was already soaked through with cold sweat. Lu Yang sucked in a sharp breath. He finally understood what terrifying colossus he had unwittingly provoked. The Abyssal Secret Society. A dark cult with a rigid hierarchy, harboring countless beings far more powerful than Buck. And Buck's death was not the end. It was only the beginning. His soul beacon must have already transmitted his blurred image and that uniquely wild abyssal aura back to that terrifying organization. Perhaps it won't be long before a bishop more powerful than Buck or even a higher-ranking entity will follow this thread and come knocking. He solved one Buck, only to bring forth a deep abyss secret society. It was like killing a worker ant only to disturb the entire anthill. He must grow stronger. At the fastest pace possible. And he must also leave Blackrock City, this place of trouble, as soon as possible. This place is no longer safe. My very presence could turn this place into scorched earth at any moment. But where should I go? In this vast world, where could he possibly find refuge? When Lu Yang dragged his nearly shattered body back into the secret chamber of the treasure pavilion, Chen Duo, the black market lord who had weathered countless storms, lost his composure for the first time. He stared at the youth before him. Blood-soaked, ragged clothes, a wound on his left shoulder deep enough to expose bone, his right arm twisted unnaturally. The entire figure looked as wretched as a trapped beast that had crawled out of the most brutal arena, narrowly escaping death. Yet, those eyes shone like tempered cold stars, filled with a fighting spirit that made even Chen Duo's heart tremble. I need a place. Lu Yang's voice was hoarse and weary, yet carried an unquestionable command. The safest place. And the best healing medicine. Chen Duo snapped out of his shock. He didn't ask what had happened in the abandoned brewery. Nor did he ask whether Li Wei and the Hound Squad had truly fallen at the hands of this youth. Because there was no need to ask. Just looking at Liu Yang's current state and those eyes told him everything he needed to know. No problem. Mr. Liu. This time, his address had shifted from esteemed nephew to the deferential Mr. Liu. The smile on Qian Duoduo's face shifted from the shrewdness of a businessman to the reverence of a subordinate toward a superior. He knew he had made the right bet this time. The youth before him was a true dragon. A fierce dragon poised to soar across the river. He immediately activated his highest level authorization. Personally escorting Liu Yang through a secret passage known only to him, he arrived at the deepest, most court chamber of the underground black market. This was his true lair. The surrounding walls were forged from obsidian, capable of blocking all forms of detection. Its defensive rating could withstand a full power strike from a silver-tier powerhouse. Absolute security. He even brought out his most treasured possession, the sacred healing elixir, the Fountain of Life, which he had kept hidden away for years. A single vial was worth over 1,000 gold coins. Mr. Liu, please rest assured and recuperate here. Qian Duo adopted an extremely humble demeanor. Leave everything outside to me. As long as you remain in the black market, not even that old bastard Chen Badian himself could lay a finger on you if he brought his men. Liu Yang nodded, saying nothing more. He needed time now. Absolute silence filled the secret chamber. Liu Yang sat cross-legged, entering a deep state of meditation. He did not immediately tend to his injuries. His immediate priority was to organize the abyssal energy within him, an energy that had become wildly unruly after devouring Buck. Within his spiritual realm, the pitch-black energy churned like a boiling ocean, unleashing towering waves that relentlessly battered the solitary island representing his self. Fragments of Buck's will steeped in slaughter and brutality stirred up trouble within, attempting to drag him completely into the abyss of madness. Annoying flies. Liu Yang's will transformed into a colossal, icy shadow, surveying the churning sea below. He neither suppressed nor resisted. Instead, he extended a hand. A giant hand, formed from the will belonging to the Lord of the Abyss. Then, gently, he pressed downward. Crushed. Boom. As if words became law. The entire raging sea of consciousness instantly calmed under this single press. All fragments of Buck's will were utterly crushed and purified in that instant, transforming into the purest nourishment and merging into Liu Yang's soul. The 20% abyssal corruption remained. But that brutal impulse, ever ready to make him lose control, had been firmly crushed beneath his feet by an even stronger will. As long as he did not wish it, no one could taint his will. For he alone was the true master of this abyss. Chapter 47, Apocalypse Academy. After completing all this, Liu Yang began to slowly guide that vast, now docile energy to repair his shattered body. Under the combined effects of the Fountain of Life and his own formidable regenerative abilities, his wounds closed at a visible pace. Shattered bones were realigning. Shattered internal organs were reborn. 3 days later, when Liu Yang opened his eyes once more, his injuries had healed for the most part. His power had surged beyond tenfold compared to before the devouring. His entire demeanor had grown more reserved, more dangerous. Like a peerless weapon sheathed within its scabbard. Seemingly serene, yet capable of severing everything the moment it was drawn. Time to test out the new toy. A hint of interest curved Liu Yang's lips. With a flicker of intent. Skill, Abyssal Touch, activated. Whoosh. 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 3 tentacles, no, 5. Having reached the silver tier standard in psychic power, the number of tentacles he could materialize increased accordingly. 5 hideous tentacles, formed from pure dark energy and covered in fine black scales, silently shot out from the shadows behind him. Like venomous snakes possessed of their own life, they danced nimbly through the air, emitting sharp whistling sounds as they sliced through the wind. Liu Yang's intent flickered once more. One tentacle lashed out like lightning, violently striking the obsidian wall of the chamber. Thud. A dull thud. A shallow white gash was forcibly carved into the incredibly hard wall. The force was comparable to the full power strike of a peak bronze tier powerhouse. Meanwhile, another tentacle instantly transformed before him, morphing into a circular shield 1 meter in diameter, covered in airy runes. Solid. Heavy. The remaining 3 tentacles moved like 3 dexterous arms. With effortless ease, they swept up the room's table, chairs, and teacups, twirling them mid-air like juggling balls. Attack, defense, precision manipulation. They could do anything. This is nothing short of divine skill. With this, my combat style will be completely transformed. Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Just as he thought he needed more time to fully master the surging power. A soft knock sounded at the chamber door. It was Qian Duo. He brought news Liu Yang couldn't refuse. Mr. Liu. Chen Duo observed Liu Yang's calm, unruffled expression and knew he had grasped the crux of the matter. He didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he pulled out an invitation-style letter from his breast pocket, bound in a gold embossed cover that looked extremely high-end. Then, with solemn formality, he placed it on the table before Liu Yang. Just this morning, news had arrived that would send shockwaves through all of Blackstone City. Xian Duoduo's voice unconsciously carried a hint of reverence and longing. Liu Yang's gaze fell upon the letter. On the cover, 4 characters were inscribed in an ancient script he had never seen before, a script that seemed to contain some kind of elemental power. Tianqi Academy. Apocalypse Academy? Liu Yang silently repeated the name in his mind. It felt unfamiliar. Mr. Liu, having resided in the city for so long, you may not be familiar with matters outside our walls. Chen Duoduo sensed his confusion and immediately stepped into the role of an explainer. He drew a deep breath, his tone reverent as if a devotee describing their deity. Within our Longsha Federation, there are hundreds upon hundreds of Beastmaster Academies. But only 3 can truly be called sacred grounds. They stand above all royal authority and nobility, serving as the cradle for cultivating the Federation's most elite warriors, the titans that determine the very future of our entire Federation. And among these 3 sacred institutions, the Apocalypse Academy stands as the oldest, most mysterious, and most powerful. By this point, Xian Duoduo's eyes were already gleaming. Graduates from the Apocalypse Academy, even the least accomplished, could command armies in the royal military. The most exceptional among them could become city lords, or even be crown kings and appointed ministers. Legend has it that half of the Dragon Summer Federation's rare, mythical tier beast masters graduated from the Apocalypse Academy. A leap to the heavens? The phrase flashed through Liu Yang's mind. No. Chen Duoduo shook her head excitedly. This isn't a leap to the heavens. It's the only shortcut for mortals to become gods. He paused, then delivered the most irresistible temptation to Liu Yang. More importantly, once you become an official student of Tianqi Academy, your identity information will be recorded in the Federation's highest-level Sacred Hall archives. From that moment on, you would receive the highest level of protection under the Federation's Genius Protection Act. Forget a mere Blackstone City Lord, even a king of some kingdom wouldn't have the authority to judge or issue a warrant for an Apocalypse Academy student. That laughable blood-red bounty issued by Chen Badian would be nothing but scrap paper before the Apocalypse Academy insignia. It would automatically become null and void. Liu Yang's eyes instantly narrowed. Escape a warrant. Gain a legitimate, protected identity. This was precisely what he needed most right now. Now, Chen Duoduo slid that gold embossed letter toward Liu Yang. There's good news and bad news. The good news is, Tianqi Academy will make an exception this year and hold a special recruitment drive right here in our godforsaken backwater town of Blackstone City. Why? Liu Yang instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Why would a sacred institution of this caliber suddenly deign to come to Blackstone City? No one knows why. Chen Duoduo gave a wry smile. Rumor has it it's the will of some big shot at the academy. A place like ours? We're not qualified to speculate. All we need to know is this special recruitment doesn't care about your background, doesn't check your family connections, and doesn't scrutinize your origins. As long as you're under 18 and possess enough talent and strength, you have a chance to leap over the Dragon Gate. The sole opening will be decided through an absolutely fair tournament. Liu Yang's heart began to race uncontrollably. He knew this was the breakthrough he'd been waiting for. His only chance to shake off the mad dog Chen Baishan's clutches, escape the Abyssal Secret Society's invisible gaze, and truly step onto the world's grandest stage. What about the bad news? He demanded in a low voice. A peculiar expression flickered across Chen Duoduo's face. The bad news is, this is likely another trap set by that old fox, Chen Badian. Through some unknown channel, he had managed to persuade the special envoy from the Apocalypse Academy to hold the arena trial, the very contest that would decide the sole vacancy at. He paused, meeting Liu Yang's gaze as he enunciated each word. The abandoned distillery. The chamber fell instantly silent. Liu Yang froze. The hunting trap he had set. Now it was to become the very stage where his own fate would be decided? What utter irony! Moments later, Liu Yang smiled. That smile brimmed with boundless fighting spirit. This was no trap. This was fate, presenting him with a grand gift. A divine opportunity to settle all scores once and for all on the same stage. He looked at Chen Duoduo and spoke slowly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This special recruitment. I will participate. Chapter 48, Chen Baishan's Open Strategy. Chen Duoduo left. He left behind a trove of valuable intelligence and a glimmer of hopeful promise. But he also left behind a difficult choice that Liu Yang must confront. The chamber fell silent once more. Liu Yang did not immediately lose his head over this opportunity to rise to the top overnight. He simply sat quietly at the table, downing the cup of tea brewed from Yunding Lingcha in one gulp. Then, he closed his eyes. He needed to calmly analyze his current situation. Laying out all the pros and cons, seeing them clearly. First, there was Chen Badian. That old bastard was now like a venomous snake lying in wait. He appeared to have retreated his defenses, abandoning the manhunt. But Liu Yang knew this was merely a facade. He must be secretly weaving an even deadlier net, waiting for me to show a weakness. As long as he remained in Blackstone City, that sword hanging over his head could fall at any moment. This was a grave threat that must be resolved. Second was the Abyssal Secret Society, a force 10,000 times more terrifying than Chen Batian. By devouring Buck's memories, Liu Yang had glimpsed the tip of that colossal iceberg. One Buck alone had nearly plunged him into eternal ruin. And Buck wasn't even a minor figure with any standing within that organization. Heaven only knew when they would send a so-called bishop or even a higher-ranking monster to investigate Buck's death. When that day came, forget about a mere Blackstone City. The entire North would be plunged into a bloodbath. He must possess the strength to defend himself, even to resist before they came knocking. Last, and most crucial, was himself. That staggering abyssal corruption level of 20. The abyssal contract system was his greatest trump card and his greatest liability. This time, thanks to Lin Wu's pure goodwill, he barely managed to pull back his sanity from the brink of collapse. But what about next time? What about the time after that? As his power continued to grow, so too would the corruption within him, rising like water with the tide. One day, he would be completely assimilated by that cold, abyssal will, transformed into a monster that knew only slaughter and destruction. He must find a solution, or rather, a way to balance this corruption. Yet knowledge and resources concerning the soul and primordial essence were far beyond the reach of a remote outpost like Blackrock City. He listed these three problems, weighing heavily on his mind like three mountains, one by one in his thoughts. Then he realized. Every dead end, every predicament. Ultimately, they all pointed to the same sole exit. Apocalypse Academy. If he could gain admission to the Apocalypse Academy and become a student protected by federal law, Chen Batian's wanted notice would become null and void. This major threat would no longer be able to openly pose any danger to him. The first problem was solved. As the Dragon Summer Federation's sacred sanctuary for beast tamers, Apocalypse Academy must be backed by the Federation's most formidable powerhouses. Even if that so-called Abyss Secret Society grew ever more arrogant, they would never dare to casually extend their reach into the territory of such a colossal institution. This would buy him the most precious time to develop and grow in peace. The second problem was temporarily resolved. And then there was the Apocalypse Academy's vast library, its rich resources drawn from across the entire Federation, and its profoundly knowledgeable mentors and professors. There, I will surely uncover deeper knowledge about the abyssal power and the corruption of souls. He would surely discover the correct methods to balance or even master this power. The third problem, too, held hope for a solution. Staying in Blackrock City was a dead end. Fleeing elsewhere would only be a temporary reprieve, a mere band-aid solution. But the Apocalypse Academy? This is more than just an opportunity. It is his only path to escape all predicaments and break through every dead end. With this realization, Liu Yang slowly opened his eyes. All the confusion and hesitation vanished from his eyes without a trace. Replaced instead was the resolute determination of a man who had burned his boats, and the sharp edge of unwavering resolve. No matter how difficult this special recruitment assessment might be, no matter how perilous that so-called distillery trap might be, whether his opponents were Chen Batian's carefully groomed adopted son or all the so-called geniuses who had rushed to the city upon hearing the news. This spot. He will claim it. Not even God himself could stop him. I'm telling you. His gaze hardened into unwavering resolve. He began to contemplate the first and most pressing challenge before him. All right, the decision was made. But the problem is, I, a Class F fugitive wanted citywide. How could I possibly show up openly at that highly publicized special enrollment site? The special recruitment day for Apocalypse Academy. The entire Blackstone City was engulfed in a near frenzy of fervor. The Central Plaza, once the site of awakening ceremonies, had been transformed into a temporary registration hub. A sea of people, shoulder to shoulder. Every family with children under 18 was jostling to get here, desperate to seize a chance at a future that could change their lives forever. Even though they all knew there was only one spot available. Make way! Make way! The Li family's carriage has arrived. Make way! The crowd was roughly pushed aside. A magnificent carriage drawn by 4 magnificent horses, surrounded by a retinue of guards, arrogantly halted before the registration point. The second young master of the Li family from the east side of the city stepped down, supported by several attendants, his demeanor brimming with confidence. He was one of the top contenders for this special recruitment. Oomph! What's so special about the Li family? Our Wang family is the future hope of Blackstone City. Not far away, another lavishly dressed youth, surrounded by his entourage, shot a defiant, challenging glance in their direction. These scions of prominent families, usually aloof and superior, now resembled a flock of peacocks awaiting inspection, desperately flaunting their splendid plumage. Beyond this dazzling crowd, a figure clad in coarse gray cloth and a wide-brimmed straw hat stood quietly at the very end of the most inconspicuous line. He was like a single drop merging into the vast ocean. He drew no one's attention. He was Liu Yang. Under the cover of Qian Duodwa's all-pervasive intelligence network, he had arrived here safely, though not without some peril. Hey, you up front. Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? The people ahead steadily moved forward, and soon it was Liu Yang's turn. He approached the registration desk, which looked decidedly upscale. Behind it sat a young staff member in the Apocalypse Academy uniform, his face betraying an unmistakable air of metropolitan superiority and impatience. Without even looking up, he delivered a formulaic recitation. Name, age, contract partner. Chapter 49, registering under a wanted notice. Liu Yang fell silent for a moment. Then, slowly, he raised his hand and removed the conical hat from his head. A face clear-cut, serene, yet utterly familiar was exposed to everyone's gaze. That face had plastered every street and alley of Blackstone City for over a week. It was the face featured on the classic Crimson Bounty notice. Time seemed to pause in that very instant. The once bustling square instantly fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, turned in unison toward Liu Yang. Their gazes brimmed with shock, bewilderment, utter disbelief, and a profound sense of absurdity. Was I seeing things? Isn't that the wanted criminal Liu Yang? How dare he show up here? Has he lost his mind? After a brief, deathly silence, a volcanic eruption of deafening clamor erupted. Good heavens! A murderer! A heretic practicing forbidden arts! And he dares to apply to Tianqi Academy? Is he trying to insult the Apocalypse Academy? This is utterly preposterous. I've never witnessed such an outrage in my entire life. Guards! Where are the guards? A wanted criminal is here. Someone no one knew who was the first to scream. Swish! 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 Dozens of city guards tasked with maintaining order at the scene sprang into action as if facing a major threat. They instantly drew their weapons, surging like a tidal wave from all directions, surrounding Liu Yang layer upon layer until he was completely trapped. Cold blades pointed at him in unison. The captain of the guards, leading the charge, was sweating buckets with tension. This was a walking achievement worth 5,000 gold coins. Yet Liu Yang, trapped at the center of the crowd, seemed oblivious to everything around him. He ignored the hostile blades. He ignored the eyes filled with scorn and contempt. Ignoring the deafening clamor and abuse that could drown a person. His eyes were fixed solely on the receptionist, who stood equally stunned and speechless. He calmly handed over his identification badge. Then, in a tone so calm it was frightening as if stating a simple fact, he spoke slowly. Liu Yang. 18 years old. Contract partner, Angel. This display left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Madman. He's absolutely, completely insane. A murderer wanted citywide, surrounded by dozens of guards with blades pointed at him, was actually with a straight face applying for the kingdom's most sacred academy's special recruitment? Ha! That's hilarious. Does he seriously think the Apocalypse Academy would accept a wanted criminal? What kind of brain does he have? This is easily the best joke of the year. The two young masters from the Li and Wang families were doubled over laughing, tears practically streaming down their faces. Seize him! The guard captain finally snapped out of his shock. A flash of greed gleamed in his eyes as he swung his arm, about to order Liu Yang's execution on the spot. At that critical moment, a voice lazy and impatient suddenly drifted from behind the registration point, emanating from the most ornate tent. The voice was not loud. Yet it reverberated like thunder, clear and distinct in every ear. Hold! Let him register. The guard captain, poised to give the order to strike, froze rigid. His raised hand halted abruptly mid-air. The greed and murderous intent on his face instantly gave way to terror and reverence. The captain knew better than anyone whose voice this was. All eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the voice behind the registration point, toward the enormous tent embroidered with the emblem of the Apocalypse Academy. The tent flap was slowly lifted by a hand with clearly defined knuckles. A middle-aged man dressed in the deep blue, silver cloud-embroidered uniform of an Apocalypse Academy instructor stepped out. His features were unremarkable, even ordinary. Yet his eyes were sharp as two unsheathed blades, seemingly capable of piercing the deepest secrets of the human heart with ease. The man stood there casually, yet an invisible aura of overwhelming power enveloped the entire square. Everyone present felt a sense of inferiority in his presence. He was Yi Qing, the chief examiner and head of this special recruitment drive for Tianqi Academy. A true heavyweight from the imperial capital. Teacher Yi. The young staff member at the registration desk immediately rose to his feet and bowed respectfully upon seeing him. And just then, Professor Yi. You've arrived just in time. A voice filled with rage and grief echoed from beyond the crowd. Chen, having received the news, had rushed over with a squad of black sword guards. He practically leaped over 3 steps at a time to reach Yi Qing, pointing at Liu Yang, who was surrounded by guards, and shouted hoarsely. Teacher Yi. This boy, Liu Yang. He is a Class A wanted criminal in Blackstone City. He practices forbidden demonic arts and is brutally ruthless. Not only did he slaughter over a dozen of my elite men, but he also savagely murdered my only son. Such a demonic heretic must not be allowed to tarnish the sacred name of Tianqi Academy. I implore you, Teacher Yi, to see clearly and execute this beast on the spot. To serve as a warning to others. As he spoke, he exchanged meaningful glances with the surrounding guards, signaling them to stand ready to act. However, after listening to his impassioned speech, Yi Qing didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely cast a faint, dismissive glance at this petty tyrant who ruled Blackstone City with an iron fist. His gaze was as dismissive as if observing a noisy fly. Then, his gaze swept past everyone, settling on the youth who had remained eerily calm throughout. He looked at Lu Yang. He saw those eyes, which, despite being surrounded by danger, showed not a trace of fear. Instead, they held a calmness akin to watching a performance. He saw the distinct, dangerous aura emanating from the youth, an aura so intensely restrained, yet still perceptible to a powerhouse of his caliber. A hint of interest curved his lips. Finally, he spoke. His voice remained as lazy and emotionless as ever. Yet the words he spoke were imbued with the absolute dominance characteristic of the Apocalypse Academy. Lord Chen, is that correct? He spoke slowly. First, you need to understand one thing. At our Tianqi Academy's recruitment site, no one has the right to criticize my candidates. Chen Baishan's face instantly darkened, turning the color of liver. Yi Qing ignored him and continued. Second, the rules of my Tianqi Academy supersede the local laws of any province or city within the Longsha Federation. During the special admissions assessment, I care not whether he is a wanted criminal or a murderer. As long as he is under 18 years of age. As long as he has the guts to step onto that stage. He has the right to compete. Chapter 50, The Might of Tianqi Academy. The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Everyone thought they had misheard. Revelation Academy was actually allowing an A-level wanted criminal to participate in the special recruitment assessment? This was unheard of. Yi Qing ignored the stunned reactions around him. He waved impatiently at the staff member, who had long since frozen in terror. What are you standing there for? Enroll him. Yes. Yes. Teacher Yi. The staff member, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled frantically to pick up a pen and prepare to register Lu Yang. After completing all this, Yi Qing's gaze finally returned to Lu Yang. His piercing gaze seemed poised to see right through Lu Yang, inside and out. Young man, he said slowly. I don't care who you are, nor what you've done outside. On my stage, strength alone speaks for everything. If you can secure that one spot from this 100-man brawl, then all your troubles will be resolved by the Apocalypse Academy. Yi Qing's tone was calm, yet radiated an unquestionable confidence and authority. But if you fail to secure it, a cold curve touched the corner of his mouth. Then, I'm afraid once you step out that door, whether you live or die is none of my concern. The consequences are yours to bear. Amidst Chen Baishan's face, which had turned so ashen it seemed ready to drip with sweat. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, as if they'd seen a ghost. Lu Yang, with unwavering composure, signed his name on the registration form. Successfully registered. He lifted his head to meet Yi Qing's scrutinizing gaze and nodded calmly. There was no turning back now. Either ascend to the heavens in one step, or plunge into the abyss. The next day, the special recruitment assessment officially begins. The venue was set at Blackrock City's largest and oldest central training ground. On this day, the entire city emptied its streets. The stands surrounding the training ground were packed with spectators. They all wanted to witness firsthand which prodigy would seize that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rise to greatness. In the center of the arena stood the collective hope of Blackstone City over the past 2 decades. A full 132 young men and women, all under 18 years of age, who had successfully awakened their innate talents. They were the cornerstone of this city's future. Lu Yang blended in among this group of spirited geniuses. He wore his usual attire, a coarse gray robe and a straw hat pulled low over his face. But it was useless. Now, he drew more attention than any young master from the major families on the field. He was the walking 5,000 gold coin A-class wanted criminal. Hey, look! That's the kid. He actually dared to show up? With that nerve, he'd be wasting his talent if he didn't become a flower thief. I heretic. Hope he doesn't get eliminated in the preliminary round. That'd be a real embarrassment. Don't worry. Even if he isn't eliminated, we'll take matters into our own hands on the stage and accidentally cripple him. Whispers and malicious stares converged on Lu Yang from every direction. It was as if he hadn't come to compete, but to face a public trial by all present. Lu Yang paid no heed to any of it. His gaze swept casually through the crowd. Then, he paused, slightly startled. He spotted a familiar figure. Lin Wu. He was actually standing among the contestants. Lin Wu's tall, sturdy build stood out like a sore thumb among the pampered young masters and ladies. He also spotted Lu Yang. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, only to be replaced by deep concern and confusion. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something to Lu Yang. But in the end, under the strange stares of those around him, he lowered his head. Interesting. Lu Yang chuckled inwardly. Looks like this competition won't be too boring after all. Just then, Chief Examiner Yi Qing slowly ascended the elevated platform at the center of the martial arts arena. His piercing gaze swept across the entire arena. All the noisy chatter instantly died down. I am Yi Qing of Tianqi Academy. His introduction was simple yet commanding. Enough talk. The special recruitment assessment begins now. The rules for the preliminary test are straightforward. He gestured behind him toward a massive, pitch-black crystal towering 3 meters high. Strength test. Each of you gets 1 attack. Use whatever strength you possess, be it your fists or your contracted companions. This obsidian crystal will display a corresponding numerical value based on the intensity of your attack. There is no upper limit to the value. Ultimately, the top 64 scorers will advance to the next round. Now, in order of registration, begin. The rules are simple and brutal. It's all about who packs the most punch. First up was the young master from the Wang family. He strode out with an air of smug confidence, summoning his contract partner, a robust, muscular blazing wind wolf. Attack! Fierce Wind Claw. The Stormwind Wolf let out a roar. Its sharp claws, wrapped in blue wind blades, slammed down hard on the obsidian crystal. Buzz. A line of numbers lit up on the crystal's surface. Strength value, 352. Wow! 352. Truly a genius of the Wang family. Cheers erupted instantly from the stands. Young Master Wang lifted his head triumphantly, casting a defiant glance toward the Li family's section. Immediately after, the Li family's second young master summoned his own Thunderbird. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm slammed into the crystal. Power rating, 385. Instantly surpassing young Master Wang. Next, one prodigy after another took their turn. They summoned diverse contract partners and unleashed a dazzling array of skills. The numerical values kept being broken. The entire martial arts arena was buzzing with an electric atmosphere. Soon, it was Lin Wu's turn. His entrance immediately sparked a flurry of murmurs. Isn't that the big O from the slums? Is he here to join the fun too? Does he even have a contract partner? Lin Wu paid no heed to the murmurs. He simply walked up to the massive obsidian crystal, took a deep breath. He summoned no contract partner. Instead, he slowly raised his fist. Every muscle on his bronze-toned arm instantly tensed, like steel rods twisted into a single strand. Ha! He let out a roar brimming with raw power. A single, unadorned straight punch slammed viciously into the crystal. Bang! A thunderous roar, deeper and more resonant than any before. The entire obsidian crystal trembled violently. Then, a number that made everyone in the arena gasp in shock slowly appeared. Power value, 512. Dead silence fell over the entire venue. A penniless kid with no contract partner to bolster him. Using only his own physical strength, he had actually achieved the highest score recorded so far? Is this even human? On the elevated platform, Yi Qing, whose eyes had remained as still as a well, flashed a hint of astonishment for the very first time. Lin Wu merely scratched his head, gave a simple, honest smile, and stepped down from the platform. As if he'd accomplished nothing more than a trivial little feat. The test continued. Soon, only one person remained on the field. Lu Yang. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, a complex mix of mockery, contempt, curiosity, and schadenfreude. Wearing a conical hat, he slowly approached the massive black test crystal. Chapter 51, Testing Crystal, I Cracked. The gazes of tens of thousands in the entire martial arts arena converged upon him alone. Yet in those gazes, there was no anticipation. Only naked mockery and spectatorism. Here it comes. The year's best comedy is finally about to begin. I'll bet 10 copper coins he won't even hit 100. 100? You're way overestimating him. I bet he's just here for laughs. He wouldn't dare make a move. Heh, if he scores in the single digits later, that'll be quite the spectacle. Will this become a glorious chapter in Tianqi Academy's special recruitment history? In the stands, the scions of prominent families laughed even louder. Especially the two young masters from the Li and Wang families. They were primed to unleash the loudest jeers the moment Lu Yang made a fool of himself. Even Chen Batian on the high platform, whose face had been as dark as water, now revealed a cruel, cold smile. He was eager to see just how badly this little bastard he despised would humiliate himself in front of everyone. If only he could shatter the crystal completely, then he'd have grounds to execute him on the spot for disrupting the assessment. Lu Yang remained utterly oblivious to all this. He stood silently before the black crystal towering several times his height. Unlike the geniuses before him, he did not summon his contract partner. He didn't even assume any offensive stance. He casually raised his right hand. Then, he clenched it into a fist. Then he swung it out with the most ordinary of motions. The motion was light as a feather, stirring not a whisper of wind. It looked like a scholar, too weak to lift a chicken, waving his fist. It radiated utter helplessness. Put. In the stands, some spectators couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Even Yi Qing, the chief examiner on the high platform, whose eyes had been brimming with interest, flashed a hint of confusion. What the hell is this kid up to? Thud. A faint, muffled thud. Lu Yang's fist landed softly on the rock-hard obsidian crystal. The sound was so faint, like a pebble dropping into cotton. Dead silence fell over the entire venue. Everyone's eyes widened, necks craned, ready to witness the laughably low single-digit score about to appear. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The crystal remained unresponsive. The number displayed remained 0. Ha! The young master of the Wang family finally couldn't hold back, erupting first with a deafening, maniacal laugh. 0. It's actually 0. He can't even make the crystal glow. This is hilarious. Useless. Utterly useless. In an instant, the entire training ground erupted into a sea of merriment. Jeers and whistles rose in waves, echoing to the heavens. However, just as everyone was laughing the loudest, laughing the hardest, buzz. The obsidian crystal, which had remained silent all along, suddenly and violently emitted a wail that sounded as if it could no longer bear the burden. Immediately after, the numerical values on its surface began to surge upward at an unprecedented, frenzied pace. Power value, 100. Power value, 300. Strength value, 500. Ha! Young Master Wang's laughter abruptly stopped. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a goose egg. Strength value, 512. In an instant, he matched Lin Wu's astonishing record. But this was far from over. Strength value, 600. Strength value, 800. Strength value, 1000. The laughter throughout the venue vanished completely the moment the number hit 1000. As if an invisible giant hand had clamped down on their throats. Everyone stood frozen like puppets under a spell, staring blankly at the number still wildly pulsing on the screen. 1000? Are you kidding me? Throughout Blackrock City's entire history, the highest recorded strength test result was merely 870 set by Chen in his youth. Is this crystal broken? Upon the high platform, Chief Examiner Yi Qing, who had been slumped lazily in his chair, suddenly sat bolt upright. His eyes, sharp as blades, were filled with utter disbelief. Chen Baishan's cold smile froze completely, replaced instead by a deathly ashen horror. Yet the insane numbers showed no sign of stopping. It kept climbing. Strength value, 1200. Strength value, 1500. Snap! A sharp cracking sound suddenly rang out. Everyone watched in horror. A fine crack appeared on the surface of the obsidian crystal, the very one said to withstand a full power strike from a silver-tier powerhouse. Crystal, I'm cracking. I'm really cracking. I can't hold it anymore. Finally. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of stunned eyes, frozen in place as if they'd seen a ghost, that insane number finally, slowly, came to a halt. It froze at a terrifying figure, one worthy of being etched into the annals of Blackrock City, no, the entire northern provinces. Strength value, 1999. Lu Yang slowly retracted his fist. He didn't even glance at the number. Like a passerby who had casually swatted a mosquito, he calmly turned and walked off the stage. Amidst the deathly silence that engulfed the entire arena, he returned to his solitary corner. Deeply concealed, both his achievements and his fame. The shockwaves from Lu Yang's earth-shattering 1999 score lingered for a long time. Only when Chief Examiner Yi Qing cleared his throat and declared the preliminary round concluded did the crowd snap back to reality. The list of 64 qualifiers was soon announced. Lu Yang unsurprisingly topped the list with a commanding lead. Lin Wu also advanced with ease, securing a strong 5th place. Next came the even more brutal one-on-one elimination tournament. The 64 contestants were divided into 8 groups by lottery and competed simultaneously on 8 separate platforms. The top finisher from each group would advance to the final 8. Lu Yang's match was scheduled for the afternoon. But in the morning, a match belonging to Lin Wu unexpectedly captured the attention of most of the crowd. Clang! The gong sounded. On platform 7, Lin Wu stood bare-chested, revealing his explosive, bronze-toned muscles. His opponent was Sun Yu, the young master of the West City Money House. A prodigy renowned for his agile footwork. His contract partner is a rare-grade phantom fox, exceptionally swift and skilled at creating illusions. The match begins. At the referee's command. Go! Little Phantom! Sun Yu immediately snapped his fingers triumphantly. The phantom fox beside him instantly split into 3 blurred shadows, simultaneously pouncing on Lin Wu from 3 different directions. It was the phantom fox's signature move, Triple Shadow Assault. In the stands, those who recognized the move gasped in astonishment. This move, with its deceptive mix of real and fake, was impossible to read. That big oaf was in for trouble. Chapter 52, Lin Wu's True Strength. Everyone expected Lin Wu to scramble around like a headless fly, desperately trying to defend himself. Instead, Lin Wu stood perfectly still. He even closed his eyes. His usually earnest face shed its customary awkwardness and shyness. Instead, a sharpness like that of a wild beast had taken its place. He used his body to sense the source of the killing intent in the air currents. Just as those 3 shadows were about to reach him, he snapped his eyes open. A terrifying gleam erupted from his eyes. Ignoring the 2 equally real-looking shadows on his left and right, all his attention was focused squarely ahead. No flashy techniques were employed. He channeled every ounce of his strength into his right fist. Then, a simple, unadorned straight punch slammed out with brutal force. Ha! Boom! A dull thud. The phantom before him didn't even have time to scream before this punch landed squarely on its face. The illusion instantly reverted to its true form, the Phantom Fox's physical body. It flew backward like a broken sack, crashing off the stage and collapsing unconscious. The other two shadows vanished into thin air as well. What? Sun Yu's expression changed instantly. His pride and joy, his contracted partner, had been taken down in a single exchange by this country bumpkin? How did he see through it? Damn it! Sun Yu was furious with shame. Without your contract partner, let's see how you fight now. His toes dug into the ground as he unleashed the famously agile wind-following step. His entire body transformed into an elusive shadow, circling Lin Wu at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, the folding fan in his hand transformed into a series of sharp, icy gleams, relentlessly striking at Lin Wu's vital points from all manner of angles. His attacks were dazzling, swift, and dizzying. Lin Wu's counter, however, remained simple and brutal. He abandoned all futile pursuit. He stood his ground, immovable as a rock. He let Sun Yu's attacks rain down like a storm. Clang! 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 He blocked with his bare arms, using this most primitive method to deflect his opponent's strikes. This fool! Has he lost his mind? He was using his own body to absorb Sun Yu's energy. He'll be drained to death sooner or later. In the stands, everyone was certain Lin Wu was doomed. Sure enough. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, fine streaks of blood quickly appeared across Lin Wu's body. His breathing grew heavy and labored. He seemed to be at the end of his rope. It's over. Country bumpkin. A cruel smirk flashed across Sun Yu's eyes. He seized upon a tiny opening revealed when Lin Wu blocked. He channeled every ounce of his energy into the folding fan in his hand. Ultimate technique. Whirling wind blades. Whoosh. Dozens of sharp, visible blue wind blades instantly formed an impenetrable net of death, completely sealing off all of Lin Wu's escape routes. This was a fatal strike. However, just as everyone believed Lin Wu was about to be sliced into pieces by this storm of wind blades, the youth who seemed utterly cornered moved. That piercing light in his eyes blazed forth once more. He had been waiting. He had been waiting for the moment when his opponent unleashed this flashy yet impractical ultimate move, a moment that would inevitably leave him momentarily stiff. Now, he ignored the countless wind blades closing in around him. He channeled every ounce of his strength and will into that right fist, already poised for the strike. His entire body, like a full moon bow drawn to its absolute limit, suddenly released the string. Ha! A single, unadorned straight punch, yet one that channeled his entire conviction. Piercing through the gaps in the wind blades. Late but swift. It slammed squarely into Sun Yu's face, twisted with smug satisfaction. Bam! Sun Yu's flashy moves came to an abrupt halt. The smugness on his face froze solid. He felt as though he'd been rammed head-on by a raging, armored rhino. The immense force rendered his prized wind step technique utterly useless. His entire body flew backward like a cannonball leaving the barrel. Then, with a thud, he crashed heavily outside the ring. He was knocked unconscious. Clean. Neat. The entire arena once again fell into a deathly silence. On the elevated platform, Chief Examiner Yi Qing watched the earnest youth on the stage, wiping the blood from his face with the back of his hand. For the first time, his usually impassive face revealed unmasked approval. He turned to his assistant and spoke slowly. This raw gem is quite promising. No technique, no martial arts cultivation, yet he possesses the most precious fighting spirit. Lin Wu, this unknown nobody from the slums. At this moment, he too became one of the top contenders for victory in this special recruitment. Afternoon. Finally, it was Liu Yang's turn to compete. He was on stage 1. The most closely watched stage. When the referee called out Liu Yang's name, the entire martial arts arena fell into an eerie silence. All eyes turned to that figure. Finally. Look! That monster's about to enter the arena. Who could his opponent be? That person must be the unluckiest soul alive. The atmosphere in the stands was completely different from that of the morning. The mockery and contempt had vanished. Instead, a complex mix of curiosity, awe, and a hint of fear now fills the air. After all, that terrifying number 1999 and that obsidian crystal riddled with cracks were still etched vividly in everyone's mind. Liu Yang, still wearing his conical hat, calmly stepped onto the stage. His opponent had been waiting on the platform for some time. He was a hulking figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging like a human bear. His performance in the preliminary trials had been quite impressive, securing him the 16th rank. His contract partner was a bronze-tier earthbear, renowned for its strength and defense. Oomph! Liu Yang! The giant bore down on Liu Yang, his eyes not showing fear but instead brimming with fierce fighting spirit and a self-righteous sense of justice. He slammed his massive axe into the ground with a thunderous crash. I don't care what demonic tricks you've used. I don't care what methods you employed to cheat in the strength test. Today, I, ex-King Wang Mang, will stand as the righteous voice of Blackstone City. On this very stage, I will utterly crush you, you demonic heretic. His impassioned speech drew cheers from many in the stands. Oh, is that so? Lu Yang remained utterly unmoved, even feeling a slight urge to laugh. Another self-important, hot-blooded fool. The match begins. Chapter 53, an undisputed match. The referee's whistle blew. Roar. Wang Mang and his Earth Bear roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Man and beast charged toward Lu Yang like two heavy tanks revving their engines at full throttle. Their sheer force seemed poised to shatter the entire arena. On the stands, every spectator held their breath. They all wanted to see how this monster who had created the 1999 legend would handle this earth-shattering first strike. Yet, Lu Yang didn't even move. He didn't even bother to signal zero on his shoulder to act. He just stood there, motionless. As if he'd been scared dumb. Just as Wang Mang's face, twisted with savage triumph, was about to press against his own. Just as that massive battle axe was about to come crashing down upon his head. Lu Yang slowly raised his right hand. Then, he extended a single finger. A slender, pale finger that seemed utterly devoid of strength. He gently pointed this finger toward the direction Wang Mang was charging from. The motion was as gentle as brushing away a drifting willow catkin. Time itself seemed to slow in that moment. Everyone saw it clearly. Lu Yang's seemingly fragile finger, though moving later, arrived first. It landed precisely on Wang Mang's broad forehead. Then. There was no then. Wang Mang's forward momentum halted abruptly. The savage and triumphant expression on his face froze solid. The light in his enormous, bell-like eyes faded visibly, rapidly dimming before the eyes. He and his Earth Bear, still locked in their charging stance, simply froze stiff, their eyes rolling back. With a thud, they both collapsed, unconscious. One finger. Just one finger. Lu Yang slowly withdrew his finger. He didn't even glance at his unconscious opponent. He turned and walked off the stage. The outcome of the subsequent matches became utterly predictable. Some even felt tedious. His second opponent was an agile female assassin renowned for her speed, bound to a swift-winged demon cat. The moment she stepped onto the stage, she split into dozens of afterimages, attempting to confuse Lu Yang. Then, Lu Yang extended a single finger. He touched her true form. She fainted. The third opponent was an illusionist with formidable psychic power, bound to the dream butterfly. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he conjured a terrifying illusion capable of plunging ordinary people into eternal ruin. Then, Lu Yang extended a finger. Touched his forehead. The illusion shattered. He foamed at the mouth and collapsed unconscious. The fourth. Fifth. No matter who the opponent was. No matter what dazzling skills they wielded. No matter how rare or powerful their contract partners were. Lu Yang, from start to finish, used only one move. Extending a single finger. Knocked them down. Off the stage. His matches became like a repetitive, absurd pantomime. The audience, too, shifted from initial, incredulous shock. Gradually, they grew numb. They no longer speculated about who Lu Yang's opponents might be. Nor did they care how strong Lu Yang truly was. They only knew this. This youth, wearing a conical hat and wanted citywide. He was powerful like a monster not of this world. A true monster. Victory after victory, crushing his opponents. Lu Yang advanced without a hint of suspense. Quarterfinals. The final four. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Wu, armed with his beast-like combat instincts and unstoppable iron fists, also fought his way through the ranks, securing his spot in the semifinals. He emerged as the biggest dark horse of this special recruitment. Then, during the semifinal draw, fate seemed to play an amusing trick. Lu Yang versus Lin Wu. When this matchup appeared on the big screen, the entire martial arts arena erupted in excitement. One is the unfathomable, mysterious monster who created the 1999 legend. One is the ordinary genius who achieved a 512 score with sheer physical prowess. This showdown was seen by all as a final match played ahead of schedule. Brother Lu. Below the stage, Lin Wu stared at Lu Yang. His bright eyes brimmed with excitement, tension, and a fierce fighting spirit. Unlike others, he didn't fear Lu Yang. In his heart, Lu Yang was his benefactor, the elder brother he respected, and the goal he yearned to surpass. To fight such a formidable opponent in an honorable, head-to-head battle was his deepest dream. MHM. Lu Yang gave him a calm nod. The match begins. At the referee's command, both men stepped onto the ring. Brother Lu. I won't hold back. Lin Wu took a deep breath and assumed a fighting stance. His usually earnest face was filled with an unprecedented intensity and focus. Bring it on. Lu Yang remained hooded, his voice flat. But for some reason, everyone sensed that the air of casual indifference that had always surrounded him seemed to have shifted subtly. He seemed to have gotten a little more serious. Ha! Lin Wu launched his attack first. He didn't test the waters, he went all out from the very start. His speed surpassed even his previous clash with Sun Yu. Like a tiger charging down the mountain, he unleashed his beastly combat instincts to their absolute limit. However, facing this storm of relentless attacks, Lu Yang merely extended a single hand. He didn't strike down with a single finger like before. He simply defended. Defending with the simplest method. As Lin Wu's heavy punch struck, Lu Yang flipped his palm and gently redirected it, dissipating most of the force potent enough to shatter stone. When Lin Wu swept his leg in, Lu Yang planted his toes, stepping half a pace forward to land precisely on the pivot point of his opponent's strike, rendering it futile. Each defensive maneuver was executed with such composure, such effortless mastery. It was as if he wasn't engaged in a fierce battle, but rather, he was taking a leisurely stroll. Your intuition is sharp. After parrying another powerful punch from Lin Wu, Lu Yang suddenly spoke. His voice, transmitted through psychic energy, reached only Lin Wu's ears with crystal clarity. But your power is too scattered. Like water splashed on the ground, not a sharp spike that can pierce through anything. Lin Wu's movements froze abruptly. Lu Yang's words struck him like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the fog that had always clouded his mind. Your counterattack is swift. Lu Yang effortlessly dodged Lin Wu's whipping kick once more, continuing his guidance. But it lacks variation. Your fists only travel in straight lines. If your enemy were a wall, you could smash through it easily. But what if your enemy is a snake? Each sentence struck Lin Wu's heart like the resounding toll of a great bell. He felt his previously vague combat insights suddenly crystallize into crystal clear clarity under Lu Yang's simple guidance. Chapter 54, not just a sparring match, but a lesson. He's teaching me. Brother Lu, he's using this match to teach me. A surge of profound emotion and fierce fighting spirit welled up within Lin Wu. All distractions vanished. He immersed his entire being in this once-in-a-century teaching match. His fists grew faster and heavier. His techniques began to undergo subtle, almost imperceptible changes. Upon the high platform, Chief Examiner Yi Qing watched the bizarre scene unfolding on the ring. His piercing eyes brimmed with unmistakable astonishment and admiration. He could tell. That youth named Lu Yang wasn't merely competing. He was imparting wisdom. Using a method bordering on feeding techniques, he was relentlessly squeezing out Lin Wu's potential, helping him achieve his final transformation. What immense generosity! What extraordinary courage! Could a mere teenager truly accomplish such a feat? Roar! On the stage, Lin Wu unleashed a long-suppressed, beast-like roar. Under Lu Yang's relentless pressure and guidance, like a raging storm, he felt the bottleneck within him, the one that had long plagued his progress, finally crack and shatter with a sharp snap. Boom! A surge of vital energy, at least 30% more powerful than before, erupted from his body. His strength and speed, in that instant, ascended to an entirely new level. Breakthrough in the moment. Wah! The entire arena erupted in a thunderous roar of cheers for Lin Wu's sudden breakthrough. This was what they had been waiting to see. Passion. Miracle. Lin Wu felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. He didn't let it go to his head. Instead, he bowed deeply toward Lu Yang, who stood not far away. His eyes brimmed with boundless gratitude. Then, he raised his head once more. In his eyes, the will to fight burned at its peak. He knew that the next strike would be the highest tribute he could offer to this teacher and friend. He drew a deep breath. He channeled every ounce of power and insight gained from his breakthrough into this final punch. Brother Lu, take my strongest punch. His entire being transformed into a streak of light tearing through the air, charging fiercely toward Lu Yang. Brother Lu, take my strongest punch. Lin Wu's battle cry, filled with fighting spirit and gratitude, echoed across the entire training ground. His entire body became a visible streak of light. His fist, channeling every ounce of power gained from his breakthrough, hurtled toward Lu Yang like a roaring meteorite, carrying an unstoppable momentum. The power of this punch was several times stronger than any of his previous attacks. Before the fist's wind even reached him, the fierce gale of energy already whipped Lu Yang's straw hat, making it flap wildly. Holy! That punch must be worth 700 points. Monster! Another monster has emerged. That wanted criminal Lu Yang couldn't possibly block it with just one finger this time, could he? If he dared to take it head-on, his hand would be shattered. On the viewing platform, everyone was utterly stunned by Lin Wu's earth-shattering punch. On the elevated platform, Chief Examiner Yi Qing, whose eyes had always been as still as a deep well, now revealed a solemn expression for the very first time. He could tell that this punch was the brilliant light bursting forth from Lin Wu, a raw gem polished through countless trials and tribulations. Even a mid-tier bronze beastmaster, without relying on their contracted partner, might not dare to block it head-on. On the stage, facing this devastatingly powerful punch, Lu Yang finally ceased his passive defense. Watching the youth charging toward him, a genuine look of admiration flickered across Lu Yang's usually composed face for the first time. He nodded slightly. Not bad. Now, that's more like it. Lu Yang's voice remained as level as ever. But his body moved. He neither retreated nor met the blow head-on. Just as Lin Wu's fist powerful enough to shatter stone was about to strike his body, Just as the violent fist wind had already blown the hem of his robe backward, Liu Yang's body shifted slightly, imperceptibly to the left. Just 1 inch. Yet it was precisely enough to evade the very epicenter of that devastating punch's explosive force. At the same moment, he extended his right hand. The same hand. But this time, not just one finger. It was his entire palm. His pale, slender palm, devoid of any energy, floated lightly as if brushing away a snowflake gently resting upon Lin Wu's elbow joint, where muscles bulged from strained effort. One touch. One pull. These two movements were lightning fast, yet imbued with an indescribable, artistic grace. Lin Wu, in the midst of his full-force charge, felt as though the punch, the most powerful strike he had ever unleashed, fueled by his entire life's conviction, had struck nothing. No. Worse than a miss. It felt like punching straight into a colossal mass of cotton. The sheer force capable of shattering rock was instantly neutralized by a subtle, unnatural force the moment it touched Liu Yang's palm, dissipating 80 to 90% of its power. The remaining sliver of force was then skillfully redirected by that deft counterforce. Like a flood diverted from its course, it was uncontrollably channeled to the side. What? Lin Wu's mind went blank. His body, charging forward with full force, instantly lost its balance due to the loss of leverage in this sudden gravitational pull. He watched helplessly as his body brushed past Liu Yang's. His devastatingly powerful punch ultimately slammed futilely into empty air. Propelled by sheer momentum, he staggered toward the edge of the ring. He tried to stop. He tried to steady himself. But he couldn't. That gravitational pull was too perfect, too exquisite. It caught him precisely at that most agonizing point where his old momentum had faded and new force hadn't yet gathered. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as he took that agonizing step, one foot after another, crossing the boundary line of the ring, until both feet landed on solid ground. Lin Wu was still dazed. He whipped his head around to look up at the ring. Liu Yang had remained standing in the same spot the entire time. Not a single flicker of movement. Not even the straw hat on his head had swayed. As if the breathtaking duel that had just unfolded was nothing but an illusion. Let him be strong, let him be strong. Let him be as arrogant as he pleases, the moon still shines upon the great river. In that moment, Liu Yang's figure loomed larger than life in Lin Wu's eyes, towering and unfathomably deep. The entire arena fell once more into a deathly silence. Every mouth hung open, yet no sound escaped. They were utterly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. After a long while, Lin Wu finally snapped out of his profound shock. He looked at Liu Yang on the stage, and all the fighting spirit in his eyes vanished. In its place was a profound, heartfelt admiration. And gratitude. He had lost. He lost with complete conviction. He lost with crystal clarity. He knew that if Liu Yang hadn't held back, he would have been knocked out with the very first strike. Facing Liu Yang on the stage, he bowed solemnly and deeply. 90 degrees. Liu Yang accepted the bow with composure. Looking at the youth below the stage, whose eyes now burned with an even fiercer flame, he spoke calmly. Your journey has only just begun. With that, he turned and walked off the stage. He had advanced to the finals. Chapter 55, Angel Descends. After Liu Yang effortlessly defeated Lin Wu, the biggest dark horse of this year's special recruitment, in a manner incomprehensible to everyone present, the entire martial arts arena fell into a silence that stretched on for several minutes. People were at a loss for how to react to this monster who, from start to finish, had effortlessly dismantled the entire division using only one finger and one palm. Meanwhile, the final match on Platform 2 finally drew to a close. After a fierce and grueling battle, Li Tianyi, the eldest son of the Li family from the eastern part of the city, ultimately prevailed over his opponent with the aid of his powerful contract partner, securing his spot in the grand finals as well. And so, under the gaze of all, the final round of the special recruitment competition for Tianqi Academy commenced. A class most wanted criminal Liu Yang versus Li Tianyi, the foremost prodigy of the Li family of Blackstone City. Clang! The resonant, deep toll of the bell reverberated throughout the arena. This was the signal for the final showdown. Liu Yang, still clad in his signature attire with a straw hat, calmly ascended the central main stage. His opponent, Li Tianyi, emerged amidst the cheers and cheering of his entourage and clan members, striding onto the stage like a triumphant king, full of vigor and spirit. He wore a custom-made, fiery red soft armor crafted by a master artisan, gripping a long sword inlaid with high-grade fire element crystals. His entire presence radiated handsomeness, grace, and an overwhelming aura of nobility. This formed a stark, class-based contrast to Liu Yang's faded, coarse cloth garments. Liu Yang, is that you? Li Tianyi stood at the center of the arena, pointing his costly long sword at Liu Yang from afar. His face radiated the unmasked arrogance and contempt reserved for those of superior birth. I never imagined that the one standing here to challenge me for this soul spot would be a lowly peasant like you. His voice, amplified by the sound projection array, carried clearly to every corner of the martial arts arena. A demonic rogue who resorts to nothing but underhanded tricks. You dare to compete with me, Li Tian? How dare you defile the name of Tianqi Academy? Step by step, he advanced toward Liu Yang, his presence overwhelming. I'll admit, your little tricks before were quite well played. But that's only because you've been facing a bunch of losers. In the face of absolute power, your pathetic tricks are nothing but a joke. He halted 3 meters before Liu Yang, speaking in a tone bordering on condescension. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down yourself and crawl off this stage. Then go kowtow to Lord Chen and beg for forgiveness. That way, I might let you die with a little less pain. Otherwise. A cruel gleam flashed in his eyes. I'll make you understand what true despair really means. This arrogantly trash-talking tirade instantly ignited the entire crowd's fervor. Supporters of the Li family erupted in thunderous cheers. Even neutral spectators were swept up by his overwhelming confidence, convinced the match had lost all suspense. Liu Yang slowly raised his head. He looked at the genius before him, who was utterly full of himself. He couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Finished? He asked indifferently. I'm done. Let's begin. I'm in a hurry. You're asking for it. Li Tani was utterly enraged by Liu Yang's utterly nonchalant attitude. Fine. Very well. Since you're so eager to go to the next life, I'll grant you your wish. But unlike those who came before, he didn't charge forward himself. He merely sneered coldly, then abruptly raised his right hand. Come forth, my mightiest ally. Let this ignorant bumpkin witness what true power truly is. Fiery lion. Roar. A roar filled with boundless majesty and fury, the true roar of a lion king, suddenly echoed across the heavens. A colossal summoning array erupted behind Li Tani. Then, a majestic lion, its form comparable to a giant elephant, its entire body engulfed in blazing flames, its mane gleaming like molten gold, stepped forth from within. The terrifying pressure of a high-tier third-stage beastmaster instantly engulfed the entire training ground. Everyone felt as though their hearts were being crushed by an invisible giant hand. Even breathing became difficult. Good heavens! It's a third-tier blazing lion. Wasn't this the contracted beast of Li Tiani's father, the head of the Li family? How could this be? I heard. For this special recruitment, the Li family had actually went to tremendous lengths to temporarily dissolve his contract with the lion. Then, he had Li Tiani sign a temporary contract with it. Cheating. This is blatant cheating. Shoo. Keep your voice down. The Li family and the city lord's mansion are inseparable. Are you out of your mind? The stands erupted in an instant. Everyone was utterly stunned by the Li family's bold move. They finally understood why Li Tiani possessed such overwhelming confidence. With a third-tier flame lion as his companion, how could this match even proceed? No matter how formidable or unconventional Liu Yang's personal abilities were, he could never hope to match the power of a magical beast of this caliber. On the elevated platform, for the first time, Chief Examiner Yi Qing's face betrayed a hint of genuine interest. He gazed at the majestic flame lion, then shifted his eyes to the other end of the arena to the youth who remained as still as a stagnant pool. Yi Qing was eager to see. Faced with this near insurmountable power disparity, how would this intriguing youngster respond? Meanwhile, atop the arena, facing the flame lion whose roar alone could send ordinary men flying with its shockwaves, Liu Yang finally stopped fighting bare-handed. He sighed, his tone brimming with resignation. As if to say, I didn't want to fight. You forced my hand. Slowly, he raised his right hand. Perched on his shoulder, the chibi angel mistaken by everyone from start to finish as merely a decorative pet, finally flapped its ink-black wings, their tips tinged with an eerie purple. Slowly, she took flight. As that palm-sized, chibi angel seemingly nothing but cute and utterly useless gradually ascended into the air. The entire training ground first fell into a brief silence, then erupted into a roar of laughter more unrestrained than anything heard before. Put. What the hell was that? He wouldn't be thinking of using this decorative little pet to fight a third-tier flame lion, would he? I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing myself silly. This is the funniest joke I've ever seen in my entire life. Has he lost his mind? Knowing he can't win, so he sends out a mascot to surrender? Chapter 56, Securing a Spot with Ease. Li Tani froze for a moment. Then his expression shifted from anger to utter contempt. He felt his dignity trampled upon like never before. The other side actually dared to send such trash to deal with his strongest ally? Very well. Li Tani laughed bitterly in rage. Pointing at the frail, pitiful, and helpless Zero hovering mid-air, he screamed hysterically at Liu Yang. Liu Yang! You're bringing this humiliation upon yourself. Since that's the case, I'll let you witness firsthand how I tear your pathetic, worthless pet to shreds. Attack! Blazing lion! Devour it! Roar! At its master's command, the flame lion let out a deafening roar. Its massive eyes brimmed with regal majesty and utter contempt for weaker creatures. It opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow an ox whole. Flames hot enough to melt steel gathered wildly deep within its throat. The next instant, a colossal flame breath, over 2 meters in diameter, erupted like a breached volcanic lava flow. It transformed into a crimson torrent, carrying the momentum to incinerate everything in its path. It surged toward the tiny speck in midair Zero, who seemed as insignificant as dust. The sheer force of this strike could reduce half the arena to scorched earth. In the stands, everyone instinctively leaned backward, as if the scorching heatwave had already engulfed them. Everyone seemed to already witness the pitiful little angel being instantly vaporized and reduced to ashes by this torrent of flame. Yet, facing this flame capable of making any bronze-tier powerhouse tremble, Zero, suspended mid-air, nearly yawned with impatience. A flicker of annoyance, like an ant disturbing a queen's peaceful slumber, flashed through those indifferent eyes. She didn't even glance at the torrent of flames now mere inches away. She merely raised her delicate, pink hand casually. Then, toward the direction of that torrent of flames. A gentle wave. The motion was as gentle as brushing dust from her own long skirt. Whoosh! A dark purple energy blade, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Silently, it slipped from her fingertips, without raising any earth-shattering commotion. Nor did it emit any earth-shattering energy fluctuations. It simply drifted lightly toward the crimson torrent of flames. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of horrified eyes throughout the entire arena, the most terrifying scene unfolded, one that would forever shatter their worldviews. That torrent of flame, powerful enough to melt steel, proved as fragile as soft tofu before that slender, dark purple energy blade. Split cleanly in two. Neatly. Perfectly straight. The flames scattered to either side, crashing against the arena's protective shield and sending ripples across its surface. Yet the dark purple energy blade, having cleaved through the flames, showed not the slightest decrease in speed. It pressed forward relentlessly. Upon the arena. For the first time, the enormous, lantern-like eyes of the flame lion revealed a look called fear. It wanted to flee. It wanted to flee. But it was far too late. That dark purple energy blade grew larger and larger within its terrified pupils. In a final flash, slashing clean through the center of its massive skull, time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. The fiery lion's earth-shattering roar abruptly ceased. Its imposing body froze rigid in place. A barely visible purple streak of blood slowly spread downward from the very center of its forehead, through its nose, through its mouth, across its neck, chest, and belly, all the way to the tip of its tail. The next second, crash, collapse. No, not fall. It split apart. That massive body split cleanly in two from the middle. Scorching blood and shattered entrails spilled across the ground. Instant kill. Instant kill. Dead silence fell over the entire arena. It felt as if someone had pressed mute on the entire world. Li Tian stood frozen in place. The arrogance, smugness, and contempt on his face were frozen there. He just stared blankly at the two halves of the beast's corpse on the ground, still steaming. Then, he felt a warmth spread in his crotch. A stream of liquid trickled down his pant leg. On the high platform, Chief Examiner Yi Qing, who had been lazily reclining in his chair, suddenly sprang to his feet. All traces of calm and scrutiny vanished from his eyes, replaced instead by a fervor akin to discovering a priceless treasure. And at the center of the stage, where all eyes were fixed, Zero yawned again. She flapped her jet-black wings, their tips tinged with an eerie purple hue. Slowly, she flew back to Liu Yang's shoulder. She settled back down, as if, just now, she had merely swatted away a noisy fly. The gazes of tens of thousands of people were fixed, frozen, on that figure. Their minds kept replaying the scene that had just shattered everything they'd ever known. A single wave of her hand. A third-tier flame lion. Gone. Gone. Could a human truly accomplish such a feat? Could this truly be the power possessed by a 16-year-old boy? What exactly is he? A monster? A devil? Fear, like an invisible plague, spread like wildfire through the crowd. Those noble offspring who had just moments ago mocked Liu Yang with loud jeers and vicious insults now turned deathly pale, instinctively retreating to the back of the crowd, terrified that the devil might even glance their way. Li Tianyi, collapsed on the stage, had long since been utterly shattered by this extreme terror. His eyes rolled back, foam formed at his mouth, and his entire body convulsed. The Li family's greatest prodigy was, at this moment, utterly ruined. Upon the high platform, Qin Baishan's face, usually as dark as water, now bore only a deathly gray despair. He stared at the youth who had remained eerily calm throughout the entire ordeal. Finally, he understood. From the very beginning, he had provoked a being of unimaginable terror. Revenge? Now he could only pray the other wouldn't come looking for trouble. In the midst of this deathly silence, thick enough to freeze, a voice, brimming with boundless excitement and fervor, erupted like thunder from a clear blue sky. It was Chief Examiner Yi Qing. He didn't even spare a moment to maintain his examiner's dignity. With a swift leap, he plunged directly from the lofty chairman's platform. He landed steadily in the center of the main arena. He strode directly before Liu Yang. Taking a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of strength, raised his right hand, and addressed the entire arena in a voice bordering on a roar. I hereby declare the winner of the special recruitment assessment for Blackrock City at the Apocalypse Academy, the ultimate victor, The sole recipient of the special admission spot is Lu Yang. Chapter 57, Yi Qing's Change of Heart. Boom! The mere mention of that name instantly ignited the entire martial arts arena. A roar of discussion erupted like a tidal wave. Lu Yang. Just days ago, this name was synonymous with a wanted criminal. But from this day forward, from this very moment, it would become an indelible mark etched into the hearts of every soul in Blackstone City. Facing the roaring, thunderous clamor. Facing those gazes each shifting in an instant from contempt and derision to awe and dread, Lu Yang remained as calm as still water. As if none of this concerned him. As if what he had secured wasn't that special recruitment spot capable of altering a lifetime, but merely a cabbage bought casually by the roadside. He calmly stepped forward. From Yi Qing's trembling hands, he took the badge signifying his status as a specially recruited student of Tianqi Academy. It felt cold to the touch. He casually tucked the badge into his pocket. Then he turned, ready to leave this place that felt a bit too noisy for him. Wait! Yi Qing hurriedly called out to him. Under the gaze of everyone present, this chief examiner from the Apocalypse Academy in the royal capital made a gesture toward Lu Yang, the 16-year-old youth, that left everyone utterly speechless. He bowed slightly, extending a gesture of peer-to-peer friendship toward Lu Yang. The posture was respectful. Student Lu. He carefully chose his words before speaking slowly. May I have a word with you? Lu Yang glanced at him and nodded calmly. Seems there's still some business to attend to. Training grounds, backstage. In a lounge reserved exclusively for the chief examiner. The air was filled with the lingering scent of sandalwood and the aroma of tea. Yi Qing personally poured Lu Yang a cup of expensive fragrant tea. The air of authority and languid superiority that had once graced his face had vanished. In its place was a look brimming with curiosity, admiration, and even a hint of equal inquiry. Yi Qing couldn't recall the last time he'd encountered such a promising prospect. Sit. He gestured to the chair opposite him. Lu Yang accepted the invitation without hesitation, settling down calmly. Lu Yang, right? Yi Qing sipped his tea and got straight to the point. First, I must congratulate you. From today onward, you are the first student in 300 years to be specially recruited into Tianqi Academy from the remote town of Blackstone City. A hint of emotion tinged his tone. At the same time, I must deliver the Academy's first and most crucial notification to you. Yi Qing's expression turned serious. From this moment on, your status is that of a provisional student of Tianqi Academy. Under the Federation Genius Protection Act, any malicious act directed at you will be regarded as a direct provocation against Tianqi Academy. He spoke as he pulled a uniquely shaped communicator from his robe and pushed it toward Lu Yang. This is the Academy's emergency communicator. Before we depart Blackstone City in 3 days, should you encounter any insurmountable danger, crush it. I will arrive within 1 minute. Remember any danger. His gaze drifted meaningfully toward the looming city lord's mansion beyond the window. The implication was clear. Thank you, Teacher Yi. Lu Yang tucked away the communicator and offered a calm thank you. He knew this was an academy benefit and an investment in his protection. Don't thank me just yet. Yi Qing suddenly shifted his tone. His eyes, sharp as blades, locked onto Lu Yang once more. I'm protecting you only because of the academy's rules. But I'm also warning you. Kid, I know you're strong. Strong enough to be a monster. In Blackstone City, that level of power might let you do as you please. But let me tell you this. Yi Qing's voice turned icy. Your strength, your insignificant achievements, are nothing. Apocalypse Academy is a gathering place for monsters and prodigies. Your 1999 strength test score sounds impressive? Let me tell you, at last year's freshman tournament, the champion delivered a single punch that registered 5,000 points. Your little pet that can instantly kill a third-tier flame lion seems formidable? Let me tell you, someone in this academy has a true dragon descendant as their contracted partner. A Lich King who commands the undead. A god from the astral plane. In Blackrock City, you were a dragon. At the Apocalypse Academy, you're at best a slightly stronger little snake. Every word Yi Qing spoke felt like a heavy hammer, striking Lu Yang's heart with brutal force. Of course, Lu Yang remained utterly unmoved, even feeling a slight urge to laugh. Yi Qing watched Lu Yang's unruffled expression and frowned slightly. He continued. Moreover, your greatest trouble isn't this. It's... His gaze fell upon Zero, who was curled up and dozing on Lu Yang's shoulder. Your contract partner. Its aura feels off. It's neither holy light nor shadow, but a far more forbidden power. Such power might pique the interest of some old fossils at our academy. But out in the world, it will only bring you endless mortal danger. Countless factions will hunt you down, seeking to claim your pet as their own. Therefore, Yi Qing leaned forward slightly, his tone grave as he delivered his final warning. I know there's unfinished business between you and City Lord Chen Badian. I urge you to let it go. Utilize the Academy's protection and leave safely with me in 3 days. Some troubles aren't worth tackling personally. Once you're at the Academy, your world will expand. As for Chen Badian, he's nothing more than a pebble on your path, a mere trifle. With that, he fell silent. He simply sipped his tea in silence, awaiting Liu Yang's response. He had laid out all the pros and cons clearly. Yi Qing believed any intelligent person would know which path to choose. Liu Yang remained silent. He lifted the teacup before him and took a gentle sip. The tea was fine. The words were well spoken. But he had his own plans. His own code of conduct. He slowly set down the teacup. He turned to Yi Qing and offered a harmless smile. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Yi. The student has learned much. He accepted the communicator and offered his thanks. But when it came to whether he would seek the Academy's protection or let go of his grudge against Chen Badian, he didn't utter a single word in response. Chapter 58, False Intelligence. When Yi Qing publicly announced that Liu Yang, an A-level wanted criminal, would be permitted to participate in the special recruitment assessment, Chen Badian's heart sank. When Liu Yang, with an overwhelming, unapologetic demeanor, effortlessly secured the sole special recruitment spot, Chen Badian's heart turned cold. And when he witnessed Yi Qing, that lofty chief examiner from Tianqi Academy, actually extend a gesture of equal respect, inviting Liu Yang to sit as peers, Chen Badian's heart died. Like a hollow shell, he returned to his city lord's residence. Back to that office once a symbol of supreme authority, now feeling utterly empty and cold. He had lost. He had been utterly defeated. He had lost completely. He knew that once Liu Yang boarded that flying vessel bearing the Tianqi Academy emblem alongside Yi Qing in 3 days' time, then he, Chen Badian, would never see the day of vengeance. The wrath of Tianqi Academy. Not even the governor of the northern province could withstand it. That worthless scum who crippled his son, slaughtered his most trusted lieutenant, and turned him into the laughingstock of the entire city. He would walk free forever. He will ascend to the heavens in a single bound. And he? He could only cower like an old dog with its spine broken, hiding away in this tiny blackstone city. Day after day, night after night, the flames of hatred and humiliation would burn him over and over again. Until he dies of old age, rotting away. No. No. I refuse to accept this. Chen Badian roared like a wounded beast. His fist slammed down hard on the granite tabletop before him. Boom! The solid stone table shattered instantly, reduced to a cloud of dust. His eyes turned bloodshot with extreme fury and resentment. He couldn't just let this go. Absolutely not. Since normal means could no longer bring vengeance. Since the so-called rules had abandoned him. Then, let him, in the most insane way possible, to draw a final line under this feud. He still has one last chance. 3 final days. A plan staking everything began rapidly taking shape in his mind. He walked to the office wall and activated the most hidden mechanism. The wall slowly opened, revealing a bottomless secret chamber. This was his final trump card. He stepped inside. Inside the chamber, there were no treasures of gold or silver, nor any sacred manuals of divine arts. Only 12 figures sat cross-legged, motionless as statues. They were the elite warriors Chen Badian had secretly cultivated over half his life. Killing machines who obeyed only his commands. Each one was a desperate soul he had personally rescued from the brink of death. Their lives were gifts from Chen Badian. Therefore, they were willing to die for him at any moment. Chen Badian gazed upon these 12, his most loyal shadows. A resolute smile flickered across his face, twisted with fury. He emptied everything from his spatial ring. Boxes upon boxes of gleaming gold coins. Stacks of gold notes worth vast sums. And various rare treasures he had hoarded for half his life, never daring to use. He piled this fortune enough to make any clan green with envy before the 12 loyal warriors. Brothers. His voice was hoarse, yet it carried a mesmerizing power. How have I, Chen Badian, treated you? Your kindness is as deep as a mountain. The 12 loyal followers opened their eyes simultaneously, their voices rising in unison, deep and resonant. Their voices were cold, mechanical, utterly devoid of emotion. Good. Chen Badian nodded. In my entire life, I have never begged anyone. But today, I beg you to accompany me in one final act. He pointed to the mountain of wealth piled on the ground. This is all I, Chen Badian, have left. Tonight, regardless of success or failure. This money will belong to your families. All I ask is that you accompany me to kill one man. Use your lives to pile him up. Pile him up until he's crushed to death. 12 loyal warriors, without a moment's hesitation. They knelt in unison, one knee to the ground. We pledge our lives to serve you, Lord. Chen Badian gazed at them, erupting into a wild, exhilarated laugh. He turned, gazing out the window toward the unknown direction belonging to Liu Yang. His bloodshot face was consumed by a gambler's madness. Liu Yang, you think you can just walk away? Let me tell you. It won't be that easy. Tonight. It won't be your death. It'll be us, going down together. That night. Liu Yang once again entered Qianduoduo's secret chamber. This time, he made no effort to conceal his presence. He didn't even wear his signature conical hat. He walked calmly into this power center of Blackstone City's underground world. Chen Duo looked at the youth before him. Compared to his disheveled state just days ago, Lu Yang now carried himself with restrained energy and a serene gaze. Yet beneath that serene exterior, Chen Duo sensed a power potent enough to send shivers down the spines of any silver-ranked powerhouse. He knew. The youth before him had grown stronger. At a pace he couldn't begin to comprehend. Mr. Lu, have you made your decision? Chen Duo personally poured him a cup of the finest Yunning spirit tea, his tone more respectful than ever before. He knew that Examiner Yiqing had offered Lu Yang the safest path. But he also knew this man before him would never simply slink away. MHM. Lu Yang nodded, getting straight to the point. I have 3 days left. Within 3 days, I will ensure that Blackstone City has not a single lord bearing the surname Chen. His voice was flat. As if he were discussing something as trivial as what to have for dinner tonight. Yet the murderous intent lurking within those words caused the temperature in the entire chamber to plummet several degrees. Chen Duoduo's heart leapt violently. Yet his face broke into an expression of wild elation. He knew he had made the right bet. With Chen Badian out of the picture, Lu Yang's temperament would never allow him to remain in this small Blackstone City. With the city lord's position now vacant, the entire Blackstone City would become his Chen Duoduo's and the forces behind him a sure thing. This was a fortune beyond measure. Whatever you command, Mr. Lu, I'll die 1,000 deaths to fulfill it. He immediately declared his loyalty. I need you to handle 2 matters for me. Lu Yang held up 2 fingers. First, I need you to use your intelligence network to leak a false piece of information to Chen Badian in the most convincing manner possible. Please enlighten me, Mr. Lu. What is the content of the message? A cold smile curved at the corners of Lu Yang's mouth. Lu Yang, still recovering from severe injuries, has decided to flee Blackstone City tonight at midnight via the secret waterway south of the city. This escape route must sound utterly plausible and credible. He must believe this is his only chance to capture me. Chapter 59, Parting. No problem. Chen Duo nodded immediately, inwardly impressed. This tactic was called luring the snake out of its hole. Chen Badian, that cornered mad dog, would definitely mobilize every last man upon hearing this news, launching a final, desperate ambush. And the second thing? The second matter was even simpler. Lu Yang's finger tapped lightly on the map of Blackstone City spread across the table. His finger landed precisely on the exit of that secret waterway, a dock area with complex terrain. I want you to mobilize every single person you can muster on the black market. Mercenaries, thieves, assassins, I don't care who they are. I don't care what methods you use, threats or bribes. Before midnight tonight, seal off this entire area completely. Set up an encirclement, one that allows entry but no escape. Chen Duoduo's breath caught in his throat. He stared at the spot Lu Yang had pointed to on the map. He instantly understood Lu Yang's intent. This wasn't luring the snake out of its hole. It was trapping the dog inside. No, it was trapping the dragon. He intended to wipe out Chen Badian and his last remaining forces here, all at once. What audacity! What utter madness! Mr. Lu Chen Duo felt his throat go dry. Are you sure about this? That old bastard Chen Badian is a silver-tier powerhouse after all. And he's got those 12 fearless Shadow Death warriors by his side. Lu Yang didn't answer his question. He merely lifted his head calmly and glanced at Chen Duo. His gaze was faint. Yet Chen Duo glimpsed within that gaze an abyss deep enough to swallow everything. The rest of his words died on his lips. Chen Duo had no doubt that if he dared to say no, the next one to be uprooted and destroyed might very well be himself. I understand. Chen Duo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded firmly. Rest assured, Mr. Lu. Tonight, at midnight, that dock will become a true death trap. Not even a fly will escape. Very good. Lu Yang stood up. Once this is done, Blackstone City is yours. I only want Chen Baishan's life. With those words, he turned and walked out of the secret chamber. Chen Duo remained alone, staring at the marked ambush point on the map. He knew. After tonight, Blackstone City would be turned upside down. And he would be the greatest beneficiary of this upheaval. Of course, that was assuming the true dragon he had backed would emerge victorious in the end. The night grew deeper. Only 1 hour remained until midnight. Lu Yang did not head straight for the grave meticulously prepared for Chen Badian. He had one final matter to attend to. Or rather, he needed to see one last person. He traversed the filthy alleyways, arriving one last time at the slums. He arrived at the dilapidated wooden shack where Lin Wu lived. Inside, a dim oil lamp still glowed. He could hear the grunts of Lin Wu doing strength training inside, along with his father's constant cough, a result of years of labor-related ailments. Lu Yang didn't knock. He simply placed a pre-prepared package gently on the stone steps by the doorway. Then he turned to leave. But the door creaked open. Lin Wu's tall, sturdy figure appeared in the doorway. He seemed to have heard the noise outside. When he saw the familiar figure at the door, he froze for a moment, then a delighted smile spread across his face. Brother Lu. What brings you here? Just passing by. Lu Yang's voice was as calm as ever. Just dropping by to say goodbye. Goodbye? The smile froze on Lin Wu's face. Brother Lu, you're leaving? His voice brimmed with reluctance. MHM. Lu Yang nodded. Early tomorrow morning, I'll be leaving Blackstone City with teacher Yi Qing. He told a small lie. So soon? Lin Wu's eyes dimmed. He had only just made his first and only true friend and benefactor in his life. Yet now, so soon, he faced parting. All good things must come to an end. Lu Yang reached out and patted his shoulder. You'll be leaving here soon too. With your talent, if you're willing to work hard, the gates of Tianqi Academy will open for you sooner or later. I will. Brother Lu. Lin Wu nodded firmly, his eyes blazing with renewed determination. I'll definitely come find you at Tianqi Academy. Alright, I'll be waiting. Lu Yang smiled. He gestured toward the bundle on the ground. Here, this is for you. What is this? Lin Wu asked curiously. Some things I don't need. Lu Yang said indifferently. Lin Wu opened the package. Then, his breath caught in his throat. Inside the parcel lay a thick stack of gold notes of at least 1,000 gold coins. There were also several bottles of healing and body tempering potions that looked incredibly valuable. Buried at the bottom were several tomes that appeared to be foundational manuals for cultivating physical strength. The value of these items was enough to completely transform the fate of any slum family. No! Brother Lu. This is far too valuable. I can't accept it. Lin Wu's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly tried to return the parcel to Lu Yang. Take it. Lu Yang's voice was quiet yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Use the money to treat your father's leg. The medicine is for you to temper your body. The cultivation technique is your stepping stone to leaving this place in the future. This is not charity. He looked into Lin Wu's eyes and spoke earnestly. This is a parting gift between friends. If you still consider me your elder brother, then accept it. Lin Wu looked at Lu Yang, knowing he couldn't refuse. His eyes reddened as he gave a firm nod. Thank you, Brother Lu. Take care. Lu Yang said no more. He turned and walked away. Brother Lu. Lin Wu suddenly called out to him again. Will we ever meet again? His voice carried a hint of the confusion and melancholy unique to youth. Lu Yang's footsteps faltered for a moment. He didn't turn back. He merely waved lightly behind him. We will. With that, his figure vanished completely, merging into the boundless darkness. Never to look back again. He knew. After handling tonight's final matter, he would bid farewell to his past. Bid farewell to Blackstone City, a place steeped in grudges and passions. Midnight. Blackstone City, the Lord's residence. A top-secret intelligence report, delivered by the most urgent means, lay before Chen Badian. The intelligence came from his most reliable informant embedded in the underground black market. Target Lu, still recovering from severe injuries, will flee Blackstone City tonight at midnight via the secret waterway beneath the abandoned docks south of the city. Chapter 60, The Fish Takes the Bait. Chen Badian stared at the report. His bloodshot eyes suddenly flashed with two terrifying beams of light. He shot up from his chair. The sheer force shattered the ironwood chair beneath him into splinters. Secret waterway. This intelligence was too plausible. Too credible. He knew that Lu Yang, that little bastard, had secured a special admission spot and had the backing of Tianqi Academy. But he had also become the target of every desperate criminal in the city. Add to that the fact that he and Lu Yang shared a blood feud, a grudge that demanded death or nothing. Under these circumstances, choosing to slip away unseen before departure, through the most hidden waterway. That was the rational choice any sane person would make. Ha! Chen Badian let out a long suppressed roar of laughter. You little bastard. Did you really think you could escape? You've planned and schemed. But you never imagined my spies already cover every corner of this city. Tonight is the night you die. The despair that had gripped his heart when Lu Yan claimed the championship was now utterly replaced by the hope of vengeance, reignited in this very moment. This was his final chance. And the best one. At that remote, forgotten abandoned dock, he would eliminate Lu Yang completely, without a trace, without anyone ever knowing. Then, even if the examiners from Tianqi Academy inquired, he could pin everything on those desperate outlaws greedy for the bounty. No witnesses left to speak. He hesitated not a moment longer. He charged into the dark chamber. Surveying the 12 shadow assassins, already fully armed and ready. He issued his final, most frenzied mobilization order. The target has appeared. South of the city, the abandoned dock. Tonight, at any cost. Leave no survivors. Advance. Yes. Several figures vanished like ghosts, silently disappearing into the night shrouding the city lord's mansion. They were Chen Badian's final trump card. And also, his last hope, staked on everything. South of the city, at the abandoned docks. This was one of Blackstone City's most desolate corners. Rotten planks and abandoned fishing boats creaked and groaned in the night wind. The air was thick with the fishy stench of river water and the rot of decaying wood. Swish. 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 13 shadowy figures descended upon the silent wharf like specters crawling from the depths of hell. At their head stood Chen, radiating murderous intent. He surveyed the desolate dock before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Where were the people? Where's that little bastard Liu Yang? Split up and search. He lowered his voice to issue the order. He must be hiding in one of these abandoned shipholds or warehouses. Drag him out. 12 elite assassins immediately scattered in all directions like well-trained hunting dogs. They began searching every inch of the area. Yet within Chen Baishan's heart, an ominous foreboding grew ever stronger. It was too quiet. Too quiet. Just then, a loyal soldier assigned to search the eastern warehouse suddenly let out a sharp cry. Master! Here! He didn't get to finish his sentence. It came to an abrupt halt. Chen whipped his head around. All he saw was the assassin's figure being silently dragged into the shadows of the warehouse by a massive tentacle that had reached out from within. Not even a trace of struggle remained. No! An ambush! Chen Baishan's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. He finally realized he'd been tricked. This wasn't an escape route at all. It was a trap. Everyone! Retreat! Now! He let out a blood-curdling roar. But it was already too late. The moment his roar faded. SSS! 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 From every direction. From atop every warehouse, every abandoned ship, every dark corner. Hundreds upon hundreds of blazing torches suddenly ignited. The light instantly illuminated the entire abandoned dockyard as bright as day. Dense swarms of black market enforcers, mercenaries, and assassins surged forth like a tidal wave from every direction. They sealed off the entire dock, every exit, every retreat, leaving no escape. This place had become a veritable death trap. At the very front of the encirclement, a figure as round as a ball, leaning on a gold-inlaid cane, slowly emerged. He gazed at Chen within the encirclement, his face now as pale as paper. A merchant's smile spread across his face. It was Chen Duo. Meanwhile, atop the highest structure on the wharf, a lighthouse, a figure wearing a conical hat sat there quietly. Like a chess master orchestrating the entire game, or an audience member awaiting the start of a grand spectacle. Gazing down upon the prey already trapped within the net. The firelight illuminated the entire abandoned pier as bright as day. It also cast a starkly clear light on Chen Baishan's face, as pale as paper. Watching the forces pouring in from all directions, he watched the stout merchant Chen Duo, leaning on his cane with a gentle smile that made him more terrifying than any demon. He knew. He had fallen into a trap. A deadly trap that would condemn him to eternal damnation. Chen Duo. Chen Baishan's voice was hoarse, yet filled with boundless venom. You dare betray me? Don't you fear the wrath of the city lord's mansion? Oh my, Lord Chen, you're doing me a grave injustice. Chen Duo tapped the ground with his gold-inlaid walking stick, chuckling as he spoke. I'm just an honest, hard-working merchant. However, tonight, one of my distinguished guests has reserved the entire dock. So, according to our black market rules, unauthorized persons are strictly prohibited from entering or leaving. His words were watertight. He absolved himself completely. You! Chen was so enraged he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew arguing further with this old fox was pointless. Tonight, there was only one way to survive. Break out! Everyone! Follow my command! He raised the silver-grade battle blade that had accompanied him for decades, issuing his final command to the loyal warriors beside him. Follow my lead! Break through to the east! Charge! Yes! Without a moment's hesitation, the 11 loyal warriors. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from their bodies. Like 11 war machines poised to launch a suicidal charge. However, just as they were about to launch their final charge, a voice tinged with mockery drifted down slowly from above their heads. The voice was not loud. Yet it instantly silenced all the clamor and killing intent in the air. It also caused Chen Baishan's advancing stride to halt abruptly. Lord Chen! Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Chapter 61, Chen Baishan's Blood Sacrifice. Everyone instinctively lifted their heads. Their gazes turned toward the source of the voice. The highest roof of the main warehouse at the dock. Bathed in the blazing firelight and the bright moonlight, a gaunt figure wearing a conical hat had silently appeared there at some unknown moment. Beside him, a small angel floated in the air. The night wind rustled the hem of his gray coarsecloth robe, making it flutter and whistle. From his lofty vantage point, he gazed down upon the prey below, struggling like trapped beasts. His gaze was calm, detached. Like a judge wielding the power of life and death. Scrutinizing a group of prisoners awaiting execution. Liu Yang! Chen stared at the figure atop the roof, a figure he both loathed and feared with every fiber of his being. All reason in his bloodshot eyes had been utterly replaced by boundless rage and murderous intent. He finally understood. From start to finish, he had been toyed with like a puppet by this little bastard. Liu Yang slowly removed the conical hat from his head. revealing a face that was both delicate and utterly cold. He gazed down at Chen Badian, trembling with rage below him, a curve of endless sarcasm forming at the corners of his mouth. He spoke. His voice remained soft. Yet, amplified by psychic power, it reached the ears of every person present with crystal clarity. Like a thunderclap. If I recall correctly. Lord Chen, it seems you've issued a warrant for my arrest? Those words pierced Chen Badian's already battered heart like a dagger. The ultimate humiliation. Merciless mockery. Lu Yang. Chen Badian could no longer contain himself. He raised his head and let out a defiant roar at the figure on the roof. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the figure above. I would devour its flesh and sleep upon its skin. Lu Yang gazed down at the trapped beast below, now utterly consumed by madness, his face utterly unruffled. He drifted slowly down from the rooftop. Finally, he landed about 10 meters in front of Chen Badian. Chen Badian. Lu Yang's voice was soft, yet every person present heard it clearly. Before I kill you, I want you to die knowing why. And let everyone here see what kind of creature you truly are, this so-called ruler of Blackstone City. Lu Yang's gaze swept over the black market crowd surrounding him, torches in hand, faces etched with reverence. Then, his voice suddenly sharpened. It struck each person's heart with brutal force. 15 years ago in the Black Mist Swamp, my father, Lu Tianming, was torn apart and killed by 3 demon snakes while saving you. Do you acknowledge this? Chen Badian's body trembled violently. He tried to protest, but not a single word came out. Because it was the truth. On the eve of his departure, you drank with my father and swore by the heavens, should he die, you would treat me as your own son and protect the Lu family. Do you admit it? The muscles in Chen Badian's face twitched violently. My father's body was not even cold when you seized the Lu family's ancestral martial art, the Blazing Sun technique, under the pretense of temporary custody. Do you admit it? Before the 7th day of mourning had passed, you seized all our family's assets under the guise of a bargain purchase, cutting off my son and me from any means of survival. Do you admit it? With each question, Lu Yang stepped forward 1 pace. The aura radiating from him surged with each step. That icy, abyssal pressure made even Chen Badian feel waves of suffocation. Mr. Chen. Lu Yang suddenly bellowed. Present. Chen Duo immediately stepped forward from the crowd. In his hands, he held a thick stack of ledgers. All the contracts and deeds Chen Badian used to embezzle the Lu family's assets, every single one. All the land deeds and property certificates. And every piece of evidence documenting how he abused his power over the years, how he swindled, plundered, and treated human lives as worthless. It's all right here. Both witness testimony and physical evidence were complete. You let your son run amok, oppressing the people. I killed your son Chenya to rid the world of a menace. You pursued personal vengeance, abused your authority, and issued warrants for my arrest. I killed your lackeys to uphold divine justice. You betrayed your oaths, forgot kindness, and proved yourself worse than swine. Lu Yang stepped before Chen Badian. He lowered his head, looking down at the ruler of Blackstone City, whose face had turned as pale as paper. Therefore, Chen Badian. Tonight, I will kill you. This is not a personal vendetta, but judgment. I, in the name of my father, Lu Tianming, hereby judge you, this traitor who has betrayed his oath. These words rang out with force and conviction. They shattered Chen Badian's last psychological defense completely. All his crimes were laid bare before the world. All his disguises were mercilessly torn apart. He was no longer the lofty city lord. He was now nothing but a despicable criminal. Ah! Chen Badian no longer roared. He gazed at the surrounding eyes, brimming with contempt and disdain. He stared into Lu Yang's eyes, cold and utterly devoid of emotion. Suddenly, he burst into a maniacal laugh. The laughter was shrill, frenzied, and filled with endless despair. Well said. Well said indeed. Judge me? By you, you wet behind the ears little punk? Boom! A surge of energy, more violent than anything he had ever unleashed before, erupted violently from within him. In this moment, he chose to burn his own life force. And his soul. Sacrificing his very existence for fleeting power. Blood sacrifice great art. His already hideous face now twisted into a more terrifying grimace as blood vessels burst. His aura instantly shattered the bottleneck of early silver rank, soaring all the way to peak silver. And it kept climbing. Since you call me a sinner, then I'll show you. The final frenzy of a sinner before death. His body transformed into a crimson bolt of lightning, driven by a resolve to take all down with him. Come on. Judge. Let me see. Do you, in fact, possess the strength to carry out this judgment? Facing Chen Badian's strike, fueled by the burning of his life and soul, Lu Yang didn't move. Not even the slightest hint of retreat or evasion crossed his mind. He simply stood there, motionless, watching the crimson lightning bolt hurtling toward him. He watched Chen Badian's face, twisted beyond recognition by sheer madness. His gaze was calm, detached. Like a deity from the heavens above, observing an ant charging at him with all its might. Come on then. Lu Yang chuckled softly within. Let me use your stubborn, worthless life to test my strength. Just as Chen Baishan's broken blade, a weapon forged from his entire life's cultivation and vitality, was about to touch Liu Yang's face. Whoosh! A piercing sound, as if tearing through space, erupted. Chapter 62, A Traceless Annihilation. 5 monstrous tentacles formed from the purest abyssal energy. Without warning, they lunged forth from the shadows behind Liu Yang. Like the legendary tentacles of the abyssal demon god, choosing its victims to devour. They whipped wildly through the air. Each tentacle radiated a deathly aura potent enough to make even silver-ranked warriors tremble. What the hell? Chen Baishan's blood-red pupils contracted sharply. From those 5 pitch-black tentacles, he sensed an abyssal pressure even purer and more ancient than Buck's. But he couldn't stop now. He had burned everything. Only the single, relentless strike. Death. Shen Badian poured his last shred of conviction into the broken blade in his hand. Yet, his attack, fierce beyond compare, powerful enough to cleave mountains, appeared utterly laughable before Liu Yang. One of the abyssal tendrils shot out like lightning. Its tip instantly transforming into a colossal circular shield over 2 meters in diameter. Boom! Chen Baishan's broken blade slammed viciously against the pitch-black shield. Only a dull, thunderous clang echoed. Then, it could advance no further. The power he had gained by burning his life away was effortlessly and completely blocked by that shield. Impossible. Endless despair welled up within Chen Baishan's heart. And this was merely the beginning. 2 more abyssal tendrils instantly coiled around his arms at angles he couldn't comprehend. The scales on those tentacles suddenly tightened. Snap! Snap! 2 crisp snaps of breaking bone. Chen Baishan's 2 arms capable of hoisting boulders weighing 1,000 caddies were brutally snapped clean off. The broken blade in his hand clattered to the ground. The remaining 2 tentacles lashed out like the swiftest, barbed whips. They lashed viciously at his legs. Thud! Thud! Chen Baishan's knees were shattered clean off. He could no longer stand. His entire body collapsed with a thud, landing in a most wretched kneeling position before Liu Yang. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. 1 second, he was the Blackstone City Lord, burning with life and towering with overwhelming might. The next, he was a pitiful wreck, limbs shattered, kneeling and begging for mercy. Crush! A crushing defeat that defied all logic. Liu Yang hadn't even lifted a finger. All the black market onlookers around him were stunned into silence. Their mouths hung open, yet no sound escaped. The scene before them had utterly transcended their comprehension. What on earth was that? A contract partner? Some forbidden demonic art? Or, that youth, was he not human at all? Chen Badian knelt on the ground, coughing up blood in great gushes. He could feel his life force burning away, rapidly slipping from him. He raised his head, his eyes filled with endless terror and despair, staring at the youth approaching him step by step. He was finally afraid. A terror that rose from the depths of his very soul. What kind of monster are you? He forced out a few broken syllables from his throat. Liu Yang stepped before him. He looked down at the face he had torn apart countless times in his dreams. There was no triumphant joy on his face. Only endless coldness. The thickest tentacle of the abyss slowly rose from behind him. At its tip, a sharp, sinister blue-hued spike slowly coalesced, aimed directly at Chen Baishan's heart. Who I am is irrelevant. Liu Yang's voice was flat and ethereal. What matters is that you can die. Thud! The pitch-black blade, without a moment's hesitation, pierced Chen Baishan's heart with pinpoint accuracy. Chen Baishan's body stiffened violently. The light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. Life completely ceased. The tentacle that had pierced his heart slowly rose. It hoisted his still warm corpse high into the air. After Chen Baishan's death, the shadow assassins he had brought with him instantly collapsed. Their sole reason for existence vanished. Master! Their weapons clattered to the ground. One by one, like puppets whose souls had been ripped out, they knelt on the ground, their eyes hollow. All will to fight was utterly extinguished. Ha, a pitiful pack of mad dogs. The thought flashed through Liu Yang's mind. He did not order Ling to exterminate them all. These men, though Chen Baishan's minions, did not deserve death. More importantly, they still held value for his purposes. Liu Yang's gaze shifted to the plump merchant standing nearby. Mr. Chen. He spoke in a calm tone. Yes. Yes. What are your orders, Mr. Liu? Chen Duo jolted upright and hurried forward, his chubby face now plastered with a smile 10 times more obsequious than before. The look in his eyes toward Liu Yang was no longer mere reverence. Instead, it held a genuine, deep-seated fear. These men are yours to handle. Liu Yang pointed at the Shadow Death Warriors who had ceased resistance. Disarm them and keep them under guard. Don't let them die, and don't let them escape. I still have use for them. Yes. Yes. Rest assured, Mr. Liu. Chen Duo immediately waved to his men behind him. What are you all standing around for? Didn't you hear Mr. Liu's orders? Quick! Escort these honored guests back to their quarters. Treat them well. A pack of black market enforcers surged forward like ravenous wolves. After all this was done, Lu Yang slowly approached the corpse of Chen Badian, which had been returned to the ground by the abyssal touch. Chen Duo watched Lu Yang's movements, feeling somewhat perplexed. The man was already dead. What else could this Mr. Lu possibly want? Desecrate the corpse? That didn't quite fit his cold, ruthless demeanor. Amidst his bewildered gaze, Lu Yang performed an act so terrifying it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lu Yang crouched down, extending his left hand. Once more, it pressed down upon Chen Badian's head, its eyes still open in death. Devour. He murmured 2 syllables softly. Hum. A surge of black energy, purer than ever before, erupted from Lu Yang's palm. That black energy, like a living creature, yet like the most voracious concentrated sulfuric acid. In an instant, it completely enveloped Chen Badian's corpse. Sizzle. A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. Chen Badian's resilient body rapidly dissolved and decomposed within the black energy at a visible speed, transforming into the most primordial energy particles. Finally, it became a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the air. Not a single strand of hair, not a single drop of blood remained. He vanished without a trace. Chapter 63, The Enlightened Ruler Lu Yang. Xian Duoduo's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Every ounce of her flabby flesh trembled uncontrollably. He finally understood completely. This youth before him, his actions were more than just flawless. He simply left absolutely no loose ends for himself. Cut the grass at its roots. Grind the bones to dust. He was the true devil. Lu Yang rose slowly to his feet. He did not absorb Chen Badian's chaotic energy. To him, that power was now insignificant. What he sought was to ensure no evidence remained in this world proving Chen Badian had died by foul play. Turning to face the fat merchant, now pale with terror, a warm smile returned to his face. Well then, the affairs of Lord Chen have been settled. He brushed the dust from his hands, as if what he'd just done were a trivial matter. His gaze swept across the abandoned dock, now utterly his. He scanned the black market crowd, filled with boundless fear and reverence toward him. Finally, his gaze settled on Xian Duoduo's face. He spoke slowly. Now, we can discuss the future of Blackstone City. When Lu Yang returned once more to Xian Duoduo's familiar secret chamber, the main seat was now vacant. Xian Duoduo now stood respectfully by the side, like the most humble of butlers. On the table, a fresh pot of Yunding spirit tea had already been placed. Lu Yang made himself at home, striding directly to the rosewood armchair and settling into it with measured ease. He lifted the teacup and gently blew away the floating tea leaves. Xian Duoduo watched the composed youth before him. The last vestige of an unwarranted thought vanished completely from his mind. From tonight onward, Blackstone City, the underground world he had spent half his life building, had a new master. Mr. Lu. Xian Duoduo stepped forward of his own accord, bowed slightly, and began reporting the follow-up plan. His voice was filled with reverence. You needn't concern yourself with the mess outside. I'll handle it cleanly. Externally, my people will spread the word. Lord Chen Badian, while pursuing a major criminal, clashed with a powerful, unknown enemy who happened to be passing through. Ultimately, both sides met their end. As for the remaining men in the city lord's mansion and the guard, a trace of the cold, calculating kindness unique to merchants flashed across Chen Duoduo's face. They're nothing but a bunch of fence-sitters. Without Chen Badian, they're scattered sand. I'll use gold coins and a few minor tricks to make them shut their mouths where they should and forget what they ought to forget. I guarantee that within 3 days, no one in Blackstone City will utter the name Chen Badian again. He and his foolish son would vanish without a trace, like 2 droplets of water evaporating into thin air. His words were flawless. Every loose end was neatly tied up. Truly the work of an old fox who'd ruled this small city's underworld for half a lifetime. Lu Yang set down his teacup and lifted his eyes to glance at him. You've put thought into this. Hearing this simple compliment, Xian Duoduo's face lit up with an expression of wild joy, as if he'd been granted a pardon. He knew he had passed his new master's first test. Without a moment's hesitation, he made a decision he'd long since prepared. He took a step back. Then, facing Lu Yang seated solemnly in the master's position, he bowed deeply with utmost reverence. This was his form of respect. 90 degrees. His bulky frame bent into a comical yet utterly sincere sphere. Mr. Lu. His voice resonated with unprecedented solemnity and sincerity. I, Xian Duoduo, am a businessman. And what merchants excel at most is investment. In my lifetime, I've invested in mines, caravans, and countless geniuses who seemed destined for greatness. But those were mere trifles. The most correct investment I've ever made in my life was investing in you. From this day forward, this Blackstone City, this entire underground world, will follow your lead, Mr. Lu. I, Xian Duoduo, pledge to become your most loyal agent in this city. To manage this rear base that belongs to you. This is a high-stakes gamble. The stakes? The future of this young man before us. Lu Yang looked at him. At this chubby figure whose face radiated sincerity yet whose eyes flickered with shrewdness and ambition. He smiled. Very well. Lu Yang nodded. You're smart. I like working with smart people. He accepted Chen Duoduo's allegiance. Mr. Xie. Chen Duoduo was so excited that every ounce of his plump flesh trembled. He knew he had won his bet. Then, Mr. Lu. He composed himself and asked respectfully. As the new master of this city, what will be your first command? Is it to consolidate all the wealth left behind by Chen Badian? Or to purge the city of those unruly factions? He was ready to make his move. However, Lu Yang's response was entirely unexpected. Lu Yang made no mention of money or power. He simply spoke in a very matter-of-fact tone. I have a friend. His name is Lin Wu. He lives in the slums north of the city. I want you to utilize every resource at your disposal. The finest martial arts techniques, the best elixirs, the most rigorous training. Use every bit of wealth left behind by Chen Badian on him. While I'm away from Blackstone City. Ensure he grows strong and fast, safely. Ensure that when the Apocalypse Academy next opens its doors for recruitment, he will secure that spot without question. Lu Yang's gaze drifted toward the window in the direction of the slums. His eyes held a warmth he himself hadn't noticed. This is the second gift I, as his older brother, give to my foolish little brother. Chen Duoduo froze. He stared at Lu Yang, the demon god who had just obliterated the entire city lord's mansion. Yet now, he was issuing his first command for the sake of an obscure, penniless youth. Suddenly, he found himself unable to fathom this youth before him. Yet the reverence in his heart only grew deeper. He knew. A powerful being who knew only slaughter was terrifying. But a powerful warrior who both understood killing and valued loyalty and righteousness. Is the true sovereign worthy of staking everything to follow? Yes. Chen Duoduo bowed deeply once more. This time, his voice held not a trace of doubt. Only heartfelt admiration and devotion. Your servant obeys. Chapter 64, Abyss and Holy Light coexist. 5 days later. Blackstone City, abandoned dock. The area had been thoroughly cleaned by Chen Duoduo's men. New stone slabs now covered the ground. All traces of battle on the walls had been thoroughly erased. The thick stench of blood in the air had long been replaced by the briny scent of river water and the salty breeze from the sea. Everything appeared as if nothing had ever happened. But some things cannot be concealed. Like the lingering echoes of energy seeping into the soil and the cracks in the walls. 2 young men clad in snow-white robes, their chests embroidered with the emblem of a sun and a sword in golden thread, walked slowly into the harbor. Their expressions were solemn and dignified, even tinged with pride. Though their pace was unhurried, each step was measured with precision, as if taken with a ruler, and carried a peculiar rhythm. They stood in stark contrast to the city's grime and chaos. The newcomers were low-ranking patrol officers of the Holy Light Church. Is this the place? Caslin? One of the younger clerics, his face still dotted with freckles, asked. His voice was clear and pleasant, like a church choir. Yes, Micah. The monk known as Caslin nodded. His expression grew more solemn. According to routine reports submitted through the local government system. 5 days ago, the city's guard captain, a silver-ranked warrior named Chen Badian along with his 12 most elite guards, collectively vanished here. They have been declared deceased. A silver-ranked warrior leading 12 bronze peak warriors vanishing together? A trace of disdain flashed across the young monk Micah's face. Truly a barbaric frontier. A combat loss of this magnitude wouldn't even make a ripple in our holy city. Duty calls, and we cannot be careless. Caslin's tone remained flat. Their visit here was merely routine. A clash of this magnitude in a remote frontier town was most likely gang warfare or the work of some powerful, wandering demonic creature. They only needed to confirm no forbidden power remained at the scene before reporting back. Caslin drew a precision instrument from his coat, resembling a compass. This was a holy light detector. Standard issue equipment of the Holy See, it could detect all unnatural energy resonances within a 500-meter radius. It was particularly sensitive to the power of the Abyss, their greatest enemy. He infused a thread of his own holy light energy into the detector. Buzz! The golden needle at the detector's center began to turn slowly. Initially, everything appeared normal. The needle merely swayed slightly within the range of ordinary energy remnants. Seems like just another ordinary firefight. Micah yawned, bored. But in the very next second, a sudden change occurred. Without warning, the golden needle began spinning wildly, as if possessed. Its speed was so great it even produced a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. The entire compass trembled violently, as if it might shatter completely at any moment from the overwhelming strain. What? Caslin and Micah's expressions changed instantly. They exchanged glances, seeing shock and disbelief mirrored in each other's eyes. Such a phenomenon they had only ever encountered in the church's textbooks. This signified that within this region, 2 or more terrifying forces of extremely high energy levels remained. Caslin suppressed the terror surging within him, mustering every ounce of strength to steady the detector in his hands. He stared intently at the area on the compass indicating the highest danger level. He felt his own breath nearly cease. The abyss. His voice was dry, trembling, filled with boundless terror. An overwhelming residue of abyss energy. This was the mark of at least a silver tier peak. No, even a gold tier abyss creature had unleashed its full power here. No! That can't be right. Young Micah pointed at another section on the compass, a golden area representing sanctity, also flashing frantic red warning lights, and screamed. Caslin! Look! There's more here. There's also a trace of an extremely pure and noble aura of holy light. This feeling. He struggled to find the right words within his limited knowledge. Like a legendary seraph's feather, accidentally leaving behind a sacred glimmer here. Abyss. Angel. Two mortal enemies that absolutely could never coexist in the same place. Yet their auras were strangely intertwined on this small pier. Caslin and Micah exchanged another glance. This time, what they saw in each other's eyes was no longer shock. Rather, a solemn and reverent mood. They knew. They had likely stumbled upon a case so monumental it could be reported directly to the Vatican headquarters. Caslin immediately drew another communication crystal from his robe, its surface engraved with intricate holy light runes. Without a moment's hesitation, he transmitted everything that had transpired here, their discoveries and that terrifying conjecture, through the church's highest-level encrypted channel at breakneck speed. Urgent report. Blackrock City, Northern Provinces. Detected high-intensity abyssal energy resonance of gold tier or higher quality. Simultaneously detected sacred light energy resonance of indeterminate nature but exceptional purity, suspected to be of angelic rank. Incident nature, highly suspicious. Highly dangerous. Requesting headquarters support. After completing all this, the two realized their backs were already soaked through with cold sweat. Gazing upon this seemingly tranquil harbor. As if they could already see a colossal storm about to engulf the entire north, and perhaps the entire kingdom. Holy Light Church. Northern Provinces, capital city. City of Saint Thierry. A sky city floating above the clouds. At the very heart of the city stands a colossal spire known as the Eye of Truth. This is the hub where all intelligence from the entire northern province converges and is processed. The 72nd level of the spire. Within an immense hall, hundreds of intelligence analysts sat expressionless before their crystal screens, processing vast streams of information from thousands of cities and villages across the Northlands. The silence was so profound that only the soft scratching of quills on parchment and the occasional hum of the crystal screens could be heard. Rigorous and efficient, like the most precise machinery. Martin, a young analyst wearing a monocle and appearing somewhat neurotic, idly sifted through routine reports before him. The third prince of Rock Kingdom took another concubine boring. The dwarves of Ironforge have clashed with human merchants over the price of ale. How foolish. Blackrock City? The entire garrison commander of a border town vanished? Interesting. Chapter 65, The Marked Lu Yang. A mocking curve touched Martin's lips. To him, these provincial feuds were no different from village brawls. He was about to file this report away as a lowly D-level observation case. Suddenly, the crystal display before him flared without warning, blindingly read the highest priority blood red alert. Beep. 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 Urgent encrypted report received. Source, Northern Frontier Patrol Unit 127 Blackstone City. The languid expression vanished instantly from Martin's face. He sat bolt upright, adjusted his monocle, and began decrypting the report with lightning-fast fingers. Across the entire hall, other analysts noticed the commotion and turned their curious gazes toward him. Top-level encrypted reports were a rarity, appearing perhaps once a year. Soon, the report from Blackstone City and the field investigation conclusions of the two inspectors appeared clearly on the light screen before Martin. As his gaze swept over the keywords highlighted in vivid red and enlarged, his breath caught in his throat. Energy nature, gold tier or higher, abyssal. Energy nature, extremely high tier, suspected angelic, holy light. Conclusion, two opposing energies collided with extreme intensity at the same location. Holy light. Martin felt his heart skip a beat. Abyss. Angel. These two concepts, reserved for the most forbidden vocabulary within the Holy See, had simultaneously appeared in an obscure, remote town? How could this be? His professional instincts as a top-tier intelligence analyst were instantly and completely activated. His mind began racing at breakneck speed. Blackstone City. Blackstone City. He muttered under his breath, his fingers dancing across the light screen so swiftly they left after images. He pulled up every incident report related to the small city from the past 3 months. Soon, one piece of intelligence, similarly marked as under observation, was pulled up. Event, Apocalypse Academy conducts its special 10-year recruitment drive in Blackstone City. Result, the special admission spot was secured by a local youth named Lu Yang. Lu Yang. Martin narrowed his eyes. He dug deeper. Then, he saw the even more outrageous intelligence regarding this Lu Yang. Class a most wanted criminal. Awakening ritual, summoned the forbidden abyssal purple light. Contract partner, origin unknown, angelic form. Power test, 1999 units, shattered obsidian crystal. In the finals, his angelic partner instantly killed a third-tier flame lion with a single strike. Line after line of seemingly absurd information. Yet in Martin's eyes, they were swiftly strung together by an invisible thread. Abyssal Violet Light. Angel of unknown origin. The terrifying power to instantly slay a third-tier demon beast. The residual energies of the abyss and holy light lingering on that battlefield. All clues converged like rivers flowing to the sea, ultimately pointing to the same person. That youth named Lu Yang. Martin felt his blood begin to boil. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately linked the two reports together. Then, using his highest authority, he inscribed his judgment in the boldest font on the final conclusion. Comprehensive analysis conclusion. Target Lu Yang exhibits over 95% high correlation suspicion in relation to the anomalous energy conflict incident at Blackrock City. His angelic contract partner is highly likely the direct cause of the lingering holy light energy. He himself is highly likely to be the source that released the gold-tier abyssal energy. Recommendation, immediately. Elevate this individual to the highest threat level red tag. Conduct the most thorough background investigation and long-term surveillance at any cost. After completing all this, Martin exhaled a long breath. Gazing at the Lu Yang dossier he had marked with the red label, he knew this file would be distributed to the higher-ups in the Spire within seconds. And that youth named Lu Yang, he and his mysterious little angel, had, without their own knowledge, entered the Holy Light Church's field of vision. The day before leaving Blackrock City, Chen Duo once again invited Lu Yang into his innermost chamber. No. Now, it should be called Lu Yang's chamber. Mr. Lu. Chen Duo's expression was more respectful than ever before. He bowed deeply to Lu Yang. Then, as if presenting a treasure, he offered a storage ring crafted from a spatial gem. Mission accomplished. Chen Badian and his good-for-nothing son, every ill-gotten gain they've plundered from Blackstone City over the years has been accounted for. It's all inside here. Lu Yang took the ring and probed inside with a thread of spiritual energy. Even his usually unflappable composure couldn't help but flicker slightly. Holy. These Chen father and son really know how to hoard, don't they? System notice, you have obtained the following items. Gold coins, 53,600. Gold notes Federation currency, total value of 150,000 gold coins. Real estate deeds, 37 shops within Blackstone City, 12 high-end residences, 2 mines outside the city. Rare materials, Tier 3 Fire Magic Cores X5, Century-Old Blood Coral X1, Mithril or X20 kg. Martial Arts Manuals, Earth's Thickness Art Shen Tier, Lower Grade, Blazing Blade Technique Huang Tier, Upper Grade. A long list of items flashed frantically across Lu Yang's vision. If converted entirely into gold coins, its total value would be an astronomical sum capable of making any Count's family green with envy. To say it rivaled a nation's wealth might be an exaggeration. But to be the wealthiest in the city? That was more than achievable. Well done. A somewhat satisfied expression appeared on Lu Yang's face. He muttered to himself. Decades of hard work, all wiped out in a single day. That old bastard Chen Badian ended up working for me his entire life after all. He wasn't blinded by this sudden windfall. He knew full well that most of this stuff wouldn't be going with him. Especially the real estate and mines. Lu Yang extracted a portion from the ring things he could use himself. Like those rare materials useful for cultivation. For instance, the Blazing Sun technique. Though he had no use for it, it remained his father's legacy. Chapter 66, The Most Promising Prospect. He took roughly 20,000 gold coins as working capital. Then he tossed the storage ring back to Chen Duo. The rest is all yours. Chen Duo froze, momentarily at a loss. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? I can't take these shops and mines with me. Lu Yang said indifferently. From today onward, they belong to your Duobao Pavilion. I only require dividends. Simply deposit 30% of the annual profits into this card. He said, producing an anonymous crystal card. This is no longer a partnership. This is a favor. A reward. It was a trust entrusting the wealth of an entire city to Chen Duo to manage. Chen Duo's body trembled violently with excitement. He knew that from this moment on, he would truly step out of the shadows from being an underground merchant surviving in the dark and into the spotlight. To become the city's new uncrowned king. And all of this was bestowed upon him by the youth before him. Your servant shall not betray your trust, sir. With a thud, he dropped to one knee. This time, his submission held not a shred of self-serving calculation. Only heartfelt, unwavering devotion. Rise. Lu Yang waved his hand. While I'm away, Blackstone City is yours to command. And don't forget the task I entrusted to you. His gaze turned once more toward the slums north of the city. My friend must not come to any harm. Sir, rest assured. Chen Duo nodded emphatically. Young Master Lin Wu is now my own flesh and blood. If anyone so much as touches a hair on his head, I'll make sure they don't live to see tomorrow. Very good. Lu Yang stood up, ready to leave. All his business in this city had been settled. All debts and grievances had been settled. He tucked the crystal card containing 20,000 gold coins into his robe. He knew these were merely cold, hard numbers. But they would be his greatest reliance for establishing himself and growing stronger. They were also his seed money to confront that entity known as the Abyssal Secret Society. 3 days later. Early morning. Blackrock City, Station. A colossal beast forged from steel and magical runes lay motionless upon the tracks. This was the mana-powered train traversing the major cities of the north. White steam billowed from its alchemically forged smokestack, accompanied by a steady puffing and puffing sound. Today was the day Lu Yang would depart. Accompanied personally by Chief Examiner Yi Qing, Lu Yang arrived at the station's VIP platform. He wore the same simple outfit as always, plain gray coarse cloth garments and a wide-brimmed straw hat. He appeared unchanged, still the destitute youth from the slums. Yet throughout the station, everyone who saw him, whether guards or commoners, instinctively stepped aside, lowering their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. Their eyes brimmed with genuine, heartfelt fear. "Mr. Lu, this is your train." Yi Qing pointed toward the steel beast, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Over the past few days, he had used his own channels to gain a general understanding of everything that had transpired in Blackstone City. Though he didn't know the exact details. He knew that the once arrogant city lord, Chen and his impregnable city lord's mansion had vanished completely from the city's map. And all of this was inextricably linked to the eerily calm youth standing before him. This revelation caused his estimation of Lu Yang to soar several levels higher. This was no longer a rough gem. This was a young dragon in human form. Lu Yang nodded. His gaze swept past the platform, settling on the bustling crowd in the distance. In the farthest corner of the crowd, he spotted two familiar figures. One was Lin Wu, tall and sturdy, his eyes brimming with reluctance and well wishes. The other was Qian Duo, plump as a ball, winking and grinning wildly at him. They didn't come forward to see him off. They were bidding farewell in their own way. Lu Yang gave a barely perceptible nod in their direction. Then he turned away. He cast one last glance back at the city where he had lived for many years. Blackstone City. From a bullied and mocked failure to a laughingstock publicly abandoned by an epic beastmaster during the awakening ceremony. Then to a monster who stunned everyone during the special recruitment assessment. Finally, he became the uncrowned king who toppled the entire city lord's mansion and seized control of the city's underground order. All this unfolded in mere months. Yet it felt like a lifetime. Ha, what an amusing dream indeed. Lu Yang chuckled softly to himself. "Master, are we finally leaving this godforsaken place? The air here is utterly foul." Zero's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with a hint of relief and anticipation. "Yes." Lu Yang responded silently. "Off to a bigger, more interesting new world." "Whoa!" A long, piercing whistle echoed across the sky. "The mana train is about to depart. Lu, it's time to board." Yi Qing reminded him. Lu Yang withdrew his gaze, no longer lingering. He stepped forward and boarded the steel beast about to journey into the distance. Late at night. On the train. Chief Examiner Yi Qing, his expression stern, handed a file folder sealed with the highest grade magic to a gray-haired archivist. "Professor Yi, is this the only candidate for the special recruitment this time?" The elderly archivist accepted the sealed file with a hint of surprise. "One is enough." A complex expression, a mix of excitement and solemnity, flashed across Yi Qing's face. "This one candidate holds more promise than all the geniuses I've seen over the past decade combined." He gestured toward the file folder. "Same as always, highest level encryption, permanently sealed." The old administrator nodded and skillfully broke the seal. He retrieved the special recruitment file on Lu Yang from within. On the final page, under the section marked Examiner's Comments, he saw Yi Qing's vigorous handwriting, a few lines that instantly made his drowsy old eyes widen in shock. Name, Lu Yang. Talent, unknown, suspected composite talent related to space or psychic abilities. Power assessment, extremely dangerous. His personal combat prowess far exceeds bronze tier standards. His fighting techniques and mental acuity are mature and seasoned beyond those of a youth. Contract partner, angelic in form, yet possessing an extremely anomalous energy attribute, neither holy light nor shadow. Suspected to be some higher tier forbidden power never before recorded. Once instantly killed a 3rd tier flame lion with a single strike. Overall assessment, talent 1 in 10,000. Temperament unfathomably deep. Final recommendation, designate as an S-tier priority observation subject. Recommend that the one personally conduct a secondary assessment. The veteran administrator's hand trembled slightly. It had been nearly 2 decades since Yi Qing had issued such an exceptionally high evaluation. Without delay, he stamped the file with a deep crimson seal signifying the highest level of secrecy. Then, he sent the file into the teleportation channel leading to the Star Pavilion, the Academy's highest tier. Chapter 67, The Hunting List. Abyssal Secret Society, Crimson Hand Branch Headquarters. Within a gloomy subterranean temple. The tall, gaunt figure known as the bishop stared at a black crystal suspended mid-air before him. Within the crystal, a blurred image played on a loop. It was the final footage transmitted by the soul beacon of the blood butcher, Buck, moments before his death. In the footage, a youth wearing a conical hat. And upon his shoulder, a bizarre angel emanating the same pure, abyssal aura. Interesting. The bishop's voice was hoarse and sharp, like two rusted pieces of metal scraping against each other. A wild abyssal child never recorded in the secret society's archives? And to think he'd even bound a fallen being of such pure blood? That good-for-nothing Buck dying by such an entity's hand was likely the sole glory of his entire life. The bishop extended his withered fingers and tapped lightly in the air. The soul crystal instantly transformed into a black rune. The rune was imprinted onto a parchment scroll. A hunt order of the highest rank within the Abyssal Secret Society was silently activated. Target, Blackrock City survivor name unknown, codename, Jadeite. Mission level, Class A. Mission requirements, capture them alive at all costs and return them to the temple. In case of force majeure, they may be executed on the spot, but their soul and the core of their contract partner must be preserved. The bounty order transformed into a crimson light and vanished instantly within the temple. It would be distributed among the secret society's hunters, those more powerful than Buck. Holy Light Cathedral, Tower of the Eye of Truth, Level 99, Inquisitor's Office. A young woman clad in form-fitting silver armor that accentuated her perfect curves sat behind a large desk. Her beauty was angelic. Yet her gaze was as cold as ice that never melts. Pinned to her chest was the sword insignia of the Inquisition, the most feared department within the Holy See. She was the 7th Inquisitor, the youngest and most feared within the Inquisition, known by the codename Angel's Blade. She was renowned for tracking down and judging all heretics connected to the Abyss. Before her now lay an urgent red-tagged dossier. It was the report from Blackstone City. Her gaze swept over the shocking keywords. Golden Grade Abyss Energy. Sacred Light Aura resembling angelic rank. Abyss and Holy Light intertwined. Her two beautifully arched brows, as if drawn with golden thread, furrowed slightly. Interesting. Her voice was clear and cold, melodious yet carrying a bone-chilling chill. Is this a new heresy performing some blasphemous ritual? Or perhaps, a sharp gleam flashed in her eyes. An old acquaintance crawling back from the depths of hell? Extending her pale, slender fingers, she placed her own seal at the end of the file. A flaming crossblade seal. This signified she had accepted the case. Woo! Accompanied by a long, distinct whistle. The Mana Express finally glided into its final station. Central City, the heart of the Longsha Federation. As Lu Yang followed Chief Examiner Yi Qing out of the carriage, he experienced for the first time what it meant for the world to be so disparate. Compared to this place, Blackstone City's so-called station resembled nothing more than a rustic thatched hut. Above his head was no longer the sky. Instead, it was a vast dome composed of countless holographic billboards and shimmering energy conduits. Sleek, anti-gravity vehicles of varied designs zipped along preset tracks at high speeds, stirring gentle breezes in their wake. The air no longer carried the mingled scent of coal dust and grime. Instead, it carried the intense scent of energy particles and the distinct aroma of money. A country bumpkin in the city, that's for sure. Lu Yang silently muttered to himself. He tugged at the brim of his straw hat, hiding his likely unsophisticated face even deeper. This way. Yi Qing's voice remained as flat as ever. He seemed long accustomed to the dumbfounded expressions all the geniuses from remote towns wore upon their first glimpse of Central City. He guided Lu Yang onto a dedicated hover track vehicle bound for Tianqi Academy. The vehicle started silently. The scenery outside the window rushed backward at breakneck speed. Skyscrapers piercing the clouds rose majestically from the ground. Their facades displayed massive dynamic light screens, broadcasting concerts by top-tier superstars and advertisements for the latest pet equipment. See that tallest building over there, shaped like a sword? Yi Qing suddenly pointed out the window and spoke. That's the headquarters of Holy Sword Group, the Federation's largest weapons manufacturer. Their family's heir just enrolled this year too. Lu Yang followed his gaze and nodded. And over there, that estate floating mid-air. Yi Qing pointed in another direction. That's the residence of the Federation speaker, Lord Rockefeller. His young granddaughter, a 15-year-old prodigy whose psychic power has already reached silver tier, will be your future classmate. Oh. Lu Yang's response remained a single word. And that the carriage just flying past us, drawn by 8 wyverns. Seated within was the third prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. It's said that on his 16th birthday, his father gifted him a pure-blood dragon cub of legendary lineage as a pet. Yi Qing introduced this seemingly casually. But Lu Yang detected the subtle pressure hidden within his words. Got it. He's putting pressure on me here, telling me not to get too cocky. So it's all about whose daddy's got. Like I'm the only one without one. My dad may have died young, but I can still chew on myself. Lu Yang thought to himself, his expression unreadable. Just then, from the adjacent seats, the hushed, superior whispers of several other freshmen in brand new uniforms drifted over. Hey, did you hear? This year, the academy actually specially recruited a student from that godforsaken place in the north. Yeah, heard it too. Some place called Blackstone City? Never even heard of it. Probably just got lucky and contracted some mutant beast or something. Ha, we get country bumpkins like that every year. They think they're hot stuff just because they've got a little talent. They don't know their place. Once they get into the academy, it won't take 3 days before the real monsters teach them a lesson about what background means. Exactly. Beast taming isn't just about fighting and killing. The connections, resources, and bloodline behind you, which of those matters less than a little talent? Their voices weren't loud. But in this quiet carriage, Lu Yang could hear every word clearly. Lu Yang's face remained impassive. Yet the fingers resting on his knees tapped lightly. Hope you lot don't end up on my hunting list in the future. Chapter 68, The Special Admissions Student Who Became a Laughingstock. The hovercar finally reached its destination. As Lu Yang stepped out of the vehicle, he was utterly stunned by the sight before him. An ancient academy, too grand for words, stood before him. It didn't resemble a building. More like a mountain range coiled upon the earth. The entire academy was enveloped by a colossal magic array. Visible streams of energy radiated from its surface. Countless young prodigies, each radiating formidable power, streamed in and out through the academy's main gate as vast as a city entrance, like fish crossing a river. Every one of them radiated confidence and pride. Each one was a dragon among men, a prodigy favored by heaven. Lu Yang stood before this academy gate, which seemed like a miracle. For the first time, he truly understood what it meant to feel insignificant. He knew. The victories he had achieved in Blackstone City meant nothing here. Alright, my task is complete. Yi Qing handed Lu Yang an enrollment document bearing his name and temporary credentials. He gestured toward the distant registration area, teeming with new students. Factions vied for dominance, cliques clustered together, the air thick with scrutinizing glances, attempts at recruitment, and subtle exclusion. He looked at Lu Yang, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Your journey begins here. Go. Good luck. With that, Yi Qing paid him no further attention, turning and striding straight through the academy gates. The registration area for new students at Tianqi Academy. More than a mere registration area, it was a futuristic dome-shaped hall brimming with cutting-edge technology. Dozens of massive magical light screens floated mid-air, displaying real-time scrolling lists of new students and their assignments. The hall buzzed with the chatter of young geniuses, a mix of excitement and anxiety. Lu Yang stood quietly in a line that wasn't too long. Like a curious country boy. He observed everything around him without revealing his thoughts, like a dry sponge frantically soaking up every useful piece of information. Oh my god. It's Heaven Zone 9. I've been assigned to the Heaven Zone. A lavishly dressed young woman let out a delighted shriek upon seeing her name on the screen. Countless envious glances immediately turned her way. Pfft, what's so great about the Tian district? My brother lived in Tian number 3 last year, and he said the energy concentration there was nothing special. Beside her, a boy who looked even more arrogant sneered disdainfully. Despite his words, his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner tension. Hey, bro, heard the buzz? Wang Hao, the Green Prince, one of the 4 princes of the apocalypse, is personally overseeing this year's freshman orientation. No way. That's a Wang family member. Rumor has it his contract partner is a light dragon with sacred dragon blood. If we could join the Qingyun society he's founding, we'd be walking all over the academy. Soon, it was Lu Yang's turn. He approached a slick-looking senior and calmly handed over his enrollment documents. The senior, named Zhou Kong, wore a cloud-shaped badge on his chest, the emblem of Qingyun society membership. He lazily accepted Lu Yang's documents. When he saw the name Lu Yang on the documents and the line below it, marked with a special notation reading Blackstone City Special Recruitment, a flicker of contempt crossed his narrowed eyes. Oh? From Blackstone City? He deliberately emphasized the words Blackrock City with deliberate emphasis. As if it were some filthy dump. Then, he paid Lu Yang no further attention. He casually shoved Lu Yang's enrollment documents to the bottom of the pile. Instead, he turned to the lavishly dressed, rotund man behind Lu Yang, his face plastered with a broad smile. Why, if it isn't young Master Chen from the Jinbao Merchants Guild. Please, come in. Come in. Zhou Kang's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He enthusiastically flicked his fingers across the screen, working at lightning speed. Rest assured, Master Chen. I've reserved the finest courtyard number 6 of the Celestial class just for you. Its spirit-gathering formation has been specially consecrated by a master. I guarantee your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds the moment you move in. That fawning expression drew looks of contempt from many nearby. After enthusiastically seeing off young Master Chen and several other equally distinguished newcomers, Zhou Kongkong suddenly remembered Lu Yang waiting nearby. Yawning lazily, he picked up Lu Yang's enrollment documents. He tapped the screen casually a few times. Then he looked up and addressed Lu Yang in a voice thick with feigned sympathy. Oh my! This is Lu Yang, the freshman, right? His booming voice instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. What a terrible misfortune. Zhou Kong beat his chest in frustration, his face etched with regret. Look here, the Tian, D, and Xian dormitory zones are all full. What on earth are we to do? He pretended to swipe around on the screen for a while. Finally, his eyes lit up as if he'd found something. Ah! Found it! He slapped his thigh and declared enthusiastically, as if he'd solved a major problem for me. Junior, look here, there's still one spot left. Yellow Zone, room 9527. Sure, the energy's a bit sparse there, the dorm's a little run down, and the neighbors are a bit odd. But hey, it's got the advantage of being quiet. No one to bother you. Perfect for a genius like you who likes to practice alone in peace. Just bear with it, okay? Put. No sooner had he finished speaking. A wave of uncontrollable laughter erupted around them. Yellow Zone? Did I hear that right? Isn't that the Academy's dumping ground? I heard it's where the disciplined students go to reflect on their mistakes, or those perpetual underachievers stuck at the same level for over a decade. Pitiful, utterly pitiful. A special admissions student assigned to the Yellow Zone? This is nothing short of a public execution. Every pair of eyes around him brimmed with schadenfreude. They all understood. This was a warning shot across the bow. This was the Qingyun Society's warning shot. Lu Yang's status as a special admissions student became the biggest joke in the entire venue at that moment. Yet, facing Zhou Kang's mocking, phony grin, amidst the surrounding, unabashedly shrill laughter, Lu Yang's gaze remained utterly unflinching. He calmly accepted the nameplate from Zhou Kang's hand, the one signifying identity number 9527 of the Yellow Zone. He glanced at the initial points displayed on the badge, 10. This amount wouldn't even cover a basic meal at the Academy cafeteria. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away. Chapter 69, Prince Wang's Invitation. Yellow Zone. The Siberia of Tianqi Academy. The air here felt thinner than in other zones. The so-called dormitory buildings were merely a few three-story structures built from the most ordinary rocks. Weeds overran the desolate ground before them. It formed a starkly ironic contrast to the distant Heaven Zone courtyards, which floated in the air like a fairyland. Lu Yang finally located his so-called dormitory, guided by the nameplate. Yellow Zone, room 9527. First floor, farthest corner, a room that never saw sunlight. Well now, that room number was quite distinctive. 9527, as if they were afraid anyone wouldn't realize a servant lived here. Lu Yang muttered a complaint under his breath. He took out the black iron nameplate and swiped it lightly over the door lock. Squeak! A sound that made your teeth ache. The door swung open. A thick, musty air mixed with dust hit him in the face. Well, looks like tonight's going to be a big cleanup first. Lu Yang was about to step into this new home. Just then, a voice carrying an oppressive weight slowly rose from behind him. This must be Lu Yang, the junior from Blackstone City, correct? Lu Yang's footsteps halted. He slowly turned around. Behind him, a group of people had gathered without his noticing. At their head stood a young man dressed in a snow-white robe, an exquisite warm jade pendant adorning his waist. He possessed a handsome, refined appearance and an elegant, scholarly demeanor. A flawless smile graced his face. Yet his eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, filled with a condescending scrutiny. Behind him followed several others. Among them was Zhou Kong, the senior who had deliberately made things difficult for Lu Yang at the registration desk. At this moment, Zhou Kong stood behind the white-robed man like the most loyal lackey, his face plastered with sycophantic flattery, gazing at Lu Yang with a look of schadenfreude. Qingyun Society's Wang Hao. The name instantly flashed through Lu Yang's mind. I am Wang Hao, president of the Qingyun Society. The man in white, Wang Hao, smiled and gave Lu Yang a slight bow. His demeanor was courteous and refined, like a nobleman born into a distinguished family. I apologize for the abrupt visit, but I hope you won't take offense, Junior. Is there something you need? Lu Yang's reply was, as always, simple and direct. Heh, you speak your mind, Junior. Wang Hao chuckled. His gaze swept over the dilapidated dormitory behind Lu Yang, a hint of concern flickering across his face. I wonder if you're satisfied with the new living arrangements the Academy has provided for you? His tone was thick with feigned politeness. Lu Yang remained silent. He simply stared calmly at Wang Hao, waiting to see how he would play out the rest of this charade. Seeing Lu Yang's silence, Wang Hao's smile grew even broader. He slowly took 2 steps forward, then abruptly changed the subject. His eyes locked onto Lu Yang. The gentleness vanished from his voice, replaced instead by an unadulterated, unapologetic dominance. Junior Lu Yang, I know you must harbor many grievances. You must be wondering why you, a prestigious special admissions student, were assigned to this dump, a place even servants wouldn't want to live in. I can give you the answer right now. He pointed at himself, then at Zhou Kong behind him. Because all of this was arranged by me. His voice wasn't loud, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning in the ears of the timid Yellow Zone students who occasionally passed by. The reason was simple. A flash of unmasked jealousy and contempt flickered in Wang Hao's eyes. First, I don't like you. I couldn't care less what you've achieved in that godforsaken backwater of Blackstone City. But you, some mysterious special admission student, came in and stole the spotlight that should have belonged to us, the legitimate scions of established families. That makes me very unhappy. Second, I dislike even more the special favor teacher Yi Qing shows you. He's the teacher we gifted students respect most. He should be spending his time on us, the genuine talents. Not wasting it on a mud-legged peasant like you, who crawled out of some godforsaken backwater. The truth is out in the open. All pretense is stripped away. What remains is nothing but the most naked tyranny and suppression of the academic clique's leader. Wang Hao stared at Liu Yang's face, still shrouded in the shadow of his conical hat, its expression unreadable. Slowly, he extended his hand toward Liu Yang. That hand was pale and slender, yet brimming with strength. Once more, he flashed that smile as gentle as a spring breeze. As if the domineering declaration moments ago had never come from his lips. Of course, I didn't come here today to make enemies with you. I came to give you an opportunity. A chance to choose your own destiny. At Tianqi Academy, without connections, you're nothing. You should have already experienced that. Now, I, Wang Hao, president of the Qingyun Society, formally extend an invitation to you. Join my Qingyun Society. Work for me. Become one of my men. All you need to do is nod. Every injustice you've suffered today, I will repay tenfold. Courtyards in the Heavenly District, the highest grade resources, even the friendship of my Wang family. All this is yours for the taking provided you obey. His words were laced with temptation. Then, he watched as the smile on Liu Yang's face gradually faded. His gaze turned as cold as ice. But if you refuse, then, I'm afraid, this yellow letter zone dormitory, where even dogs refuse to stay, will be your sole refuge for the next 4 years. Of course. He paused, then spoke slowly in a threatening tone. That is, assuming you manage to survive 4 years here unscathed. Before he could finish, the air seemed to freeze solid. A deathly silence fell over dormitory building Yellow 9. All the freshmen's eyes were fixed on the two figures in the center. Wang Hao's hand remained suspended mid-air, his face adorned with a gentle, confident smile, the expression of a superior granting a subordinate a favor. Behind him, his followers stood tall and proud, brimming with confidence, as if already envisioning Liu Yang bowing his head in gratitude and submission. Liu Yang's gaze slowly lifted from that slender, clean hand, finally settling on Wang Hao's face, frozen in a false smile. Surrender? Beg like a dog wagging its tail for scraps? Liu Yang's heart remained utterly still, even tinged with a desire to laugh. Having fought his way out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in Blackstone City, he understood better than anyone the consequences of placing one's fate in another's hands. And besides, the other party's goodwill was laughably cheap. Under the gaze of all present, Liu Yang shook his head gently, yet with unmistakable clarity. He said nothing. But that single gesture spoke louder and more decisively than any words ever could. Refusal. He had actually turned down Senior Wang Hao's recruitment offer. The surrounding freshmen nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets, their breath catching in their throats. He must be insane. This kid from some backwater town must be out of his mind. Chapter 70, Taking an Unconventional Path. The smile on Wang Hao's face froze, inch by inch, until it vanished completely. He slowly withdrew his outstretched hand, then used 2 fingers of his other hand to meticulously wipe the palm he'd just extended, as if that hand had touched something utterly filthy. This deeply insulting gesture caused the surrounding air to grow icy cold. Very well. Wang Hao spoke, his voice quiet yet tinged with icy coldness. You have backbone. He fixed his gaze on Liu Yang, the look no longer one of gentle appreciation, but the cold indifference reserved for lifeless objects. I, Wang Hao, appreciate those with backbone. Because, breaking every single one of their bones, brings a special sense of accomplishment. No sooner had the words left his lips than he raised his wrist, issuing a command to the sleek silver student terminal there. His voice was soft, yet every person present heard it loud and clear. Mission Center? This is Wang Hao. Keep a close eye on a freshman named Liu Yang, ID 7708. Lock all available slots for any personal missions below C rank that he attempts to accept. Yes, any excuse system malfunction, slots full, whatever you need. His casual words struck like thunderclaps, reverberating in every freshman's ears. This was an abuse of authority, a complete lockout. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, Wang Hao's second order followed immediately. Academic Affairs Office, listen up. New student Liu Yang, yes, the special admissions candidate. Freeze his enrollment eligibility for all required courses. State the reason as his admission status being under review. When will the review be complete? Wait for my notification. Having completed all this, Wang Hao didn't even spare Liu Yang another glance. His handsome face once again wore that gentle smile, as if the cold, commanding figure moments ago had never been him. I'll see about that. He turned away, leaving Liu Yang with his back, his voice trailing off as he spoke. Without resources, without mentors, without teammates, a worthless failure who can't even attend classes. How many days do you think you'll last in this Tianqi Academy, you so-called genius? With that, he led his entourage away in a grand procession. Only when their figures vanished around the corner of the dormitory block did the oppressive atmosphere around them suddenly relax. Whoosh! The sound of gasps echoed in succession. He's done for. Completely finished. That's brutal. Senior Wang Hao is trying to destroy him. Without credits, he can't afford any cultivation resources. Without classes, he'll forever remain an outsider. How is this any different from being expelled? And that's not all. Didn't you hear? He doesn't even have teammates. That means anyone who dares team up with him from now on is declaring war on Senior Wang Hao. Stares filled with pity, schadenfreude, and contempt were openly directed at Lu Yang. In their eyes, this stubborn rebel who just dared to shake his head in refusal was now nothing short of a dead man walking. Lu Yang tuned out the surrounding chatter. He turned, silently pushed open his own creaking, dilapidated door, and stepped into dorm room number 9. Bang! The door closed, shutting out all external sounds. The room was bare, containing only a wooden plank bed and a desk, the air thick with a faint musty odor. TSK, how pitiful. A lazy voice tinged with schadenfreude echoed in Lu Yang's mind. It was Ling. Is this the path you've chosen? You've blocked every escape route right from the start. I say, my master, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, it might still be in time. Zero's voice dripped with temptation. Lu Yang ignored her, walking straight to the desk and lightly tapping his wrist student terminal. A sapphire blue light screen projected itself into midair. This was the personal terminal for students of the Apocalypse Academy, integrating all functions, identity information, course management, mission acquisition, and the credit store. Lu Yang's gaze remained calm as he opened the task center. Rows of tasks listed themselves on the screen. E-rank task, clean the Griffin Stables reward, 10 credits. E-rank quest, tidy up the low-level herb garden reward, 15 credits. D-rank quest, serve as sparring partner for first-year fire element students reward, 30 credits. D-rank task, patrol the Western Academy perimeter wall reward, 50 credits. These are low-difficulty tasks offered to new students to earn their first startup funds. Lu Yang's finger tapped on the simplest option, cleaning the Griffin Stables. Notice, task slots are full. Please select another mission. His expression remained blank as he tapped the second option. Notice, this task has been claimed. Please select another. The third, fourth, fifth. He tapped through every single C rank or lower personal quest. The result was the same without exception. Notice, system is busy. Please try again later. Notice, mission objective completed. Settlement in progress. Notice, insufficient permissions to accept. On the light screen, the once vibrant task entries turned cold and gray under his clicks. Wang Hao's authority, like an invisible net, enveloped him completely with precision and efficiency. Lu Yang closed the mission center and opened course management. The required courses for new students were clearly listed. Introduction to Beast Taming, Foundational Mental Strength Training, Beginner's Guide to Pet Beast Cultivation, Compendium of Otherworldly Species. Each course was followed by a selection button. But now, on Lu Yang's display screen, these buttons were replaced by a line of cold, red text. Warning, course selection eligibility abnormal. Reason, enrollment status under review. Under review? How convenient, under review. Lu Yang stared at the message, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Tasks, courses. The two most crucial pillars for a beast master to survive and grow stronger within the academy had been severed effortlessly by the other party. Without credits, he couldn't afford even the cheapest nutrient solution or access the most basic training room. Without classes, he was blind as a bat, forever unable to truly integrate into this beast master system representing the world's highest standards. It was a dead end. A complete and utter dead end, leaving no room for escape. Click. Zero's playful laughter echoed in his mind, brimming with delight. How does it feel? Despair? Helplessness? My master, you look like a little mouse trapped in a snare, its claws shattered. Admit it, you need my power. Just relinquish a little more control, pray to the abyss, and I could reduce that petty academic tyrant to ashes with a flick of my finger. The cold light screen reflected Lu Yang's face, eerily calm. He slowly shut down the terminal, plunging the dormitory back into darkness. Paths are made by walking. His voice echoed in the empty room, as if spoken to himself, yet also to Ling. Since the conventional path is blocked, then we'll take an unconventional one. Easy for you to say. I'll see how you manage it. Zero's laughter abruptly halted. For she saw, in the endless darkness, a malevolent, chilling smile slowly curling the corners of Lu Yang's mouth. Chapter 71, Apocalypse Academy Freshman Handbook. Lu Yang didn't turn on the lights. Instead, he reached out and tapped the student terminal lightly once more. A blue light screen illuminated, becoming the sole source of light in the room. Displayed was the same gray task list, accompanied by the crimson warning, course selection eligibility anomaly. It seemed to silently mock his overreach. Lu Yang's face showed neither discouragement nor anger. He closed the task and course interface directly, sliding his fingertips across the screen to pull up a file most freshmen would never touch. The Apocalypse Academy Freshman Handbook 7th Revised Edition. Over 1,000 pages thick, densely packed with text more soporific than the driest legal codex. Oh, my master, what are you doing? Have you been so crushed that you've gone mad, now studying the school's history to cultivate your spirit? Zero's tone brimmed with bewilderment and sarcasm. Liu Yang ignored her. He directly activated the keyword search function. A search box appeared on the light screen. Liu Yang's fingers flew across the keys, typing several words. Credit acquisition. Conflict resolution. Rank exemption. Special regulations. The display screen flickered as the manual's contents began scrolling rapidly, filtering out 99% of the irrelevant information. The principal's address, the academy's glorious history, the list of distinguished alumni to Liu Yang, these were worth less than scrap paper. What he sought lay hidden beneath all this pompous drivel, the actual rules that kept this massive institution running. Wherever there were rules, there were bound to be boundaries and loopholes. If Wan Hao could use the rules to shut him down, then he, too, could use the rules to find a way out. Time ticked away, second by second. The glow of the light screen illuminated Liu Yang's face, etched with intense concentration. His eyes raced across line after line of dry regulations, his mind processing like a high-speed processor, analyzing, dissecting, and reconstructing the meaning behind every piece of information. Article 1327, students are prohibited from engaging in private combat outside designated areas. Violators will receive a major demerit and be fined academic credits. Useless. Article 2045, credit task allocation is subject to priority adjustment rights by faculty advisors and student councils of each college. Oof. So this is Wang Hao's trump card. Article 719, respect seniors and foster unity among classmates. Liu Yang nearly laughed out loud upon reading this. What a joke. 1 hour. 2 hours. The clamor outside the window gradually subsided as night deepened. In the dorm room, only the swish-swish sound of Liu Yang flipping through electronic pages could be heard. What the hell are you looking for? Even Ling grew impatient. What good would it do you even if you memorize this old book? Rules are made by the strong to bind the weak, don't you get it? Just as Ling was droning on, Liu Yang's gaze suddenly froze. His finger paused at the appendix section at the end of the handbook. In an inconspicuous corner sat the title, Supplementary Regulations of the Academy Safety Committee. Most students likely closed the book after finishing the main text, never noticing this section. Yet here, Liu Yang discovered 2 rules marked in special font yet deliberately printed in small type. Supplementary Regulation 1, High-Risk Mission Exemption Privilege. Description: any blood-stained mission assessed by the Academy Safety Committee with a predicted mortality rate exceeding 30% shall have completely independent acceptance authority. Such missions are exempt from any jurisdiction or interference by mentors, the student union, or factions. Any student meeting the minimum strength threshold may apply directly to the mission center, and the system will automatically approve the request. Oof. Liu Yang's breathing quickened slightly. A mortality rate exceeding 30%, that was a path reserved for madmen and desperados. Wang Hao could lock down all C rank and below safe zone missions. But he, a mere student council officer, lacked both the audacity and authority to interfere with these life or death blood missions issued by the Academy's highest security body. His gaze drifted downward. Supplementary Regulation 2, Free Challenge Privilege. Description: to encourage healthy competition and foster a spirit of perseverance among students, the Academy grants each official student the right to issue 1 free challenge per month. Students may initiate a public duel with any peer or senior student no more than 1 major rank above them, wagering either credits or resource points. This challenge is protected by the Academy's notary office. Once issued, the challenged party cannot refuse. Cannot refuse. These 4 words seem to carry a magical power, igniting a terrifying gleam in Liu Yang's pupils. So that's how it is. Liu Yang closed the new student handbook, leaned back in his chair, and exhaled a long breath. That breath seemed to expel all the pent-up frustration and resentment he'd felt since entering the academy. Rules, indeed, were a double-edged sword. Wang Hao believed he had mastered the rules, using them to build an impenetrable wall around himself. But he never imagined that hidden within that wall were 2 unknown backdoors. One led to hell. The other to even faster plunder. So that was your plan all along? For the first time, Zero's voice carried a genuine hint of surprise. Blood-stained missions? Free challenges? My lord, you're far more insane than I ever imagined. This isn't about finding a way to survive. This is dancing on a razor's edge, leaping toward the blade's point. Liu Yang didn't answer her. He reopened the quest center. This time, he didn't glance at the gray list. His finger lightly tapped an inconspicuous filter button in the upper right corner of the light screen. A drop-down menu appeared. Risk level filter. Normal default. Difficult. Extreme danger. Liu Yang's fingers selected the last option without hesitation. Warning, you are about to view the blood-stained mission list. These missions carry an extremely high disability and mortality rate. Please confirm you are aware of all risks. A crimson pop-up window appeared. Liu Yang pressed confirm. Instantly, the entire interface transformed from its original tech blue hue into a blinding crimson. All those previous tasks, cleaning animal pens, organizing herbs, vanished without a trace. Replacing them were rows upon rows of brand new missions radiating a deathly aura. Mission ID, Blood Red 019. Mission name, Clear the Out of Control Potion Greenhouse. Location, Abandoned Greenhouse Number 3. Description, an unknown potion leak in Greenhouse 3 has caused horrific mutations in its plants, which have already devoured 3 faculty members attempting to contain the incident. Heroes are now needed to enter, eliminate all mutated plants, and recover the core of the contamination source. Recommended strength, Tier 2 or higher squad. Estimated mortality rate, 49%. Reward, 5,000 credits, 1 entry to a B-grade resource dungeon. Available slots, 05. Mission ID, Crimson 027. Mission name, Abyssal Fissures Sample Collection. Location, Black Marsh Quarantine Zone, outside the city. Description, a small abyssal fissure is emitting energy fluctuations. Enter the fissure's influence zone and collect at least 3 contaminated biological samples. Caution, exposure to the abyssal aura may cause permanent mental damage. Recommended strength, mental power grade B or higher. Estimated mortality rate, 62%. Reward, 8,000 credits, 1 mentor recommendation letter. Current accepted players, 03. Chapter 72, Earning the First Fortune. Each mission felt like an invitation from the Grim Reaper. The staggering mortality rate and the rewards so lavish they made one's eyes burn formed the starkest contrast. Liu Yang's gaze swept down the list, scanning each entry. Finally, his gaze settled on the very bottom of the list, a bizarre mission that had been ignored by all, one where even the suggested strength level remained unknown. The next morning, Liu Yang left the dormitory that felt like a prison cell and headed toward the academy's functional zone. After a night's rest, his mental energy was fully restored, his gaze clear and resolute. Abyss corruption level, 20. Status, calm. Objective, accept a mission, earn the first pot of gold. The data on the system panel flashed through his mind. Are you really sure? That mission with the highest death rate? Zero's voice echoed faintly, tinged with disbelief. I thought you were just talking. Master, even if you want to die, you don't have to pick such a disgusting way, do you? Sewer rats, gurgling, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Liu Yang's stride remained steady as he mentally retorted, shut your trap and just watch. Oomph, ungrateful. Zero snorted softly and fell silent. The task center of the Apocalypse Academy was a magnificent circular structure, situated in the heart of the campus. The moment Lu Ming stepped through the entrance, a potent blend of monster blood, herbal scents, and mineral dust assaulted his senses. The hall was exceptionally spacious, bustling with people several times livelier than the new student registration area. Dozens of massive light screens floated mid-air, constantly refreshing various mission details. Students moved in small groups, hurrying about with a rugged aura born only of real combat experience. The insignia on their chests mostly bore the marks of the Xian district or even the D district. Liu Yang stood alone, his conspicuous yellow district badge making him stand out like a husky among wolves, instantly drawing numerous glances. Hey, look over there, a newbie from the yellow zone? Rare sight. Don't yellow zone losers usually just rot away in their dorms? And he actually dares show up at the mission center? Wait, this guy looks familiar. Isn't he that special recruit who crossed Senior Wang Hao? Oh, him? Looks pretty ordinary. Hey, this should be entertaining. Blocked by the Qingyun Society, will he even get a mission here? Whispers swirled from all directions, laced with undisguised contempt and gleeful curiosity. Liu Yang ignored the stares completely. He pushed straight through the crowd, not pausing for a second in the regular mission area. He walked directly to the deepest part of the hall, to a cold, deserted counter. Above the counter hung a sign carved from blood red crystal, high-risk mission application. Attending the counter was a middle-aged mentor with graying hair and a face scarred by knife wounds. He sat with his eyes closed, feigning sleep, oblivious to the surrounding commotion, radiating an aura that said keep out. Mentor, I wish to accept a mission. Liu Yang's voice cut through the silence with startling clarity. The scarred mentor's eyelids lifted slightly. His cloudy gaze swept over the yellow-lettered badge on Liu Yang's chest before closing again with bored indifference. Newbie? His voice was hoarse and sluggish. You're in the wrong place. Regular missions are outside. This isn't where little kids like you come to play house. I'm not in the wrong place. Liu Yang's tone remained calm. I'm here for the blood-colored mission. The words landed like a pebble tossed into a still lake. Scar Mentor's eyes snapped open wide, finally giving Liu Yang a proper look. Several senior students resting nearby also turned their curious gazes toward him. A freshman from the Yellow Zone wants to take on a blood-stained mission? Has he lost his mind, or is he tired of living? Report the mission number. Scar Mentor cut straight to the point, gesturing toward the sensor pad on the counter. Liu Yang placed his student terminal on the device. Beep. Student information confirmed, Liu Yang, ID 7708, grade, 1st, affiliation, Yellow Zone. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Mission ID, Blood Red 044. Liu Yang recited the number he'd seen countless times on the light screen. Scar Mentor frowned upon hearing it. That number sounded familiar. He tapped his own screen swiftly. The next second, a mission projection materialized in the air between them. All curious eyes in the hall instantly focused on it. Mission ID, Blood Red 044. Mission name, Eradicate Mutant Rat Hordes in Sewer System 7. Mission description, due to unknown causes, a large-scale rat demonization phenomenon has occurred in Central City Sewage System number 7. The rat swarm is massive and highly aggressive, posing a severe threat to the city's underground pipeline network. Objective, penetrate the nest, eliminate the Rat King, or locate and destroy the mutation source. Recommended strength, unknown. Estimated mortality rate, 90%. Reward, 50 credits. As the mission details fully displayed, the entire mission hall fell into an instant, deafening silence. Then, a torrent of roaring laughter erupted. Ha! Did I see that right? Clean out sewer rats? This mission is still here? It was already posted when I enrolled a year ago. How long has it been hanging around? And the reward? 50 credits. Ha, that's hilarious. What can 50 credits even buy? Not even enough for a healing spray. Mutant rat swarms, endless waves, and there's a Rat King in there at least peak tier 2, and I hear it's poisonous. Going in is just asking to be fed to the rats. Is this kid crazy? A burly young man who looked experienced shook his head and analyzed the situation to his companion. This quest is a trap. The lowest tier bloodstained quests from the Academy reward 1,000 credits. This one gives 50? Something's fishy. The rat swarm is massive, time-consuming, and labor-intensive. The payoff is negative. It's pure drudgery with zero reward. Whoever takes this is brain-dead. Mockery, murmurs, pitying glances, and looks reserved for fools surrounded Liu Yang. Mentor Scar's expression also turned peculiar. He stared at Liu Yang as if looking at a fool who'd walked into a death trap. Kid, I need to warn you. He rasped. This mission has been on the books for a full year and a half. 3 seasoned second-tier teams have taken it on during that time, only to be wiped out completely. Not even their bodies were recovered. Its estimated fatality rate started at 75%, but now the safety committee has internally reclassified it above 90%. 50 credits was the initial reward when it was posted. Since no one has completed it and no one is willing to increase the bounty, it's just been hanging there. Are you sure you want to throw your life away for 50 credits? This was both a warning and a final confirmation. Under the gaze of everyone in the hall, Liu Yang's face showed not a flicker of hesitation. Chapter 73, Ghost Fungus. His gaze remained calm as he studied the mission details on the screen. I confirm. The words were clear, decisive, without a shred of hesitation. The laughter throughout the hall abruptly halted. Is this guy serious? Mentor Scar gave Liu Yang a deep look and said no more. He pulled out the mission contract and coldly stated, sign it. You're responsible for your own life or death. Liu Yang picked up the stylus and signed his name in bold, sweeping strokes across the light screen. Beep. Mission Bloodstain 044 acquired. Mission map and data sent to your personal terminal. Good luck, kid. The scarred mentor uttered one final remark before closing his eyes again, as if even one more glance felt like a burden. Liu Yang retrieved his student terminal and turned to leave. From start to finish, he ignored every mocking remark and never uttered a word in his own defense. The moment he turned to leave, the murmurs behind him flared up again. This time, however, the mockery carried a hint of something more complex. What a madman. What a waste. Probably cornered, trying one last desperate gamble. The Qingyun Society is literally pushing people to their deaths. Liu Yang stepped out of the mission center, the glaring sunlight bathing him. His heart remained utterly still. Others laugh at his madness, but he laughs at their blindness. 50 credits? No. To me, that's not 50 credits. A fragment of memory, devoured from the blood butcher buck, flashed through Liu Yang's mind. It was a gloomy underground lair, where countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness. And deep within the lair, beside the corpse of the Rat King, grew an inconspicuous black plant, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Buck's memory ended there. He never knew what it was. But Liu Yang's abyssal contract instantly provided an identification. Gifted Eye detected soul-eating fungus, a companion organism of the abyssal demon plant. Spectral fungus, a peculiar fungus born where extreme filth and high-concentration magical energy converge. Possesses potent nourishing effects on soul entities, making it a coveted evolutionary treasure for fallen angels, specters, vengeful spirits, and similar beings. Baby. Zero's voice suddenly echoed in Liu Yang's mind, tinged with an uncontrollable tremor and yearning. That's the ghost fungus. You actually know where to find it. Liu Yang's lips curved into a faint smile. Now, do you still find this mission disgusting? Zero fell silent. Moments later, her voice mesmerizing to the core resounded once more, tinged with unprecedented excitement. Master, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Central City, 7th sewer entrance. A massive iron manhole cover sat at the city's edge, surrounded by abandoned factories. A crimson seal was affixed to its surface, bearing the warning, Danger Zone. No entry. Without hesitation, Lu Yang lifted the heavy manhole cover with his bare hands. Boom! An indescribable stench erupted from the pitch-black opening like a tangible shockwave. It was the stench of death, a concoction of decay, fermentation, ammonia, and thick, pungent blood strong enough to knock an ordinary person unconscious on the spot. Gag! In his mind, Ling's gagging sound echoed. What kind of hellhole is this? A million times more revolting than the foul mud pits at the deepest depths of the abyss. Master, I request to withdraw from combat. Even the Abyss Queen, who had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, could not endure this pure, visceral assault. Endure. Lu Yang remained unflappable, pulling a gas mask from his backpack and slipping it on, his gaze serene. Good things are always found in the filthiest places. With that, he leapt into the darkness, vanishing into the entrance. With a thud, he slammed the manhole cover shut from within, plunging the world into utter darkness and deathly silence. Only the sloshing of sewage beneath his feet and the distant, spine-chilling squeak echoed through the void. The sound grew louder and closer, intensifying as if thousands of claws were scraping against the concrete floor, coalescing into a wave of death. Lu Yang activated his tactical flashlight, piercing the darkness with a harsh, white beam. Wherever the beam fell, the floor, walls, and pipes were covered in a dense swarm of shimmering shadows. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness, all fixed on him, the unwelcome intruder. Mutant black iron rats. The lowest-tier first-rank monsters, individually weak but nearly infinite in number. Squeak! With a shrill squeak, the rat horde surged like a black tide, rushing madly from all directions. This was the reason the first three teams had been wiped out. Caught in this endless swarm tactic, even a third-tier powerhouse would be gnawed down to the bone once their spiritual energy was depleted. To clash head-on with them would be sheer folly. Lu Yang muttered to himself, then advanced instead of retreating. He thrust his feet against the ground, his body launching like an arrow from its bowstring. He sprinted along the wall, darting into a narrower side passage before the swarm could close in. Zero, clear the way. In this godforsaken place? Fine, I can't stand you. Zero's complaining voice rang out. The next second, an invisible shockwave radiated outward from Lu Yang's body. The 100 or so black iron rats charging at the forefront froze rigid, blood gushing from their 7 orifices as they died instantly. The rat tide faltered momentarily. Seizing this opening, Lu Yang charged deep into the fork, leaving the main rat horde behind. But he didn't pause. The sewer system was like a vast labyrinth, teeming with countless branching passages. Getting lost here would be no different from being swallowed by the rat horde. Abyssal vision, activate. Lu Yang silently commanded. The world before his eyes instantly transformed. Darkness vanished, replaced by a world composed of countless energy points. The vast majority of black iron rats appeared as faint grayish-white specks, densely packed like countless grains of sand. Yet among these grayish-white dots, a few emitted a faint red glow. These were elite mutant rats that had evolved to the mid-stage or even high stage of the first tier. But Lu Yang wasn't searching for them. He closed his eyes, recalling Buck's fragmented memories and the hint once given by the gifted eye. Spectral fungus, born where extreme filth and high-concentration magical energy converge. Filth? This place had plenty of that. But what about that high concentration of magical energy? Under the abyssal vision, Lu Yang could clearly see the magical energy permeating the entire sewer system. Like a stream flowing into the sea, it was moving extremely slowly toward a fixed direction. Found it! Lu Yang's gaze sharpened. Ignoring the scattered red dots, he began racing through the labyrinthine pipes, following the primary flow of magical energy. Chapter 74, Slaying the Rat King. Occasional groups of rats blocking his path were promptly obliterated by Ling's impatient psychic shock. Damn it, now my hands are dirty again even though I don't actually have hands. These filthy rats, their souls taste sour and foul, utterly disgusting. Zero's grumbling became the only background noise in this deathly silent underground realm. After traversing for about half an hour, Lu Yang came to a halt before a massive circular pipe. The pipe was completely blocked by garbage, silt, and some unknown viscous substance. That pure stream of magical energy had vanished right here. The Rat King's lair lay beyond. Lu Yang's tone was utterly certain. How could a king hide in such a stinking place? Do monster kings all like to sleep in garbage heaps? Zero expressed strong skepticism. The more dangerous the creature, the better it hides. As Lu Yang spoke, he raised his right hand. Abyssal grasp. Several jet-black energy tentacles erupted from his palm like living creatures, violently piercing the obstruction. No thunderous crash, only a teeth-grinding hiss. Under the corrosive power of the abyss energy, the hardened debris and silt melted and disintegrated as swiftly as ice under the scorching sun. Within 10 seconds, a pitch-black opening large enough for one person to pass through appeared before Lu Yang. A stench of blood and a surge of demonic energy, 10 times more intense than outside, poured violently from the opening. Lu Yang did not enter immediately. He held his breath, completely suppressing his own aura, waiting silently like a stone. 1 minute. 5 minutes. Inside the cave, there was no sound. It seemed to be in deep slumber. Lu Yang's lips curved into a faint smile as he issued the command to Ling. Get ready to move. You take the first strike psychic shockwave. Aim to intimidate and paralyze it. I'll handle the main assault with Touch of the Abyss to immobilize it. Remember, finish it quickly. Don't give it a chance to summon the rat horde. I can't wait any longer. Let's finish this quickly and get the hell out of this place. Zero's voice brimmed with fierce fighting spirit. Lu Yang hesitated no longer. Crouching low, he slipped silently into the cavern. Inside the cave lay a hidden world. A subterranean cavern as vast as a basketball court lay before them, its floor blanketed in a stark white carpet of skeletal remains from various creatures. At the very center of the chamber, a colossal beast its size comparable to a full-grown bull lay curled up, snoring heavily. This was their target, the mutant Rat King. This Rat King was completely hairless, covered in a thick, rock-like layer of grayish-black keratin. Its back was studded with spiked bone protrusions, and its thick tail glowed with an eerie, emerald-green light. One glance was enough to know this creature was no pushover. Talismanic Eye, scan target. Name, Plague Rat King Elite. Level, Tier 2 Peak. Attributes, Poison, Darkness. Status, Slumbering Digesting. Weaknesses, Low Mental Defense, Relatively Thin Abdominal Cuticle. Danger Rating, Extremely Lethal. Now. The moment Lu Yang assessed the Rat King's condition, he issued the attack signal. Buzz. Zero's attack, striking first despite coming later. An invisible, intangible blade of the soul pierced the Rat King's mind with brutal precision. Squeak. The slumbering Rat King erupted in a piercing, agonized scream. Its massive body convulsed violently, shaking the very cavern walls. Its eyes snapped open, yet the crimson pupils were filled with confusion and agony, unable to lock onto the enemy immediately. Perfect opportunity. The instant the Rat King's mind was shattered, Lu Yang struck. Abyssal Grasp. Dozens of pitch-black tentacles, like chains reaching from hell, erupted from the ground in all directions. With lightning speed, they bound and entangled the still struggling Rat King. The suction cups at the tentacles' tips clung tenaciously to the Rat King's keratinous layer, frantically draining its vitality and energy. Life drain. Squeak. The Rat King finally reacted, opening its gaping maw to spew a stream of dark green venom that corroded the ground with a hissing sound. But Lu Yang had anticipated its move. With a swift sidestep, he easily dodged the attack. At the same moment, Zero's second wave of attacks arrived. This time, it wasn't a psychic shock. A jet-black shadow, condensed to its absolute limit, materialized beneath the Rat King's soft underbelly. It transformed into the sharpest shadow blade imaginable and plunged deep. Zero's skill, Shadow Backstab. Thud. The distinct sound of blade-piercing flesh echoed clearly. Arg. The Rat King let out the final wail of its life. Its body convulsed violently several times, its crimson eyes rapidly fading until all life finally left it. The battle, from start to finish, lasted a mere 30 seconds. Clean. Crisp. Efficient. Defeated Tier 2 Peak Elite Monster, Plague Rat King. Experience points, 1200. Abyssal Devouring activated. Devour target core? No. Lu Yang refused without hesitation. He withdrew the Abyssal Touch, not even glancing at the Rat King's massive corpse. 50 credits and a corpse for materials? No, those were merely incidental pickings. His gaze swept across the entire lair, finally settling on a corner piled high with bones behind the Rat King's corpse. There, a faint yet intensely pure energy fluctuation, tinged with the essence of souls, emanated faintly. Lu Yang walked step by step toward it. He pushed aside the mountain of animal bones. At the very bottom of the pile, a peculiar fungus, no larger than a palm and shaped like a clingy mushroom, grew quietly. Spectral fungus mature form. Bring it to me immediately. In his mind, Ling's voice carried an unprecedented urgency and longing, even a slight tremor. It was the unrestrained fervor of a ravenous beast, starved for millennia, finally encountering the world's most exquisite delicacy. Master, please, give it to me. Her voice shed its usual languid allure, replaced by a near humble plea. Lu Yang carefully retrieved a specially crafted jade box from his backpack, carefully scooped out the entire ghost fungus, and placed it inside. The jade box could block energy fluctuations, making it the standard for preserving rare treasures. The moment the lid closed, Ling let out a sigh filled with reluctance and regret. With the true treasure secured, Lu Yang finally turned his gaze to the colossal corpse of the Rat King, as massive as a small mountain. Though the main prize was secured, even the smallest crumb was worth taking. He drew his tactical knife and cleanly severed the Rat King's monstrous head. With a few swift slashes, he harvested the most valuable parts, the venom sac and several of the hardest bone spines, stowing them in his backpack. With that done, he clapped his hands and turned to leave the foul-smelling lair. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. By the time Lu Yang retraced his steps and pushed open the heavy sewer manhole cover again, dusk had fallen. The blinding sunset stretched his shadow long and thin. He removed his gas mask and took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling as though he had come back to life. Apart from a bit of dust on his clothes, there was scarcely any sign of the struggle on his body, let alone the blood-soaked, barely escaped death disheveled appearance everyone imagined. Let's go collect our pay. Lu Yang was in a good mood as he strode toward the mission center. Chapter 75, 827 credits. The mission center buzzed with activity at dusk. Many students, having finished their daily tasks or classes, gathered here to hand over assignments, form teams, or simply wander and exchange information. When Liu Yang's solitary figure stepped into the hall once more, he drew numerous glances. Ha! Isn't this the crazy guy who took that sewer task this morning? He's still alive? Survived the rat swarm? He's got some nerve. Judging by his demeanor, he probably went in, sensed something was off, and bolted immediately. Oof, at least he knows when to quit. He must have abandoned the mission, wasting a precious opportunity for a blood quest. Whispers rippled through the crowd, but this time, the mockery was muted. Instead, a sense of I knew it settled over them. Surviving it all was already beyond expectations. No one expected him to actually complete that impossible mission. Liu Yang ignored everyone as usual. He walked straight to the deserted, high-risk mission application desk, where the scarred instructor still sat with eyes closed, resting. Mentor, I'm here to turn in my mission. Liu Yang slammed his backpack, filled with mission items, onto the counter with a dull thud. Scar Mentor didn't even lift an eyelid, speaking lazily, you don't need to register mission abandonment with me. Just handle it directly through the terminal. Abandoning a bloodstained mission won't deduct points, but it will be recorded in your file and affect your future credit rating. Clearly, he too had written Liu Yang off as a cowardly deserter. I didn't abandon it. Liu Yang unzipped his backpack, reached inside, and yanked out the longest bone spike from the Rat King's skull. Thud! A massive rat head larger than a basketball, grotesquely distorted, and still faintly reeking of blood crashed onto the metal counter. The rat head's dead, unclosed crimson eyes stared directly at Mentor Scarface. The entire hall fell instantly silent. Every pair of eyes was drawn to the monstrous rat head. Scar Mentor's eyes snapped open. His body shot upright as if electrified, his gaze fixed intently on the rat head on the counter. The lazy, impatient expression on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. This is... His voice trembled slightly. He immediately grabbed a scanning device and began meticulously scanning the rat head. Data flashed rapidly across the screen. Species confirmed, Mutant Plague Rat King Elite Tier. Energy level, Tier 2 peak. Time of death, 1 hour and 23 minutes ago. Fatal wounds, psychic shock, abdominal penetration, vitality exhaustion. Integrity, 98% head. Verification result, confirmed. Hiss. Scar Mentor sucked in a sharp breath. The look in his eyes as he regarded Liu Yang had completely changed. It was no longer the gaze reserved for a fool or a madman, but rather the stare one might reserve for a monster. He actually killed the Rat King? By himself? In just one day? How could that be possible? Mission complete. Mentor Scar swallowed hard, his fingers flying across his terminal. Mission ID, Bloodstains 044. Submitted mission credential, Plague Rat King's head. Mission completion assessment. He glanced at the flawless fatal wound analysis, his fingers trembling as he selected an option. Rated, perfect. Boom. Those two words exploded like a bomb in the minds of everyone in the hall. Perfect assessment? Are you kidding me? Everyone knew the Academy's mission evaluations were notoriously strict. Achieving a good rating was already difficult, an excellent was rare as hen's teeth, and a perfect was practically a legend. More importantly, a perfect rating triggered a hidden reward system. Scarface Mentor took a deep breath and pressed the settlement button. The next second, a golden system notification suddenly flashed across the largest light screen in the center of the hall. Student Liu Yang has independently completed Bloodstained Mission 044, Eradicate Mutant Rat Colony in Sewer 7. Rating, perfect. Hidden reward mechanism triggered. Base reward, 50 credits. Perfect rating reward, base reward x10. Total, 500 credits. Additional reward, priority processing rights for the Plague Rat King materials estimated value, 327 credits. Total rewards earned, 827 credits. Golden characters shimmered on the light screen, stinging the eyes of everyone present. 827 credits. The entire mission center fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen in place as if petrified, mouths agape, eyes wide as saucers. That freshman they had dismissed that morning as a fool, a madman, an idiot, a pitiful creature, had, in a single day, completed a bloodstained mission that had remained unsolved for a year and a half, earned a perfect rating, and raked in over 800 credits in one fell swoop? What does that even mean? An average student who works hard all semester can be considered diligent if they earn 300 credits. His single day of effort equaled others' entire semester or even a year's worth of hard work. Those students who had mocked Liu Yang before now felt their cheeks burning hot, as if someone had slapped them hard dozens of times with the soles of their shoes. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Scarface Mentor was utterly dumbfounded. He stared at the numbers on the screen, then glanced at the youth before him who had maintained an unflappable composure throughout his Adam's apple bobbing. The credits have been transferred to your student ID, he said dryly. Liu Yang raised his wrist and glanced at the balance displayed on the terminal. Credit balance, 837. Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Ignoring the stunned stares around him, he turned to the still dazed scarred instructor and spoke calmly. Instructor, I'd like to check. What cultivation resources can I exchange for these credits now? Tianqi Academy, Earth District. Within a luxurious standalone villa, this was the exclusive clubhouse of the Qingyun Academy's scholarly faction. The air was thick with the scent of expensive incense, and the grand hall was carpeted with priceless magical beast hides. Crack! A cup carved from a single piece of fire-glazed glass was violently smashed onto the floor, shattering into 1,000 sparkling fragments. Inside the clubhouse, over a dozen core members of the Qingyun Society sat frozen in fear, not daring to breathe a single breath. Seated at the head of the table, Wang Hao's face was dark enough to rain. The face that usually wore a gentle smile was now clouded with gloom and fury. 827 credits. Wang Hao's voice came through gritted teeth, each word carrying a chill. A worthless nobody from the yellow zone an ant I could crush with a single finger had managed to earn 827 credits in a single day, right under my nose? His gaze swept over every person present. Who among you will explain this to me? Chapter 76, Wang Hao's Open Strategy. One of his henchmen, Zhou Kong, the very same who had flaunted his power outside the dormitory earlier, stammered nervously, Brother Hao, we never expected that kid to be a madman. He actually dared to take on that Bloodstained 044 death mission alone, and he actually survived it. A madman? Wang Hao let out a cold laugh, sinking back into the plush sofa and tapping his knuckles lightly on the tabletop. I blocked every path for him, so he went looking for death. Yet not only did he survive, he snatched a sliver of opportunity, stepped on my face, and soared to the heavens. His anger gradually subsided, replaced by a more dangerous calm. Zhou Kong hurriedly stepped forward. Brother Hao, please don't be angry. He just got lucky this time. We'll send men immediately to. Zhou Kong made a throat-slitting gesture. Idiot. Wang Hao kicked Zhou Kong hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. Getting physical right here in the academy? You want to get me locked up too? He stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. Simply cutting off resources was useless against this fearless, thick-skinned bastard. Since we can't stop him from walking those paths to hell. Wang Hao halted, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes. Then I'll personally carve out a broad highway for him straight to utter ruin. He beckoned to Zhou Kong with a flick of his finger. You. Come here. Zhou Kong scrambled forward, practically crawling to his feet. Wang Hao lowered his voice, coldly instructing in a whisper only a few could hear. Go to the mission center and use my privileges to post a platinum commission. The objective, travel to the Academy's Forbidden Zone, Misty Canyon, and collect 10 silver mist grasses. The reward will be set at 2,000 credits. 2,000 credits? The few core members nearby all sucked in a sharp breath. That's way too generous. Zhou Kong, however, was puzzled. Brother Hao, isn't this just giving him money for nothing? If he completes it again, he won't be able to. A cruel curve touched the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. Because this mission had 3 additional conditions. First, the mission is rated as extremely dangerous, requiring a 5-person team to accept it. Second, to train new recruits, all team members must be first-year freshmen. Third. Wang Hao paused, then delivered each word deliberately. Should the mission fail, every member of the team will have 500 credits forcibly deducted. If credits are insufficient, the deficit will be recorded as negative, to be repaid through labor service. Whoa! Now everyone understood Wang Hao's sinister intent. This was a blatant scheme. A meticulously crafted trap. The enormous reward of 2,000 credits served as bait to lure Lu Yang into the trap. But the condition of forming a 5-person freshman team was an insurmountable barrier. Everyone knew Lu Yang had crossed the Qingyun Society. Which freshman would dare risk the retaliation of an entire academic faction to team up with him? Without teammates, he'd never complete this mission, doomed to watch the massive reward slip through his fingers. Even if he somehow stumbled upon 4 fearless fools willing to join him, what kind of place was Mist Canyon? A forbidden zone for freshmen. Not just 5 freshmen, even a team of 5 second-tier seniors entering there would face a 9 in 10 chance of death. Failure meant a bottomless pit of -500 academic credits. Finally, he spread the word. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with the satisfaction of controlling everything. Let it be known, I, Wang Hao, have spoken. Whoever dares team up with Lu Yang, that person is declaring war on the Qingyun Society. From this day forward, they will find no place to stand, neither in heaven nor on earth. Kill them physically, crush them mentally. Meanwhile, at the mission center, Lu Yang stood before the resource exchange counter, reveling in the euphoria of overnight wealth. 3 portions of this second-tier demon beast essence blood, please. And 1 bottle of that mental power enhancement potion basic. With the remaining credits, reserve 10 hours of the gravity training chamber for me. He spent nearly 300 credits in one go without batting an eye. This feeling, pure bliss. The students around him watched with complex expressions. Envy, jealousy, but no trace of the previous disdain. In this world where strength reigns supreme, Lu Yang had earned the most basic respect through a flawless mission. Just then, the central light screen in the hall suddenly flickered with dazzling golden light once more. Even more dazzling than when Liu Yang had completed his mission. Platinum Commission task issued. The entire hall instantly fixated on those words. A Platinum Commission? Did I see that right? That's the highest tier mission only top graduates or mentors can post. Quick, check the mission details. Every pair of eyes was glued to the light screen. Quest name, the Mist Canyon Commission. Objective, travel to the Forbidden Valley of Mist, a restricted area for new students, and collect 10 silver mist grasses. Reward, 2,000 academic credits. Additional Condition 1, must be accepted by a team of 5 first-year freshmen. Additional Condition 2, failure to complete the mission will result in a deduction of 500 credits from each team member. Issued by Wang Hao. Boom! The entire hall erupted like a powder keg had been ignited, instantly erupting into chaos. 2,000 credits. Holy crap! This is insane. Foggy Canyon? You've got to be kidding me. Freshmen who go there are just walking dead. Look at the conditions. 5 freshmen required, and failure results in a 500 credit penalty. That's brutal. Wait. Posted by Wang Hao? Another freshman targeted team quest. I smell a rat. A well-connected upperclassman suddenly lowered his voice to a companion. Just heard the Qingyun Society put out a warning: anyone who teams up with that freshman Liu Yang is declaring war on them. Whoa. So this task. Exactly. This is a trap specifically dug for Liu Yang. A blatant scheme. For a moment, everyone's gaze drifted subtly toward Liu Yang, who stood before the exchange counter. Their gazes brimmed with pity, sympathy, and a hint of schadenfreude. Liu Yang lifted his head, staring at the mission on the screen, one that seemed tailor-made for him, his eyes narrowing slightly. An open scheme, huh? Liu Yang sneered inwardly. Lure me with generous rewards, then isolate me completely with team restrictions and factional threats. Wang Hao, you're not entirely stupid. Without another glance, he gathered the resources he'd just exchanged and turned to leave the mission center, walking away under the complex gazes of the crowd. Under the cover of night, Liu Yang returned to his dilapidated Yellow Zone dormitory. He opened his student terminal. On the screen, the Platinum Commission task sat prominently at the top of the high-risk mission list, radiating an alluring golden glow. 2,000 credits. Enough to elevate his strength to the next level. Yet, the words 5-person team loomed like an insurmountable chasm before him. Every freshman at Apocalypse Academy now likely avoided him like the plague. Where on earth could he find 4 teammates fearless enough to join him? Chapter 77, Platinum Commission. Liu Yang leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping the desk absent-mindedly as he fell into a prolonged silence. Dormitory 9 of the Yellow Zone was dimly lit. Liu Yang sat slumped in his chair, silent, his fingers tapping the desk unconsciously. On the light screen, the golden Platinum Commission still hung prominently, like a giant bait. Well, what do you say, my master? Zero's gloating voice echoed in his mind. Feeling like a monkey being played with, not a pleasant feeling, is it? Open schemes are the most despicable. Knowing it's a trap, yet the reward of 2,000 credits is so tempting you can't tear your eyes away. Right now, you're like that poor little mouse trapped in a cage, staring at the cheese. Liu Yang ignored her incessant chatter. Find 4 teammates who aren't afraid to die? Forget 4, he couldn't even find one now. The Qingyun Society's threat hung like an invisible net, severing all ties between him and the other freshmen. At the student level, he was utterly isolated. Liu Yang's mind was clear. If students won't help, what about mentors? A thought surfaced in his mind. The rules of Tianqi Academy, though strict, were not entirely devoid of humanity. If a mentor were willing to vouch for him, or if the commission task could be reclassified as a personal mentor trial for him alone, then perhaps the 5-person team restriction could be circumvented. The odds were slim, but it was worth a shot. In a deadlock, any sliver of possibility was worth pursuing. Ha, naive. Zero snorted disdainfully. You think those old farts who've lived decades or even centuries would risk offending a deeply entrenched student faction over some unknown newbie like you? Don't be foolish. How would you know without trying? Liu Yang shut off the light screen, stood up, and smoothed his clothes. Early the next morning, he left the Yellow Zone and headed toward the Mentor District deep within the academy grounds. Unlike the bustling student quarters, the Mentor District sat beside a tranquil river, shaded by lush greenery and exuding an elegant ambience. Each mentor resided in a distinct, standalone structure, soaring mage towers, metallic alchemist workshops, or antique Chinese-style courtyards. Liu Yang opened his student terminal and pulled up the academy's public mentor directory. His first choice was a female mentor named Lin Wan. Her profile indicated a gentle disposition, specialization in cultivating plant-type pet beasts, and affiliation with no faction. She seemed like a promising starting point. Arriving at Mentor Lin Wan's garden-like residence, Liu Yang composed himself before ringing the doorbell. Moments later, the gate opened, and a sharp-looking female assistant emerged. She gave Liu Yang a once-over, a fleeting hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. Hello, I'm new student Liu Yang. I'd like to see Professor Lin Wan, Liu Yang said politely. The assistant replied expressionlessly, I'm afraid Professor Lin is currently engaged in a critical cultivation experiment. She's in seclusion and not receiving any visitors. In seclusion? Lu Yang furrowed his brow slightly. When would be a more convenient time for me to return? That's hard to say. It could be 10 days, or it could be half a month. Without waiting for Lu Yang to speak again, the assistant closed the door. Bang! Got the cold shoulder. See? I told you so. Naive. Zero's mocking voice arrived as expected. Lu Yang's expression remained unchanged as he turned toward his next target. The second mentor, Sun Xicheng, was an elderly professor specializing in beast-taming tactical theory. His profile noted him as renowned for rigor and impartiality. This time, Lu Yang's luck improved. Professor Sun's assistant led him into a living room piled high with books. Moments later, Professor Sun Xicheng emerged personally. He appeared to be in his 60s, with graying hair and reading glasses, exuding the demeanor of a scholar. Lu Yang, correct? I've reviewed your records. Top recruit for Blackstone City. Impressive. Sun Xicheng got straight to the point, his tone reasonably cordial. A glimmer of hope rose in Lu Yang's heart. He immediately explained his purpose, hoping to secure the professor's assistance in bypassing the restrictions of the team assignment. Professor Sun listened patiently but did not respond immediately. He slowly lifted his teacup, blew on the steam, and took a sip. Only then did he set the cup down, looking at Lu Yang with solemn earnestness as he said, Lu Yang, your talent is undeniable. But the academy isn't just a place for cultivation, it's also where you learn to interact with others. The team task was designed to cultivate your spirit of cooperation. Youthful drive is commendable, young man, but sometimes you must learn to adapt and temper your impetuousness. His words were polished and flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Yet Lu Yang understood the subtext perfectly. I've heard about your situation. You offended someone by lacking social grace. I don't want any trouble. Figure it out yourself and don't bother me. Understood. Lu Yang stood up and bowed to Sun Xicheng. My apologies for disturbing you, Professor. He turned and left without another word. Stepping out of Professor Sun's residence, Lu Yang's expression had darkened considerably. Well, have you given up now? Ling asked. Lu Yang didn't answer. His gaze hardened as he looked at the third name on the list of advisors. Time to visit the last one. The third mentor, Zhao Hong, specialized in reinforcement beast control. Known for his fiery temper, his profile explicitly stated he served as an honorary advisor to the Qingyun Society and was Wang Hao's unofficial mentor. Going to him would be nothing short of courting humiliation. But Lu Yang insisted on going. He needed to know whether this path was truly blocked off. Zhao Hong's residence was a building radiating a metallic aura, guarded at the entrance by two senior students. The moment they spotted Lu Yang, their expressions turned hostile. Halt! This is Instructor Zhao's private domain. No unauthorized personnel allowed. I'm freshman Lu Yang. I'm here to see Professor Zhao. Lu Yang? One of the guards sneered coldly. So it's you. Instructor Zhao gave strict orders: if you dare show up, we're to beat you out immediately. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the residence's main door swung open. Mentor Zhao Hong himself stepped out. He was a burly man, glaring at Lu Yang with a displeased expression. You're Lu Yang? That's me. Oomph. Zhao Hong let out a cold snort, his eyes brimming with contempt. A fool incapable of managing even the most basic interpersonal relationships, a worthless outcast shunned by every classmate, and you dare dream of challenging a platinum tier mission? What an absolute joke. Let me make this clear, as long as I'm here, you won't get a single mentor's help in this academy. Now, get out. Get out of the mentor zone. This place has no use for trash like you. Chapter 78, Kindred Spirits. The vicious curses slammed mercilessly into Lu Yang's face. Lu Yang stood rooted to the spot, his fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his flesh. Abyss corruption level, 202,122. On the system panel, the pollution level began to rise slowly yet steadily under the influence of his rage. Very well. Lu Yang ground out the two words through clenched teeth, fixing Zhao Hong with a piercing stare as if etching his face into his memory. Then, without another word, he turned and walked away. Student, mentor. Every path was blocked. From top to bottom, from peers to higher-ups, the entire academy system had slammed its doors shut on him. An unprecedented sense of isolation and helplessness surged through him. Gurgle. Angry? Helpless? Zero's voice echoed like a devil's whisper. Give up. Pray to me. Surrender your body to me. I'll help you eliminate everyone who brings you sorrow. Lu Yang walked along the quiet path in the faculty area. The setting sun stretched his shadow long and lonely. He was truly at the end of his rope. Just as he was at a loss, preparing to leave this suffocating place, two passing students hurried past him, voices hushed as they whispered. Hurry up, hurry up. Avoid that building up ahead. What's going on? You must be new here. That's Madman Yin Anshan's lab up ahead. It just blew up again, you know. Listen, you can still smell the burning. Madman Yin Antian? That weirdo who researched forbidden spirit communication ended up killing all his own spirit beasts and got stripped of all his teaching privileges by the academy? You bet. Stay away from him, he'll bring you bad luck. Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Liu Yang's footsteps abruptly halted. Madman? Forbidden research? Disqualified? An isolated freak? These words struck like lightning, shattering all the gloom within his heart. A mentor rejected, isolated, and deemed mad by the entire mainstream academy system. Wasn't he just like himself? The deepest, most remote corner of the mentor district. Liu Yang stood before a clock tower that looked ready to collapse, the air thick with a faint, acrid smell. This was the laboratory of Yi Nantian, the madman mentioned by those two students. The bell tower's walls were covered in black scorch marks, its windows shattered beyond repair. The doorway was piled high with rusted mechanical parts and unidentified experimental waste, resembling a massive junkyard. It was hard to imagine this was the residence of an academy mentor. Hey, you're not actually going in there, are you? Zero's voice echoed in my mind, tinged with caution. I can sense that this building carries an aura that makes me deeply uneasy. It's neither the abyss nor the holy light. It's a chaotic, maddening energy. Even you feel uneasy? Liu Yang felt a strange sense of reassurance. An existence that even the queen of the abyss fears couldn't be ordinary. He stepped forward and knocked on the weathered wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. The door wasn't locked. At his knock, it creaked open, revealing a narrow crack. A pungent odor, a mix of machine oil, potions, and ozone hit him in the face. Without hesitation, Liu Yang pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside the lab, the chaos was 100 times worse than what he'd seen outside. Books, scrolls, beakers, monster specimens, and all manner of bizarre components were piled everywhere, leaving scarcely any space to stand. At the laboratory's center, a tall, thin man in a white lab coat stood with his back to Liu Yang. Wearing thick alchemist's goggles, he was completely absorbed in tinkering with a mechanical contraption nearly as tall as a person. Was this Yi Nantian? Liu Yang made no sound to disturb him, instead finding a relatively clean corner and standing quietly, waiting. He had patience. Haha, look, he didn't even notice you came in. What use is a guy who can't even maintain basic vigilance? Ling egged him on from the side. Shut up. Liu Yang retorted. This isn't a lack of vigilance. This is the ultimate focus, immersing every ounce of his being in his own world. Time ticked by second. In the lab, only the mechanical device emitted a steady hum of electrical current. Yi Nantian's movements grew faster and more frantic, his lips moving in a constant murmur. No, the energy circuit is wrong. The psychic energy transmission failed again. Damn it, where exactly is the problem? One more try. This time it has to work. He violently injected a vial of bright blue liquid into the device's core. Buzz. The device emitted a shrill buzzing sound, and electrical sparks erupted violently across its surface. Oh no! Liu Yang's pupils contracted as he instinctively took half a step back. The next second. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed from within the device. The entire apparatus shook violently, billowing thick black smoke from its top. All electrical sparks instantly extinguished, completely snuffed out. The experiment had failed once again. Damn it! Yi Nantian growled in frustration, yanking off his protective goggles and slamming them onto the floor. He turned around. Beneath his disheveled hair was a face covered in grease and exhaustion, yet his eyes burned with an astonishing intensity, as if flames were raging within them. Only then did he finally notice Liu Yang standing in the corner. Ha! Yi Nantian's brow furrowed. Those eyes, filled with madness and obsession, ruthlessly scanned Liu Yang from head to toe. Who are you? How did you get in? His voice was hoarse and impatient. Student. Liu Yang. The door wasn't locked, so I came in. Liu Yang answered calmly. Got something to say? Yi Nantian crossed his arms, leaning against a scrap lab apparatus, his expression demanding, spit it out. Let's get one thing straight, I don't take in rule-following idiots here, and I certainly don't take in useless trash who talk big but can't deliver. If you're here to ask me some bull about cultivation basics, get the hell out now. That opening statement was truly one of a kind. Liu Yang's heart settled instead. He was looking for someone who defied conventional wisdom. Mentor, I'm not here to ask about cultivation basics. Liu Yang took a deep breath and got straight to the point. I'm here to ask you to help me resolve a problem. He concisely explained the Platinum Commission Wang Hao had posted, along with his predicament of being completely cut off by the Qingyun Society and unable to find teammates. He held nothing back, nor did he embellish. He knew that with people like this, honesty was the best approach. Throughout his explanation, Yi Nantian's face remained fixed in a look of impatience. That is, until Liu Yang mentioned Wang Hao and the Qingyun Society. Yi Nantian's eyebrows lifted slightly. After Liu Yang finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the laboratory. Chapter 79, The Mad Professor. Ha! He's kicking you out. I told you so, Zero sneered gleefully from the sidelines. But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A strangely peculiar smile slowly blossomed across Yi Nanshan's impatient face. That smile held surprise, amusement, and a hint of unmasked malice. Oh? Yi Nantian re-examined Lu Yang with renewed interest, as if studying a novel toy. So you've managed to offend that stubborn old fossil Wang Zhen's most cherished nephew? Wang Zhen? Lu Yang caught the unfamiliar name. Winehouse uncle, the vice president of the Academy Disciplinary Committee, an old fossil who loves to spout rules and traditions. Yi Nantian curled his lips and explained. Interesting. Damn interesting. Yi Nantian suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into loud laughter, his chuckles echoing through the empty lab. Ha! Good. Excellent. I've never had a good word to say about those sanctimonious little bastards in the Qingyun Society. And that old fart Wang Zhen, he was the one who spearheaded the impeachment against me back then, labeling my research as forbidden and heretical. His eyes blazed with fury and satisfaction. You've got guts, kid. He pointed at Lu Yang, his smile growing ever brighter. I love it. Nothing beats seeing those hypocrites get their comeuppance. Lu Yang's heart finally settled. He'd bet right. This mad mentor and the forces behind the Qingyun Society are sworn enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, Professor, would you be willing to help me? Lu Yang asked, seizing the moment. Help you? Yi Nanshan's laughter abruptly halted. He fixed Lu Yang with that same gaze, as if studying experimental material. My help doesn't come free. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of teeth yellowed by years of smoking. Want me to help you break the rules? Fine. But first, you need to prove to me that you're not just some troublemaking fool, but a madman worth my investment. Yi Nantian circled Lu Yang, his gaze shifting between him and the scrap device. First, let me see what you're made of, you little punk who dares to stir up a hornet's nest. Yi Nanshan's eyes, burning with fire, fixed intently on Lu Yang. My help doesn't come free. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, like some creepy uncle ready to lure a child. You want me to help you break the rules? Fine. But first, you have to prove you're worth my investment. How do I prove it? Lu Yang asked. Simple. Yi Nantian walked over to a dusty cabinet, pulled out a yellowed parchment, and tossed it to Lu Yang. It was a hand-drawn map, sketched in extremely rough, hasty strokes. This is the internal layout of the Apocalypse Academy library. I drew it when I was young, it might be a bit outdated. Yi Nantian pointed to a spot marked with a red cross on the map. Restricted area, 3rd floor, shelf A7. There lies an ancient text I concealed many years ago. Now, go and retrieve it for me. He raised his wrist, tapped a few commands on his terminal, and handed Lu Yang a miniature earpiece communicator. Put it on. Remember, you mustn't alert anyone or trigger any alarms. Otherwise, even if the patrol golems tear you apart, I won't be coming to collect your remains. Oh, right. Yi Nantian added with a mischievous grin. Part of the defensive array in the restricted zone was designed by me back in my youth. So don't get caught, kid. The consequences of capture? A month locked up in the black room. This wasn't a test. This was clearly sending him into the lion's den. Why don't you go get it yourself? Lu Yang voiced the question on everyone's mind. Nonsense. Yi Nantian glared. I'm already the #1 persona non grata in the restricted zone. The moment I get within 300 meters of the library, the alarms will go off like crazy. Lu Yang was speechless. So? Scared now? Yi Nantian tried to goad him. Deal. Lu Yang slipped on his communicator, tucked away the map, and turned to leave. Brave move. Yi Nantian watched his retreating figure, nodded with satisfaction, and muttered under his breath, Kid, I hope you don't die too quickly. The Tanchi Academy Library stood as one of the most magnificent structures on campus. Like a colossal beast lying prone, it rested quietly beside the central lake, radiating the weight of history and the majesty of knowledge. Lu Yang didn't enter through the main entrance. He circled around to a secluded corner at the rear of the library. Following the map's markings, he found an inconspicuous side door reserved for service personnel. Abyssal vision. In his vision, a faint blue energy membrane coated the door, a rudimentary security enchantment. Zero, disrupt it. You're getting more and more comfortable bossing me around. Zero grumbled under his breath but still released a barely perceptible wisp of abyssal aura. The pale blue energy membrane, as if encountering its nemesis, silently eroded into a gap. Lu Yang slipped inside, moving as lightly as a cat. Inside the library, an eerie silence hung heavy. Soaring bookcases, like the skeletal framework of a giant, formed a labyrinth of knowledge. The air was thick with the scent of ancient parchments and aged paper. This place is truly unsettling. Zero's voice echoed in Lu Yang's mind, tinged with a hint of disgust. It reeked of order, light, and the decay of a pile of ancient relics. Cut the chatter. Stick to the plan. Lu Yang crouched low, using the shadows of the bookcases to move swiftly toward the restricted zone entrance. According to Yi Nanshan's map, the restricted zone was located in the library's basement level, heavily guarded. But Yi Nantian, that madman, had marked another route on the map. Through the 3rd floor ventilation ducts, directly parachuting into the restricted zone. Only a madman could conceive of such a route. Lu Yang climbed to the third floor, pried open a concealed vent, and crawled inside. Inside the duct, it was pitch black, cramped, and filled with dust. He crawled forward, hearing only the faint sound of his own breath. Turn left. There's a flame trap ahead, stick to the right wall. Stop. 3 rune guards are playing cards below. Wait for their shift change. Yi Nanshan's lazy voice occasionally drifted through the communicator, offering guidance. Though the guy was crazy, he knew his own defense system like the back of his hand. Under Yi Nanshan's remote control, Lu Yang made it safely to the exit marked on the map. He gently pushed open the grating below. A scent mingled with mustiness and faint magical energy ripples wafted up from below. The restricted zone. He had arrived. Chapter 80, Zero's Frustration. Lu Yang descended silently through the ventilation duct, landing steadily atop a row of towering bookshelves. The restricted zone was dimly lit, its air filled with specks of energy dust, the ubiquitous defensive magic array. Kid, I can't help you from here on out. Yi Nanshan's voice echoed. My map is 50 years old. Who knows what new contraptions those old fogies added later. Watch your back. With that, the communicator fell silent. Damn it. Lu Yang cursed inwardly. That old geezer really is unreliable. He activated his abyssal vision and cautiously scanned his surroundings. Sure enough, within his vision, the floor and bookshelves were crisscrossed with intricate energy threads. Touching any of them would spell disaster. Zero, can you block these energy fluctuations? No problem. But if it lasts too long, the purification array here will detect it. It'll suffice. With Zero's assistance, Lu Yang danced on the edge of a knife, precisely dodging one trap after another as he crept toward bookshelf A7. The target was within reach. Suddenly. Thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from around the corner of the bookcases. Lu Yang's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly darted into the shadows. Moments later, a colossal figure over 3 meters tall appeared in his field of vision. It was a patrol golem forged from obsidian, its core emitting a cold blue glow from its chest. Its eyes were 2 burning flames, meticulously scanning the surroundings. Damn it! This thing wasn't on the map. Lu Yang's heart instantly leapt into his throat. This thing must have been added later. Judging by the energy fluctuations emanating from it, it was at least 3rd tier. Forcing our way through is suicide. It'll trigger the entire restricted zone's highest alert instantly. What to do? We're trapped. Zero's voice carried a hint of gravity. Lu Yang's mind raced. Retreat? No. Having come this far, he couldn't return empty-handed. He fixed his gaze on the patrolling golem, studying its movement patterns. Its movements followed a strict pattern. It patrolled along a fixed route, circled once, then returned to its starting point to stand by for 5 minutes. The only chance was those 5 minutes. But the golem's standby position blocked the only path to bookshelf A7. This is trouble. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Yang's forehead. Just as he was at a loss, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Zero. A plan instantly formed in his mind. Use your purest abyssal essence to condense it into a tiny point, then toss it behind the bookshelf in that direction. Remember, keep the energy fluctuations minimal, but the nature must be pure abyssal. What are you trying to do? Lure it away? Give it a try. Zero didn't ask again, he acted immediately. A black thread finer than a strand of hair silently detached from Lu Yang, skirted the golem, and slipped into the shadows of a distant bookshelf. Then, it suddenly erupted with a faint yet intensely piercing energy fluctuation. To ordinary people, the fluctuation was imperceptible. But to the patrolling golem tasked with detecting anomalous energy, it was like dropping a single drop of deadly ink into a pot of clear water. The idle golem's flaming pupils snapped toward the source of the disturbance. The core in its chest flared with intense blue light. High-risk contaminated energy source detected. Initiating elimination protocol. Accompanied by a cold mechanical voice, the massive golem began moving its heavy frame, step by step, toward the direction Lu Yang had indicated. Success! Lu Yang's heart leapt with joy. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he darted out of the shadows like lightning. With a few swift maneuvers, he arrived before bookshelf A7. The shelves were crammed with ancient texts that looked utterly mystical. Lu Yang's gaze swept rapidly across them. Finally, it settled on the most inconspicuous volume, a dust-covered book with a black cover. The cover bore no text or illustrations. Yet, etched into its spine in an ancient script so faded it was nearly illegible, were 3 words. The Fallen Heaven Chronicles, Volume 1. This is it. Lu Yang reached out and pulled the book from the shelf. The instant his fingers touched the cover. Suddenly, an unprecedented, intensely violent emotional wave, like a tsunami, erupted with a thunderous crash deep within the contract in his mind. Warning, contract partner Zero experiencing intense soul resonance. Emotional analysis, shock, confusion, longing, and deep-seated fear. This was Zero's voice for the first time. It faltered and trembled, as if she had glimpsed something incomprehensible yet profoundly familiar. Lu Yang's heart jolted. He looked down at the unremarkable ancient text in his hands, his expression instantly turning grave. This book. was likely far more than just Yi Nanshan's test. The night was as dark as ink. Lu Yang's figure slipped silently from the library's shadows like a ghostly apparition. He had succeeded. He hadn't triggered any alarms, disturbed a soul, or even caught the attention of that third-tier patrol golem. Right now, it was still on the other side of the restricted zone, contemplating its existence before a dissipating pool of abyssal energy. Nice work, kid. Yi Nanshan's voice came through the communicator, tinged with surprise and approval. Much cleaner than I anticipated. Lu Yang didn't respond. He was racing full speed toward the laboratory. Clutched tightly in his embrace was the ancient text he'd retrieved from the restricted zone, the Fallen Heaven Chronicles. The book felt like a red-hot branding iron, burning his heart with unease. Ever since he had picked it up, the depths of the contract within his mind had been in constant turmoil. Zero's emotions were in unprecedented turmoil. Shock, confusion, longing, unease, and a hint of fear she hadn't even recognized herself. These complex emotions surged like turbulent undercurrents, relentlessly battering Lu Yang's mind. Hey, I'm talking. Zero's voice was unusually dry. It's just a damn book. You're not curious about what's written inside, are you? It's more important to hurry and return it to that madman to secure his help. She urged, even with a hint of pleading. This was highly unusual. Given Zero's nature, she usually relished the drama, practically hoping Lu Yang would stir up a massive mess. The more she tried to stop Lu Yang from reading it, the more it proved this book held secrets she desperately wanted to conceal. Curiosity. Lu Yang halted his steps. This was a secluded grove within the academy grounds, deserted save for the cold moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled shadows across the ground. You! A hint of exasperation crept into Zero's tone. Chapter 81, Zero's Past. Lu Yang ignored her, pulling the thick black ancient text from his robe. He sat cross-legged on the ground, placed the book on his knees, and took a deep breath. Then, under Zero's tense gaze that was almost palpable, he slowly turned to the first page. The pages were made of some unknown animal hide, glowing with a dark yellow hue, cold and tough to the touch. The script inscribed upon them was ancient, radiating an aura of sacredness and majesty. Each character seemed imbued with some mysterious power. Lu Yang recognized not a single character. Yet the instant his gaze focused on the script, the Abyssal Pact system automatically responded. Detected sacred ancient language. Initiating synchronous translation. The next second, the characters that had seemed like hieroglyphs transformed automatically in Lu Yang's mind into meanings he could comprehend. He skimmed through it rapidly. True to its name, this book chronicled a rebellion war that shook the entire divine realm during the ancient era. Prologue. The radiance of the gods illuminates all realms, yet where light shines, shadows must follow. When the scales tip, when justice falters, when the wings of freedom are shackled by the chains of order, then indomitable souls choose to fall from heaven. With just a few words, a grand and tragic tone was established. Lu Yang's mind was instantly drawn in. He continued turning the pages. The text recounted that in the distant primordial age, the divine realm was not a monolithic entity. A faction of powerful angels, driven by an insatiable thirst for absolute freedom and individual liberation, grew restless under the Pantheon's rigid, supreme order. They ignited a war to reshape the very fabric of celestial law. They became known to posterity as the Fallen Angels. This conflict became known as the Fallen War. Lu Yang turned the pages one by one, growing increasingly alarmed with each turn. Every fallen angel described in the book possessed power capable of shattering the heavens and destroying the earth. Each of their names had once echoed throughout the divine realm. Angel of Wrath, Samel. Angel of Lust, Azazel. Angel of Pride, Lucifer. Legendary names made Lu Yang's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. As Zero turned the pages, his mood grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Finally, Lu Yang reached the chapter describing the 7 fallen lords. His gaze was instantly drawn to a page detailing the most extraordinary and youngest of the seraphim. That page bore no portrait, only a cold, stark description. The 7th sovereign, Dawn Star. The youngest seraphim in the divine realm, born at the dawn of creation, where the first ray of light and the first shadow intertwined. Thus, she was born wielding 2 supreme divine powers, holy light and shadow, fundamentally opposed to each other. She is the being whose innate gifts most closely resemble those of the gods throughout the ages of the divine realm. Her nature is proud and rebellious, defying all earthly constraints and regarding the divine realm's rules as worthless. Her power is so formidable that she once single-handedly fought 3 seraphim of equal rank and emerged unscathed. Her wings shimmer with the brilliant gold of dawn's first light, yet their tips have been stained since birth with an indelible shadow, a dark hue symbolizing the eternal presence of darkness. This is an omen of ill fortune. The tips of his wings bear a dark hue. Reading this, Lu Yang's breath caught abruptly. His heart felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, pounding wildly. Instinctively, he slowly raised his head and looked toward his shoulder. There, at some unknown moment, Ling had materialized her phantom form. She was no longer the languid Shadow Queen, nor the pure little angel. She simply floated there, her silver hair radiating a cool, ethereal glow under the moonlight. Her flawlessly beautiful face bore no expression. Behind her, a pair of wings radiating divine light spread silently. And at the very tips of those pure white wings, a streak of eerie purple stood out so strikingly, so shockingly vivid. The markings matched astonishingly well. Liu Yang felt his throat go dry, his entire mind buzzing. A preposterous yet strangely plausible theory began to take root in his mind. Zero. The creature before him, currently fixated on devouring its master, had been identified as a mutated angelic egg. Yet upon hatching, it had become the fallen queen's favored beast. Her true form was none other than the legendary Archangel of Light and Shadow, the Morning Star, one of the 7 sovereigns who fought in the Fallen War? Liu Yang slammed the book shut. The thud echoed loudly in the silent forest. His chest heaved violently as the raging storm within nearly overwhelmed his reason. He stared at Zero before him. Zero gazed back at him. Their eyes locked, a single exchange of glances carrying an overwhelming weight of meaning. In Liu Yang's eyes was shock that defied belief, incredulous scrutiny, and a hint of apprehension he hadn't even recognized himself. In Zero's eyes, however, lay chaos of the most extreme complexity. There was panic at having his secret exposed, bewilderment at memories stirred, and a profound helplessness and evasion in the face of destiny. The ultimate showdown between the king and queen of the screen? Liu Yang found it utterly laughable at that moment. He had always believed he saw through everything, manipulating Zero at his whim. But now he realized he might have vastly underestimated this contract partner from the very beginning. The secrets hidden within her were 10,000 times deeper and more terrifying than he had ever imagined. This was no longer a simple master-servant game. This was a mortal playing with fire against a fallen celestial sovereign who had once attempted to overthrow the divine realm. In the silent grove, the air seemed to freeze. Liu Yang closed the ancient tome, the Fallen Heaven Chronicles, without glancing at it again. Zero's ethereal form remained suspended before him, her violet eyes brimming with emotions so complex they defied description. There was the shame and wariness of having her deepest secret exposed. Confusion and pain at the stirring of long-buried memories. And an unacknowledged tension and anticipation of Liu Yang's next move. What would he do? Would he use this secret to blackmail her? Would he, like those greedy mortals, demand knowledge of the treasures and powers of the divine realm? Or would he be terrified by her terrifying origins and seek to break the contract? For the first time, Zero's heart faltered. She, the fallen heavenly sovereign who once stirred the winds of war in the divine realm, now felt a flicker of helplessness before a mere mortal. Yet Liu Yang's reaction was entirely unexpected. Liu Yang stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and carefully tucked the heavy ancient text back into his robe. Without a word, he turned and continued walking toward Yi Nanshan's laboratory. As if none of it had ever happened. No questions asked. No threats. No fear. Not even a single unnecessary glance. Chapter 82, Following the Rules. Zero froze. She could clearly sense that Liu Yang's inner turmoil was far from the calm surface he presented. The raging storm within him was even more violent than her own. Yet he chose silence, the greatest respect he could offer her. He made no attempt to rip open her bloody scars, nor did he exploit her past for any advantage. This nonchalance, ironically, made Ling feel an inexplicable unease. Zero followed behind Liu Yang, neither of them speaking. The two walked one after the other along the moonlit path, the atmosphere silent and subtly charged. Hey! Finally, as they neared the dilapidated bell tower, Ling couldn't hold back any longer and spoke first. Her voice, no longer the lazy tone of days past, carried a barely perceptible hoarseness. Don't you have anything you want to ask? Liu Yang's footsteps didn't falter. Through their mental link, he simply replied in a voice calm to the extreme. The past doesn't matter. Whether you were a seraphim or a fallen lord, it's all history written in books. Now, you are nothing. The sole companion bound to me, Liu Yang, by the Abyssal Pact. That is enough. With those words spoken, Liu Yang's mental link fell silent. Simple, direct, yet resounding with conviction. I don't care about your past. I only value our present. Boom. These words surged like a warm torrent, instantly breaching the icy dam of pride and wariness that had fortified Ling's heart. Her body trembled violently, halting mid-air. Her violet eyes locked onto Liu Yang's retreating figure, churning with disbelief deep within. How many years had it been? Since her fall from heaven, she had endured betrayal, pursuit, and sealing. Witnessed an endless sea of greed, fear, and desire. Everyone who caught even a glimpse of her true identity sought to exploit her for gain or, driven by terror, to destroy her. Yet this mortal before her. This insignificant, fragile, yet cunning and ruthless mortal. Dared to tell her, this is enough? An unfamiliar emotion, like a seed buried for 10,000 years, quietly broke through the frozen soil deep within Ling's long-frozen heart, sprouting a faint, tender shoot. Liu Yang did not turn back, but in the void before his eyes, a line of data visible only to him shifted silently. Contract partner, 0. Status, soul resonance minor. Loyalty, 5049. It worked. A barely perceptible smile touched Liu Yang's lips. Though it was but a trifling amount. At this moment, the joy Liu Yang felt in his heart surpassed even the thrill of earning 800 credits earlier. For he knew the seemingly minor game laid the most solid foundation for his future complete control over this fallen queen. The most skilled hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. And the most masterful games are won not by force but by winning hearts. Today, he had made the right move. Oomph, smooth talker. After a long silence, Ling's voice finally echoed again. Though still tinged with a hint of haughty disdain, the icy coldness that once kept others at arm's length had quietly melted away a little. Her phantom form dissolved into a streak of light, merging back into Liu Yang's body. Liu Yang's heart finally settled. He approached the dilapidated bell tower, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door's unlocked. Yi Nanshan's impatient shout echoed from inside. Liu Yang pushed the door open and stepped inside. Yi Nantian sat at a table piled high with parts, a wrench in hand, seemingly repairing something. Spotting Liu Yang, he didn't even look up. What? Failed? Came back to cry your eyes out? Liu Yang said nothing, merely pulling the black ancient text from his chest and gently placing it on the table before him. The parts on the table rattled and clattered. Clatter. Yi Nanshan's wrench fell to the floor. He snapped his head up, his mad eyes fixed on the ancient text, the Fallen Heaven Chronicles, on the table. His breathing instantly became ragged and heavy. You really brought it back? And it's completely undamaged? He snatched the ancient text, examining it meticulously as if caressing his most precious lover, muttering incessantly, you didn't trigger the alarm? The magic statue showed no signs of disturbance? How did you do it? Kid, how the hell did you pull this off? Liu Yang offered no reply, merely meeting his gaze with calm composure. Mentor, he stated simply, I have retrieved the book. Now, isn't it time to fulfill your promise? He hadn't forgotten why he'd come. Oh, right. Yi Nantian snapped out of his reverie. He carefully placed the Fallen Heaven Chronicles into a specially crafted metal box, securing it with 3 locks before turning his attention back to Liu Yang. Your business, that so-called team assignment, right? He plopped back into his chair, crossing his legs. Spit it out. How do you want me to help? Fake a special dispensation from the mentor so you can go solo? Or should I throw my weight around and get the rules changed at the mission center? He radiated an air of ask and I'll deliver. Liu Yang's heart leapt with hope. If I could get that special approval to go solo, that'd be perfect, he blurted out. It was the most direct solution he could think of. Yet upon hearing his words, Yi Nantian froze. Then, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world, he erupted into earth-shattering laughter. Ha! He doubled over, laughing so hard tears nearly streamed from his eyes. Special permission? Sneaking around to complete the mission? Kid, I take back what I said. Your stealth skills are top-notch, but why must your mind be so rigidly by the book? What's the difference between you and those brainwashed fools under Wang Zhen's control? Liu Yang furrowed his brow, puzzled. What's wrong with this line of thinking? Big problem. Yi Nanshan's laughter abruptly halted. His expression instantly turned deadly serious, and a glint of cunning flashed in his mad eyes. He fixed his gaze on Liu Yang and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Wang Hao used the rules to disgust you, isolate you, and set a trap, a blatant scheme forcing you to scramble like a clown for survival in the cracks of the rules. And your countermeasure is to ask me to help you carve out an even smaller backdoor in the rules so you can sneak through? Don't you find that utterly humiliating? You win the task, but lose your dignity. You'll forever remain nothing more than a lucky bastard, in his eyes a cockroach that stumbled into fortune. Next time, he'll only use more disgusting, more insidious rules to target you. You'll always be on the defensive. Yi Nanshan's words struck Liu Yang like a thunderclap, reverberating deep within his heart. Yes. His previous approach, whether accepting the blood-colored mission or seeking special approval from a mentor, had been nothing but passive countermeasures. He had never once considered taking the offensive. Then what should I do? Liu Yang asked earnestly. Chapter 83, Break the Rules, Make the Rules. It's simple. Yi Nantian slammed his hand on the table, leaping to his feet with fervor. They use rules to manipulate you, so seize the power to define the rules. In this academy, what matters most? Not background. Not connections. Not those damn rules and regulations. It's strength. Undeniable, absolute strength that can trample everyone beneath your feet. He walked to the wall, ripped down an experimental blueprint hanging there, revealing an electronic display screen hidden behind it. Displayed on the screen was the campus schedule for Tianqi Academy. Yi Nantian jabbed his grease-stained finger forcefully at one line of text. Freshman Quarterly Ranked Battles. Date, 7 days hence. See that? Yi Nantian turned, his eyes burning with madness. Forget that bull platinum quest. 2,000 credits, is that a lot? To me, it's worthless. What you need to do isn't pick up that pile of. You're joining this ranking battle. Use every ounce of your strength to knock down every newbie blocking your path. Beat the scum the Qingyun Society sent to ambush you so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Trample that self-important Wang Hao underfoot in front of the entire academy. Once you become the undisputed top freshman, you won't need to sneak around doing tasks. The academy's resources will pour toward you. Countless mentors will fight to take you as their disciple. Even that stubborn old Wangzhen will have to treat you with respect. By then, changing the rules of some measly quest will be as easy as saying a single word. That's what breaking the mold looks like. This is what ing dignity looks like. Yi Nanshan's words thundered like rolling claps of thunder, reverberating endlessly within Liu Yang's mind. In that instant, every drop of blood in his body seemed to ignite. All along, he'd grown accustomed to plotting in the shadows, scheming from the darkness. Using the small to defeat the large, the weak to overcome the strong. He had never imagined that one day, he too could stand under the brightest spotlight, crushing everything in the most pure and domineering way. Circumvent the rules? No. I will become the one who sets the rules. I understand. Liu Yang's eyes blazed with the same fierce fighting spirit. It was a fighting spirit that had been suppressed for far too long, finally finding an outlet to surge forth. Ha! Good to see you get it. Yi Nantian watched Liu Yang's transformation with satisfaction, as if admiring his most prized creation. You'll stay here with me for the next 7 days. He gestured toward a massive apparatus in the corner of the lab. That's my latest invention, a psychic overload booster chamber. Though it has minor side effects, like possibly giving you nightmares for 7 days, it guarantees your psychic power will reach a new level in no time. Don't hold back on those resources you exchanged earlier, use them all. And take this. Yi Nantian rummaged through a box and pulled out a black, antique-looking ring, tossing it to Liu Yang. This is the gravity ring. It allows you to adjust the gravitational force your body endures at any time, from 2 to 10 times Earth's gravity. Wear it at all times while eating, sleeping, walking. Never take it off. In 1 week, I want you to walk out of this lab like a true monster. Then go and swell the faces of everyone who looked down on you, who schemed against you, every single one of them. After leaving Yi Nanshan's Madman Lab, Liu Yang didn't linger for a moment. He headed straight for the Academy's Resource Exchange Center. Money not spent is money wasted. That was Liu Yang's unwavering creed. Resources only become truly valuable when converted into power. He returned to the familiar hall, but this time, the staff member who greeted him bore no trace of contempt. Instead, their expression held a hint of reverence and courtesy. Hello, student Liu Yang. What would you like to exchange today? Liu Yang placed his student terminal on the sensor pad. Seeing the number credit balance, 837, a surge of pride welled up within him. 5 portions of the essence blood from a 2nd-tier exploding savage bull. 10 bottles of intermediate-grade body tempering elixir. 1 box of the highest-grade calming incense for mental cultivation. Also, 3 night crystal stones of the highest purity. Liu Yang rattled off a string of material names in one breath, causing the students nearby to blink in astonishment. Each item was an exorbitantly valuable treasure. Especially the top-tier calming incense and high-purity dark night crystals, together they'd cost nearly 500 credits. What's gotten into this kid? He's dumping all the credits he earned from the last mission into this. What a reckless spender, not a single point saved. The staff member was slightly startled but swiftly processed his exchange. Mr. Liu Yang, your total exchange comes to 780 credits. Here is your item list for confirmation. Liu Yang glanced over it and nodded. Confirmed. His credits were instantly depleted by more than half, exchanged for a storage backpack brimming with various rare resources. This lavish expenditure once again made Liu Yang the center of attention at the exchange center. But this time, no one mocked him. People were merely curious what grand move would this freshman, who never played by the rules, pull off next? Liu Yang paid no heed to the stares. Carrying a backpack brimming with resources like a mobile vault, he returned to his dilapidated dorm in the yellow zone. With a slam, he shut the door, cutting himself off from the outside world. What are you doing? Zero's voice echoed in her mind. She could sense Liu Yang's emotions surging with unprecedented intensity. Prepare for battle. Liu Yang's words were concise and to the point. He began taking items out of his backpack one by one. The body tempering elixir and bull essence blood were for his own use. His current physique was still only at the ordinary 1st-tier level. He had to push his physical capabilities to the absolute limit before the ranking battles. The calming incense and night crystal, however, were for Ling. This is for you. Liu Yang placed the jade box containing the ghost soul fungus alongside 3 night crystals radiating pure dark energy. The energy of the ghost soul fungus is too immense. In your current soul state, consuming it directly carries risks. Using the dark night crystals as a conduit to neutralize it will allow you to absorb it more safely and completely. Zero stared at the items, falling silent. She hadn't expected Liu Yang to spend so many credits, most of which were actually for her. Guess you still have a shred of conscience left. Her words remained sharp, yet the icy edge in her voice had softened. Chapter 84, Freshman Ranking Battle. Liu Yang said no more. He crossed his legs and began his cultivation. He downed an entire bottle of body tempering elixir in one gulp, then smeared his entire body with the essence blood of a bursting savage bull. Warning, detected high-intensity energy shock. Physical functions entering overload state. Warning, abyssal contamination levels fluctuating violently due to extreme pain. Frenzied energy erupted within him in an instant. Intense agony surged like a tidal wave, threatening to tear apart and reshape every inch of his flesh and bone. Lu Yang clenched his teeth, not uttering a sound. This pain was nothing compared to the agony of being consumed by the abyss's will. He slipped on the gravity ring Enantion had given him and immediately cranked the gravity setting to triple. His body felt as though crushed by a mountain, each breath becoming an agonizing struggle. At the same time, Zero began her own meal. Transforming into a shadowy form, she enveloped the ghost soul fungus and night crystal within her aura. Streams of pure soul energy and dark energy began flowing endlessly into her body. Within the dormitory, both man and beast entered the deepest state of seclusion. Day after day passed. News of Lu Yang signing up for the freshman ranking battle spread like wildfire throughout the entire academy. Have you heard? That madman Lu Yang actually signed up for the ranking battle. What's he thinking? Cornered by the Qingyun Society, he's going to humiliate himself on the arena stage? This is going to be a show. Senior Wang Hao won't let him off easy. Sure enough, when the news reached Wang Hao's ears, he merely snorted derisively. Ranking battle? Fine by me. Saves me the trouble of scheming against him. Let him be carried off the stage like a dead dog, under the gaze of the entire academy's faculty and students. The day before the ranking battles began, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared before dormitory building number 9. Leading them was none other than Zhou Kong, Wang Hao's most loyal henchman. Lu Yang! Get your ass out here! Zhou Kong, accompanied by 7 or 8 members of the Qingyun Society, stood aggressively blocking Lu Yang's dormitory entrance, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Their commotion instantly drew a crowd of onlookers from all around. Lu, you think you're so tough? You wanted to join the ranked battles? What's the matter now? Afraid to even step outside? Playing the coward? Ha! I bet he's scared stiff, hiding inside and trembling like a leaf. Let me tell you, Brother Hao said that in the ranking battle, whoever draws you as an opponent will get 100 academic credits just for breaking one of your legs. Break both legs, and it's 300 credits. If they beat you into a state where you can't take care of yourself, they get 1,000 credits plus a Xian tier cultivation technique. A blatant bounty. These words sent a collective gasp of horror through the gathered students. That's brutal. This isn't a competition, it's an attempt to cripple someone. Seeing no response from Lu Yang's dorm room, Zhou Kong and his crew ramped up their cursing. A torrent of foul language, too vile to repeat. They were like a pack of chihuahuas barking furiously at the feet of a giant, straining every ounce of strength to provoke the person behind the door. But from start to finish, that worn wooden door remained utterly still, not a single sound escaping. It seemed as though no one was inside at all. An hour later, Zhou Kong and the others were hoarse from shouting and had grown bored. Oomph. Cowardly turtle. If you've got the guts, don't show up on the stage tomorrow. He spat out the threat, then led his men away triumphantly amid the crowd's jeers. They walked for a long time. The dormitory area gradually returned to quiet. Finally, the tightly shut wooden door creaked open with a soft click. A figure emerged from the darkness. Still clad in that simple black outfit, still bearing that same clear, serene face. Yet for some reason, everyone who saw him sensed something different about him compared to a week ago. His gaze had grown deeper, his aura more subdued. Standing there silently, he resembled a peerless weapon that had retracted all its sharp edges, yet one that still commanded such awe that no one dared meet his gaze. He lifted his head, glancing in the direction Zhou Kong and the others had departed, a cold curve slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Inside the dormitory, the system interface silently materialized. Host, Lu Yang. Tier 1 Peak 99. Mental Power, C Grade. Abyss Corruption, 18 Stable. Contract Partner, 0. Tier? Energy Absorption in Progress, Significant Enhancement. Loyalty, 45. A week of seclusion brought about a qualitative leap in his strength. 0, moreover, reaped immense benefits. Its loyalty had surged by another 4 points. Lu Yang flexed his wrists, feeling the unprecedented power surging within him. His gaze turned toward the colossal arena at the academy's center. The dogs have finished barking. Now, it was his time to enter the fray. Tianqi Academy, Central Arena. A sea of people, a roar of sound. This colossal circular structure, capable of holding 100,000 people, was packed to the rafters today. Among the spectators were not only senior students drawn by the spectacle, but also numerous academy instructors and high-ranking officials. At the arena's center, 100 energy screen platforms hovered mid-air, emitting faint blue halos that radiated a futuristic blend of technology and magic. This was the stage where new students could rise to fame overnight, and the most brutal arena where geniuses clashed. When Lu Yang's figure appeared punctually in the new student contestant area, the deafening roar of the entire arena fell into an eerie, momentary silence. Then, an even more intense wave of discussion erupted. Look! That's Lu Yang! He actually dared to show up. Whoa! Should I say he's got guts, or that he's an idiot? I heard Qingyun Society put out a bounty to disable him on the stage, and they'll reward 1,000 credits. This kid won't be leaving alive today. This is going to be good. Quick, check the Tianqi betting board. Liu Yang's odds for elimination in the first round are already at 3:1. I gotta place my bet fast. Tens of thousands of eyes, like searchlights, converged on Liu Yang. Sympathy, pity, schadenfreude, disdain, curiosity. A myriad of gazes intertwined into a vast net, enveloping him. Not far away, another focal point emerged. Wang Hao, surrounded by dozens of Qingyun society members fawning over him like stars around the moon, wore a dazzling silver battlesuit. A confident, arrogant smile played on his face as he basked in their adoration. He sensed Liu Yang's arrival and slowly turned his head. Their gazes locked in mid-air. Wang Hao's gaze was contemptuous, as if looking upon a prisoner whose execution date was already set. Liu Yang's gaze remained serene, like a bottomless ancient well, utterly still. Chapter 85, One-on-One Elimination Match. The silent standoff was thick with tension. In another corner of the new student group, Lin Wu clenched his fists tightly, palms drenched in sweat, watching Liu Yang standing alone with concern. Thanks to Liu Yang's relentless efforts, Lin Wu now attended the academy as a visiting student. Meanwhile, in the most inconspicuous corner of the spectator seats, Yi Nantian had changed into an ordinary robe and removed his alchemy goggles, looking like a scruffy old man. Clutching a large flask, he took a deep swig and grinned with keen interest at the two opponents locked in confrontation on the field. Go on, go on. The more lively the fight, the better. Kid, don't let me down. At that moment, a commanding figure slowly emerged from the arena's presidential box. He was none other than Wang Jin, Vice Dean of the Apocalypse Academy and Wang Hao's own uncle. Wang Jin cleared his throat. His commanding voice boomed through the amplification array, reverberating across the entire arena. Silence. Today marks the annual freshman seasonal ranking battle of our Tianqi Academy. Here, you shall vie for the glory of genius with sweat, passion, and even your very lives. After this grand opening speech, he shifted gears. The rules for this ranking battle are simple: random draw, one-on-one elimination matches. Winners advance, losers are eliminated. Until the final, sole champion is crowned. Finally, I must remind you all. Wang Jin's gaze swept subtly toward Liu Yang's direction, his voice suddenly turning stern. On the battlefield, fists and feet know no mercy. For victory, you may give your all. In combat, casualties of any degree are inevitable. The Academy encourages competition and honors the strong. Is that clear? The last sentence was practically shouted. All the new students felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, the members of the Qingyun Society wore cruel smiles on their faces. The Vice Dean's words were nothing short of a green light for them to strike Liu Yang with full force. Understood. A thunderous chorus of agreement erupted. Excellent. Wang Jin nodded with satisfaction. Then, I hereby announce, the first round of the freshman ranking battle draw begins now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sphere of pure energy began spinning rapidly above the center of the arena. Countless points of light, representing the new recruits, flashed and collided within it. Everyone held their breath at that very moment. Especially those who had set up betting rings or participated in them were glued to the glowing orb, their hearts pounding in their throats. They were eager to see who would be the first opponent of that much-discussed unlucky bastard, Liu Yang. Could it be that he'd immediately face a core member of the Qingyun Society? The orb's rotation gradually slowed. Finally, with a soft hum, it came to a halt. Above the 100 battle platforms, the first batch of matchups simultaneously appeared. Almost instantly, every pair of eyes turned to the light screen of one particular arena. There, two names shone with dazzling brilliance. Arena 36. Opposing combatants. Liu Yang, Dormitory Number 9 Yellow. vs. Zhou Kong, Dormitory 32 Xian. Zhou Kong. It's actually Zhou Kong. The very same guy who was the loudest and most abusive at Liu Yang's dorm entrance the day before Wang Hao's top sidekick. Holy. What luck, absolutely perfect. Ha! Talk about running into the wrong guy at the wrong time. This is going to be a show. Zhou Kong is a veteran member of the Qingyun Society, stuck at the peak of Tier 1 for ages, just waiting for this ranking battle to make a name for himself. This isn't luck, it's a clash of destiny. The stands erupted instantly with thunderous murmurs and whistles. The atmosphere, in that moment, reached its peak. In the contestant area, Zhou Kong froze upon seeing the matchup result. Then, a supremely smug grin spread across his face. In his eyes, this was the perfect opportunity to prove himself in front of Brother Hao. He turned to Liu Yang, extended his thumb, then slowly drew it downward. A gesture brimming with humiliation and murderous intent. Liu Yang, however, remained utterly expressionless throughout. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced at Zhou Kong. His gaze was as calm as if he were looking at a dead man. Clang! The bell signaling the start of the match echoed throughout the arena. On platform 36, the atmosphere instantly became incredibly tense. A cruel, vicious grin spread across Zhou Kang's face. He extended his tongue, licking his parched lips, his eyes gleaming like a starving wolf poised to strike. Kid, your luck ends here. He roared, his spiritual energy surging as a summoning array unfolded before him. Come forth, my companion, the earth-splitting demon ape. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal ape over 3 meters tall crashed to the ground. A second-tier demon beast, the earth-splitting demon ape. A formidable battle pet renowned for its strength and defense. See that? You worthless piece of trash. Zhou Kong pointed at his beast, screaming at Liu Yang with fury. Today, I'll have it personally crush every bone in your body, one by one. He even made a throat-slitting gesture at Liu Yang in provocation. A gasp rippled through the spectator stands. Earth-splitting demon ape. Zhou Kang's pet beast had actually evolved to the second stage. Liu Yang is as good as dead now. He hasn't even summoned his beast yet. What does he think he's doing? Probably scared out of his wits. In Winehouse section, members of the Qingyun Society all wore smug, confident smiles. To them, this match was already decided. Yet on the stage, Liu Yang faced this terrifying pressure with an expression that remained utterly unchanged. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He showed no intention of summoning Ling. He stood there motionless, as if Zhou Kong and his mountain-sized beast were nothing but air. This utter disregard was more infuriating than any counterattack. You're asking for it. Zhou Kong was utterly enraged. Roaring, he charged forward with his earth-splitting demon ape like a high-speed heavy tank, hurtling madly toward Liu Yang. Demon ape's heavy punch. The earth-splitting demon ape's fist, as large as a clay pot, enveloped in earth-yellow energy light, tore through the air with a deafening roar as it slammed viciously toward Liu Yang's face. This single blow could pulverize granite. It's over. That thought flashed through everyone's mind. Tense, they closed their eyes, unable to watch. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. Yet, in that split second before the massive fist was about to strike Liu Yang's nose, Liu Yang moved. Chapter 86, Bloodbath at Qingyun Society. A faint afterimage lingered where he had stood. Fast. Fast to the extreme. So fast that no human eye could track his trajectory. What? Zhou Kang's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt a flash before his eyes, and the target that should have been smashed into pulp vanished into thin air. Where is he? How could anyone move that fast? A warning bell rang frantically in his mind. A danger so palpable it made his very soul tremble emanated from his side. He stiffly turned his head. Liu Yang had appeared like a ghostly apparition at his left side, seemingly out of nowhere. His handsome face remained as still as a well, expressionless. His right leg had already shot upward, transforming into a black whip-like shadow. With a terrifying gust of wind that seemed capable of tearing everything apart, it lashed viciously toward Zhou Kang's knee. No! A terrified, high-pitched scream erupted from Zhou Kang's throat. He tried to dodge, but his body's reflexes couldn't keep up with his opponent's speed. He could only watch helplessly as that whipping leg grew larger and larger in his pupils. Crack! A bone-crunching snap, so sharp it sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the arena, echoed through the amplified sound array, piercing every ear with its clarity. Time itself seemed to pause in that instant. Everyone witnessed it. Zhou Kang's left knee was twisted at an unnatural, backward angle, completely deformed. The stark white bone fragments even pierced through his pants and flesh, exposed to the air. Ah! The next second, a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, pierced the sky. Zhou Kang clutched his mangled leg, writhing and screaming in agony, his face twisted with pain and disbelief. Meanwhile, his once imposing earth-splitting demon ape, deprived of its master's commands, stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. One strike. Just one move. Without even deploying his pet beast. Liu Yang, whom everyone had dismissed as a useless weakling, had just crippled the arrogant Zhou Kang. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. All the mockery, gossip, and schadenfreude fell silent in that instant. Countless people gaped, eyes bulging wide, as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle imaginable. Wang Hao's smile froze solid on his face. The members of the Qingyun Society beside him all turned ashen-faced. In the audience, Yi Nanshan's wine jug froze mid-air in his hand. Then, his lips parted into a wide grin, revealing an utterly exhilarated smile. Well done. On the stage, Liu Yang slowly withdrew his leg. He didn't even glance at Zhou Kang, who was writhing on the ground in agony. His gaze was cold, as if he were looking at nothing more than a piece of troublesome trash. He stepped forward. Under Zhou Kang's utterly terrified gaze, he raised his foot and kicked him in the chest as casually as if he were kicking a soccer ball. Thud! Zhou Kang's bulky body flew through the air like a broken sack, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily below the ring. His head lolled to the side as he fell into a deep, permanent unconsciousness. Liu Yang stood at the edge of the stage, his gaze slowly sweeping over the area below where the Qingyun Society members were seated. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly throughout the entire arena. Next. The arena remained deathly silent. At that moment, no one dared to regard him as an easy target anymore. That icy gaze, those ruthless methods, that unfathomable power. This was no pushover. He was clearly a demon in human form. The following rounds of competition only reinforced this belief in everyone's minds. In the second round, Liu Yang faced a core member of the Qingyun Society. Before the match even began, his opponent hadn't even summoned his beast companion when Liu Yang kicked him, snapping his wrist and hurling him off the stage. In the third round, Liu Yang's opponent was yet another member of the Qingyun Society. I surrender. The student screamed in terror the moment the match began. But it was too late. Liu Yang's figure had already materialized before him. Snap. Another sharp crack of breaking bone. I said, next. Liu Yang's voice sounded like a sentence from hell. Round 4. Fifth round. Every Qingyun Society member who drew Liu Yang's name was, without exception, crippled by him, one limb severed before being tossed off the stage like trash. He was fulfilling his declaration of next through action. He had launched an open purge against the entire Qingyun Society. The entire arena fell deathly silent. If Liu Yang's earlier crushing of Zhou Kong and others demonstrated ruthlessness, then now, as he crippled multiple Qingyun Society members in succession, he displayed a terrifying madness. He was like an emotionless killing machine, precise, efficient, and utterly cold-blooded. Everyone was frozen in place by his words, next. The freshman's gaze toward him had shifted from initial contempt to sheer terror and awe. As for the Qingyun Society members, each wore a deathly pallor. Some even began praying to the heavens before the draw, begging fate not to pair them with that demon. Within a mere hour, the name Liu Yang had become synonymous with taboo. How amusing. Absolutely fascinating. In the audience, Yi Nantian downed another large gulp of liquor, his face flushed with excitement. This kid is crazier than I ever imagined. I love it. On the podium, Wang Zhen's face darkened like storm clouds gathering. Watching Qingyun Society members being carried off one by one below, his fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, in the contestant area, Wang Hao's expression had soured to an extreme. His face, usually adorned with a confident smile, was now completely overcast. The ones he sent out were all elite fighters. Yet these men couldn't even last a single move against Liu Yang? This wasn't a competition anymore. It was a one-sided slaughter. A blatant humiliation. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. He raged inwardly. Soon, the competition reached its most intense phase. After several brutal elimination rounds, only 4 contestants remained on the field. The semi-final matchups appeared on the central screen. Ring 1, Wang Hao vs Lin Wu. Stage 2, Liu Yang vs Zhao Tianlong. The crowd erupted once more at the sight of these names. Wang Hao faced off against Lin Wu, Liu Yang's sole ally. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was set to face Wang Hao's most trusted lieutenant Zhao Tianlong, the second in command of the Qingyun Society and one of the top contenders for this ranking tournament's championship. Finally. This was a true clash of titans. Zhao Tianlong was no match for Zhou Kong. Exactly. Zhao Tianlong's contract beast, the Swiftblade Wolf, was a rare offensive-type pet beast rumored to be as fast as lightning. This time, Liu Yang couldn't possibly finish him off in one move, could he? Chapter 87, Wang Hao's Beast. All eyes were fixed on the second arena. Zhao Tianlong slowly stepped onto the stage, his expression solemn and grave. As the second in command of the Qingyun Society, he bore the immense pressure of washing away the shame that had befallen his entire faction. He couldn't afford to lose this battle. He dared not lose. Liu Yang. Zhao Tianlong stared at Liu Yang across from him and declared in a deep voice, "I admit you're strong. But your arrogance ends here. Come forth. Swift Wind Sword Wolf." A whoa. A piercing wolf howl echoed as a massive wolf appeared on the stage, silver white, sleek, and agile, its jaws clenched around a long sword formed from wind elemental energy. Second tier peak, Swift Wind Sword Wolf. The match begins. The referee's voice had barely faded. Zhao Tianlong and the Swiftblade Wolf sprang into action. Man and wolf, moving with flawless coordination, transformed into 2 silver streaks of light. From 2 different angles, they closed in on Liu Yang in a pincer attack. So fast. A gasp rippled through the spectator stands. Finally, things were getting interesting. A flicker of interest finally flickered across Liu Yang's previously impassive face. He no longer stood motionless as before. His toes lightly tapped the ground, and his body floated backward several meters like a feather, effortlessly evading the first wave of attacks. Trying to dodge? Not so fast. Zhao Tianlong snorted coldly, commanding the Swiftwind Sword Wolf to unleash a torrential storm of attacks. Sword flashes and claw shadows interwove into an impenetrable silver net, sealing off every possible retreat for Liu Yang. For a moment, the stage was ablaze with flashing silver light and surging energy, the battle raging fiercely. A stalemate? They were evenly matched? Looks like Liu Yang's run ends here. His speed might be impressive, but against Zhao Tianlong and the Swiftblade Wolf's combined assault, he won't gain an advantage. Below the stage, Wang Hao watched the scene unfold. His furrowed brow finally relaxed, and a confident smile returned to his face. Tianlong's wind domain remains impenetrable. Liu Yang, your time is up. On the stage, Zhao Tianlong grew increasingly confident with every strike. He sensed he had completely deciphered Liu Yang's tactics. He's just a bit faster. Now. Finish him off. Zhao Tianlong seized what he believed to be an opening, preparing to unleash his deadliest move. But just as he was about to give the command, Liu Yang, who had been passively dodging all along, suddenly stopped. He looked at Zhao Tianlong, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Enough playing. He uttered 3 words softly. The next second. Boom. An aura several times more powerful than before erupted violently from Liu Yang's body. His speed and strength surged once more in that instant. What? The confidence on Zhao Tianlong's face froze instantly, replaced by utter horror. He'd been holding back? He hadn't even used his full strength. Now, this is my true speed. Liu Yang's voice, like a devil's whisper, echoed in Zhao Tianlong's ears. His figure vanished directly from within that impenetrable web of swords. Touch of the abyss. Before Zhao Tianlong and the Swiftblade Wolf could react, several pitch-black energy tentacles erupted from the ground like hellish chains, instantly binding the charging Swiftblade Wolf like a tightly wrapped rice dumpling, leaving it utterly immobilized. At the same moment, Liu Yang himself had already lunged forward, closing the distance to Zhao Tianlong. Too fast. So fast that Zhao Tianlong's mind couldn't keep up. It's over. Liu Yang's voice was cold and utterly devoid of emotion. But unlike before, he didn't strike with lethal force. He extended his hand. Under Zhao Tianlong's utterly terrified gaze, with a technique so fast it was almost imperceptible yet executed with pinpoint precision, Liu Yang struck 4 rapid, lightning-fast points at the joints of his limbs. Snap! 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 4 crisp snaps of dislocated bones rang out in succession. Ugh! Zhao Tianlong let out a muffled groan of agony, his entire body drained of strength in an instant. His wrists, ankles, knees, elbows, every major joint was dislocated in that instant by Liu Yang's precise technique. Finally, he collapsed to the ground like a boneless heap of mud. Though his mind remained lucid, he couldn't move even a single finger. He could only watch helplessly as he became a useless wreck. This feeling was 10,000 times more agonizing and humiliating than being knocked unconscious. The entire arena fell deathly silent. If the earlier instant kill had been shocking, then this utterly humiliating victory brought bone-chilling terror. Liu Yang slowly approached Zhao Tianlong, who lay collapsed on the ground. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, he raised his foot and pressed it down onto Zhao Tianlong's face, contorted with pain and humiliation, crushing his dignity completely beneath his heel. His gaze, however, pierced through the ring and the sea of spectators, fixing intently on Wang Hao, whose face had turned as dark as liver. Silently, he mouthed 3 words. Next. The vast central arena fell so silent that a pin dropping could be heard. Tens of thousands of gazes converged into an invisible torrent, all pouring onto the sole platform at the arena's center. The battle on Platform 2 had concluded. The scene of Liu Yang standing on Zhao Tianlong's face, silently declaring war to Wang Hao, was etched like a brand into everyone's mind. Meanwhile, the battle on Platform 1 had long since concluded. Facing the formidable Wang Hao, Lin Wu couldn't even last 3 moves before being cleanly defeated. But Wang Hao hadn't struck him with full force, nearly knocking him off the platform. For he intended to reserve all his fury for the next opponent. The final match was about to begin. Liu Yang and Wang Hao, under the gaze of the crowd, slowly ascended the stage and stood facing each other at its center. One was a special admission student from a remote border town, deemed a good-for-nothing by all. The other was born into nobility, wielding immense power and influence, hailed as the leader of the new generation and the head of the academic faction. 2 men who should have been worlds apart, with nothing in common, now stood on the ultimate stage deciding who would reign as the king of the new generation. Wang Hao's expression had regained its composure, even sporting a noble smile. Yet his slightly bloodshot eyes and knuckles, white from clenching his fists too tightly, betrayed the raging storm within. Liu Yang. Wang Hao spoke slowly, his voice low yet carrying an air of superior judgment. I admit, I underestimated you. You're like a rat hiding in a sewer, lowly, yet stubbornly resilient. But a rat remains a rat. The aura radiating from him surged relentlessly, his formidable psychic power warping the very air around him. Today, I will make you understand one truth. Between a genius and a true noble lies an unbridgeable chasm you'll never cross in your lifetime. With that, he wasted no more words and summoned his contract beast. Descend, my trump card. 3-headed emerald-scaled python. Chapter 88, The Crisis After Victory. Hiss. Accompanied by a bone-chilling hiss, a colossal serpent over 20 meters long descended onto the arena. Its body was covered in emerald-green scales, and it bore 3 ferocious heads. Each head represented a distinct power: venom, frost, and lightning. Good heavens! A 3rd-tier demon beast. How could Wang Hao have already contracted a 3rd-tier demon beast? How could anyone possibly fight this? The spectator stands erupted in a thunderous roar of astonishment. Even the mentors in the VIP section couldn't help but be moved. A first-year freshman perfectly commanding a Tier 3 elite beast? Such talent borders on monstrous. On the main podium, Wang Zhen's sullen face finally cracked into a satisfied smile. He could already envision Liu Yang being torn to shreds by the terrifying might of this colossal serpent. Die! Wang Hao pointed at Liu Yang with a ferocious expression, and all 3 heads of the 3-headed emerald python simultaneously opened their gaping maws. Emerald green venom, ice blue frost breath, and golden, raging lightning, 3 destructive energies surged from 3 different angles. Like three enraged dragons of distinct colors, they intertwined, roared, and swept toward Liu Yang's position. World-shattering. This strike alone could level an entire mountain. Yet, facing this seemingly fatal strike, Liu Yang's reaction left everyone utterly stunned. He simply took a step forward, as if strolling through a garden. Yet that single step seemed to embody some profound cosmic truth. His entire body passed through the narrow gap between the venom and the frost at an impossible angle. The two destructive energies swept past the hem of his robe, yet failed to touch even a single strand of his hair. Then came the second step, the third step. He strolled through the energy storm capable of obliterating everything, as if walking on level ground. Each footfall landed precisely on the weakest nodes of the energy. Every sidestep perfectly evaded the lethal attacks. How could this be? The savage grin on Wang Hao's face froze solid. To precisely control the three-headed emerald-scaled python, he had expended an enormous amount of mental energy. Yet the opponent had walked right up without even summoning a pet beast? Impossible. Die. Just die. Wang Hao had completely lost his mind. He desperately squeezed every last drop of mental energy from himself, commanding the three-headed emerald-scaled python to unleash an even more ferocious attack. Poison mist, ice spikes, lightning nets. Every conceivable skill was unleashed without restraint, raining down upon Liu Yang like a deluge. But it was useless. None of it worked. Liu Yang's figure weaved and flickered through that storm of skill-induced light, not even a single thread of his robe disheveled. He demonstrated to everyone, in a manner bordering on humiliation, the chasm-like gap in combat awareness and realm between the two sides. No, this can't be real. Who the hell are you? Wang Hao's mental energy, drained by the frantic exertion, began to show signs of depletion. His face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror and utter collapse. The pride of his noble lineage. The dignity of his position as leader of the scholarly faction, all were crushed to dust in that moment by Liu Yang's effortless, leisurely demeanor. Now! A sharp gleam flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. The instant Wang Hao's mental energy depleted, leaving a massive opening in his focus. His figure moved. No longer evading. But to charge forward. Whoosh! A black afterimage streaked forward in a straight line, instantly piercing through all skill barriers and materializing directly before Wang Hao. You! Wang Hao could only manage a single syllable. A palm sliced effortlessly across the back of his neck. The force was light, yet it struck with pinpoint accuracy at his most vulnerable nerve. Wang Hao's eyes rolled back violently. All his strength, all his pride, all his unwillingness in that instant, they were utterly drained from him. Amidst the deathly silence of tens of thousands of eyes, he collapsed limply at Liu Yang's feet. Completely lost consciousness. Freshman ranking finals, winner Liu Yang. The cold mechanical voice echoed across the silent arena. Liu Yang stood at the center of the ring. He slowly scanned the entire arena. Every freshman whose gaze met his, whether they had once mocked him or envied him, now bowed their heads in awe. From this day forward. At the Apocalypse Academy, the king of freshmen could only have one name. Liu Yang. The freshman ranking battle concluded. Within a single day, the name Liu Yang echoed throughout the entire Tianqi Academy. From a newcomer exiled to the Yellow Zone, he rose to dominate the rankings, trampling the former leader Wang Hao beneath his feet to claim the title of Freshman King. This rise from underdog to champion was nothing short of legendary. The day after the rankings battle concluded, Liu Yang enjoyed every privilege a victor deserved. Congratulations on securing first place in the freshman ranking battle. Reward 1, 10,000 academic credits. Reward 2, permanent residency rights to training room number 1 in the Heavenly Zone. Reward 3, monthly access to the Academy's S-Class resource repository. Reward 4, ultimate privilege to freely select any mentor in course. Standing before the door of his new dormitory, Liu Yang couldn't help but marvel at the transformation. The difference in treatment was like night and day. Gone was the damp, moldy, dilapidated dorm room. Instead, it was a small villa perched atop the mountain peak where the Academy's spiritual energy was most concentrated. Inside, it was fully equipped with a gravity training chamber, a simulated combat room, and a spiritual energy recovery pool. The air was so thick with spiritual energy it felt almost tangible. A single breath left one feeling refreshed and invigorated. Wow! Zero's phantom darted excitedly around him, buzzing like a country girl seeing the city for the first time. This place is amazing. Way better than where I used to live. Well, way better than most places. Master. We won. Shouldn't we celebrate tonight? I want the finest moonlight deer meat and 100-year-old elven fruit wine. She looked ready to kick back and enjoy the moment. Liu Yang remained silent. He walked to the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, from which he could overlook the nightscape of most of Tianqi Academy. He stood atop the pinnacle of the new generation. Yet his heart held not a shred of joy. Instead, an unprecedented sense of crisis gripped him. Celebration? He spoke slowly, his voice echoing coldly through the empty room. No, Zero. All of this has only just begun. Zero froze, then flew toward him in confusion. Beginning? Haven't we already won? That annoying Wang Hao was beaten to a pulp by you. Wang Hao is nothing but a spoiled fool. Liu Yang's gaze was deep and icy. He was never my true enemy. Chapter 89, Potential Threat. Liu Yang opened his student terminal and pulled up a list. Potential Threat Assessment. 1. Wang Jin, Vice Dean of Apocalypse Academy, leader of the conservative faction. Estimated strength, Tier 4 or above. Threat level, lethal. Description, Wang Hao's uncle. Cunning and vindictive, he holds grudges. Open suppression has failed covert, deadlier retaliation is imminent. 2. Abyssal Secret Society, Transcontinental Dark Organization, strength unknown. Threat level, cataclysmic. Description, a glimpse into the tip of the iceberg revealed through the memories of the Blood Butcher, Buck. They appear to be seeking individuals with connections to the Abyss. You are likely already on their hunting list. 3. Holy Light Congregation, one of the world's 3 major powers. Strength, unknown. Threat level, cataclysm. Description, mortal enemies of the Abyss. Should your power be exposed, you will instantly be branded the highest level heretic and face relentless pursuit. 4. Zero Morningstar, one of the 7 fallen lords. Power unknown sealed. Threat level? Description, she is your most powerful ally, yet could become your deadliest enemy. The secrets she holds could upend the entire world. Reading this list, Liu Yang felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. His current strength, in the face of these true titans, felt as insignificant as an ant that could be crushed at any moment. My current rate of power growth is still far too slow. Liu Yang told himself silently. The conventional path, methodically accepting quests, attending classes, and trading resources, was too comfortable and far too long. My enemies won't grant me that much time to grow slowly. He needed power. Stronger power, the kind that could grant him the ability to protect himself in the shortest possible time. He closed his eyes. That forbidden ability he had deliberately suppressed resurfaced in his mind. Abyssal Devour. Devour the flesh and souls of the strong, claiming their power as his own. This was the fastest shortcut, yet also the most poisonous venom. Each devouring would drastically increase his abyssal corruption, drawing him closer to being utterly assimilated by the Abyss. This is like drinking poison to quench your thirst. Master, what are you planning to do? Ling Min keenly sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Liu Yang. For the first time, her voice carried a genuine note of concern. Liu Yang slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils lay an unwavering resolve. There is no other choice. He murmured softly. Since they won't let me take the high road, I'll have no choice but to go all the way down the dark path. With that, he hesitated no longer and opened the Academy's mission center. He ignored the ordinary tasks and the lucrative platinum commissions. His finger tapped directly on the blood-red, high-risk quests list. But this time, his goal was no longer credits, nor hidden treasures. Instead, he sought suitable supplements. He entered several keywords into the filter bar. Biological type, Dark Abyssal Undead Fiends. Power level, Tier 3 and above. Warning, your search criteria are extremely dangerous and may result in fatal consequences. Proceed? Liu Yang pressed confirm. Instantly, rows of blood-red missions radiating death and foreboding appeared on the screen. Mission ID, Crimson 007. Mission name, Investigate the Lamenting Siren's Lair. Location, deep within the graveyard outside the city. Description, recent adventurers have gone missing in the graveyard, suspected to be connected to the legendary third-tier undead lord, the Wailing Siren. Quest ID, Blood 013. Mission name, Hunt the Uncontrolled Shadow Fiend. Location, Abandoned Black Iron Mine. Description, a third-tier shadow demon used in experiments has gone rogue, slaughtering several miners. It must be eliminated completely. Liu Yang's gaze swept over each one. Finally, his finger paused on one particular mission, his gaze intensifying with a burning fervor. Mission ID, Bloodstains 003. Mission name, Purify the Corrupted Ancient Battlefield. Location, Sunset Mountains, site of the ancient demon seal. Description, the seal shows signs of weakening. The heart of a third-tier peak-level flame demon, sealed for a millennium, appears to be awakening. Within the Heavenly Cultivation Chamber No. 1, spiritual energies swirl thickly. Liu Yang's gaze swept across the blood-red high-risk mission list with the precision of radar. Wailing Banshee, undead creature. Consuming it places excessive strain on the soul, often leading to madness. Rejected. Uncontrolled Shadow Fiend, elemental creature, lacks physical form, halves the effectiveness of Abyssal Devour. Rejected. Corrupted Ancient Battlefield, too vast in area, unclear target, excessive time consumption. Rejected. He was searching. Seeking the most perfect prey. This prey must meet 3 conditions. First, it must be a pure flesh and blood dark creature, ensuring the highest conversion efficiency for Abyssal Devour. Second, the mission location must be a complex environment, facilitating his concealment and exploitation of advantages. Third, and most crucially, he must possess sufficient intelligence advantage over this prey. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated. Even when hunting, he would be the most cunning predator. Finally, his gaze was firmly drawn to one mission on the list. Mission ID, Bloodstains 009. Mission name, Eradicate the Shadow Spider Nest within Central City's abandoned subway line 3. Mission description, a large number of Tier 2 dark creatures, Shadow Weavers, have appeared in this area, with a suspected Tier 3 Overlord level creature, the Spider Queen, present. This nest has caused multiple senior elite squads to go missing, including. Attached to the mission description were several blurry photos captured by drones. The images show pitch-black subway tunnels, their walls and ceilings covered in vast, viscous spider webs. Amidst the webs, faintly visible were humanoid forms wrapped like white rice dumplings. Those were the missing academy students. Danger level, lethal. Recommendation, accepted by elite teams of 5 or more members with an average strength of Tier 3. Reward, 5,000 base credits. All loot within the lair belongs to the mission completers. 5,000 credits. This reward rivals the Platinum Commission Wang Hao posted earlier. Even more tempting is the clause stating all loot goes to the mission completers. A massive lair that's been untouched for so long the riches inside must be astronomical. Master, this mission is far too dangerous. Zero's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with gravity. The description mentions even elite senior squads have gone missing inside. Those individuals are all 3rd tier, or even 4th tier powerhouses. Danger meant high rewards. The very reason he had set his sights on this mission was that it perfectly met every single one of his requirements. Chapter 90, an extremely deadly mission. First, both the Shadow Weaver and the Spider Queen were pure flesh and blood dark creatures, the perfect nourishment for him. Lu Yang analyzed rapidly in his mind. Second, the abandoned subway system offered a complex, pitch-black environment. That darkness wasn't an obstacle for me, it was the best cover. Abyssal vision would be most effective in such a place. Third, and most crucially, a fragment of the Blood Butcher Buck's memory flashed through Lu Yang's mind once more. In life, Buck had apparently conducted in-depth research on these Shadow Weavers, even capturing one personally. His records detailed the creature's habits, weaknesses, and even the Spider Queen's egg-laying cycle. Gifted Eye analysis of memory fragments indicates the Spider Queen will enter her vulnerable spawning phase in 3 days, reducing her combat effectiveness by at least 30%. This intelligence was the greatest source of confidence fueling his daring to take on this deadly mission. I've made my decision. Lu Yang hesitated no longer. This is the one. He tapped the Accept Mission button directly on the light screen. Warning, this mission is for individual acceptance only. The danger level will be elevated to extremely lethal. Once confirmed, it cannot be cancelled. Proceed? Continue. Beep. Mission Bloodstain 009 successfully accepted. The next day. News of Lu Yang soloing the Shadow Spider Nest extermination mission swept through the Academy forums like a hurricane. If his previous enrollment in the ranked battles had been shocking, then this latest move, in everyone's eyes, was pure madness. Did I see that right? Clearing the Shadow Spider Nest solo? Who does he think he is? The Dean? He's lost his mind. This guy is absolutely insane. Just because he won a freshman ranking battle, he's gotten this cocky? The Shadow Spider Nest. That cursed place. Last month, our Academy's top 4th-year student, seniorly known as the Sword Saint, led a team in there. Out of 5, only 2 came out alive and both were crippled. He's a freshman going in to die? He might be strong, but he's definitely not that strong. This time, he's dead meat. This time, no one on the forums mocked him anymore. Because in the face of absolute mortal peril, everyone is left with only one emotion, incomprehension and pity for a madman. Inside the Qingyun Society's clubhouse, Wang Hao listened to his subordinate's report, a smug smile spreading across his face. His face had been restored by the finest healers after the ranking battle, but the shame etched deep into his bones could never be erased. Shadow Spider Nest? Ha, ha. He let out a nervous laugh. You had a clear path to heaven but chose to plunge headlong into hell. I was even pondering what methods to use to slowly destroy him within the academy. Now it seems utterly unnecessary. He took his own life. He instructed Zhou Kong beside him, keep a close eye on the mission center's movements. I'll be damned if he pulls off another miracle like last time. Yes, brother Hao. Zhou Kang's leg had been set, but he still limped as he walked. His gaze fixed on Lu Yang's name, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Meanwhile, at the high-risk mission application desk of the mission center, the scarred instructor, observing the eerily calm teenager before him, spoke up for the 3rd time to dissuade him. Lu Yang, I'll confirm this one last time. His voice was heavy with gravity. Are you truly intent on challenging the Shadow Spider Nest alone? I must inform you that last month, 4th year's top sword saint, Li Wuya, along with his 4 elite teammates all peak 3rd tier powerhouses were wiped out inside. Are you? I'm certain. Lu Yang cut him off, his tone calm yet unquestionable. Mentor Scar fell silent. He stared into Lu Yang's deep, piercing eyes for a long moment before sighing. He retrieved a black badge from beneath the counter, one that radiated an ominous aura, and handed it to Lu Yang. This was the badge of the fallen. The previous squads had all received this before entering. Crush it. If you die inside, at least your corpse won't be completely devoured by those spiders. Central City, entranced to abandoned subway line 3. Once one of the city's busiest transportation hubs, now only cold iron railings and no entry signs remained. Liu Yang stared at the fallen soldier's badge in his hand before casually tossing it into a nearby trash can. Useless. He muttered to himself, then effortlessly snapped the chain securing the entrance and pulled open the heavy iron door. Whoosh! A stench of death, mingled with rust and dust, surged from the pitch-black depths of the tunnel. The air temperature seemed to drop by over 10 degrees in an instant. Ugh, another sewer-like hellhole. Zero's mind murmured its disdain. Still, compared to that rat-infested den last time, the dark energy here seemed purer. Liu Yang said nothing, merely slipping on his tactical goggles and activating the low-light night vision function. Step by step, he walked into the bottomless darkness. The iron door closed slowly behind him. The world was left with only darkness and deathly silence. Only Liu Yang's footsteps and the distant ticking sound, echoing through the empty tunnel, rang out with unnerving clarity. Abyssal vision, activated. Liu Yang's world transformed once more into a form composed of energy. As he walked, he constantly switched between his normal vision and abyssal vision, comparing the surrounding environment. Large patches of viscous, grayish-white substance began appearing on the tunnel walls. Spider webs. But unlike ordinary cobwebs, these emitted a faint aura of shadow energy under the abyssal vision. The deeper he ventured, the denser the webs grew. Eventually, enormous webs formed walls that sealed off the entire tunnel. Hanging from them were things long since dried and withered. Unidentified monstrosities and humans clad in Apocalypse Academy uniforms. They were encased in massive white cocoons, their flesh and blood completely drained, leaving only twisted, desiccated corpses. The scene was utterly horrifying. It seemed these were the teams that had gone missing earlier. Liu Yang's gaze remained utterly unflinching. He drew his tactical dagger and made a light slash. Rip! The resilient spider web was easily sliced open. He darted inside and continued deeper into the tunnel. According to Buck's memories, the nests of these shadow weavers were strictly hierarchical. The outer layers were occupied only by the lowest-ranking male spiders, tasked with guard duty and hunting. The true treasure, the Spider Queen, lay hidden in the deepest recesses of the lair. Chapter 91, Shadow Spider Queen. Liu Yang traversed a long rusted subway car. Just as one foot stepped out of the carriage. Suddenly. Whoosh! 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 Several strands of ink-black spider silk, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, shot toward him like venomous snakes from all directions. These threads were not only blazingly fast but also launched at impossibly angles, sealing off every possible escape route. Any ordinary second-tier beast master would have been dead in that instant. But Liu Yang was no ordinary man. Zero! He roared inwardly. Got it, you pesky bug. An invisible shockwave of mental energy erupted violently, radiating outward from Liu Yang. The spider silk threads hurtling toward him froze mid-air. Though it lasted only a mere 0.1 second, it was enough for Liu Yang. Touch of the abyss. Several pitch-black tentacles erupted from behind him, whipping like a swarm of frenzied snakes. They precisely parried and lashed out, severing the suspended silk threads. Sizzle! The abyssal energy collided with the shadow energy coating the silk threads, producing a series of corrosive sounds. The instant he parried the first wave of attacks, Liu Yang's gaze locked onto the ambusher's position. In the deepest shadows of the tunnel walls, high above the carriage. There, several pairs of blood-red eyes, covered in compound lenses, radiated a cold, murderous intent. Found you. Liu Yang's gaze turned icy. The next second, the shadows shifted. Several giant spiders, each as large as a cheetah, covered in black carapace, and armed with 8 scythe-like sharp legs, emerged silently. Second-tier elite monsters, shadow weavers. They made no sound, merely fixing their icy compound eyes on Liu Yang. Then, their forms flickered once more, merging directly into the surrounding shadows and vanishing without a trace. Talent I, target enters shadow stealth state. Physical perception reduced by 90%, energy perception reduced by 70%. What an eerie ability. Liu Yang's heart sank. This was even more troublesome than the intelligence Buck remembered. In Buck's recollection, these spiders could only use shadows for brief leaps, not like this, where they blended into the shadows almost perfectly. Had the unique environment of this nest driven their evolution? A thought flashed through Liu Yang's mind. But he had no time to dwell on it. Because extreme danger had already descended. Activating his abyssal vision, he could vaguely make out several energy masses fused with the shadows. They were closing in on him at incredible speed, moving along walls and ceilings in trajectories that defied all physical laws. Zero, maintain mental interference. Leave it to me. Zero's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Invisible ripples of mental energy radiated outward from Liu Yang, causing the swift-moving shadow weavers to falter and stumble in their movements. Now! Liu Yang seized the opportunity. His target wasn't the one scrambling across the walls, but the ones at his feet. Abyssal ground spike chain. Boom! 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 Dozens of razor-sharp spikes formed from the energy of the abyss erupted violently from the ground beneath Liu Yang's feet without warning. He didn't attack the visible targets. Instead, he struck directly at their shadows. Splatter! The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. One of the thickest spikes pierced precisely through the shadow of a shadow weaver lurking in the ground's darkness, pinning its physical form to the earth. Squeak! A piercing scream echoed for the first time in the deathly silent tunnel. The shadow weaver, its abdomen pierced by the spike, was violently flung out of its stealth state, thrashing wildly. Strike successful. But Liu Yang had no time to celebrate. The other shadow weavers, enraged by their comrades' screams, abandoning stealth, they emerged from the shadows. Their 8 long legs, like razor-sharp blades, transformed into several black whirlwinds as they lunged madly toward Liu Yang. Bring it on! Instead of retreating, Liu Yang advanced, his eyes blazing with battle intent. He closed the distance. These insects were the lambs to the slaughter. In the pitch-black tunnel, Liu Yang's figure darted like a black lightning bolt, weaving rapidly between several shadow weavers. Each swing of his tactical dagger unleashed a deadly glint of cold steel. Thud! The last shadow weaver met its end as Liu Yang severed its head with a single stroke. The massive skull rolled to the ground with a dull thud. Huff! Liu Yang took a shallow breath, flicking the foul, sticky mucus from his blade. Abyssal Devour. Without hesitation, he enveloped the spider corpses in the abyssal touch, decomposing and devouring them. Devoured 5 Tier 2 elite monsters, shadow weavers. Gained a small amount of spiritual energy feedback. Abyssal corruption plus 0.1. A drop in the bucket. Liu Yang felt the negligible surge of power within him, his brow furrowing. These peripheral grunts no longer satisfied him. He needed stronger nourishment. He lifted his gaze toward the tunnel's end. There, a colossal chamber, a converted, abandoned subway transfer station served as their lair. An overwhelmingly dense darkness energy and the stench of blood assaulted his senses, pouring forth from within. Talent I, a detected extremely high energy reaction ahead. 3rd tier overlord level creature, the Shadow Spider Queen, has locked onto your position. Detected? Liu Yang's heart sank. Abandoning stealth, he accelerated to full speed, becoming a blur as he charged directly into the nest hall. The sight before him made even his usually unflappable heart contract violently. This was an underground cavern as vast as a football field. The cavern's ceiling hung thickly with thousands of enormous white egg sacs, each emitting an ominous glow. At the very center of the cavern, upon a colossal web woven from the toughest, darkest spider silk, sat a terrifying beast as massive as a heavy truck. It was the Shadow Spider Queen. Its size dwarfed ordinary shadow weavers by 100-fold, its 8 scythe-like legs even covered in a layer of ghostly purple crystalline armor. From its abdomen, countless pairs of crimson eyes filled with venom and cunning stared fixedly at Liu Yang, the unwelcome intruder. Human! A shrill, psychically jarring screech exploded directly within Liu Yang's mind. How dare you invade my birthing chamber? The Spider Queen's voice was filled with fury. Its massive abdomen pulsed with an eerie rhythm. Buck's intelligence was correct. It was in its weakened state before laying eggs. Chapter 92, Devouring a 3rd tier Peak Lord. But before Liu Yang could seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, the Queen Spider's shrill screech rang out once more. This time, it was a command. Hiss! With her hiss, the entire nest hall instantly came alive. From shadows in every direction, from cracks in the walls, from behind the egg sacs on the ceiling. Pairs upon pairs, hundreds upon hundreds of crimson eyes flared to life. Taller and more formidable than any elite spider guards Liu Yang had encountered before, they surged forth like a black tide from every direction, closing in around him in a frenzied wave. These spider guards moved with perfect synchronization and seamless coordination, like a well-trained, terrifying army. Trouble! Liu Yang's heart sank to the depths. He was surrounded. Master! We can't kill all these insects. We must find a way to deal with the big one first. For the first time, Zero's voice carried genuine urgency. I know. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed, his fighting spirit erupting completely. But to take down the big one, we must first clear away these pesky flies. Zero! Left flank yours. Got it. Zero wasted no words, instantly transforming into a streak of shadow light. Separating from Liu Yang's body, he proactively charged toward the spider horde on the left flank. Meanwhile, Liu Yang drew a deep breath, unleashing the full power he had cultivated in seclusion without reservation. Abyssal Touch, 100-handed lotus. Boom! Over 100 pitch-black energy tentacles erupted from his center like a blooming black lotus, wildly extending, lashing, and tearing in all directions. His entire being transformed into the most terrifying meat grinding machine. Squish! 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 Dozens of elite spiders charging at the forefront were torn to shreds in an instant by the wildly dancing tentacles, without even a chance to scream. Dark blood and shattered carapaces splattered everywhere. On the other side, Zero's combat style was more elegant and more deadly. Transforming into the ultimate shadow assassin, she darted through the swarm at blinding speed. Each flash of movement was accompanied by the silent collapse of another spider. Each strike landed with pinpoint accuracy, targeting the enemy's most vulnerable compound eyes or joints. Human and pet worked together flawlessly, forging a bloody path through the hundreds of spiders. Yet the spider guards' numbers were overwhelming. Under the Spider Queen's command, they charged forward fearlessly, wave after wave. One fell, and two immediately took its place. They even knew to use their bodies to block Liu Yang's abyssal grasp, creating openings for their comrades to strike. This was a war of attrition. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Liu Yang's breathing grew heavy. His mental energy was rapidly depleting under the sustained, high-intensity combat. Warning, mental energy below 30. Replenish immediately. Damn it! Liu Yang delivered a whipping kick, sending one lunging spider flying, but his back was slashed by another spider's sharp appendage, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone. Blood instantly stained his clothes crimson. Master! Ling gasped, ready to rush to his aid. Leave me! Keep attacking! Liu Yang roared in fury, gritting his teeth against the searing pain as he plunged back into the fray. But the injury was only the beginning. As his stamina waned, his movements inevitably grew a touch sluggish. And the Spider Queen seized upon that very hesitation. Hiss! Another piercing hiss echoed through the air. The largest spiders, who had been circling without attacking, suddenly launched a deadly assault from an extremely angle. Splash! Liu Yang couldn't dodge in time. His left arm was savagely slashed by the venomous fangs of one spider, glowing with an eerie green light. A powerful numbing sensation rapidly spread from the wound throughout his entire body. Warning, you have been poisoned. Your bodily functions are rapidly deteriorating. Oh no! Liu Yang's heart sank to the bottom. He surveyed his surroundings, still surrounded by an endless horde of spiders that seemed impossible to eliminate. Then he looked toward the distance, where the Shadow Spider Queen sat high above, calmly observing him as if enjoying a theatrical performance. He knew. Conventional methods were no longer enough to win. For the first time, the shadow of death enveloped him with such palpable certainty. Numbness spread like a tide, rapidly radiating from the wound on his left arm throughout his entire body. Liu Yang's movements grew increasingly sluggish. He could feel his nerves gradually losing control over his body. At most, he could hold on for another minute. After 1 minute, he would become a sitting duck, torn to shreds by these endless spiders. Mental power below 10. Physical function below 20. Toxin corrosion, 45. Before his eyes, the warnings on the system panel had turned a blinding crimson, flashing frantically. The shadow of death, like a tangible, icy hand, had seized his throat. Master! Leave now! If you don't go, it'll be too late. Zero's voice screamed in his mind, filled with unprecedented urgency. She had given her all, yet the ranks of the Spider Guard remained undiminished. In the distance, the looming Shadow Spider Queen watched with a mocking, cruel gaze, relishing the prey's final struggle. Leave? Where to? Liu Yang glanced at the impenetrable encirclement closing in around her, and an endless wave of despair washed over her. Abyss corruption level, 181,920. Under the assault of excruciating pain, poisoning, and despair, the corruption within his body began to rise uncontrollably. Since death was inevitable either way. With nowhere left to retreat. In that instant, all reason and composure burned away from Liu Yang's eyes. Replacing it was a madness born of being pushed to the brink of desperate, all-or-nothing fury. He raised his head, fixing his gaze on the Shadow Spider Queen reveling in her victory. Zero. Through the mental link, he summoned every ounce of strength to issue a cold, unyielding command. Hear me. At any cost. Create 3 seconds of opportunity for me. Master? Zero instantly grasped Liu Yang's intent, her voice brimming with shock. He intends to unleash that most forbidden power here, in this state? To devour a third-tier peak lord? He would die. His soul would be torn apart by that vast, chaotic energy. Execute the command. Liu Yang's voice held not a shred of emotion, cold as ice from the depths of hell, filled with an unquestionable will. Zero fell silent. She stared at Liu Yang's face pale from blood loss, yet twisted into a savage grimace by madness. After a long moment, she let out a complex sigh, one that seemed to accept her fate. As you wish. My master. The words had barely left her lips. Boom! A darkness of the purest essence erupted violently from Zero's petite, ethereal form. She held nothing back, no more games. In this instant, she detonated every ounce of energy she had absorbed from the ghost fungus in a manner bordering on self-destruction. Get out of my way! You annoying insects! Chapter 93, Zero's Fear. Accompanied by a roar filled with the majesty of a queen. A visible shadow shockwave radiated outward in a ring from her center, spreading wildly in all directions. Every spider guard struck by the shockwave stiffened instantly, their soul flames forcibly extinguished. Swarms of spiders fell from the walls and ceiling like cut wheat. The entire battlefield was cleared in an instant. Immediately after, Zero's form transformed into the sharpest, most devastating shadow spear imaginable. Trailing a long, fiery tail, she charged with unyielding resolve toward the looming Shadow Spider Queen, launching a desperate, all-or-nothing assault. For the first time, the horror and fury flickered across the Queen's countless compound eyes. It never imagined this insignificant little creature could unleash such terrifying power. It instantly recalled all commands to its spider guards, focusing its entire attention on Zero charging toward it. Now! Liu Yang had been waiting for this very moment. His eyes instantly turned pitch black, devoid of even a trace of white. An abyssal aura even more terrifying than the Spider Queen surged skyward from his body. Since you all want me dead. A maniacal grin spread across Liu Yang's lips. Then let's all go to hell together. Abyssal Devour. In that instant, he drained every last shred of his remaining spiritual energy, every ounce of psychic power, and all his life force, channeling it entirely into the touch of the abyss. Boom! The entire nest hall shook violently. The ground tore apart. Dozens of colossal dark tentacles, 10 times thicker than before and seemingly born from the deepest hell, erupted from the earth. They ignored all the spider guards. They ignored Zero charging toward them. Their target was singular. The Shadow Spider Queen, perched atop the colossal web. Hiss? The Spider Queen sensed the terrifying aura that made its very soul tremble, letting out a horrified hiss. It tried to dodge, but Zero's desperate charge had already seized its entire focus. The next instant, dozens of massive, dark tentacles covered in suction cups and razor-sharp fangs clamped down like a gaping maw from the abyss, violently wrapping, binding, and restraining the colossal Spider Queen. No! The Spider Queen let out a desperate, venomous mental roar. But it was too late. The devouring began. A torrent of dark energy, 100 times more colossal and 10,000 times more frenzied than any before, surged forth. It carried fragments of the Spider Queen's centuries-old memories filled with slaughter and chaos along with her deepest resentment and curses toward Liu Yang. Rushing through the abyssal touch like a bursting dam, it surged madly into Liu Yang's body. Boom! Liu Yang's mind went blank in an instant. His consciousness felt like a fragile boat, teetering on the edge of capsizing amidst towering waves. Countless chaotic images flashed before his eyes. System warning, energy overload from devouring third-tier Lord class creature Shadow Spider Queen. Warning! Warning! Abyssal contamination levels surging rapidly. 253,550. Contamination exceeds critical threshold. Host sanity undergoing erosion. Abyssal transformation process initiated 1515. Liu Yang's eyes completely lost focus, reduced to nothing but pure, mad darkness. His body began convulsing uncontrollably. Beneath his skin, black veins pulsed and throbbed like twisted worms. Black, foul-smelling saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth as he emitted a low, beastly growl unlike any human sound. Ha! More power. More power. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Liu Yang's consciousness drifted in an endless, chaotic sea of energy. In his ears rang the queen spider's shrill screech, filled with venomous resentment and unwillingness. Before his eyes, countless bizarre and grotesque fragments of the Spider Queen's centuries-long existence flashed by. Hunting, killing, laying eggs, slumbering. These chaotic memories pounded upon his soul like heavy hammers, attempting to shatter his human consciousness into dust. Warning! Mental assimilation rate exceeds 70%. Host consciousness is about to be overwritten. Get out of here! With the last shred of his will, Liu Yang let out a faint roar from the depths of his soul. My body, my consciousness, they are mine. This roar, like a thunderclap, ignited a faint spark of self within the sea of consciousness that was about to be swallowed by darkness. At that very moment, the devouring process finally entered its final stages. Outside, in the nest's main chamber, the colossal Shadow Spider Queen, enveloped by countless dark tentacles, rapidly shriveled and withered at a visible pace. Its flesh, its energy, its soul. Every trace of its existence was devoured clean by the greedy abyss. Finally, carried by a gentle breeze, its massive form dissolved into a handful of the finest ash, dispersing into the air. The third-tier Overlord-class Shadow Spider Queen was utterly vanquished. Hiss! With the Queen's demise, the psychic link binding her to all her spider guards snapped instantly. Those fearless spider guards, like robots suddenly unplugged, collectively plunged into chaos and stupor. In the next instant, primal fear overwhelmed them. They began attacking each other frantically, scattering in all directions, turning the entire nest hall into utter chaos. The external threat was neutralized. But the crisis within Liu Yang had only just begun. Ugh! Liu Yang collapsed to his knees, letting out a scream of agony. His body resembled a balloon inflated to its absolute limit, its skin cracking open in bloody fissures. Streams of pitch black, intensely condensed abyssal energy poured uncontrollably from his 7 orifices and wounds, corroding the ground around him with sizzling sounds and billowing black smoke. He had become a walking source of contamination. Master! Zero's phantom hovered anxiously beside him, yet dared not approach. She sensed that Liu Yang's current state was extremely dangerous, extremely unstable. Even toward her own master, a hint of primal fear stirred within her. Devouring complete. Initiating energy conversion. Acquired high-tier dark energy, 1,250,000 units. Acquired high-grade soul energy, 870,000 units. Beginning host replenishment. Chapter 94, The Price of Abyssal Corrosion. Boom! A surge of life energy, more immense and pure than any previous instance, began frantically repairing Liu Yang's body, which had been on the brink of collapse. His wounds closed at a visible pace. His depleted physical and mental strength rapidly recovered and surged. Warning! Warning! Host's mental defenses are on the verge of collapse. Warning! Abyss contamination level has exceeded critical threshold. Yet at that very moment, the cold, emotionless alert tone of the Abyss contract system sounded like a death knell, ringing frantically within his mind. The screen was flooded with blood-red warnings. Current Abyssal Contamination Level 26. Current Abyss Contamination Level 28. Current Abyss Contamination Level 30. The contamination level shot upward, effortlessly breaching the safety threshold of 25. Warning! Contamination level exceeded critical threshold 25. Abyss Corruption Protocol activated. Portions of your physical structure and soul essence will begin assimilating into abyssal lifeforms. Warning! This process is irreversible. Irreversible. These 4 words pierced Liu Yang's consciousness, already on the brink of being swallowed by darkness like 4 razor-sharp daggers. No! He snapped his eyes open, seizing a sliver of control over his body through the shock of the excruciating pain. Stop it! He roared, using sheer willpower to forcibly halt the ongoing energy conversion. Put! A mouthful of blood, black as ink, spurted violently from his mouth, splattering onto the ground and corroding deep hits into the hard rock. His entire body shook violently as he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, as if he'd just been pulled from the water. He survived. He had survived. A wave of relief at having survived the ordeal surged through him. But immediately after came an endless chill and dread. He felt as though his body, his very soul, no longer belonged entirely to himself. Something was taking root deep within his flesh and blood, sprouting within the very core of his soul. Slowly, he raised his right hand. Then he saw. His nails, once neatly trimmed and clean, were now visibly transforming at a rapid pace, growing sharp and turning pitch black. They were the color of obsidian. Was this the price? Was this the abyss's corruption? Liu Yang's heart sank, inch by inch, to the very depths. He had won this high-stakes gamble, survived, and was even on the verge of obtaining unimaginable power. Yet he had also opened a gateway to hell for himself. And once opened, this door could never be closed again. The nest hall lay in utter ruin. Liu Yang forced himself to stand, his body feeling as if it might fall apart at any moment. He could feel an unimaginably vast power surging wildly within him. That force was rapidly healing his wounds, fortifying his flesh, and elevating his rank. Yet simultaneously, it was silently reshaping him. He had to get back as soon as possible. Liu Yang gritted his teeth, each word felt like tearing his throat apart. His current state is extremely unstable. Like a canister packed with high explosives, the slightest provocation could send him into a full-blown explosion. He dragged his heavy footsteps away from the spider nest that had taken him to the very edge of hell. By the time he returned to the surface, it was already midnight. Central City's late-night streets, stripped of daytime clamor, felt eerily quiet. Liu Yang walked along the deserted streets, greedily inhaling the fresh air of the human world. Having spent so long underground, he had nearly forgotten the scent of sunlight and wind. His senses had sharpened to an unprecedented degree. He could clearly hear the sound of a stray cat yawning. He could also make out the smallest line of text on a billboard atop a skyscraper. This was the benefit of his power surging. But Liu Yang's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Because he could see even more. Under his abyssal vision, the entire world was no longer merely a collection of energy points. He could see energy threads woven from the 7 emotions and 6 desires entwined around every passerby. Greed, envy, anger, lust. These negative emotions, like tempting appetizers, exuded an alluring fragrance, stirring an instinctive urge within him to devour them. No! Liu Yang's heart sank abruptly. He realized his gaze toward the surrounding pedestrians had changed. No longer did he regard them as equals among his own kind. Instead, it was the cold contempt of one who stood above. Like humans gazing down upon a swarm of busy ants. They were too weak, too fragile, too insignificant. Their lives, their emotions all seemed utterly meaningless in the face of his immense power. This shift in mindset sent a bone-chilling chill through him. He was losing his humanity. Just then, he passed through a dimly lit alley. From within came the shouts of a few thugs and the agonized pleas of a man. Damn it, old man. Is this all you've got today? Trying to feed the beggars? Big brother, I really don't have any money left. Please, let me go. Let you go? What about next month's protection money? This is your last chance. If you can't come up with it, we'll break your legs. Several thugs surrounded a ragged vagrant, punching and kicking him. A common sight in the city's dark corners, bullying in the shadows. Given Liu Yang's former disposition, he would have merely frowned and quietly changed his route to avoid exposure. He wasn't a saint, he had no interest in meddling in others' affairs. But this time, when the thug's taunts and the homeless man's agonized cries reached his ears, an unstoppable, bone-chilling killing intent erupted from his core like a volcano. Abyss Corruption Level 3031. Warning, host exhibiting intense negative emotion sadism detected. Irritation. Unbearable irritation. He felt the noise from these thugs and that vagrant buzzing like flies in his ears, making his already energy shock-addled mind ache even more intensely. An overwhelming urge surged within him. To walk over. Then, like crushing a few noisy insects, crush everyone in the alley to death. To silence them forever. This thought was so intense, so utterly natural. With his current power, accomplishing this would be no harder than breathing. His feet had already taken an uncontrollable step toward the alley entrance. One step forward. Liu Yang's body froze abruptly. The last shred of his sanity snapped back into focus as if doused with ice-cold water. What was I thinking? Chapter 95, The Abyss's Allure. A fear 100 times more intense than when facing the Spider Queen seized his heart. He wanted to kill. He was actually considering, without a second thought, wiping out several lives he didn't even know, all because of a little noise. Was this really him? This wasn't him. No. Liu Yang recoiled as if seeing a ghost, scrambling backward and stumbling out of the alleyway. He burst into an empty park, ran to the edge of an artificial lake, and collapsed, hands braced on his knees, gasping for breath. The lake's surface reflected his face. In the bright moonlight, he saw that deep within his pitch-black pupils, an eerie purple glow was flickering uncontrollably. His lips trembled slightly. His body trembled uncontrollably. Fear. A fear unlike any he had ever known, seeping deep into his bones. He realized he was transforming into a monster. A creature clad in human skin, yet within both body and soul was being slowly eroded and assimilated by the abyss. He had defeated the Spider Queen and gained power. But he felt as though he was about to lose himself. He must find a way to suppress this transformation immediately. Liu Yang stared at his unfamiliar reflection in the lake, his mind consumed by this single thought. Otherwise, I will be doomed beyond redemption. Bang! The alloy door of training room number 1 slammed shut and locked behind him. Liu Yang leaned against the cold door panel and slowly slid down to the floor. The taut nerves finally relaxed completely in that moment. Exhaustion flooded over him like a burst dam. Physical exhaustion, mental depletion, the lingering effects of poisoning, and that primal fear deep within his soul. All the negative states erupted simultaneously. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Before he could even reach the soft, comfortable bed, Liu Yang collapsed against the door and fell into a deep, unconscious slumber. He had a dream. A dream that felt utterly real, yet utterly absurd. In the dream, he had no physical form. He was merely a speck of consciousness, a tiny spark floating in the endless void of darkness. Surrounding him were scenes so bizarre and surreal they defied description. Countless enormous, cold, indifferent eyes belonging to no known creature slowly opened and closed in the darkness, silently watching him. Countless twisted tentacles, covered in suction cups and sharp teeth, swayed silently and slowly in the void like seaweed. Further away loomed unnameable monstrosities composed of pure geometric blocks and chaotic lines, their very existence seeming to mock mortal notions of stability and logic. Here lay the end of reason, the graveyard of order. This was the abyss. Liu Yang's flame of consciousness flickered precariously amidst this horrifying spectacle, as if it might extinguish at any moment. At that very moment, a colossal voice, as if composed of billions of overlapping sounds, resounded directly within the deepest recesses of his soul. It carried no malice. On the contrary, it carries a sense of approval. Good child. That voice, as if appraising a work that pleased it. You possess the purest potential. Your soul was born to belong here. Liu Yang's consciousness felt as insignificant as a speck of dust in the presence of that voice. He lacked even the capacity to entertain the thought of resistance. He could only listen passively. Cast aside your trivial humanity. The voice continued to whisper, carrying a persuasive, almost hypnotic power. It is but a shackle binding you. Look at those mortals, how pitiful they are, rushing about for laughable morals, false emotions, and fleeting lives. Come, embrace us, accept us. You shall break free from all chains and attain eternal freedom. You will dwell with us, become part of this boundless void, and ascend to a greater existence. This voice held an irresistible allure. The vision it painted was so grand, so utterly enticing. Liu Yang's flickering flame of consciousness, under the spell of this voice, slowly ceased its struggle. Yes. Why resist? What is humanity? Is it joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure? Is it the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Is it those fragile feelings that cause him pain and weariness? Abandon them, and gain eternity and freedom. This sounds like a pretty good deal. His consciousness began to sink. The memories belonging to Liu Yang started to blur and fade. The thrill of slaughter, the pleasure of devouring, the exhilaration of surging power, these purest desires began to consume him entirely. Just as the flame of his consciousness was about to be completely extinguished, merging into this endless darkness. Suddenly, several faces flashed through the depths of his mind without warning. There were his parents from his past life, their faces forever etched with tenderness and worry. There was Lin Wu's honest, ever-trusting smile from Blackstone City. There was Chen Duoduo's chubby, shrewd face from the mission center, a face that proved utterly reliable in critical moments. Even Yi Nanchen's face, mad and eccentric, yet filled with high hopes for him. These were all fragments that made up his humanity. Friendship, family bonds, ties he once possessed and still cherished. These bonds, like tenacious anchors, held fast to his soul, preventing it from drifting into the abyss. Anchor of humanity activated. Beginning resistance against the abyss's will erosion. No! A roar erupted from the deepest recesses of his soul, shattering the dead silence of the void. The flickering flame of Liu Yang's consciousness suddenly reignited with blinding brilliance. I am Liu Yang. I am human. I will never become one of you. Huff. 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 Liu Yang jolted upright from the ground, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for breath, his heart pounding wildly, as if it might burst from his chest. Outside the window, the sky was just beginning to lighten. He had actually slept through the entire night. Was that just a dream? He glanced at his hands, still trembling with fear. His fingernails had returned to their normal appearance. But that nightmare felt so real, the whispers from the abyss still echoed clearly in his ears. Master, you're awake? Zero's shadowy form cautiously peered over his shoulder, her voice tinged with an unprecedented note of concern. Liu Yang ignored her. He slowly rose to his feet and turned to face the alloy door behind him. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. Chapter 96, The Pursuit of Holy Light. On the cold, hard alloy door, vast swaths of dark purple patterns had appeared, writhing like living creatures. Those patterns bore a striking resemblance, 70 to 80% similar to the abyssal touch behind him. They seemed to have spread from his dreams into reality. The abyss's corruption no longer confined itself to his body and soul. It had begun to influence the world around him. At this moment, on the other side of the continent stood a holy city perpetually bathed in divine light. Here lay the supreme seat of power for the Holy Light Church. At the city's heart, a majestic, pure white cathedral so immense it made any mortal feel insignificant soared skyward. Deep within the cathedral, in a solemn and reverent private prayer chamber, a middle-aged man clad in splendid silver white armor, his features handsome, kneels on one knee before the altar, performing his daily prayers. His expression was profoundly devout. His eyes burned with fervent devotion to the divine. He was Edmund Chris, one of the Holy Light Church's 12 High Inquisitors of Heresy, known as the Sword of the Holy Light. The prayer chamber was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only the holy light flowing silently. Suddenly, buzz! On the altar, a silver compass placed at the very center began to violently tremble without warning. Its needle spun wildly, as if possessed. Blood-red magical runes flared up across its surface, bathing the solemn prayer room in an ominous crimson glow. Edmund, who had been praying, snapped his eyes open. His sapphire-like eyes instantly filled with shock and disbelief. The Abyssal Compass. This legendary holy artifact, personally blessed by the first pope, was specifically designed to sense the world's most concentrated abyssal energy. It had not emitted such a powerful warning for 30 long years. The last time it had blazed with such blinding red light was 30 years ago, during the abyssal descent that instantly swallowed 100,000 civilians of Blackwater City. God! Edmund's voice trembled slightly. Could another catastrophe be upon us? He dared not delay for a moment. Rising instantly, he pressed both hands against the violently trembling abyss compass, frantically channeling his pure, vast holy light power into it. In the name of holy light, trace the source. Hum. Above the compass, a world map formed from pure light slowly unfolded. Countless points of light flickered across the map. One such point, located in the eastern part of the continent, radiated a nauseating aura of the abyss. That aura was so foul, so wicked, so immense. So much so that even the image projected onto the light screen began to distort unsteadily. Edmund's expression instantly turned grim. The intensity of this energy surpassed even the Blackwater City incident 30 years ago. Locate it! He growled lowly, intensifying the infusion of holy light. The light screen map rapidly zoomed in and focused. Continent, country, province, city. Finally, after a series of complex calculations and eliminations, a distinct place name was completely locked in by the compass. Energy source coordinates, Central Municipality of the Longsha Federation. Central City? At the sight of this name, Edmund's pupils suddenly contracted. The heart of the Longsha Federation. Home to the world's most prestigious Beastmaster Academy, the Apocalypse Academy. In the very heart of the Federation, right under the Apocalypse Academy's nose, such filthy, such powerful abyss energy had appeared. Edmund's gaze instantly turned icy. Unforgivable. A murderous fury radiated from his being. He slowly straightened his posture, gripping the cross-bladed sword engraved with sacred scriptures at his waist. Were those mad scholars, obsessed with forbidden knowledge, conducting some wicked experiment? Or had an apostle of the abyss already infiltrated the Academy's upper echelons? Terrifying possibilities flashed through his mind. Whichever it was, it signaled a colossal crisis capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. The tragedy of 30 years ago must never be allowed to repeat itself. A fiery zeal ignited in Edmund's eyes. As the Sword of God, as the Judge of Holy Light, he bore both the responsibility and the duty to purge evil in its earliest stages. He turned and strode purposefully out of the prayer room. He was headed to the College of Cardinals to request the highest level travel authorization for a goodwill exchange visit to the Apocalypse Academy in the Longsha Federation. Hounds of the Abyss. Wash your necks clean, prepare to face the judgment of the Holy Light. 3 days later. Apocalypse Academy, under a cloudless sky. A magnificent airship, its entire hull crafted from sacred white mithril into the shape of a cross, descended slowly into the Academy's central welcoming plaza, bathed in a dazzling golden light. The airship's hatch opened. Edmund, clad in silver-white armor, descended the gangway step by step, escorted by 2 temple knights whose presence was as solid and unyielding as mountains. A polite smile graced his face. Only he knew that the abyssal compass concealed within his noble crest-adorned belt was growing faintly warm. On the plaza, Wang Jin, vice-chancellor of the Apocalypse Academy, led a group of senior academy officials who had been waiting there for some time. Welcome, Edmund the Inquisitor. No, Edmund the Scholar from the Holy Light Church. Wang Jin wore a formulaic, enthusiastic smile as he extended his hand. Your visit brings great honor to the entire Apocalypse Academy. Vice Dean Wang Jin, you are too kind. Edmund smiled and shook his hand lightly. This visit is solely for academic exchange and to pay homage to this esteemed institution, the pinnacle of learning coveted by beastmasters worldwide. The title Inquisitor carries too much weight here. In this place, I am merely a scholar seeking knowledge. The two shared a knowing smile, the atmosphere seemingly harmonious and cordial. Yet beneath the surface, a palpable tension hung in the air, a sense of mutual testing and distance only they could perceive. Wang Jin's heart bristled with caution. The Holy Light Church and scholars like them had always kept to their own spheres, never encroaching upon one another. The Church's followers held unwavering faith in the divine, rejecting all heretical knowledge they could not comprehend. The Academy, however, revered truth and believed everything could be studied. Their philosophies were fundamentally opposed. This time, one of the Holy See's 12 High Inquisitors had actually come in person under the flimsy pretext of academic exchange? Something fishy is definitely afoot. Chapter 97, Edmund's Probe. Your Excellency, Edmund has traveled far and must be weary. We have prepared the finest accommodations for you. Wang Jin guided Edmund toward the guesthouse while subtly probing. Might we inquire which research areas of our academy particularly interest you during this academic exchange? Edmund smiled, his response flawless. I hold reverence for all unknown knowledge. Your institute's research in interdimensional energy studies and ancient magical creature ecology, in particular, has long captivated my imagination. He casually steered the conversation toward energy and beasts. He could feel the warmth radiating from the abyssal compass at his waist growing more pronounced as he approached the academy's central area. This meant that the vast source of abyssal energy was within this very academy. And it was drawing ever closer to him. Oh? I hadn't realized you had expertise in such niche disciplines. Wang Jin's heart tightened, yet his smile grew even brighter. The academy upholds rigorous scholarship. We firmly believe that power itself is neither good nor evil, it all depends on the user. Of course, any forbidden research that violates human ethics or risks causing catastrophic disasters is absolutely prohibited. His words served both to state the Academy's position and to subtly warn Edmund against attempting to bring the Inquisition's heresy-hunting theories into the Academy. Naturally. Edmund nodded, appearing to fully agree with his words. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asked curiously. Speaking of which, your Academy truly abounds with talent. The moment I entered the Academy grounds, I sensed an unusually vibrant and abundant energy field here. Has there been any unusual energy disturbance recently within the Academy or around Central City? Wang Jin's heart skipped a beat. But as the Vice-Chancellor who had presided over the Academy for years, he was a seasoned veteran. His expression remained utterly unchanged, still wearing that warm, hospitable smile. Energy fluctuations? Ha! Lord Edmund, you must be joking. With thousands of students conducting various training and experiments daily at Apocalypse Academy, the energy field naturally maintains intense activity at all times. As for anomalies, well, there have never been any. He flatly denied it. In his mind, he completely misinterpreted Edmund's visit as the Church's attempt to intimidate and warn a routine caution against certain forbidden research within the Academy that they did not approve of. At this moment, Wang Jin had absolutely no reason, nor could he possibly connect this matter to a freshman named Liu Yang. I see. Edmund smiled and did not press further. But in his mind, he had already reached a conclusion. The Apocalypse Academy was lying. They were concealing something. That profoundly evil abyssal energy could never be a normal energy fluctuation. It seemed impossible to extract the truth from these old foxes. He needed a different approach. At the welcome banquet that evening, Edmund politely made a small request to Wang Jin. Vice President Wang Jin, I'm deeply intrigued by this year's freshman class at your academy. I've heard this cohort boasts many exceptionally gifted young talents. Would I have the honor of observing these vibrant, promising talents as an auditor? Hearing this, half the weight hanging over Wang Jin's heart lifted. Interact with the freshmen? That was certainly preferable to having him lurking around the Academy's classified laboratories. Moreover, allowing the Inquisitors of the Holy See to witness the Academy's geniuses would showcase its strength and depth, hopefully making them reconsider their stance. Of course. Absolutely. Wang Jin readily agreed on the spot. It would be our Academy's honor. I'll make the arrangements for you tomorrow. Edmund raised his wineglass, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent. Let me see for myself which one of you is the foul-smelling abyss lurking among the sheep. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly. The public training grounds of Apocalypse Academy buzzed with the fervor of young students pouring out their sweat. A new student lecture on basic energy manipulation was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The instructor was a venerable old professor, highly respected throughout the academy. And seated at the back of the classroom was a special guest. He was none other than High Inquisitor Edmund, visiting as an exchange scholar. Dressed in a well-fitted scholar's robe and wearing a warm, approachable smile, Edmund listened attentively to the lecture, occasionally jotting notes on his terminal. His presence transformed this ordinary freshman lecture into something rather extraordinary. Students would occasionally steal glances at this prominent figure from the distant Holy Light Cathedral, their eyes filled with both reverence and curiosity. Yet none knew. Beneath that benevolent scholar's facade, a pair of hawk-like, piercing eyes were silently scanning every person present. And no one knew. Beneath his wide scholar's robes, the abyssal compass nestled in his embrace was now unleashing its true power, driven by his mental energy. An energy needle, visible only to Edmund, swept slowly yet resolutely over each new recruit present. This one, energy is complex, but still relatively pure. This one, promising talent, high affinity with the holy light. A good prospect. This one, excessive indulgence has left their psychic energy hollow and unstable. A complete waste. In his mind, Edmund calmly labeled each student. The compass needle swept over dozens of students, showing no reaction. Everything seemed perfectly normal. As if the overwhelming demonic energy he had sensed earlier in the prayer room had been nothing but a delusion. But Edmund showed not a hint of impatience. As the church's finest hound, he possessed boundless patience. He knew that the more cunning the demon, the more adept it was at disguising itself as the most harmless lamb. Finally, the compass needle slowly shifted toward the back row of the classroom, the most inconspicuous corner. There sat a youth clad in black. He seemed slightly unwell, his face pale as he kept his head bowed, retreating entirely into the shadows, attempting to minimize his presence. Yet, the instant the compass needle pointed at him. Buzz! The abyssal compass in Edmund's embrace suddenly emitted an extremely faint yet unmistakably clear vibration. A nearly imperceptible crimson glow flickered across the compass's surface. Edmund's body stiffened abruptly. A piercingly sharp gleam flashed deep within his sea-blue eyes. Though the reaction was exceedingly faint, so faint that anyone but its wielder would scarcely notice it. Yet, that aura lurking beneath the youth's seemingly tranquil energy field, a profound, abyssal stench of filth and evil, could be mistaken for nothing else. That's it. Chapter 98, My skills are all self-taught. Edmund forcibly suppressed the surging killing intent and excitement within him, maintaining outwardly the appearance of attentive listening. Unnoticed, he tracked the black-clad youth with the corner of his eye. Simultaneously, the holographic screen at his side displayed the youth's complete dossier. Name, Liu Yang. Origin, Blackstone City, Special Admissions. Power level, Peak Tier 1 New Student Ranking Battle Record. Contract Beast, Form Unknown, possesses bizarre abilities including Mental Shock, Shadow Assassination, and Energy Binding. Overall combat strength assessed as no less than Tier 2 Peak. Battle Record, first place in the freshman ranking battle, defeating all opponents including Wang Hao and Zhao Tianlong with overwhelming dominance. Recent activity, 3 days ago, soloed a lethal level mission to exterminate a shadow spider nest. Edmund's brow furrowed deeper as he studied the dossier. A special admissions student from a remote border town. Less than a month after enrollment, his strength skyrocketed like a rocket. With only Tier 1 power, he crushed Wang Hao, who had contracted a Tier 3 beast. The abilities of his contracted beast were filled with terms like shadow manipulation and psychic shock traits deeply reminiscent of the abyss. Moreover, just 3 days ago, when that overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted near Central City, he happened to be away from the academy on a mission. Coincidence? The world doesn't have that many coincidences. Every clue, every suspicion at this moment, they all converged like streams flowing into a single river, culminating in the youth named Liu Yang. Found. The source of the abyssal energy, hidden within the Apocalypse Academy, concealed among hundreds of new students. Ding dong! The bell signaling the end of class rang. After the old professor announced the end of class, students rose one after another, streaming out of the classroom in small groups. But the dark-clothed youth, Liu Yang, was the first to rise. Head bowed, he hurried his pace, seeking to blend into the crowd and slip away. He seemed intensely reluctant to interact with others. Was this a sign of guilt? A cold curve touched the corner of Edmund's mouth. He rose from his seat and slowly descended the podium under the students' admiring gazes. He paid no heed to the students and instructors attempting to engage him. His gaze locked onto the figure about to vanish through the doorway. He had made his decision. He would find an opportunity. to have a proper conversation with this intriguing young man. As a professional judge, he needed more concrete evidence. Then, he would send this blasphemer hiding beneath the holy light into the most scorching purifying flames. In the number 1 heavenly cultivation chamber, Lu Yang sat cross-legged, struggling to contain the chaotic abyssal energy surging within him. Abyssal corruption level 31. This crimson number hung like the sword of Damocles over his soul. Ever since that nightmarish incident, he could distinctly feel his body and spirit being gradually eroded. He needed to attend classes, to interact with people, to fortify the humanity within him that was being ground away. Yet each time he stepped out of this training chamber, it was agony. For he must constantly expend immense energy to suppress the uncontrollable purple glow deep within his pupils, and the contempt and brutality toward weaker lifeforms that emanated from the depths of his soul. He was like a man walking through a bustling city center, carrying a bomb that could detonate at any moment. Today, Mentor Yi Nantian had assigned him to attend a public lecture on ancient demonic patterns. Lu Yang forced himself to muster his spirit, stepping out of the cultivation chamber. Head bowed, he blended into the crowd, making his way toward the teaching district. However, as he passed by the central lake, a gentle voice called out from behind him. Lu Yang, please wait. Lu Yang's body froze abruptly. That voice. He slowly turned around to see the last face he wanted to see right now. Edmund, the exchange scholar from the Holy Light Church. He stood in the lakeside pavilion not far away, wearing a warm smile as gentle as a spring breeze, beckoning to him from afar. Damn it, had he been spotted? Lu Yang's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. Yet his expression betrayed nothing. Instead, he put on a look of flattered surprise and respectful deference. Professor Edmund? Were you calling me? Of course, my dear boy. Edmund approached with a smile. I witnessed your performance in the ranking battles, truly astonishing. I've been seeking an opportunity to have a proper conversation with you, the king of newcomers. His demeanor was as warm as a neighborly elder. But Lu Yang caught something else in the depths of those sea blue eyes. Gifted eye, warning. Detected high-level holy light energy reaction on the target. Furthermore, he harbors intense scrutiny and hostility toward you. This visitor means no good. Lu Yang instantly made his judgment. It is my honor, mentor. He bowed his head, adopting a humble posture. Come sit over here. The view is quite nice. Edmund warmly invited Lu Yang as they stepped into the lakeside pavilion. The two sat facing each other. A battle without gunpowder was about to begin. Mr. Lu Yang, there's no need to be so formal. Edmund broke the silence first. I truly admire your talent. Especially the combat awareness you displayed in the ranked battle finals. It was nothing short of artistry. He began with lavish praise, attempting to lower Lu Yang's guard. You flatter me, mentor. It was just a bit of luck, Lu Yang replied modestly. Oh? Is that so? Edmund chuckled, then shifted gears with a seemingly casual question. I'm curious, your power system seems quite different from the academic approaches we typically see. Your power carries a certain, how to put it, a wilder kind of beauty. That's not something cultivated within the ivory tower. The question came. Lu Yang's heart tightened sharply. He knew the other was probing the source of his power. Several pre-prepared explanations flashed through his mind. Ultimately, he chose the most reliable and least likely to be exposed. A wry smile touched his lips as he spoke with a touch of self-mockery. I'm afraid I've embarrassed myself, mentor. I hail from a small frontier town with no connections, and my access to cultivation resources is limited. So, my cultivation methods are mostly crude and unorthodox self-taught techniques honed through life and death battles against demonic beasts. They naturally can't compare to the systematic, scientific cultivation methods of you prodigies. They're not fit for the stage. He attributed everything to his self-taught, battle-hardened style. This explanation was perfectly reasonable and seamless. Chapter 99, Unshaken Doubts. Oh, life and death battles? That truly is the best teacher. Edmund nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. But his next question was even more pointed. But as far as I know, after you enrolled, your strength increased at a terrifying rate. That can't be explained by just self-taught methods, can it? As he asked, his fingers unobtrusively traced the surface of the abyssal compass concealed within his robe, disguised as a family crest. The compass began to glow faintly as he posed his question. This signaled he'd struck a nerve. Lu Yang's emotions began to fluctuate. His heart leapt to his throat once more. Lu Yang could even sense the faint, yet palpable, aura of sacred light emanating from the other, like an invisible net that had him firmly locked in its grasp. The slightest flaw in his response could trigger an immediate attack. He fell silent for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. Then, he lifted his head, his eyes flickering with hesitation and struggle, as if wrestling with whether to reveal his secret. Finally, as if steeled with resolve, he lowered his voice and said to Edmund. To be perfectly honest, mentor, while I was in Blackrock City, I had a strange encounter. I fell into an ancient ruin, where I discovered a fragment of a secret technique. This secret text can awaken latent human potential, granting immense power for a brief period. But the cost is immense. Each use places a tremendous strain on the body. A secret technique to awaken latent potential? A gleam of interest flashed in Edmund's eyes. He pressed further, his tone laced with concern and worry. Child, you must understand many so-called secret arts are actually devil's pacts with dark forces. They grant you power, but they also corrode your soul unnoticed, demanding a price you cannot bear. As he spoke, a pure, radiant holy light quietly emanated from his body, enveloping Liu Yang like warm sunlight. This is the holy light purification technique. A low-tier divine technique capable of detecting and purifying evil energies. He intended to use this method to directly verify the nature of the energy within Liu Yang's body. Yet, the instant that holy light was about to touch Liu Yang's body, Zero moved. A dark energy, disguised as a divine aura, surged silently from within Liu Yang, forming an almost invisible protective layer on his body's surface. The sacred light power touched this protective layer. It melted away like ice and snow, silently neutralized and nullified. Edmund's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Failed? His holy light purification hadn't triggered any energy rejection reaction from the opponent? How could this be? Had he truly made a mistake? Liu Yang, however, seemed oblivious, his face still bearing that look of gratitude and conflict. Thank you for your concern, mentor. I'll be careful. Edmund rose to his feet, smiling like a benevolent elder as he patted Liu Yang on the shoulder. Very good, young man. Remember, always walk the path of light. With that, he turned and walked away at a leisurely pace. It seemed as though he had dispelled any doubts. But Liu Yang, in the instant he turned away, clearly caught it. He caught the fleeting doubt that flickered deep within those sea blue eyes. Liu Yang knew. He hadn't fooled this old fox. His flawless response only made the old fox more certain that something was amiss. Trouble was brewing. Central City, Old Town District. Inside a private art gallery that appeared unremarkable from the outside. In stark contrast to the decay outside, the interior was lavishly decorated yet eerily bizarre. Hanging on the walls were not world-renowned paintings, but oil paintings brimming with abstract and mad beauty. An unidentified incense burned in the air, releasing a cloyingly sweet yet mentally stimulating fragrance. A middle-aged man dressed in a black tailcoat, his hair meticulously combed, sat on a velvet sofa with the refined elegance of a classical nobleman. He gently swirled a stemmed glass in his hand. Within the glass, a liquid as crimson as blood glowed. Before him, a figure clad in black knelt on one knee, reporting with utmost reverence. Your Excellency Bishop Mephistopheles, these are all the recent anomalies occurring in Central City. This man, known as Bishop Mephisto, was one of the highest-ranking leaders of the Abyssal Secret Society in East Asia. He sipped the red wine, closed his eyes, and seemed to savor the exquisite flavor, appearing somewhat distracted by the black-clad man's report. Get to the point, he said indifferently. Yes. The man in black dared not show the slightest negligence and quickly replied, there are two main points. First, our mole in Blackrock City, Butcher Buck, went offline a month ago. Before his soul beacon extinguished, it transmitted an extremely blurred image what appeared to be a dark-haired youth. Buck? Morpheus opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow. That brute who only knew brute force, his mind filled with nothing but blood and gore? If he's dead, he's dead. Just a worthless peripheral member. No need to concern ourselves. His tone dripped with utter disregard for life. Yes. The man in black continued his report, the second matter, and the most crucial one. 3 days ago, Edmund, the Holy Sword of the Holy Light Church and high-ranking Inquisitor of Heresy, secretly arrived at the Apocalypse Academy under the guise of academic exchange. Oh? Upon hearing that name, Morpheus finally set down his wine glass, sat up straight, and for the first time, his face revealed genuine interest. Edmund, that most loyal dog of the Holy See, would actually leave his kennel and venture to a place like the Apocalypse Academy? What could his objective be? According to our informant embedded within the academy, he has spent the past few days observing the new intake under the guise of an auditor. The man in black replied. Contacting new students? Morpheus's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the sofa, producing a steady pat-pat-pat sound. Buck's disappearance. Edmund's secret visit. These two seemingly unrelated events were swiftly linked in his mind by an invisible thread. Buck died at the hands of a teenager. Edmund, that mad dog, only moves for the purest essence of the abyss. Yet he was engaging with new life. A flicker of realization and amusement passed through Morpheus's eyes. Interesting. Truly fascinating. Go. Retrieve the files of every freshman at Apocalypse Academy whose recent behavior has been most abnormal. I want to see them. Chapter 100, The Senior's Tender Embrace. Yes, Bishop. The black-clad figure acknowledged the order and swiftly withdrew. Within 10 minutes, an encrypted electronic file appeared on the holographic screen before Morpheus. Morpheus lifted his wine glass, sipping the fine liquor as he casually flipped through the document. One by one, the names of prodigies and their dazzling resumes flashed before his eyes. But he merely glanced at each before swiping them away. Talented, but too orthodox. Boring. Powerful background, but their system aligns with the church's favored light-based magic even more boring. This one shows promise, but it's not enough. Until his finger paused on one particular file. That file belonged to Lu Yang. Name, Lu Yang. Origin, Blackstone City, special admissions. Abilities, immeasurable. Since enrollment, his strength has shown explosive growth. Achievements, single-handedly crushed the entire Qingyun Society faction during the freshman ranking battles, claiming the title of Freshman King. Relationships, reclusive, unaffiliated with any faction, maintains close ties with the eccentric mentor Yi Nantian. Latest intelligence, today engaged in a private conversation lasting over 10 minutes with Edmund, Inquisitor of the Holy Light Church, at the Lakeside Pavilion. Oof. Morpheus studied the dossier, his face breaking into the smile of a hunter who'd found the perfect prey. Kill Buck. Lore Edmund. No background, yet his power surged dramatically in a short time. And now he's entangled with Yi Nantian, that madman equally shunned by the establishment. He drained the red wine in his glass in one gulp. Rising to his feet, he walked to the window. Gazing out at the bustling city lights below, his gaze seemed to pierce through endless space, settling upon the Apocalypse Academy. Those sanctimonious hypocrites of the Holy Light Church always schemed to purify and destroy everything beautiful they couldn't comprehend. His voice carried a magnetic allure. We, however, are the exact opposite. We revel in chaos, primal darkness, and boundless potential. He turned and issued an order to the shadowy figure in the corner. Send someone to make contact with this boy named Lu Yang. Remember, don't use Buck's barbaric methods. That would only push him into our opposition. We must be elegant, filled with goodwill. We must make him understand that in this hypocritical world, embracing the abyss is his only true path forward. What the Holy Light Church seeks to obtain, we shall seize by force. Go. Let him know the embrace of the abyss is far warmer than the Holy Light's cage. Apocalypse Academy, Library, 3rd floor. This is where rare ancient texts are stored, a place seldom visited, so quiet you can only hear the rustle of pages turning. Lu Yang sat at a wooden table by the window, a mountain of books piled before him. On the 7 forms of energy corrosion. The doctrine of soul purification. 100 examples of ancient purification arrays. How to counter high-intensity spiritual pollution. He had been holed up here for 2 full days. Ever since that nightmarish incident, he could distinctly feel the abyssal erosion within him intensifying. Though outwardly unnoticeable, in the dead of night, the savage urge to destroy everything and the uncontrollable flashes of purple light in his pupils tormented him like maggots gnawing at his bones. He must find a way to save himself, and quickly. Yet after 2 days, he had nothing to show for it. The orthodox texts found within these academies proved utterly useless against the fundamental corruption stemming from his abyssal contract. Useless. Zero's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. The problem within you stems from assimilation at the level of the laws themselves. Relying on these mortal knowledge is as laughable as trying to extinguish a volcano with a ladle of water. Lu Yang ignored her, his brow furrowed as he continued flipping through the ancient texts in his hands. Just then, a faint, pleasant fragrance drifted toward him. A gentle, melodious voice sounded beside him. Hello, junior scholar. May I sit here? Lu Yang looked up. Before him stood a senior student dressed in an elegant purple gown, her long black curls cascading down her shoulders. Her features and demeanor were nothing short of perfect, a smile as warm and refreshing as spring breeze gracing her face. She was beautiful in intellectual beauty, radiating an air of scholarly refinement. Of course. Lu Yang nodded and shifted the books beside him inward. He recognized this senior. She seemed to be the president of the student union's arts department, named Nightingale. She was quite famous in the academy and the dream girl of many male students. Thank you. Nightingale sat down gracefully and placed a thick volume of the Great Compendium of Potion Studies on the table. Instead of diving into her book, she glanced with interest at the pile of books before Lu Yang and smiled. Junior, are you also researching issues related to energy pollution? What a coincidence. Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained impassive. Just browsing. Is that so? Nightingale seemed oblivious to the coolness in his tone and continued unprompted. I've been looking into this topic recently too. I've discovered that the mainstream purification theory at the Academy is actually quite problematic. They brutally label any power beyond their comprehension anything not aligned with the system of light as pollution, seeking to eradicate it entirely. But they forget that power itself is neither good nor evil. Floodwaters can destroy homes, yet they can also generate electricity. Flames can burn forests, yet they can also provide warmth. The key lies not in the power itself, but in how it is harnessed. Her words struck Lu Yang's heart like a thunderclap. How strikingly similar it was to his own thoughts when he had previously resorted to using the Abyss Devour to convince himself. Lu Yang lifted his head, meeting the gaze of this beautiful senior for the very first time. Did she see it the same way? Of course. Nightingale smiled at him, a smile that seemed to see straight into the soul. Unfortunately, such thoughts make us outsiders within the academy. She lowered her voice, leaning in slightly, speaking softly at a volume only the two of them could hear. Just like you, Junior. You won the title of Freshman King through your own strength, fair and square. Yet because you challenged those so-called rules and factions, you were isolated by everyone. Even some hypocrites cloaked in holy light branded you a heretic deserving judgment. Those of us who pursue true power are always rejected by those who cling to their outdated ways. Isn't that right? Chapter 101, Exploiting Enemies. Boom! Lu Yang's mind went blank. She knew she'd crossed Wang Hao, knew she was being targeted by Edmund, and even understood her deepest, most personal views on power. Who was she? Cold sweat instantly drenched Lu Yang's back. Staring into Nightingale's smiling eyes that seemed to see through everything, he felt a danger more intense than anything he'd faced with Edmund. Senior, I don't understand what you're saying. Lu Yang forced himself to remain calm. Click. Nightingale emitted a melodious chuckle. She didn't pursue the topic further, instead shifting to a more lethal one. Junior. Her voice was filled with devilish temptation. You must be troubled by that powerful force within you, right? It is both a blessing and a curse. It grants you unparalleled strength in an instant, yet it constantly erodes your body and soul, attempting to turn you into its slave. You're suffering. You want to resist, yet you can't find a way, right? Lu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. His trump card, his secret before this woman, it felt as transparent as glass. You want to know why I know so much? Nightingale's smile grew mysterious and playful. She extended a slender white finger. At its tip, a faint yet pure essence of the abyss one Lu Yang recognized all too well flashed briefly. Because we are kindred spirits, Junior Lu Yang. She withdrew her finger and retrieved a card made from the hide of an unknown beast from her copy of the Great Compendium of Potion Making. Holding it between two fingers, she silently slid it toward Lu Yang. There is a place that can teach you how to master that power perfectly. Turn the curse into a blessing that belongs solely to you. Do not trust those hypocrites cloaked in holy light, they only seek to destroy what they fear. If you come to understand this, you may come to the place marked on this card and find me. With that, Nightingale rose gracefully, winking at Lu Yang like a witch who'd just pulled off a mischievous prank. I await your choice. She turned and vanished with a swaying grace at the far end of the bookshelves. Only Lu Yang remained, facing the black card that emitted a faint aura of the abyss. Evening. In the Heavenly Hall No. 1 cultivation chamber, the air was so still you could hear a pin drop. Lu Yang sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, the card with its black rose pattern resting quietly in his hand. The card felt icy to the touch, emitting a faint aura that resonated faintly with the power deep within his soul. Chaos swirled within his mind. Master, this woman is dangerous. Zero's phantom appeared beside him, his expression unusually grave. The abyssal aura emanating from her, though perfectly disguised, felt far purer in essence than that of the Blood Butcher Buck or even the Spider Queen. Moreover, she seems to know everything about us. Lu Yang remained silent. He was reviewing every predicament he'd faced since his rebirth. On his chessboard, two hands from beyond the board had simultaneously reached in. One belonged to the Holy Light Church. Its representative was Edmund, a high-ranking inquisitor of heresy. Like a hunter wielding a sharp blade, he was cold, ruthless, and consumed by the desire to judge heresy. Edmund's purpose was simple and pure, to find the source of the abyss and then purify and destroy it completely. For himself, it was a game of absolute elimination. The other hand belongs to the Abyssal Secret Society. Its representatives are the mysterious and elegant Nightingale Senior and the even more enigmatic bishop behind her. They were like devils offering poison wine, wearing benevolent smiles while speaking enticing words. The Abyss Society's purpose, however, was far more complex. They seemed to appreciate his potential, seeking to mold him into a tool or raw material for their own purposes. The Abyssal Secret Society treats me as a pawn in their scheme. One sought to kill me, the other, to cage me. Lu Yang gazed out the window. The white tower of the academy, symbolizing order and light, and the neon lights of the distant city, representing desire and decadence, intertwined in his pupils. They really think highly of me. He chuckled wryly. Master, what should we do? Zero asked uneasily. That woman, though dangerous, she's right. She might actually have a way to resolve the contamination within you. As for that inquisitor? He only wants to kill us. Her subtext was clear. Of two evils, choose the lesser. Joining the Abyssal Secret Society seems to be the only and best option right now. Join them? Lu Yang picked up the black card, rolling it gently between his fingertips. And then what? Then become the sharpest blade in their hands? Become a pawn they use against the Holy Light Church? Only to be discarded like trash once I lose my usefulness, or when they cultivate a more perfect specimen? His voice was calm, yet filled with an icy clarity that seemed to see through everything. Zero, remember this. Whether gods perched high above or demons lurking in the abyss, their essence remains the same. In their eyes, we mortals are nothing but pawns to be sacrificed at will. I, Lu Yang, having lived 2 lifetimes and died once, have long grown weary of being manipulated. In this life, I refuse to be anyone's pawn. I will be the one who plays the game. His words rang out with unmistakable conviction. Zero stared at Lu Yang's youthful profile, etched with a world weariness and resolve unbecoming of his age. For a moment, she found herself lost in thought. She suddenly realized she had never truly understood this mortal who had signed a contract with her. Then what should we do? Ling asked instinctively. Right now, we're like walking on a tightrope suspended over a 1,000-foot precipice. A dangerous yet exhilarated gleam flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. To the left lay the purifying flames of the Holy Light Church. To the right, the endless vortex of the Abyssal Secret Society. Tilting toward either side would spell utter ruin. Therefore, he clenched the black card in his palm with all his might. We will not fall to either side. We dance on this tightrope, facing the wind. The Holy Light Church wants to kill me? Fine. Then I'll make them hesitate to act, afraid to make a move. The Abyssal Secret Society wants to use me? Even better. I'll play along, treating them as ATMs for my resource extraction. Both sides are enemies? Liu Yang let out a cold laugh, his eyes burning with ambition bordering on madness. No. Before they destroy each other, they're all my resources. Liu Yang would navigate the fault line between these two great powers, playing both sides to his advantage. He would squeeze every last drop of value these two factions could offer him, buying himself the most precious commodity of all, time to grow. It was a plan of utter madness. Chapter 102, Intelligence delivered to his doorstep. It was also his only path to survival at this moment. Huff. Liu Yang exhaled a long breath, transforming every ounce of unease and fear within him into surging fighting spirit. He carefully tucked the black card into his storage space. For now, it wasn't time to use it. Right now, he needed to deal with the most pressing threat before him. That meant dealing with Edmund. That Inquisitor of the Holy Light Church hung over him like a sword of Damocles, robbing him of sleep and appetite. Passively waiting for him to investigate would inevitably expose his weaknesses. Liu Yang paced back and forth in the room. I can't wait any longer. I must strike first. A bold, even audacious thought gradually took shape in his mind. He would test the limits of this High Inquisitor. He would use an unexpected method to verify just how deeply Edmund could sense the Abyss aura within him. Only by uncovering his opponent's trump card could he seize the initiative in this cat and mouse game. At that moment, in the highest floor of the hotel within the Apocalypse Academy, Edmund stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the glittering campus below. His sea blue eyes still held a trace of doubt. His conversation with Liu Yang hadn't dispelled his suspicions. On the contrary, Liu Yang's flawless responses and watertight logic only reinforced his conviction that something was amiss with this youth. A youth from the frontier could not possibly remain so composed when facing a high-ranking inquisitor like himself. That very calmness was the most unsettling thing of all. But suspicion was one thing. He lacked the evidence and justification to challenge the Academy's higher-ups, especially that old fox, Wang Jin. He couldn't very well declare, I suspect this student is problematic, so you must hand him over to me for judgment. That would only provoke a collective backlash from the entire Tianqi Academy. He must find a breakthrough. Edmund murmured to himself. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. Come in, he said without turning his head. The door opened, and a figure slipped inside. It was none other than Wang Hao, the man who had been publicly humiliated by Liu Yang in the ranking battle just days ago. Gone was the pride and arrogance that had once graced his face. Instead, a complex expression now dominated his features, a mix of resentment, and a hint of servility. Your Honor, Judge Edmund. Wang Hao bowed deeply to Edmund's back, lowering himself to an almost groveling posture. Edmund slowly turned around, his gaze resting on the disheveled young man before him. A fleeting, barely perceptible look of contempt flashed in his eyes. Mr. Wang Hao, he said, I recall that my current status is that of an exchange scholar. His voice was flat and distant. Scholar, sir. Wang Hao hastily corrected himself, forcing a smile that looked more painful than crying. Late night visit, what brings you here? Edmund asked, feigning ignorance. He knew exactly why this dog, its spirit broken, had come. Sir. Wang Hao dropped all pretense, thudding to one knee on the floor. I, Wang Hao, leader of the Qingyun Society, swear upon my family's honor to expose a heretic lurking within the academy. A fallen soul who has made a pact with demons. Oh? Edmund's eyebrow finally arched. The fish has taken the bait. Your Honor. Wang Hao raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and filled with frenzied hatred. You must have been deceived by that scoundrel Liu Yang too, right? That harmless facade of his is all an act. I'm certain there's a most wicked devil lurking inside him. Edmund remained silent, merely watching him intently, as if enjoying a poorly staged drama. Seeing this, Wang Hao thought Edmund didn't believe him. He hurriedly dumped out all the evidence he'd prepared, exaggerating every detail. Your Excellency, you are unaware. This man hails from Blackstone City, a place already chaotic and close to the Abyssal Rift. According to confidential files my uncle obtained from the City Lord's residence, this man consorted with dark creatures in Blackstone City and brutally slaughtered dozens of elite guards from the City Lord's household. He twisted Liu Yang's act of self-defense into colluding with demons and slaughtering humans. And his power. How could a border town upstart with no background possibly surge in strength within a single month to the point of crushing me? It defies all logic. The only explanation is that he sold his soul. He traded his very soul to some unnamed, unholy deity in exchange for this malevolent power. To bolster his claims, Wang Hao even retrieved a stone shrouded in black mist from his storage ring. Sir, look. My men risked their lives to retrieve this from near Liu Yang's old dorm in the Yellow Zone. Feel it, isn't it saturated with the most wicked, dark aura? Edmund's gaze fell upon the stone. He could easily discern that the dark aura clinging to it had been artificially imbued using the most crude methods. It was laughably fake. But he didn't call it out. For while he despised Wang Hao's petty, snitch-like behavior, the intelligence Wang Hao had brought, whether true or false, perfectly corroborated every suspicion he harbored about Liu Yang. He had been struggling to find a pretext to challenge the academy. And Wang Hao, the nephew of the vice principal of Tianqi Academy, the leader of the new student faction, had willingly and respectfully handed him that justification on a silver platter. With this insider as his tainted witness, all his subsequent actions would become entirely justified. Rise, brave child. Edmund's face once again wore that warm, radiant smile, filled with a sacred glow. He stepped forward personally to help Wang Hao to his feet. That you dared defy authority, bravely stood forth to expose heresy, and guarded the academy's purity, even the Holy Light would praise your courage. These words moved Wang Hao to tears of gratitude, as if he truly were performing an act of supreme righteousness and glory. Sir, what about Liu Yang? Rest assured. Edmund accepted the evidence, patting Wang Hao's shoulder gently. Yet his gaze turned as cold and resolute as 10,000-year-old ice. I pledge to you in the name of the Holy Light. If your intelligence proves accurate, this heretic Liu Yang will have nowhere to hide. And you, brave whistleblower, shall receive the supreme merit of purging heresy. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Wang Hao expressed his gratitude profusely, already envisioning Liu Yang's agonized screams amidst the holy flames. Satisfied, he exited the room. Silence once again settled over the room. Edmund stared at the blatantly fabricated evidence in his hand, a cold smile curling his lips. He knew Wang Hao was lying, using others as his weapon. But he didn't care. He knew only that his prey had nowhere left to run. Chapter 103, Public Trial. Vice President's Office. The air hung thick and heavy, as if it could drip with moisture. Wang Jin sat behind his desk, crafted from 1,000-year-old ironwood, his expression calm as he regarded the uninvited guest before him. Edmund, however, had completely shed the friendly facade of an exchange scholar he had worn just days before. He stood tall in the center of the office, his ornate silver-white armor reflecting a cold, sacred glow in the sunlight streaming through the window. His face bore not a trace of the smile that had once graced it, replaced instead by the cold, commanding authority befitting a high-ranking heretic inquisitor. Vice Dean Wang Jin. Edmund's voice was no longer gentle, but like a drawn sword, filled with unquestionable sharpness. I believe we can dispense with the tedious diplomatic niceties between us. With a wave of his hand, several pieces of evidence landed on Wang Jin's desk. A stone shrouded in a foul, dark aura. A meticulously distorted copy of the file documenting Liu Yang's crimes in Blackstone City. Both witness testimony and physical evidence were present. Edmund's voice was as icy as winter's frost. All clues pointed to the same conclusion: the new king of your academy, that youth named Liu Yang, his power was tainted, his soul long since bound to the filth of the abyss. The abyssal compass disguised as a sigil at his waist emitted a faint red glow perceptible only to the two present. Moreover, my holy artifact constantly warns me that beneath this seemingly enlightened academy lies a colossal abyssal energy capable of unleashing a catastrophe. The truth was finally revealed. Wang Jin glanced at the flimsy evidence scattered across the table, a cold sneer forming in his heart. He knew full well this was the handiwork of his good-for-nothing nephew, Wang Hao, scheming behind the scenes. But he couldn't expose it. Because he wasn't facing Wang Hao, he was facing the Holy Light Church behind him. Inquisitor Edmund. Wang Jin spoke slowly, his voice steady. I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. Liu Yang is a student of our Apocalypse Academy. We have conducted the most rigorous vetting of his background and abilities. There is absolutely no way he could have any connection to the so-called abyss. As for your holy artifact's reaction, it was likely merely a normal energy fluctuation triggered by certain high-energy experiments conducted within the academy. He began to deflect, attempting to suppress the matter. But Edmund clearly had no intention of giving him that chance. Misunderstanding? Edmund snorted coldly, stepping forward as a terrifying aura belonging to a fourth-tier powerhouse crashed down. Dean Wang Jin, this is not a request, it is a warning from the Holy Light. We both know exactly what that energy truly is. If we allow this cancerous growth to fester within the academy, once he spirals completely out of control, the entire central city, indeed, the entire Longsha Federation, will pay a bloody price. When that day comes, can you bear that responsibility? Can the Apocalypse Academy bear it? His words cut to the bone, each syllable a dagger to the heart. Wang Jin's expression finally shifted. He spoke in a deep, measured tone, Judge Edmund. I respect you as a guest, but do not forget this is the Apocalypse Academy. Not your Holy Light Church's Inquisition. Our academy students, no matter what wrong they commit, should be investigated and punished according to our own regulations. It is not for any outside force to meddle. He stood his ground unwaveringly. This was no longer merely about Liu Yang. It concerned the dignity and independence of the Apocalypse Academy, this supreme institution of learning that had stood for 1,000 years. If he yields today and sets this precedent, wouldn't the Holy Light Church then be able to arbitrarily impose their standards of heresy trials upon the academy? The tension in the office reached its peak. Invisible sparks seemed to crackle in the air, clashing fiercely. After a long silence, Edmund watched Wang Jin, who refused to budge an inch and slowly retracted his imposing aura. He knew it was impossible to make this old fox simply hand over his student. If that was the case, then he would have to resort to his final measure. Since Vice Dean Wang Jin held such unwavering faith in his academy's integrity, a cold smile curved the corners of Edmund's lips. Then, I imagine you wouldn't mind if I made this matter public? I shall immediately escalate the highest level alert regarding Apocalypse Academy's suspected harboring of Abyss contractors directly to the federal parliament. I imagine the honorable members of the council, along with citizens across the entire federation, would be quite eager to learn what dangers lurk within the very institution their children aspire to attend. Threat. A blatant political threat. Wang Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew that if Edmund said it, he would do it. Given the Holy Light Church's deep-rooted influence within the federal parliament, once this matter was exposed, regardless of whether Liu Yang was ultimately found at fault, the reputation of the Apocalypse Academy would suffer a devastating blow. That was a price he couldn't afford to pay. Damn it! That lunatic! In his mind, Wang Jin cursed Edmund and his own trouble-making nephew 1,000 times over. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and fell into a prolonged silence. The office was deathly quiet. A long time passed. Wang Jin finally opened his eyes again, his gaze now filled with exhaustion and resignation. Fine. He ground out the single word through clenched teeth. Judge Edmund, you win. He looked at Edmund and slowly proposed a compromise, the final solution that would preserve the academy's dignity. I can agree to conduct an investigation into Liu Yang. But it cannot be your Holy See's secret trial. It must be an open trial. Right here in the central arena, before the entire academy's faculty and students. If conclusive evidence proves he has indeed colluded with the Abyss, my Apocalypse Academy will show no leniency and leave him entirely to your disposal. But if it is ultimately proven that he is innocent, Wang Jin's voice suddenly grew razor-sharp. Then your Holy Light Church must publicly apologize to Liu Yang and the entire Apocalypse Academy for today's baseless accusations. A public trial? Edmund paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, he smiled. His original goal had been merely to force the Academy to hand over the person. Little did he expect that this old fox would propose a solution even more to his liking. To put a heretic of the Abyss on trial before the eyes of the world. What could better demonstrate the majesty of the Holy Light? Good. Edmund agreed without hesitation. As you say. A public trial. Chapter 104, Fooling Everyone. Beep. Academy Emergency Announcement. A public trial shall be held in 3 days' time at 9 a.m. at the Central Trial Plaza concerning the case of heresy suspicion involving Liu Yang, a first-year freshman of this court. This trial will be conducted by a joint investigation team formed by our court and the visiting delegation of the Holy Light Church, ensuring an open, impartial, and fair adjudication. This is hereby announced. Jointly issued by the Apocalypse Academy Disciplinary Committee and the Holy Light Ecclesiastical Court Joint Investigation Team. Early morning. This urgent notice, pushed through the Academy's highest-level announcement system, exploded like a bombshell across every terminal of every faculty member and student at Apocalypse Academy. The entire Academy fell silent. After a moment of stunned silence, a volcanic eruption of complete uproar erupted. Had I read that correctly? A public trial? And a joint trial with the Holy Light Church? What kind of monumental event could this be? Liu Yang. I knew there was something off about this guy. How could a special admissions student from some backwater town be this powerful? Turns out he's a demonic heretic. And I actually idolized him. Ugh. Disgusting. Power bought with a sold soul, what kind of achievement is that? Even the Inquisition's judges came personally, how could this be fake? The evidence must be ironclad. Within a mere hour, public opinion had shifted overwhelmingly against him. The reputation Liu Yang had built through iron-fisted tactics in the ranked battles crumbled instantly. People always prefer to believe that behind every genius lies some sordid secret. And the excuse of a pact with the devil perfectly fed their dark, envious minds. Thunderous cheers erupted within the Qingyun Society's clubhouse. Wang Hao stood at the center of the crowd, raising his wine glass with a sickly grin. Did you see that? Did you see that? He raved wildly to his entourage. I told you so. Evil cannot triumph over good. Light will ultimately judge darkness. In 3 days. That scum's doom will come. We'll watch him burn to ashes in the holy flames. He and his minions had already cast themselves as champions of righteousness, spreading slanderous rumors against Lu Yang far and wide, demonizing him as a villain capable of every conceivable evil. Meanwhile, in the Huang district, Lin Wu's dorm room. Thud. Lin Wu's fist slammed hard against the wall. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe Lu Yang could be that kind of person. His eyes blazed crimson as he sought to defend his friend. But the moment he stepped out of the dorm, he was met by countless eyes filled with contempt and mockery. Hey, isn't this the heretic's friend? What? Birds of a feather flock together. Are you just like him, no good either? Lin Wu was at a loss for words, completely isolated by everyone. In desperation, he dialed Lu Yang's communicator. Lu Yang! What the hell is going on here? You. But what came through the communicator was Lu Yang's voice, calm to the point of being unnerving. Don't worry. Just watch the show. With that, the call ended abruptly. Meanwhile, in the faculty area, the doors to Yi Nanshan's mad scientist lab remained firmly locked. Unusually, he hadn't conducted any experiments. Alone in the darkness, he sat, downing glass after glass of silent drink. His face bore none of his usual madness or wildness, only a deep, profound worry. The entire academy was engulfed in a frenzy of public discourse. At the very center of the storm, the Tian No. 1 training chamber remained eerily quiet. Knock, knock, knock. A polite knock sounded at the door. Lu Yang opened the door. Outside stood a squad of academy enforcement team members in black uniforms, their expressions cold and impassive. The captain, expressionless, read out the official notice to Lu Yang. Student Lu Yang, in accordance with the resolution of the Joint Investigation Team of the Academy and the Holy See, you are prohibited from leaving the Tian District dormitory premises for the next 3 days leading up to Judgment Day. All external communications will be restricted. We request your cooperation. This was house arrest. Lu Yang nodded, acknowledging his understanding. I have only one question. He looked at the enforcement team captain before him and asked calmly. On the day of the trial, my contract beast will also need to be present for examination, correct? The captain paused, seemingly taken aback by the question. He checked the regulations on his terminal before nodding. Correct. A beast master and their contract beast are bound by soul, they rise and fall together. Your contract beast must also be present. Very well. Lu Yang had received the answer he sought. He closed the door, sealing out the prying eyes outside filled with malice, schadenfreude, curiosity, and pity. The room fell silent once more. Master. Zero's phantom appeared beside him, his face etched with unprecedented worry. Holy judgment. For an entity like her, it was a natural nemesis. Once she was dragged onto that judgment platform, bathed in the light of countless holy arrays, all her disguises would be laid bare. The only fate awaiting them was to be purified into ashes. This was a death trap. What are you afraid of? Lu Yang turned to face Ling. His face bore not a trace of despair or fear, but instead a smile that no one could fathom. His eyes flashed with a wild, exhilarated light. Isn't this precisely the opportunity we've been waiting for? Opportunity? Zero couldn't comprehend it. They want to judge me? Lu Yang walked to the window, gazing out at the clear sky and the warm sunlight. No. Not only will we not die. We'll deceive everyone who wants us dead. Outwit them? Ling froze. How? Before the mirror of truth and the purifying holy flame, the abyss aura on us is as conspicuous as a torch in the night. Exactly. Lu Yang nodded. The aura of the abyss cannot be concealed. Therefore, a wild yet calculating gleam ignited in his eyes. We won't hide it anymore. What? Zero was utterly baffled. Tomorrow, at the judgment platform. Lu Yang uttered, word by word, a plan so utterly insane it shattered all of Zero's perceptions. I don't want you to pretend to be that pure, flawless little angel anymore. Nor do I want you to reveal your true identity as the fallen queen. What I want is for you. He gazed at Zero with an intensity unprecedented in his eyes. I want you to abandon all pretense and instead play a role that understands the holy light even more profoundly than that judge, Edmund. I want you to play yourself. Play the one recorded in the ancient chronicles of fallen heaven, born at the convergence of light and shadow, wielding the supreme power of both divine realms. Seraphim, Morning Star. Chapter 105, The Dawn of Judgment Day. That name struck Zero's soul like a thunderclap. Her consciousness trembled violently. Are you insane? She screamed in disbelief. How could I possibly? Why not? Lu Yang cut her off. Edmund's abyssal compass is powerful, but it has a fatal logical blind spot. It can only detect whether a power's attributes belong to the holy light or the abyss. But it absolutely cannot detect the essence or origin of power. Like water and ice, different attributes, yet both are water at their core. Half of your power is indeed tainted by the abyss. But the other half originates from the divine realm, the purest holy light. In fact, due to your divine essence, your holy light power is inherently nobler and purer than anything Edmund could ever cultivate through his own efforts. Lu Yang's voice brimmed with confidence and incitement. Therefore, what you must do tomorrow is not to feign holy light. but to tell them that you are the holy light. You must use your innate pride to look down on them, to challenge them. How dare they judge you, a natural-born favorite of the gods, with their filthy, acquired holy light? Zero was utterly stunned. Liu Yang's insane, subversive plan left her speechless for a long while. This plan was too bold, too insane. It was nothing short of dancing on the edge of a knife. It demanded hellishly demanding standards of her acting, her mastery of power, and her ability to improvise on the spot. The slightest misstep, a single glance, a minuscule energy fluctuation would expose her instantly, sealing her fate forever. Yet she had to admit, this seems to be the most viable path to success right now. I can't do it. After a long silence, Ling finally managed to utter a few words. Her voice carried a hint of retreat she hadn't even noticed herself. You can do it. Liu Yang's consciousness slowly reached out a hand toward her. Haven't you always wanted to know who you are, where you come from? Haven't you always wanted to reclaim your lost memories and power? His voice was filled with seduction. The Fallen Heaven Chronicles is merely the first volume. In this world, there must be more to come. As long as we can weather this crisis, as long as we can attain greater power and higher status, I, Liu Yang, promise you, I will help you reclaim everything you have lost. Whether the enemy we face is the Holy Light Church or the Endless Abyss. This is a bargain. And a promise. Zero stared at Liu Yang's outstretched hand, at that face etched with sincerity and resolve. Between them, it had always been mutual exploitation, mutual suspicion, mutual maneuvering. But in this moment, faced with a shared life or death crisis, she suddenly felt she might try to trust him once. All right. After a long pause, she finally made up her mind. I'll help you play this part well. Her consciousness slowly reached out, gently clasping Liu Yang's hand. But you must remember the promise you made today. If we succeed, I want you to help me find the subsequent volumes of the Fallen Heaven Chronicles. Help me reclaim my past. Deal. A victorious smile spread across Liu Yang's face. One man, one companion, two actors from different worlds, each harboring their own hidden agendas, finally reached the most crucial consensus in history during the deepest darkness before dawn. They forged the most unbreakable alliance of life and death. Judgment Day arrived. Dawn. 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 The distant, solemn toll of the bell echoed from the oldest bell tower of Apocalypse Academy, reverberating across the entire campus. This was the call to assembly. And the bell of judgment. The door to training room number 1 opened precisely on schedule. 2 members of the Academy Enforcement Squad, clad in black uniforms and wearing impassive expressions, stood outside. Liu Yang, your time is up. Liu Yang slowly emerged from the room. He wore the simplest Academy uniform, his short black hair neatly trimmed. His delicate features bore no expression. As still as a stagnant pool. Let's go, he said indifferently. Escorted by 2 enforcement officers, one in front and one behind, Liu Yang began the final stretch of his journey to the Judgment Square. Along the way, countless eyes followed him from all directions. Students and instructors stood at a distance, pressed against classroom windows, or lined the roadside, pointing and whispering. Look! The heretic is out. Putting on airs when death is imminent. I just can't fathom what he was thinking, going and dabbling in those dark, twisted ways. I hear the Holy See has deployed the legendary holy relic, the Mirror of Truth. Before its gaze, no disguise or lie can remain hidden. He's doomed. Not even Jesus can save him now. Mark my words. A cacophony of whispers filled the air, malicious, gloating, and contemptuous like countless invisible needles trying to pierce his heart. Liu Yang paid no heed, his gaze unwavering. His stride remained steady. His back was held straight as an arrow. He walked on, unflinching amidst the world's malice. Finally, he reached his destination. Central Judgment Square. This circular plaza, paved entirely with pure white holy lightstone, could accommodate tens of thousands. At this moment, the spectator stands surrounding the plaza were packed to capacity. Faculty and students of the Apocalypse Academy, Central City's elite, and even major news media outlets that had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Everyone had come. They all wished to witness firsthand this heresy trial, a rare event occurring only once in decades, personally overseen by the Holy Light Church. At the very center of the plaza, a tribunal platform composed entirely of energy stood towering and imposing. Surrounding the platform, rows of silver-armored Templar knights stood on one side, while rows of Academy enforcement officers in black uniforms stood on the other. The two forces formed distinct barriers, the atmosphere tense and deadly. Upon the tribunal itself, Edmund stood waiting. Today, he wore an even more sullen red robe trimmed with gold, the ceremonial attire of a judge, and even held a thick volume of the Holy Light Codex in his hands. He stood there, solemn and cold, like a divine messenger descended to the mortal realm. Liu Yang's gaze swept across the entire hall. In the front row of the audience, he saw Wang Hao's face, twisted with malicious glee. Amidst the crowd, he spotted Lin Wu's face, etched with worry and anxiety. He saw Vice President Wang Zhen's face in the VIP section, filled with complexity and gravity. He also saw Yin Antian in the corner, desperately downing shots of liquor, as if trying to numb his nerves with alcohol. Finally, his gaze returned to the judgment platform, back to Edmund. Chapter 106, The Judgment of Holy Light. Bring him forward. Edmund's voice boomed with authority across the entire plaza through the amplified array. Escorted by the enforcement squad, Liu Yang ascended the steps to the judgment platform, one step at a time. With each step, the sacred lightstones beneath his feet illuminated a rune. Streams of pure holy light energy began seeping into his body, attempting to probe every corner of his soul. Poof! In Liu Yang's mind, Ling emitted an extremely displeased cold snort. This holy light stirred an instinctive revulsion and irritation within her. Yet she followed the plan, silently neutralizing every low-tier probe with her own higher-tier holy light power. To outsiders, Liu Yang appeared utterly unafraid of the holy light. Finally, he had climbed every step. He stood at the center of the judgment platform, directly before Edmund. He stood no more than 10 meters from this high-ranking judge. Their eyes locked. Edmund stared at the youth before him, unflappable, even wearing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. A flicker of astonishment passed through his sea-blue eyes. At this critical juncture, he could still manage a smile? Was it the fearlessness of the ignorant? Or was it sheer audacity? That flicker of surprise was swiftly replaced by an even colder, more intense killing intent. No matter what cards you hold, before the absolute radiance of holy light, all evil shall be laid bare. He raised the Holy Light Codex in his hand and proclaimed loudly, I, Edmund Chris, High Inquisitor of the Holy Light Inquisition, in the name of the Holy Light, hereby conduct a public trial. Begin. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Dozens of massive magical light screens simultaneously illuminated the skies above the tribunal plaza. Every movement on the trial platform, every detail, every subtle expression, was broadcast in crystal clear, real-time detail to every person present. A grim silence hung over the judgment platform. Edmund's voice, amplified through the sound projection array, echoed like a divine decree, resonating clearly in every corner of the square. Defendant, Liu Yang. Having been investigated by this tribunal and identified by the witness Wang Hao, you stand accused of the following crimes. First, during your time in Blackstone City, you consorted with dark creatures, slaughtered the innocent, and stained your hands with the blood of your fellow humans. Second, your origins remain unknown, yet within a single month, your power underwent an abnormal, explosive surge, a severe violation of the law of conservation of energy. The source of this power is highly suspicious. Third, and most crucially, Edmund's voice suddenly rose sharply. He pointed at Liu Yang, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. A foul aura from the abyss coils around you. You are a fallen soul who sold your spirit to the devil and forged a pact with the demonic. His words rang out with righteous indignation, each syllable carrying the weight of truth. The audience erupted in a thunderous roar. Burn him! Burn the heretic! Purify him! We cannot let such scum defile the sanctity of our academy. Senior Wang Hao is absolutely right. He is a devil incarnate. The flames of public outrage were fully ignited. Watching this unfold from below the stage, Wang Hao's face broke into a look of immense satisfaction. He could already envision Liu Yang writhing in agony amidst the holy flames. Liu Yang, do you have anything to say in your defense? Edmund asked from his lofty position, his tone carrying the weight of an unquestionable verdict. Liu Yang lifted his head to meet his gaze, his face still bearing that eerily calm expression. Where there's a will, there's a way. He uttered only 8 words. Stubbornly obstinate. Edmund snorted coldly. Since you refuse to repent of your own accord, then let the holy light strip away all your disguises. Let everyone present witness with their own eyes the ugly, filthy soul lurking beneath your skin. He slammed shut the Holy Light Codex in his hands. A pure, radiant power of holy light surged skyward from his body. He chanted an ancient prayer aloud, each syllable resonating with the sacred light energy permeating the heavens and earth. In my name, I invoke divine judgment. Emerge, one of the Holy Sea's supreme sacred artifacts. Mirror of Truth. Slowly, he drew from his spatial ring an ancient mirror, its diameter spanning roughly half a meter. The instant the mirror appeared, the temperature across the entire plaza seemed to rise several degrees. The air thickened with an aura compelling one to prostrate in worship. But Liu Yang felt only excruciating agony, as if countless red-hot branding irons were searing his very soul. Warning! Legendary tier Holy Light artifact detected. This item possesses a 150 suppression and purification effect against abyssal energy. Host must immediately distance themselves. The system's crimson warning flashed frantically across the screen. Under the holy light, all shadows shall be laid bare. Edmund held aloft the mirror of truth, his expression solemn yet fervent. Heretic, receive your judgment. He channeled the vast power of holy light into the mirror with frenzied intensity. Buzz. The mirror of truth erupted in a blinding radiance. That light holy, warm, yet carrying an absolute will to purify. A pillar of light, seemingly forged from the purest radiance in existence, erupted from the mirror's surface. In an instant, it completely enveloped Liu Yang at the center of the judgment platform. Ah! At that moment, Liu Yang could no longer maintain his composure. An expression of extreme agony contorted his face as his body began to shake violently. He felt the abyss contract within him boil over like a pot of boiling water, spiraling completely out of control. Beneath his simple uniform, dark purple energy patterns began to emerge and spread wildly across his skin, beyond his control. These patterns radiated an aura of pure malevolence and foreboding. Under the holy purifying light pillar, they were blindingly bright, utterly horrifying. What was that? Good heavens! He truly bore the mark of darkness. The evidence was undeniable. He was the heretic. He was the devil. Everyone in the audience saw it. Through the massive magical light screen, they saw clearly, terrifying demonic rune symbols of corruption and evil emerging upon Liu Yang's body. Wang Hao, overcome with excitement, leapt from his seat, pointing at Liu Yang on the stage and laughing maniacally. Ha! Did you see that? Everyone saw it. Liu Yang, you bastard. What more can you say now? On the podium, Vice President Wang Jin slowly closed his eyes, his face ashen. In the corner, Yi Nanshan's wine flask clattered to the floor with a clang, spilling its contents across the ground. It's over. The thought flashed through everyone's mind. The evidence was irrefutable. Nowhere to hide. Liu Yang's crimes had been utterly nailed to the pillar of shame. Edmund watched Liu Yang struggle in agony within the pillar of light, a cold, victorious smile spreading across his face. Now, who would dare defend this heretic? He demanded aloud, his voice brimming with the satisfaction of final judgment. The entire hall fell deathly silent. No one could utter a single word in Liu Yang's defense. He was trapped in a hopeless situation. Chapter 107, The Unmasked Game. Sizzle. Within the sacred purifying light pillar, the dark purple demonic patterns on Liu Yang's body writhed and spread beneath his skin like living creatures. That ominous, abyssal energy, exposed by the glare of the mirror of truth, was laid bare for all tens of thousands of spectators to see. Dead silence. A silence that stretched for several seconds. Then, the entire judgment square erupted like a deep water bomb thrown into a boiling oil cauldron. Good heavens! What is that? Such wicked energy. It's truly an abyssal magic pattern. He really is a demon's contract holder. How terrifying. We've been sharing this academy with such a monster all this time. Burn him. Purify him with holy light. He can't live another second. Panic, rage, hatred. All manner of negative emotions spread like wildfire through the crowd. Even those who had harbored a shred of sympathy or doubt toward Liu Yang now fully sided with the judges. For the scene before them was utterly shocking. Under the holy light symbolizing absolute truth, the evil demonic markings were laid bare. This was irrefutable proof. Irrefutable, undeniable proof. Ha! From the front row of the audience, Wang Hao watched Liu Yang's agonized struggle on the magic projection screen, along with the clearly visible demonic markings on his body. Unable to contain his ecstatic joy any longer, he leaped excitedly from his seat. Pointing at Liu Yang on stage, he raised his arms and shouted to everyone around him. Did you see that? Did everyone see that? I, Wang Hao, have always said it. This Liu Yang is a cancer that will poison the entire academy. A complete and utter demonic heretic. I was the first to stand up and expose him. I defied authority to protect the academy's purity and reported his crimes to the Grand Inquisitor. He's painted himself as a hero who defies evil. The students around him immediately showered him with looks of reverence and admiration. Senior Wang Hao is so wise. Thank goodness for Senior Wang Hao, otherwise we'd all have been deceived by this devil. Senior Wang Hao is the true leader of us freshmen. Listening to the surrounding adulation and praise, Wang Hao's vanity was satisfied like never before. He reveled in it all, savoring the thrill of revenge, relishing the supreme joy of crushing his enemies beneath his feet, then trampling them under 10,000 more. Meanwhile, on the other side of the crowd, Lin Wu stared at the scene on the light screen, his face ashen and his body cold as if drained of all strength. He slumped down onto his chair. How could this happen? He muttered, his eyes filled with despair. In the corner, Yi Nanshan's wine flask lay shattered in pieces. His gaze fixed on the judgment platform, the face that had always been wild and frenzied now revealed, for the first time, profound helplessness and anguish. It's over. Everything was over. Before the legendary artifact, the Mirror of Truth, all defenses seemed utterly futile. On the dais, Vice-Chancellor Wang Jin slowly closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He knew that for the sake of the Academy's reputation, he must sacrifice this student. On the judgment platform, Edmund gazed at Liu Yang, now utterly consumed by evil within the pillar of light, and a smile brimming with sacred purpose spread across his face. He was deeply satisfied with this outcome. Raising his scepter, he prepared to deliver the final verdict. The truth, illuminated by the holy light, was now laid bare. His voice, amplified through the sound projection array, once again echoed throughout the hall, drowning out all noise and commotion. I, Edmund Chris, High Inquisitor of the Holy Light Inquisition. In the name of the Holy Light, I hereby render the final judgment. Liu Yan, freshman of the Apocalypse Academy, is found guilty of colluding with the Abyss. His crime demands execution. His soul shall be extinguished. He He raised his scepter, pointing it at Liu Yang, who writhed in agony within the pillar of light. His voice was as cold as ice frozen for 10,000 years. I pronounce. Execute immediately. Final purification. As the last syllable fell, the suspended mirror of truth erupted with blinding brilliance. A terrifying energy, tenfold more potent than before, began to violently converge at the mirror's center. A purifying force capable of obliterating all was about to descend. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the heretic's final fate reduced to ashes in the holy light. Time itself seemed to slow to a crawl in that moment. Just as that devastating beam of light was about to erupt. Suddenly, a soft, noble sigh emanated clearly from the very center of the purifying pillar of light. The sound was faint. Yet it struck like an invisible sledgehammer, hammering fiercely upon the soul of every person present. The purified energy, gathered to its peak, abruptly halted. Edmund's haughty expression of judgment instantly froze. In that instant, the entire clamorous Judgment Plaza fell into an eerie silence. Upon the judgment platform, for the first time, a look of utter bewilderment flashed across Edmund's solemn, cold face. His raised scepter froze mid-air. What was happening? He could distinctly sense that the destructive energy capable of purifying all things channeled through the mirror of truth had actually halted. Not halted. It was chaotic. The once utterly pure purifying beam of light now trembled restlessly at its core, like a frightened child. As if, upon encountering its intended target, it had stumbled upon something that filled it with dread. Impossible. Edmund's heart was thrown into turmoil. He immediately amplified the output of his holy light energy, attempting to regain control of the mirror of truth. But it was useless. Instead of stabilizing, the purifying beam began trembling violently in a manner almost human. It was afraid. Meanwhile, at the core of the pillar, the terrifying dark purple magical patterns on Liu Yang's body began to undergo an eerie transformation. They no longer spread wildly as before, but like soldiers encountering their sovereign, began to gather obediently toward Liu Yang's chest before retreating. This bizarre spectacle left the entire crowd utterly dumbfounded. Everyone's minds went into a complete freeze. What on earth was happening? Just as no one could comprehend the unfolding spectacle, under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, amid countless close-up shots of magical light screens, a humanoid light figure, radiating a gentle, sacred glow, slowly emerged from Liu Yang's chest. She appeared like an incredibly tiny fairy. Chapter 108, The Sacred Zero. Her silver hair flowed like moonlight, and she wore a magnificent gown composed entirely of pure light particles. Behind her, a pair of equally luminous, magnificent wings spread quietly. Sacred, noble, pure, compassionate. No words could describe the supreme divinity emanating from her very essence, a power born of life's primordial source. Upon her arrival, she paid no heed to anyone. She paid no heed to the tens of thousands of petrified spectators below the platform. Nor did she acknowledge the judge Edmund, who stood frozen on the tribunal. She merely furrowed her brow ever so slightly. With a gaze tinged with languor, a hint of displeasure at being roused from a peaceful dream, and a touch of lofty dissatisfaction, she cast a brief glance at the mirror of truth suspended mid-air. Just one glance. Buzz. The legendary artifact, the Mirror of Truth, which had radiated blinding brilliance and awe-inspiring majesty, suddenly trembled violently like a vulnerable creature caught in the gaze of its predator, emitting a mournful wail. All the blinding purifying light retracted in that instant. The purifying pillar of light enveloping Liu Yang dissipated into thin air. As if it had never existed at all. The sinister dark purple demonic patterns on Liu Yang's body retreated completely into his body along with the vanishing purifying light, disappearing without a trace. The entire judgment platform returned to stillness. Only deathly silence remained. After completing all this, the sacred light figure slowly turned around. She flew before Liu Yang, extending her small hand formed of light particles to gently pat his cheek, still etched with pain and lingering fear. As if comforting a frightened, helpless child. Liu Yang, in turn, responded with perfect deference, bowing slightly toward the tiny light figure. The gesture was profoundly respectful. His gaze was utterly devout. This scene, which defied everyone's expectations, was clearly displayed on the magical light screen before the eyes of every person in the venue. Every mind in the room froze in utter bewilderment. What on earth was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a trial of heresy? Wasn't this supposed to be about demonic heresy? How? How could this legendary devil's summoned contract beast not only avoid being purified by holy light, but also render the church's legendary holy artifact useless with a single glance? And what's more, those undeniable abyssal runes on Liu Yang's body, why do they look like they've been scolded back by this holy little light figure? This script is all wrong. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Every gaze was fixed, frozen in place, upon the judgment platform. Fixed upon that sacred light figure that had flown out from within Liu Yang's body. Edmund's facial muscles twitched violently. His sea blue eyes brimmed with shock, confusion, and a panic he refused to acknowledge. An illusion. This must be some kind of masterful illusion I've never seen before. He could not accept the absurdity unfolding before his eyes. The legendary artifact he held in such pride, the Mirror of Truth, was actually showing fear toward a creature that had flown out of a heretic suspect? This was nothing short of trampling his faith. An insult to the great holy light. I refuse to believe it. Edmund roared with fury in his heart. He raised his scepter once more, pouring every last shred of holy light power within him into the Mirror of Truth suspended in midair. Before the absolute holy light, all illusions would be utterly pierced. The Mirror of Truth blazed with renewed brilliance. The purifying pillar of light, which had just faded, descended once more, this time with even greater intensity. This time, the pillar's target was no longer Liu Yang. Instead, it was aimed at the sacred, luminous figure of Ling, suspended mid-air. Yet, faced with this terrifying holy light capable of instantly vaporizing even a peak third-tier demon, Zero merely yawned lazily. Not only did she not dodge, but she stretched comfortably like a cat finally finding a warm stove on a winter day. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands whose eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, she spread the pair of wings formed from pure light particles on her back. The next second, a scene unfolded that shattered everyone's worldview. The violent holy light energy, upon touching Zero's wings of light, not only failed to cause any harm. Instead, like a child reunited with its mother, or a tide finding its final resting place, its violet energy form instantly transformed into something incredibly docile and gentle. Then, like fledglings returning to their nest, they rushed headlong into Zero's small body. Gurgle gurgle. Zero's body even emitted several sounds, as if drinking nectar, utterly content. She was absorbing the purest, most sacred light of purification released by the Mirror of Truth? Not only that, she looked utterly delighted? No, this couldn't be. This was absolutely impossible. On the judgment platform, Edmund watched this scene unfold, his grip on the scepter nearly slipping from his hands. His face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. His mind went completely blank. The holy light he had always prided himself on, his unwavering faith in this moment, it all seemed like a colossal joke. And what pushed this farce to its climax was Ling's next move. There she was, rolling and frolicking within the pillar of holy light meant to purify her, as if soaking in the most delightful hot spring. She even reached out with her tiny hand and gave a gentle tug. A beam of purified holy light, condensed to its absolute limit and powerful enough to pierce steel plates, was grasped in her hand like a soft ball of yarn. Curiously, she casually kneaded the ball of yarn, shaping it into a little rabbit. Then she molded it into a little flower. Then she tossed this plaything of holy light back into the pillar of light. The entire process was so effortless, so natural. As if it were not some deadly purifying holy light at all, but merely her bathwater. Her plaything. Put. Edmund could no longer withstand this absurd shock and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He staggered back 2 steps, collapsing onto the ground. His eyes lost their focus. His lips moved in a constant murmur. Impossible. Nothing in this world could toy with the holy light of the Mirror of Truth like this. Nothing. Unless. An answer that made his very soul tremble surfaced in his mind. Unless its rank was nobler than the holy artifact itself. Chapter 109, Guardian of the Holy Light. In the audience, Wang Hao's face, once twisted with ecstatic joy, had long since frozen stiff. The color drained completely from his face, leaving only a deathly pallor. Watching the sacred figure on the light screen toy with the holy light, his body began to shake violently beyond his control. He recalled Liu Yang's scornful words from the final match of the ranking tournament. Between genius and true nobility lies an unbridgeable chasm you can never cross in your lifetime. Now, looking back, how bitterly ironic those words had become. He was the one who had been the arrogant fool. Finally, the little shadow figure seemed to have grown bored. She casually tossed aside the holy light she'd been molding into various shapes, as if discarding a boring toy. The holy light obediently reintegrated itself into the pillar of light. After completing all this, she stretched with an incredibly human-like yawn. Then, she performed an action that made every heart in the room skip a beat. She swayed unsteadily as she drifted toward the core of the Mirror of Truth, suspended mid-air. No! Edmund, slumped on the ground, let out a terrified shriek. He wanted to stop her. He wanted to retrieve the sacred artifact immediately. The Mirror of Truth was one of the Holy See's supreme sacred artifacts, embodying the purest essence of the sacred light law. Any being tainted by non-holy light, even merely approaching it, would be instantly purified into nothingness by its formidable law force. This bizarre light shadow figure, she was committing suicide. But he couldn't intervene. He discovered that before this tiny light figure, he lacked even the strength to lift a finger. A soul-piercing pressure, originating from the very source of existence, pinned him to the spot. He could only watch like the most helpless mortal as the tiny light figure swayed unsteadily toward the Mirror of Truth. Zero tilted her tiny head, seemingly filled with curiosity toward the glowing, large disc before her. She extended her tiny hand. Then, she gently touched the cold surface of the Mirror of Truth. It's over. Those 2 words echoed relentlessly in Edmund's mind. He could almost see it happening the next second. The sacred artifact would unleash earth-shattering power, reducing this blasphemous creature, the entire judgment platform, and half of Apocalypse Academy to ashes. However, the expected violent rejection did not occur. Quite the opposite. The instant Zero's tiny hand touched the mirror's surface. Buzz. The body of the Mirror of Truth suddenly emitted a sound that heartfelt, joyful hum one feels upon seeing a sovereign. Immediately after, the frame, adorned with thousands of ancient and sacred holy light runes, ignited in unison. Gentle golden halos rippled out from the mirror's surface. That radiance was so pure, so warm. Like a mother's embrace, like a lover's whisper. It gently caressed every person present. All the fear, anger, jealousy, all the negative emotions within their hearts seemed to be washed away under the glow of this golden halo, leaving only a profound, heartfelt peace and serenity. This was. On the podium, Vice President Wang Jin, whose face was usually as still as a well, was now etched with utter astonishment. This is a sacred artifact resonance? And it's the highest grade divine grace golden light. In a corner of the audience seats, Yi Nantian watched the scene unfold, his eyes usually tinged with madness widening in disbelief. He took another large gulp of wine in his hand and muttered to himself. That madman and his pet beast are two absolute freaks of nature. Ha! Interesting. Interesting. Meanwhile, on the judgment platform, Edmund stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him, as if witnessing a miracle. As the wielder of the Mirror of Truth and a high-ranking inquisitor of the Holy See, he understood better than anyone what that golden halo signified. It meant the artifact spirit of the Mirror of Truth was paying the highest reverence to this tiny light before him. It meant worship. Worshipping an existence more noble than the sacred light laws it itself embodied. Thud. Edmund's legs gave way beneath him, unable to bear his weight any longer. He collapsed completely to his knees on the ground. He watched the tiny light figure curiously tracing circles on the surface of the Mirror of Truth with its small hand. He realized the sheer stupidity, the blasphemous error he had committed. He had dared to use holy light to judge holy light itself? At this moment, his faith, his pride, the supreme glory of his role as a judge, crumbled completely. Shattered beyond repair. A golden halo, like a warm tide, swept across the entire judgment square. Amidst the soul-stirring reverence and resonance emanating from the legendary artifact, the Mirror of Truth, the luminous figure suspended mid-air began an even more astonishing evolution. Her form, once no larger than a palm, slowly solidified and sharpened. Within the radiance, the outline of a girl, perfect beyond mortal form, gradually materialized. A cascade of silver hair, shimmering with starlight, moved without wind. A face of exquisite beauty, utterly untouched by worldly concerns, slowly lifted. Her eyes opened. What eyes they were, so noble and yet so indifferent. The left eye shone like a newborn star, a dazzling golden hue. The right, a violet as deep and eternal as the longest night. Light and shadow, brightness and darkness, as if they contained the entire universe's mysteries. Boom! Behind her, 6 enormous wings in total formed from the purest holy light, unfurled with a thunderous roar. Each feather flowed with magical runes beyond mortal comprehension. Above her head, a sacred halo slowly materialized, a layered structure of countless concentric rings of light. A divine pressure, 10,000 times more noble than the holy light Edmund had unleashed before, descended like the heavens themselves crashing down, enveloping the entire square. Thud. 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 In that instant, tens of thousands of students and teachers on the square, regardless of strength or status, fell to their knees in unison, utterly beyond their control. Their souls bowed in reverent worship before this supreme being descended upon the mortal realm. Even Vice President Wang Jin, seated at the podium, felt his legs go weak. He leaned against the table to avoid losing his composure. On the tribunal platform, Edmund, the high-ranking heresy inquisitor, was utterly crushed by this divine might. Even lifting his head had become an impossible luxury. All color had drained from his face, leaving only boundless terror and remorse. In that moment of utter silence, as all knelt in reverence, a voice, indistinguishable as male or female, resounded simultaneously within the depths of every soul. You mortals! That voice seemed to come from the heavens above, yet also from within each person's heart. Dare to use such a crude imitation. That divine will seem to glance at the once radiant, now dulled and lifeless mirror of truth. To judge the true, holy light guardian? Chapter 110, The Collapsing Judge. Guardian of the holy light? All eyes turned to the soul figure still standing before the divine might. Lu Yang. The archangel slowly descended onto Lu Yang's shoulder. Lu Yang, in turn, promptly assumed a devout expression. As if he and this divine being had known each other for ages. What on earth was going on? A giant question mark filled everyone's mind. As if sensing the mortals' bewilderment, that majestic voice sounded once more, unraveling the mystery for them. This child was born bearing impurity, his soul bound to the abyss. What? Hearing this, everyone's heart sank once more. Could he truly be a heretic? But know this too was a trial sent by our Lord. I, obeying the decree of the Most High God, have bestowed my will upon this child since his birth, guarding his soul and guiding him to walk alone through endless darkness. Using his body as a crucible, his will as fuel, to bear, suppress, and purify those most wicked entities in the world, entities so profoundly evil that even the holy light cannot directly touch them. The power of the abyss you perceive within him. The voice, resonant with divinity, paused briefly before continuing in a tone tinged with a hint of pity. That is not his sin, but the merit he bears for this world. Those are merely the sacrifices he purified, his spoils of war. Boom! This oracular explanation struck like a bolt of creation, cleaving through the fog in everyone's minds. So that's how it was. Lu Yang, he wasn't a heretic colluding with the abyss. He was a sacred mission-bound undercover agent walking in darkness. A hero purifying the abyss. The abyss energy within him is not evidence of his guilt. Rather, it is the badge of honor he earned after purifying countless demons. This explanation is perfect. It perfectly resolves the greatest doubt in everyone's mind. Why would one person simultaneously possess such a sacred guardian and such foul abyssal energy? Once they grasped this truth, everyone's gaze toward Lu Yang changed. From previous contempt, anger, and schadenfreude, to genuine admiration and remorse. They had misunderstood such a hero, one who silently dedicated himself to protecting the world from the shadows. All eyes converged upon the judgment platform. They focused on Lu Yang, the hero who walked alone in the darkness, protected by the messenger of the gods. And on Edmund, the high-ranking heretic inquisitor, who knelt trembling violently on the ground, his body shaking like a sieve. At this moment, Edmund's mind was already a blank. No, it was worse than emptiness. The cognitive framework he had painstakingly built over decades was shattered into pieces by Zero's dazzling yet absurd performance. How could this be? He could not comprehend it. Why would an abyssal energy source marked as extremely dangerous by the Abyssal Compass receive such pure, holy light protection? Why would the divine messenger so sacred that even the Mirror of Truth bowed before it choose a mortal whose soul was bound to the abyss as its proxy? Purification? Judgment? Everything he had always prided himself on now seemed utterly ridiculous. So foolish. Wrong. He knelt on the ground, dazed, muttering to himself over and over. All wrong. I was wrong. The church's teachings were wrong. We've been defining light and darkness with our own narrow-minded perspectives. We self-righteous judges in the eyes of the true God, how are we any different from clowns trying to measure the stars with a ruler? He suddenly raised his head. His gaze, filled with terror, remorse, and boundless humiliation, met the emotionless stare of the divine messenger hovering over Lu Yang's shoulder, looking down upon him. I have offended the true divine messenger. How dare I attempt to purify a deity walking among mortals with my filthy, inferior holy light? I am a blasphemer. I am guilty. This thought struck like a black lightning bolt, instantly shattering the last remnants of his sanity. His mind shattered completely. Bang! Bang! Thud! He began to pound his head, blow after blow after blow, against the unyielding holy lightstone floor beneath his feet. Through this most primitive form of self-mutilation, he expressed his endless repentance to the divine messenger above. Blood seeped from his forehead, trickling slowly down his cheeks. Yet he seemed to feel no pain. He merely repeated the act of prostration mechanically. This scene plunged everyone present, those who had only just begun to recover from the divine terror, back into a state of numbness. The high-ranking inquisitor of the Holy Light Church, who wielded the sacred artifact and pronounced punishment. Now, he was performing this profound act of reverence toward the very heretic he had just been denouncing? What on earth was happening to this world? On the podium, Vice-Chancellor Wang Jin watched Edmund, who had completely lost his composure and was on the verge of a mental breakdown. His expression darkened instantly. He immediately signaled to the several senior academy officials beside him. This disgraceful spectacle could not be allowed to continue. This disgrace was not just Edmund's own. It was the face of the entire Holy Light Church before the entire Federation, indeed the entire world. If this footage were to circulate, the Holy Light Church's image of eternal righteousness and perpetual radiance would shatter completely. This farcical trial, initiated by the Holy Light Church itself, must be ended. Now. Immediately. Quick. Healer. Wang Jin acted decisively, growling at the academy elders behind him. Lord Edmund appears to have lost his mental composure due to overexertion from channeling the sacred artifact. Attend to him immediately. He provided a perfectly plausible explanation for Edmund's loss of composure. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he personally led several academy healers in hasty strides up the judgment platform. Lord Edmund. Are you all right? Wang Jin strode purposefully to Edmund's side, seizing his body that still jerked in uncontrolled convulsions. His face bore just the right measure of concern and urgency. Your willingness to expend your own primordial holy power to prove the innocence of our academy students is truly admirable. While delivering these lofty words, he secretly and forcefully halted Edmund's self-harming actions. Simultaneously, he leaned close to Edmund's ear and whispered in a voice audible only to them both. Judge, come to your senses. Right now, tens of millions across the entire Federation are watching this broadcast. Consider your own standing. Consider the reputation of the Holy Light Church. You must bring this trial to a dignified conclusion. Chapter 111, Codename, The False Saint. These words pierced Edmund's chaotic mind like steel needles. The Holy Light Church's reputation. Indeed, he represented not only himself. He embodied the very dignity of the entire Holy See. A flicker of focus finally returned to Edmund's previously vacant, unfocused eyes. He lifted his head and glanced around. Below the platform, tens of thousands of eyes stared back at him, filled with shock. He saw the dozens of magical screens suspended mid-air, still recording his current state of utter disarray. A wave of profound shame instantly engulfed him. He tried to speak, but his throat felt blocked, unable to utter a single word. Just then, two Knights Templar who had been standing guard below the stage rushed forward, their faces grim. One on each side, they steadied the nearly collapsed Edmund and helped him to his feet. Wang Jin watched this unfold, then patted Edmund's shoulder once more and declared in a solemn voice, "Sir Edmund, it is time to announce the final result to everyone." Prompted by Wang Jin's reminder. Supported by the two Templar Knights, Edmund, like a string puppet whose backbone had been pulled out, slowly turned to face the entire assembly. He opened his mouth, struggling to utter a few words in a hoarse, trembling voice brimming with utter exhaustion. Witnessed by the Holy Light. Liu Yang, freshman of the Apocalypse Academy, is found innocent. This trial is concluded. These words seemed to drain every ounce of strength from his body. The moment the words fell, the two pale-faced Knights Templar, disregarding all decorum, immediately seized the nearly fainting Edmund. Escorted by the Academy enforcement squad, they hurriedly exited the square. As the judge made his hasty exit, the Mirror of Truth emitted a mournful wail of reluctance, transforming into a streak of light that followed its master away. This public trial, which had shaken the entire Academy and even the entire Central City, ultimately, it drew to a hasty close in a manner no one could have anticipated. The entire trial square remained deathly silent. All eyes instinctively shifted away from the fleeing judge. Then, they refocused on the calm youth. He alone was the true protagonist of today's earth-shattering spectacle. Amidst the roaring engines, the Holy Light Church's airship slowly ascended into the sky. Inside the airship, in a quiet and sacred chamber, Edmund sat quietly by the window. He had already changed out of the bloodstained Inquisitor's robes, now clad in a simple white tunic. Gazing at the rapidly receding sea of clouds outside the window, he remained utterly silent. The madness and disarray that had once consumed his face had vanished, replaced by a deathly stillness. Yet, if one looked closely, they would see a flame burning deep within his sea blue eyes, a flame more fanatical than ever before. A Templar Knight entered, carefully carrying a cup of holy water that emitted a soft glow. "My lord, your psychic energy is severely depleted. This holy water will ease your discomfort," he murmured soothingly. "I know you've suffered injustice this time. But please do not blame yourself too harshly. Such an existence is beyond our comprehension." Edmund did not turn around. He merely waved his hand lightly. "Leave." His voice was hoarse, yet unquestionable. "Yes, my lord." The deputy dared not say more, setting down the holy water before bowing and exiting the room. Once again, Edmund was alone in the room. He closed his eyes, replaying the trial over and over in his mind. That golden halo, sacred to the extreme. The noble figure playing within the sacred light. The divine messenger who claimed to be the guardian of the holy light, declaring Liu Yang to be the chosen one bearing the mission of purification. All of it felt like heavy hammers, relentlessly pounding upon his already battered and broken faith. Was I wrong? Was I truly wrong? He asked himself. The truth I've held all my life, that the holy light and the abyss cannot coexist, is it just a laughable fallacy? No. After the depths of self-doubt, a more powerful, stubborn will rose anew from the ruins of his nearly shattered spirit. I was not wrong. His eyes snapped open, and a terrifying light erupted from his blue pupils. The holy light can never be wrong. The mirror of truth could never be wrong. That pure, potent abyssal energy erupting from Liu Yang's body was undeniably real. It was unquestionably evil. He began searching for a rational explanation for his failure. An explanation that could restore coherence to his already shattered faith. I was not wrong. The fault lies with that impostor who claims to be a messenger of the gods. Yes, that must be it. His breathing grew rapid, his eyes burning brighter. That was no true guardian of holy light. It was a fallen holy light creature more cunning than any demon I'd ever encountered. It must have fallen into the abyss in ancient times. But unlike other fallen angels, it wasn't completely assimilated by the abyss. It retained partial control over the power of holy light. That's why it could deceive the mirror of truth. That's why it could toy with those low-tier purifying holy lights. And Liu Yang? He's no damn proxy. He is the host chosen by this fallen pseudo-saint. The vessel through which it descends to the mortal realm. The moment this thought took root, it spread like a madly growing vine, instantly crawling over his entire mind. Yes. It must be so. This explanation was too perfect. Perfectly, it explains why two utterly contrasting auras, Holy Light and the Abyss, coexist within Liu Yang. It also perfectly vindicated him and the Holy Light he revered. He, Edmund, had not misjudged. He had merely uncovered a crisis far more severe than he could have imagined. An ordinary abyssal heretic is not terrifying. What is terrifying is a pseudo-saint who knows how to use the Holy Light to disguise themselves. This, he realized, was the greatest threat to the entire Holy Light Church, indeed, to the entire world. Realizing this, Edmund's nearly shattered resolve coalesced anew in that moment, fortified with even greater conviction. He rose to his feet and walked to the center of the room. He activated his encrypted terminal and retrieved the top-secret file belonging to Liu Yang. Gazing at Liu Yang's calm, refined face on the light screen, his eyes burned with intensity. He extended a finger and stamped a deep crimson mark upon the very top of the file. That mark represented the highest level of relentless surveillance and pursuit within the Holy Light Church. Code name, Pseudo-Saint. Liu Yang. Edmund murmured the name softly. No matter what secrets lurk behind you. From this day forward, I, Edmund Chris, will dedicate the rest of my life to one thing. Like a hound, I will fix my gaze upon you. Until I tear apart your hypocritical facade and expose your corrupt essence to the true light of righteousness. Chapter 112, Liu Yang's Status Elevation. Within the Heavenly Hall No. 1 cultivation chamber, a serene and tranquil atmosphere prevailed. It felt like two different worlds compared to the storm-clouded atmosphere of the Judgment Square earlier. Liu Yang stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the sky darken beyond the glass. He exhaled a long breath. That breath expelled the pent-up tension and lingering fear of the past days. They had won. This seemingly suicidal gamble had ultimately ended in their resounding triumph. Hey! A voice, faint yet tinged with pride, echoed in his mind. Liu Yang turned his head. There, Zero's shadowy form lay listlessly slumped over his shoulder. She had shed her imposing six-winged archangel form, reverting to her palm-sized, chibi-style adorable little angel appearance. But now, the light around her seemed dim, and even the tiny wings on her back drooped listlessly. How are you? Liu Yang's voice softened unconsciously. Not dead yet. Snack insisted stubbornly, though her voice betrayed an unmistakable weariness. Maintaining that form and fooling that damn mirror drained far too much of this queen's current energy. I need to sleep for the next few days to recover. Unless it's an absolute emergency, don't bother me. She resembled a student who just finished final exams, drained of all energy, wanting nothing more than to lie flat and become a lazy slacker. Liu Yang watched her like this, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. Today's plan hinged entirely on Zero alone, its most critical and perilous element. It was her flawless performance and mastery of that mystical power that ultimately deceived everyone, transforming a certain death sentence into an absurd farce. This Oscar-worthy performance was truly deserving of the title. Liu Yang spoke softly, with an unprecedented sincerity. This time, thank you. Without you, we all would have perished on that judgment platform. Zero's drooping wings seemed to flutter slightly. Liu Yang paused before continuing. The promise I made to you, I will never forget. Regarding the sequel to the Fallen Heaven Chronicles, regarding the past you lost. I will do everything in my power to help you reclaim it all. His voice was soft, yet unwaveringly resolute. In the realm of the spirit, silence reigned. A long, long time passed. Zero finally murmured in a complex, awkward tone. You humans. Though sometimes you're dumb and weak, always sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. You still have some sense. This was the first time Zero had ever acknowledged Liu Yang. No longer mockery, no longer contempt. Instead, it was an equal, heartfelt recognition. The instant her words fell silent. On the system panel visible only to Liu Yang, the number in the loyalty column shifted silently once more. Contract partner, 0. Status, energy depleted sleeping recovery. Loyalty, 4,945. It had risen again. And this time, it jumped by a full 4 points. Though it remains negative. But this number no longer radiates the pure hostility and murderous intent it once did. Rest well. A profound sense of satisfaction surged within Liu Yang's heart. The joy of this successful strategy felt even more intense than when he had obtained the King of Rebirth before. He gently extended a finger, lightly touching Zero's faintly glowing phantom. Zero did not flinch, merely emitting an imperceptible soft hum before dissolving into a streak of light. It returned deep within Liu Yang's body, sinking into slumber. After completing all this, Liu Yang finally turned back, casting his icy gaze out the window. His gaze fell upon the direction of the Qingyun Society's headquarters. Toward Wang Hao, who at this moment must be trembling like a stray dog. The Holy Light Church's judgment had concluded. But the reckoning that belonged to Liu Yang had only just begun. A night of rest. When Liu Yang pushed open the door to the Heavenly Realms No. 1 cultivation chamber once more, the entire Apocalypse Academy had transformed beyond recognition. Or rather, the way people looked at him had changed. He needed to head to the library to return the ancient texts on energy pollution he had borrowed. He also needed to visit the cafeteria to replenish his energy. After all, acting was physically demanding work. As he walked along the tree-lined path leading to the teaching area, a peculiar scene unfolded. Ahead, several freshmen who had been chatting and laughing together fell silent the moment they spotted him. They froze in place as if paused by an invisible button. Then, as if on cue, they stepped aside to either side of the path, lowering their heads to make way for him. Only after Liu Yang's figure had calmly passed through their midst and walked away. Only then did they dare straighten their backs, exhaling long, drawn-out breaths. It was as if an invisible mountain had just rolled over them. Phew, that scared the hell out of me. Did he just look at me? Stop freaking yourself out. He was looking at that tree. My goodness, is that the divine messenger? His aura is overwhelming. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't you want to live? Word is he's unpredictable and ruthless. Didn't you see what happened to those Qingyun Society guys? I see it, it's so tragic. Whispers stirred behind him. A barely perceptible curve lifted at the corner of Liu Yang's mouth. He relished this feeling. Not being fawned over, not being idolized. But to be feared. Because reverence meant fewer blind flies would bother him. He arrived at the library. The female assistant who had once barred him from entering turned ashen face the instant she saw him. She practically scrambled out from behind the counter, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to Liu Yang. Master Liu Yang. Welcome. I was blind not to recognize your stature. Please forgive my previous offenses, I beg you not to hold them against me. Her voice trembled. She feared this unpredictable figure before her might seek retribution for past offenses. Liu Yang merely placed several ancient texts on the counter with a casual gesture. Returning books. Yes. Yes. I'll process them immediately. The female assistant, relieved as if granted a pardon, scrambled to process the return. Liu Yang didn't spare her another glance before turning and leaving. He headed to the cafeteria. The moment he stepped through the massive arched doorway, the once bustling, noisy cafeteria hall filled with chatter and clamor fell completely silent in the blink of an eye. Every movement froze. Every pair of eyes turned, fixed on the black-clad youth who was walking in slowly. Chapter 113, Expelling Wang Hao. Liu Yang seemed oblivious to the scene that had captured everyone's attention. He calmly served himself a meal, then casually walked over to a table by the window. Several senior students were already seated there, eating their meals. The moment they saw Liu Yang approaching, they sprang up from their seats as if springs were attached to their bottoms. They didn't even bother grabbing their half-eaten pork chops, grabbing their trays and bolting without looking back. As if that table weren't a dining surface at all, but a live volcano on the verge of eruption. And so, under the gaze of thousands, Liu Yang found himself alone at a huge 8-person table. He began to savor his lunch, chewing slowly and deliberately. During this time, he happened to encounter several Qingyun Society members whose limbs he had broken during the ranking battles. Their arms were still encased in casts and bandages. The moment they saw Liu Yang, the color drained completely from their faces. Their eyes were filled with bone-chilling terror. They cared about nothing else but turning and running. Their haste was so great they even knocked over several people, causing chaos. They looked utterly wretched, like stray dogs. Liu Yang watched it all unfold, his face still bearing that same calm expression. But inside, he was laughing coldly. If they had known this day would come, why did they ever start? He calmly finished the last piece of meat on his plate. Then, with elegant grace, he wiped his mouth with a napkin. He stood up. All eyes in the cafeteria once again focused on him. Everyone wanted to know what this newly emerged, untouchable big shot would do next. And Liu Yang, under everyone's gaze, slowly walked toward one direction. He knew. The entire academy was watching him now. Watching to see how he would deal with the instigator, Wang Hao. And Liu Yang had never been one to keep his audience waiting too long. The time for reckoning had come. Days after the farce of the trial concluded, Tianqi Academy descended into an eerie calm. Liu Yang's name had become something of a taboo. Students dared not speak of him openly, yet privately, rumors that he was the avatar of the gods grew ever more intense. Wherever he went, he remained the center of attention, yet no one dared approach him. Meanwhile, another name, Wang Hao, became the academy's greatest laughingstock. The once arrogant leader of the scholarly faction now hid like a frightened rabbit, spending his days holed up in the Qingyun Society's clubhouse, afraid to show his face. He was afraid. He feared Liu Yang's vengeance. Wang Hao endured each day in agony, waiting for Liu Yang's wrath to descend upon him. He had even prepared himself for a brutal duel. Yet, a day passed. Liu Yang didn't come. 2 days passed. Liu Yang still hadn't come. It was as if he had completely forgotten Wang Hao's existence. His days unfolded in a steady, uneventful rhythm. He went to the library to read, to the meditation room to practice, and to the cafeteria to eat. It was as if all past grievances had vanished into thin air with that trial. This extreme tranquility, this agony of being ignored, terrified and drove Wang Hao to distraction far more than any direct retaliation ever could. What the hell does he want? Why hasn't he come yet? Inside the Qingyun Society's clubhouse, Wang Hao raged hysterically, smashing one piece of precious porcelain after another into shards. He'd rather Liu Yang burst in right now and beat him half to death. It would be far better than this, like a sharp blade hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. But what he didn't know was this. Liu Yang hadn't forgotten him. Instead, he had chosen a more dignified way for him to die. On this day, Liu Yang arrived at Yi Nanshan's Madman Laboratory. Yi Nantian was clearly in high spirits. He was humming a tune that didn't quite hold its own while tinkering with his prized psychic overload booster chamber. "Kid, you're here?" He grinned widely at Liu Yang. "What? Changed your mind? Ready to join me for a non-stop 7-day nightmare journey?" "No rush, mentor." Liu Yang shook his head. "I'm here today to ask you for a small favor." "Oh? Tell me about it." Liu Yang transmitted an encrypted electronic file he had prepared earlier to Yi Nantian. "I'd like to ask you to submit this whistleblower report anonymously to the Academy's disciplinary committee under your name." "Reporting materials?" Yi Nantian opened the file with curiosity. The moment he grasped its contents, those eyes always tinged with madness suddenly lit up. They shone like 2,000-watt light bulbs. The content was simple, yet deadly. Report: Wang Hao, a student of this academy, out of personal grudge, maliciously colluded with external forces, the Holy Light Church, to leak confidential personal information of another student, Liu Yang, and provided false evidence. He attempted to manipulate external entities to interfere in the academy's internal affairs, severely compromising the independence and reputation of Tianqi Academy. Holy! Even Yi Nantian couldn't help but let out a curse after seeing it. He stared at Liu Yang as if he were looking at a demon. "You're a ing genius, kid. You don't even need a knife to kill. Once this accusation letter is submitted, no investigation will be needed. That kid Wang Hao is as good as dead. Not even the gods could save him." He knew exactly where the bottom line lay at Tianqi Academy. Among students, fights, brawls, jealousy disputes, even accidental killings, the academy might be able to suppress them. But this one thing? Conspiring with outsiders to undermine the academy's fundamental interests. This is the absolute, untouchable, highest-level red line. "So, mentor, will you do me this favor?" Liu Yang asked with a smile. "Help. Of course I'll help." Yi Nantian slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. "I've had it with that old fart Wang Jin for ages. Today, getting to personally take down his most cherished nephew, it's pure bliss." Ha! He immediately sent the denunciation materials out through his internal channels. The next day, the academy bulletin board was once again swamped with people. Another urgent notice was pinned at the most prominent spot. Notice regarding disciplinary action against student Wang Hao. Upon investigation, it has been confirmed that Wang Hao, a student of this academy, committed serious violations of school regulations and discipline in the case involving Liu Yang's suspected heresy. Driven by personal vendetta, he maliciously fabricated facts, provided false testimony, and colluded with external forces to attempt interference in the academy's internal affairs. His actions have caused extremely detrimental damage to the academy's reputation and independence. Following deliberation by the College Disciplinary Committee and the College Council, the following disciplinary actions are imposed upon Wang Hao. 1. Expulsion from the university. 2. All honors and distinctions obtained during his enrollment are hereby revoked. 3. His actions shall be recorded in the Federal Education System's blacklist, rendering him permanently ineligible for enrollment. All students are urged to take this as a cautionary example. Chapter 114, Secret Realm Sequence 9. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire venue. No one had anticipated that Wang Hao's punishment would come so swiftly and be so severe. Expulsion. Permanent disqualification. This effectively destroyed all prospects for his future as a beast tamer. That very afternoon, at the window of training room number 1, Liu Yang watched from afar. The once proud leader of the scholarly faction. Now resembling a true stray dog, he dragged his luggage alone, head bowed, through the gates of Tianqi Academy under the gaze of countless eyes filled with contempt, ridicule, and schadenfreude. As if sensing something, he whipped his head around, his eyes burning with endless venom and resentment, fixed intently on Liu Yang's direction. Liu Yang met his gaze calmly. Then, raising a cup of black tea in his hand, he made a distant toast gesture toward him. In the sunlight, his smile was dazzling yet icy. With Wang Hao, this major threat, eliminated, Liu Yang felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He didn't linger long in his king's domain. Instead, he immediately headed back to Yi Nanshan's precarious madman laboratory. Both in reason and in gratitude, he owed it to this mad mentor who had pulled him through his darkest hour to express his thanks in person. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door isn't locked. Yi Nanshan's booming, impatient shout echoed from inside. Liu Yang pushed open the door to find Yi Nantian grinning broadly, humming a tune as he wiped down his prized psychic overload booster chamber. Hey, kid, you're here? Yi Nanshan's face lit up like a blooming chrysanthemum when he saw him. What? Here to honor our wager? Ready to enjoy a 7-day, 7-night nightmare ride inside my precious? Mentor, I'm here to thank you. Liu Yang bowed sincerely before him. If you hadn't helped me submit that report, that bastard Wang Hao would probably still be acting like a little tyrant around campus. Thank me? Yi Nantian waved his hand dismissively. I didn't do you any favors. That was your own hard-won territory. He circled Lu Yang, whistling in admiration, his eyes brimming with unabashed appreciation. Impressive. Damn impressive. I thought you'd storm the Qingyun Society right after the trial and beat that Wang Hao kid into a bloody pulp. But I never imagined you'd actually hold back. He chuckled, slapping Lu Yang on the shoulder. You know how to use the rules to defeat those who think they control them. Kid, you're more like me than I ever imagined. You're even more ruthless than I was in my youth. Receiving such high praise from this mad mentor, Lu Yang merely smiled. You flatter me, mentor. Enough with the pleasantries. Yi Nantian shifted his tone abruptly. Those eyes, usually tinged with madness, suddenly sharpened into an intense, serious glare. He fixed his gaze on Lu Yang and said in a deep voice. Kid, a piece of trash like Wang Hao is nothing but an insignificant stumbling block on your path to growth. Your true enemy is yourself. Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Mentor, you. Stop pretending. Yi Nantian curled his lips. In my lab, not a single flicker of unstable energy escapes my perception. When you were on the trial platform, forcibly suppressing that power within you, you may have deceived everyone else, but you couldn't fool me. That power is formidable, yet equally perilous. Like a wild beast caged, it could break free at any moment and turn on its master. He had pinpointed Lu Yang's greatest hidden threat. Lu Yang fell silent. Before a powerhouse of Yi Nantian's caliber, any attempt at concealment seemed utterly laughable. Originally, I intended for you to spend more time in my nightmare chamber. The intense mental pressure would temper your will, fortifying that cage of yours. Yi Nantian stated. But now it seems external pressure alone is no longer enough. You must address the root cause of the problem. He turned and walked to the deepest part of the laboratory, standing before a massive safe crafted from thick metal, its surface engraved with countless defensive runes. From within, he retrieved a thick research notebook bound in some unknown animal hide. Sweeping calligraphy adorned the cover. The Apocalypse Secret Realm. He solemnly placed the notebook exuding the weight of time and vast knowledge into Lu Yang's hands. Lu Yang was somewhat puzzled. This is the culmination of my decades of clandestine research into every secret realm within the Academy. A hint of smug satisfaction flashed across Yi Nantian's face. Young man, he said, do you know what has made the Apocalypse Academy the world's foremost institution? Those pedantic mentors? Or those self-important student factions? Neither. The Academy's true foundation lies in those 9 secret realms passed down since ancient times. Each secret realm embodies a distinct law, containing a unique power. And within these notes of mine lie the methods to enter each realm, the dangers within, and the greatest opportunities that may be gained. Lu Yang's heart began to pound wildly. He knew what an invaluable gift Yi Nantian had given him. This was a guidebook powerful enough to send the entire academy into a frenzy. Open it and look at the last page. Yi Nantian gestured. Lu Yang complied, flipping open the notebook. He went straight to the last page. That page no longer contained detailed information about the secret realms. Instead, it contained a passage filled with mysterious legends. Secret Realm Sequence Number 9. Status, permanently sealed. Danger level, unknown beyond lethal. Description, the foundation of the Academy, its most enigmatic and perilous secret realm. Its origins remain unknown, its true nature remains unseen. Based on years of research, I speculate the core of Secret Realm 9 may very well connect to a nascent microcosm. Its laws are pure, primal, and unblemished. Legend holds that its essence can purify all impurities from the energies of the world. Its springs can purify the deepest impurities within all souls. Purify the soul's corruption? Upon reading these words, Lu Yang's breathing instantly became frantic. Wasn't this precisely what he needed most right now? Yi Nantian watched his burning gaze, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Leaning close to Lu Yang's ear, he whispered in a voice laced with both temptation and warning. Kid, the conventional path won't save you anymore. Want to solve your troubles at their root? Want to become the true master of that beast? Dare you join this madman for one final, even greater gamble? Chapter 115, The Apocalypse Secret Realm Trial. The acrid mix of oil and dust lingering in the madman's lab still clung to his nostrils. Lu Yang carried the Apocalypse Secret Realm exam, a document capable of sending the entire academy into a frenzy, back to his exclusive training chamber, designated as the top-tier room number 1. Wang Hao had been expelled. Edmund fled in disarray. The olive branch from the Abyssal Secret Society lay temporarily set aside. All external enemies, all open and hidden threats, seemed to have reached a temporary conclusion with that absurd trial. Lu Yang could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He placed the precious notebook on the table. Then, as if all his bones had been pulled out, he collapsed heavily onto the soft, comfortable bed. The nerves that had been stretched taut for far too long finally found a sliver of release. However, it was precisely this slight relaxation gave the beast called the Abyss an opening. Boom! Without warning, a torrent of energy more violent than any before erupted violently from the deepest recesses of his soul. Ugh! Lu Yang didn't even have a moment to react. His entire body jerked as if struck by 10,000 volts of electricity, catapulting him off the bed before slamming him back onto the floor. Agonizing pain. Heart-wrenching agony. As if billions of ants were gnawing at his very marrow. As if countless red-hot steel needles were piercing his very soul. What was happening? Lu Yang's consciousness was instantly shattered by this sudden, overwhelming agony. With great effort, he raised his hand and looked at his arm. Beneath his skin, dark purple veins once again surged violently to the surface. And this time, they were no longer mere patterns. They writhed and crawled beneath his skin like living creatures, emitting visible wisps of ominous black mist. Warning! 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 Abyssal Contamination Level 31. Host's willpower has weakened. Abyssal Corruption Protocol now fully activated. Irreversible assimilation of your body and soul is underway. The system's alarm screeched sharply within his mind. But at this moment, Lu Yang could no longer hear it. A kaleidoscope of bizarre hallucinations began to flood his vision. He saw the Spider Queen's hideous face, covered in countless compound eyes, snarling at him with venomous hatred. He saw the bloodthirsty butcher buck's grinning face, wielding his slaughtering blade, dismembering his body over and over again. He even heard once more the tempting whisper from the bottomless abyss. Give up, child. Resistance is futile. See how wretched and pitiful you are. Embrace us, become us, and you shall find eternal peace. Get the hell out of here. Lu Yang mustered every ounce of strength, forcing a few broken syllables from his throat. He bit down hard on his own tongue, trying to use the excruciating pain to hold onto his last shred of lucidity. The metallic sweetness of blood instantly flooded his mouth. But it was useless. The raging abyssal energy had spiraled completely out of control. Boom! Behind him, dozens of pitch-black abyssal tendrils extended wildly and uncontrollably. Like a swarm of raging demons, they lashed out wildly, striking everything in their path. Deep, jagged cracks ripped through the sturdy alloy walls. Expensive furniture was instantly torn to shreds. Within mere seconds, the entire luxurious cultivation chamber lay in utter ruin. Master! Zero's spectral form flew out of his body in panic. She attempted to use her partially restored holy light power to pacify the rampaging energy within Lu Yang's body. But the moment her power touched the utterly uncontrolled abyssal energy, it was repelled. She could only watch helplessly as Lu Yang writhed in agony on the floor, convulsing. She watched as the human spark in his pitch-black eyes was slowly devoured and replaced. Lu Yang knew. He was about to break. If this continued, within minutes, he would be completely assimilated by this force. Transformed into a monster that knew only slaughter and destruction. No! I cannot die here. I cannot become that thing. In the final second before his consciousness was completely swallowed by darkness. His gaze pierced through the swirling black tentacles filling the sky, landing on the Book of Apocalyptic Secret Realm Studies on the table. The Ninth Secret Realm. The primordial realm capable of purifying soul corruption. That was his only hope. Come to me. Lu Yang mustered the last shred of control over his body and let out a beastly, hoarse roar at the notebook. A touch of the abyss, as if hearing its master's call, suddenly lashed out toward the notebook. He forcibly summoned his dwindling mental energy, driving it like a spike into his temple. The excruciating pain jolted his consciousness, on the verge of being swallowed by darkness, back into sharp awareness. Now! He opened his bloodshot eyes, their pupils flashing with a mad purple light, and fixed his gaze intently on the notebook's pages. There was no time to read page by page. With fingers already stiffening, he frantically flipped the notebook to its final page. He reached the chapter detailing Secret Realm Sequence Number 9. What met his eyes was Yi Nanshan's wild yet meticulously precise handwriting, bordering on obsession. Based on my reverse analysis of the magic energy particle spectrum from 3 world tree fragment samples excavated from ancient ruins, combined with scattered records from the founding scrolls of the Apocalypse Academy, I possess over 973% certainty to draw the following conclusions. The reason Apocalypse Academy stands as the world's foremost institution of learning does not lie in the 8 great secret realms we know. Rather, it lies in this 9th secret realm, one never opened to the outside world, whose very existence remains unknown even to most instructors. I hypothesize that the core of this secret realm has long transcended our understanding of space. It is not a fixed location, but a passage. A passage connecting our mature, solidified world saturated with energy and willful corruption to another nascent, newly born microcosm. Lu Yang's breathing instantly became frantic. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart, he forced himself to look further down. A nascent world implies its laws are pure, primal, and unblemished. There exists no tainted energy acquired through later development. Nor is there any willful corruption from ancient gods, primordial demons, the abyss, or holy light. Therefore, I boldly hypothesize that at the core of that world, there must exist a primordial substance, one I name the source of the newborn world. Its essence is the purest form of formatted energy capable of assimilating and overwriting all known energies. Theoretically, it can purify any form of energy corruption. Heal any degree of soul trauma. It is the true creation of the gods. Purify all energy corruption. Purify all soul trauma. Chapter 116, The Entire Academy Ranking Tournament. At this sight, a dazzling light erupted from Liu Yang's eyes nearly swallowed by darkness like never before. Found it. He had found it. This wasn't hope. This was his only way out. A fierce will to survive surged through him like the most potent shot of adrenaline, jolting his nearly shattered soul back to life. His scattered consciousness miraculously coalesced once more in that instant. Temporarily, it suppressed the backlash within his body. He eagerly flipped to the next page of the notebook. He had to find it. Find the way to enter the secret realm number 9. Finally. At the bottom of the page, beneath a draft diagram covered in countless complex formulas and calculations, he found the crucial text heavily circled in red ink by Yin Antian. According to calculations, activating the passage to secret realm number 9 requires an immense amount of energy. The next energy title window will occur in 3 months. The key to unlocking the passage is not any token, but rather qualification. A qualification recognized by the world tree trunk of the Academy. Throughout history, only one path has led to this qualification. Become one of the 10 strongest individuals in the Apocalypse Academy. Boom! Liu Yang's mind felt as though it had been struck by an invisible bolt of lightning once more. The 10 strongest individuals? Frantically, he flipped to the next page with his hand, which was already barely responding. That page held only a few lines of text more hastily scrawled, more startlingly shocking. Secret Realm 9 opens once every 3 years. Its opening coincides precisely with the Academy's most significant event, the end-of-term All-Academy ranking battle. Entry requirements. Only those ranked within the top 10 on the final Academy-wide ranking battle leaderboard for that academic year may enter. Academy-wide ranking battle. Overall rankings. Top 10. Upon seeing these words, Liu Yang's heart, which had been racing with hope, plunged back into the depths of despair. A wave of helplessness, deeper than the backlash of the abyssal energy, surged through him. First place in the entire Academy's ranking battle? In the face of the entire Academy's rankings encompassing every grade and every prodigy, first place in the freshman rankings meant absolutely nothing. The opponents he would face were no longer sheltered flowers like Wang Hao, who relied on family connections and background to lord it over others. He would face second, third, and fourth-year students, true monsters forged in battle, who had risen from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Monsters, every single one of them, possessing power sufficient to effortlessly crush third-tier opponents and even stand toe-to-toe with fourth-tier powerhouses. Take the fourth-year top student, for instance Li Wuya, the so-called sword saint whose single strike is said to cleave mountains. Take the third year's enigmatic time witch, who bound a legendary time elemental beast to her contract. Or the second-year combat maniac, infamous for his savage, brutal fighting style, known to all as the Blood Azura. These are the true pinnacle of Tianqi Academy. Each one is a legend. And now, he, a freshman barely a month into his enrollment, is going to challenge them? And not just challenge them, but seize a spot among the top 10? This isn't a challenge anymore. It was a fool's fantasy. It was like a moth flying into a flame. It was courting death. Just as the immense pressure threatened to crush Liu Yang's spirit once more. His gaze caught the blank margin of the notebook page. There, scrawled in what seemed like a later addition by Yin Antian, was a hastily written note. The handwriting brimmed with amusement and a hint of schadenfreude. Kid, you're in luck. The college-wide ranking battle is just a month away. This is your only chance. Just a heads up, any one of those top 10 monsters is stronger than that worthless piece of trash named Buck you killed in Blackrock City. Want to live? If you want to live, go kill them all. 1 month. From a freshman just starting out, to a level where you can compete with the absolute best monsters in the entire academy. This was an impossible task. But Liu Yang gazed at his own hands, slowly returning to normal under the powerful life energy's restoration. He gazed at the dark purple magical patterns that had once surfaced there, symbols of corruption and ill omen. In his eyes, which had nearly been swallowed by despair. Suddenly, a flame ignited, more ferocious, more frenzied than ever before. Impossible? What had Liu Yang accomplished along his journey that wasn't impossible? Amidst the city's mockery, he forged a contract with a dead egg. He danced with the Abyss Queen under her watchful gaze. Amidst a deadly pursuit, he turned the tables and slayed his formidable foe. Amidst the Academy's collective ostracism, he ascended as the king of newcomers. Under the judgment of the holy light, he turned truth into lies. Pressure? Dead ends? What he feared least were pressure in desperate situations. The immense pressure, enough to crush anyone, instead acted like the strongest liquor, completely igniting the innate ferocity and fighting spirit deep within his bones. Ha! A low, beastly chuckle erupted from his throat. Top 10 in the entire academy? How amusing. He struggled to his feet, rising slowly from the ground. His body, still being torn apart by the relentless tug of abyssal energy and life force, writhed in agony. But his gaze had grown incredibly sharp. Unwavering resolve. 1 month. From top freshman to the top 10 in the entire academy. This was no longer an unattainable goal. It was now his mission to survive, to resist being consumed by the abyss, to protect the human heart still within him. A mission he must complete. 1 month later. The Apocalypse Academy's end-of-term college-wide ranking battle officially commenced. Compared to the freshman rankings, this grand event encompassing all grades was undoubtedly 10 times more spectacular and explosive. The central arena was packed to capacity. Even beyond the academy walls, the battle was broadcast live through massive magical projection screens. The entire central city was watching. As the undisputed king of freshmen this year and the central figure in that earth-shattering trial farce, Liu Yang's name had already spread throughout the entire academy. He was the most controversial and closely watched focal point of this ranking battle. Some believed he could create a miracle, breaking into the top ranks of the overall leaderboard as a freshman. But more believed he was merely an overhyped fluke, a lucky break. Against the true powerhouses of the upperclassmen, his meager skills would be utterly crushed. Liu Yang? That kid protected by the divine messenger? Ha! I'd wager it's just a publicity stunt concocted by the academy to overshadow the church. Exactly. Freshmen will always be freshmen. The blood demon of the second year, the witch of time of the third year, the sword saint of the fourth year, aren't they all battle-hardened powerhouses? What does this first-year kid have to fight them with? I bet he won't even make it past the round of 32. Chapter 117, I'm in a hurry. Liu Yang paid no heed to the outside chatter. For the past month, he had practically locked himself away in Yi Nanshan's madman's laboratory. Inside that psychic overload chamber, he endured countless nightmares of his soul being torn apart. Under the tenfold gravity of that gravity ring, he pushed his body beyond its limits countless times. He painstakingly assimilated the colossal energy devoured from the Spider Queen, integrating it into his own being. Though the pollution level still hung like a sword of Damocles over his head. His power had once again surged to insane levels. Host, Liu Yang. Tier, mid-tier 2. Mental power, B grade. Abyss corruption level, 29, barely stable. By virtue of his status as the newborn king, Liu Yang bypassed the brutal preliminary rounds entirely, securing direct entry into the main tournament. The round of 32 to 16 match. When the massive orb revealed his opponent, a wave of knowing laughter rippled through the entire arena. His opponent was a third-year senior named Sun Hao. This Sun Hao was best known as a former core member of the Qingyun Society and one of Wang Hao's most loyal supporters. Truly, he was a persistent ghost. Liu Yang looked across the ring at the senior whose eyes burned with resentment and jealousy, feeling only a touch of boredom. The match begins. Yet, as the referee's command echoed, Sun Hao across the ring did not immediately launch an attack like the others. Instead, he summoned his defensive beast, the Xuanjia Earth Dragon, and then began circling Liu Yang leisurely on the stage. He was stalling for time. Liu Yang's brow furrowed slightly, instantly grasping his opponent's intent. Sure enough. Less than a minute passed. On several adjacent stages, contestants also clad in Qingyun Society uniforms swiftly disposed of their opponents. One after another, they leapt onto the platform where Liu Yang stood right before everyone's eyes. Sun Hao. We're here to help you. Damn it. This kid got Brother Hao expelled. Today, we'll make him pay in blood for what he's done. In an instant, the stage erupted into a 4-on-1 assault. Whoosh. The entire crowd erupted in shock. Holy. No way. How shameless. Openly violating the rules. Teaming up to ambush someone in the elimination round? Are these Qingyun Society guys resorting to dirty tricks because they can't handle losing? The referee in charge of the ring instantly paled and rushed forward to intervene. You. But before he could finish, Liu Yang slowly raised his hand. He gave the referee a gentle wave, signaling that it wasn't necessary. Then, he lifted his eyelids and swept a gaze over the 4 clowns before him, those who believed victory was theirs, their faces brimming with smug and cruel grins with the cold, dead stare of someone looking at corpses. His voice was not loud. Yet it thundered like a clap of lightning, echoing clearly throughout the entire arena. Come at me all at once. I'm in a hurry. How utterly calm that tone was. Yet those words were so utterly arrogant. The smug expressions on those 4 seniors' faces froze instantly, replaced by the fury of being looked down upon. You're asking for it. Guys. Get him. Take him down. Let him learn what senior love means. 4 men, for contract beasts, charged at Liu Yang from 4 different directions simultaneously, unleashing their most ferocious attacks with an earth-shattering fury. Facing this assault, one powerful enough to reduce any peer to dust in an instant, Liu Yang finally moved. He no longer relied solely on his martial arts techniques as before. Slowly, he raised his right hand. Since you're so eager to witness my true power. A cold, sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Then I shall grant your wish. Boom. An abyssal aura even more terrifying than the one in the spider's lair erupted from his body, piercing the heavens. Dozens of massive dark tentacles. Like a demon god descending, they erupted violently from his back in an instant. They swept the four seniors, their so-called powerful contract beasts, and their laughable confidence and dignity into the endless shadows of despair. Boom! The moment Liu Yang uttered the words, "I'll grant your wish," the entire stage 36 was utterly engulfed by endless darkness. They transformed the entire arena into a hunting ground belonging solely to Liu Yang. What the hell is this? Is this his contract beast? No. This isn't a contract beast. This power is being unleashed from his own body. Tens of thousands of teachers and students in the arena collectively gasped in shock at that moment. The mockery, disdain, and schadenfreude frozen on their faces, replaced instead by boundless, soul-shaking terror. The four seniors, who had been so arrogant moments ago, bore the brunt of it first, feeling the terrifying pressure that could freeze their very souls. Attack! Don't stop! Sun Hao, the leader, roared with a hollow ferocity. He commanded his Xuanjia Earth Dragon to spew corrosive acid. The other three snapped into action, frantically commanding their contract beasts to unleash fireballs, wind blades, and rock spikes. Four powerful second-tier pets unleashed their full firepower in that instant. Yet all this seemed utterly laughable before the wildly dancing dark tentacles. Sizzle! 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 The foremost tentacles, as agile as venomous snakes, nearly flickered. With a single flick, they snatched the incoming fireballs and wind blades, exploding them mid-air. Another thicker tentacle met the acid spray from the Black Armor Earth Dragon head-on. Its surface merely emitted a wisp of green smoke, completely unscathed. Roar! Seeing this, the Black Armor Earth Dragon roared and, relying on its formidable defenses, charged straight at Liu Yang himself. Looking for death. Liu Yang stood rooted to the spot, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. He merely thought it. The tentacle closest to the Black Armor Earth Dragon lashed out like a battering ram, tearing through the air with a terrifying howl as it struck the dragon's flank with brutal force. Crash! A thunderous explosion. The Xuanjia Earth Dragon, renowned for its impenetrable defense, its scales so hard even heavy artillery struggled to breach them, didn't even have time to utter a cry of pain. Its massive body exploded mid-air from the force of that single, devastating strike. Flesh, entrails, and shattered scales rained down like a torrent, scattering across the ground. Instant kill. Chapter 118, Thunder God Kyle. A second-tier peak defensive beast pet was shattered without so much as a ripple, crushed instantly by a casual blow. No! My Earth Dragon! Sun Hao's voice cracked. The scream lasted only half a second before his Adam's apple jerked violently, cutting it off abruptly. A jet-black tentacle swept silently toward him, like a noose emerging from the shadows. It wrapped around his throat, hoisting his entire body into the air like a small chicken. Suffocation struck like ice water poured down his throat. Sun Hao's face turned iron purple, bloodshot veins snapping across his eyes. His feet flailed wildly in the air, the soles of his shoes scraping the void with frantic whistles, yet finding no foothold. This was only the beginning. Liu Yang held Sun Hao suspended by a single tentacle while dozens of abyssal tendrils behind him stirred to life simultaneously, like a death ballet choreographed to perfection. One tentacle, razor sharp as a blade, sliced through with a single stroke, severing the flight pet's wing feathers clean off at the root. The blood-soaked feathers fluttered wildly as the creature plummeted, its impact echoing with a dull thud. Another tentacle unfurled into a web, layer upon layer, instantly binding an agile pet creature so tightly its joints cracked. It was wrapped like a stuffed rice dumpling, unable to even find a crack to struggle through. More tentacles slithered along the ground, piercing the arena's stone slabs with a shrill, grinding sound like dry, sharp teeth gnashing against molars. At the same time, a shadow rippled silently, like a ripple across water. An unseen figure stood behind the two seniors. Zero. Her violet eyes flashed with icy resolve as shadow daggers pressed against their backs, their bone-chilling cold making every hair on their necks stand on end. Move, and you die. Her voice was low, yet it felt like death himself had delivered the verdict directly into their ears. The two seniors froze instantly, cold sweat soaking through their backs. The battle ended. From the moment they launched their ambush to their complete annihilation, less than 10 seconds had passed. For battle-hardened third-year elites, for second-tier beast companions under Liu Yang's domain suppression and multi-target control, as if a demon god had descended, were as fragile as 4 ants crushed beneath a boot. Dead silence fell over the entire arena. The roaring clamor that had filled the air moments before was abruptly silenced, the atmosphere growing as cold as frost. Liu Yang retracted the abyssal touch, lifting his fingertips slightly. Like tossing trash, he picked up the 4 defeated combatants one by one and flung them off the edge of the stage. The thuds of their impacts echoed hollowly through the empty arena. He lifted his head, his gaze calm as it swept across the spectator seats. First, he looked at the students who had just been criticizing him, then paused on the members of the Qingyun Society who were close to Wang Hao. Everyone met by his gaze, freshmen and upperclassmen alike, instinctively averted their eyes. Shoulders hunched, heads bowed lower, as if the slightest upward glance would pin them to their seats with that stare. This battle had silenced every voice. And he had etched a truth into their minds: the name Liu Yang would henceforth be taboo within Tianqi Academy. As his cold, emotionless eyes swept across the arena, the central combat field fell deathly silent. Former Qingyun Society members cowered like startled birds, their breaths catching in their throats, not daring to meet his gaze for even a moment. He established his authority in a single battle. With the most ruthless, most uncompromising methods, he cleared away every obstacle daring to stand before him. The subsequent matches became utterly tedious. In the quarterfinals, opponents turned pale upon seeing the matchup. Within 3 seconds of hesitation, they raised their hands. I concede. In the semifinals, it was even quicker, they forfeited without even stepping onto the stage. Are you kidding? For third-year elites banding together? He'd sweep them away like trash within 10 seconds. What was the point of continuing? It was like handing over free kills. Thus, under countless gazes filled with awe, fear, and even a hint of absurdity, Liu Yang advanced unchallenged, marching straight into the final match of this year's college-wide ranking tournament. His opponent was a foregone conclusion. The reigning champion, the top fourth-year student, Kyle the Walking Thunder God. When the final matchup lit up the giant screen, the long silent arena erupted once more, cheers rolling like thunderous waves, each crest louder than the last. The new king versus the old king. One was the mysterious freshman who, barely a month after enrollment, had turned the academy upside down and risen like a demon lord. The other, a long-established legend who had dominated the rankings for 3 consecutive years, an unbeatable senior whose true depth remained unfathomable. This clash represented the most formidable confrontation among the current generation of students at Apocalypse Academy. Here it comes. Finally. Thunder God Kyle. My idol. He's bound to end Liu Yang's winning streak. It's hard to say that Liu Yang guy is like a monster, impossible to read. Who are you betting on? The stands buzzed with heated debate, while the stage itself was eerily quiet. Kyle stood tall, blonde-haired, and blue-eyed, his face sculpted with icy severity. Unlike Wang Hao's flamboyance or Zhao Tianlong's brashness, he stood still, radiating the weight and stability of a heavy sword sheath yet harboring astonishing cutting power within. His gaze met Liu Yang's, devoid of hostility, only the appreciation of a worthy opponent and pure combat intent. You're strong. Kyle spoke, his voice rolling like a muffled thunderclap. I've watched all your previous matches. To be honest, I admire you. Your fighting style is pure and highly efficient. Liu Yang nodded. You're not bad either. He could sense that this man was different from any other opponent he'd faced. His aura was dense and steady, like a volcano poised to erupt, radiating explosive power from every pore. This was a true powerhouse. Enough said. Kyle's eyes blazed like lightning had struck them. Let me see if you, this so-called newcomer king, have what it takes to snatch the top spot in the entire academy from my hands. Come on, my companion, Thunder Titan. Roar. A roar that nearly shattered the dome erupted, crackling with lightning. A colossal figure over 5 meters tall stomped down, thunder snakes slithering across his arms. His massive hammer dragged a blinding arc of white-blue lightning, filling the air with the acrid scent of scorched metal. 4th-tier elite class pet beast, Thunder Titan. As a sign of respect for you. Liu Yang gazed at the awe-inspiring Titan and slowly raised his hand. 0. A flash of light, and 0 materialized. This time, she no longer disguised herself as an archangel, but returned to her true form, the fallen queen. A jet-black gothic gown cascaded to the floor. Her violet eyes shone like cold stars. Behind her, a pair of wings pure white yet tinged with an eerie purple shifted in the light, cold and beautiful as blades. The match begins. The referee's voice faded as the battle ignited in an instant. Kai's sweeping, overwhelming pressure crashed down. Each thunderous hammer strike from the Titan unleashed a torrent of lightning, dragging the arena into a searing inferno of thunder. Liu Yang held nothing back. The surging power gained from devouring the Spider Queen erupted without restraint for the first time. Abyssal touch and shadow blade intertwined, weaving whips of shadow and flashes of cold light. Man and beast tangled in a deadly embrace with the colossal Thunder Titan. The arena trembled, cracking and shattering, dust from the stone crevices whirling into smoke. Blinding lightning clashed repeatedly with unnatural darkness. Light curtains billowed as thunderous booms rolled like muffled explosions beneath the dome. The spectators' breaths faltered in rhythm, thousands of eyes reduced to mere overlaps of light and shadow within their pupils. This was the true pinnacle of combat. Chapter 119, The Mysterious Dean. Dozens of exchanges passed in an instant. The contest remained deadlocked. Yet Kyle grew increasingly alarmed with every strike. He discovered that the frenzied lightning striking those pitch-black tentacles was being weakened, even swallowed, by some strange force. Meanwhile, the opposing force seemed inexhaustible. More than once, he thought he'd found an opening. Yet each time, his opponent deflected his attacks with even more devious and elusive maneuvers. He was being slowly overwhelmed. Now! In a most ferocious clash, Kale poured every ounce of strength and intent into the Thunder Titan's colossal hammer. Wrath of the Thunder God! Liu Yang had been waiting for this very moment. In that split-second gap between the old power dissipating and the new power surging, he abandoned all flashy techniques. He commanded every abyssal touch to meet that world-shattering thunder hammer head-on. Like a cannonball tearing through the vortex of an energy storm, he appeared before Kale in the blink of an eye. He raised his seemingly ordinary fist. Then, with the purest, most direct, and most uncompromising force imaginable, he struck. This punch carried the primal power he had devoured from the Blood Butcher Buck, the Plague Rat King, and the Shadow Spider Queen. Boom! Kyle's hastily raised shield shattered like paper before this seemingly ordinary fist. The fist's edge slammed into his chest. Kyle's body was swept back like a fallen leaf in a gale, crashing into the edge of the ring before being flung half a step back. A sweet taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire arena fell silent. The outcome was decided. Liu Yang withdrew his fist and stood silently, watching him. Kyle struggled to his feet. Wiping the blood from his lips, he looked at Liu Yang. His face held no resentment, only a carefree and resigned smile. He raised his hand and gave a distant thumbs up. I lost. His voice remained steady, his bearing as that of a true champion, undiminished in the slightest. You're stronger than me. The top spot at Tianqi Academy is yours. With that, he leapt down from the stage. Open and honest. He left the stage to the newly crowned champion. The moment Kyle vanished beneath the ring's edge, the central arena erupted like a powder keg ignited, shattering the brief silence. Liu Yang! Liu Yang! Liu Yang! Tens of thousands of students and faculty, regardless of whether they had supported or questioned him, couldn't help but cheer for this new champion from the depths of their hearts. He had conquered all with an utterly dominant victory beyond dispute. As a first-year freshman, he had unprecedentedly ascended to the highest throne of the entire academy's ranking battles. In this moment, he was the undisputed king of the academy. The grand award ceremony commenced immediately. Liu Yang stood atop the highest podium reserved solely for the champion. Beside him stood Kale, the Witch of Time, the blood demon, those legendary monsters of the academy once known only through whispers. And now, he stood taller than them all. Spotlights, flowers, and cheers surged toward him like waves. Yet Liu Yang's heart remained as still as water. He knew these were but fleeting, empty honors. He had given everything today not for these accolades, but for the one ticket that could keep him alive. Now, please welcome Mr. Gu Rong, the most respected dean of Tianqi Academy, to present awards to the top 10 contestants. From the podium, Vice Dean Wang Jin announced in a voice thick with complexity. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure resembling a neighborly old man quietly took his place on the podium. He was the true helmsman of Tianqi Academy, that elusive, mysterious dean who appeared as rarely as a dragon's head. The dean appeared ordinary, almost devoid of any energy fluctuations. Yet Liu Yang sensed an aura emanating from him that was deeper and more expansive than anything he had ever encountered, deeper than Edmund, deeper than the Spider Queen, deeper than any being he had ever known. It was a terrifying realm of oneness with the laws of heaven and earth. Dean Gu Rong smiled as he presented the prizes, symbols of honor and resources to the top 10 contestants. Finally, he paused before Liu Yang. He gazed at the youth, a fleeting, almost imperceptible hint of approval flickering across his eyes that seemed to pierce through the murk of all creation. He took out a simple token carved from an ancient, unidentified wood. Engraved on its surface in ancient script was the letter 9. He placed it gently into Liu Yang's palm. This was the token granting access to the 9th secret realm. Take it, child. The voice of the ancient Banyan Dean was as gentle as a spring breeze. At the very moment of presentation, he murmured softly into Liu Yang's ear, his voice audible only to them both. A blade too sharp is easily broken. May you find what you truly seek within the 9th secret realm. Balance. Liu Yang's heart tightened. He looked up at the dean. The dean merely gave him a meaningful smile. He saw through him. This inscrutable old man had likely long since discerned the secrets he carried. The award ceremony concluded amidst enthusiastic applause. Liu Yang politely declined the overtures and celebrations from his mentors, as well as numerous external corporations and factions. He returned alone to his mountain-top cultivation chamber. Standing before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, he clenched the token engraved with 9 in his hand. He could feel the abyssal energy, stirred once more by the earlier battle, pulsing faintly beneath his skin. There was no time to waste now. Nor did he have the luxury to revel in the triumph. His gaze pierced the endless night, fixed on the deepest recesses of the academy. Toward that forbidden zone perpetually shrouded in thick fog. There lay the location of the 9th secret realm. The third day after the conclusion of the academy-wide ranking battles. The deepest forbidden zone of Apocalypse Academy. This was the most heavily guarded and enigmatic place in the entire academy. A massive, ancient blue stone altar stood silently at the forbidden zone's center. At the altar's core, an ancient tree trunk, seemingly piercing through heaven and earth, took root upon it. It was the very foundation of Tianqi Academy. The legendary remnant of the World Tree. Beneath the altar, 10 young figures stood solemnly. They were the top 10 prodigies of this year's academy-wide ranking battles. Liu Yang and Lin Wu were among them. Not far away, the once arrogant Wang Hao stood with a dark expression in another small circle. His gaze occasionally flashed toward Liu Yang like a venomous snake striking. After the ranking battles concluded, he had only barely retained his student status by leveraging his uncle Wang Jin's connections and forcing his family to pay an enormous price. He escaped the death penalty, but punishment was inevitable. He was stripped of his position as president of the Qingyun Society. His academic credits were reset to 0. His resource allocation was reduced to the bare minimum. His reputation now lay in tatters. He became a complete laughingstock within the academy. His hatred for Liu Yong reached its peak. This ninth secret realm was the final chance for redemption he and the Wang family had secured for him. Upon the altar, Dean Gurong and Yi Nantian, along with 10 other core instructors from the academy's highest echelons, stood in formation across the 10 directions. Their expressions were solemn and grave. Children. Dean Gurong's aged yet gentle voice echoed slowly. You are the finest students of this generation at Tianqi Academy. Today, the academy will bestow upon you its most ancient gift and its most perilous trial. He gazed down at the 10 prodigies below, a fleeting, imperceptible gravity flickering in his cloudy eyes. The ninth secret realm is unlike any realm you have encountered before. It holds opportunities you have long dreamed of, but also dangers capable of plunging you into eternal ruin. He paused, his tone laden with warning. Remember. Inside, your greatest enemy may not be the unknown monsters, but yourselves and your companions. These words sent a chill through the hearts of several quick-witted students. Wang Hao instinctively glanced back at Liu Yong once more. Chapter 120, The Secret Realm Opens. Enough said. Your fate lies in your own hands. Now, prepare to open the secret realm. As the words fell, Gurong and the other 9 grandmasters simultaneously placed their hands on the world tree trunk at the altar's center. Boom! 10 vast streams of energy, each as boundless as the sea and possessing distinct attributes, surged into the ancient altar. The entire forbidden zone shook violently. Ancient runes, dormant for millennia, awoke one after another upon the stone surface. Brilliant radiance linked into rings, unfurling like a celestial map beneath their feet. The void at the altar's center began to twist and spin. A deep, swirling vortex slowly materialized, as if containing an entire nebula. That was the entrance to the ninth secret realm. A desolate, ancient aura swept over them from the vortex's other side. It carried the rusty scent of time and war. The souls of the 10 prodigies trembled involuntarily. The entrance was now open. The voice of Dean Gurong sounded once more. The time limit is only 10 minutes. Enter in order of ranking. Kyle, last year's champion and this year's runner-up, was the first to bow in respect. Without hesitation, he stepped into the swirling nebula. His figure was instantly swallowed up. The third-place finisher entered. Fourth place entered. Soon it was Wang Hao's turn. Before taking a step, he whipped his head back. That glance held venom, resentment, and a hint of mad defiance. Liu Yang, we'll settle our score inside. Liu Yang ignored him. He turned his head to look at Lin Wu beside him, who was clenching his fists in nervous tension. Don't be afraid. He raised his hand and gave Lin Wu's shoulder a light pat. Stay close to me. Lin Wu nodded firmly. Liu Yang gave a slight nod to the dean and Yi Nantian on the altar. Side by side, he and Lin Wu stepped into the spatial vortex, a vortex representing both the unknown and hope. A dizzying sensation of spinning overwhelmed him. When Liu Yang's consciousness cleared once more, his feet were already planted on solid ground. He snapped his eyes open. The next instant, he was utterly stunned by the sight before him. There was no blue sky here. Nor were there white clouds. Only an endless, murky crimson sky stretched above, like an eternal twilight pressing down upon him. The earth was cracked and scorched black. Endless ruins and broken walls surrounded him. Giant, unidentified creature skeletons, as massive as mountains, lie scattered across the wasteland. Rust-stained yet still menacing giant weapons lay slanted in ancient soil. When the wind swept through, it carried cold, hard grains of sand that struck the bones with a sharp, crisp sound. The entire world was steeped in desolation and decay, the scent of blood and death permeating the air. This was no ordinary hidden realm. This was clearly the forgotten ruins of an ancient battlefield, lost to time for countless millennia. Is this the ninth secret realm? Lin Wu was rendered speechless by the overwhelming visual impact. Liu Yang didn't answer. His brow furrowed deeply. His senses, far surpassing those of ordinary people, detected a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood in the dry, cold air. Simultaneously, an extremely faint yet unmistakably familiar aura seeped through the fissures. It was the scent of the abyss. Gifted eye, warning detected. Extremely faint yet highly concentrated remnant aura of the abyss. Warning, local laws differ from the outside world. Abyss corrosion may accelerate. The so-called pure secret realm was clearly not as simple as the mentor's notes had described. As the 10 prodigies all passed through the spatial vortex and arrived, the entrance behind them slowly closed. The rumbling faded into the distance as the secret realm's gate sealed shut completely. They were now completely trapped within this ancient battlefield ruin, filled with unknown dangers. After a moment of stunned silence, the first discordant voice broke the quiet. Oof, what a godforsaken backwater. Wang Hao surveyed the desolate, decaying landscape around him, his face etched with disdain. I thought the Academy's core secret realm would be something special. Turns out it's just a dump. He sneered, whispering to a few fellow students standing nearby. Don't waste time on those country bumpkins. Split up and go our separate ways. Each to their own. Whatever opportunities we find are ours to keep. The country bumpkins he referred to were, of course, Liu Yang and Lin Wu. He was desperate to snatch an opportunity powerful enough to turn the tables and outshine Liu Yang. I disagree. A steady voice cut him off immediately. The speaker was Kyle, the reigning champion and top student of the 4th year. His gaze swept the wilderness, as steady and unyielding as iron. The dean had warned us before leaving that this place was extremely dangerous. Until we understand the environment and its rules, I suggest we act collectively to ensure basic safety. Kyle commanded immense respect within the academy. His words immediately gained the agreement of most students. Wang Hao's expression froze, yet he dared not openly defy him. He could only snort coldly in tacit agreement. Thus, this 10-member squad composed of the most brilliant talents from the Apocalypse Academy set forth into the depths of the boundless wasteland with Kyle as their temporary leader. They soon sensed something strange about this place. It was too quiet. Unnervingly quiet. No rustling of wind. No chirping insects. Even the faint rustle of air movement was stripped away. As if the very concept of sound had been sucked out of the world. Only the footsteps and heartbeats of their 10-person group echoed back and forth across the deathly silent land. They trudged onward, covering several kilometers. All that could be seen along the way were the mountainous white bones of unnamed behemoths and ancient weapons, rusted yet still radiating malevolence. No plants. No water sources. Not a single living creature. Not even a single fly or ant could be seen. This deathly silence, like a forbidden zone of life, sent a chill down the spines of several students with weaker nerves. This place is downright spooky. Yeah, it's so quiet it makes your heart race. Everyone, be careful. Kyle, leading the way, abruptly halted and barked in a low voice. The others followed his gaze. Not far ahead, a massive battle axe relatively well preserved stood slanted in the cracked earth. The axe was dark gold throughout, its blade glinting with a cold light, clearly no ordinary weapon. Liam, a 3rd-year student in the group, felt a fiery greed flare in his eyes. An ancient demonic energy weapon. If he could take it out, it would fetch at least 100,000 credits. His excitement nearly propelled him forward to retrieve it. Don't move. A cold command exploded behind him. It was Liu Yang. He'd been walking at the rear of the group the entire time, saying little, but now his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Why? Liam turned back in frustration. You're leaving such a treasure here? Are you waiting for it to grow legs? Junior Liu Yang, you wouldn't be planning to keep it all for yourself, would you? His words carried a hint of jealousy and suspicion. Liu Yang ignored his provocation. He merely lifted his finger and pointed to the ground around the battle axe. Look there. Everyone looked closely upon hearing this. After staring for a long time, they were still baffled. It's just ordinary ground. Li Mo muttered impatiently. No. Liu Yang shook his head. That ring of soil had extremely faint and unnatural indentations. He bent down, picked up a head-sized rock, and hurled it with all his might toward the battle axe. The stone traced an arc through the air. It landed with a thud beside the battle axe. The instant it touched down. SSSSH. Without warning. The seemingly solid ground suddenly caved in. Hundreds of bone spines, sharp as spears, erupted from beneath the earth. Cold and gleaming white, they shot forth with deadly speed. The bone spurs crisscrossed densely, weaving in an instant into a deadly trap capable of piercing a mammoth elephant like a sieve. Chapter 121, Internal Strife. Hiss. Everyone sucked in their breath in unison. Liam turned ashen with fear, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. He understood all too well. Had Liu Yang not called him back just now, he would already be a cold corpse riddled with holes. Thank you. He looked at Liu Yang, his voice trembling. The expressions on everyone's faces were filled with lingering fear and gratitude. Even Wang Hao temporarily set aside his hostility. Yet Liu Yang's expression grew even more solemn than before. For within his abyssal vision, certain details invisible to others were now emerging with crystal clarity. The bone spurs that had erupted moments ago were wrapped in strands of extremely faint yet incredibly pure abyssal energy. Moreover, that aura was so fresh it was almost pungent. As if it had only adhered in the past few days. This trap was not an ancient relic. It was a device laid down only recently. This seemingly lifeless battlefield ruin was not theirs alone. There were others. The bone spike trap, glimmering with an eerie light, sent a cold sweat breaking out on the backs of all the prodigies present. Had it not been for Liu Yang's timely shout, the 3rd-year student named Liam would likely have already become a cold corpse, pierced through the heart by countless spikes. The excitement and curiosity on everyone's faces quickly faded, replaced by a bone-deep solemnity and vigilance. They finally began to take this deathly place known as Secret Realm 9 seriously. It seemed the dean had been right after all. Kyle's expression darkened accordingly. Every corner here was a trap. Stay on high alert, don't let any surface treasures blind you again. Wang Hao's expression was grim. Just moments ago, he had been urging them to split up and seek opportunities. Now, Liu Yang had silently delivered a resounding slap with just a single stone. He shot a dark, menacing glance at the silent, black-clad youth who had walked at the rear of the group from the very beginning. This place is no longer safe. We must move on. Kier gave the decisive order. The group slowly advanced deeper into the wasteland once more. This time, each step was taken with near-obsessive caution. As they skirted around the massive, mountain-like ribcage of an unidentified creature, disaster struck. Rip! A shrill sound, like fabric being torn, exploded beside them. The already unstable space beside them suddenly shattered like a broken mirror, splitting open into a massive, irregular, pitch-black fissure. The fissure stood 10 meters tall, its darkness as deep as an abyss, churning with a cold, eerie glow within its depths. A chill more intense, more savage, and more saturated with hatred and endless resentment than anything they had felt before surged forth. Everyone, on guard. Kyle reacted fastest. His furious shout echoed as the Thunder Titan abruptly materialized before him. The other prodigies immediately recalled their contract beasts, forming defensive formations. But it was already too late. Roar! A roar unlike any creature's, carrying boundless agony and hatred, struck deep into every soul. The indiscriminate soul shockwave erupted in that very instant. Ugh! My head, it hurts so much. What kind of attack is this? Except for a few like Liu Yang and Kyle, whose psychic strength was exceptionally formidable, most students felt as though an invisible sledgehammer had struck their minds, causing a thunderous roar. Their faces drained of color, throbbing headaches splitting their skulls, consciousness momentarily slipping into a haze. In that split second of mental vulnerability, a massive, translucent shadow roared out from the pitch-black fissure. Formed from countless distorted, wailing human faces layered together, its chest churned with a swirling vortex, its shadowed glow as fiery as flames. In its grasp was a colossal battle-axe forged from shattered soul fragments, its edge invisible yet bone-chillingly cold. An ancient vengeful spirit. This spiritual entity, existing only in legend, was formed from the undying resentment of countless souls who perished on the battlefield. Do not look into its eyes. Envelop yourself in energy to block its psychic assault. Strike its core that is its weakness. As chaos threatened to engulf the group, Liu Yang's cold, steady voice cut through the turmoil, reaching every ear with crystal clarity. The scan from his gifted eye instantly provided him with all critical information about the ancient vengeful spirit. As if awakening from a dream, the group endured the soul-shredding agony and immediately shielded their minds with their own energy as instructed. Thunder Spear. Kyle struck first, the Thunder Titan transforming his massive hammer into a lightning spear of astonishing penetrating power, aimed directly at the vortex-like core within the Spectre's chest. Fiery Storm. Earth Prison. Divine Judgment. The other prodigies reacted swiftly, unleashing their most powerful techniques in a torrent. A horrifying scene unfolded. Physical and energy impacts powerful enough to shatter mountains and rocks passed through the Spectre's translucent body, only to have 70% of their force seemingly swallowed by an invisible barrier. Only Kale's supremely pure and potent thunder energy, along with the holy light energy of a light element student, managed to tear a sliver of tangible damage upon its form. Roar! The ancient Spectre was enraged. Ignoring the blows that caused it no real pain, it raised its soul war axe high and brought it crashing down toward the densest part of the crowd. This axe was formless and intangible, yet everyone distinctly felt their souls being forcibly cleaved in two. Damn it, physical and elemental attacks are ineffective. Kyle's face darkened like storm clouds. They prided themselves on their strength, yet most of their battles had been against flesh and blood foes. This was their first encounter with a creature composed purely of spirit and soul. Their accumulated combat experience proved nearly useless in this moment. Use your beasts to tear at its soul. Liu Yang's voice fell calmly once more. Its body is a conglomeration of energy. Only your contract beasts, imbued with your mental will, can inflict the greatest damage. The group realized this anew. Stealing their resolve, they simultaneously gave the command. The contract beasts charged the vengeful spirit with fearless ferocity, their sharp claws and fangs clashing in the silent void. Sharp claws tore through the ethereal spirit substance, while razor-edged teeth gnawed at the wailing remnants of its soul. This was a primal clash of wills. 10 minutes of grueling combat stretched as long as a century. 2 students collapsed unconscious from mental exhaustion, while 3 contract beasts were left reeling from the soul shock. With a final, defiant howl, the ancient vengeful spirit finally exploded in a thunderous burst amidst the encircling crowd. It dissolved into a sky filled with tiny soul sparks, drifting through the air like cold snowflakes. The pitch-black spatial fissure slowly closed and vanished. Phew! Exhausted, the group slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces etched with lingering terror. Victory! Yet it was a victory won through sheer desperation and peril. Any illusions about treasure hunting were shattered completely in that moment. Wang Hao glanced at his 2 companions beside him, their faces as pale as paper, blood seeping from their 7 orifices, and for the first time, his own expression darkened to an extreme. No one noticed Liu Yang at the rear of the group, half squinting as he studied the spot where the vengeful spirit had vanished. Just moments ago, through the vision of his gifted eye, he had clearly glimpsed something. Deep within the core of the exploding vengeful spirit, a faint, almost imperceptible thread of abyssal energy had been severed. And the direction that thread extended pointed toward the deepest recesses of this battlefield. The apparition's emergence was no accident. It was deliberate. On this desolate battlefield, the lurking figure in the shadows had finally bared its first fang. Chapter 122, The Bait. The shattered battlefield lay in deathly silence, broken only by heavy gasps and the agonized moans of comrades. The surviving prodigies huddled together, frantically tending to their two comrades who had suffered mental breakdowns. The aura of divine favorites had faded from every face, replaced only by the panic and lingering fear of having narrowly escaped death. The earlier enthusiasm for treasure hunting had long been crushed into dust by the terrifying onslaught of the vengeful spirit. Damn it, this place is cursed. Who could have imagined such a monster would suddenly appear? It was an accidental spatial fissure caused by unstable energy in the secret realm. Wang Hao forced a grim expression, struggling to offer a rational explanation to steady nerves and reclaim control. Everyone, stay calm. Danger also means opportunity. As long as we find the source of the nascent world, this loss is nothing. We continue. He raised his arm in a rallying cry, but met only deafening silence and evasive glances. The shadow of fear had already enveloped them all. Just then, a voice as cold as frozen ice cut through the air without warning. Coincidence? The crowd turned in shock to see Lu Yang striding across the battlefield, stepping on wisps of black mist left behind by dissipating vengeful spirits. His clothes were spotless, yet his eyes alone were sharp as blades, seeming capable of slicing through hearts. Bad luck? He glanced at Wang Hao, whose expression froze instantly, a cold sneer curling his lips. Then why don't you explain to me again, was that bone spike trap earlier also just luck? What do you mean? Wang Hao's voice trembled slightly. Lu Yang couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He strode straight to the center of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over each person like cold lightning. You're all top-tier talents. Your brains shouldn't be dull. Some things I only point out once. Whether you believe it or not, that's up to you to weigh. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Even Chief Healer Kyle, mid-rescue, paused his movements and focused his gaze. First, the bone spike Liamo nearly stepped on. Lu Yang's gaze settled on the student, who remained deathly pale. That was the spine of a subterranean pangolin. These creatures never see daylight. Once their bones are exposed to dry air, they turn to dust within 3 days. Yet the ones beneath your feet still glowed a sickly white, hard as iron. He paused, his voice suddenly turning icy. This proves these traps were set within the last 3 days. Whoosh! Every face paled simultaneously. Newly set traps? Someone else was here besides them? Second, that thing earlier. Lu Yang extended a second finger, his gaze deepening. Did you truly believe it was an ancient vengeful spirit? No. That thing resembled a remote-controlled puppet stitched together from countless fragmented souls and abyssal energy. The instant I tore it apart, I saw a thread of energy, finer than spider silk, snap from its core, stretching toward the farthest reaches of this space. Each word struck like a sledgehammer, hammering relentlessly into their hearts. Stunned, they were swiftly overtaken by a deeper, more primal fear. Lu Yang watched their faces shift dramatically and delivered the cruelest conclusion. His voice was quiet, yet it plunged everyone into an icy abyss. Gentlemen, stop deceiving yourselves. From the moment we stepped inside, we were never treasure hunters. This is a hunting ground. And we are the prey. Prey? A trap? Lu Yang's words struck like two merciless hammers, smashing down on the proud hearts of every prodigy, leaving them reeling. Dead silence. After the silence, uncontrollable panic spread through the crowd like a plague. What kind of joke is this? We're being treated as prey? Impossible. This is the 9th secret realm, the Academy's most sacred ground. How could outsiders be here? Yet Lu Yang's analysis sounded flawless. Struggle and terror flashed across most faces. They'd rather believe the earlier dangers were just normal realm hazards than accept that they top geniuses had become helpless fish on some unknown entity's chopping block without a clue. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Hao's face flushed crimson with humiliation. He knew all too well that acknowledging Lu Yang's theory would render his earlier boasts about opportunities and his push for splitting up utterly ridiculous, exposing him as a foolish leader who'd led his comrades straight into the fire. He could never accept that. Nonsense! Wang Hao pointed furiously at Lu Yang, roaring, I see right through you. You're using this conspiracy theory to spread panic so you can seize control of the team. He viciously attempted to smear Lu Yang's motives. Don't listen to him, he continued. Some unknown country bumpkin, what does he know about ancient secret realms? In my opinion, that vengeful spirit just had bad luck. As for the trap, it might have been set by him, a self-staged performance. Faced with this furious slander, Lu Yang merely stared at him silently. His gaze was like watching a clown jumping around, putting on a desperate performance, utterly pathetic. He couldn't be bothered to refute it. Because words were always futile against such fools. Only bloody reality could shut that filthy mouth of his. And reality never arrives late. Just as the group was deadlocked in argument, not far away, beneath the shadow of a giant beast's fossilized ribs, a spirit mushroom shimmering with multicolored radiance suddenly seized everyone's attention. Barely the size of a palm, it shimmered with ethereal radiance, its aura dreamlike and illusory. An otherworldly fragrance drifted on the breeze, one that seemed capable of cleansing the soul. Merely inhaling it felt like a cleansing of the spirit. Good heavens! It's the 7-colored glass saliva. A female student specializing in herbal medicine gasped in astonishment, her voice trembling with excitement. Ancient texts recorded it as a rare treasure of heaven and earth, growing only at spiritual energy nodes within the plane. A single petal could break through spiritual energy bottlenecks. Its value was at least 50,000 credits. 50,000 credits. Those 4 words struck like thunder, instantly making everyone's breathing grow heavy. Wang Hao's eyes blazed with an uncontrollable light of greed and fervor. His chance to prove himself had arrived. By publicly plucking this supreme treasure, he could use ironclad proof to utterly humiliate Liu Yang, reclaiming the prestige and glory rightfully his. Oomph, what trap or conspiracy? He stared at the radiant spirit herb and let out a cold laugh. I say, this is the true opportunity of the 9th secret realm. That is the trap. Liu Yang's icy voice rang out again. To go there is to court death. He pointed at the spirit herb, his gaze as icy as frost. Look closely. The energy field around it flows unnaturally. It passively absorbs energy instead of radiating it like a normal spirit plant should. It's nothing but a decoy disguised with energy. Chapter 123, Farce. Bait? Wang Hao burst into laughter as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. Liu Yang, I think you've gone mad trying to hoard the treasure for yourself. Do you really believe everyone will listen to your nonsense? He turned to his 2 loyal henchmen and barked, let's go. Reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to us. Brother Hao, you're brilliant, the 2 immediately echoed in unison. Wang Hao. Stop. Kyle frowned, his voice firm as he tried to halt them. But Wang Hao was already beyond reason. Accompanied by his 2 henchmen, he strode boldly toward the multicolored glass saliva plant, surrounded by the complex gazes of envy, jealousy, and concern from the crowd. Liu Yang folded his arms, observing coldly. His eyes were as still as a deep well, as if watching a farce whose outcome was already predetermined. Soon, Wang Hao and his 2 men reached the spiritual herb. All was calm. Everything seemed normal. Ha! Wang Hao whipped his head around, casting a triumphant, contemptuous glance at Liu Yang. See that? Useless fool. What kind of trap are you talking about? Nothing but the delusions of a provincial bumpkin who's never seen the world. With that, he nodded toward one of his confidants. Go. Pick it. Let certain people see clearly. Yes, Brother Hao. The henchman's face flushed crimson with excitement as he reached out, his fingertips trembling, toward the priceless treasure worth 50,000 credits. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the lingji. SSSSHH. A sudden change occurred. The solid ground beneath their feet shattered without warning. Dozens of shadow vines forged by the energy of the abyss, black as iron, their tips bristling with deadly barbs shot forth like venomous serpents unleashed from hell. They tore through the earth silently, erupting with blinding speed. Swift as ghosts. Deadly precise. No! The confidant reaching to pluck the herbs couldn't even utter a full scream before multiple vines instantly pierced his heart from behind, blood gushing like a fountain. Another aide had his right arm tightly ensnared by the vines. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching howl and the bone-chilling crack of breaking bone, a blood-soaked severed arm was forcibly torn off and hurled high into the air. As death descended upon him, Wang Hao narrowly averted a fatal blow thanks to the shield activated by a legendary tier life-saving artifact he wore. Even so, the terrifying impact sent him flying backward, crashing to the ground like a broken sack. Gazing at the lifeless body of his trusted subordinate, eyes wide and unblinking, and watching the other man clutching his severed arm as he rolled on the ground in a frenzy of wails, all color drained from Wang Hao's face. He slumped to the ground, his body shaking like a sieve. A foul-smelling liquid spread uncontrollably from his crotch. He had literally pissed himself in terror. Liu Yang merely watched it all unfold with cold indifference. He watched this bloody tragedy unfold, a spectacle directed by Wang Hao's own foolishness and arrogance. The thick stench of blood rapidly filled the deathly still air. The still warm corpse and the comrade clutching his severed arm, wailing madly, struck each of these favored sons of heaven like 2 invisible, resounding slaps. They shattered the last remnants of their pitiful illusions and pride. Yet what terrified them more than their comrade's gruesome death was that the murderous vines showed no sign of stopping. Like a pack of deep-sea sharks sensing blood, countless pitch-black tentacles, radiating an ominous aura, writhed and twisted, instantly locking onto every living thing present as their targets. Watch out! Ah! My leg! Damn it! What the hell is this monstrosity? Fireball! Burn them! Don't use fire! It'll ignite the dry grass, we'll be surrounded. The entire team instantly collapsed, plunging into unprecedented chaos. These elite warriors, while individually formidable, were ultimately hothouse flowers, never having faced such a coordinated death charge. Fireballs and ice spikes flew everywhere, earth walls and wind blades whirled chaotically. Everyone fought alone, desperately hurling skills at the vines in utter disarray. Their attacks not only failed to effectively damage the slick, resilient vines but, due to lack of coordination, nearly caused friendly fire several times. Help! Someone save me! A female healing class student screamed in despair as several vines seized her ankles, dragging her toward the dark fissure beneath the ground. It's over! Those two words echoed in everyone's mind. Right then. Everyone, stop right now. A cold, commanding roar erupted like thunder from a clear sky. It was Liu Yang. His piercing gaze swept across the entire room. Every student his eyes touched instinctively halted their futile attacks, as if an invisible force had seized their throats. If you want to live, obey my every command. Liu Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it struck like a divine pillar, instantly calming everyone's nerves on the brink of collapse. Lin Wu. He called out the first name. Present. Lin Wu responded instinctively in a loud voice. Gravity field, cover the entire arena. Slow down these things' speed for me. Roger. Without hesitation, Lin Wu commanded his gravity rock bear to activate its ability. Hum. An invisible, heavy force field instantly enveloped the battlefield. The shadow vines, swift as venomous snakes, suddenly halted their movements, as if trapped in quicksand. Effective. Hope flared in everyone's eyes. Li Shui. Liu Yang's voice rang out again. The healing type girl who'd just been rescued flinched, instinctively responding, Here. You're ice type. Stop using ice spikes for single targets. Use your largest area frost nova to freeze the ground and delay their emergence. Got it. Li Shui snapped into action, channeling all her mental energy. Crack. Crack. A vast expanse of frost spread wildly from her center, coating the cracked earth in a layer of stark white frost. The vine's movements were once again slowed. Zhang Wei. Your contract beast is a windblade mantis? Liu Yang's gaze shifted to another boy. Yes. Yes. Don't just hack at the vines, they're too tough. Cut their roots as fast as you can. Right beneath those collapsed pits, that's their weak spot. Got it. Wang Kai. Earth-type, stop foolishly erecting walls. Use quicksand to soften the ground and coordinate with Zhang Wei. Lu Fang. As a light user, use holy light to dispel the abyssal energy on the vines, that's their power source. Clear, concise, and terrifyingly precise commands poured from Liu Yang's mouth. He was like a battle-hardened iron-fisted commander, within mere seconds, having discerned each person's abilities and the enemy's fatal weaknesses. Driven by the threat of death and the instinct to survive, these proud geniuses abandoned all thought, obeying his every command without question. The once chaotic battlefield instantly transformed into one of orderly discipline. Chapter 124, The Mural. Gravity suppression, frost slow, quicksand defense break, wind blade slash, holy light purification. Every person, every beast companion under Liu Yang's flawless command became an indispensable gear in a highly efficient, deadly war machine. A scattered mess was instantly forged into an unstoppable torrent of steel. The once endless, despair-inducing shadow vines were now being systematically shredded and purged in waves by their fluid, coordinated assault. In less than 5 minutes, the battle ended. The battlefield fell silent once more, leaving only a carpet of blackened, withered vine remains. This time, not a single casualty was suffered. All survivors gasped for breath, surveying the devastation with relief at having survived the ordeal and a profound, soul-stirring reverence. Their gazes turned in unison toward Liu Yang, who had stood motionless throughout the entire ordeal, not even lifting a finger. They knew it in their hearts. From this moment onward, the leadership of this group had changed hands. The last shadow vine crumbled to ash under the holy light, and the battlefield fell silent once more. No one cheered. The surviving prodigy gasped for breath, staring blankly at the cold corpse and the comrade clutching their severed arm, unconscious from the pain. The relief of having survived the ordeal was swiftly swallowed by a deeper sense of helplessness. They were the top talents of the Apocalypse Academy, yet within mere hours of entering the secret realm, they had paid a suffocatingly heavy price. All eyes turned to the black-clad youth. He had stood motionless throughout, yet with just a few words, he had averted a catastrophe. Awe, gratitude, conviction, and even dependence intertwined in every pair of eyes. Kyle, the top student of the 4th year, stepped forward first and bowed sullenly before Liu Yang. Junior Liu Yang, thank you. His voice was hoarse, yet his sincerity was unparalleled. Without you, we would have been finished. What we do next is entirely up to you. He voluntarily relinquished command of the team. No one objected. Even the students who had previously sided with Wang Hao were pale with fear, nodding repeatedly. In a place where death could come at any moment, a leader who could keep people alive mattered 10,000 times more than any factional background. Only Wang Hao sat slumped in a distant corner, his eyes as lifeless as extinguished embers. He had been abandoned by everyone. Liu Yang's gaze swept over the weary, frightened faces of the group. Now was not the time for recriminations. We're in terrible shape. Pressing on would be suicide. His voice was calm and clear, carrying a reassuring strength. Our top priority is survival. Gather your gear, take the wounded and the remains of your comrades, follow me. First, find a defensible position to rest and regroup. With that, he turned and walked straight ahead. No one raised any objections. This shattered band, like sheep finally finding their shepherd, silently followed Lu Yang across the desolate wasteland, embarking on a silent and sorrowful march. After an unknown duration, when their strength neared its limit, a magnificent temple suddenly revealed itself, concealed behind a colossal, wind-eroded rock formation. It was a structure of unimaginable scale. Even with most of its body buried beneath yellow sand, revealing only a partially collapsed dome and several towering stone pillars requiring a dozen men to encircle them, its grand structure and ancient carvings still silently spoke of the splendor and glory of antiquity. How could a temple exist here? Lin Wu murmured, utterly stunned. Zero, go inside and investigate. Lu Yang didn't rush forward, instead issuing the command in his mind. Moments later, Zero's voice echoed back. Master, the interior is secure. No signs of life detected. The temple's stonework is unique, capable of blocking most energy scans. An ancient aura lingers within like holy light, yet not quite. Very good. Lu Yang understood immediately this was an ideal temporary base. He led his group cautiously through a partially collapsed side entrance into the temple. The interior was vast and silent, with massive stone pillars supporting a soaring dome. Sunlight poured through a gaping hole, casting mottled beams where dust particles hung suspended. The floor was covered in thick ash, faintly revealing weathered prayer mats and scattered metal vessels. A sense of security, like that found in a sanctuary, finally eased the tension that had been tightening everyone's nerves. Rest here. Lu Yang ordered. Senior Cal, take a few men and seal the entrance, leaving a ventilation opening. Li Shui, continue treating the wounded. The rest of you recover here. Rotate sentry duty in an hour. His arrangements were methodical. Soon, a bonfire blazed in the temple's center. The flames dispelled the cold and darkness, bringing a long-awaited warmth to the frightened hearts. Only after everything was settled did Lu Yang find the time to examine this mysterious ancient temple. His gaze was firmly drawn to the enormous, blurred mural on the wall deep within the main hall. The mural nearly fills the entire wall. Time has eroded it into mottled patches, yet between the lines and blocks of color, an epic grandeur still surges forth. It depicts war. A war fought above the clouds, between divine realms. Sacred beings with wings clashed fiercely against creatures equally winged yet radiating an ominous aura. Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat. His gaze locked onto the central scene. A six-winged figure, commanding the heavens yet its face unseen, stood face to face with another six-winged form shrouded in endless darkness and thunder. Beneath their feet lay countless fallen angels, their silhouettes shrouded in anguish. This was the Fallen Heaven War, chronicled in the ancient history of the Fallen. Inside the temple, the campfire crackled. The flickering flames cast the group's shadows onto the mottled walls, elongating and distorting them like a silent procession of ghostly specters. The surviving prodigies huddled around the fire, silently regulating their breaths, gathering their scattered physical and spiritual strength. No one spoke. The bitter lesson had stripped them clean of all arrogance and overconfidence. A heavy, oppressive silence hung in the air. Lu Yang did not sit with them. He raised a torch and walked alone toward the deepest recesses of the temple. Toward the main temple wall, covered in intricate murals. He wanted to know why this bizarre temple had appeared in the ancient battlefield. Raising the torch, its dim, yellow light illuminated a corner of the murals. The murals had been eroded by time, their colors peeling and lines blurred. Yet the surviving strokes still pulsed with desolation and grandeur, like a sleeping war chant seeping from the stone crevices. Lu Yang's gaze began at the far left edge of the murals. The first painting unfolded into an endless sea of brilliant clouds. Above the clouds, pure white floating islands appeared and disappeared. A procession of angels descended from the clouds, their pure white wings aglow and flaming holy swords in hand. Their expressions were solemn and dignified, their mission burning in their eyes. Angels? Lu Yang's heart tightened. He shifted the torch to the right. The second painting depicted a battlefield already engulfed in flames. The battlefield lay not in the celestial realm of the gods, but upon the vast, mortal continent. The angels' foes were neither humans nor ordinary demons. Instead, they were a horde of monstrous creatures surging madly from the rifts torn open in the earth and the pitch-black abyss. Their forms were twisted and grotesque, their ugliness too horrifying to behold. Some bore goat-like heads, their bodies engulfed in hellish flames. Others resemble gigantic flesh tumors, their bodies covered in countless wailing mouths. Others are abyssal demons formed entirely from condensed darkness and shadow. Chapter 125, Michael. On the mural, the holy angelic legions collided violently with the foul legions of the abyss. Holy light and darkness intertwined. Life and death danced together. The silent scene roared in his ears, echoing with deafening battle cries, the acrid stench of sulfur and blood filling the air. This was a cataclysmic war between gods and demons. Lu Yang's breathing quickened slightly. He hurried toward the center of the mural, torch raised. There unfolded the most pivotal and brutal scene of the entire conflict. He saw a colossal angel leading the charge, its face obscured by divine light. Behind it, 3 pairs of luminous wings unfurled with a thunderous roar. 6 wings obscured the sky, their holy radiance surging like a tidal wave. In its hand, it held a golden holy spear forged from the light of newborn stars. In a posture of supreme dominion, he confronted a deep Abyssal Lord so immense it resembled a walking mountain range. The ruler was enveloped in endless darkness and purple thunder. Its form defied description. A single glance threatened to consume the soul in endless chaos and madness. Six-winged angel, Abyssal Overlord. Liu Yang murmured, his heart tightening under the extreme visual assault. His thoughts instantly connected to the ancient text he had obtained from Yin Antian, the Fallen Heaven Chronicles. Could this be the legendary War of the Fallen Heaven? Yet something felt off. The Fallen Heaven Chronicles recorded that the Fallen Heaven War was a civil war among angels. A slaughter between the fallen angels who sought freedom and the seraphim who upheld order. Yet the mural before us clearly depicts a war between angels and the demon lords of the abyss. Which version is the true history? Or perhaps, a deeper, hidden connection lies between the two? Liu Yang's brow furrowed even deeper. A powerful intuition gripped him. He was closing in on the world's most profound secret. He moved the torch toward the final section of the mural. He wanted to see the outcome of this war. Yet the mural abruptly ended there. Behind it lay a vast expanse of blank space, forcibly erased by a greater power. Victory or defeat remained unknown. The outcome remained a mystery. Damn it! Liu Yang muttered under his breath. He was deeply frustrated by the broken trail. Suddenly, he felt Ling, who had been sleeping on his shoulder, tremble slightly. Liu Yang's heart stirred, and he looked down. Zero's phantom form had materialized at some point. Her eyes, one golden, one violet, were now filled with complex emotions Liu Yang had never seen before. Confusion and pain intertwined within them. She stared blankly at the mural depicting a brutal war. Her body trembled violently. As if among the fallen angels and their wails on the mural, a fragment of her own shadow lay buried. Zero? Liu Yang keenly sensed the violent tremors emanating from the small body on his shoulder. He immediately tore his gaze away from the enigmatic mural. Instead, it landed on Zero. What's wrong? He asked softly through their mental link. But Zero didn't answer. Liu Yang's heart sank abruptly. He sensed something terribly wrong with Zero's state. Within her heterochromatic pupils, countless fragmented images completely incomprehensible to Liu Yang were now flashing rapidly. There was blinding holy light. A burning sky. There were shattered wings. Fallen deities. And endless betrayal and wails. These shattered fragments of memory are now mercilessly torturing Zero's fragile soul. Ugh! A suppressed groan of pain escaped Zero's lips. Her small body began to emit chaotic energy fluctuations beyond her control. At times, it was the purest, most sacred light. At other times, it was the filthy darkness of the abyss. Two diametrically opposed energies clashed and collided wildly within her. As if they were determined to tear her body and soul apart completely. Zero! Wake up! Liu Yang's heart raced with panic. He attempted to soothe Zero's soul, teetering on the brink of collapse, with his own psychic power. But the moment his psychic energy touched Zero's chaotic energy field, it was violently repelled. He was powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Zero writhed in agony. No, no! Zero clutched his head in agony. His exquisitely beautiful face, usually marked by a touch of languid pride, was now etched with utter confusion and helplessness. Who are you? Who am I? Why does my head hurt so much? She resembled a child lost in the flood of memories, unable to find her way home. The proud queen, the actress in disguise, both vanished in this moment. Only a fragile, helpless, pitiful soul remained. Liu Yang watched her like this, his heart clenched as if something had twisted it painfully. He reached out to touch her, yet feared his touch might inflict even greater pain. At that very instant, Zero's body stiffened abruptly. Her chaotic pupils locked onto the mural. Frozen on the figure of the six-winged archangel engaged in its final showdown with the Lord of the Abyss. An emotion more intense than anything she had ever felt before, filled with endless sorrow, boundless rage, and seething hatred, erupted from the depths of her soul. At the peak of agony, in a language Liu Yang had never heard before, unconsciously uttered a name. Michael. The pronunciation was ancient and obscure. Yet through the synchronous translation of the Abyssal Pact, it crystallized into two Chinese characters that sent shivers through Liu Yang's very soul. Translation: Angelic Archaic. The instant this name left Zero's lips, the entire ancient temple seemed to resonate with a sorrowful echo. And after uttering that name, Zero, as if he had exhausted his very last ounce of strength, all the chaotic energy within her instantly subsided. Her solid form, radiating divine light, reverted once more to that palm-sized chibi angelic appearance. Then, her eyes closed, and she plummeted straight down from midair. Liu Yang reacted swiftly, catching her securely in his palm. He gazed at Zero in his palm, now completely asleep, a single crystal-clear tear still clinging to the corner of her eye. Yet within his heart, the name Michael stirred up a tempest more violent than any he had ever known. Michael? Archangel? The chief warrior of God? In the ancient legends of Earth, this was a name that rang like thunder. But why would Zero utter this name? And with such intense hatred and sorrow? Could it be? The six-winged archangel depicted in the mural, locked in a final showdown with the Abyssal Lord, is Michael? And what enmity, love, and hatred had unfolded between Zero the Morning Star of Ur and him? Lu Yang felt as though he had touched the edge of a colossal mystery capable of overturning the entire history of the world. And the name Michael was the sole key to unlocking all these secrets. Chapter 126, The Bishop Mephist. Within the temple, the bonfire burned quietly. Lu Yang carefully placed Zero, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, back into the specially designed pouch on his chest. He could sense that Zero's soul remained in an extremely unstable state. The sudden memory assault had drained her far more than her previous battle against the Mirror of Truth. Michael. Lu Yang silently savored the name in his mind. He knew it must conceal a world-shattering secret capable of overturning everything. But now was not the time to delve into it. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Turning away, he exited the main hall adorned with weathered murals and returned to the campfire where the others rested. As he emerged, every pair of eyes in the group turned to him in unison. Their gazes held reverence, gratitude, but above all, confusion. 1 dead, 3 wounded. Twice, they had narrowly escaped death. These few short hours had utterly shattered the pride of these once proud young men. They had no idea what to do next. Should they continue searching this perilous battlefield like headless flies, chasing an elusive opportunity? Or retreat to the entrance, cowering like cowards in fear and agony, waiting for the secret realm to close? A relatively timid girl in the group voiced what most were thinking but dared not say. Senior Lu Yang. She timidly spoke up. This place is too dangerous. How about we retreat back to the entrance first? At least there, we can figure out a way to build sturdy defenses. The suggestion immediately drew agreement from several others. Yeah, better safe than sorry. This secret realm is too strange. We should prioritize saving our lives first. Passive defense? Wait for rescue? Lu Yang listened to these naive remarks, finding them nothing but laughable. He glanced at Wang Hao, who had remained silent throughout. Then, he spoke coldly. Retreat? Do you really think we can retreat? Everyone froze in surprise. Don't you understand yet? Lu Yang's gaze swept over every person present. From the very first step we took into this place, we had already fallen into a trap tailor-made for us. The bone spurs earlier, the vengeful spirits just now, they were merely appetizers used by that hunter lurking in the shadows to test us and wear us down. You think retreating back to the entrance will keep you safe? He let out a derisive snort. I guarantee you, the entrance is now booby-trapped with 100 times deadlier traps than before, waiting for us to walk right into them. Passively waiting means only one thing, waiting to die. His words poured over us like a bucket of ice water, dousing everyone with a harsh reality. Squash every last shred of their delusional hope. Yes. Since all of this was a conspiracy, how could the mastermind behind it all possibly leave them an escape route? A deeper despair spread through the crowd. What should we do now? The girl who had suggested retreating earlier asked, her voice trembling with tears. Are we just supposed to wait here to die? No. Lu Yang shook his head. He looked at the faces of everyone around him, filled with despair and fear. Then, in a voice brimming with strength and conviction, he declared. We still have one path left. That is to strike first. A terrifying gleam flared in his eyes. Since we become prey trapped in a cage, let's turn this hunting ground upside down. Cowering in fear will only let the enemy toy with us until we're worn down and finished off. Our only path to survival is to muster every ounce of courage and strength, unite as one, and charge headlong toward the very heart of this battlefield. There, surely lies what the mastermind guards most fiercely. And undoubtedly, the greatest opportunity of our entire journey into this secret realm. He pointed beyond the temple, toward the endless, gloomy wasteland. The source of the newborn world. The treasure that can purify all corruption and transform our very souls. If we can obtain it, we can escape alive. And even ascend to a higher level of power. Now, tell me. He stared at everyone, his question ringing out like thunder. Do you wish to die like cowards, passively awaiting death in fear and despair? Or do you want to join me, like true warriors, and fight your way out carving a bloody path to survival? His words rang out with thunderous force. His words ignited their blood. Every student, once shrouded in fear, was now infected by his formidable will and the hopeful vision he painted with his words. Their extinguished fighting spirit, in this instant, seemed to be reignited. I'm in. Lin Wu was the first to step forward. He looked at Lu Yang with unconditional trust and admiration in his eyes. I believe in Lu Yang. Whatever he says to do, I'll do it. That's right. Let's fight them to the death. We're dead either way. Might as well die charging forward. Led by Lin Wu, Kyle, and several other neutral students rose to their feet, their eyes reignited with fighting spirit. Only Wang Hao and another student close to him remained seated silently in the corner, their expressions shifting between anger and uncertainty. Lu Yang didn't glance their way again. He knew he had rallied the troops once more. Good. He nodded. Everyone, immediately, rest. Adjust your state to peak condition. 2 hours later. We advance toward the core region of the secret realm. Looking at the team members before him, their fighting spirit reignited. Liu Yang's gaze, however, remained intensely solemn. He hadn't told them. Through his abyssal vision. The source of that abyssal energy thread connecting the vengeful spirit puppets lay at the very heart of the secret realm. Their journey was called treasure hunting, called survival. But in truth, they were walking into a trap. They were barging into the slaughterhouse the butcher had long prepared. In the deepest recesses of Secret Realm 9. Within a mountain hollow unknown to all. Here, there was none of the gloom and terror one might imagine. Instead, it resembled an exquisitely elegant nobleman's study. The floor was covered with soft, magical patterned carpets from another world. Along the walls stood bookshelves crafted from rosewood, neatly displaying rare, long out-of-print editions and ancient texts. Soothing incense filled the air, while melodious symphonic music flowed gently from an antique gramophone. A man dressed in a black tailcoat, his demeanor as refined as a medieval count, sat in a comfortable armchair. Before him, a massive magic mirror formed from vapor hovered in midair. Within its surface played a vivid, crystal-clear recording of Liu Yang delivering a passionate, impassioned speech within the ruins of that shattered temple. He was none other than Mephisto, the East Asian bishop of the Abyssal Secret Society. Chapter 127, Mephisto's Satisfaction. Morpheus lifted the cup of long-brewed black tea beside him and took a gentle sip. A satisfied, restrained smile spread across his face. Ha! He chuckled softly into the empty air beside him, as if speaking to himself. See? This is the true form of the divine child. As his words fell, the shadows at his feet stirred slightly. A figure cloaked in black robes materialized silently, kneeling respectfully on the ground. In the face of utter despair, he did not retreat or flee like those worthless fools. Memphis gazed into the eyes burning with fierce battle intent reflected in the water mirror, his admiration unmasked. Liu Yang had chosen the most difficult and the most correct path. He led that flock of terrified sheep straight into the slaughterhouse I had prepared for them. What a magnificent choice, what a flame of strength and defiance. The water mirror's image shifted, its surface now drenched in crimson light. The brutal scene of Wang Hao and the others triggering the vine trap replayed cold corpses, piercing screams. Mephisto gazed at the lifeless body, then glanced at the student clutching his severed arm and screaming. Not even a flicker of emotion crossed his brow. As if the fallen were not the pride of heaven, but merely an insignificant ant. Your Excellency, this scheme you've orchestrated is nothing short of flawless. The black-robed servant kneeling before him murmured his praise with near fanatical devotion. These so-called prodigies of the Apocalypse Academy are nothing more than whetstones on your chessboard, used to test the mettle of the divine sun. Indeed. Mephisto set down his teacup with elegant precision, the porcelain meeting wood with a crisp, resonant clink. A perfect work of art must undergo the most meticulous polishing. He stared at the young, resolute face reflected in the water mirror, the heat in his eyes gradually bordering on madness. What I desire is not a madman who knows only slaughter, nor an empty vessel that merely carries power. What I seek is a true king, one with will as iron, charisma as a beacon, and the power to turn the impossible into reality. Therefore, I must strip away everything around him, step by step. Shatter his hopes, crush his allies, and cast him into the deepest darkness and most utter despair. Only then will he finally understand. A devilishly seductive curve touched the corner of Morpheus's lips. Only by embracing the abyss will he find his true destiny. He was clearly extremely pleased with his script. Rising from his chair, he walked slowly to the water mirror. However, this play still seems to lack a climax. Let me, the director, add a little surprise for our future divine child. He extended his slender fingers. He lightly tapped a rune representing the laws of space, then smoothly traced another rune symbolizing life energy. Go forth. He murmured softly to the water mirror, his smile as frosty as the air. Let our divine child witness what true despair truly means. At that very moment, on the barren wasteland, Liu Yang and his companions, who had been advancing toward the core of the secret realm, suddenly halted in unison. As if seized by an invisible hand gripping the back of their necks, they simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze ahead. At the edge of the once barren wasteland, sand swept across a field of stark white bones. The colossal skeletons of ancient beasts, towering like mountains, had slumbered for untold millennia. Now, one by one, they began to slowly rise from the earth. Deep within their hollow eye sockets, crimson soul flames ignited one after another, as waves of slaughter and savagery surged forth. Roar! An undead legion formed from dozens of colossal beast skeletons, each comparable to mountains, now stood across their path. As the colossal bones straightened under the pull of an eerie energy, and crimson soul flames danced within the wind-swept caverns, every prodigy felt their heart skip a beat. A despair tenfold greater than facing ancient vengeful spirits gripped each throat like icy fingers. The Undead Legion. A legion formed from the bones of dozens of ancient beasts, each at least third tier in power. How could they possibly fight this? This was simply beyond the capabilities of beastmasters at their level to contend with. Even if the Academy's strongest sword saint, Li Woya, were here, he would likely meet his end here. It's over. This time, it was truly over. Suppressed, broken sobs echoed through the ranks. The fighting spirit Liu Yang had ignited moments ago was utterly extinguished by this scene of utter devastation. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the black-clad youth standing at the very front showed not a trace of fear on his face. He simply stared silently at the undead legion that could crush all hope, a crease slowly forming between his brows. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. Through his abyssal vision, the soul flames burning within these colossal beast skeletons raged fiercely, yet the core energy fluctuations felt hollow and unstable. Like a bundle of waterlogged kindling forcibly ignited, the flames blazed fiercely, yet the wick couldn't sustain the violent facade. More like a flashy paper tiger. What exactly was the person lurking behind the scenes trying to achieve? A deeper cloud of suspicion rose in Liu Yang's heart. At that very moment, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. Those colossal undead beasts, which had just risen from the ground with fierce momentum, began to disintegrate one after another as soon as they managed to stand upright. As if unable to withstand the searing soul flames, their massive joints began to shatter one by one, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud that sent dust flying. In the blink of an eye, the once imposing military formation collapsed back into a cold heap of bones. The earlier, world-shattering pressure dissipated into the wind, like the fade-out of backstage music after a curtain call. As if the entire scene of natural disaster had been nothing more than a farce, pushed to its limits only to have its very framework ripped away in an instant. Everyone stood dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Ha ha ha. A man in the group suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh, as if he'd just regained his breath after narrowly escaping death. See? They fell apart on their own. Thank goodness. That scared the hell out of me. I thought we were done for. I told you this secret realm's energy is unstable. These undead couldn't last long anyway. Panic gave way to relief. Despair dissolved into the joy of narrowly escaping death. Smiles returned to most of the students' faces. They all believed this was just a lucky coincidence. Only Liu Yang remained tense. His expression grew more somber than ever before. His heart sank to the bottom. Because he knew this wasn't a coincidence. Nor was it luck. This was the puppet master behind the scenes toying with them, blatantly demonstrating his absolute control over this secret realm. He could resurrect the dead. And he could reduce them to dust in an instant. In this way, he was telling his prey, "Your lives hang by my every whim. Let's go." Liu Yang offered no further explanation. His command was delivered in a tone that brooked no argument. Keep moving. The path ahead grew eerily strange. Silent to the point of being unnerving. They walked the entire afternoon. They encountered no traps. Nor did they encounter any monsters. The spatial rifts that had previously torn open without warning vanished without a trace. The entire secret realm seemed to transform in an instant from a deadly hunting ground into a safe suburban park. Chapter 128, Spatial Teleportation, failed. This unnatural calm caused most of the team to completely let down their guard. They even began chatting and laughing again. Seems we overestimated the danger. This secret realm isn't so perilous after all. We've probably already passed the most dangerous part. Lin Wu, don't you think Senior Liu Yang is being overly cautious? Look at him, still wearing that grim expression. Don't let your guard down. Lin Wu watched Liu Yang's solemn back. Though he harbored doubts, he instinctively chose to trust. Liu Yang must have seen something we didn't. Lin Wu was right. At this moment, Liu Yang's nerves were stretched to the limit. He understood clearly that the enemy hadn't vanished. They were allowing them to advance unimpeded. They were setting the stage for a grander, more splendid, and far more deadly spectacle. This calm and peaceful journey was merely the prelude to the ultimate trap. Finally, as dusk descended, they reached the edge of the wasteland. A colossal, dizzyingly inverted black peak loomed across the horizon. As if severed from the vault of heaven by a divine blade, it lay inverted between sky and earth. Its base was as flat as a mirror. Upon this mirrored surface lay a vaguely discernible, even more magnificent and ancient black temple. This was precisely the core of the secret realm marked in Yi Nanshan's notes. Liu Yang knew the calm ended here. True hell lay ahead. The sky grew increasingly dim. The inverted peaks cast oppressive shadows, like a giant hand enveloping the entire wasteland. The black temple silently watched over all living things. Even the sound of the wind seemed swallowed by it. That was the core of the ninth secret realm. And the ultimate destination of Liu Yang's journey. Is that the core of the secret realm? Good heavens, the mountain actually grows upside down. How magnificent! Is this the power of antiquity? All the prodigies were stunned by this epic spectacle. Their initial dread was swiftly replaced by a burning desire for the unknown opportunities it held. Only Liu Yang grew increasingly serene. His heart didn't relax. Instead, it sank deeper into a colder, darker abyss. He could feel every nerve stretched to the breaking point. For he understood that the calm had ended. This core region, seemingly magnificent yet rife with opportunities, was precisely the final stage the hunter had prepared for them, his prey. Everyone, stay close to me. Liu Yang's voice was low and solemn. Not a single step should be misplaced. He led the team cautiously onto the final stretch of path leading to the inverted floating island. It was a vast circular plaza paved with black, unidentified rock. Vast as the sea, it spanned at least dozens of football fields. Desolate and deathly quiet. Every gaze was drawn to the inverted mountain peak looming overhead. Only Lu Yan lowered his head the moment he stepped onto the plaza. His gaze hooked onto the ground beneath his feet. The smooth, mirror-like black stone was densely carved with bizarre runes. He recognized none of them, yet he could distinctly sense the swirling evil and chaos within. These runes spread across the entire plaza according to an extremely complex pattern. They coalesced into a magical array of unimaginable scale. A bone-chilling cold shot up from his feet to the back of his neck. The alarm bells in his heart rang wildly at that moment. This is bad. He whipped his head around and bellowed at his teammates, still mesmerized by the spectacle. Get out of there! He yelled while reaching out to grab Lin Wu, preparing to retreat. But it was too late. Everything was too late. Even as his heart-wrenching warning echoed across the square. In the deepest recesses of the secret realm, the elegant study was bathed in soft lamplight. Morpheus watched the group of little mice stepping into the center of the chessboard through the water mirror. A smile cold yet benevolent, almost godlike, slowly spread across his lips. He raised his slender, white-gloved finger and snapped lightly. Snap. The show was about to begin. Boom! Almost simultaneously with Lu Yang's furious roar, the entire colossal circular plaza shook violently. Beneath their feet, tens of thousands of eerie runes seemed to respond to some ancient summons, one after another igniting with an unnerving, heart-stopping dark purple glow. Hum. A low, rumbling hum, as if rising from the depths of hell, reverberated through the underground cavern. A massive, translucent shield, forged from the purest darkness energy, rose from the plaza's edge. Its ascent was almost insolently swift, so rapid that even light seemed trapped against its inner walls. In less than a fraction of a second, the shield closed completely in midair, forming a seamless, giant purple bowl. In an instant, it swallowed the core area whole, imprisoning the inverted floating island within. It also enveloped the 10 prodigies from the Apocalypse Academy, along with all their hopes and fears. No! Kyle reacted fastest, commanding the Thunder Titan to swing its hammer, charged with the aura of destruction, smashing it down on the wafer-thin purple light barrier. A blow powerful enough to flatten a small mountain merely rippled the surface of the shield before settling back into stillness. Indestructible. In that instant, the color drained from every face, leaving only deathly pallor. They were trapped. Trapped within this hopeless prison, with no way up to the heavens or down to the earth. The immense dark purple shield resembled a mythical inverted celestial bowl, pressing down upon the core of the secret realm and everything within it, sealing off all life. What the hell is this thing? Break it! Quick, let's join forces and shatter it! After a brief deathly silence, several of the most hot-headed students were the first to react. They couldn't just sit here and wait to die. Roar! Woof! The thunderous roar of the Titan, the howl of the swift-blade wolf, and the furious snarl of the flame lion echoed successively across the plaza's dome. Several powerful third-tier beasts unleashed their most devastating attacks under their master's commands, smashing relentlessly against the purple light barrier. Lightning blazed, seas of fire surged, frost chains coiled, and sword chi crisscrossed. Energy so magnificent it could level a small mountain outside exploded like fireworks upon the shield's surface. Yet it was useless. Completely useless. Every attack vanished like stones sinking into the sea. Not even a ripple disturbed the thin wall of light. It merely emitted an eerie, cold glow, as if silently mocking the futile and laughable struggles of these prodigies. How could this be? A fire element specialist stared in disbelief as his flame dragon's breath powerful enough to melt gold failed to produce even a wisp of smoke against the barrier. Physical attacks and energy attacks alike proved ineffective. Kyle withdrew his Thunder Titan, his expression darkening to the extreme. What about spatial teleportation? A girl from a prestigious family in the group suddenly remembered their final trump card. Her fingers trembled as she drew a rare scroll from her spatial ring crafted from an unknown beast hide and engraved with intricate spatial runes. This random teleportation scroll was procured by my father at great expense from a master of spatial arts. Activating it will randomly transport me to any location within 100 kilometers. In that moment, all eyes locked onto the scroll. With her last shred of hope, she tore open the scroll with trembling hands. Hum. The scroll's immense spatial energy ignited in an instant. But the expected white light of spatial distortion never appeared. The newly summoned spatial force field was instantly neutralized and devoured by stronger, more chaotic spatial laws the moment it touched the air. The priceless scroll flickered in the air for a mere instant before puffing into a handful of fine, cold ash that scattered silently. The spatial teleportation failed. Chapter 129, The Shepherd. No, my teleportation scroll. The last trace of color drained from the girl's face as she collapsed to her knees, her legs giving way. Don't panic. We still have options. We can request assistance from the academy. Someone remembered the last resort. They frantically pulled out their student terminals, attempting to send a distress signal through the built-in emergency communicator. The communication interface lit up, but all that appeared was a snowy screen symbolizing no signal. All signals had been blocked. While the others tried, Lu Yang silently retrieved the miniature communicator Yi Nantian had given him. He tried calling that mad mentor. The result was the same. Only a dead, cold dial tone echoed back. Physical attack ineffective. Spatial teleportation failed. Communication for help malfunctioning. Every conceivable method, every possible recourse, failed utterly in that moment. Everyone fell silent. Only now did they belatedly grasp the gravity of their situation. They were no longer the favored children of heaven. No longer were they future leaders in control of their own destinies. They were merely a group of isolated turtles trapped in a giant jar, confined within this colossal prison. A cold emotion called despair spread like a plague, taking root in every heart. The entire square once again fell into a deathly silence. Just as the stillness and despair reached their peak, a voice elegant and magnetic, its trailing notes tinged with faint amusement, seemed to descend from the heavens. It echoed slowly above each person's head. "Welcome, all of you, to my hunting grounds." That voice descended like a divine decree, yet also like a devil's whisper, slowly falling from the vaulted ceiling. It echoed clearly in the ears of every fallen prodigy, now trapped in despair. All heads snapped up in terror. Their gazes fixed in unison upon the immense black floating island overhead, resembling an inverted mountain peak. Perched upon a cliff at the very edge of the floating island stood a man clad in classical noble tailcoats. His elegance seemed utterly out of place amidst this bloody battlefield. A cup of wine as crimson as blood rested in his hand, a gentle, compassionate smile playing at the corners of his lips. From his lofty perch, he surveyed the so-called heavenly prodigies trapped within their cage. His gaze was like that of a predator surveying lambs destined for the dinner table. "Who are you?" Kyle forced back the fear in his heart and raised his head to shout the question. "Me?" The man gently swirled the wine glass in his hand, letting out a low chuckle of amusement. "You may call me the shepherd. And you?" His gaze swept slowly across the young faces etched with terror, rage, and confusion. "You are the most plump and juicy sacrificial offering I have carefully selected for our future great divine son. Welcome to the graduation ceremony I've prepared for you all." His voice was polite and gentle, yet the words that reached their ears were cruel enough to make their hair stand on end. "Divine child? Sacrifices? What kind of madness are you spouting?" A hot-headed boy in the group couldn't help but curse out loud. To become the nourishment for the divine child's birth. Mephisto ignored the curses, continuing his low, almost sacred-sounding recitation. "This is the highest honor you mortals can attain." Having spoken, he clearly lost all interest in continuing this conversation with the sacrifices. He raised his other hand, clad in a white glove, and flicked it lightly in the air. Snap. Then. The hunt. Begin. As the final syllable fell, tens of thousands of dark purple runes across the vast circular plaza flared with blinding light once more. This time, it wasn't a blockade. It was a summoning. One after another, ominous spatial portals black as flowing mud emerged from the ground and opened. Pungent, pure abyssal energy so intense it made Lu Yang feel suffocated spewed forth in waves, mingled with the foul stench of sulfur and decay. Roar. Hiss. K. Countless abyssal monsters, creatures that only appeared in nightmares, surged forth like a black tide. Abyssal stare, crawling on dozens of tentacles, possessing only a single giant eye. Hellhounds, skeletal hounds engulfed in green flames. And there were sown monstrosities, stitched together from mountains of corpses and rotting flesh. Within mere seconds, tens of thousands of abyssal monsters filled the entire square, each at least at the peak of Tier 1. Their crimson, hungry eyes fixed intently on the group of humans huddled and trembling in the center of the square. Delicious humans. Ah! A scream finally tore through the deathly silence. The girl who had already suffered a mental breakdown earlier could bear no more at the sight of this hellish scene. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted on the spot. The other prodigies fared little better, their faces ashen, bodies shaking like sieves. Their pride, confidence, and aura of genius shattered instantly before this endless, disaster-like horde of monsters. And so, high above, Memphis gazed down upon the impending blood-soaked feast, a look of pleasure and intoxication spreading across his face. He raised his cup in a distant toast to the desperate sacrifices below. Good luck. Boom. At the far end of the square, the stone door carved with a broken angel relief creaked open with a millennia-old, dust-filled roar. Beyond the threshold lay not a hidden passage or chamber of treasures. Instead, a pure, viscous darkness swallowed all light, a bottomless abyss. Roar. In the next instant, countless roars erupted from the darkness, their destructive sound waves making everyone's eardrums ring violently. Then, clusters of crimson points began to flicker into existence within the void. They were eyes. Endless, hungry, and savage eyes. A tide of monsters. Defense. Form the line. Kyle's roar echoed across the plaza as his Thunder Titan stepped forward, its towering shield crashing into the ground and sending a ring of electric arcs crackling outward. Students instinctively gathered around him, colorful energy shields unfurling as blades drew from sheaths and wands glowed. They were the most brilliant talents of Apocalypse Academy, the top 10 contenders in the ranked battles. Tension flashed across their faces, but it was overshadowed by excitement and battle fervor. To them, this was merely the first appetizer served by the secret realm. Yet Lu Yang took a half step back, pulling Lin Wu to the rear of the formation. "Brother Lu, aren't we going up?" Lin Wu's voice trembled, yet he gripped his long sword tightly. Lu Yang offered no reply, his gaze fixed upon the churning darkness. These idiots. Those 4 words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Defense line? You lot, thrown together at the last minute, not even knowing who's on your left or right, you call this a defense line? The tide of monsters finally poured through the stone gate. It wasn't an army, it was a black tsunami. Leading the charge were hundreds of shadowhounds, creatures the size of cheetahs, their bodies twisted shadows. They moved so fast their limbs were mere afterimages. Behind them crawled the acid fiends, their putrid stench filling the air. Further away, skeletal reapers swung scythe-like claws, while ghostly eyes floated low, emitting piercing shrieks. This was no formation, pure, chaotic surges of living tide. Chapter 130, Shadowhound. Hold steady, Mage Core, prepare to focus fire. Kyle roared as the Thunder Titan's shoulder cannons unleashed thick columns of plasma, instantly incinerating the first 7 or 8 shadowhounds into charred husks. Anna, the third-ranked mage, raised her staff as brilliant holy light coalesced into a blinding orb above her head. Holy Nova. Her crisp incantation carried the confidence and pride of a celestial prodigy. This was the ace pat that had once instantly killed opponents in ranked battles. Lu Yang stared at her, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at a dead man. 3.5 seconds to cast a flashy, wide-area attack. On a real battlefield, you wouldn't even get the chance to cast it. As if to prove his judgment correct. Just as the light orb above Anna's head began to solidify, 3 shadowhounds suddenly broke away from the flank of the monster tide. They circled around the Thunder Titan's front defenses at an impossible angle. A faint shadow fluctuation rippled across their bodies. Abyssal Insight, Shadowhounds. Skill, Shadow Leap, Short Range Spatial Leap, 10-second cooldown. Weaknesses, vulnerable to light and sonic waves. Spinal Column is the core. Threat level, low single target. High group specializes in assassinating spellcasters. The cold information flashed through Lu Yang's mind. Watch your flanks. Kyle saw it too, roaring as he tried to turn the cannon barrel. Too late. Splat. The muffled sound of flesh being torn apart exploded. The confidence on Anna's face froze into utter terror as she looked down to see a pitch-black claw piercing through her abdomen. 2 more shadowhounds had already pounced on her body, their sharp teeth sinking into her neck and shoulder blades. Ah! The piercing scream lasted only half a second before abruptly ending. The sacred nova forming above her head exploded into a shower of light, beautiful and ironic. She never even saw her enemy's face. The third-ranked prodigy mage had fallen. Anna! Her male classmate, who had been close to her, glared with fury, roaring as he tried to break out of formation. Shirley, hold your ground. Kyle roared his command. Shirley, the burly 5th-ranked mage renowned for his impenetrable earth barrier. He paid no heed, slamming both palms into the ground. Earth Dragons Strangle. The earth rumbled as 2 massive earth dragons burst forth, roaring toward the cluster of monsters engulfing Anna's body. This was classic arena mentality. He sought vengeance for his comrade. But he forgot that he wasn't facing a single opponent. The moment the earth dragons surged, a fatal breach tore open in the defensive zone he was supposed to guard. Dozens of writhing acid slime monsters seized the opportunity, surging forward like waves of putrid sludge. Rather than attacking Shirley himself, the acid monsters collectively spewed dark green acid, targeting the earthen barrier beneath his feet, supported by the core of his beast companion. Sizzle, sizzle. A teeth-grinding sound of corrosion spread across the stone surface. The sturdy shield, capable of withstanding a full power strike from a lord-level opponent, melted away visibly under the relentless corrosion of dozens of streams of highly concentrated abyssal acid, like ice under the scorching sun. No, impossible. Shirley's face drained of color. His beast let out a wretched cry of agony as the earthen barrier shattered with a thunderous boom. The next instant, a torrent of black monstrosities engulfed him completely. He didn't even have time to scream. The 5th-ranked Master of Defense had fallen. Less than 30 seconds had passed since the battle began. 2 members of the 10-person squad had already fallen. Boom! The Thunder Titan was struck head-on by a colossal skeleton reaper. Sparks flew from its tower shield as its massive frame staggered backward. The defensive line collapsed completely. Ah, save me. Stay back, get away. There are too many. We can't kill them all. We're doomed. Panic spread like a plague through the ranks. The remaining prodigies completely lost their composure. Their so-called coordination was laughable before this flesh-grinding machine. Some wildly cast area of effect spells, missing most of the monsters and nearly hitting their own allies instead. Others, their courage shattered, turned and fled, only to have their backs torn open by shadowhounds, dragged into the tide of corpses with desperate howls. Another. 3 dead. Winehou's legs had long since gone weak. Hiding behind several classmates, his face as pale as paper, he trembled while commanding his storm griffin, yet couldn't even conjure a single complete wind blade. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He cursed under his breath, unsure whether he was cursing the fallen classmates or himself. Kyle's eyes burned crimson, bordering on madness. Thunder Titan's body crackled with lightning as he charged recklessly, desperately trying to clear a narrow path for the survivors. Yet against the endless tide of monsters, it felt like a tiny boat in a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, only Liu Yang, Lin Wu, Kyle, Wang Hao, and 2 other students cowering, trembling, their will to fight nearly extinguished remained. The 6 stood back to back, trapped in the center of the square, forming a desperate circle of the condemned. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood and decay. The monsters snarling and chewing became the sole soundtrack to this hellscape. Kyle gasped for breath, staring at the impenetrable, endless swarm of monsters. For the first time, a shadow called despair flickered in his eyes. They had lost. They were utterly defeated. From the start of the battle until now, not even a minute had passed. This was the 9th secret realm. This was the real battlefield. He suddenly recalled Liu Yang's matter-of-fact warning before entering the realm. Don't treat this like a school field trip. Now, he understood. He understood it with the sacrifice of 3 precious lives. In the depths of despair, Kyle's gaze instinctively drifted toward the edge of the battlefield. There, Liu Yang and Lin Wu stood back to back, silent and still. A dozen demon corpses lay scattered around them, yet not a single creature dared approach within 3 meters. Liu Yang hadn't even summoned his beast companion. He simply gripped an unremarkable black blade, each swing precisely slicing through the Shadowhound's throat or cleaving open the core of a acid slime. He showed no sign of panic, as cool as a 1,000-year-old ice block. His gaze didn't even linger on the monsters. Instead, his gaze pierced through the gaps in the demonic tide, fixed on the depths of the square, as if searching for something. The survivors noticed this lone sanctuary amidst the chaotic battlefield. A glimmer of survival instinct ignited in their eyes. All eyes fixed intently on that figure, who had maintained absolute composure from start to finish. What would he do? Would he abandon them and break through alone? Or lead them all to safety? 1 minute, 30 seconds. Liu Yang counted silently in his mind as the black blade sliced cleanly through the spine of a shadow demon hound. Abyssal Energy 3. Pollution level 001. A cold reminder flashed through his mind, but he couldn't be bothered to lift an eyelid. TSK. Not even enough to fill a tooth gap. His gaze swept past the insignificant minions before him, settling on the small, besieged circle at the square's center. Kyle's Thunder Titan was battered and scarred, its tower shield riddled with claw marks and corrosion pits, its lightning glow dimmed. The nominal captain roared with bloodshot eyes, like a trapped beast. Beside him, Wang Hao, once the unrivaled leader of the scholarly faction, could now be described in 2 words. Ugly. Chapter 131, No Turning Back. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted beside Wang Hao. It came from the last surviving confidant of the Qingyun Society, an assassin-type student renowned for his agility. Against the endless tide of demons, agility meant nothing. He was flung into the air by the Skeleton Reaper's massive scythe, only to be seized mid-flight by 3 or 4 Shadowhounds that tore him apart. Warm blood mixed with shredded flesh splattered across Wang Hao's face. Liu Yang clearly saw Wang Hao freeze completely. The hand gripping the ornate longsword began to tremble uncontrollably. Ha, looks like young Master Wang was getting his first close-up view of human anatomy. But you couldn't entirely blame him. Wang Hao's life script was supposed to be wealthy heir, golden boy, founding a school upon enrollment, defeating all rivals, marrying a rich, beautiful woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. The most brutal battle he'd ever faced was being kicked off the stage by Liu Yang under the arena lights. Losing would bring shame and ridicule. But it wouldn't kill him. Now, death was playing out before him in the most primitive, most bloody live broadcast. The bodyguard who had been following behind him 1 second had become a blur of red and white on the ground the next. Buzz. Wang Hao's mind went blank. His swordplay completely unraveled, no longer the graceful and fierce Qingyun sword technique, reduced to the wild, haphazard slashing of a street thug. He didn't even notice an acid-spewing monster had already slithered to his feet, opening its foul-smelling mouth. You fool! Watch your step! Kyle roared, kicking him aside. Sizzle! A torrent of corrosive acid sprayed onto the ground where he just stood, eating away at the surface to form a sizzling black hole. Wang Hao stumbled backward, scrambling to his feet as he looked around frantically. Dense and endless. Grimacing mouthparts, blood-red eyes, flailing claws, the stench of decay. What good was his proud lineage here? Trying to reason with these beasts, telling them my father was the king. What good was the Qingyun society he'd painstakingly built? His minions died faster than anyone. The academy rules he relied on for survival were a colossal joke here. There were no referees, no teachers, no option to concede defeat. That man seated in the void, that demon called Morpheus, watched their deaths with the detached gaze of a spectator. A bone-chilling sense of helplessness shot straight up from the soles of Wang Hao's feet to the crown of his head. His pride, confidence, and dignity were crushed into dust in that instant. No, no! He gripped his sword, trying to rise, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, utterly unresponsive. Fear engulfed him like the deepest ocean, drowning him completely. A new species appeared in Liu Yang's field of vision. It was a humanoid demon over 2 meters tall, clad in rags and wielding a rusted iron chain, constantly radiating a negative energy. Abyssal Insight, Corrupted Jailer. Skill, Despair Aura passive, continuously weakens the fighting spirit of surrounding creatures, plunging them into fear and helplessness. Weaknesses, Holy Energy, Single Eye on Head. Threat level, Medium Psychic Corruption type, priority target. So that's it, they brought a psychic type unit. Liu Yang understood. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Sure enough, as several corrupted jailers closed in, the resistance within the survival perimeter visibly weakened. Even Kyle's movement slowed. His Thunder Titan once forgot to raise its shield, allowing the monster to claw 3 bone-deep gashes into its chest. Wang Hao, caught in the eye of the storm, completely collapsed. A Shadow Hound slipped past the Thunder Titan's defenses and lunged like lightning toward the dazed Wang Hao. Its crimson eyes reflected his own face, frozen in terror and numbness. He was done for. That was the shared thought of everyone present. Thud. A figure crashed into him, violently knocking Wang Hao aside. It was Lin Wu. He braced his back against the Shadow Demon Hound's lunge. Rip. Sharp claws ripped through Lin Wu's battle armor, leaving 3 deep gashes on his back that exposed bone. Ugh. He grunted, his face instantly turning pale, yet he still clenched his blade tightly and shouted back at Liu Yang. Liu Yang, I'm fine. Liu Yang said nothing, but his gaze grew colder. This perilous moment became the final blow, shattering Wang Hao's psychological defenses. He looked at Lin Wu, wounded while saving him, then at the approaching demonic creature, and finally at his own ornate long sword, now stained with blood and mud. Clink. The sword slipped from his trembling hands and fell to the ground. He slumped to the ground like a pile of mud, abandoning all resistance. Useless. Nonsensical mutterings began to spill from his lips. It's all fake. What heavenly prodigy, what academic tyrant, it's all fake. We're doomed. He won't let us go. We're all going to die. We're all going to die here. Ha ha ha, die. The former leader of the Qingyun Society, once the Academy's rising star, now sat in the center of the blood-soaked battlefield, weeping and laughing like a deranged madman. His collapse was more contagious than the howls of monsters. Seeing even Wang Hao give up, the last trace of color drained from the faces of the 2 already faltering students. Their weapons slipped from their trembling hands. It's over. Completely over. The encircling ring closed in at a visible pace. The monsters, sensing their prey's weakness, attacked with increasing ferocity. Kyle's Thunder Titan let out a mournful cry and knelt on one knee. Despair engulfed everyone. Liu Yang exhaled a breath of stale air. Warm-up complete. He turned his head to look at Lin Wu beside him, his voice quiet yet exceptionally clear. Lin Wu, can you still move? Lin Wu gritted his teeth, propping himself up with his knife, and nodded with great effort. Liu Yang's gaze swept over the group of students in the center who looked like lambs awaiting slaughter, finally settling on the few corrupted jailers spreading despair. Time to get to work. Get to work? Lin Wu froze, still trying to grasp the meaning behind Liu Yang's words, when the battlefield situation deteriorated once more. Wang Hao's complete collapse felt like a signal. The psychological defenses of the remaining 2 prodigies were already stretched to their limits. Seeing one of their former leaders collapse like a limp rag, they too lost all will to fight. It's over. Even Senior Wang Hao has given up. There's no escape. We're all going to die. In that split-second lapse, a fatal opening appeared. A long lurking skeleton reaper suddenly swung its massive claw, sharp as a scythe of death, targeting one of the dazed female students. Kyle's Thunder Titan was locked in combat with 2 other reapers, leaving him utterly unable to come to their aid. Morning snow. Watch out. Kyle roared in desperation. Morong Shui, the 4th-ranked student, wielded frost magic with masterful precision. But under the dual blows of the despair aura and her comrade's collapse, her reaction was more than a beat too slow. When she finally looked up, all she saw was the monstrous, inky black claw descending toward her, magnified countless times. The shadow of death enveloped her completely. With this level of skill, she dares to call herself a prodigy? Liu Yang sneered inwardly, yet his feet never faltered. He had no intention of saving anyone. These hothouse flowers deserved to die. But he needed a few useful cannon fodder to shoulder the pressure of the grunts, freeing him to focus on finding a way out of this hunting ground. Take that Morong Shui, for instance, at least she was more useful than that good-for-nothing Wang Hao. Chapter 132, United Effort. Whoosh! Liu Yang's figure left an afterimage behind as he instantly covered over 10 meters, materializing before Morong Shui. He didn't even draw his blade. Facing the colossal claw powerful enough to shatter stone, Liu Yang merely extended his left hand. Liu Yang? Has he lost his mind? He's going to catch it with his bare hand? Kyle and the other survivor let out incredulous shrieks. At that very moment, countless slender, tangible strands of darkness erupted from Liu Yang's left hand, instantly coiling around the skeleton reaper. Abyssal tentacles. Creak, creak. A bone-chilling crunch of crushed bones echoed. The ferocious skeletal reaper was held fast as if by an invisible giant hand, its massive frame frozen mid-air. The abyssal bones composing its body were being inch by inch constricted and crushed by those seemingly slender dark tentacles. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the skeleton reaper was crushed into a pile of bone fragments mid-air. Abyssal Energy 15. Corruption Level 005. Liu Yang withdrew his hand expressionlessly, as though he had merely crushed an insect. A surreal second of silence fell across the entire battlefield. Everyone was stunned by the shocking spectacle. Instant kill. A skeleton reaper comparable to a lord-level creature instantly killed by him? Without even summoning a pet beast? Is this the true power of the Academy's top-ranked student? Morong Shui, who had been saved, stared blankly at the figure standing before her. The figure wasn't particularly tall, even appearing somewhat slight, yet at this moment, it offered her an unprecedented sense of security. She turned her head again, glancing at Wang Hao, who lay sprawled on the ground, soaked in his own filth. Then she looked at the male student beside her, equally pale with fear and barely able to stand. Finally, her gaze settled on Liu Yang, who moved effortlessly and with ease amidst the swarm of monsters. Talent, factions, grudges. All seemed laughable in the face of the raw will to survive. A resolute expression flashed across her face. Liu Yang! Mao Rongshu summoned every ounce of strength within her, letting out a clear, urgent shriek. Her voice pierced through the monster's howls and the explosions of energy, reaching every ear with crystal clarity. Forget past grievances. Wang Hao is finished. Now. Here. Only you can lead us to survival. I, Morong Shui, beg you to command us. We will all follow your lead. These words struck like thunder, exploding within the hearts of every survivor. Yes. They still have Liu Yang. That man who had maintained absolute composure from start to finish, not even breathing heavily once. A fierce light flared in Kai's single eye. Struggling to fend off the monster's attacks, he roared, Liu Yang. Morong Shui is right. We'll follow you. The last surviving male cadet snapped out of his daze, his voice breaking as he cried out, Senior Liu Yang. Please. Lead us to survival. Even the scar-faced man, bleeding from his back and supported by Lin Wu, nodded forcefully. One by one, their gazes filled with pleading, hope, regret, and even admiration focused entirely on Liu Yang. For the first time ever, the first time in history, these prodigies of heaven bowed their proud heads before a special admissions student they had once looked down upon, one with no background whatsoever. Entrusting their very lives to him. Liu Yang did not respond immediately. He slowly turned, a drop of demonic blood sliding down the black blade. His gaze swept calmly over every person present. Finally, his gaze settled on Wang Hao, who lay collapsed on the ground. Wang Hao felt his gaze and shuddered, his eyes darting away, unable to meet Liu Yang's stare. Useless. Liu Yang silently passed his judgment. What he wanted wasn't their loyalty or gratitude. He only needed a group of obedient pawns. Since they had offered themselves up, there was no reason to refuse. Under the tense, almost suffocating stares of everyone present, Liu Yang slowly nodded. All right. A single word. Yet it seemed to carry a magical power that instantly dispelled the lingering despair in everyone's hearts. Liu Yang raised the black blade in his hand and pointed toward the northeast corner of the square where a half-destroyed, crumbling temple stood. His first command echoed across the entire square. Kyle, is your Thunder Titan still operational? Yes. Use every last ounce of your energy to charge toward the temple with your most powerful assault. Clear a path for 5 seconds. Morong Shui, ice wall. Lay down an ice wall behind you and Kyle to block the monster's pursuit. Lin Wu, and you, Liu Yang. He glanced at the last male cadet. Follow me. You're responsible for flank protection and rear guard. As for you. Liu Yang's gaze finally settled on Wang Hao, his voice devoid of emotion. If you want to live, get up and follow. Liu Yang offered no consolation, no idle chatter, only a series of unquestionable commands. Kyle, hearing his name, froze abruptly. Then, his eyes blazed with the wild joy and resolve of someone who'd narrowly escaped death. He had no strength left to ponder how Liu Yang knew his pet beast's ultimate skill, nor did he care to ask what use that ruined temple served. He only needed to obey the order. Roar! The Thunder Titan, kneeling on one knee, roared skyward as if injected with a powerful stimulant. Every dim rune on its body instantly ignited, channeling its final reserves of energy. Thunder Titan ultimate skill, Divine Retribution Charge. Its massive form transformed into a devastating blue bolt of lightning, charging toward the temple like a comet racing backward. Every demonic creature in its path, be it shadowhounds or bone reapers, was instantly torn apart, hurled aside, or crushed into pulp by the frenzied arcs of lightning. A stray path, filled with the acrid stench of burning flesh and plasma, was forcibly plowed through. Morong Shui. Liu Yang's roar followed immediately. Here. Morong Shui was already prepared. She raised her staff high as icy coldness gathered around her. Frozen path. Behind you and Kyle. Quick. Yes. She abandoned flashy, wide area spells, instead channeling all her spiritual energy into a fierce strike against the ground. Crack. A broad, mirror-smooth path of ice stretched from her feet all the way to the end of the Thunder Titan's charge. Immediately, she flipped her wrist and swung her staff again. Frost wall. 45 degrees, rise. Thick, slanted walls of ice, glistening with the cold light, shot up on both sides of the path. The monsters attempting to surge in from the flanks were either blocked by the walls or slipped on the icy surface, tumbling head over heels and temporarily halting their pursuit. The passageway appeared. Now! Go! Liu Yang growled and charged forward first. Chapter 133, Division of Labor. Lin Wu and another male trainee named Zhang Wei flanked him closely, one on each side. Wang Hao. If you want to die, stay here. Liu Yang didn't even glance back, nearly tossing the cold words over his shoulder. The icy tone jolted Wang Hao, who had been slumped on the ground. His survival instinct finally overcame his fear. He scrambled to his feet, picked up his sword, and stumbled after them. Kyle, charging at the forefront, had just collapsed half the temple wall when his Thunder Titan finally exhausted its last ounce of energy. It crashed to the ground, reverting to its card form. Kaisa herself coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face deathly pale, yet she still struggled to crawl into the sanctuary of the temple. A mere 5 seconds. A race against death. The instant the last person dashed into the temple, Morong Shui detonated all the ice walls. Boom! The massive ice blast shattered dozens of pursuing monsters, temporarily forming a barrier. Phew! Inside the temple, the 6 survivors leaned against the shattered walls, gasping for breath. Each of them looked as if they'd just been pulled from the water. They survived. They had actually broken through that tidal wave of monsters. All eyes instinctively turned to the one man still standing, his breathing steady. Liu Yang. Don't get too excited just yet. Liu Yang's voice broke the momentary silence. He walked to the shattered entrance of the temple, gazing at the tide of monsters gathering once more outside, surrounding the temple so tightly there was no room to breathe. His expression remained grave. We won't last 10 minutes here. One sentence dragged everyone back to the brutal reality. Then what do we do? Zhang Wei asked, his voice trembling. The hope that had just begun to flicker in his eyes was about to be extinguished. Liu Yang didn't answer him. Instead, he began issuing the second round of orders. Kyle, can your beast still fight? Kyle nodded with effort. 5 minutes rest, then it can fight briefly. Good. You'll hold the main gate. Remember, don't engage head-on. Use your shield to block the entrance. Defend only. Morong Shui, how much energy do your frost spells have left? Morong Shui sensed it and said bitterly, at most, I can cast 3 more ice walls. That's enough. Liu Yang pointed to the shattered windows flanking the temple, sealing both openings with ice walls while leaving a single firing port. Your task is to pick off those floating eyes of the wraiths. They emit psychic screeches to disrupt us. Abyssal Insight, Wraith Eyes. Skill, Mental Screech Area of Effect Psychic Shock, inflicts confusion and fear. Weakness, Fragile Physical Form, vulnerable to penetrating energy attacks. Morong Shui immediately began chanting, precisely erecting an ice wall at the window. Lin Wu, you and Zhang Wei handle any stragglers that slip through the windows. Yes. As for you, Wang Hao. Liu Yang's gaze finally settled on the trembling man in the corner. Wang Hao jolted upright and looked up. Your Storm Griffin is a flying unit, right? Yes. Very good. A smile Liu Yang couldn't explain to outsiders curved his lips. Your mission is the most important. What? Wang Hao froze. See those acid slime monsters? Liu Yang pointed at the writhing mud outside. In a moment, I'll have Kyle create an opening for you. You charge out and use your fastest speed to lure them all to the west side of the square. What? Me? Lure the monsters? Wang Hao shrieked in disbelief. That's like sending me to my death. You don't have to go. Liu Yang regarded him impassively. Space at the temple entrance is limited. I don't keep useless people around. Those words sent a chill down Wang Hao's spine. He understood the meaning behind Liu Yang's eyes. Refuse and die now. Go, and perhaps there remains a sliver of hope. I'll go. Wang Hao nodded in humiliation. Very well. Liu Yang turned, facing the deeper darkness within the temple's depths. Listen up, all of you. This is only the beginning. From this moment on, you will execute every command I give without question, without doubt, and without hesitation. Those who cannot comply, or who cannot keep up. Liu Yang's gaze swept across the crowd. Get out on your own. Become a snack for the monsters. Boom! Outside the temple, a monstrosity larger than the Bone Reaper, covered in black keratinous scales and dragging a massive bony tail, crashed violently into Kyle's tower shield. Kyle grunted as he and his beastly companion were knocked back half a meter, barely blocking the doorway. This new big guy doesn't seem too friendly. Liu Yang muttered to himself, his gaze remaining calm. Abyssal Insight, Abyssal Minotaur. Skills, Savage Charge, Armor-Piercing Hornstrike. Weaknesses, Thin Armor at Joints, Slow Turning Speed. Threat level, High Tank Type Unit, Extremely Impactful. Memphis finally decided to bring out some decent toys. Meanwhile, deep within the Secret Realm's control hub, Morpheus held a cup of crimson liquid, watching the images in the magical water mirror with keen interest. Oh? To mount an effective defense under such circumstances? A refined curve graced the corner of his lips. This is getting more and more interesting, Liu Yang. Then I'll spice things up a bit for you. With a flick of his thoughts, elite-level units began appearing in greater numbers within the tide of monsters on the battlefield. Alongside the Abyssal Minotaur, several spider-like creatures capable of spewing potent webs, the web-spinning demons appeared, alongside a dozen elite shadowhounds, faster and with sharper claws. The pressure on the defensive line surged dramatically. The entrance can't hold much longer. Kyle's shout carried a hint of urgency. Morong Shui. The window. 3 ground-binding spider demons are closing in. Zhang Wei shouted. The team's newly established confidence seems to be wavering again. What's all the commotion? Liu Yang's icy voice cut through the noise instantly. Do as I say. He stepped into the center of the temple, his voice not loud, yet clear to every ear. Kyle, abandon frontal blocking. Use the side of your shield to deflect the force. Draw it toward the left. Morong Shui, ignore those 3 spiders. Your target remains the wrathful spirit's eye. Prioritize taking out the one at 3 o'clock. Lin Wu. Prepare the gravity field. Zhang Wei, use your explosive arrows. Wait for my signal. A flurry of commands was issued, and the group instinctively sprang into action. Kyle roared, slashing his tower shield diagonally. Boom! The Abyssal Bull's second charge scraped past the shield's edge. The immense force sent it stumbling backward, exposing its completely unguarded flank. Chapter 134, Wang Hao self-doubt. Now! Liu Yang's voice rang out. Lin Wu, gravity field. Zhang Wei, explosive arrow. Target, the joint of the Savage Bull's left hind leg. Lin Wu slammed both palms to the ground, an invisible gravitational field instantly enveloping the beast. Zhang Wei's arrow was already not. The moment he heard the command, a flaming projectile screeched through the air. Thud! The arrow struck precisely at the weakest joint of the beast's left hind leg, where its armor was thinnest. Boom! Exploding flames shattered the armor there into pieces. Roar! The Abyssal Minotaur let out an agonized roar as its massive body crashed to the ground, never to rise again. An elite monster taken down. Nice work! Zhang Wei shouted excitedly. Shut up. The fight isn't over yet. Liu Yang's voice was completely unruffled. Morong Shui, where's your wrathful spirit eye? It's already been shot down. Morong Shui stammered, staring at the fallen monster outside the window. Moments ago, she had questioned why they hadn't dealt with the more dangerous earthbound spider fiend first. Now she understood. Had they not prioritized eliminating that wrathful eye, its psychic shriek would have erupted the moment the Minotaur drew concentrated fire. Everyone would have been thrown into temporary chaos, the consequences unimaginable. Had he calculated everything? The thought flashed through Morong Shui's mind, causing her gaze toward Liu Yang to carry a hint of awe. The crisis was far from over. 3 earthbound spider demons had already crawled to the window, beginning to spew viscous white webs. Sizzle! The ice wall Morong Shui had erected was rapidly melting under the corrosive effect of the webs. Lin Wu, Zhang Wei. Hold the window. Liu Yang's voice rang out again, but he himself moved toward a shadowy area deeper inside the temple. Liu Yang? Aren't you coming to help? Zhang Wei began to panic. Liu Yang ignored him. Trust must be forged through deeds. Once wasn't enough? Then twice. Rustle. A faint rustling sound, like soil being disturbed, came from beneath the temple's floor tiles. Almost no one noticed. Except for Liu Yang. It's coming. A cold chuckle echoed in his mind as the black blade in his hand had already been pointed at the ground beneath his feet. Abyssal Insight, Burrowing Worm. Skills, Subterranean Ambush, Venom Injection. Weaknesses, Keen Hearing, Vulnerable to Vibrations, 0 defense upon emerging. Threat level, Extreme Assassin type, poses significant danger to rear-line mages. The very moment Lin Wu and Zhang Wei's full attention was drawn to the spider at the window. Boom! The floor tile beneath Morong Shui's feet erupted without warning. A gaping maw, bristling with barbed fangs, burst through the earth and lunged at her slender calf. Ah! Morong Shui's face drained of color. All her focus had been on the monster outside the window. She had no time to react. At that critical moment, a black bolt of lightning shot out from the shadows. It was Liu Yang. It seemed as though he had been waiting there all along. Abyssal Tentacle Strangle Mode. Countless dark threads, faster than the burrowing worm itself, arrived first despite starting later. They instantly wrapped around the gaping maw and tightened violently. Pop! The burrowing worm, attempting its sneak attack, couldn't even utter a cry before being instantly strangled to death. Foul-smelling blood and shredded flesh splattered across the ground. Morong Shui stood frozen in place, staring at the pulp at her feet, then glancing at Liu Yang, who had withdrawn his tentacles, his face expressionless. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. If not for Liu Yang, she would already be a corpse. No, not even a corpse would remain. In battle, never entrust your back or your feet to anyone. Liu Yang's voice sounded calmly. Except me. At that moment, it wasn't just Morong Shui. Kyle, Lin Wu, Zhang Wei, every last survivor felt their final shred of doubt and hope vanish into thin air. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Liu Yang had completely changed. It was no longer mere reliance for survival, but a profound, heartfelt reverence and admiration for a true powerhouse. This man was like an all-knowing, all-powerful god. Not only did he know every weakness of the monsters, but he could also anticipate every possible danger on the battlefield. Following him might just mean survival. Huff. Another wave of attacks was repelled, creating a brief lull outside the temple. The team finally gained a moment to catch their breath. Morong Shui took a deep breath and walked over to Lu Yang. Her face bore the pallor of someone who had narrowly escaped death, yet her gaze was more resolute than ever. Lu Yang, she said solemnly. You saved all our lives. From this moment on, whatever decision you make, even if it means charging into a horde of monsters to detonate ourselves, we will follow you. Kyle and Jiang Wei approached as well, nodding firmly. Right. We'll all follow your lead. Lu Yang glanced at them, saying nothing. His gaze swept past the group, fixing on the depths of the temple. There stood a ruined altar, seemingly engraved with ancient murals. Very well. Since you've entrusted your lives to me, then it's time to play a more thrilling game. Outside the temple, the corpses of monsters piled up like mountains, and the stench of blood flowed like a stream. The only sound within the temple was the sound of heavy breathing. Wang Hao huddled in the darkest corner, like a stray dog abandoned by the world. He didn't look at the monsters, nor did he listen to the conversations of Kyle and the others. His gaze was fixed, uncontrollably, on one person. Lu Yang. The man stood in the temple's center, his back to the others, wiping down his unremarkable black blade. The bloodstains on the blade were both from the demonic creature and from himself. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if the world had shrunk to just him and his blade. Wang Hao's mind, like a malfunctioning projector, began frantically replaying every moment since entering the secret realm. Don't treat this like a school field trip. Those were Lu Yang's final words to him before entering the secret realm. What had Wang Hao thought at the time? A mudleg who rose through luck and examiner favoritism, does he even have the right to lecture me? Ridiculous. Absolutely laughable. Anna's face filled with confidence and pride as she chanted the sacred Nova. Shirley's back as he charged out, roaring with vengeance. And himself, that pathetic figure commanding a storm griffin yet unable to conjure even a single complete wind blade. They all treated this place like a picnic, like another stage to showcase their talents. And what was the result? Anna was torn apart. Shirley was drowned. His sidekick died like a dog. And he himself? He pissed his pants in terror. Scene after scene, frame after frame, each felt like a resounding slap, smacking Wang Hao right across the face. Chapter 135, Before the Strong, he was nothing but a joke. He began to reflect. No, he was forced to reflect. What was it that he had always prided himself on? His illustrious family lineage? When Morpheus's elegant yet cruel face appeared in the sky, Wang Hao realized for the first time that his family background, one that even the Academy's higher-ups would give a wide berth, was nothing but a joke in the face of true power. His carefully cultivated faction, the Ascendant Society? Those sycophants who fawned over him and obeyed his every command were as fragile as paper before the tide of monsters. Beyond amplifying their own terror with screams, they were utterly useless. And what of himself? His top 10 ranking combat prowess? The Academy-renowned Qingyun sword manual? Wang Hao stared at his own hands, still trembling slightly. His sword was meant for grand displays on the stage, under the spotlight. Lu Yang's blade, however, was for slaughter. That was the difference. The difference between a prodigy and a warrior. The champion of the arena versus the butcher who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Envy. Yes, Wang Hao admitted it. From the very first day Lu Yang enrolled, he had envied him. He envied Lu Yang for earning the favor of a mad mentor like Yi Nantian. He envied how Lu Yang could crush him in the ranking battles in ways he couldn't comprehend. He envied the shocking miracle Lu Yang performed during the Holy Light trial. He attributed it all to luck, to scheming, to unfairness. He convinced himself Lu Yang was nothing but an opportunistic clown. But now, in this death-hunting ground, when all pretense, rules, and backgrounds were stripped away, leaving only the purest struggle for survival, Wang Hao saw the truth. Every decision Lu Yang made was spot on. Every move Lu Yang made was precise and deadly. Every command Lu Yang issued pulled them back from the brink of death time and again. He was like the most seasoned hunter, while these so-called prodigies were nothing but a pack of foolish rabbits who'd stumbled into the forest, utterly lost, unable to tell east from west. Wang Hao's body stopped trembling. His gaze, once filled with fear and bewilderment, grew complex. The jealousy that had burned within him for so long, nearly becoming a demon in his heart, slowly extinguished in the face of brutal reality and the unprecedented power Lu Yang displayed. In its place emerged an emotion he himself could not comprehend. There was shame, there was resentment, there was defeat. But above all, there was a deep, soul-stirring awe. For the first time, he admitted it from the bottom of his heart. He had lost. He was utterly and completely defeated. He hadn't lost to Lu Yang's strength, nor to Lu Yang's pet beast. He had lost to the man himself. He lost to that seemingly all-seeing calmness, that will that treated death as nothing, that wisdom that manipulated everyone like puppets. What exactly was I jealous of? For the first time, Wang Hao asked himself this question in his heart. What I envy, perhaps, isn't his extraordinary fortune or his mentor's favoritism. What I envy. That quality within him, something I, Wang Hao, might never possess in this lifetime. Roar! A savage roar shattered Wang Hao's thoughts. An elite Shadowhound had somehow evaded Kale's defenses, leaping through the temple's gaping hole and charging straight toward Morong Shui, who was bandaging the wounded. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Lu Yang was too far away to reach in time. In that split second, a figure burst from the corner, blocking the attack in front of Morong Shui with awkward, unpracticed movements. It was Wang Hao. He raised that ornate longsword no longer for show, but for protection. His gaze had changed. No longer fear, no longer confusion. Only one thing remained, the resolute determination of a man who had burned his boats. Secret Realm 9, Deep Space. Here, there were no howls of monsters, no bloody slaughter. Only a silent, starry-like darkness. A floating platform crafted from pure obsidian hung suspended at the center of this void. Upon the platform stood only a magnificent Gothic-style long table and a throne carved with black roses. Memphis sat enthroned upon the throne. His slender fingers gently caressed the crystal goblet in his hand, filled with crimson liquid. Reflected within the goblet was the brutal battlefield unfolding both inside and outside the temple. His demeanor did not suggest he was orchestrating a massacre. Rather, he seemed to be admiring a grand, soul-stirring stage play, one he himself had choreographed. The title of the play, The Birth of a King. The protagonist, naturally, was Lu Yang. The fallen prodigies were merely disposable props in this grand production. What a keen eye! When Lu Yang used the abyssal tentacles to instantly slay the burrowing worm in the magic water mirror, then uttered those words, "Accept me," Morpheus' lips finally curved into a genuine smile for the first time. He tilted his head slightly and spoke softly to the empty space beside him, as if conversing with an unseen confidant. Did you see that? That's the true mark of a leader. Not through laughable family connections, not through childish factional games, but by forging one's own path through the deepest despair, using wisdom, will, and strength to earn the allegiance of all. How captivating. He took a sip from his glass, a look of rapture spreading across his face. As if he were seeing his younger self. When the image in the water mirror froze on Wang Hao's clumsy yet resolute figure shielding Morong Shui, Morpheus clapped softly. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp clapping echoed through the dead silence of the space. The perfect catalyst. A stubborn stone was finally shattered, revealing the tiny, insignificant value within. He finally understood what it was he had envied all along. And he finally acknowledged the vast chasm that separated him from the true king. Morpheus rose to his feet and walked slowly to the edge of the platform, gazing down at the simulated starry sky below. The appetizer had been sufficiently savored. The whetstones had fulfilled their purpose. Watching Lu Yang lead the remaining few to construct a seemingly solid defense within the temple through the water mirror, a flicker of approval passed through his eyes. Very good. Truly very good. You have proven to me that you possess the potential to become a king. The seed within you is sprouting and growing in the manner I most desired. But, his tone shifted, tinged with playful, mentor-like admonition. My divine child, there remains one most fundamental truth you must grasp. That is, before a true god, the so-called king. He extended a finger and gently tapped the temple reflected in the water mirror. He remains but an ant. Chapter 136, The Bishop's Arrival. With this gesture, the entire ninth secret realm began to tremble violently. Outside the temple, the swarm of demons that had been attacking halted their assault as if obeying some supreme command. They collectively ceased their assault and slowly knelt down. They bowed their heads, retracted their claws, and emitted a series of low, mournful cries like pilgrims paying homage. As if welcoming their sovereign. Inside the temple, Lu Yang and the others also sensed this bizarre change. What's happening? Why did the monsters stop? Zhang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Something's wrong. Kyle's voice was filled with unprecedented dread. Look at their movements. Everyone saw it. They witnessed the breathtaking spectacle. They saw the endless horde of monsters, like a disciplined army, advancing toward the center of the plaza. They bowed in the most humble reverence toward that elegant figure descending from the heavens. Morpheus had descended. He still wore that flawlessly pressed black formal attire, a gentle smile on his face as he descended slowly from the sky, landing on the clearing the creatures had made for him. Pleased to make your acquaintance, everyone, he said. His voice was soft yet clear, piercing through the temple walls to reach every ear. I am the chief examiner for this trial. My apologies for subjecting you to such unpleasant experiences. He bowed politely, like a true gentleman. However, the warm-up is now over. Next, I will personally conduct a private lesson for Lu Yang, our most outstanding student this term. His gaze pierced through the spatial barrier, landing precisely on Lu Yang with a hint of playful admiration. The subject is titled 10,000 Ways to Write Despair. Put. Lu Yang's black blade pierced through the skull of the last elite Shadowhound. He pulled the blade free, warm blood splattering across his face, yet he didn't even flinch. gazing beyond the temple walls at the monstrous tide gathering anew. Its numbers undiminished, an overwhelming sense of impending peril washed over him. Impossible. We can't hold them back. His mind made the decision instantly. This place was a meat grinder with an open mouth. The monsters were endless, while our stamina and energy were finite. Holding out was waiting for death. The only way out lies within that temple. Its complex terrain and narrow entrance offered the only chance to buy time and find a way out. Everyone. Liu Yang's voice, tinged with a hint of bloodlust and unwavering resolve, drowned out the collective gasps. Abandon this place. We break through. What? Kyle gasped. Break out now? The monsters outside are even more numerous than before. Shut up if you don't want to die. Follow orders. Liu Yang's gaze was as cold as a blade. This is our only chance. Kyle, with your Thunder Titan as the spearhead, carve us a path. Morongxue, Zhang Wei, you two ranged fighters in the center, indiscriminate fire suppression. Lin Wu, you and I bring up the rear. Wan Hao. Liu Yang glanced at the man in the corner who had just scrambled to his feet. Support the wounded and stay right in the center of the formation. Dare to fall behind, and I'll slaughter you myself. No one dared question the orders. This newly forged, battered squadron, like a rusted yet still sturdy war machine, began to move once more. Roar! Kyle downed his last energy potion. His Thunder Titan roared, transforming once more into a charging bull as it surged toward the temple. Ice Spike. Exploding Arrow Rain. Morongxue and Zhang Wei channeled their dwindling energy into a flurry of attacks, sweeping the skies to clear threats from Kyle's flanks. A difficult strategic retreat, fighting their way back, had begun. The distance from the plaza center to the temple was a mere 500 meters. Yet now, it felt like an endless celestial path. The monsters had grown smarter and deadlier than before. They no longer charged mindlessly head-on. Groups of acid mages would hide behind ruins, spewing corrosive acid rain into the sky, forcing the defenders to raise energy shields and rapidly deplete their energy reserves. A dozen shadowhounds would drift like ghosts along the flanks of the column, hunting for any potential defensive weakness. Beneath the ground, the faint scent of burrowing worms lingered, compelling everyone to watch their step at all times. Boom! Kai's Thunder Titan staggered as a deep abyssal minotaur charged from the flank, its horn tearing through the left arm's armor. Hold it! Kale's eyes blazed crimson. Instead of retreating, she charged forward, using her body to wedge the beast in place. Zhang Wei. 3 o'clock. Behind that rock. Liu Yang's shout came just in time. Zhang Wei spun around almost instinctively, drew his bow, and fired an arrow. Whoosh! An explosive arrow shot out, striking the rock squarely. The stone exploded with a boom, revealing 3 ground-bound spider demons behind it, poised to spew their webs. The blast wave knocked them off their feet, temporarily averting the danger. Mental energy, remaining 32. Warning, mental energy severely depleted. Liu Yang's temples throbbed violently, and the scene before his eyes momentarily blurred into double vision. He wasn't just fighting, he was functioning like a high-precision radar, monitoring the entire battlefield and issuing warnings for everyone. This drain was 100 times more terrifying than mere physical exhaustion. Put! Lin Wu sliced through a charging shadow demon hound with a single stroke. Turning back, he caught Zhang Wei's legs buckling, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. I can't go on, Zhang Wei gasped, his lips turning pale as he panted heavily. My energy's completely drained. His eyes began to glaze over, filled with despair. Just as he was about to give up, Lin Wu yanked him up from the ground, practically roaring. Get up! Look ahead! Look at Liu Yang! He hasn't fallen yet, so you have no right to give up. Trust him, we can survive. Zhang Wei followed Lin Wu's gaze. He saw the figure at the rear of the group, standing alone against the onslaught of at least 7 or 8 monsters. That figure bore several bleeding wounds, and his movements were noticeably slower than before. But the knife in his hand remained steady. His voice remained calm. Hold your formation. Keep moving forward. An inexplicable force surged from the depths of Zhang Wei's heart. He bit down hard on his own tongue, using the pain to spur himself on, and tightened his grip on the longbow in his hands. He could still fight. The squad advanced slowly, in a brutal manner. Every member was pushed to their absolute limit. Kyle's Thunder Titan's energy gauge had turned a blinding red, threatening to shut down at any moment. Morongxue's lips were parched and cracked, each spell drained every ounce of strength from her body. Wang Hao, the former leader of the scholarly faction, now hobbled along, awkwardly supporting a wounded comrade like a stray dog. Yet his will to survive ignited an unprecedented surge of strength within him. Chapter 137, Tide of Monsters. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. When the outline of the ruined temple finally came into clear view before everyone, a glimmer of light ignited in every pair of eyes. We're here. Almost there. Charge. These final 50 meters became the most agonizing ordeal. The tide of monsters behind them, like sharks sensing blood, launched their most frenzied assault yet. Thud. Lin Wu, protecting the flank, was struck in the back by the scythe of a skeleton reaper, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone. Lin Wu. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed as he swung his blade backward, forcing the Reaper back. I'm fine. Move. Lin Wu gritted his teeth, not even pausing to wipe the blood. Finally. Kyle's Thunder Titan mustered its last ounce of strength, smashing open the temple's half-open stone door. Get inside. Quick, get inside. Supporting each other, the group scrambled and crawled into the temple. Liu Yang and Lin Wu brought up the rear. Crash. With every ounce of strength, the two men pushed a massive, broken stone pillar from within the temple, slamming it firmly against the entrance to block the doorway. The world fell silent in an instant. Only the sound of their hearts pounding and their lungs gasping like broken bellows remained. Thud. Kyle was the first to collapse, falling backward onto the ground. Next came Morong Shui, Jian Wei, Wang Hao. One after another. Everyone collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, unable to lift even a finger. Their bodies and faces were covered in blood and mud. Their weapons lay scattered beside them. Their eyes were vacant and numb. Liu Yang slid down the cold stone pillar, his back pressed against it, until he sat on the ground. The abyss energy within him was nearly depleted, and a wave of mental exhaustion washed over him like a tidal surge. Stamina, 7. Mental power, 12. Abyss corruption, 68. Warning. Critical threshold exceeded. For now, he was safe. But as Liu Yang surveyed his surroundings, seeing his teammates sprawled about, utterly incapacitated, only a chill filled his heart. They were out of ammunition and supplies. And the true hunter beyond the door had likely lost all patience. Dead silence. Inside the temple, a dead silence stretched on for tens of seconds. Only the sound of heavy, labored breathing, rising and falling like the bellows of a forge, filled the air. Did we survive? Jiang Wei was the first to speak, his voice hoarse and trembling with disbelief. He struggled to sit up, leaning against the cold stone wall as he stared at the massive pillar that had sealed the doorway shut. The howls of the monsters outside, muffled by the thick stone walls and pillars, grew distant and indistinct. A false sense of security, born of narrowly escaping death, began to creep into their hearts. Thank goodness. Kyle also pushed himself up against the wall, a pale smile spreading across his face. The materials of this temple are so sturdy that even the Abyssal Minotaur's charge only left a white mark. As long as we hold this position until the secret realm's time ends, we'll be able to get out. His words struck like a shot of adrenaline, coursing through every heart. Exactly. We just need to hold out. Hold out until the secret realm closes, and they'll survive. Wonderful. We're saved. Morong Shui even wept with joy, her nerves finally relaxing after being stretched taut for so long. Even Wang Hao, who had been as lifeless as a dead dog, saw a glimmer of survival reignite in his eyes. Only Liu Yang. Leaning against the massive stone pillar, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Something was wrong. A powerful sense of unease surged within him. Too quiet. The monsters outside were too quiet. It felt like the suffocating calm before a storm. He struggled to stand, desperate to warn his classmates, whose minds were clouded by false hope. But at that very moment, a change occurred. Without warning. No violent crash, no roar of energy. Nothing at all. The massive stone pillar weighing several tons, which had been firmly blocking the doorway, simply turned to dust without a sound. Not shattered. Not collapsed. It was annihilation. As if an invisible eraser had gently wiped it from existence. Stone dust drifted down from the air, settling on the stunned faces of the crowd. What was happening? Jiang Wei's smile froze on his face. Everyone's breath caught in that moment. Their eyes were fixed on the temple doors, now unblocked by stone pillars, crafted from ancient obsidian. Under their horrified gaze, the massive, fortified temple doors once sturdy enough to withstand 1,000 armies began to crumble in the same way. Starting from the door's crevices, minute cracks appeared out of nowhere, then spread rapidly. Soon, the entire gate, like a sand painting eroded by wind, silently and gracefully dissolved into swirling black dust. Erasing it. The final bastion, the last hope, was erased from this world in the most complete and incomprehensible manner. Inside the temple, a deathly silence fell. An extreme, suffocating despair gripped everyone's throats like a cold, iron hand. Dim light surged back in, accompanied by the deafening roar of monsters. But soon, the roars abruptly ceased. For a figure had appeared at the erased doorway. He wore immaculate black formal attire, his face adorned with a gentle, elegant smile as if attending a grand banquet rather than a hunt. Mephisto. Behind him stretched an endless tide of monsters. Yet not a single creature dared to make a sound. They all prostrated themselves upon the ground, bowing their proud heads, greeting their sovereign with the most humble demeanor. Reigning supreme. This was the divine reign. Kyle, Morong Shui, Wang Hao, all the survivors were ashen-faced. They watched the man stroll into the temple with effortless ease, witnessed the staggering spectacle of 10,000 demons prostrate behind him, and not even the thought of resistance stirred within them. It was a chasm-like gap in power. It was the absolute helplessness felt by mortals gazing upon a deity. Mephisto surveyed the ashen-faced students within the hall, like a teacher inspecting his classroom. His gaze swept over Kyle, over Morong Shui, over Wang Hao slumped lifelessly on the floor. Finally, it settled on the one youth who remained standing, his gaze as cold as ever. Liu Yang. It seems my students are ready for face-to-face instruction. Morpheus smiled as he walked step by step toward Liu Yang. He moved slowly, his leather shoes making not a sound as they touched the dust-covered floor. He ignored the ghostly expressions on the others' faces. His eyes were fixed solely on Liu Yang. He studied Liu Yang with keen interest, as if admiring a perfect work of art. Impressive eyes. Even in this dire situation, he hadn't been consumed by despair. I'm quite satisfied. Chapter 138, Hello, Abyssal Contract. He halted 3 meters away from Liu Yang. This distance radiated both an oppressive presence and the composed air of a superior. Then, in a casual tone, he spoke. Well then, as a reward, let's discuss that intriguing little thing you possess. His smile grew even brighter. Hello there, Abyss Contract. As Mephisto uttered these words with casual nonchalance, Liu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly. Abyss Contract. This was his greatest secret since crossing over. The very source of all his power. The trump card that allowed him to challenge any enemy. No one else could possibly know about it, not even the slumbering Zero. Who exactly was this man? Warning. High-tier Abyss entity detected. The contract is experiencing unknown fluctuations. Warning. The entity possesses partial interference rights over the contract. Contamination levels are abnormally surging. 707,580. A barrage of maddening crimson warnings flooded Liu Yang's mind. The abyss energy within him, like rats encountering their sovereign, began to surge and boil uncontrollably, even straining to burst forth from his body to pay homage to the man before him. Damn it! Calm down. Liu Yang gritted his teeth, relying almost entirely on sheer willpower to suppress the overwhelming urge to submit. His back was already soaked through with cold sweat. See? That's exactly it. Memphis admired the pained expression on Liu Yang's face, struggling to suppress his agony, smiling like a patient teacher. It was cheering, leaping with joy. For it had finally encountered a superior kindred spirit. Slowly, it raised its hand, extending an inviting gesture toward Liu Yang. Come, child. Before your final coronation, I believe you have the right to know the purpose behind everything you've endured. His voice carried an irresistible magic. Liu Yang! Don't go! Kyle struggled to shout, trying to stand, but a single glance from Morpheus sent him slumping back to the ground. It was a pressure emanating from the depths of his soul, rendering them utterly unable to move even a finger. Liu Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the raging storm churning within him. He knew running was futile. He forced himself to calm down, taking one step after another until he stood before Morpheus. Seems you know me quite well, Liu Yang's voice was hoarse and low. Of course. Morpheus' smile grew even brighter. After all, exceptional specimens like you are rare. I've been watching you since the day you first stepped foot in Apocalypse Academy. Masterpiece? Liu Yang latched onto the word with sharp precision. You thought the Abyss contract you obtained was a unique stroke of luck? Morpheus seemed to read his mind, asking with a light chuckle. No. He shook his finger. It would be more accurate to think of it as a seed. Countless seeds scattered across myriad worlds by an entity we call the Great Will. Liu Yang's heart sank abruptly. The purpose of these seeds is simple. Mephisto continued, his voice resonating with a sacred cadence. It is to sift. To sift out the souls with the greatest potential, the most resilient, the most cunning, and those most aligned with the laws of the abyss. Through ceaseless combat, ceaseless devouring, ceaseless evolution, these souls grow ever more powerful. His gaze fixed intensely on Liu Yang, as if beholding a priceless treasure. Ultimately, to cultivate them into perfect vessels capable of bearing the descent of a great will. We call it the Abyssal Divine Sun. Boom! These words exploded within Liu Yang's mind like a billion thunderclaps. He had always believed the Abyssal contract was his golden ticket, his capital to defy fate and rewrite destiny. Turns out, this thing was merely a screening tool? A vessel for breeding a parasite? And he himself was the carefully cultivated bug? All the extraordinary encounters, all the victories, all the growth, were all merely to be swallowed whole in the end by that so-called great will, to be usurped and replaced? An unprecedented chill, bone-chilling and piercing, erupted from Liu Yang's core, mingled with a raging fury that threatened to consume him. And among the countless seeds of this generation, Memphis utterly ignored Liu Yang's nearly fiery glare, continuing his own praise. You, Liu Yang, are the most perfect seed I have ever seen. You are calm, rational, decisive in battle, yet you retain a trace of laughable humanity nourishment for your growth. Clearing the rat's nest, outmaneuvering the academic faction, the holy light trial. Ha, you've passed every test flawlessly. Each performance has earned my sincere admiration. He reached out, as if to pat Liu Yang on the shoulder, but Liu Yang sidestepped him. Morpheus didn't grow angry, he merely withdrew his hand and spread his palm. So now, you've reached the end of this path. You have two choices. His voice grew rich with temptation, like the whisper of a demon. 1. Willingly accept my guidance, pledge your loyalty, and complete your final transformation. You shall become the supreme divine son, attaining power and glory beyond your wildest dreams. You will be my most prized disciple." His eyes shone with genuine light, as if he truly cared about Liu Yang's future. 2. His tone shifted abruptly, his smile turning icy and cruel. "Let me forcibly strip you of everything, let me personally dissect your soul, and taste this fruit that has ripened to perfection. Tell me, my child." Morpheus's form slowly merged with the image of the demonic god who tempted angels to fall, the very figure Liu Yang remembered from the forbidden section of the library's ancient text, the Fallen Heaven Chronicles. "What is your choice?" A deathly silence fell over the temple. Morpheus's two seemingly benevolent options loomed like mountains, crushing the hearts of everyone present. It weighed heavily on Liu Yang's mind. He remained silent. He lowered his head, letting his bangs obscure his eyes, his expression hidden. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just as Kyle and the others thought Liu Yang was about to succumb to that overwhelming pressure. Put. A soft chuckle escaped Liu Yang's throat. Then, that chuckle transformed into a roaring laugh. Ha! Liu Yang roared with laughter, doubled over, shoulders shaking, his laughter brimming with endless scorn and contempt. Chapter 139, Memphis's Abyssal Energy. "What are you laughing at?" For the first time, Mephisto's elegant smile faltered slightly. Liu Yang finally lifted his head. His eyes held no fear, no despair, only a strange, unfamiliar scorn that unsettled Memphis. "I'm laughing at you." Liu Yang extended a single finger, pointing fearlessly at Memphis. "Divine child? Vessel? At the end of the day, isn't it just about finding an obedient dog for your master to possess?" "Sorry." Liu Yang's smile twisted into pure scorn. "Being a dog? Not interested. How dare you?" A suppressed roar erupted from the horde of demons behind Mephisto, as if some high-ranking demon had been provoked by Liu Yang's words. But Mephisto merely raised his hand lightly, and the roar abruptly ceased. For the first time, his gaze turned icy, the mentor-like gentleness completely vanishing. "It seems you still haven't grasped your place." "Place?" The scorn on Liu Yang's face deepened. "I know my place very well. But I'd like to ask you, what exactly is your place?" He stepped forward, his presence holding its own against the elders. "So after all this effort setting up the hunting grounds, selecting the seed stock, you're not the master either. You're merely the one responsible for selecting dogs, raising dogs, and finally slaughtering dogs for the master to eat. A butler? A mere dog, yet you presume to give orders to others?" The words cut like the sharpest blade, striking precisely at a sore spot beneath Memphis's elegant mask. Boom! The entire temple shook violently. An invisible yet mountain-like spiritual pressure erupted from Morpheus, instantly engulfing Liu Yang. Crack! The floor tiles beneath Liu Yang shattered inch by inch. His legs buckled, nearly forcing him to his knees, but he gritted his teeth, braced himself with the black blade, and stiffened his spine. Foolish arrogance. Mephisto's voice was utterly devoid of emotion, as cold and indifferent as ice frozen for 10,000 years. "So be it. Certain glories require no consent from mere ants. You will understand, to become a fragment of divinity is a blessing beyond the wildest dreams of a lowly creature like you." Before the words had even finished echoing, Morpheus extended his long, white-gloved hand. Countless streams of profoundly pure abyssal energy surged forth from his palm. Instead of forming weapons, it coalesced into tangible black chains. Ignoring spatial distance, these chains emitted piercing whistles as they shot straight toward Liu Yang's body. "Liu Yang! Get out of the way!" Lin Wu roared, trying to rush forward, yet he was pinned to the spot by that overwhelming pressure, unable to move. Dodge? How? Liu Yang realized these chains weren't targeting his physical body at all, but his soul. Put. Over a dozen black chains pierced through Liu Yang's chest, limbs, and skull without resistance. No blood flowed. Nor was there any pain. Yet Liu Yang let out a suppressed, agonized groan. For he could see clearly. These chains were tightly binding his intangible soul, then forcibly began pouring that abyssal energy belonging to Morpheus deep into his soul. Warning! High-tier energy intrusion detected. Warning! Soul undergoing forced assimilation. Warning! Abyss contract control being stripped. Progress, 15-12%. Ugh! Liu Yang finally couldn't hold back, letting out an agonized roar. This was a torment 1,000 times more terrifying than any physical agony. He could feel his consciousness, his memories, his very self being washed away, twisted, and rewritten by that overwhelmingly domineering energy. His energy circuits were forcibly stretched apart, then reassembled according to a pattern belonging to Mephisto. He was being transformed from Liu Yang into another Mephisto. Give up, child. Morpheus's voice, like a divine decree, resounded directly within his mind. Resistance is futile. Your will is but a flickering candle before the great will. Embrace this power, and you shall behold a world entirely new. Along with Morpheus's voice, the long-dormant whispers of the abyss resounded once more in Liu Yang's ears. But this time, it was no longer a vague temptation. Instead, it was a clear, grand, and solemn chant, resonating with divine majesty. Cease your resistance. You are me. I am eternity. This voice seemed to carry the cosmic truth, possessing the power to make all things submit. Lu Yang felt his consciousness rapidly blurring and sinking. His struggle grew weaker and weaker. His gaze began to scatter. That indomitable flame, in the face of that godlike might, seemed about to be extinguished. Ugh! A beastly, suppressed growl erupted from Lu Yang's throat. His body was pierced by a dozen black chains of energy, suspended mid-air. His consciousness drifted like a small boat tossed in a storm, teetering on the brink of being capsized by that vast, icy divine will. Lu Yang's face contorted in agony, his features shifting between savage grimaces and the same detached elegance as the figure opposite him, Morpheus. He was losing himself. The others within the temple were pinned to the spot by that terrifying pressure, forced to watch helplessly. Their faces were etched with fear and despair. Resist? How could they resist? The opponent hadn't even raised a finger. A single glance, a single thought, had rendered them utterly immobilized. This wasn't even a battle on the same plane. Yet. Huff, huff. Lin Wu gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Lu Yang, suspended in midair. Flashbacks of countless scenes raced through his mind. In the ranked battle, Lu Yang rescued him from the pillar of shame. During the rat nest mission, Lu Yang shared his most precious ghost fungus with him. Amidst the monster tide, Lu Yang shielded him behind his back. I don't care. Lin Wu's teeth clenched with a grinding sound, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I don't care what kind of bull bishop you are. Or what kind of divine son. Bang! A resolute aura erupted from Lin Wu. He had forcibly broken free from the mental pressure's grip through sheer willpower alone, rising back to his feet. He burned his last ounce of energy. A blinding flame of fighting spirit ignited upon his battle blade. Dare to touch my brother. Lin Wu's leg muscles bulged violently, shattering the floor tiles beneath his feet. His entire body launched forward like a cannonball, charging ruthlessly toward Memphis. Step over my dead body first. Chapter 140, the final form of the Azure Cloud Sword Technique. His roar echoed like a boulder dropped into a deathly still lake. Lin Wu. Morong Shui gasped. But then, as she watched Lin Wu's unyielding figure charging forward and glanced at Lu Yang writhing in agony, a resolute flame ignited in her icy blue eyes. Yes. We can't just stand by and watch. She too began to burn her last reserves of life and energy with frenzied intensity. Arctic Blizzard. She pointed her staff at Mephisto, unleashing her ultimate spell, the very one meant to save her life without reservation. Count me in. Zhang Wei roared as he sprang to his feet. Though he lacked the energy to fire another exploding arrow, he seized his longbow as a weapon and charged toward Memphis. Count me in. Damn it. Let's fight them to the death. The remaining two survivors, infected by this death-defying fervor, roared and burned their last reserves, launching the final and most glorious charge of their lives. In this moment, they were no longer pampered darlings of fortune. They were warriors. They were warriors who raised mortal swords against the gods above. Brave souls. And the most unexpected of all. Wang Hao. He stood rooted to the spot, watching those figures one by one, like moths drawn to a flame. Inside, a fierce battle raged within him. Run! Run! A voice screamed inside his head. Stay here, and you'll die. They're all mad. You'll die. But another voice challenged him. If you run, will you really survive? Wang Hao, look at yourself. You've had it easy your whole life, adored by everyone. But now, don't you look like a dog? All your pride, all your dignity, this man named Morpheus has trampled them underfoot, crushed them to dust. Lu Yang may look down on you, but at least he had the guts to call that bastard a dog to his face. And you? Don't you even have the courage to stand up? Wang Hao's body began to shake violently. He stared at his opponent undergoing transformation. Then he looked at the classmates launching their desperate charge. Ah! Wang Hao suddenly let out a roar filled with frustration and madness. Wang Hao. Even if I die, I will die on the charge. I will never live like a coward, watching my fate be decided by others. He summoned his own battle-scarred storm griffin, leaping onto its back. For the first time, the long sword in his hand blazed with a brilliant light, not for show, but solely for the purpose of slaying his foes. Ultimate form of the Azure Cloud Sword Technique, Celestial Diver. In that instant, blade flashes, sword shadows, icy blizzards, and flaming arrows. Every survivor gambled everything they had, unleashing their strongest and final attacks. Like the most dazzling fireworks, they all exploded toward that figure standing still, back turned to them. Didn't even glance back. Memphis. He simply watched Lu Yang before him, as if the assault behind him capable of flattening a small mountain were merely a few bothersome mosquitoes on a summer night. A contemptuous curve. Courage is the most brilliant quality of mortals. Yet this brilliance, when faced with absolute power, proved as fragile as dust. Lin Wu's blade consumed his last drop of blood, transforming into a razor-sharp blade of light capable of cleaving mountains and shattering peaks. Morong Shui's magic drained her last ounce of spiritual energy, coalescing into a frigid storm powerful enough to freeze 100 miles. Wang Hao's long sword bore the resolve of his life's only desperate gamble, its tip pointing like a meteor streaking from the heavens. and others everyone's final strike. This torrent, channeling the will and energy of every survivor, was enough to make any academy mentor pale with dread. Yet their target was Memphis, the emissary of a god. Mephisto didn't even glance back. His entire focus was on the masterpiece before him, admiring how Liu Yang's soul twisted and reshaped under his power. As if the earth-shattering assault raging behind him were merely a backdrop, a trivial fireworks display. The attack arrived. Lin Wu's blade was the first to touch the void behind Memphis. Then, it vanished. No sound, no explosion. Like a single drop of water merging into the ocean. Next came Morong Shue's frigid blizzard. The extreme cold, potent enough to freeze steel into powder, vanished instantly upon nearing Morpheus by half a meter, like spring snow meeting the scorching sun. Wang Hao's heavenly blade, the sword strike embodying his lifelong pride, shattered inch by inch upon touching that invisible barrier, scattering into countless fragments across the sky. Every single attack, without exception. Half a meter from Mephisto, they collided with an invisible wall. Then, silently, they were swallowed, erased. Not even a ripple was stirred. What the hell? Lin Wu, who had been charging at the forefront, saw the resolute expression on his face freeze instantly, morphing into utter horror. How could this be? Their all-out assault hadn't even grazed the hem of their opponent's robe? At that very moment, Memphis, seemingly disturbed by the commotion behind him, had his appreciation of the artwork interrupted. He sighed softly. Noisy. Insects. With his disdainful murmur, an invisible force field of terror erupted with a thunderous roar, radiating outward from him. It was neither an energy blast nor psychic pressure. It was a higher-order will. It was a god deciding to crush a few ants at its feet. Put. Lin Wu bore the brunt of it first. He felt as if an invisible star had collided head-on with him. The bones in his chest shattered instantly, and a large spray of blood erupted from his mouth. His entire body flew backward like a. Next came Wang Hao. He and his pet beast were violently slammed by that will. The storm griffin let out a mournful cry and instantly disintegrated into a shower of light particles. Wang Hao himself was flung like a broken sack, crashing heavily into a distant wall, his fate unknown. Morong Shui, Zhang Wei. All who charged forward were all sent flying in the same instant by that unmatched will, with utter contempt. They hadn't even seen how the opponent had struck. Only a sigh. Bang! Bang! Thud! The muffled thuds of bodies colliding with the walls echoed in succession, becoming the final accompaniment to this tragedy within the temple. Seconds later, the temple fell silent once more. Chapter 141, Assimilation Progress, 99. Lin Wu, Wang Hao, Morong Shui. All who charged lay scattered like trash across every corner of the temple. Blood-soaked and broken-boned, they lay utterly unconscious. The final resistance. The last courage. The last hope. In that instant, it was utterly shattered. Morpheus never once looked back, from beginning to end. He simply stood there silently, admiring the masterpiece before him that was about to be completed. Liu Yang. His consciousness had already sunk into the deepest darkness. The sacred and majestic whispers of the abyss had invaded every corner of his mind, squeezing his human will down to a mere spark. Soul assimilation progress, 99%. A satisfied smile finally spread across Morpheus's face. Everything had settled into place. Yet, he did not notice. In the deepest recesses of Liu Yang's soul, in that forbidden realm beyond even the reach of the Abyssal Pact, a pair of golden eyes, long sealed shut, slowly opened. The entire world fell into an eerie silence. Morpheus glanced at the trash strewn across the temple floor and shook his head lightly. His gaze held no anger, no contempt, only a faint trace of regret. Then, he turned his gaze back to Liu Yang. That gaze regained its previous focus and admiration. See that, child? His voice echoed directly within Liu Yang's mind, tinged with gentle instruction. This is the human companion you've chosen to protect a fool who doesn't know his own limits. Now, let us cast aside these tedious distractions and continue our unfinished lesson. No sooner had he spoken than the dozen black chains piercing Liu Yang's soul tightened once more. Ugh! Liu Yang's body arched violently, the excruciating pain nearly choking him. No! It can't end like this. Even in death, I'll never become this bastard's puppet. Move! Liu Yang roared frantically within his mind, summoning his last shred of willpower to activate the abyssal energy that had fused with him. Touch of the Abyss. This was his ultimate trump card. His last hope for resistance. If he could break free for just an instant, if he could. Yet in the next second, a bone-chilling sensation surged through Liu Yang's heart. The abyssal energy within his body showed no reaction. No, it wasn't unresponsive. It betrayed him. The abyssal energy that once danced to his command now trembled like a pack of lackeys who'd finally found their true master. It shivered within his meridians, actively seeking out the dozen black chains, fawning and groveling toward them. They were afraid. They were paying homage. How could this be? If the previous overwhelming power had brought Liu Yang despair, then this betrayal from the very essence of power itself brought him nothing but utter helplessness. Ha! Morpheus let out a soft chuckle, having seen through Liu Yang's scheme. Are you trying to rebel against me using the toy I bestowed upon you? He extended a slender finger, beckoning Liu Yang with a gentle flick. Whoosh! Behind Liu Yang, the several tentacles of the Touch of the Abyss, which he had been utterly unable to activate, suddenly broke free and shot out uncontrollably. But their target wasn't Mephisto. Like docile little dogs, they wagged their tails gleefully as they coiled around Mephisto's slender finger. Affectionately, they rubbed their tips against Mephisto's fingertips. As if they were fawning. As if they were trying to win him over. This scene shattered the last line of defense in Liu Yang's heart. His trump card. His reliance. His trump card. Before this man standing before him, it was truly nothing more than a docile pet. Look! Morpheus gently scratched his chin with the tentacles that belonged to Liu Yang, his smile elegant yet cruel. The power you pride yourself on is so obedient before me. Your so-called trump card is nothing more than a blade of grass sprouting from the seeds I planted. And I. With a light wave of his hand, the abyssal tendrils obediently retracted back into Liu Yang's body. I am the gardener. He had utterly shattered Liu Yang's spirit. Give up, child. Morpheus' voice, like a final verdict, echoed within Liu Yang's crumbling soul. Everything you are comes from the abyss. And I am the abyss of this place. Liu Yang's eyes began to lose their light, bit by bit. His struggles ceased. His roar faded away. That flame of defiant will, having had all its fuel drained away, finally began to dim and hollow out. Like a star on the verge of extinction. Soul assimilation progress, 999. A satisfied smile spread across Morpheus's face. He spread his arms wide, ready to welcome the final completion of his most perfect creation. Within the temple, a deathly silence hung heavy. Outside the temple, demons lay prostrate. In all creation, it seemed no force could stand against this divine coronation. In the deepest recesses of Liu Yang's soul. In that forbidden realm even Morpheus could not peer into. Zero watched all this in silence. She saw Liu Yang struggle. She witnessed Lin Wu and the others charging forward. She witnessed Mephisto's indifference and overwhelming power. And she saw the flickering embers of Liu Yang's will, on the verge of being extinguished. Her face remained etched in that timeless, unchanging expression of cold detachment. As if everything happening around her had nothing to do with her. She was merely an observer. Yet, when she saw that abyssal energy belonging to Memphis about to touch the forbidden zone where she stood. When she heard Liu Yang, in the final moment before his consciousness faded, summoning every ounce of strength within his soul not to beg for mercy, but to unleash a defiant roar. Even if my soul is scattered to the winds, Liu Yang will never be a slave. Zero, those pure golden eyes, cold and indifferent like a god's, flicked impatiently. Enough noise. She uttered 3 words coldly, in a voice only she could hear. A mere fragment of abyssal divinity dares to be insolent in my presence? Liu Yang felt himself sinking. Sinking into an eternal void devoid of light, sound, or thought. Morpheus's elegant face blurred in his vision. His own body, his own limbs, seemed no longer his own. His once proud willpower was being peeled away layer by layer, crushed to dust by that godlike power. Soul assimilation progress, 9,999. Only a single spark remained. This spark was no longer fueled by anger or resentment. It was something else entirely. A few strange, fragmented images. Chapter 142, The Queen's Dignity. He saw Yantian, that mad mentor, toss a tattered notebook at him while muttering curses. You little brat, don't die in the secret realm. You still owe me a proper drink. He saw Lin Wu, scratching his head with a simple smile after the ranked battle. Liu Yang, I'm sticking with you from now on. He saw that haughty girl, regal as a queen, sitting on the windowsill the night before the holy light judgment. Her voice was cool and distant as she said, remember, you're merely my contract holder. Don't harbor any unnecessary thoughts about me. Poof. Seems like there's still so much left to do. Zero's origins remain a mystery. Who exactly is that guy? This faint thread of obsession clung stubbornly like an invisible spider's silk, sustaining the last breath of Liu Yang's existence. Deep within the spiritual sea of consciousness. That forbidden realm shrouded in endless mist. Zero watched it all with cold detachment. As if watching a play that had nothing to do with him. Such a fine vessel, destroyed like that. What a pity. A cold, rational voice echoed within her mind. But for me, this is the perfect opportunity. This fellow named Morpheus, though merely a vessel for a fragment of divinity, possesses a sufficiently high status. I can use his hands to completely break free from this damned contract. I can even turn the tables and negotiate with him, reborn in a freer form. This was the most rational choice. She, Zero, the former Queen of Angels, the Lord of Hosts, when had she ever needed to cling to a weak human? But why? Uncontrollable images flashed through her mind. In those scenes, the youth calmly gazed at her when they first signed the contract, saying, you may call me Liu Yang. In the scene, when she lowered his loyalty to 50%, ready to strike back at any moment, the youth merely smiled, utterly unconcerned. In the scene, deep in the forest during their first gamble, the youth clearly at an absolute disadvantage dared to stake his life and future, forcing her to concede. In the scene, on the eve of the Holy Light's judgment, he looked at her nervous self and said with a matter-of-fact tone, "Don't forget who you are. You are Her Majesty the Proud Queen. Does a mere lapdog of the Holy See deserve your fear? You are merely zero. That is enough." These images were like stones tossed into an icy lake, sending wave upon wave of ripples across the queenly heart within her. Then, even more distant, fragmented memories began surging uncontrollably. An endless, burning sky. It was broken, blood-stained wings. A gentle smile she could never recall, and a soul-piercing question. Michael. Why? Boom. Two utterly contrasting memories collided violently within Zero's soul. Foolish humans. Ridiculous obsession. Meaningless guardianship. The icy voice within her heart murmured to itself. But why? This feeling. She watched Liu Yang outside, whose last shred of wool was about to be erased, observing that spider's thread called obsession. Why did this feeling of being protected feel so familiar? So familiar it made her heart ache. Familiar enough to make her furious. Abandon him. That's the most rational choice. The cold voice roared. Reclaim your freedom. Restore your glory. You are the queen. Zero fell silent. For the first time, a flicker of something called struggle flickered in her pure golden eyes. Freedom? Glory? She lowered her gaze, examining her soul, bound within the contract. Then she looked up again, at the mortal who had raised a blade against the gods to protect a swarm of ants, a mortal now being devoured by the divine. Poof! A soft laugh escaped from the depths of her soul. It was not mockery, nor disdain. It was a kind of self-mockery. I once possessed the glory of all heaven. Yet for that laughable freedom, I lost everything. In the end, she slowly closed her eyes. Only then did I realize what I truly desired had never been any of these things. When she opened her eyes again, all the struggle, all the confusion, had vanished from those pure golden orbs. In their place stood an unrivaled queen's resolve. What belongs to this sovereign, be it person or contract? Without my permission, no one shall touch. In the very last instant before Morpheus could flash his victorious smile. At the decisive instant when Liu Yang's gaze was about to lose all its light. The interface of the Abyssal Pact flickered wildly within Liu Yang's fading consciousness. The crimson loyalty meter, which had remained frozen at 45. Began pulsing violently like never before. 30. 10. 0. 10. 30. 50. 80. Warning. Loyalty has exceeded the limit. Warning. Unknown changes detected in contract holder permissions. Redefining master and servant. Ding. Loyalty locked, eternal. Soul assimilation progress, 99999. Liu Yang's consciousness was reduced to a mere fragment. He could almost see his own body, like an object not belonging to him, being manipulated at will by those black chains. Morpheus's face, bearing a victorious smile, was mere inches away. It was over. Just as the last shred of Liu Yang's consciousness was about to surrender. Something within him stirred. It wasn't the Abyss contract, nor Zero, nor his own will. It was corruption level 85. It was the abyssal toxin, the poison that had accumulated within him after devouring the Spider Queen and countless other demons, a venom he had suppressed with every ounce of his being. Until now, Liu Yang had used his willpower like a dam to hold this raging poison firmly within his body. But now, Memphis's forced transformation was like tearing away the very cornerstone of that dam. Liu Yang's will was on the verge of collapse. Boom! A surge of abyssal energy, far more violent and destructive than ever before, erupted from Liu Yang's body without warning, shooting skyward. This energy was black. But not the pure black of Morpheus. Instead, it was a despairing crimson red, carrying the intent to annihilate everything. Bang! 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 The dozen black chains binding Liu Yang's soul screeched under the onslaught of this raging energy, several snapping cleanly under the strain. HM? For the first time, the smile on Mephisto's face truly froze. For the first time, a hint of surprise flickered in his otherwise indifferent eyes. Chapter 143, Spear of Godslaying. A shriek beyond human comprehension tore from the depths of Liu Yang's throat, shattering the cage of reason. It wasn't a roar, but more like the self-destruction of a perfect instrument, filled with heartbreaking madness. His pupils lost all focus, consumed entirely by an internal crimson glow, like two blood-red suns about to plunge into oblivion. Beneath his skin, something stirred to life. They writhed and surged, eventually piercing the flesh's veil to burst forth. They were dense, black scales. With a beauty that defiled life itself, they climbed the curve of his neck, devoured the contours of his cheeks, and transformed his arms into inhuman weapons. Nails grew savagely from the cracking joints, their tips turning pitch black and razor-sharp, reflecting the faint glow of the temple dome like poison-hardened obsidian. The fleeting shock on Memphis's face was swiftly replaced by an even more intense emotion. It was not mere admiration, but an obsession bordering on love, like the most devout believer witnessing a miracle firsthand. So that's how it is. He murmured a dreamlike sigh, his voice trembling with ecstatic rapture. The most perfect vessel, it seemed, was not forged by external forces. He gazed upon Liu Yang's body, twisted and transformed by agony, as if admiring an abyssal flower blooming slowly from the scorched earth of destruction, nourished by its own essence. But rather, in the purest despair, it was a magnificent self-sacrifice, completed from the inside out. His gaze greedily traced the pure savagery in Liu Yang's eyes. This was the form he had longed for, a divinity stripped of all impurities, possessing only the instincts of destruction and ruin. Rather than suppress it, he waved his hand, releasing the final restraints. The gesture was gentle, as if releasing the final shackles from a monarch about to be crowned. Arms outstretched, his expression was that of a saint awaiting embrace, yet also that of a demon preparing to devour its offering. What he desired was never an obedient puppet, but a kindred spirit who could join him in savoring the magnificent spectacle of this world burning to ashes. Within Liu Yang's mind, utterly submerged in corruption and darkness, time had lost all meaning. The flame representing his self flickered feebly, reduced to a single ember, teetering precariously in the storm. Zero watched it all in silence. Like a queen observing a fire across the river, she coldly calculated every possibility. Allowing him to vanish, rendering the contract void, would grant her freedom, the optimal solution. This human was merely a fleeting, somewhat entertaining temporary dwelling in her long life. Abandoning him made perfect logical sense. But as that last spark of light flickered toward extinction, as the very existence of Liu Yang was about to be utterly erased, an emotion she had never understood and had never even bothered to comprehend suddenly seized her soul like the most vicious curse, without warning. It was not anger, nor pity. It was panic. A bone-chilling dread, as if something had been brutally carved out of her eternal existence. Why? For the first time, cracks appeared in her frozen mind. This feeling, she could not accept it. She could not bear the thought that those eyes, always 3 parts calculation, 7 parts indifference, yet always shielding her at the last moment, would vanish into nothingness forever. This man must not die. No. A single thought, like a spark of fire, fell into the barren wasteland of her soul, frozen in eternal stillness. This king will not permit it. Once that thought took root, it ignited like wildfire, consuming all her reserve, calculation, and coldness. She no longer feigned that sweet voice, nor maintained the haughty demeanor of a queen. For the first time, a voice more ancient, carrying absolute will, pierced through Liu Yang's nearly lifeless consciousness. You fool! Who gave you permission to die? That voice carried a desperation and grievance she hadn't even recognized in herself. What of your promise? You swore to help this queen reclaim the past. That fool Lin Wu, you're just abandoning him? Don't you want to know who I am? This roar sounded less like a command and more like a final plea before being cast aside. It was like a golden lightning bolt, briefly tearing through the endless darkness. That nearly extinguished spark of will trembled violently, reigniting a sliver of light. Zero. A vague thought surfaced in Liu Yang's lingering consciousness. But that was all. Darkness surged back like a tidal wave, and that faint light was but a candle flickering in the wind. Damn it! Zero watched the scene unfold. For the first time, a look of helplessness flickered across her eternally flawless face. She knew that shouting was no longer enough. Outside, Morpheus's white-gloved hand was about to touch Liu Yang's forehead. She no longer pondered freedom or glory. She knew only one thing. This man must not die. A smile, one even she hadn't noticed, slowly blossomed across her face, the face of the fallen queen, radiating pride. What am I gonna do with you? My one and only idiot host. Her voice grew incredibly soft within Liu Yang's consciousness, yet carried a resolute determination bordering on sacrifice. Remember, without my permission, you are not allowed to die. The instant Memphis's finger was but a millimeter from Liu Yang's brow. Liu Yang's eyes, previously drowned in bloodlust and madness, shifted without warning. All the madness, brutality, and crimson receded like a tide, as if they had never existed. In their place emerged a pure, golden radiance. Simultaneously, an aura of a sovereign, ancient and overbearing as the dawn of the cosmos, sharing the same origin as Memphis yet transcending him by countless dimensions, roared to life within Liu Yang. The moment this aura appeared, the energy spear in Mephisto's hand, a weapon powerful enough to slay gods, emitted a wail of unbearable strain. The elegant composure on his face shattered completely, replaced by sheer, hellspawn shock and terror. No, this couldn't be. This was the aura of a king. Snap. A faint sound. A fine crack appeared on the Godslayer spear. Instantly, the crack spread like a spider web across the entire shaft. Boom! The spear shattered on the spot, transforming into a sky filled with the purest abyssal energy. Yet this energy did not dissipate. Instead, as if summoned by some supreme will, it became a stream of devout pilgrims, frantically drawn into Liu Yang's body. It was no longer pollution. It was homecoming. The Godslayer spear, bearing a will powerful enough to obliterate an entire era, pierced Liu Yang's heart. On Morpheus's face, elegant yet almost demonic, appeared the unique, compassionate, and satisfied smile of a victor. Within the temple, the remnant will chose to close its eyes, unable to bear witness to the inevitable bloody conclusion. Death was the only final chapter. Chapter 144, The Wall of Sighs. Yet the expected dull thud of flesh pierced by metal did not come. The entire temple fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Time seemed frozen like amber, preserving the spear's sharp point and Mephisto's smile frozen at that final inch. His smile froze. An incomprehensible resistance emerged from the void, gentle yet absolute. The god-slaying spear, capable of piercing mountains, seemed to strike a wall of size built from the very fabric of law itself, unable to advance even an inch further. Stunned, a look of bewilderment appeared for the first time on the face of this being called Mephisto. He stared in horror, only to see a petite figure suspended before the spear's tip, appearing as if out of nowhere. A girl who appeared no older than 12 or 13, clad in an intricately ornate black Gothic gown. Its hem swayed without wind, like flowing night itself. Moonlight's silver hair cascaded down her back, and she stood suspended in midair, her feet bare and as white as jade. She resembled a doll stepped out of an ancient fairy tale, radiating an otherworldly tranquility. But what sent shivers down Mephisto's spine was the Godslayer spear in her grasp, that very spear that channeled the power of the abyss, its indestructible tip now casually held in a small, pale, delicate hand that seemed fragile enough to shatter at the slightest touch. The entire world seemed to fall silent in that instant. The devastating energy of the abyss, paired with that delicate, boneless hand, created the most absurd, most subversive scene imaginable. Morpheus's throat went dry as he managed a broken syllable. An illusion? In the instant his mind reeled, the mysterious silver-haired girl slowly lifted her head. Her face defied description in any earthly language, perfect as if it were a divine sketch. No emotion graced its features, only pure indifference, like an eternal star suspended in the heavens, gazing down upon the fleeting dust beneath. Her amethyst eyes glanced indifferently at Morpheus. A single glance. Mephisto's soul felt as though it had been struck by an invisible, icy divine hammer. The pride that belonged to the bishop of the abyss trembled uncontrollably in that instant. It was a fear born from the very core of existence. Who are you? Mephisto's voice trembled for the first time, the quiver unmistakable. The girl did not answer. The disguise was peeling away from him. That layer of sacred, gentle angelic aura peeled away and dissipated like a tattered cloak. In its place emerged an absolute darkness. This was not the familiar darkness of the abyss. No. The darkness before him was restrained, pure, noble. It seemed to be the very essence of darkness itself, an order born alongside light. The light within the temple was not swallowed, but gently withdrawn, as all things returned to a strange and tranquil eternal night. Under this aura, the endless tide of demons outside the temple, as if encountering the sovereign of their blood and souls, prostrated themselves upon the ground, convulsing violently, emitting whimpers of despair and devotion. Even raising their heads to gaze upward felt like sacrilege. It seemed. A cold, emotionless voice, yet melodious as shattering stars, echoed from the maiden's lips. A mere insect has disturbed this king's slumber. My Majesty? Morpheus felt his world crumbling. And the one called king seemed to have lost his last shred of patience with him. The small hand gripping the spear tip squeezed gently. Snap. A faint sound. The terrifying spear, capable of slaying false gods, shattered inch by inch in the maiden's hands like a cheap glass rod. No explosion. No energy release. It simply dissolved into the purest energy particles filling the sky, then, like weary birds returning to their nests, was absorbed entirely by her petite body. Only after completing this did she finally focus her indifferent gaze entirely on Memphis, as if seeing him for the first time. Her gaze swept lightly over Liu Yang, shrouded in a soft darkness behind her. Then, slowly, it spoke. Each word fell like a heavy hammer, striking Mephisto's soul with brutal force. You. Who injured my people? The tiny black sphere drifted slowly, like a feather falling through the air. Yet wherever it passed, space, law, time, everything dissolved into the purest void. At the threshold between life and death, Morpheus's elegant face finally contorted completely. He roared in defiance. Great sovereign, hear your servant's most devout plea. He tore open his ceremonial robe, crushing an evil talisman carved from unknown blackbone, an artifact long fused with his flesh and blood. In that instant, a sovereign will 1,000 times more powerful than Morpheus himself surged skyward from the shattered talisman. Before Morpheus, this will rapidly coalesced into a terrifying specter dozens of meters tall, composed of endless darkness and wailing souls. This was the embodiment of the abyssal sovereign's will, Morpheus's strongest and only trump card for survival. The moment the sovereign's shadow appeared, it unleashed a roar powerful enough to make the entire secret realm tremble. It extended a colossal, sky-obscuring hand of darkness, reaching out to grasp the flying black sphere. To Memphis, the sovereign's will was invincible. Yet, he was wrong. The tiny black sphere collided with the colossal hand of darkness. There was no explosion, no sound. Only an absolute silence remained. At the very center of their collision, a circular void seemingly connected to the ultimate nothingness of the cosmos quietly formed and steadily expanded. The arrogant, sovereign phantom, after a standoff lasting less than a second, emitted a silent roar filled with shock and terror. Like a star swallowed by a black hole, it was mercilessly consumed by that pure, pitch-black void. The embodiment of the sovereign's will was defeated. Defeated without a shred of doubt. Impossible. Morpheus watched his greatest asset vanish effortlessly, his proud heart shattering completely. And that annihilating void, after devouring the Sovereign's phantom, sent ripples of its expansion gently sweeping across his body. Like being gently erased by an eraser across a drawing paper. The left half of Morpheus's body from shoulder to toe along with his ornate formal attire, vanished into nothingness in an instant, without a sound. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as he flew backward like a shattered meteorite, crashing violently into the distant temple ruins, his fate unknown. Meanwhile, the sovereign who delivered this earth-shattering blow, Queen Zero, felt the aura of her divine authority recede like a tide. That tiny black orb had exhausted every ounce of primordial power it could muster. The light in her indifferent amethyst eyes rapidly dimmed, regaining a hint of youthful innocence. Her silver hair lost its sheen, and her form swiftly shifted from that of a noble maiden back into the familiar chibi-style pet form Lu Yang knew well. Chapter 145, Morning Star. This is getting out of hand. That was its final thought before sinking into slumber. Then, her tiny body could no longer hold itself up, swaying unsteadily backward mid-air. At that very moment, a strong hand stained with blood and mud caught it securely in its embrace. It was Lu Yang. He struggled to his feet, gazing down at the tiny creature in his arms pale as paper, plunged into a deep coma. His gaze was intensely complex. Shock and lingering fear mingled within it, but above all else was a tenderness so profound he couldn't even begin to articulate it. "Thanks," Lu Yang murmured softly. Then, he lifted his head, his gaze cold and filled with murderous intent as he stared at the distant ruins still billowing black smoke. With the final dome crashing down, the ancient temple was utterly reduced to ruins. Dead silence enveloped the battlefield that had survived the catastrophe. Lu Yang knelt halfway in the center of the ruins, carefully clutching the small, deeply unconscious body in his arms even tighter. Her body was as cold as millennia-old ice, her breath faint to the point of near imperceptibility, her complexion pale as translucent paper. He could feel the invisible spiritual link connecting them growing ever thinner, like a flickering candle in the wind, threatening to snap at any moment. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within him: shock, dread, gratitude, confusion, all coalescing into an indescribable complexity. "You little bastard." Lu Yang lowered his head, gazing at the serene, impossibly delicate face cradled in his arms. His voice was hoarse. "So you were this capable after all?" He carefully placed Ling's tiny body into the breast pocket of his jacket, ensuring she lay more securely. Then, leaning on his black knife, its blade jagged with chips, he rose to his feet and slowly turned toward the distant ruins billowing black smoke. Clatter. Rubbles were pushed aside as a battered figure, missing half its body, struggled to crawl out. It was Morpheus. He wasn't dead, but he was worse off than death. He didn't look at his wounds scorched by the law, nor did he glance at Lu Yang, the only one still standing, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He lifted his head, his soul remaining eye bloodshot and glazed over. Through the barrier of space, he fixed his gaze on the small, protruding outline on Lu Yang's chest. His gaze held no trace of admiration or amusement, nor any anger or resentment. In their place lay a terror deeper than death itself, and a fervor bordering on religious devotion. Countless clues collided frantically within his mind: that domineering power that scorned the abyss, that primordial darkness that towered above all, that absolute might that casually erased a sovereign's will, and that face he had glimpsed in the most ancient, forbidden murals of the abyss. All clues ultimately pointed to that being the forbidden among the forbidden, existing only at the source of myth. Impossible. A bellows-like growl erupted from Morpheus' throat as his body convulsed violently with extreme terror and fervor. That power, those amethyst eyes, there was no mistake. He jerked his head up, summoning his last ounce of strength to hurl a hoarse scream at Lu Yang. "You are no ordinary remnant of a demon god. You are that first fallen celestial. The one who betrayed the light and ignited the eternal war. Morning Star." The final four words thundered like a bolt from the heavens, exploding in Lu Yang's ears. The tiny form in his breast pocket trembled imperceptibly. A fear unlike any he'd ever known gripped Lu Yang's heart. He could face legions of demons without flinching, converse with gods while bearing their weighty presence, yet now, sensing that link slipping away, he was truly terrified. He frantically channeled his dwindling energy into the figure in his arms, yet it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Was it truly about to be lost forever? Just as Lu Yang's heart plummeted into an abyss, just as that mental link was about to snap, a faint yet crystal clear thought struggled to emerge from the deepest recesses of Zero's fading consciousness. It wasn't a single sentence, but a collection of fragmented thoughts. "Stay alive. You, big idiot." This thought, faint as a summer night's firefly, contained no pretense. The pure, soul-deep worry and concern within it exploded like a supernova in Lu Yang's mental sea. He could distinctly feel that the spiritual link between him and Zero was no longer a fragile, one-way contract. Instead, it was rapidly transforming into a deeper, soul-to-soul bond. Finally, under Lu Yang's utterly stunned gaze, he seemed to glimpse the true nature of that bond. No longer host and parasite, no longer adversaries in a game, nor temporary allies. Instead, three new golden characters, radiating a warm glow, appeared as if carved from the very essence of their souls. The one I care for. These three characters, like the warmest sunlight, instantly dispelled all the coldness and killing intent within Lu Yang's heart. In their place came a tenderness so profound it nearly melted his entire being. He lowered his gaze to the tiny figure in his arms, now completely asleep, yet with what seemed like a serene smile playing at the corners of its mouth. He knew that from this moment onward, everything would be different. She was no longer his trump card for turning the tables, nor was he merely her tool for escape. They were each other's most important, cherished person. With an unprecedented tenderness, Lu Yang tucked Ling's tiny body into the pocket of his chest. He could feel that the mental link, though still faint, had grown incredibly resilient, no longer in danger of breaking. Then, he slowly lifted his head. Those eyes, just moments ago filled with tenderness, were now utterly consumed by a blood-red hatred so intense it could incinerate the entire world in irreconcilable, mortal enmity. His gaze, like two daggers dipped in deadly poison, locked onto the dying culprit amidst the distant ruins. The ruins lay in deathly silence. The air thickened with dust, the stench of blood, and the acrid smell of dissipating energy. Lu Yang rose slowly to his feet. The barely perceptible warmth within his breast pocket was his sole comfort now and the sole source of the murderous intent surging within him. He did not search for weapons. Because the best weapon was himself. Leaning on a standard issue sword, chipped and jagged, picked up beside a corpse, he supported his equally battered body, advancing step by step. His pace was deliberate, each step feeling like treading on the heartbeat of death itself. He passed by the fallen prodigies without pause, not even sparing them a glance. For he knew he had more important matters to attend to now. In the temple's corner, the survivors watched the figure dragging the sword, radiating a killing intent more terrifying than any demon. Their eyes brimmed with reverence, gratitude, and a deeper dread. They couldn't comprehend how the youth who had needed their protection not long ago now seemed like the ultimate demon lord himself, poised to claim the life of another demon lord. Chapter 146, Devouring Mephisto. Lu Yang paid no heed to the gazes behind him. In his world, only one target remained. Mephisto, lying in the ruins, barely clinging to life. Step. Step. Thud. The footsteps were death's countdown. He finally stood before Morpheus, towering over him, looking down upon the once mighty bishop of the abyss. Morpheus now looked as wretched as a wild dog with half its body crushed, his face etched with agony, resentment, and unmasked terror. Lu Yang said nothing. All his rage had been subdued. He merely raised the battered longsword slowly, its tip aimed squarely at Mephisto's heart. But then, a twisted, sinister grin suddenly spread across Mephisto's face. He gasped, his last ounce of strength straining to form the words, "You think you've won? Kill me, devour me. The corruption within you will instantly tear your pathetic sanity apart. You'll become a monster even madder than me. Falling eternally into the abyss. That is the price you pay for killing me." Like the most vicious gambler, he hurled his final curse. Price? Curse? Hearing Mephisto's final roar, Lu Yang smiled. His smile was cold. It was a pure coldness that cast everything aside. Become a monster? He stared at the twisted face at his feet and spoke slowly, his voice hoarse yet carrying an unshakable calm. You're right. But Lu Yang's gaze seemed to pierce through Morpheus, fixated on some distant presence. At least, I know why I fight. And you? He lowered his head, gazing at Morpheus with an almost pitying expression, just a pathetic creature who doesn't even know who his master is. With that, he discarded the broken sword in his hand. He crouched down, and under Morpheus's stunned and terrified gaze, slowly extended his right hand, pressing it directly onto Morpheus's remaining head. What are you doing? Morpheus's voice trembled with genuine terror for the first time. Shh, Lu Yang whispered in a devilishly soft voice against his ear. Don't make a sound. Let me see all the secrets about the Morning Star, about the fallen war, about this little one in my arms. Abyss devouring activated. No! Accompanied by Mephisto's final agonized scream, a torrent of energy and memories 100 times greater than before surged forth like a bursting starry river, instantly overwhelming Lu Yang's already fragile mental defenses. Boom! Lu Yang felt his brain was about to explode. Countless fragmented, chaotic images flashed wildly through his mind. He saw a great will seated upon a black throne, witnessed the forbidden tome known as the Ancient History of the Fallen, locked deep within the abyss, its cover bearing the image of a weeping, golden-haired angel. And flooding in alongside these memories was Mephisto's abyssal essence, the very source of the abyss as its bishop. Gah! Lu Yang roared to the heavens, his body undergoing another violent metamorphosis. Countless deeper, more sinister black-purple energy patterns spread like living creatures, starting from his right hand and madly engulfing his entire body. In an instant, his eyes transformed into vertical purple pupils, devoid of any human emotion. Boom! Morpheus, drained of everything, crumbled like a weathered sand sculpture, his shattered body turning to dust that scattered across the sky. A deep abyss bishop, utterly annihilated in body and soul. Lu Yang remained kneeling where he stood. Head bowed, his entire form shrouded in ominous black flames, his expression hidden. He could feel his sanity being relentlessly eroded and assimilated by the boundless will of the abyss. He was about to cease being himself. At the very moment of his complete descent into ruin. From the small figure nestled in his breast pocket, an incredibly faint yet profoundly warm golden light suddenly emanated. That light was faint, yet like an eternal beacon, anchoring the last vestige of Liu Yang's coordinates within his consciousness, which was about to be utterly swallowed by darkness. It seemed to speak to him over and over again, in a way that transcended language and contracts. Stay alive. You big fool. Under the illumination of that golden thread, the ominous black flames remained violent, yet they could no longer invade the deepest recesses of his soul. They seemed to have encountered an invisible wall of size. The abyss still roared. Yet upon the throne, a place was now reserved for him. The icy hand, the moment it touched the panel of the Abyssal Pact, slid down limply. Yet the warmth and unwavering resolve it carried burned like an eternal divine flame, instantly dispelling all chaos and agony from Liu Yang's mind. Warning! High-tier entity protection detected. Abyss assimilation process forcibly interrupted. Recalculating contamination level. Morpheus's body had already turned to ash scattered across the sky. The torrent of energy powerful enough to shatter any legendary powerhouse finally ceased its influx. Liu Yang remained half-kneeling amidst the ruins, eyes tightly shut, feeling the vast, surging power within him as boundless as a starry river. He could feel every inch of flesh and bone undergoing a cataclysmic transformation under the purifying wash of this pristine abyssal essence. The abyssal touch behind his back was no longer a phantom energy form. It had solidified into a black jade-like substance, so tangible he could clearly perceive every flowing energy pattern upon its surface. His power had surged beyond measure tenfold, no less. Now, he possessed absolute confidence that he could obliterate that once arrogant Thunder Titan with a single punch. Was this the power of a bishop-level being? Liu Yang murmured to himself, an unprecedented sense of power welling up inside him, making him want to let out a mighty roar. But at that very moment, a series of warnings, each carrying the weight of final judgment, began popping up on the interface of the Abyssal contract. Devouring complete. Acquired massive Abyssal source essence. Warning! Abyss contamination level 49. Warning! Contamination level has exceeded the safe threshold for transformation. Warning! Semi-abyssal transformation process initiated. Countdown 71 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Warning! If no soul-purifying essence is found before the countdown ends, the host will be permanently transformed into a semi-abyssal creature. This process. Irreversible. Irreversible. These four emotionless words crashed down upon Liu Yang's heart like four insurmountable, ancient icebergs. The faint excitement and joy born from his sudden surge in power were instantly doused. Only a bone-chilling cold remained. 72 hours. Liu Yang slowly opened his eyes. A bitter flicker passed through his vertical pupils, now a pure purple. He knew this was his final chance. Within 3 days, he must find the elusive, ethereal source of the primordial world. Otherwise, he would lose his humanity forever, becoming a monster driven solely by slaughter and devouring. Boom! In the very instant Liu Yang's thoughts raced, the entire Secret Realm 9 trembled violently once more and for the final time. But this time, it was no longer due to the eruption of Zero's power. It was collapse. The sky, like a shattered mirror, cracked open with ever-widening black fissures. The earth groaned under the unbearable strain, and countless mountains sank into the ground with thunderous roars. Distant forests were torn to shreds by the warping of space. Deprived of the energy support from Memphis, the pseudo-core, this secret realm already built upon ruins began its irreversible descent into ruin. Chapter 147, The Source of the Newborn World. The heavens collapsed, the earth sank. The entire ninth secret realm, like a toy crushed by the gods, was hurtling toward irreversible ruin. Countless spatial rifts raged across the sky like black lightning, devouring everything in their path. We're doomed. Survivor Zhang Wei gazed upon this apocalyptic scene, his face etched with despair deeper than any he'd felt facing Memphis. Human strength has its limits against the collapse of the entire world, any struggle seemed utterly futile. Yet, just as despair gripped everyone, the figure standing amidst the ruins, shrouded in ominous black mist, moved. Liu Yang moved. He forcibly suppressed the abyssal energy within him, which had grown increasingly frenzied after devouring Mephisto. Within the vast ocean of memories in his mind, a fragmented, encrypted star map was forcibly illuminated. It was the map pointing to the true core of the secret realm, the only path to the source of the primordial world. Follow me if you want to live. Liu Yang spat out the cold words. Without a moment's hesitation, he clutched the unconscious Ling in his arms and charged like lightning toward a seemingly dead-end, collapsed floating mountain range. Lin Wu was the first to react, dragging his gravely wounded body without hesitation to follow. Kyle and Moron Shui exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and supported each other as they followed closely behind. Only Wang Hao remained rooted to the spot, watching Liu Yang's back as he charged toward destruction, his gaze filled with the most complex emotions. He couldn't comprehend it. In this certain death, how could Liu Yang still find his direction? It was as if he had always known where the ultimate answer lay hidden. Forget it, Wang Hao chuckled wryly, dragging his shattered body to follow. At this point, trusting the man who had created countless miracles was his only choice. A desperate flight unfolded across the crumbling world. The ground beneath their feet cracked relentlessly, the sky above them shattered and fell. Chaotic energy currents howled around them like razor-sharp wind blades. Yet Lu Yang navigated like a ghost ship with flawless precision through the apocalyptic storm. He always found the next foothold before the floating island shattered completely, always dodged the gaping spatial rifts at the last possible moment, evading them by mere inches. Behind him lay destruction, before him, the unknown. Finally, atop the solitary peak of a floating mountain about to be torn apart by spatial turbulence, Lu Yang halted his steps. This is it. He stared at the smooth, unremarkable stone wall before him, a flicker of understanding passing through his violet vertical pupils. In Morpheus's memories, this was the hidden gateway to the underworld. What is he doing? Zhang Wei asked in confusion. Lu Yang extended his right hand, now entirely covered in black patterns. A pure, abyssal energy-bearing Mephistopheles mark surged from his palm. With an intricate, arcane motion, he swiftly etched an abyssal rune onto the stone wall, an exact replica of the one on Mephistopheles' talisman. This was the key he had stolen from Mephisto's memories. The moment the rune was complete, the unremarkable stone wall suddenly rippled like water, sending out concentric waves. Instantly, a stable spatial gate radiating soft white light materialized before everyone. Go! Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yang was the first to grab Ling and charge in. The others followed closely behind, all surging through the spatial gate in the final second before the floating island completely collapsed behind them. The world spun. When their vision cleared, everyone was utterly stunned by the sight before them. They found themselves in a tiny crystal cavern suspended within boundless void. Not a speck of dust marred the air, which carried an indescribable aura of primordial renewal. Merely breathing this air caused their gruesome wounds to begin healing at a visible pace, while their long-depleted energy and mental strength rapidly recovered. At the very center of this crystal cavern, a fist-sized mass of liquid light, radiating a soft, multicolored halo, floated in suspension. It resembled the very heart of this world, each pulsation filling the entire space with joy and vitality. Legendary artifact discovered, the source of the newborn world. Description: the primordial, purest convergence of life and soul energy at a world's birth. Possesses the power to purify all impurities, cleanse all curses, and reshape every soul. Lu Yang stared at the luminous mass, murmuring to himself. At that very moment, the abyssal energy within him, which had nearly consumed him entirely, sensed this pure aura. Like a venomous snake encountering its natural predator, it let out a piercing, terrified hiss. The primordial source of the newborn world. Lu Yang knew this was the only path to survival for both himself and the little one in his arms. Without a moment's hesitation, he sat cross-legged before the luminous sphere, cradling Ling in his arms, as Lin Wu, Wang Hao, and the others watched in stunned silence. Then he reached out, performing an act so audacious it made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Slowly, he plunged his hand into the sacred light fluid and flowing like liquid. Has he lost his mind? Wang Hao gasped in horror. Direct contact with primordial energy of that magnitude would tear his body apart. Yet Lu Yan did not explode. He merely closed his eyes, his brow tightly furrowed as if enduring immense agony. He actively guided that supremely pure, world-creating force, channeling it drop by drop into his meridians already riddled with holes from the abyss's corruption. Boom! The instant the pure energy entered his body, the 491 units of abyssal energy within him detonated completely. One force represented the rebirth of creation, the other the abyss of annihilation. Two supreme forces, diametrically opposed and situated at opposite ends of the cosmic laws, waged the most intense and primal war within the tiny battlefield of Lu Yang's body. Lu Yang could no longer maintain his composure, unleashing a roar of agony. His body resembled a balloon stretched to its absolute limit, alternately filled with multicolored light and shrouded in dark purple malevolence. Each collision of the two forces tore his meridians apart inch by inch, only to mend them instantly, repeatedly shredding and reassembling his very soul. This agony was 10,000 times more terrifying than the forced transformation Morpheus had inflicted upon him before. Lin Wu and the others watched in horror, too terrified to intervene, fearing even the slightest stray energy wave would reduce them to ash. Is he failing? Morong Shue's voice trembled slightly. Lu Yang's consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse within the endless agony. He could feel the abyssal energy within him was too vast and corrupt, while the world source he had channeled in was ultimately like water without roots. Destroy it? Impossible. If this continued, the only outcome would be both forces spiraling out of control, tearing his body and soul apart into the most dazzling fireworks the universe had ever seen. Could it truly end here? Chapter 148, Back to School. No! At the very moment when Lu Yang's will was about to be completely drowned by agony, a glint of light flashed in his vertical pupils, now a pure purple, more frenzied and resolute than ever before. Destroy? Why destroy? A frenzied thought exploded in his mind. Power itself holds no right or wrong, the error lies in its loss of control. I don't need to annihilate you. His will crystallized into an unyielding rain, forcefully intervening between the two raging forces locked in battle. I only need to master you. This decision was 100 times more insane than directly touching the world's source. He intended to use his mortal will to command two god-tier powers. He would transform the pure world's source from an antivirus into a catalyst and filter. He guided that pristine energy away from direct confrontation with the abyssal force. Instead, like the most precise filter, it gradually stripped away all the chaotic, frenzied impurities from the vast, corrupted abyssal energy. Then, he guided the now purer soul toward a perfect fusion. This was a mad gamble without precedent or successor. The process was incredibly perilous. Liu Yang's will was repeatedly crushed between the two forces, teetering on the brink of collapse multiple times. Yet, he ultimately succeeded. He persevered. When the last trace of tainted energy was utterly purified by the world's source, only the purest and most powerful abyssal power remained within Liu Xing, power now completely imprinted with Liu Yang's mark. The purified, complex energies were not wasted either. They transformed into the gentlest life-giving dew, slowly dissipating and flowing into the small, cold body in his arms. Zero's complexion began to regain its healthy color at a visible pace. After an unknown span of time, Liu Yang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes had returned to their original black, but upon closer inspection, one could discern that within the deepest recesses of those black pupils lay a vast, all-encompassing, profoundly eternal darkness, a starry sky that seemed to contain everything. He glanced down at the interface of the Abyss contract. Corruption level, 15. A perfect, absolutely safe number. He knew he had succeeded. Not only had he survived, but he had broken through to a new beginning, reborn from the ashes. The final pristine sanctuary within the crystal cavern began to shake violently. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the pure crystal dome above. Liu Yang knew this world had little time left for them. He stood up, tucking the small figure in his arms, its breathing now steady tighter against his chest. Then he turned to face the group of classmates behind him, their shock still evident despite their recovery. "Those who wish to live," he said, his eyes now restored to their black, starry depths scanning each face present, "stay close to me." His voice remained calm, yet within that calm lay an undeniable authority more compelling than ever before. No one spoke. Lin Wu, Kyle, Morong Shui, even Wang Hao all silently nodded firmly before falling into line behind him. Liu Yang activated Abyssal Vision once more. This time, the world before his eyes was utterly transformed. Having absorbed Mephisto's vast memories and understanding of the laws, he could no longer perceive merely the flow of energy. He now saw the veins of space, the fractures in the laws, and the turbulent currents of time. In his vision, the collapsing secret realm unfolded like an intricate, three-dimensional blueprint laid bare. Safe paths and deadly traps were starkly evident. "Everyone, gather around me." Liu Yang's voice rang out clearly amidst the chaotic energy turbulence. "Avoid contact with any glowing fragments, those are spatial law fractures. There's an energy gap 30 meters ahead on the left. We must pass through it within 3 seconds. Under his command, the battered team sliced through the apocalyptic ruins like the sharpest surgical blade, precisely and without incident. The floating island they just stepped on vanished without a trace the next second, swallowed by a sudden spatial fissure. A boulder as massive as a mountain crashed down from above with world-ending force, yet Liu Yang anticipated it, leading the group to narrowly evade it just before impact. Wang Hao brought up the rear, watching the composed figure leading the way ahead. The last shred of pride within him dissolved completely into awe. He knew that such foresight in anticipating danger, such mastery over the battlefield, transcended mere strength. It was the realm of the divine. After what felt like an eternity of this heart-pounding, life-or-death flight, Liu Yang finally halted before a seemingly ordinary, charred stone wall. "This is the place," he said calmly. "Here?" Lin Wu was puzzled. "There's nothing here." "Here," Liu Yang extended his hand, gently tracing the stone wall as he sensed the intensely unstable spatial fluctuations within. It was a backdoor left by Mephisto to facilitate his own comings and goings. Now, with its master dead, it had become the weakest link in the entire secret realm. He offered no further explanation. He slowly gathered the profoundly pure, uniquely his own abyssal power refined by the primordial world source into his right fist. Then, he slammed it fiercely into the stone wall. Bang! No earth-shattering explosion erupted. Instead, the stone wall rippled violently like a tranquil lake disturbed by a pebble. Then, a spatial vortex appeared before them similar to the one they had encountered upon arrival, yet now filled with chaotic energy and extremely unstable. "Move!" Liu Yang growled. "It won't hold long." Lin Wu, Kyle, and the others charged in without hesitation. Before entering, Wang Hao cast a lingering glance at Liu Yang's retreating figure, then leapt into the vortex without looking back. "It's time for us to go home," Liu Yang murmured softly to the little one in his arms. Then, cradling Ling, he leapt in at the very last second, just as the world behind him was completely swallowed by the endless void. Apocalypse Academy, Forbidden Zone, Ancient Altar. Space twisted violently. A dozen bloodied, battered figures tumbled out one after another like dumplings dropped into boiling water from a sudden spatial vortex. It was Lin Wu, Wang Hao, and the others. As they breathed in the familiar air of the academy once more and laid eyes on the ancient altar engraved with mystic runes, each felt as though they had been transported through time. They were alive. They had truly returned alive. Chapter 149, Zero's Recovery. Immediately after, Liu Yang stepped out of the vortex that was about to close. He still held Zero in his arms, his expression serene. Behind him, the spatial vortex, filled with the aura of destruction, flickered violently several times before closing and disappearing forever, as if it had never existed. Secret Realm 9. One of the foundations of the Apocalypse Academy, this ancient battlefield that had buried countless secrets, became history from this day forward. The moment Liu Yang stepped out of the vortex with Ling in his arms, he was startled by the scene before him. An ancient altar was already surrounded by a dense crowd. At the forefront stood several vice deans whose auras were unfathomably deep. Behind them stood the Academy's enforcement squad, ready for action, and dozens of medical personnel clad in white robes. Clearly, the energy anomaly in Secret Realm 9 had already alerted the entire Academy's high command. Quick! Initiate the highest level medical protocol. Check all students' mental states. Immediately stabilize their souls. Secure the perimeter. No one is to approach. After a moment of stunned silence, the scene erupted into frantic yet orderly activity. Liu Yang and the others were swiftly yet meticulously carried away, transported to the Academy's most advanced medical center. In the medical center's special care ward, Liu Yang lay on a moonstone bed designed to soothe the spirit. Yet all his attention was fixed on the bedside table. There sat a temperature-controlled chamber crafted from the purest crystal, filled with life-sustaining fluid. Inside, a tiny, chibi-style Zero lay still, connected to several soft tubes delivering gentle energy. Her breathing had stabilized, but she still showed no signs of awakening. Contract partner, Zero. Status, primordial energy depleted, in deep slumber recovering. Liu Yang gently touched the tiny figure through the crystal case with his fingertips, his gaze so tender it could melt ice. He paid no heed to the turmoil unfolding outside, yet the world had already been thrown into a raging storm by their return. In the Academy's highest intelligence center, a heavily guarded interrogation room. Morong Shui, her face still pale, recounted that harrowing ordeal to several senior Academy instructors whose expressions were heavy with gravity. Yes, the moment we entered, we realized it wasn't a trial at all. It was a hunting ground, a bloody arena called the Divine Sun Trial, personally designed for Liu Yang by the Abyss Bishop, Mephisto. The moment the words Abyssal Bishop left Morong Shui's lips, every instructor present leapt from their seats, their faces frozen in utter disbelief. You're certain it was a bishop-level entity? The voice of a white-haired old dean trembled. I'm certain. A flicker of lingering terror crossed Morong Shui's eyes. With a single thought, he crushed all our resistance. We were helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. Then how did you survive? Another instructor demanded urgently. And what about Mephisto? That bishop? At this question, an almost worshipful, intense light flared in Morong Shui's eyes. It was him. Liu Yang. When all of us had given up hope, when he was being tortured and pressured by that bishop using every means possible, it was him who stepped forward. Her voice trembled slightly with emotion. I don't know how to describe that battle. We all thought we were doomed, but Liu Yang maintained absolute calm and strength from start to finish. He wasn't fighting. Morong Shui took a deep breath, her voice thick with awe. He was hunting that bishop. In the end, he unleashed power beyond comprehension in a way we couldn't fathom, instantly slaying that arrogant Abyss bishop. He saved every single one of us. This news swept through the entire Apocalypse Academy like a Category 12 hurricane, spreading at an unbelievable speed within just 1 hour. Every magic screen, every student forum, every public area, they all went wild. Holy! Is this real? Liu Yang slew an Abyssal bishop? That's impossible. He's a bishop. A being legendary enough to destroy a kingdom. How could a freshman pull that off? It's true. Senior Morong Shui and Senior Kyle confirmed it personally. They're currently receiving treatment at the medical center. Holy crap, no wonder Secret Realm 9 collapsed completely. So that's what kind of terrifying battle happened in there. Out of 10 elite prodigies who entered, 4 died and 6 were critically injured. Yet Liu Yang not only survived but also killed the boss? Is he even human? Damn it! I actually mocked him for being a special admissions student. I want to slap myself right now. What kind of person am I? The entire academy plunged into an unprecedented frenzy of discussion, a chaotic mix of shock, admiration, awe, and fervor. On this day, the name Liu Yang took on a whole new meaning. He was no longer the controversial special recruit, no longer the freshman champion who defeated Wang Hao. He was a hero. A living legend who, in the depths of despair, single-handedly saved all his comrades and slew a terrifying demon lord straight out of myth and legend. The Academy's official forum crashed over a dozen times under the relentless flood of students before finally stabilizing. Permanently pinned at the very top of the forum, in the most prominent position, was an official battle report released by the Academy, personally verified by all survivors. The report's content was concise, yet its title alone was enough to set every heart racing and stir the soul of anyone who saw it. Incident Report, Secret Realm 9: The Birth of a Hero. Beneath this headline, only a single photograph and a shared testimonial from all survivors remained. The photo showed a blood-soaked youth kneeling amidst the ruins, carefully tucking an indistinct small object into his chest. His gaze was tender yet resolute. The appraisal was etched in the most dazzling golden letters. With mortal flesh, he stands shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Medical Center, Intensive Care Ward 3. Lu Yang was gently wiping the pale, thumb-sized face of Zero inside the incubator with a cotton swab soaked in life essence. His movements were as delicate as if handling a rare, fragile porcelain piece, so much so that he didn't even notice the door being pushed open. A figure stood in the doorway. Wang Hao. He came alone, without his entourage, and wasn't wearing the immaculately pressed, ornate uniform that symbolized his status as leader of the Qingyun Society. Instead, he wore the plainest trainee uniform. His face, usually marked by a hint of arrogance and disdain, now bore only exhaustion, complexity, and a trace of relief. Chapter 150, Wang Hao's Gratitude. He stood at the doorway for a long time, seemingly gathering the courage for some difficult decision. Watching the figure bent over, focused on tending to his pet beast, a flicker of envy one he himself hadn't even noticed passed through his eyes. Yes, it was envy. Envy for this man possessing the inner strength he himself could never attain, and that light that would never be extinguished, no matter how dire the circumstances. Finally, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. Hearing footsteps, Lu Yang lifted his head. Seeing it was Wang Hao, his expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely looked at him calmly before lowering his head again to resume his task, as if the one who had entered was merely an insignificant stranger passing by. That calm indifference instantly choked all the words Wang Hao had prepared on his way into his throat. He opened his mouth, only to realize he had no idea how to begin. Should he demand how he managed to achieve all that? Or mock him for groveling so lowly for a mere pet beast? Wang Hao knew he no longer possessed that right. After enduring that baptism of blood and fire, of gods and demons, everything he once prided himself on had become a mockery. Finally, in an awkward silence, Wang Hao bowed deeply and slowly toward the back that hadn't even deigned to look at him. 90 degrees, textbook perfect. Thank you, he murmured, his voice low and hoarse yet filled with unprecedented sincerity. You saved all of our lives. Then he lifted his head, a bitterly self-mocking smile curling his lips. I'm sorry. I was wrong before. After uttering these words, Wang Hao felt the massive boulder that had weighed on his heart, the source of his jealousy, his distortion, his madness, shatter into pieces at that very moment. His entire being seemed to lighten. Lu Yang's movements finally paused. Without turning his head, he gave a faint "mm." Wang Hao didn't mind. He knew this indifference was the best response to all his past foolishness. He continued speaking, as if addressing Lu Yang, yet also bidding farewell to his former self. I've submitted my transfer request to the academy. I'm not like you, someone who can carve a path to survival for everyone in the face of utter despair. My talents and my nature have always made me unfit to be a hero. A flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. But perhaps I can learn how to safeguard the rear for people like you. Command or logistics strategy, one believe that's where I truly belong. With these words spoken, Wang Hao felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Never had he felt so unburdened, so clear-eyed about himself. He cast one last, lingering look at the figure still bent over its work, then turned and walked away without another word. His back no longer carried the pride and flamboyance of before, but instead radiated an unprecedented steadiness and resolve. From this day forward, Tanchi Academy would no longer have Wang Hao, president of the Qingyun Society, nor that ridiculous rival who had once obsessed solely on competing with Lu Yang for the top seat. Only when his figure vanished completely at the doorway did Lu Yang, who had never once turned back, finally whisper softly into the air. Good luck. The capital of the Longsha Federation, atop the Sky Tower. This was the very heart of the Federation, its supreme military command center. The atmosphere within the vast circular conference room was solemn and grave, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Only a handful of people sat around the long circular table, yet each one possessed the power to shake the entire Federation and even several neighboring kingdoms with a single step. They were the Dragon Marshal, Supreme Commander of the Longsha Federation Military, the Speaker of the Federation Parliament, the Director of Intelligence, who oversaw all intelligence agencies, and the Grandmaster of the Martial God Hall, representing the Federation's most elite military force. At this moment, these four titans standing at the pinnacle of the power pyramid were all fixated on the battle damage report before them. Just transmitted from the Apocalypse Academy, it bore the classification Top Secret. The conference room fell into a prolonged, deathly silence. Each face bore an expression of shock beyond words. After an eternity, the gray-haired chief intelligence officer, his gaze still as sharp as an eagle's, was the first to speak, shattering the suffocating silence. His voice was hoarse and dry. The bishop of the Black Rose Diocese of the Abyssal Secret Society, S-Class Most Wanted Criminal, Mephisto. With each word he uttered, the air in the conference room seemed to grow heavier. I recall 3 years ago, our military's Dragon Fall Special Forces engaged him briefly along the border. The chief of intelligence lifted his gaze toward the dragon general seated at the head of the table, a flicker of lingering fear in his eyes. The result was the complete annihilation of the 13-member Dragon Fang squad. He withdrew unscathed and with perfect composure. Since then, he has held the 5th position on our S-Class Most Wanted list. As he finished, silence fell over the conference room once more. Everyone understood the terrifying weight of those few words. The Dragon's Fall Special Forces, they were the elite ace unit of the Federation military. 13 legendary warriors wiped out without even grazing the hem of their opponent's garment. And now, the cold, glaring conclusion of the report stared back at them. Target, Morpheus. Status, confirmed annihilated. Executor, Liu Yang, first-year special admit, Apocalypse Academy. Ha! The chairman, always known for his mild temperament, suddenly let out a bitter laugh. A first-year freshman? Killed a bishop-level monster that even our ace unit couldn't handle? If this report hadn't been sent directly from the Apocalypse Academy's old principal with the highest authority, I'd have thought it was some mythical tale written by a drunk new intern. But it was true. The temple of martial gods leader, a man as imposing as a mountain, his aura as fiery as flames, spoke in a deep, resonant voice. His eyes flashed with intense battle lust and curiosity. Not only had he killed, but he'd done so by turning the tables in the deadly hunting ground the leader himself had set. He'd even ensured several survivors escaped unscathed. This youngster Liu Yang, he's interesting. The intelligence chief frowned, offering a different perspective. Interesting? I'd say he's extremely dangerous. His fingers tapped the next page of the report, which detailed Morong Shui and others' descriptions of Liu Yang's powers. An unknown, abyss contract, the ability to devour and evolve, and a mysterious beast companion capable of unleashing an instantaneous burst powerful enough to obliterate even the will of an Abyssal Lord. Gentlemen, this is beyond what can be described as a genius. This is an uncontrollable, extremely dangerous monster. His words sent a chill through the conference room once more. I concur with the director's assessment. The chairman nodded solemnly. His existence is a double-edged sword. Utilized correctly, he could become the guardian deity of the Federation's future. Misused, he would be a second catastrophe even more terrifying than Morpheus. I propose immediately activating the Heavenly Sword contingency plan. Transport him to the capital for the strictest scrutiny and containment. All uncertainties must be nipped in the bud. Chapter 151, The Wuxing Temple Patriarch. Bull. The martial god temple patriarch slammed his fist on the table, eyes blazing. Suppress? Do you even comprehend what such a prodigy means to our Federation? Given sufficient time and resources, he alone could match an entire elite legion. He is our ultimate trump card against the Abyss and those alien deities. I propose activating the Dragon's Nest project immediately. Meet every single one of his demands at any cost. Forge him into the sharpest blade in our Federation's arsenal. Hawks and doves clashed fiercely in the conference room. One faction advocated containment, the other cultivation. Both sides argued relentlessly, neither able to sway the other. Finally, all eyes turned to the figure seated at the head of the table, silent throughout the Dragon Summer Federation's pillar of stability, Marshal Long. General Long slowly raised his head, his face betraying no emotion. He simply pushed the report gently to the center of the table, then spoke in a calm yet supremely authoritative tone. We must see not only how sharp the sword in his hand is, but also whether the hand that wields it will wound our own people. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Send the covert division to Apocalypse. They excel at this. 3,000 meters beneath the capital of the Longsha Federation. This place appears on no public map of the Federation, the headquarters of the Dark Division, the Federation's highest intelligence and special operations agency. There were no windows, no decorations. Only cold, metallic sheen walls and countless streams of green data zeros and ones rushing across them like waterfalls. The air held only the ceaseless hum of server cooling fans. Deep within this colossal intelligence hub, a room shrouded in absolute darkness. A tall, slender figure whose face remained indistinct sat silently upon the data throne. He was the minister of the Dark Division, a man known only as Shadow, existing solely within the highest-level archives. Buzz. A stream of encrypted data materialized in the void before him, coalescing into a single line of concise yet supremely authoritative command. Sender, Long Shui. Command, evaluate Tianqi Liu Yang. Initiate contact. The Shadow made no unnecessary movements. He merely raised his hand slowly. With this single gesture, the entire colossal intelligence hub, the Federation's most formidable war machine, instantly channeled 90% of its terrifying computational power toward a single name, Liu Yang. Within mere seconds, countless files marked top secret were forcibly retrieved from every corner of the Federation, converging onto the massive holographic display before Shadow. File, Liu Yang. Origin, Blackstone City, Orphan. Awakening ritual, suspected deep link with an unknown high-tier entity, exhibiting abnormal psychic fluctuations. Related Incident 1, Rat Nest Cleanup Mission outside Blackstone City. Peripheral member Buck of the Abyssal Secret Society went missing. High concentration abyssal energy residue found at the scene. Related Incident 2, Edmund, Inquisitor of the Holy Light Church's Eastern Continent branch, suffered a mental breakdown and loss of faith upon returning to the church. He has been placed in indefinite isolation within the Silent Courtyard. His submitted report repeatedly referenced terms like pseudo-saint and descent of the fallen angel. Related Incident 3, Apocalypse Academy's Ninth Secret Realm. Abyssal Bishop Morpheus confirmed annihilated. One by one, each incident connected to Liu Yang yet deliberately concealed was ruthlessly unearthed and linked together by this terrifying intelligence machine. Ultimately, it formed a hair-raising, unfathomable growth trajectory diagram. Shadow stared silently at the diagram. The room fell into a prolonged, deathly silence, broken only by the faint hum of data processing marking the passage of time. After a long while, Shadow slowly raised his hand once more. He accessed the Covert Division's internal member rating system, a mechanism powerful enough to determine anyone's fate. Grade A, Pillar of the Federation, Priority Cultivation. S-Class, Strategic Level Talent, Cornerstone of the Nation. SS-Class, Guardian of Catastrophes capable of wiping out nations, requires constant monitoring. His fingers glided across the virtual keyboard. He skipped past Grade A, past Grade S, even bypassing the SS grade, a designation that had barely ever appeared in simulated scenarios. Finally, his fingers came to rest atop the rating system on a brand new, blank tier that had never been truly utilized since the Dark Division's inception. He paused for a moment, then with an emotionless motion as if inputting a line of code typed the name Liu Yang into the field. Rating target, Liu Yang. Final rating, S. Definition, unknown miracle, walking variable, highest priority. Observe and recruit target. With that completed, the Shadow shut down the system. Addressing the empty shadows within the room, he issued a new command in his voice as still as a well, as efficient as the most streamlined machine. Initiate Operation Night Raven. Send our finest guides. Remember, our objective is to make him serve the Federation, not become another Morpheus. If necessary, his voice paused, as if weighing a final consideration, we may reveal partial truths to him. Holy Light Church, Eastern Continent Branch, Cathedral of the Sacraments. The confessional, the holiest and most oppressive place in the entire cathedral. A single beam of holy light pierced the endless darkness like a golden sword, streaming through the stained glass dome above. Inquisitor Edmund had knelt beneath this beam of light for 3 days and nights. He had neither eaten nor drunk, nor even closed his eyes. Instead, he had offered the most devout prayers and reflections, over and over, to the holy light and to the God he had believed in for half his life. He reflected on the public trial at the Apocalypse Academy, on the youth who, illuminated by the mirror of truth, not only remained unpurified but drew the holy relic into worship. He reflected on the archangelic apparition unfolding behind him, so sacred it made his very soul tremble. God, guide your lost lamb. His lips were cracked, his voice hoarse, his face etched with exhaustion and struggle. Was it the pinnacle of abyssal deception, or a new miracle beyond my comprehension? He preferred to believe the former. For if the latter were true, it would mean he, Edmund, the most iron-fisted inquisitor of the Holy Light Church, had raised the executioner's blade against a true chosen of the divine. What a blasphemous sin that would be! Just as he was drowning in endless self-doubt and mental turmoil, the heavy stone door of the confessional creaked open. A bishop clad in crimson robe stepped inside, his face bearing an unprecedented gravity. Edmund, the bishop's voice was low and solemn. The College of Cardinals has received a top-level dispatch from the Longsha Federation, specifically requesting your attention. Chapter 152, The High Priest. With that, he handed a golden-edged scroll sealed with holy light to Edmund. Edmund looked up in puzzlement. A dispatch requiring the College of Cardinals to issue a direct order, delivered through the highest official channels of the Longsha Federation? What event could be significant enough to shake both superpowers? Filled with confusion, he accepted the scroll and broke the holy light seal. The scroll slowly unfolded. Official notice regarding the terrorist attack by an abyssal bishop in the ninth secret realm of the Apocalypse Academy. At the title, Edmund's eyelids twitched violently. Apocalypse Academy? Abyssal bishop? Suppressing his rising unease, he continued reading. The report was concise, narrating the events in the most objective, emotionless language. When he reached the description of Abyssal Secret Society's Black Rose Diocese Bishop Mephisto setting a trap within the secret realm to attempt an illegal divine sun trial on freshman Liu Yang, his breathing quickened. Memphis. That name was no stranger to him. He was a true heavyweight on the ecclesiastical purification list, belonging to the same organization as Buck, whom he had previously pursued. And when his gaze finally landed on the description of the battle's outcome, his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. Ultimately, as all trainees faced imminent peril, the guardian contract beast of the new recruit Liu Yang unleashed unparalleled divine power. Descending like a great archangel, it severely wounded the Abyss Bishop Memphis on the spot. Subsequently, Liu Yang himself completed the final purification of Mephisto, who was now utterly powerless to resist. Boom! This cold, emotionless official report struck like the heaviest hammer of divine retribution, smashing down upon Edmund's already crumbling faith. Seriously wounded the Abyssal Bishop? That archangel, whom he had deemed the ultimate deception during the trial, actually possessed the strength to gravely injure a bishop-tier monster? The theory he had forcibly constructed to comfort himself that this must be an even more cunning disguise was now mercilessly shattered by this ironclad corroboration from the enemy camp. He was forced to confront a reality he could neither comprehend nor accept. A chosen of the divine who could summon archangel-tier guardians, a pseudo-saint before whom even the mirror of truth bowed in worship, a man of destiny whom the abyssal bishop sought to subject to the divine sun trial at any cost. Holy Light and the Abyss, these two absolutely opposing, mortal enemies, could they truly coexist so paradoxically yet harmoniously within a single being? What on earth was happening? Edmund felt his entire worldview shatter in that instant. The scroll slipped limply from his grasp as he slumped onto the cold floor. Staring up at the lone beam of light piercing the dome, his eyes held an unprecedented depth of bewilderment. "God," he murmured, his voice tinged with a desperate sob, "guide me. Is this the cruelest test you have devised to challenge your faithful? Or is it a new miracle, one beyond the comprehension of a lowly mortal like me?" No one answered him. The holy light remained silent. After a long while, the flame of judgment that had burned in Edmund's eyes once filled with piety and fervor gradually extinguished. In its place emerged an extreme, obsessive curiosity, so unfamiliar even to himself. He had to understand. He must uncover the ultimate secret hidden within that youth named Lu Yang, a secret powerful enough to overturn the entire world's understanding. Even as he slowly rose from the ground, a look of near-mad determination flashed across his haggard face. This would violate the highest dogma. The abyss, the reverse side of reality, a realm of chaos beyond logic and spatial measurement, governed by some supreme will. A colossal throne, forged from the bones of an unknown colossal beast and eternally burning black crystals, hovered within the endless chaos. Below it, several indistinct shadows, radiating a terrifying aura, stood silently. They were the highest decision-makers of the Black Rose Diocese within the Abyssal Secret Society. At that moment, among the row of soul crystals in the center of the hall, each representing the life state of a bishop within the sect, the fifth crystal, representing Mephisto, emitted a series of violent, unsettling flashes before. Crack! A soft crackling sound, and it shattered completely. The entire hall plunged into a suffocating silence that lasted several seconds. Then, roar! A roar filled with boundless fury and utter disbelief erupted from one of the shadows. Morpheus has fallen? Impossible. With his strength, he could retreat unhurriedly even if he encountered a martial god of the Federation. Who could have killed him? The fall of a bishop. This is the greatest loss our Black Rose Diocese has suffered in nearly a century. The furious roar echoed through the chaos, causing the entire space to hum with resonance. The most towering and terrifying shadow upon the throne slowly raised a colossal hand formed of pure darkness. All roars ceased abruptly. Activate his soul beacon. A voice ancient and majestic, piercing to the soul, resounded from the throne. I wish to see who dares challenge the majesty of my lord. Yes, High Priest. A shadow bowed respectfully, then channeled its energy. At the hall's center, a luminous projection formed from the last remnants of divine consciousness slowly materialized, the very scene Memphis had witnessed before his fall. Within it, a silver-haired girl, delicate as a doll, casually crushed the Godslayer spear. Within it, the girl uttered words that sent shockwaves through all the shadows, words brimming with boundless contempt for the abyss. Within it, a tiny black sphere, imbued with the primordial darkness, erased everything including the will of that great sovereign. Finally, the vision froze on a scene of a black-haired youth cradling the mysterious maiden in his arms, then draining Mephisto's last shred of energy with Abyssal Devour. As the light and shadow faded, the great hall plunged once more into deathly silence, yet this stillness felt far more oppressive and perilous than before. Primordial darkness? That legendary fallen one? She still exists in this world? And she's even bound a contract with a human soul? Whispers among the shadows brimmed with boundless shock and greed. Yet the high priest upon the throne focused entirely elsewhere. His eyes, seemingly containing infinite abysses, fixed intently on the final image, Lu Yang's cold, emotionless vertical purple pupils. A perfect vessel. The high priest's voice betrayed no emotion, yet this vessel had turned against its own cultivator before reaching maturity. This was the greatest sacrilege against our Lord. Chapter 153, The Perfect Symbiosis of Light and Darkness. His voice slowly turned icy, filled with an unquestionable intent to kill. Memphis had failed. His plan, his entire existence, had become a laughingstock. And this uncontrollable divine son, along with his mysterious and intriguing contract beast, the high priest, slowly rose from the colossal skeletal throne. The entire chaotic space trembled violently at his movement. He had transformed from a valuable resource into a threat that must be eradicated. His majestic, icy voice echoed throughout the grand hall like a final judgment. Transmit my command. Dispatch the executors. Erase them completely from this world, along with every witness who has seen their true form. Recover all valuable specimens. Yes. All shadows knelt respectfully on one knee in unison. Deep within the hall's shadows, a tall, gaunt figure, silent and seemingly fused with the darkness, slowly raised its head. Facing the throne, it performed an ancient, silent chest-touching salute signifying acceptance of the order. Then, turning, it stepped into the endless darkness, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. A relentless, no-holds-barred hunt for terror, ordered by the highest echelons of the Abyssal Council, had officially begun. Apocalypse Academy, Training Chamber Number 1. The night was still. Outside the window lay the Academy's timeless, magic-driven starry sky, while inside, a single lamp cast a warm, peaceful glow. Lu Yang sat on the edge of the bed, carefully spooning a precious nourishing broth brewed from moonlight deer antler and the fountain of life to the lips of the silver-haired girl before him. A week had passed since the incident in Secret Realm 9. Thanks to the Academy's unstinting resources, Lu Yang and all the survivors had fully recovered from their injuries. Zero herself had finally stirred from her deep, near-annihilating slumber 3 days prior. Since awakening, she had maintained the form of a 12 or 13-year-old girl, though she remained silent most of the time. "Open your mouth," Lu Yang said softly, his tone as natural as if tending to a sulking younger sister. Zero glanced at him, her amethyst eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. She didn't speak, but obediently opened her small mouth and swallowed the spoonful of nourishing broth. A silent yet unawkward atmosphere settled over the room. Ever since Wang Hao visited the medical center that day, no one had disturbed Lu Yang. The Academy's higher-ups seemed to have deliberately arranged this, granting the newly crowned Academy hero a period of absolute quiet for his recuperation. Lu Yang was quite content with the peace, devoting all his attention to caring for this little one who had nearly lost her soul entirely for his sake. In the end, it was Ling who broke the silence. Her voice remained cool and detached, yet unlike before, it carried a hint of awkwardness and unease she herself hadn't noticed. "Aren't you curious?" She seemed to be gathering her words. She lifted her head, those beautiful violet eyes fixed earnestly on Lu Yang's. "About the morning star. About everything concerning me." Lu Yang paused mid-feed. Setting down the jade bowl, he turned and met her gaze with equal intensity. Their eyes locked, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. After a long while, Lu Yang slowly shook his head. "I want to." He admitted frankly, "I want to know. I want to know why you transformed from a lofty angel queen into this state. I want to know what that bastard Michael did to you. I want to know what kind of past lies beneath that cold, proud mask." Each of his words felt like a gentle feather, softly brushing against Ling's heart, a lake frozen solid for 10,000 years, stirring ripples she herself couldn't comprehend. But Lu Yang shifted his tone, his gaze becoming utterly clear and sincere. "I hope you tell me when you truly wish to, not because you feel you owe me something." He smiled at Ling's slightly whitened violet eyes, filled with astonishment, a smile that was effortless and unguarded. "To me, it doesn't matter if you're the lofty fallen queen of heaven, the infamous demon god, or even just an ordinary, petulant little beast who loves throwing tantrums." He paused, then spoke each word with profound gravity, defining the most fundamental and ultimate truth of their bond. "What matters is that you are Zero. My partner." The word partner thundered like a warm spring bolt, exploding within Zero's frozen, darkened mind. She stared blankly at the youth before her, at his clear eyes unblemished, filled with respect and acknowledgement. The heart of a queen, long unmoved by anything, beat wildly and uncontrollably in that moment. A wave of emotion, bittersweet yet profoundly warm, swept over her soul. This was the feeling of being trusted completely, without reservation. This was the weight of a partner. Zero slowly lowered her head. She said nothing more, but the already unbreakable spiritual bond between her and Lu Yang vanished completely at that instant. They both understood, from this day forward, from this very moment, they would be each other's most reliable and only support in this perilous world. As night deepened, Lu Yang was about to stow away the now empty jade bowl when the heavy alloy door of the cultivation chamber suddenly crashed open with a thunderous bang. Someone had kicked it in from the outside with brutal force. Crash! The door panel, forged from refined metal, flew outward with a wail, sparks flying, slamming heavily against the opposite wall. A familiar figure in a white lab coat, hair disheveled like a bird's nest and reeking of 3 days and nights of exhaustion, burst in with urgency. It was Yi Nantian. He didn't even glance at Lu Yang upon entering. His bloodshot eyes, gleaming with a frenzied intensity, locked instantly onto the silver-haired girl beside the bed. She wore a black gothic dress and glared at him with obvious displeasure. "Oh my god." Yi Nantian's breathing instantly became frantic, his body trembling slightly with extreme excitement. He stumbled forward like an archaeologist who'd discovered a priceless artifact, or a biologist who'd uncovered a new species, muttering incoherent, mad-sounding gibberish that Lu Yang couldn't make sense of. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A perfect symbiosis of light and darkness? No. This isn't symbiosis. It's mastery on a higher plane. This energy structure defies the most fundamental laws of elemental conservation. It overturns the very foundation of soul contracts. It is itself an independent, complete, self-consistent law. Chapter 154, Research. Muttering to himself, he pulled out all sorts of bizarre, multicolored glowing detection instruments from his lab coat, one that hadn't seen a wash in who knows how long. There was one resembling a stethoscope, another shaped like a compass, and a metallic sphere connected to countless crystal tubes that emitted a constant beeping sound. "Hey! Old man, what are you doing?" Lu Yang stepped forward urgently, blocking Zero's path. She stared warily at her mentor, who had plunged into a frenzy of academic obsession. "Don't touch her. She's only just regained some strength." Zero shot Yi Nantian a deeply displeased, icy glare. Had Lu Yang not intervened, she wouldn't have hesitated to let this mortal who dared pry into her affairs taste the sensation of having his soul frozen solid. "Don't move! Don't move! Let me see!" Yi Nantian completely ignored Lu Yang's warning. He circled the pair like a primitive dancer around a bonfire, his eyes blazing with fervor. "Kid! Where did you dig up this treasure?" "No. She's not a treasure. She is the Tao itself. Walking truth. Let me study her. Just once. I promise I won't dissect her. Lu Yang's face darkened. What did not dissect her even mean? That sounded even more terrifying. Seeing Yi Nantian about to pounce, Lu Yang quickly spoke up, trying to divert his attention. Ahem, master, would you like to examine my condition first? Your situation? Yi Nantian reluctantly shifted his gaze from Zero to Lu Yang. He eyed Lu Yang up and down, then swept his metal sphere connected to countless crystal tubes over Lu Yang's entire body. Beep buzz. As the sphere reached Lu Yang's heart, it suddenly emitted an unprecedented, piercing alarm. Every crystal tube instantly turned an ominous, heart-stopping dark purple. Yi Nantian's fanatical expression froze. His bloodshot eyes, strained from sleepless nights, widened in shock as he stared fixedly at the terrifying data stream on the instrument numbers representing Lu Yang's internal energy state that even he couldn't comprehend. His hand trembled as he yanked at his sparse beard, yet felt no pain whatsoever. You little madman. He stared at Lu Yang, his eyes fixed on someone 1,000 times crazier than himself. What have you done to your own body? He snatched the data report, pointing at the energy structure analysis highlighted countless times in red, his voice trembling. Purification? Bull purification. How the hell is this purifying abyss contamination? He drew a deep breath, his voice thick with shock, disbelief, and even a hint of awe as he delivered a conclusion mad enough to overturn the entire academic world. You bastard, you're feeding the abyss. You've made the abyss your own power source. You've nurtured it within your very soul. Yi Nantian's words sent a sudden chill through Lu Yang's heart. Is there a problem with that? Lu Yang asked. A problem? It's a massive problem. Yi Nantian erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Do you even realize what this means? He pointed at Lu Yang's heart with an intensely grave warning. It means you've lit a live volcano atop your own soul, one that could erupt at any moment. True, you've temporarily harnessed it through some method beyond my comprehension. But that's only because you've just endured a life or death battle, your willpower surging to unprecedented heights. The moment your resolve weakens, the slightest falter, the backlash you'll face won't be mere corruption, but the very will of the abyss itself, nurtured and strengthened by you. At that point, Yi Nantian said to Lu Yang, enunciating each word deliberately, not even the gods could save you. He paused, his tone turning deadly serious. So listen up, kid. From this moment on, you must do one thing at all costs: find every possible way to strengthen that ethereal, elusive soul of yours. That madman. Yi Nantian stormed in, cursed his way out, and before leaving, swiped 2 of Lu Yang's last bottles of the rare brew made from the blood of the Abyssal Demon King seized from Morpheus under the pretext of research funding. Lu Yang couldn't be bothered to argue. Enhanced soul strength? Sitting on his bedside, he gazed at the dazzling magical starry sky outside the window and fell deep in thought. He knew Yi Nantian wasn't exaggerating. The term cultivating the abyss precisely described his current state. He also knew that while the 15% corruption within him was temporarily suppressed, it was like a ticking time bomb, ready to drag him into an abyss of eternal damnation at any moment. Just as he pondered how to tackle this new, thorny problem, the communication array in his dorm suddenly lit up. Displayed was a name that caught him off guard: Vice Dean Wang Jin Wang Hao's uncle, the same man who'd once been hell-bent on expelling him from the academy. What new shenanigans is this old codger up to? Lu Yang muttered inwardly, but still answered the call. Wang Jin's perpetually stern face appeared on the array's light screen. This time, however, his gaze lacked the previous hostility and disdain, replaced instead by a complex emotion. Lu Yang recognized a mix of cautious scrutiny and a hint of strictly professional formality. Mr. Lu Yang, Wang Jin's voice was flat and official. Please come to my office. Now. The Vice Dean's office. Wang Jin personally poured Lu Yang a cup of hot tea brewed from the finest morning dew leaves sourced from the elf forest. Such treatment would have jaws-dropping if witnessed by anyone else in the academy. Student Lu Yang, Wang Jin sat behind his desk, hands folded, adopting a strictly professional posture. First, on behalf of Tianqi Academy and the Longsha Federation, I extend our highest respect for your heroic actions in Secret Realm 9. Rising to his feet, he saluted Lu Yang with solemn military precision. You saved 5 of the Federation's most brilliant talents and eliminated a long-standing, deeply entrenched threat. You are a hero in every sense of the word. Lu Yang calmly sipped his tea without responding. He knew these words were merely the appetizer. The main course was yet to come. Sure enough, after a round of ceremonial official commendations, Wang Jin shifted his tone and his expression turned serious once more. But Comrade Lu, precisely because of your bravery, your current importance, and the highest level classified information you possess regarding the Black Rose sect of the Abyss Secret Society, the Academy and the Federation's highest leadership have unanimously decided. Chapter 155, The Federation's Covert Division. The air in the Vice President's office grew thick with tension. Wang Jin studied the youth seated on the sofa opposite him, choosing his words carefully as each syllable seemed to carry extraordinary weight. Following deliberation by the highest authorities, it has been decided to place you under the highest level of security protection. As the words fell, Lu Yang set down his teacup. The porcelain clinked softly against the tabletop, a crisp sound that felt like a pause, catching Wang Jin's next words in his throat. What exactly did highest level protection entail? Lu Yang lifted his eyes, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. That composure, beyond his years, made Wang Jin feel a slight pressure. He leaned forward slightly and explained in a deep voice, "Starting today, your Tianzi No. 1 cultivation room will be protected by a sacred domain-level defensive formation personally consecrated by the Grandmaster of the Martial God Hall. Simultaneously, an elite squad composed of 3 mentor-level experts will guard the perimeter of your dormitory around the clock." He paused, observing Liu Yang's reaction. The youth listened silently, showing no response. Wang Jin could only continue, his voice unconsciously lowering. "Furthermore, until you obtain a special pass jointly issued by the Academy Board and the Federal Military Department, you are forbidden to leave Tianqi Academy. You may not even roam freely outside the core area." The contours of this cage, disguised as protection, finally came into view. The office fell into a deathly silence. Wang Jin could even hear his own heartbeat quickening. He braced himself for the storm. After all, any young man who had just achieved such monumental success would be enough to ignite a blaze of anger when faced with this disguised imprisonment. Yet, there was none. The expected accusations, fury, or even the slightest hint of resentment failed to appear on that youthful face. Liu Yang merely picked up the now slightly cooled cup of tea and drank the last sip. The entire motion was calm and composed, as if what he had just heard was not a momentous decision concerning his own freedom, but merely an insignificant report. He stood up and gave Wang Jin a slight nod. "I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, he turned and walked toward the door. His back was straight as a pine tree, his stride steady. There was not a trace of resignation to fate, but rather a composure that sent a chill through the heart of even Vice President Wang Jin. He couldn't fathom it. This youth had just been thrust into the eye of the storm, becoming a figure capable of influencing the Federation's decisions. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had voluntarily stepped back onto the chessboard, willingly returning to his role as the most dazzling yet most powerless pawn. Or perhaps, he had chosen this chessboard himself. The days under protection were quiet as a deep well. Liu Yang's daily life was carved into precise modules: meditation, cultivation, and using the gentlest energy to nourish the sleeping little one in the incubator. He knew that outside this small cultivation room, the world had long since erupted into a storm. Countless eyes from the Academy, the Federation, and perhaps even the Abyss glared at him through invisible cracks, their gaze greedy and unrelenting. But he paid them no mind. Like a dormant beast of prey, he sharpened his claws and fangs in silence, biding his time until the moment arrived to mercilessly sever every prying limb. Late that night, Liu Yang opened his eyes from meditation. The air within the room remained as still as ever, broken only by the faint, imperceptible hum of energy emanating from the erased core. Everything was normal. Yet he detected something amiss. It wasn't any familiar scent, but an extremely faint, icy floral fragrance that didn't belong in this sterile cage. Like a drop of ink, it silently bled onto pure white paper, jarring, yet carrying a deadly allure. His gaze darted toward the corner of the room. Empty. Outside the door, the steady, deep breaths of the 3 mentor-level guards remained unbroken. The sacred domain-level formation, personally laid by the Temple of Martial God's Grandmaster, stood as solid as a rock, showing not a single ripple of disturbance. An illusion? The thought flickered and was instantly extinguished. With his current mental prowess, illusions were impossible. Just as every muscle in his body tensed silently, preparing to meet an unknown attack, a woman's voice, tinged with lazy amusement, sounded from behind him. The voice had a slightly husky quality, like fine velvet gently brushing against the silent air. "Not bad reflexes, little one." Liu Yang's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. He didn't turn around immediately, but his body instantly entered its most primal combat state. The energy of the abyssal touch surged beneath his skin like a hidden current. Behind him, on the chair he had just vacated, a figure had materialized. A woman clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, the fabric clinging like a second skin, accentuating curves so breathtaking they seemed to swallow light. A silver mask adorned with a raven totem covered the upper half of her face, revealing only a gracefully defined jawline and a hint of a red, half-smiling lip. She sat there with casual ease, one long leg casually crossed over the other. The metal buckle on her boot pointed directly toward Liu Yang's heart. A card was held between her fingertips, tossed lightly into the air and caught. It was that black rose of the Abyssal Secret Society, a symbol Liu Yang knew all too well. It was her. The mysterious seller from the black market Nightingale. "You?" Liu Yang slowly turned, his voice as cold as ice. Deep within his pitch-black eyes, faint violet sparks flickered. "Don't be so tense, federal hero." Nightingale chuckled softly, flicking her finger. The black rose card traced a precise arc through the air, landing silently back in Liu Yang's palm. Next, her hand, clad in black leather gloves, slowly slipped beneath the collar of her combat uniform, the motion deliberate yet tinged with a hint of nonchalant teasing. Moments later, she withdrew an insignia. Forged from pure black metal, its front bore an embossed sword and book, while its reverse held a single, watchful eye. The instant it appeared, Liu Yang distinctly sensed the sanctuary-level defensive array enveloping the entire dormitory emit an imperceptible hum of submission, as if acknowledging a sovereign. Name, emblem of the Supreme Executive Officer of the Federation's Covert Division. Authority, supremacy over all Federation laws, permitting summary execution with subsequent approval. Permission to mobilize all Federation armed forces except the Dragon Marshal's personal guard. Note, to behold this insignia is to behold the Dragon Marshal in person. Liu Yang's pupils contracted sharply once more. The Federation's Secret Service, directly appointed envoy, codename Nightingale. The woman rose to her feet and gave Liu Yang a slight bow. It was a standard Federation military salute, yet performed by her, it carried an added feline suppleness and allure. By order of the Dragon Marshal, I convey the final decision from the highest authority. She paused, the eyes behind her mask eyes that seemed to see through everything glinting with amusement. Mr. Liu Yang, the Longxia Federation formally invites you to join the Dark Division. Chapter 156, Everything as Expected. Liu Yang remained unruffled. Everything was as expected. Here, Nightingale's voice lowered, filled with a bewitching allure. Your power is no longer an aberration, but the sharpest weapon. Your achievements will be enshrined in the highest halls. All your spoils from the ninth secret realm, including that fragment of the primordial world source, the Federation claims nothing. They are entirely yours. She approached Liu Yang with cat-like silence, her steps slow and deliberate. The distance between them shrinks to the length of a single breath. The crisp floral scent becomes distinct, carrying the warmth of her body as it unbidden invades the air around Liu Yang. He can even feel the faint, warm breath of her words brush against his earlobe. Every threat you face, be it the Abyssal Secret Society or the Holy Light Church, will be shouldered by the entire Federation. Her voice murmured like a lover's whisper, yet carried an ironclad promise. Of course, she suddenly stepped back, re-establishing a safe social distance. That heart-racing pressure vanished instantly, leaving only a lingering trace of fragrance. Straightening her posture, her tone returned to its usual business-like coolness. You must prepare to confront the world's deepest darkness, carrying out the Federation's most perilous missions in shadows unknown to all. She waited for his answer. Liu Yang fell silent for a moment. He knew he had no room to refuse, nor did he wish to. Every condition Nightingale presented struck precisely at the core of his current desires: a platform to grow stronger without restraint, a gateway to the world's most hidden secrets, and a powerful protector offering the strongest possible backing. This was not merely an invitation, it was his only path forward. Yes. Liu Yang looked at her and uttered the single word calmly. Before formally joining the Dark Division, Liu Yang was granted a brief period of freedom. In Nightingale's words, it was the final furlough specially approved by the Dragon General, time to say goodbye to your little friends. He arranged to meet Lin Wu on the rooftop of the highest teaching building at Tianqi Academy. Pushing open the heavy iron gate, the night wind swept in, carrying the clamor of the city. Lin Wu was already waiting there. He didn't turn around, merely leaning quietly against the railing, gazing down at the academy lights below, like a river of stars suspended upside down. Bandages still wrapped around his body, yet his entire demeanor seemed transformed. The recklessness of his youth had been tempered by a baptism of life and death into a quiet, hardened resolve. You're here, he spoke, his voice scattered by the wind. MHM. Liu Yang walked up beside him, standing shoulder to shoulder. Neither spoke. The wind howled in their ears, yet the silence felt neither awkward nor forced. It was a tacit understanding forged in blood and fire, requiring no words. After a long pause, Lin Wu spoke first. I heard about the Federation's call up. He didn't ask where or why, some things didn't need asking. He simply turned his head, a pure smile on his face. Congratulations. A guy like you was born to fly. Liu Yang smiled back, punching him playfully on the shoulder. What about you? What's next? The question ignited a spark in Lin Wu's eyes like a Mars fire. It was the light of realization, of finding his path. I've thought long and hard. He lowered his gaze to his own hands, thick with calluses. In the secret realm, when that monster called Morpheus descended, I was scared. He admitted it plainly. I was scared to death. Watching Anna and the others crushed like insects. I even considered begging for mercy. But then he lifted his head, his eyes blazing as if consumed by fire. I saw you. In a situation that would make even gods despair, you were still scheming, resisting, searching for that sliver of hope. In that moment, I suddenly understood. Lin Wu's face twisted into a self-mocking smile. I'm not you. I can never be that spear that cleaves a path through the darkness. His expression grew solemn as he clenched his fists, each word a vow erupting from his soul. But I've seen despair, and I've seen what true heroes look like. I may not be the spear, but I can be the most steadfast shield. I've already submitted my application. From now on, all my resources and courses will be redirected toward the guardian path. I will become a guardian who will never let a comrade fall before my eyes again. Hearing this declaration, Liu Yang offered no comment. Only as his words fell did he give a firm nod. Good. One word, encompassing everything. Lin Wu smiled, a smile of profound release. He extended his fist. So, Liu Yang, he looked at him, his gaze burning with intensity, fly freely. I will root myself fiercely into this land. Wait for me. One day, I will earn the right to truly fight alongside you. When that day comes, I will be the hardest rock standing behind you. Liu Yang smiled too. He extended his fist, slamming it against Lin Wu's. Thud. A dull thud. The pact was sealed. At that very moment, the invisible web of the world woven by the major factions began to stir violently, silently, because of the name Liu Yang. Apocalypse Academy, Dean's office. The white-haired old dean gazed at the ES-class, top-secret dossier in his hands and sighed deeply. Across from him, Yi Nantian downed the last sip of morning dew leaf tea in his cup, curling his lip. Can't bear to let him go? A prodigy capable of reshaping the era's landscape, he's never meant to be confined to our little pond. The old dean massaged his temples, his expression heavy with regret. He could only hope the shadowy faction wouldn't reduce him to a discarded tool. Yi Nantian snorted coldly, rising to his feet and tucking the notebook of Morpheus's memories into his robe. Old man, haven't you figured it out yet? It's not them using him. He walked to the door, turned back, and wore a face twisted with madness and anticipation. It was he who needed the Dark Division as a springboard to reach the truth fastest. As for who would end up discarded, well, that remained to be seen. Holy Light Church, Eastern Continent Branch. Inside the confessional, Edmund slipped back into his pristine white priestly robes. The bewilderment on his face had been replaced by a martyr-like fanaticism. A cardinal hurriedly handed him encrypted intelligence. Your Holiness, target Liu Yang has been taken over by the Federation's Dark Division. Edmund studied the report, a cold smile slowly spreading across his lips. Hidden by the Federation's shadow? So be it. This only proves he has something to hide. Holy flames ignited at his fingertips, reducing the intelligence to ashes. The more he hides, the more I must drag him from those filthy shadows. Let him and all his secrets be utterly exposed beneath the glorious holy light of our Lord. Abyss, Black Rose Parish. Beneath the throne of bones, a shadowy figure reported with reverence. High Priest, the target, the nascent divine child Liu Yang, has been absorbed into the Federation's covert division and designated as an S-level protection target. The infiltration plan faces extreme resistance. The Great Hall fell deathly silent. After a long pause, a cold voice echoed from the throne. So what if it's the Secret Service? Before the awakening will of our Lord, they are but dust. Initiate Operation Bone-Eating Maggots. I will make the Longsha Federation pay with blood for their protection. Federation Secret Service, Data Throne. Shadow watched silently as the vast holographic screen before him displayed the gathering of the Holy Light Church's Inquisitors. The bone-eating maggots of the Abyssal Secret Society were infiltrating the border. All undercurrents accelerated because of one name. A cold curve touched the face hidden in shadow. The winds were rising. He reached out, as if to grasp the intangible surge. Very well. The screen shut off, plunging the room into absolute darkness. Only his cold voice echoed. Let this little guy named Liu Yang become the eye of the storm that draws all light and darkness to it. Chapter 157, Farewell. The nightingale vanished without a trace, leaving only the words, meet me at the dock tomorrow morning. Liu Yang knew he didn't have much time left. Within this academy, there were two people he had to see one last time. Gravity Training Ground. Through the thick observation window, he saw Lin Mu bare-chested, sweat pooling like streams across his taut muscles. Within the 10G gravity zone, he repeated the most tedious shield parries and blocks over and over. His gaze held no trace of confusion anymore, only rock-solid focus. Liu Yang did not enter. He stood silently outside the window, his blurred reflection mirrored on the glass like a silent spectator witnessing the birth of an unyielding shield. Some farewells need no words. Yi Nantian's lab remained unchanged, a junkyard as if trampled by a dragon, the air thick with the pungent mix of chemical agents. This time, however, the mad professor wasn't tinkering with his ever-ready-to-explode contraptions. Instead, he sat quietly at a desk piled high with blueprints, meticulously polishing an unremarkable black ring. When Liu Yang entered, he merely lifted his eyelids. Decided? When do we leave? At dawn. The conversation was brief, without a single word of nonsense. Yi Nantian tossed over a ring polished to a mirror like shine. Take it. These are the scraps I've collected over the years, a few extinction thunderbolts not very powerful, just enough to flatten a mountain peak, several spatial leap charms that can randomly teleport you hundreds of kilometers away. Though the landing spot is unpredictable, you might end up in someone's bathhouse, and truth potions. Drink one, and you'll gain 3 seconds of my wisdom. The side effect? You might go bald for a month or two. He rattled on like a proud father showcasing his prized creations. But Liu Yang knew every single one of these trinkets could spark a bloody battle among legendary tier powerhouses on the black market. After finishing his introduction, Yi Nantian's expression turned solemn for the first time. Kid, remember this: the Dark Division is a place that devours people whole. Never trust anyone but yourself. He paused, his gaze drifting to Liu Yang's chest and the little one in his arms. And, he added with a sly grin, don't lose that scheming little heart of yours. Out there, that'll serve you better than fists. Liu Yang took the heavy ring and bowed deeply to the mad mentor before him, a mentor who was both teacher and friend with the solemn reverence a junior pays to an elder. Take care. You too, you little brat. Night faded into dawn. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, Liu Yang stood alone on the abandoned restricted landing pad deep within the academy grounds. He had changed into plain black civilian clothes, clutching his sole piece of luggage for this journey. The timing was precise. The instant he arrived, the sky above rippled without warning, like a mirror shattered by an invisible force. A levitating vessel, crafted entirely from matte black metal, tore through its perfect optical camouflage and silently materialized from the void. It resembled a blade drawn from its scabbard, or perhaps a specter from another dimension. Its landing disturbed not even a speck of dust on the landing pad. The utter stillness itself was a form of supreme intimidation. A hatch slid silently open along the hull side, revealing an abyss so profound it seemed to swallow light. Nightingale, wearing a raven mask, stood motionless at the dark entrance. Without a word, she merely gestured to Lu Yang to enter. Lu Yang drew a deep breath, casting one final glance back at the Apocalypse Academy behind him. The ancient academy's silhouette, bathed in the morning light, felt both familiar and alien. He made no effort to distinguish which building was the arena or the library. All past grievances and memories had condensed into a single, blurred silhouette at that moment. His student days were over. Without hesitation, Lu Yang turned back, stepping onto the cold gangway. His figure gradually merged into the deep darkness that represented the Federation's highest secrets. The hatch closed silently. The next second, the pitch-black airship reactivated its optical camouflage, vanishing like a droplet merging into the ocean. Almost simultaneously, several vice deans of the Academy received alerts from the core of the magic array in their respective offices. Warning: unknown target has bypassed sanctuary-level defenses and departed this sector. Trajectory tracking failed. Energy analysis failed. Target vanished. 3 days after the conclusion of the Ninth Secret Realm incident, a storm named Lu Yang swept across the entire Longsha Federation. The spark was ignited by the morning news bulletin on the Federation's central television. Breaking news! According to the highest-level combat reports from the military headquarters and Apocalypse Academy, 3 days ago, our Federation's top prodigy encountered a terror attack by Abyss Bishop Morpheus in the Ninth Secret Realm and was driven to the brink of destruction. In this critical moment, first-year freshman Lu Yang, undaunted by peril, single-handedly confronted the formidable foe with extraordinary intellect and unparalleled courage. He ultimately succeeded in purifying the S-class fugitive Mephisto, rescuing all surviving comrades, and shattering the Abyss's conspiracy. This marks the greatest victory achieved by our Federation on the front lines in nearly a decade. The host's voice trembled slightly with emotion. Accompanying his impassioned declaration, meticulously edited combat footage, the radiance of divine arts, collapsing ruins, and that solitary figure standing tall alongside interview clips filled with reverence and gratitude from Murong Shui, Lin Wu, and others, were instantly synchronized and broadcast to every corner of the Federation. In that instant, the entire Federation erupted. In taverns, people raised their glasses, chanting the hero's name. On magic forums, data streams about his exploits instantly overwhelmed servers. Countless youths stood before mirrors, mimicking his battle stances, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Yang. This name was no longer just a name, it had become a symbol, a belief. Within mere hours, it had crushed all top celebrities and political heavyweights, searing itself into everyone's consciousness. Olive branches from major conglomerates, invitations from mercenary guilds, and special recruitment offers from elite military units all poured in like snowflakes, converging on a single destination. That place was the Apocalypse Academy. And the Tianzi No. 1 training room where Lu Yang resided instantly became the capital's most coveted pilgrimage site. Countless reporters, admirers, and representatives from various factions swarmed the dormitory building, blocking every passage, all for a distant glimpse of the legendary youth. Yet at the eye of the storm, a deathly silence reigned. The youth, elevated to godlike status by the entire Federation, declined all visitors. He shut himself within the dorm room that countless eyes were peering into, seemingly oblivious to the roaring clamor outside. Chapter 158, The Fourth Party. Inside the cultivation chamber, the silence was so profound one could hear their own heartbeat. Lu Yang pressed a button calmly. On the screen before him, the boy hero portrayed by the media as fearless, humble, powerful, and perfect flashed a radiant smile at the camera. With Lu Yang's action, the screen instantly went dark. On that smooth, obsidian-like surface, a completely different face emerged. A face that was calm and indifferent, with eyes as deep as an abyss. A faint, self-contained sneer curved his lips. Hero? Nothing more than a symbol thrust into the spotlight when convenient. A colossal reputation bestowed from above, glory, an aura, and a pair of shackles forged by the will of the entire Federation, named Hero. Shining shackles. Vice President's office. Lu Yang once again sat across from Wang Jun. Unlike last time, this time Wang Jun wore an official, professional fake smile. Mr. Lu Yang. A thick dossier bound in gilded leather was gently pushed toward Lu Yang. Following joint deliberation by the Academy Board and the Federation's Supreme Military Council, the final reward plan for your meritorious service in the Ninth Secret Realm incident has been finalized. Lu Yang remained silent, calmly picking up the file without immediately opening it. This composed demeanor, untouched by honor or disgrace, froze the expression Wang Jun had prepared to observe. He could only clear his throat and personally read aloud the list, one that would drive anyone mad with excitement. First, the Federation's direct reward, 100 billion Longsha Federation credits. As Wang Jun uttered that figure, his eyelid twitched involuntarily. 100 billion, enough to buy half of Blackstone City. Yet the youth across from him merely nodded calmly. As if it were not 100 billion, but merely 100 yuan. A strange sense of defeat welled up inside Wang Jin. He continued reading. Second, Academy Reward, internal contribution points, 100 million. This time, even Wang Jin's own voice carried a hint of unmistakable envy. 100 million contribution points. It was practically like opening the Academy's treasury wide for Liu Yang alone. Yet, Liu Yang's expression remained utterly unruffled. Wang Jin's mouth began to twitch slightly. He took a deep breath and continued reading the remaining contents. 7th level of the Central Treasury, 3 items of your choice from all rare materials. Permanent, highest level residency rights for the Heavenly Character number 1 Cultivation Chamber. Special access permit for unrestricted entry to all Academy restricted zones rated Class A and below. Finally, Wang Jin's voice grew hoarse as he read the privilege personally approved by Dragon General. Within the framework of federal law, when your personal safety faces explicit mortal threat, you shall possess limited self-defense counterattack rights. This final clause was the most explosive. It was practically a license to kill, endorsed by the highest echelons of the Federation. After Wang Ling finished reading the entire list enough to drive every prodigy in the Federation mad with envy, he lifted his head and stared intently at Liu Yang, searching that youthful face for a trace of excitement or ecstasy. But there was none. Nothing at all. Liu Yang simply listened to the end, calmly stowed the document into his storage ring, then nodded to Wang Jin. Thank you. Just those 2 words. As if he had accepted not unimaginable wealth, but merely a cafeteria menu. Wang Jin felt utterly powerless. He realized that all the probing and scheming he and the powerful figures behind him had engaged in seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of this face that was far too young. After a long silence, Wang Jin couldn't help but ask the question that all the high-ranking officials were dying to know. With all this, what are your plans? Would he exchange them for sacred artifacts in the treasury? Or seek forbidden arts in the forbidden zone? Or perhaps indulge in a life of luxury with that 100 billion? Yet Liu Yang's answer shattered all his preconceptions once more. Liu Yang lifted his head, his deep eyes meeting Wang Jin's with unprecedented seriousness for the first time. He posed a question that seemed entirely unrelated. Vice President Wang, I have a question. What procedures are required to register a legitimate private company in Central City, capital, one that holds dual qualifications for security services and information consulting? The moment he returned to cultivation room number 1, Liu Yang locked the door behind him. He didn't count the 100 billion Federation coins or check the massive contribution points. Instead, he walked straight to the communication array and skillfully entered 2 encrypted channels. First, Yi Nantian. The light screen flickered to life, revealing a disheveled face and a laboratory resembling a junkyard. What now, you little brat? I'm analyzing the junk you gave me. The energy structure inside is too. Professor, Liu Yang cut off his academic fervor. I need your help. Second, Chen Duo. The son of Blackstone City's wealthiest man sat in a lavishly decorated office. Upon seeing the communication request, he immediately pushed aside his long-legged secretary and approached with an obsequious expression. Boss. You must have missed me. You're a hero across the entire Federation now. Spit it out. Got any money making? No, any favors you need your little brother to handle? Liu Yang gazed at these 2 strikingly different yet trustworthy allies on the holographic screen, took a deep breath, and dropped a bombshell. I intend to establish an organization, one that belongs solely to me. What? Chen Duo nearly toppled off his solid gold chair. Boss, you're not joking, right? Starting your own organization? That's court-martial material. Yi Nanchan's eyes instantly lit up, his academic fervor replaced by a deeper, more intense interest. I'm not joking. Liu Yang's expression was more serious than ever. He stared at the 2 figures on the holographic screen, enunciating each word deliberately. The events in the 9th secret realm made one thing crystal clear to me. Whether it's the Federation, the Holy See, or the Abyssal Secret Society, a cold, mocking glint flashed in his eyes. In their eyes, I'm nothing more than a valuable pawn. Today, they hail me as a hero for slaying a bishop. Tomorrow, they'll brand me a demon for the abyss power within me and send me to the trial platform. The fate of a pawn is forever in the hands of the player. Liu Yang slowly clenched his fist. And I, Liu Yang, refuse to be a pawn any longer. His words rang out with force, striking both men like a heavy hammer. I will become the 4th player, sitting across the board from them. And to become a player, Liu Yang continued, one must possess their own absolutely loyal hand. Therefore, I require a shadow organization that integrates intelligence, assassination, resource plundering, and extreme force. Chapter 159, for Abyssal Secret Societies. Yi Nanchan's breathing grew ragged. What are you planning? To become the 4th Abyssal Secret Society? No. Liu Yang shook his head. On the surface, it would be a legally registered, fully licensed information consulting and security advisory firm in the capital, named Dawn. Chen Duo froze. Dawn? But behind the scenes, Liu Yang ignored him, his voice lowered, carrying an unquestionable resolve. Its name would be Eye of the Abyss. Using the power of the Abyss to peer into the Abyss, to confront the Abyss, and even to transcend the Abyss. Eye of the Abyss? Yinantian savored the name, his eyes growing brighter. Interesting. So very interesting. Fighting poison with poison. Exactly. Lu Yang nodded. Our purpose isn't to commit evil, much less bring about destruction. It is to establish our own order within this filthy gray zone woven from light and darkness. To protect those we wish to protect, to purge the scum we wish to purge. His words brimmed with mad ambition and an irresistible, unique charm. Chen Duo was fired up, boss. Let's do it. I'll immediately mobilize all my business networks to provide you with the most robust funding and logistical support. Yi Nantian practically leaped up in excitement. Technology. Alchemy. Equipment. I'll handle it all. Eye of the Abyss, that name is ing awesome. Lu Yang watched his two allies react with adrenaline-fueled fervor, finally letting a faint smile touch his lips. Excellent. Funding, logistics, and technology were all secured. All is ready. He paused, then voiced the most critical shortcoming of this plan. All that's missing. People? Lu Yang's muttered words plunged Yi Nantian and Chen Duo on the other side of the light screen into silence. They knew this was the most difficult part of the entire plan. A shadow organization walking on the edge of a knife required not only capability but above all, loyalty. Where could such people be found? Yet, Lu Yang showed no sign of distress. He slowly walked to the tactical display screen at the center of the training room. Extending a finger, he used the fluctuating energy of the abyss to write 4 characters on the screen. Abyssal Eye. Naming it after the abyss, Yi Nantian stared at the characters, his fervent gaze tinged with gravity. Kid, you're playing with fire. We've already been engulfed in flames. Lu Yang turned, offering a faint smile. The Federation is an abyss. The Holy See is an abyss. The secret society is an abyss. There is nowhere for us to flee. His voice was calm, yet filled with a cold, all-seeing clarity. If that is the case, Yi Nantian's gaze swept over the 4 characters on the light screen, growing razor-sharp, then we cannot become part of the abyss. We must become the most lucid, the most composed eye within the abyss. We gaze into the abyss not to be swallowed, but to see it clearly, to master it, and ultimately transcend it. These words sent a shockwave through Yi Nantian and Chen Duo, striking deep into their souls. They finally understood the immense, coldly calculated vision behind this seemingly mad plan. Good. Absolutely brilliant, transcending the abyss. Yi Nantian slapped his thigh in excitement. Kid, you're crazier than I ever imagined. I'm in. Boss, Chen Duo swallowed hard, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Just tell me what you need me to do. Seeing the resolve in his two allies, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Then, for Phase 1, 2 core members. He held up one finger. First, the eyes. His gaze turned to Chen Duo. Mr. Chen, I'll give you 10 billion. Utilize your entire network to build me an intelligence system. I don't want the biggest, just the fastest, most covert, and most precise. Chen Duo took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. No problem. Boss, give me 3 months. I guarantee your eyes will see every interesting thing happening in every corner of the Federation. Lu Yang nodded and held up a second finger. Second, teeth. His gaze shifted to Yi Nantian. Teacher, I'll trade contribution points for materials. Build me a secret base and army with blades sharp enough to tear through anything. Yi Nantian grinned wildly, his expression mad. A base? I've been itching to turn that abandoned mine behind the academy into my personal paradise. As for the blade, my little inventions that never see the light of day will finally get their chance to shine. One for the eye, one for the teeth. The prototype of the Abyssal Eye was already taking shape. Excellent. Lu Yang gazed at the two allies on the light screen and issued the first official command of this newly formed organization. Mr. Chen. Register the Shell Company, Dawn Information Consulting Company, Limited, at the fastest possible speed. Then, a meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Lu Yang's mouth. In its name, issue a recruitment notice. Chen Duo's efficiency was astonishing. In just half a day, a shell company named Dawn Information Consulting Company, Limited, had secured a fully equipped office in the bustling commercial district of Central City, the capital. All legal formalities were meticulously handled, complete with 2 receptionists and a janitor, all thoughtfully arranged to make it appear as a genuine, legitimate shell company. When Lu Yang received the message that everything was ready, he was sitting in his cultivation room. Before him, a light screen displayed the recruitment notice he had personally drafted. It was brief, devoid of flowery language or enticing perks, containing only a few soul-searching questions. Are you searching for a stage? A place that judges only by results, not by process. A place that judges only by ability, not by past. A stage where your talents, misunderstood by the world, can be unleashed to their fullest? If the answer is yes, continue. 1. Have you been cast aside by the world? 2. Do you possess eccentricities deemed wicked? 3. Are you willing to stake everything including your life for a single chance? If all of the above are yes, then congratulations. Bring proof of your worth and come to Dawn Consulting. We await you at the edge of the abyss. Signed, L. When Liu Yang sent this recruitment notice which bordered on borderline delusional to Chen Duo, the screen remained silent for a full minute. Boss, are you sure about sending this? Xian Duoduo's tone dripped with bewilderment. This thing is gonna attract a bunch of lunatics, right? I want lunatics. Liu Yang smiled faintly. What use are rule-abiding normies to me? Go. Use your most covert channels to place this before those who need to see it most. Chapter 160, Oath of Allegiance. And so, that very night, beneath the glittering facade of Central City, in that gray zone composed of countless shadowy corners, L's peculiar recruitment notice stirred up ripples neither too large nor too small, like a pebble tossed into a foul-smelling gutter. Most dismissed it as a joke. Ha! Did you see that recruitment notice from L on the dark web? The edge of the abyss? Does he think he's some kind of dragon general? Just another third-rate organization trying to scam people out of their loyalty oaths. Blot. Next. Mockery echoed through taverns and black markets alike. But not everyone shared this view. Apocalypse Academy, Disciplinary Oversight Division, Detention Chamber. A theoretical genius, imprisoned for life for researching forbidden summoning arts, stared at the recruitment notice smuggled in by a visitor. For the first time, a flame reignited in his ashen eyes. Outside the city, mercenary cemetery. A disgraced former ace mercenary captain, his arms severed, sat despondently before his comrades' graves. As he studied the anonymous recruitment notice on his terminal, a complex gleam flickered in his lone eye. Central City, underground sewers, ultimate black market. A man wrapped head to toe in filthy blood-stained bandages sat atop a mountain of trash. Scrutinizing the recruitment notice on a scavenged light rain, he emitted a raspy laugh like sandpaper scraping against his throat. Interesting. Finally. Someone appeared who didn't look at my ugly face, but only at the poison-laced blade in my hand? He rose slowly, shut off the screen, and turned. Like a drop of ink merging into the darkness, he vanished without a sound into the depths where even light couldn't penetrate. The morning after the recruitment notice was issued. Central City, Lower District, the abandoned Golden Opera House. A figure abruptly materialized in the center of the dust-covered hall. It was a man who appeared only half human, his left side entirely replaced by cold metal from head to toe. A crimson electronic eye scanned the environment at high speed, analyzing every speck of dust in the air. He was Ghost Hand, the genius hacker who had been permanently expelled from the Federation Academy of Sciences for conducting forbidden experiments in human-machine soul fusion. Interesting. A stream of data flashed through Ghost Hand's electronic eye. The space here was enveloped by an indecipherable energy field, rendering all electronic surveillance useless. It seemed the one who issued the recruitment notice wasn't bluffing. He cautiously chose the most open spot in the center of the hall and waited silently. His token of allegiance was a data crystal containing the highest level access permissions to all core servers of Sky Dome Group, one of the Federation's three major monopolistic conglomerates. After an unknown span of time, a fiery, agile figure emerged silently from the shadows of a VIP box on the second floor, as stealthy as a cat. It was a woman whose figure could drive any man mad, yet her face was crisscrossed with several vicious knife scars. One ran from her left brow bone to the corner of her mouth, giving her an aura of wild, deadly danger. She was Phantom, once the ace assassin of the elite organization Crimson Twilight. After failing a mission, she had been ruthlessly hunted by her former comrades for 3 long years. At her feet lay a black cloth bag, still dripping blood, containing the fresh severed head of a regional leader from Crimson Twilight. Ghost Hand's electronic eye instantly locked onto Phantom on the second floor, while Phantom's own cold, predatory eyes simultaneously fixed on Ghost Hand below. The air instantly thickened with tension. At that moment, from behind the stage curtain, a man emerged like a specter. His entire body was wrapped in filthy bandages, revealing only a pair of lifeless eyes. In his arms, he cradled a broken blade similarly bound in bandages, emanating an ominous aura that sent shivers down the spine. The instant he appeared, Ghost Hand's electronic eye flared bright red, emitting a shrill alarm. Warning! High concentration soul resentment cluster detected. Threat level? The Phantom on the second floor felt every hair on its body stand on end, instinctively assuming a posture ready to strike at any moment. 3 monsters cast out by the world formed a tense, eerie standoff within the abandoned opera house. Yet, just as the tension was about to ignite, swish! The massive red velvet curtain covering the entire stage parted slowly and without warning, sliding open to reveal the stage beyond. Revealing the backstage area. The stage was empty. Only a solitary chair stood there, and a black-haired youth sat calmly upon it. It was Liu Yang. He appeared as if he were the sole spectator of this drama, having waited here for countless centuries. As he gazed upon the 3 bizarre figures below his future fangs, a satisfied smile slowly spread across his face. Then, he spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout every corner of the deathly silent opera house. Welcome, all of you, to the first interview for the Eye of the Abyss. He paused, his eyes deep as the starry sky sweeping over the faces below, some weary, some cold, some lifeless. Now, begin your performances. Let me see the work you've brought. Works? At Liu Yang's words, the 3 figures below the stage reacted differently. Ghost Hand's electronic eye flickered uncertainly, Phantom's lips curled into a cold smile, while Bandage Man remained as unresponsive as a statue. Finally, Ghost Hand was the first to break the silence. He raised his mechanical claw and gently placed a data crystal, glowing with a blue light, onto the floor. Tianqiang Group's strategic blueprint for the next 5 years, along with all core data for the Artificial Deity Project. His voice was devoid of emotion electronic synthesis. With this, you could bring this trillion-dollar empire to its knees within 3 days. Immediately after, Phantom casually tossed the blood-soaked black cloth bag at his feet toward the edge of the stage. A head with wide-open eyes rolled out. Blood-red Twilight, Minister of East District 3, Butcher Patton. Her voice was bone-chillingly cold. It took me 3 minutes to kill him. 3 years to find him. Finally, the bandaged man. He didn't move, only slowly plunging the broken blade wrapped in bandages into the ground before him. He said nothing. But the intense resentment emanating from that broken blade enough to make the entire opera house shiver spoke volumes. 3 pledges of loyalty, each priceless, proving the terrifying prowess of these 3 in their respective fields. They waited silently for Liu Yang's judgment. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Liu Yang on stage didn't even glance at the 3 offerings. He simply leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the 3 below with an intensity that seemed to pierce their very souls. Then he spoke. Chapter 161, The Hive. The first question was directed at Ghost Hand. You crave an unrestricted research platform. So, if your research ultimately created a mechanical deity capable of granting humans eternal life, but activating it required sacrificing a city of 1 million people, would you press that button? Ghost Hand's electronic eye began flickering frantically under the intense strain. Liu Yang didn't wait for an answer before turning his gaze to the Phantom on the 2nd floor. You crave vengeance. I can help you uproot Crimson Twilight entirely. But to achieve this, I need you to assassinate, frame, and torture people who bear no relation to your grudge. Are you willing to soil your hands further for a clean resolution? The Phantom's knife-wielding hand tightened unconsciously. Finally, Liu Yang's gaze settled on the silent, bandaged figure. You are different from them. You are merely a lonely blade thirsting for blood. So, what if one day, I command your blade to point at an unarmed innocent? 3 questions, like 3 razor-sharp scalpels, precisely dissected the deepest darkness and obsessions within these 3 monsters. The entire opera house fell silent once more. After an unknown duration, Ghost Hand was the first to slowly lower his half-mechanical head. I won't. His synthesized voice trembled with struggle, yet carried a hint of relief. If even I lose my reverence for life, what difference would there be between me and those bastards who branded me a heretic? On the 2nd floor, the Phantom let out a complex, self-mocking chuckle. My hands are already stained. What difference does it make if they get a little dirtier? I'd do anything to see those who betrayed me pay the price. Finally, the bandaged man spoke. His voice rasped like 2 rusted iron plates grinding together. My blade obeys only its new master's command. He paused, then added in a tone that brooked no argument. But it will judge for itself who is innocent. 3 answers representing 3 proud hearts that, though shrouded in darkness, still clung to their final principles. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang on the stage finally revealed a genuine, satisfied smile. He slowly rose from his chair and extended his hand toward the 3 monsters below the stage, each wearing a different expression. Congratulations. You have passed the interview. From this day forward, you are the founding members of the Abyss Eye. Now, his eyes shone with the light of wisdom and ambition. Let's discuss your first mission. Backstage in the abandoned opera house, a storage room piled high with worn-out props. A massive round table covered in scratches, a few broken chairs of varying heights. This was the entire setup for the Eye of the Abyss's first high-level meeting. Spartan, yet pulsing with chaotic, untamed vitality. Liu Yang sat at the head of the table, flanked by the 3 founding members who had just passed their interviews. Ghost Hand scanned the makeshift meeting room with curiosity through its crimson electronic eye. Phantom leaned in the shadows, arms crossed, eyes closed, though the slight tremor of her ears betrayed her inner restlessness. Bandage Man, like a statue, sat at the farthest seat from Liu Yang, clutching that eerie broken blade. First, welcome everyone, Liu Yang spoke, breaking the silence. I believe you all understand the philosophy of the Abyssal Eye. We are a group of monsters rejected by the world, but monsters, too, have their own rules. He rose to his feet, his gaze slowly sweeping over every person present. From this day forward, you will cast aside your former names, abandon your past entirely, and adopt a codename belonging solely to the Eye of the Abyss. His gaze settled first upon Ghost Hand. Your hands can breach every firewall in the Federation and snap the necks of legendary warriors. From this day forward, Liu Yang's voice is absolute. Your codename is Mechanical Heart. You shall be the eyes and ears of Abyss Eye. The crimson electronic eye of Machine Heart flashed sharply. Then, he slowly lowered his half-mechanical head. Understood, leader. Liu Yang nodded, his gaze shifting to the shadowy figure in the corner. You are the blade that walks in shadows. Your kiss is deadlier than roses. Your codename, Crimson. You shall be the poisoned dagger of the Eye of the Abyss, piercing the heart of any enemy. Scarlet slowly opened her eyes. For the first time, a flicker of light called recognition shone in her cold gaze. She said nothing, merely gave a slight nod. Finally, Liu Yang's gaze settled on the most enigmatic figure, the bandaged man. You and the blade in your hand are a weapon born to sever the world's injustices. Your codename, Bladeless. Without a blade, you surpass those who wield them. Liu Yang stared at him, enunciating each word. From this day forward, you shall be the final judgment sword of the Eye of the Abyss, suspended over every enemy's head. Bladeless clenched the broken blade in his hand with sudden force. For the first time, a faint yet fiery light flared within his lifeless eyes. Codename and duty assigned. Mechanical Heart, Crimson, Blade without. The Eye, the Poison Blade, and the Sharp Sword. The embryonic form of a shadow organization was formally established in this moment. 3 unruly monsters finally felt a genuine sense of belonging to this newly born group for the first time. Very good. Liu Yang surveyed his future core team with satisfaction, poised to announce the new organization's first internal integration mission. But at that very moment, buzz. A faint vibration emanated from his pocket. It was the black encrypted communicator left by Nightingale, representing the Federation's covert division. Liu Yang's gaze sharpened slightly. He pulled out the communicator. On its pitch-black screen, a single line of cold, gold-embossed text appeared. The time has come. Hive. Welcome aboard. Buzz. The faint vibration from the covert communicator felt like an invisible command, instantly severing the fervor that had just ignited in the conference room. Mechanical Heart's electronic eyes flashed crimson, entering maximum alert. Crimson's body tensed once more, like a leopard poised to strike, while Bladeless silently pressed a hand over the strange, broken blade concealed within his robe. 3 pairs of eyes, brimming with vigilance and murderous intent, fixed simultaneously on the black communicator in Liu Yang's hand. It seemed the mechanical voice of Mechanical Heart sounded dry and strained. Trouble was knocking. Liu Yang glanced at his 3 founding members, each on high alert, and let out a helpless smile. He made no attempt to hide anything, casually tossing the communicator onto the center of the table. Chapter 162, Crimson. Not entirely trouble. Leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head, Liu Yang clarified, more accurately, it's an offer I can't refuse. He looked at them frankly. As you can see, the commotion I caused in the secret realm was a bit significant. Significant enough to catch the attention of certain bigwigs in the Federation. So, while I become a Federation hero, I've also been fitted with a pair of invisible shackles. He gestured toward the communicator. Now, it's time for those bigwigs to formally interview me. Scarlet's brows furrowed. You're going alone? Her voice carried a hint of worry. She understood better than anyone how dangerous dealing with the state apparatus could be. Of course. Liu Yang smiled. What else? Bring the 3 of you along to crash the party? Then our newly formed Abyss I would probably end up on the Federation's S-Class Most Wanted list tomorrow. The joke eased the tense atmosphere considerably. Don't worry. Liu Yang's gaze swept over the 3, growing serious and confident. I never go into battle unprepared. They need me, just as I need them. This isn't a trap, he paused, a playful smile curling his lips, it's an equal business negotiation. He rose and walked to the tactical display, issuing new orders. So while I'm having tea with these bigwigs, our plan must not stop. His gaze shifted to, Machine Heart, use the work you brought as cover. Immediately begin establishing the intelligence network framework for Eye of the Abyss. Next, Scarlet and Bladeless, you 2 are tasked with scouting and vetting more promising peripheral operatives. I don't want powerhouses. I want monsters like you cast aside by the world yet refusing to sink into despair. What I seek is that heart daring to raise a blade against the gods. Before I return, Liu Yang looked at the 3 and issued his final command. I need to see the embryonic form of the Abyss Eye. Understood? Yes, leader. The trio answered in unison. After arranging everything, Liu Yang went alone to an inconspicuous corner cafe in Central City, guided by his communicator. As he pushed open the door, a waiter approached with a professional smile. May I ask, are you Mr. L? That's me. Your friend is waiting. This way, please. Led by the waiter, Liu Yang reached a windowside booth. A familiar figure sat there, Nightingale. She still wore that black, form-fitting combat suit and the raven mask. Sit. She gestured to the opposite seat, sliding a pre-prepared coffee toward Liu Yang. Shadow Minister is waiting for you at the Hive. With that, she stood and walked straight toward the cafe's back kitchen. Liu Yang picked up the coffee and took a sip. The flavor was indeed excellent. Setting the cup down, he rose and followed at a leisurely pace. The kitchen was clean and tidy. Nightingale stood before a massive stainless steel storage cabinet. She extended her hand and tapped the door in an extremely complex sequence. Click. The door slowly opened, revealing not a storage room but a futuristic, silver-white metal elevator shaft stretching endlessly downward. The elevator plummeted vertically toward the Earth's core at unimaginable speeds, yet its interior remained perfectly still, not even a whisper of air stirred. The guide, Nightingale, leaned against the corner, eyes closed in quiet repose, seemingly uninterested in the S-Class target beside her. Liu Yang welcomed the quiet. He too closed his eyes, not to rest, but to immerse his entire consciousness into the vast, chaotic ocean of memories inherited from Morpheus within his mind. Filtering out useless information. Keyword lock, Abyss contract. Secondary keywords, Morningstar, Lucifer. His will function like the most efficient search engine, frantically scanning the memory ocean. Vast amounts of tedious details. Murphy's personal history, the Black Rose Parish's internal power struggles were ruthlessly crushed and discarded. Finally, in the deepest recesses of the memory ocean, a forbidden zone layered with countless mental chains and vicious curses, Liu Yang found what he sought. It was the core dogma of the secret society, knowledge accessible only to the abyssal bishops. Liu Yang's will sharpened into a blade, effortlessly severing the feeble encryption chains. Fragments of text, radiating antiquity, sanctity, and irresistible allure, floated before his eyes. The great will awoke from the chaos, casting its gaze upon this young world called Terra. He discovered that this world's laws operated around a covenant born alongside the world itself. This is the source of all covenants, the foundation of law, we call it. The primordial covenant. The moment these four characters came into view, Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He greedily continued reading. The primordial covenant is singular and supreme. It chose its own guardian, bestowing upon them the supreme authority to enact the world's laws. The great will cannot directly touch the source. Thus, with supreme wisdom, it mimicked the source's essence and created countless shadows. These shadows are what we utilize as the Abyssal Pact. Their purpose is to sift, cultivate, and select the most perfect divine offspring. In the final hour, they shall be sacrificed to taint the source, thereby seize supreme control over the entire world. Boom! Liu Yang felt as though billions of stars had exploded simultaneously within his mind. So that's how it is. The abyssal contract within him was no seed at all, it was a counterfeit. A substandard, incomplete knockoff designed to mimic the genuine article. And the Abyssal Secret Society, this terrifying organization spanning countless realms, their so-called grand plan? Plain and simple, it was an ultimate virus invasion, using a pirated version to infect and overwhelm the genuine article. This revelation struck Liu Yang with a wave of absurdity and ridicule that shook him to his very soul. So after all this time, I wasn't even a genuine offering? He muttered self-mockingly, but a more crucial question surfaced in his mind. What exactly was that one genuine article, the original covenant? And who was the guardian chosen by it? Liu Yang's will continued probing deeper into the doctrine. Finally, at the very end, a warning marked in blood red text caught his attention. Warning: the keepers of the source are extremely dangerous. Their lineage once wielded the authority of heaven, but fell into corruption due to arrogance. They call themselves the Fallen Heirs. Chapter 163, Mr. S-Class. Those four words struck like lightning, instantly dispelling all the fog in Liu Yang's mind. He recalled the ancient history of the fallen, remembered the mural depicting angels clashing in a blood-red sky, remembered Mephistopheles' final cry of Morningstar, Lucifer, and remembered the sleeping little one in his arms who always called himself this king. The origin of the Abyssal Pact, Zero's true lineage, the ultimate purpose of the Abyssal Secret Society. These three seemingly unrelated core clues were now, in this moment, perfectly linked together by the four words, descendants of the fallen. All mysteries pointed to the same ancient and terrifying truth. Ding! Just as Liu Yang's soul trembled at this earth-shattering revelation, the elevator emitted a soft chime and came to a slow halt. Outside, Nightingale's languid voice drifted in. Here we are, Mr. S-Class. Welcome to the Hive. The headquarters of the Federation's covert division, a steel labyrinth composed of countless hexagonal metal chambers, buried 3,000 meters beneath the capital's surface. Liu Yang was led by Nightingale into a room designated S01. The space was compact yet fully equipped, every piece of furniture crafted from a memory metal with a silvery white sheen, radiating the cold efficiency of futuristic technology. After Nightingale dismissed him with a single sentence, "This will be your temporary residence until you receive your first official assignment," Liu Yang's first action was to immediately set the room's physical access permissions to deny all visitors. Then, with utmost care, he lifted the tiny, dormant figure from the pocket pressed against his heart. Zero. She remained the same palm-sized chibi form, her body nearly translucent, as if she might vanish at any moment. Her little face, usually marked by pride and stubbornness, now bore only a pitiful pallor and fragility. "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you," Liu Yang murmured softly, as if speaking to her, yet also as if making a solemn vow to himself. He sat cross-legged, gently cradling Zero in his palm before closing his eyes. He channeled the profoundly purified abyssal primordial power within him, a force refined by the baptism of the source of the primordial world. Rather than forcing it in, he acted like the most patient gardener, feeding this energy drop by drop, thread by thread, into Zero's nearly depleted core. This was an intensely taxing process, and soon, fine beads of sweat formed on Liu Yang's forehead. After an unknown span of time, through his relentless effort, Zero's nearly ethereal form finally began to solidify once more. A faint, healthy flush returned to her paper-white face. Her long lashes fluttered lightly before slowly opening. Those dull eyes scanned the surroundings in confusion, finally settling on Liu Yang's face, etched with concern and joy. "You idiot! A faint yet distinctly familiar, haughty mental voice echoed in Liu Yang's mind. Shut up. Hearing that complaint, the weight that had been hanging over Liu Yang's heart finally lifted completely. He exhaled deeply, a relieved smile spreading across his face. You're awake? Humph. Zero merely snorted lightly through her nose. Unlike before, she didn't immediately fly away. Instead, she curled up into a more comfortable position, like a sleepy cat. Seeing her like this, Liu Yang's heart softened. He hesitated, but decided to ask the question that had been lingering in his mind for so long. Zero, he asked cautiously with his psychic energy, what exactly is that, descendant of the fallen heaven? At those 4 words, Zero's small body visibly stiffened. Her eyes, which had just regained a glimmer of life, flashed with confusion, pain, and deep hatred, emotions Liu Yang had never seen before. After a long pause, she answered in a weak, distant voice, I don't remember. My memories remain fragmented. I only recall it being a cursed race of people abandoned by light, yet rejected by darkness, forever wandering. A cursed tribe? Liu Yang's heart sank. He tentatively asked the name once more. What about Michael? Buzz. The instant the name Michael surfaced in the psychic link, a torrent of hatred, cold, bone-chilling, nearly freezing Liu Yang's very soul exploded from Ling's small body. Zero's voice instantly became shrill and venomous. I don't remember who he is. All I know is. Her once dull eyes, in this moment, seemed to transform back into that majestic, noble purple gold that commanded the world. I desperately wanted. Kill him. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away from the Longsha Federation, at the heart of the Devil's Sea, perpetually shrouded in eternal storms and mist, lay an island unknown to the world. At the island's core lay not a volcano or mountain range, but the ruins of an ancient Gothic cathedral, concealed beneath a colossal waterfall that plummeted from the heavens. At the ruin's center lay a massive stone sarcophagus, carved from a single block of unknown black crystal. Wrapped around it were 99 chains of ancient angelic runes, faintly glowing with silver light. These chains weren't meant to keep outsiders out, but to suppress the terrifying power within, a force potent enough to warp space itself. This place seemed forgotten by time. Yet, today, in the instant, Zero erupted with boundless hatred at the mention of Michael, an essence faint yet profoundly noble, like primordial darkness transcending all creation, crossed infinite space. Defying every law and barrier, it descended silently upon this place. Hum. The black stone coffin, dormant for eons, suddenly trembled violently without warning. Then, snap. A faint sound. The thinnest of the 99 indestructible rune chains binding the sarcophagus snapped cleanly. That faint crack seemed to topple the first domino. Snap. 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 A frantic series of crisp, spine-chilling snaps erupted. Within mere seconds, all 99 runic chains capable of suppressing a pseudo-god were violently severed by a terrifying force erupting from within the stone coffin. Boom! The heavy coffin lid was violently pushed open from within by an unstoppable force, crashing heavily onto the ground and sending a cloud of dust skyward. Then, a massive hand clad in tattered yet still magnificent pure black metallic knight's armored gauntlet slowly emerged from the edge of the stone coffin. Immediately after, an incredibly tall man slowly sat up from within the open stone coffin. He wore the tattered, time-worn armor of a fallen knight, its fabric worn to tatters yet still radiating a heart-stopping, terrifying aura. His face was concealed entirely by a pure black metal visor, its eye sockets 2 bottomless, empty cavities. The moment he fully sat upright, whoosh! 2 points of ghostly blue soul fire, like will-o'-the-wisps, ignited violently. He awoke. The fallen knight, Carlos. He sensed that faint yet profoundly familiar aura, transmitted from the farthest reaches of the world, resonating deep within his soul. The 2 ghostly blue flames within his hollow eye sockets began to beat violently. A voice emerged from beneath the cold visor, rough and parched, as if it hadn't spoken in centuries. It was the Queen's scent. It was my Queen's scent. No mistake. This feeling that makes my very soul rejoice and leap with joy. He rose slowly from the stone sarcophagus. The entire isolated island, indeed the entire Devil's Sea, trembled violently at his awakening. Storms roared. Mists churned. As if paying homage to the return of their true sovereign. My Queen. Carlos raised his head to the heavens, letting out a silent, soul-shouting roar filled with boundless ecstasy and disbelief. You have finally awoken. Chapter 164, Carlos Awakens. Carlos awoke. His demon god-like figure emerged from the church ruins and ascended to the cliff's edge of the isolated island. The howling wind whipped his tattered black armor, producing a wail like the lament of a ghost. Closing the eye sockets where only the ghostly blue flames of his soul burned, he quietly sensed that queenly aura emanating from the distant east, an aura that stirred his entire soul. Faint, like a flickering candle in the wind. Yet unmistakably clear, like the soul beacon in the night. He found it, that hoarse, ancient voice echoing in the wind. There. Having confirmed the direction, the awakened fallen knight hesitated not a moment. He stepped forward toward the churning, demonic seas beyond the cliff's edge. Boom! His knight's boots, forged from hellish black iron, plunged like a black meteor from the 100-meter cliff, crashing into the frigid ocean and sending towering waves crashing skyward. The instant he entered the water, Carlos allowed his body to sink toward the deeper, darker abyss of the ocean floor. Extending his massive metal-armored arm, he chanted a majestic incantation in an ancient, long-lost language. As he chanted, the entire seabed of the Devil's Sea began to tremble violently. Countless terrifying beasts slumbering in the deepest depths were roused by this irresistible will emanating from a higher power. Moments later, an ultimate deep-sea colossus, a creature the size of a small floating island, resembling a giant octopus covered in countless crimson eyes, slowly rose from the abyss 10,000 meters below. It was the true ruler of this Devil's Sea. Yet now, it bowed its mountain-sized head before Carlos with the obedience of the most docile pet. Carlos slowly stood atop the colossal creature's head, issuing his sole command in a tone devoid of emotion. Go. East. At your fastest speed. Roar. The colossal deep-sea beast unleashed a roar of excitement powerful enough to trigger a tsunami. Its countless massive tentacles lashed out violently, instantly tearing the ocean surface apart. This millennia slumbering ruler of the deep transformed into a living warship larger and swifter than the Federation's most advanced aircraft carrier and charged toward the Longsha Federation at unparalleled velocity. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from the Devil's Sea, on the high seas, the Holy Light Church's 7th Patrol Fleet, flying banners of holy light and swords, suddenly experienced a wild, unprovoked spinning of their Holy Judgment Compass, a device specifically designed to detect high concentrations of corrupted holy light in the aura of the abyss. The needle locked onto the Devil's Sea. The sacred crystal, indicating danger levels, instantly leapt from the deep purple, signifying bishop-level threat, to an unprecedented pitch black. Alert! Alert! Detected an unidentifiable, extremely dangerous reaction of corrupted holy light. Energy level incalculable. Repeat. Energy level incalculable. The shrill alarm pierced the entire fleet. The commander stared at the ominous black crystal, his forehead instantly breaking out in cold sweat. He suddenly recalled the top-secret bulletin about the pseudo-Saint Lu Yang of the Apocalypse Academy, transmitted from the Vatican headquarters 3 days prior. Damn it! Could it be? Another pseudo-saint had descended? Within the heavily fortified server room, red alarm lights flashed frantically in silence. Dozens of the Federation's top cybersecurity experts worked frantically, sweat pouring down their brows as their fingers danced across keyboards at blinding speeds. Unstoppable. The attack defied all logic. He's not attacking. He's parsing. He's reconstructing our firewall at the level of fundamental principles. My God, this is the data god. Just as they were about to be overwhelmed by that terrifying torrent of data, all attacks abruptly ceased. The room fell back into deathly silence. It's over, a young specialist asked, trembling. The gray-haired chief engineer stared at the mocking line of code on the screen, his face etched with despair. He didn't leave, he entered. He has become the new god of this system. Meanwhile, inside a makeshift data fortress converted from an abandoned subway car, Machine Heart reclined leisurely in a modified seat, its crimson electronic eye calmly observing the display screen before it, which revealed all of Tianyao Group's core secrets. His mechanical claw tapped the final enter key. Command, format all servers and activate the Ghost Self-Destruct Protocol. Mission complete. Location, Tianyao Group Headquarters, Top Floor Archives. Swish. A crimson figure ghosted through the top-tier security system, a web of infrared sensors, pressure detectors, and mana scanners. It was Scarlet. Her earpiece crackled with Machine Heart's emotionless synthetic voice, security systems deactivated for 30 seconds. Move fast, boss. Shut up, Tin Can, Scarlet snorted coldly, her form darting through the archives like a black cat, her target clear, the original paper arms smuggling contract that could bring eternal ruin upon the Wang family. She found it and slipped it silently into her coat. Just as she prepared to leave, several alarm shouts erupted outside the door. It was the 3 elite Wang family guards responsible for transporting the contract. Scarlet's eyes instantly turned icy, but she didn't move. Because a third voice came through her earpiece from Bladeless. Leave it to me. Location, Tianyao Group Headquarters Building, alley below. 3 elite guards, radiating fierce presence, cautiously escorted a safe secured with triple code locks. The alley was eerily quiet. Careful. The lead guard's warning trailed off. Because a wraith-like figure, completely bound in bandages, appeared before them without warning. Splat. A faint sound of flesh tearing. The lead guard looked down, staring in disbelief at the gaping hole that had suddenly appeared in his chest. His consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. The remaining 2 guards didn't even have time to draw their weapons before witnessing the final sight of their lives. The bandaged figure hadn't even drawn a blade. He merely raised his left hand, still clutching the broken blade, and with a gentle flick, directed it toward them. 2 invisible blades, filled with boundless resentment, flashed past. Thud. Thud. 2 headless corpses slumped to the ground. Bladeless never once glanced at them. He merely picked up the safe, turned, and vanished like a drop of ink merging into the darkness at the end of the alley. The next day, news spread throughout Central City's financial circles that Tianyao Group's stock had plummeted 90% overnight, leaving the company on the brink of bankruptcy. Simultaneously, an encrypted email containing all incriminating evidence against Tianyao Group and the Wang family behind it was sent to the secret mailboxes of the Longsha Federation's Tax Supervision Department, Commercial Crime Investigation Division, and Supreme Military Court. Within the Federation's covert division, at a temporary residence, Lu Yang calmly studied the three terse reports simultaneously transmitted by Mechanical Heart, Crimson, and Bladeless on his terminal. Network secured. Target acquired. Obstacles eliminated. He smiled faintly. He knew that starting tonight, his eye, the one called Abyssal Eye, had successfully opened. Chapter 165, Shadow Minister. The Hive, headquarters of the Federation's covert division. Intelligence Hub, Data Throne. Shadow watched silently as the massive holographic screen before him played out like a multi-threaded espionage film, a silent war unfolding in real time within Central City. A hacker with a mechanical torso moved through systems as if unseen, tampering with an entire corporation's data. An agile female assassin slipped into a skyscraper like a specter, retrieving a top-secret document. A bandaged monster reaped 3 lives silently, like the Grim Reaper. All intelligence converged on one figure, the youth Lu Yang, whom he had just classified as A-S grade. Interesting. A cryptic curve lifted at the corner of Shadow's mouth, hidden in the shadows. Beside him, a subordinate equally cloaked in shadow reported respectfully in a low voice, "Director, the target's private organization, Abyss Eye, has confirmed completion of its first mission. The target, Tianyao Group, has filed for bankruptcy protection. The Wang family behind it has been formally investigated by the Federal Security Bureau. The entire operation took 1 hour and 27 minutes. Clean, precise, efficient." The subordinate paused, tentatively asking, "Minister, should we intervene or issue a warning to this Eye of the Abyss?" Warning? The shadow let out a soft chuckle, as if amused by some amusing joke. "Not necessary." He gazed at Lu Yang's composed face on the screen and spoke slowly. "A fledgling eagle just out of its shell must first learn to hunt for itself. These little mice he's recruited may not be fit for the stage, but as his initial minions, they're rather entertaining. At the very least, they prove his eye for talent." The subordinate said no more, merely bowing his head with heightened reverence. Shadow's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne, once, then again, with a rhythm that exuded complete mastery. His abilities, temperament, methods, and even that ambition refusing to be a mere pawn, yearning to enter the game himself, all exceeded our expectations. Watching Lu Yang's retreating figure approach the cafe on the screen, he finally confirmed, the S rating was spot on. A blade so sharp it could sever anything. If it couldn't be harnessed for the Federation, it would be a tremendous waste. He shut off the screen, plunging the entire intelligence hub into absolute darkness and silence. Shadow rose slowly from the data throne and issued an unquestionable command to the shadow beside him. "Notify Nightingale. Accelerate the recruitment process. All those tedious trial phases can be cancelled." His voice echoed in the darkness, tinged with the anticipation of a chess master about to behold his most prized piece. "Bring him directly to me. Enter the core dialogue phase. I can hardly wait to see this interesting little fellow who dares to gaze into the abyss. Youngster who dares to stare into the abyss." The elevator stopped. The heavy cabinet door, crafted from an unidentified silvery white metal, slid open silently. A blast of cold air hit him, carrying the scent of ozone mixed with unknown energy particles. Lu Yang instinctively squinted. When his vision refocused, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience and exposure to grand spectacles, he was utterly stunned by the immense grandeur before him. Before him stretched a vertical cylindrical underground space so immense it defied visual measurement, its depths unfathomable. At its center lay an endless void, while the walls were densely packed with thousands upon thousands of massive hexagonal metal chambers, each pulsing with multicolored light. These chambers stacked layer upon layer in a staggered, intricate pattern, resembling a beehive magnified 1,000,000,000 times over. Countless blue energy beams crisscrossed between the cells, weaving a complex yet orderly energy network. Uniformly clad ANBU operatives in black suits processed vast global intelligence streams with expressionless faces within their respective cells. Bizarrely shaped robotic arms and drones darted silently through the vast space at breakneck speeds. Grand. Efficient. Cold. Orderly. This place resembled a colossal war machine, composed of countless precise, emotionless components. This was the true heart of the entire Longsha Federation. Feel it? Zero slightly languid consciousness echoed in Lu Yang's mind, clearly stirred by the atmosphere here. Every single person here, Lu Yang responded with his psychic energy, is like an emotionless machine. No, Ling's voice carried a hint of gravity. They possess emotions, but their individual wills have been subsumed and assimilated by a greater, unified consciousness. Moreover, several auras here make me deeply uneasy. Lu Yang nodded. He sensed it too. The instant he stepped out of the elevator, his maxed-out abyssal vision detected powerful, veiled gazes probing from the dark, sealed chambers of this colossal hive, chambers bound by peculiar laws across its various tiers. The intensity of each gaze's owner was no less formidable than and in fact far surpassed that of the abyssal Bishop Memphis encountered earlier. Holy crap! A tidal wave of shock surged through Lu Yang's mind. Just how many ancient monsters of Mephisto's caliber were locked away in this godforsaken place? He finally grasped the terrifying truth: the organization known as the Dark Division possessed foundations in power 10,000 times more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Let's go. Nightingale's emotionless voice snapped Liu Yang out of his shock. She led Liu Yang to the edge of the hive, where they stepped onto an internal orbital elevator. Entirely constructed of transparent crystal, it ascended through the void along an invisible track. As the elevator ascended, Liu Yang caught glimpses of more of the hive's hidden depths. Within a colossal chamber, he saw a void devourer imprisoned, a creature he'd only ever encountered in the Federation's S-class hazardous alien species compendium. He witnessed another beehive-like chamber where a group of Yin-Nantian figures clad in white lab coats were gathered around the sacred remains of an angel, conducting some forbidden dissection experiment. He witnessed far too many secrets, enough to drive any external power mad. Finally, the orbital elevator ascended past all the hives, halting at the very apex of this immense vertical space. There, no hive chambers existed, only a single, immense chamber constructed entirely of pure black obsidian. At the chamber's entrance stood two guards wearing blank masks. Nightingale halted, bowing slightly before the thick black door that blocked all detection. She then stepped aside, gesturing to Liu Yang to proceed. For the first time, her voice carried a hint of genuine reverence. Minister of Shadows awaits you inside. Chapter 166, Recruiting. Nightingale vanished after speaking, leaving Liu Yang alone before the massive, cold, and imposing door crafted from pure black obsidian. Liu Yang took a deep breath. He knew that beyond this door lay one of the pinnacles of federal power, the final interviewer who would decide his future fate. He straightened his collar, reached out, and gently pushed the door open. The expected office filled with the imposing, oppressive aura of metallic tech did not appear. Instead, Liu Yang found himself in an elegant study brimming with classical charm. Soft starlight spilled down from a simulated celestial map on the dome ceiling. Warm rosewood bookshelves exuded a faint woody fragrance, while the air was permeated with the calming scent of sandalwood. Behind the tea table, carved from a single block of white marble at the study center, a middle-aged man dressed in the simplest white cotton linen shirt sat with his head bowed, leisurely brewing tea using an antique purple clay teapot set. He was the supreme commander of the Federation's covert division, Shadow? A flicker of surprise crossed Liu Yang's mind. This was nothing like he had imagined. You're here? The middle-aged man didn't look up, merely speaking in a gentle voice, sit. His voice was ordinary, devoid of authority or pressure. Yet Liu Yang sensed an unfathomable depth emanating from him, a presence more terrifying than the combined might of all the powerful auras he had encountered within the hive. Liu Yang approached silently and sat down across from the tea table. Try it. Shadow gently pushed a cup of tea toward Liu Yang, clear, fragrant, and steaming hot. Liu Yang didn't drink it immediately. Under the abyss vision, he could clearly see that this cup of tea was pure, so pure it didn't even carry a single ripple of energy. It was just an ordinary cup of tea. And that, precisely, was what made it extraordinary. Shadow seemed unconcerned. He poured himself a cup and began chatting with Liu Yang. From Blackstone Cities or production to the history of the Apocalypse Academy Library, from the new dessert shop in Central City to the exotic cultures along the borderlands. His knowledge was as vast as the ocean, his tone as gentle as a teacher's. He asked nothing about the Ninth Secret Realm, the Abyssal Pact, or Zero. He was simply using this most peaceful method to gradually dismantle the thick defenses Liu Yang had long erected around his heart. Liu Yang listened calmly, occasionally offering a brief response. He knew that beneath this seemingly tranquil conversation lay turbulent currents. This was a silent contest of patience and composure. After an unknown span of time, as the tea had been passed 3 times and the sandalwood incense neared its end, the Shadow finally set down his teacup. He lifted his head, and for the first time, those ordinarily gentle eyes fixed intently on Liu Yang. Then, abruptly shifting the conversation, he posed a question seemingly casual yet piercing to the very core of the soul. Liu Yang, what were you thinking the moment you killed Morpheus with your own hands in the secret realm? Here it comes. The real test has arrived. A warning bell instantly rang in Liu Yang's heart. He knew the seemingly simple question was the deadliest trap. His answer would directly determine how this man before him and the entire Federation behind him would ultimately define him. Was it greed for power? A sense of justice? Or the simple thrill of revenge? Any answer would expose some desire within him, and any desire meant a weakness that could be exploited. Liu Yang fell silent. His mind raced at an unprecedented speed. The Shadow offered no prompting, merely watching him quietly, a hint of amusement playing on his lips like the most skilled hunter, waiting for his prey to leap into the trap of its own accord. After a long moment, Liu Yang slowly raised his head. His face showed no trace of panic. He looked at the Shadow, but instead of answering directly, he countered with a question. Minister, I ask you this, when an ordinary person raises a slaughtering blade to protect the most important person in their life, what else could they possibly feel in that moment besides rage? Boom! This counter-question struck like an invisible thunderbolt, exploding across the Shadow's once still heart like a thunderclap. The smile on his face froze instantly. For the first time, a dazzling light, a mixture of shock and admiration, flared deep within those gentle eyes. He stared at the youth before him, a youth who, with a single elegant counter-question, had not only perfectly sidestepped every trap but also cloaked all his actions in the sacred mantle of protection. A long, long time passed. Shadow suddenly burst into a hearty, utterly exhilarating laugh. Ha! Excellent! What an extraordinary ordinary person! What a guardian! He stood up, walked over to Liu Yang, and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. He knew all further probing was unnecessary. This young man before him was smarter, more perceptive, and more fascinating than he had ever imagined. Ha! Ingzi's hearty laughter echoed through the elegant study. Returning to the tea table, he poured Liu Yang another cup of tea, now slightly cooled. Good. Very good. He looked at Liu Yang, his admiration almost unmasked. Since you're an ordinary person, let's discuss matters befitting an ordinary person. I'm not one for beating around the bush. His smile faded, his expression turning genuinely serious for the first time. The atmosphere in the study instantly shifted from casual conversation to a formal, oppressive high-stakes negotiation. Liu Yang. The shadow spoke slowly, his tone no longer gentle but imbued with the unquestionable authority of the Federation's highest governing body. I, representing the Federation, formally extend an invitation to you. Join the Shadow Division. Become one of us. He looked at Liu Yang, presenting the first, most tempting offer. First, resources. The moment you accept, you gain S-Class, access to the highest level resource allocations. This means every top-tier cultivation technique, cutting-edge weapon, and rare natural treasure within the Federation, all those not available to outsiders. He curved his lips into a smile maddening enough to drive anyone wild. Whatever you desire, whatever the Federation possesses, you may have it unconditionally. Liu Yang's pupils contracted imperceptibly. He understood this meant he would instantly leap across a wealth chasm that countless others would spend lifetimes trying to bridge. Second, intelligence. The Shadow presented a second equally enticing offer, level 3 access to the Dark Sector's database. What this privilege entailed, he understood all too well. Liu Yang's heart leapt again. He knew all too well. Level 3 access was practically equivalent to that of the Federation speaker, granting him insight into 90% of the world's secrets. Including more information about that ancient text, the Fallen Heaven Chronicles, locked away in the deepest depths of the abyss. Third. Shadow observed the subtle shift in Liu Yang's gaze and smiled with satisfaction before offering the final, most lethal temptation, protection. I know you face threats from multiple fronts. The Abyss Secret Society will never rest after Morpheus's death. The Holy Light Church has already classified you as a top-tier heresy suspect after the miracle you displayed in the tribunal. He paused, his voice brimming with absolute confidence, but with your consent, starting today, these troubles will no longer be yours alone, they will become the Federation's burden. We will ensure your absolute safety on Federation soil. Chapter 167, Special Operations Unit. Resources. Intelligence. Sanctuary. Each condition was an irresistible temptation, striking precisely at the points Liu Yang needed and craved most. Shadow was certain no young man in this world, as powerless and unconnected as Liu Yang, could refuse such overwhelming generosity. He slowly lifted his teacup, having displayed all the sweet carrots, before nonchalantly producing the big stick he'd prepared long ago. Blowing gently at the floating tea leaves, his tone remained as flat as if discussing the most mundane matter. In return, you must demonstrate your sincerity. That private organization you've been building lately, the one called the Eye of the Abyss, is quite intriguing. Liu Yang's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. He knew the real deal was about to begin. For easier management and to prove your loyalty to the Federation, Shadow lifted his eyes after you joined the Dark Division. In a tone that brooked no argument, he declared, this organization needs to be restructured. Officially, it will become a Special Operations Unit under the Dark Division, codenamed Ouroboros, with you remaining as its leader. But he set down his teacup and flashed a kindly, fox-like smile. Any major operation undertaken by the unit must be reported to the Dark Division and subject to its oversight. This condition is the strongest collar forged by the will of the Federation. It meant Liu Yang would utterly lose absolute control over his own forces. He would transform from an independent king poised to rise from the shadows into a general who, though commanding formidable troops, would be constrained at every turn. My terms are clear. Shadow smiled at Liu Yang, leaving the final choice to him. Now, tell me your choice, Liu Yang. Will you accept the Federation's goodwill and join our ranks? Or do you wish to continue as a private organization, facing all the world's hostility alone? The air in the study seemed to freeze solid. Shadow's seemingly simple binary choice felt like two insurmountable mountains crushing down upon Liu Yang's shoulders. Acceptance meant donning a collar, becoming someone's puppet. Refusal meant declaring war on the entire Federation, facing the world's storms alone with his fledgling Abyssal Eye. It seemed that no matter which path he chose, it was a dead end. Yet Liu Yang smiled. He looked at the man before him, the supreme commander of the Federation's covert operations, who believed he held absolute control, and slowly shook his head. Minister, he began, his voice eerily calm, I believe there may be a slight misunderstanding between us. Oh? Shadow's eyebrow arched slightly. I, and my people, are more than willing to serve the Federation. Lu Yang first clarified his position, offering the other a way out. This much was undeniable. But then his tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. The reorganization plan you mentioned earlier. I'm afraid it's somewhat problematic. Inappropriate? A dangerous glint flashed in Shadow's eyes. Yes, unsound. Lu Yang met his gaze without flinching. Minister, what sort of people are my men? I imagine, with the intelligence capabilities of the Dark Division, you should know better than I. They are madmen, monsters, obsessives, the refuse cast out by the entire world. He rose to his feet and walked slowly to the bookshelf, casually picking up a volume of the history of the Longsha Federation Wars. They believe in only two things. Lu Yang turned to face the shadows. First, absolute power that could lead them to hope. Second, a stage that could grant them sufficient respect and freedom. They recognized only me, not because of my strength, but because I alone could offer them both. He gently placed the thick volume of military history back on the shelf. If you try to force them into the ANBU's rigid, standardized rules, Lu Yang's lips curved into a meaningful smile, it will likely backfire. What you'll get isn't a pack of hounds that will bite through an enemy's throat for you, but a pack of mad dogs that will turn and bite their master. The shadow fell silent. For the first time, his gentle eyes grew profoundly deep. Staring at this young man before him, clear-headed, neither servile nor arrogant, even analyzing the pros and cons for him, a storm of emotion surged within his heart. Lu Yang gave him little time to ponder, smoothly presenting the solution he had long prepared. Therefore, Minister, I have a modest proposal. The Abyss can nominally be integrated into the Dark Division, becoming a new, unofficial 13th Department, the 13th Division beyond the 12 regular ones accountable solely to you personally. I would serve as its chief. All personnel appointments, training protocols, and daily operations within the division would fall under my exclusive authority, with the Dark Division exercising no interference whatsoever. Only when undertaking S-rank or higher missions personally assigned by you would I provide detailed mission briefings. This proposal, word for word, functions like a precision scalpel perfectly positioned at the very edge of the Shadow Division's acceptable boundaries. It grants the underworld maximum face nominally, I am your subordinate. Yet it secures maximum substance for myself in reality, you won't be able to interfere with my people or my actions. This is blatant defiance, obeying orders, but not announcements. Shadow stared at Lu Yang, this youth who dared to bargain before him, his silence stretching so long the air itself seemed to solidify. Finally, he erupted once more into that hearty, booming laughter. Excellent. Excellent, Section 13. Excellent indeed, obeying orders but not declarations. He pointed at Lu Yang, laughing until tears nearly streamed down his face. You sly little fox. Not only do you want my provisions and protection, but you also refuse to relinquish your military authority. How amusing. Absolutely delightful. He sat back down, poured himself a cup of tea, and downed it in one gulp. Then, he looked at Lu Yang, his eyes brimming with unprecedented admiration and expectation. Very well. I approve. His decision was final. From this day forward, you, Lu Yang, shall be the unprecedented first section chief of the 13th Division within the Federation's Secret Service. All your benefits shall continue to be executed according to grade standards. But a sly, fox-like gleam flashed in his eyes. You, the non-commissioned general living off the Dark Division's payroll, will have to prove the value of Section 13 to me and to the entire Dark Division, won't you? With a sufficiently substantial trial of loyalty. Chapter 168, Encrypted Files. A blood oath? A confident curve lifted the corners of Lu Yang's mouth. Fine. I accept. Ha! Shadow nodded approvingly, then lightly tapped the air before him. An encrypted file marked, a 13 top secret, instantly projected before Lu Yang. On the file cover, two startling crimson characters stood out starkly. The song? This is your first mission for Section 13. Shadow's voice resumed its gentle tone, as if discussing a trivial matter unrelated to himself. It's also a small test of your abilities. Lu Yang skimmed through the file contents, his brow furrowing deeper with each line. Incident, serial disappearances in the western outskirts of Central City. Timeframe, within the past month. Victims, 137 confirmed, including 31 low-tier beastmasters and 3 senior field agents from the Dark Division. Common feature, all missing persons repeatedly mentioned hearing an incredibly beautiful song within the 3 days preceding their disappearance. Investigation findings, the Dark Division dispatched 3 separate teams totaling 9 elite agents to investigate, all of whom subsequently lost contact. No signs of struggle were found at the scenes, nor were any analyzable energy fluctuations detected. The missing individuals seemed to have been erased from existence. Reading this, Lu Yang's heart grew heavy. An adversary capable of making Shinobi Division's elite agents vanish without a trace was far more formidable than he had imagined. Preliminary assessment, Shadow's voice sounded, slow and detached, as if engaged in an academic discussion, indicates an extremely rare high-tier psychic type demon capable of intense mental assault and perfect erasure of its own existence. We cannot even confirm its species or form. Sending any number of our regular Dark Division squads on this mission would be nothing but suicide. The losses would be too great, the cost too high. He looked at Lu Yang, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. But for you and your team of specialized talents with unique abilities, it might be just the thing. This statement reeked of backhanded compliments. It flattered you and your team for your exceptional abilities while conveniently offloading a hot potato even the Dark Division couldn't handle. What a cunningly devious scheme. Lu Yang sneered inwardly, but he knew this wasn't over. Sure enough, Shadow seemed to suddenly recall something, uttering an "oh" before adding in an even more casual tone, "Right, I almost forgot to mention. The Holy Light Church's newly appointed Holy Maiden, Angelia, said to possess the purest soul of Holy Light, has apparently shown great interest in the singing phenomenon in Central City lately. Word is she's already submitted a request to the Federation to assist with the investigation." So the Shadow looked at Lu Yang, flashing a more benevolent smile even tinged with a hint of concern as he advised, "When you take action, try your best not to cause any misunderstandings with the Church's people." This was the most vicious killing move. This mission not only pitted him against an unknown and formidable foe, but more crucially, it would inevitably lead to a direct confrontation with the Holy Light Church, which had long been eyeing him with suspicion. That old fox, Shadow. He not only tests Lu Yang's hard skills in handling supernatural incidents but also his soft skills in navigating the power dynamics between the Federation and the Holy Light Church, two colossal entities. Moreover, he intends to use this opportunity to gauge whether Lu Yang stands as an enemy or an ally to the Holy Light Church. Killing three birds with one stone. What a cunning plan. Lu Yang now fully grasped just how hot the seat of Section 13 chief was. He also saw through the seemingly mild-mannered middle-aged man before him, realizing the depth of his scheming. What he had accepted was not merely a mission, but a pledge of loyalty laden with traps and trials. Success would finally cement his standing within the covert division. Fail, and he would likely face an even more ruthless purge within the organization. Yet Lu Yang hesitated not a moment. He met the Shadow's eyes, brimming with amusement, and slowly reached out to take the encrypted file, that hot potato. Then, meeting the Shadow's gaze, he returned the smile, confident, even tinged with a hint of defiance. "No problem. This pledge of loyalty. I accept." He knew this was both a test and a warning shot. But at the same time, it was his best chance to truly show the Dark Division and the entire Federation the fangs of the Abyssal Eye. When Lu Yang returned to the abandoned opera house carrying the top-secret file containing the Soul, Machine Heart, Crimson, and Bladeless, all detected an unusual gravity in his expression. "Looks like our first job won't be easy," Crimson murmured, leaning against the wall as she polished her scarlet dagger. Lu Yang tossed the file onto the table without comment. The trio immediately gathered around. After reading the report, even these monsters, accustomed to death and the bizarre, couldn't help but wear solemn expressions. Psychic assault. Perfectly erased traces. Machine Heart's electronic eye flashed a dangerous red light. The opponent is highly professional. They might not even be from our dimension. And, Scarlet added, her voice as cold as ice, they're poaching business from the Holy Light Church's saint. This looked every bit like a suicide mission, Bladeless remarked hoarsely, his assessment cutting straight to the heart. All three pairs of eyes instantly refocused on Lu Yang, eager to see how this new leader would respond to such a hostile and calculated show of force. Yet Lu Yang's response once again defied all expectations. He smiled. He smiled brightly, like a lucky soul who just stumbled upon a jackpot lottery ticket by the roadside. A suicide mission? Lu Yang looked at the three faces, heavy with doubt, and shook his head. No, no, no. His eyes flashed with the cunning gleam of an old fox. This wasn't a suicide mission at all. This was clearly a grand opening gift sent to us, the Abyss Eye, by our Shadow Minister, by the entire Federation. Seeing their continued confusion, Lu Yang slowly rose to his feet. With a voice full of seductive charm, like that of a devil, he began his pre-battle mobilization. The Shadow Minister wants to test us, wear us down, even use us as pawns. That much is true. But he has also given us the most crucial thing. Lu Yang's lips curled into a mischievous grin. That thing is legitimacy. A righteous justification that allows us to mobilize resources not rightfully ours under the guise of official duty. Chapter 169, The Blade Master. He slammed his fist on the table, his voice swelling with fervor. Mechanical Heart. Present. I, as Chief of Section 13 of the Federation's Secret Division, command you. Immediately access the Secret Division's logistics system. All single soldier combat gear below S-class, energy shields, psychic defense devices, alchemical potions, whatever we can use, request 100 units of each immediately. The justification is this: to counter unknown high-tier psychic-type monsters and the ever-looming threat of armed conflict with the Holy Light Church, we must prepare with the utmost thoroughness. Machine Heart's electronic eyes lit up instantly. He understood. This was fleecing the Federation. Scarlet. Bladeless. I command you, in my capacity as Chief of Section 13 of the Federation's Covert Division. Immediately utilize the underground network provided by Chen Duo to recruit a group of clean-cut, reliable operatives who are desperate for cash. Tell them Dawn Consulting has landed a major contract. If they sign a temporary confidentiality agreement, we'll provide all their equipment free of charge. Upon mission completion, they'll receive a massive commission enough to secure their financial future for the rest of their lives. A flash of excitement ignited simultaneously in the eyes of Scarlet and Blade. They understood. This new boss wasn't just fleecing the Federation, he was using their money to recruit and expand his own forces. Remember this. Liu Yang looked at his 3 founding members, now fully on board, and smiled with satisfaction. If the Dark Division wants to see our worth, we'll show them our worth. For this operation, all expenses and combat losses will be reimbursed by the Federation. Everyone, upgrade your gear to the best. The most expensive. The most advanced. Liu Yang spread his arms wide, like a mad dramatist about to take the stage. We'll deploy the most extravagant force. To fight the most spectacular battle. Within a single day, a brand new Abyssal task force was formed, led by 3 core members and comprising 20 elite peripheral operatives. Each member donned the top-tier black-scale combat suits supplied by the Dark Division's logistics, armed with the latest energy weapons personally modified by Yin Antian, and their belts bulged with various potent, expensive alchemical potions. The excellence of their equipment and the grandeur of their lineup were unmatched. Even the Federation's elite special forces could not rival them. Liu Yang stood atop the high ground, reviewing his newly revitalized force. He knew that his move, playing along with the scheme, using a shell company to lay eggs, and organizing a team-building event on the public payroll, had successfully executed the most perfect first step. Next, his gaze turned toward the shadowy district in Central City's west sector, shrouded in that airy song. It was time to meet the grand gift that had delivered itself right to his doorstep on the very day his abyssal eye opened. Central City, western outskirts. The Moonlight Opera House, long forgotten by the world, stood like a silent tombstone, still and shadowy. For nearly a month, it had become the nightmare of all nearby residents. For whenever midnight fell, an incredibly beautiful yet utterly eerie song would drift out from this abandoned theater. Those who heard the song would mysteriously vanish within 3 days. Tonight, this deadly aria would welcome its final listener. Operation commences. Liu Yang's calm voice transmitted clearly through the encrypted channel to every team member's earpiece. 20 outer members, like well-trained hounds, swiftly sealed off all exits to the opera house. Meanwhile, Liu Yang led the 3 core members, Mechanical Heart, Crimson, and Bladeless, as they slipped into the opera house's grand hall like ghosts. Wah! The moment they stepped into the hall, the legendary song erupted without warning. It brimmed with magic, seeming to stir the deepest desires within your soul, compelling you to willingly embrace death, a death called bliss. Several peripheral members instantly wore expressions of rapture, their steps growing unsteady. Humph! Liu Yang snorted coldly. Trivial tricks. He snapped his fingers. Machine Heart. Received. A red light flashed in the electronic eye of Machine Heart. An invisible wave of mental noise, chaotic and disorderly yet precisely calculated, instantly flooded the entire operational area through a special frequency. That hypnotic demonic melody, potent enough to ensnare even legendary tier powerhouses, had its effect diminished by over 90% under this crude, brutal noise interference. All team members instantly snapped back to clarity. When they looked at Liu Yang again, their eyes brimmed with awe. Scarlet. Liu Yang's voice rang out once more. Here. The song is disrupting our senses. Find its true form. A mere trifle. Scarlet's lips curved into a confident smirk as her figure instantly vanished into the shadows. Minutes later, her voice crackled over the calms. Found it. On the main stage, 3rd floor. That thing created countless illusions, but her true form is behind the piano right at the center of the stage. Well done. Liu Yang praised, Bladeless. The bandaged figure, silent until now, slowly raised its head. There's an energy shield on the stage. Liu Yang's voice turned icy. Tear it open. Spare her? Bladeless asked hoarsely. Spare her. Understood. Bladeless moved. He didn't take the stairs. Instead, like a gecko, he silently traversed the walls and ceiling, moving with an unnatural, anti-physics stride as he swiftly infiltrated the main stage on the 3rd floor. On the main stage, a stunningly beautiful singer in a white gown sat at the piano, playing and softly singing. Seductive Siren Lord class psionic. She seemed utterly oblivious to the approaching danger. Suddenly, a figure wrapped entirely in bandages leapt down from the shadows above her head without warning. It was Bladeless. What? The enchantress gasped in shock. She never imagined anyone could ignore her song and illusions to locate her true form. With a shrill scream, an impenetrable shield of psychic energy instantly enveloped her entire body. Yet, Bladeless merely raised the bandaged, broken blade in his embrace and gently swung it toward the shield. No blade flash, no energy ripple, only a wail that seemed to pierce the very soul, echoing from the depths of hell itself. Buzz. Countless invisible blades of resentment flashed across the broken blade. Crack. The mental shield, strong enough to withstand a full power strike from a legendary tier powerhouse, shattered instantly like glass struck by a sledgehammer, cracking and exploding into fragments. Chapter 170, The Abandoned Opera House. Put. The enchanting succubus coughed up a mouthful of blood laced with spiritual energy, her eyes wide with disbelieving terror. Who was this monstrous being? How could his blade directly wound a soul? Just as she prepared to unleash a suicidal forbidden technique, a calm voice sounded behind her. My turn. It was Liu Yang. He had appeared behind her without her noticing. Abyssal Touch, Divine Binding Lock. Countless black chains, flashing with purple runes, erupted from Liu Yang's back, instantly binding the self-destructing enchantress into a motionless bundle. Mission objective captured. Watching the enchantress struggle frantically inside the oversized containment box, Liu Yang calmly issued his final command over the communication channel, stand down. Half an hour later, a flawless mission report, accompanied by the tightly bound specimen, was submitted to the Dark Division's Operations Center. In the report, Liu Yang attributed the operation's success entirely to the Dark Division's superior equipment and mentor Yin Anshan's calming heart talisman, making no mention whatsoever of the 3 core members of Eye of the Abyss and their god-tier abilities. Even the Shadow Minister, deep within the hive's inner sanctum, couldn't help but let out an ambiguous chuckle after reading this logically sound, modestly worded report. That sly little fox. Just 5 minutes after Liu Yang led his Abyssal team to silently withdraw from the Moonlight Opera House, another squad arrived at the entrance of the abandoned theater. Clad in sacred silver white knights' heavy armor and wielding cross-shaped longswords, the demon hunter knights advanced slowly. At their head stood a figure veiled in pure silver, its face concealed, yet its posture radiated a sanctity akin to the moon goddess herself. Hive, Minister's Office. Shadow silently studied the flawless operational report submitted by Liu Yang on the light screen. Every word overflowed with praise for the brilliant leadership and superior equipment of the Dark Division, skillfully repackaging what should have been a solo achievement by Section 13 into a team effort that only succeeded by the skin of its teeth thanks to the Dark Division's massive support. Watertight. Seamless. Even the equipment damage and compensation claims for over 100 peripheral personnel were documented with impeccable logic, leaving no room for criticism. Ha! Shadow stared at the report for a long time before letting out a low, ambiguous chuckle. From the shadows behind him, Nightingale's figure emerged silently. Minister, her voice carried a hint of admiration she hadn't even noticed herself, this little one is more unruly than we imagined. No. Shadow shook his head, closing the report. This isn't disobedience. He turned to gaze at the false starry sky formed by data streams outside the window and spoke slowly. He isn't merely a blade thirsting for blood. He aspires to be the hand that wields the blade. Nightingale fell silent. She knew that within the Dark Division, only one type of person was worthy of being called a hand, a top-tier strategist like Shadow Minister himself, capable of independently commanding an entire division and even influencing the strategic landscape of the entire Federation. A teenager barely 18? Nightingale's voice brimmed with disbelief. Age has never been the measure of a player's skill. Shadow replied calmly, he's clever, knows how to exploit every rule to maximize his gains. He's also bold enough to pull this shell borrowing, public funds for private gains trick right under my nose. Crucially, a genuine spark of approval flashed in Shadow's eyes. He succeeded. And he did it flawlessly, so flawlessly that even knowing he's taken an enormous advantage, you can't find a single pretext to reprimand him. Should we issue him a warning? Nightingale asked. Or simply cut the resources he requested that far exceed the norm? Warn him? Shadow chuckled, shaking his head. That would be too amateurish. Besides, it would make him underestimate our Shadow Division's strategic vision. As a chess player, when your opponent makes a brilliant move, your response isn't to overturn the board, it's to counter with an even more brilliant one. He settled back into the data throne, his voice as still as an ancient well as he issued a series of seemingly unrelated, yet each deadly, commands. Transmit my orders. First, downgrade the monthly allocation standard for conventional resources of Section 13 from S level to C level. Justification: most department members are non-regular personnel and thus ineligible for the highest tier of conventional benefits. Second, temporarily freeze Section Chief Liu Yang's Level 3 intelligence access privileges. Justification: given the subject's exceptional nature, the Heaven's Eye system requires a 3-month re-evaluation of his loyalty at the highest security level. Third, a sly smile curled at the corner of Shadow's lips as he revoked all logistical resource preferences for Section 13. All acquisition methods for advanced equipment and rare materials were to be converted to a merit point exchange system. This series of maneuvers flowed seamlessly, killing without spilling blood. Each action was justified with sound reasoning, cloaked in noble principles, fully compliant with the highest tenets of the Dark Division. Yet every measure functioned like the sharpest surgical blade, striking viciously at the throat of Liu Yang and the development of his Abyssal Eye. He could no longer easily fleece the system. Want his organization to keep growing? Fine. Then dutifully undertake more, harder, and more dangerous missions for the Dark Division. Trade your life for those pitiful merit points. Tell him the Shadow has issued Nightingale's final directive. Want more? Earn it with greater achievements. The Shadow Division keeps no idle hands. He paused, adding a meaningful remark. And we certainly don't keep those with too many ideas of their own. Half an hour later, at the abandoned opera house, Liu Yang stared at the latest supplementary regulations on resource and access management for Section 13, synchronized from the ANBU internal network via mechanical heart. His expression instantly turned grave. He knew the Shadow's counterattack had arrived. This silent battle against the nation's most formidable apparatus of violence and information had officially entered its second round. Abandoned Opera House, temporary headquarters. The atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife. Machine Heart, Crimson, and Bladeless, three monsters who had only just begun to feel a shred of belonging toward the new organization, now wore expressions of utter grimness. Resource allocation downgraded to Class C. Intelligence access temporarily frozen. All premium supplies converted to merit-based exchange. Chapter 171, Title Monitoring Mode. Machine Heart recited the supplementary regulations synchronized from the Dark Division's internal network in his emotionless synthetic voice, enunciating each word deliberately. Every sentence felt like a heavy hammer striking the lifeline of the fledgling organization, Abyssal. Bastards. Scarlet punched the wall, leaving a cracked dent in the sturdy surface. Those bastards think we're disposable commodities to be used at their whim. Bladeless remained silent, but the resentment emanating from the broken blade in his embrace felt colder than ever before. They all understood. This was a warning, a silent yet heavy blow from the highest authority of the Federation. Yet at the very center of it all, the true target of this maneuver, Liu Yang, remained seated calmly at the worn-out round table. His face showed no anger, no resentment, not even a hint of surprise. It seemed as though all of this had been within his expectations. He merely observed the expressions of rage and coldness on the three faces before him, then spoke slowly. Mechanical Heart, with your current technology, is it possible to retrieve what we need from the Dark Sector's database without triggering the Sky Eye system? Mechanical Heart's electronic eyes flickered briefly before he shook his head dejectedly. Impossible, leader. The Dark Sector's Hive network is the world's most impenetrable iron curtain. Not only is it monitored by the Federation's top-tier AI Sky Eye, performing billions of scans per second, but crucially, its core database is completely physically isolated from external networks. No electronic means could infiltrate it undetected. Is that so? Liu Yang heard this answer, yet a mysterious smile spread across his face. Who said we need electronic means? He rose and approached Machine Heart, that colossal data fortress composed of countless circuits and intricate components. Under the bewildered gaze of its crimson electronic eyes, he extended his right hand. Machine Heart, the physical fiber optic cable connecting you to the deepest layer of the external network. Boss, you. Don't ask. Just do it. Though puzzled, Machine Heart extended its precision mechanical claw from the depths of the data fortress, extracting a core fiber optic cable transmitting vast amounts of data, all out of trust for Liu Yang. Very good. Liu Yang glanced at the cable and smiled. Boss, this isn't scientific. Mechanical Heart, observing Liu Yang's actions, couldn't help but emit its emotionless yet utterly astonished synthetic voice. When science can't explain it, Liu Yang replied without turning his head, it's called magic. With that, he slowly infused the fragile core fiber optic cable with a stream of pure, abyssal energy perfectly controlled by his mastery. Buzz. All the data screens before Machine Heart began flashing wildly. Warning. Unknown high-dimensional energy intrusion detected. Warning. Data streams are being corrupted. Undergoing assimilation. But Liu Yang didn't stop. Closing his eyes, he recalled the forbidden technique he'd learned from Morpheus's memories, how abyss energy corrodes data streams. He carefully disguised his pure abyssal energy as the most inconspicuous, meaningless background radiation, the kind found everywhere in the vast ocean of data. Then, like the most perfect spy, he sent it silently upstream along the physical fiber optic cable. Through layer upon layer of switches. Through impenetrable physical firewalls. Ultimately infiltrating the core network of the Hive, a system theoretically impenetrable by any external force. Then, this energy, disguised as background radiation, like the tiniest activated virus, silently planted a abyssal beacon within the Hive's vast, smoke-like sea of data streams, one only Liu Yang himself could sense and activate. One undetectable by the Sky Eye surveillance system. One that transcended all electronic means. An exclusive backdoor belonging solely to Liu Yang. Done. After completing this, Liu Yang slowly withdrew his hand. His face was slightly pale. This operation, a million times more precise than any surgical procedure, had taken a tremendous toll on his current mental state. Beside him, Machine Heart stared intently at Liu Yang with its electronic eye now smoking from computational overload, like a devout believer witnessing a miracle for the first time. For the first time, its emotionless synthetic voice trembled, faltering like a dream speak. Old boss. You just did that. What exactly was that? Liu Yang glanced at Machine Heart's still smoldering electronic eye and smiled faintly. You could call it a more advanced form of prayer. Prayer? Mechanical Heart's logic circuits completely crashed. Exactly. Liu Yang patted its mechanical shoulder. When your devotion is deep enough, the gods will open a backdoor that shouldn't exist. After uttering this cryptic nonsense, Liu Yang ignored the half-mechanical hacker who was now questioning the meaning of life. He returned to his seat at the round table. All right, the backdoor is open. Now, let's see what treasures the gods have stashed away in their home. Liu Yang's gaze sharpened with intense focus. He knew the Abyss beacon was extremely well hidden, but using this backdoor for large-scale data theft would inevitably alert the heavily AI and that old fox, Shadow. Therefore, his approach would not be to steal, but to listen. Machine Heart, Liu Yang issued the command, activating Tidal Listening Mode. Treat our beacon as a passive signal receiver, capturing only all unencrypted base-level data streams flowing through that core node. Understood, Commander. Machine Heart immediately went to work. However, doing this will result in an astronomical volume of data, 99.99% of which will be meaningless garbage. I know. Liu Yang nodded. That's why we need keyword filtering. His fingers tapped lightly on the holographic interface. Filter keywords primary priority, Liu Yang, 0, Division 13, Eye of the Abyss. Filter keywords second priority, Holy Light Church, Angelia, Morningstar, Fallen Air. Filter keywords third priority, Abyssal Secret Society, Executor, Bone-Eating Maggot. Begin. Liu Yang ordered. Let us patiently play the role of deep-sea fisherman. Chapter 172, Falling into the Trap. Time ticked by. The server room fell into absolute silence, broken only by the torrent of data streaming across the main display like a surging river of stars. A night passed swiftly. They found nothing. That old fox, Shadow, had evidently subjected all core intelligence concerning Liu Yang to the highest level of physical isolation and encryption. Trying to uncover a conspiracy against him this way was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even the tireless machine known as the Mechanical Heart couldn't help but speak up. At this rate, our computational core will reach critical overload in 12 hours. Perhaps we should stop. At that very moment, Liu Yang's tightly closed eyes snapped open, a piercing gleam of sharpness flashing within. Return to that data stream. He commanded in a tone brooking no argument. Position 0314 seconds. Zoom in. Machine Heart executed the command immediately. A seemingly ordinary data stream from the Dark Division's logistics department appeared on the light screen. Assigned unit, 7th Operations Division, Night Owl Squad. Supplied items, Shadow Energy Suppression Handcuffs X10, High-Frequency Sonic Oscillators X3, Spatial Anchoring Bombs X1. Allocation time, 3 a.m. Mission level, A class. Commander, Machine Heart asked with some confusion. I've reviewed this data, nothing unusual. It's just a routine capture mission targeting shadow energy-based alien lifeforms. No. Liu Yang stared intently at the data string, shaking his head. The timing is off. 3 a.m. is the fixed rotation shift change for all regular departments within the Dark Division. Unless it's an S-level or higher emergency mission, there's absolutely no reason for supply allocation at this hour. Moreover, Liu Yang pointed at the spatial anchor bomb. This was a strategic-level weapon designed to prevent spatial-type enemies from escaping. It was completely unnecessary for dealing with a minor spirit energy-type alien. This meant... A flash of insight lit Liu Yang's eyes. This was nominally an A-class mission, but its true importance and danger far exceeded the designation. Machine Heart. Liu Yang ordered, focus all our computational power here. Dig deep. Retrieve every operational trajectory of the Night Owl Squad within the last 72 hours, along with all related logistics, personnel, and intelligence movements. The massive data stream began churning frantically once more. This time, they had a clear target. Amidst the deluge of data, they began unraveling the thread from this seemingly insignificant lead. Finally, after sacrificing the Machine Heart's computational core to overload 3 times, they successfully pieced together a complete, top-secret operational plan fragmented into countless shards and buried beneath mountains of junk information. Operation Codename, Pulling the Pin. Target, eliminate the Pan-Asian Syndicate's S-Class secret base, Moulin Rouge, concealed within Central City. Operation time, tonight, 9 p.m. Route. Personnel configuration. Core mission, seize the hidden object within the Moulin Rouge. As Liu Yang studied the top-secret plan on the light screen detailed down to each operative's breathing rhythm, a cold smile slowly curled his lips. It was the smile of a hunter who had spotted the most succulent prey. He knew his finest opportunity for retaliation had arrived. Deep within the hive, deathly silence still reigned. Yet, orchestrated by Liu Yang himself from behind the scenes, the counterattack against the Federation's covert division had already commenced. Location, overseas, anonymous server at a data transit station. Machine Heart sat within his fortress of data, a masterpiece of precision and beauty. Before him, countless streams of data representing IP addresses flashed and pulsed like a cascading waterfall, each beat spanning thousands of kilometers of physical distance. After tens of thousands of complex, multi-layered hops and encryptions so intricate they would overwhelm any network tracking expert, a brand new, disposable, untraceable anonymous email account was successfully created. Letter from the Phantom. The letter contained only one action plan, personally reviewed by Liu Yang. All references to the Dark Division and Section 13 were redacted, leaving only the critical operational timeline, assault route, primary targets, and an undeniable authenticity. Recipient, Pan-Asia Syndicate Central City External Liaison Office. Send. Liu Yang spoke into the communicator, issuing the simplest and deadliest command. As you wish, leader. The mechanical claw of Machine Heart tapped lightly on the keyboard. Message sent. Location, Central City, Pan-Asia Syndicate's secret base Moulin Rouge. On the surface, this was an exclusive private club, but in reality, it was Pan-Asia Syndicate's most crucial mole within Central City. Fox, the base's top commander, stared at the anonymous warning email that had materialized out of thin air on the terminal, his brow furrowed deeply. A mole? Or a trap? He was skeptical. But driven by the professional instincts of a top-tier operative, he immediately activated the highest-level emergency protocol. Half an hour later, an urgent verification report from the suicide squad he dispatched sent a cold sweat running down his back. Report. Within 3 kilometers of the base perimeter, all critical nodes have detected the Federation's covert Night Owl squad conducting secret mobilization. The intelligence was real. Fox's expression darkened instantly. He knew he and the entire base were now in the Federal Secret Service's crosshairs. Retreat. Without hesitation, he issued the highest-level evacuation order. All personnel must immediately destroy every document. Wipe all data. Activate Scorched Earth Protocol. Within 5 minutes, everyone must evacuate via secret passage B7. Yet a fox-like gleam of cunning and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Before our esteemed guests arrive, we shall prepare for them the grandest fireworks display imaginable. Time, 9 p.m. that evening. Execute. At the Dark Squad leader's command, dozens of elite Night Owl operatives charged into the Moulin Rouge like tigers in the night, striking with thunderous force. They expected a fierce battle to await them. Instead, they found an empty ghost town and a deadly trap already set, a chain of hundreds of high-energy alchemical bombs. Damn it! We've fallen for it. Retreat! The Dark Force captain's furious, incredulous roar trailed off mid-shout. Boom! An unprecedented, earth-shattering explosion erupted at the edge of Central City. Flames shot skyward. The entire Moulin Rouge building, along with the dozens of elite Dark Division operatives trapped inside who hadn't managed to evacuate, was instantly torn apart and consumed by the terrifying blast. The Federation's covert S-Class raid, codenamed Pull Nail, ended in utter failure. Over half their elite agents were killed or injured, while the target had long since vanished. This marked the most humiliating and inexplicable major failure the Federation's covert division had ever suffered since its inception. Chapter 173, The Holy Maiden. The news reached the hive immediately, finding its way to the ears of the Shadow Minister, who had remained seated at the fishing platform all along. Thud! A teacup, crafted from a single piece of purple clay, was hurled to the floor with such force it shattered into pieces. Shattered to pieces. Traitor! For the first time, his voice carried thunderous fury he could not contain. Our operational plan had been completely compromised. Crash! The teacup, a symbol of the Federation's highest-ranking covert official, was violently hurled to the floor by its owner. Shattered to pieces. For the first time, the face of the Shadow, usually adorned with a gentle smile, was now clouded with stormy gloom. The icy killing intent of the King of Spies, always so well concealed in his eyes, erupted without restraint. The temperature in the entire office seemed to plummet to freezing point in that instant. Nightingale, standing nearby, cowered with her head bowed, not daring to breathe. She had served the Shadow for over a decade, yet had never witnessed the minister so utterly unhinged. Report! At that very moment, a technical department supervisor scrambled into the room, his face etched with panic and confusion. Minister, we've run the SkyEye system through billions of iterations, retracing and scrutinizing every data link related to Operation Nail Extraction, but, his voice trembled. No traces of network intrusion were found. The entire operation plan was leaked flawlessly. It was as if an invisible specter had directly implanted the intelligence into the Pan-Asia Syndicate's minds. Get out! Shadow growled, his voice strained. Yes, the supervisor scrambled out as if granted a reprieve. Dead silence returned to the office. No traces of network intrusion. Shadow slowly closed his eyes, but his hands, trembling slightly with rage, betrayed the turmoil within. This outcome did not bring him relief. Instead, it only solidified his suspicion toward the sole suspect. Instantly, a young face flashed through his mind, one that still bore a hint of playful amusement. Liu Yang. All the seemingly unrelated clues were instantly woven together by Shadow's terrifying analytical prowess. He had just imposed a soft lockdown on himself, and the operation Pulling Nails had immediately suffered the most complete leak. The timing was too coincidental. It felt like a blatant act of revenge. Who else could orchestrate such a flawless, non-electronic leak besides that anomalous entity brimming with supernatural and irrational power? Good. Shadow's teeth ground together with a sharp click. Good Liu Yang. Good, Eye of the Abyss. His eyes snapped open, blazing with the most intense fury at being defied and a hint of apprehension he refused to acknowledge. For the first time, he realized things were slipping beyond his grasp. He had thought he had recruited a blade, sharp, yet one he could wield at will. But now he realized he hadn't recruited a blade at all. He had recruited a fierce, untamed tiger. I'm still the shadow. The voice was as cold as if it drifted from the depths of hell. I underestimated you. You don't want to be a chess player. You want to overturn my entire chessboard. An unmasked, palpable killing intent erupted from him like a raging storm. Nightingale felt a wave of suffocation wash over her in its presence. She knew the minister had truly resolved to kill. Yet after a dozen seconds, that killing intent was forcibly suppressed by the shadow. He slowly regained his composure, though the gentle demeanor of the friendly neighbor was completely gone. In its place was the absolute coldness of the king of the Federation's Dark Division. To Nightingale beside him, he issued a new order in a voice devoid of any emotion. Cold as ice. Initiate 24/7 indiscriminate surveillance at the highest level, Sky I grade, on Liu Yang, Chief of Section 13. Yes. Nightingale's heart lurched. Sky I level surveillance. That was the ultimate measure reserved for monitoring nation-destroying disaster targets. Additionally, Shadow seemed to recall something even more intriguing. A cold smile flickering across his face. Place the newly appointed. Saint Angelica. The newly appointed. Angelica. All of her top-secret files. Get it. Retrieve it. On the very day Shadow Minister Liu Yang's counterattack provoked his first genuine anger. At the central airport of the Longxia Federation capital, the airport was cleared. The countless airships that usually filled the bustling sky vanished, replaced by a sea of fervent citizens covering the entire tarmac. They were all awaiting the arrival of a distinguished guest. From the heavens above, amidst the clouds, a sacred humming sound, like the trumpet of heaven, echoed. Immediately after, a holy flagship, crafted entirely from the purest moonstone and mithril, its form resembling a giant white swan with elegantly spread wings, slowly tore through the clouds and descended. Engraved upon its hull was the Holy Light Church's emblem, the sacred light and the sword. This was the Holy Light Church's Eastern Continent Diocese's supreme flagship, the Holy Light. As the colossal hull of the Holy One touched down at the end of the red carpet, the entire airfield erupted. Countless citizens raised their hands, fervently chanting a single name, Angelica, Angelica, Angelica. Amidst the rapt attention and thunderous cheers, the pure white hatch of the holy vessel, adorned with angelic reliefs, slowly opened. First to emerge was a squadron of holy healing knights clad in magnificent silver white and gold knightly heavy armor, each radiating a powerful yet restrained aura. They were the most loyal guardians of Her Highness the Saint. Escorted by the knights, a golden-haired maiden emerged, clad in the most sacred white ceremonial robes and holding a scepter fashioned from the branches of the World Tree. She was Angelia, the current holy maiden of the Holy Light Church. A smile as gentle as a spring breeze graced the saint's face as she waved gracefully to the countless fervent citizens gathered outside the airport. Her presence seemed to fill the entire airport with sunshine and warmth. Everyone bathed in her soft, holy aura felt all their inner restlessness and gloom washed away in an instant. Federal reception officials immediately approached her with beaming smiles. Welcome, Your Holiness. Your arrival is an honor for the entire Longxia Federation. Chapter 174, Joint Demon Hunt. You flatter me, Mr. Chairman. Angelia smiled as she offered him a light handshake. In the instant their hands touched, Angelia's eyes, clear as the purest sapphire, casually swept across the crowd, glancing over the covert operatives stationed in every corner to maintain order. A meaningful smile touched her lips. Then, in a soft voice audible only to the knight commander beside her, she murmured, "The shadows within this ancient and powerful Eastern nation are far denser than the rumors suggest." After navigating a series of elaborate official welcoming ceremonies, Angelia stood before countless magical cameras of the media, delivering her first public address of the journey. I, Angelilia Morningstar, am honored to represent the Holy Light Church in this great nation brimming with vitality and hope. My purpose here is to spread the gospel of the Holy Light and deepen the enduring friendship between our two peoples. Her voice was soft and melodious, radiating warmth that enveloped all who heard it like a gentle spring breeze. Just as everyone thought the official address was concluding, she shifted her tone. Her face still bore that holy, perfect smile, yet a sharpness entirely at odds with her appearance flashed in her clear eyes. I, too, shall use the holy light bestowed upon me by our Lord to purify those impure shadows lurking beneath the light. Her words instantly spread through every corner of the Federation via its media network. Naturally, it reached the deepest recesses of the hive, entering the ears of the Shadow Minister who had just now shown genuine anger. The Shadow watched the golden-haired girl on the light screen, holy as a goddess, yet her words were each a dagger to the heart. For the first time, his gaze grew heavier than ever before. He knew that a true adversary, one 100 times more formidable than that brute force Judge Edmund, had arrived. Longxia Federation, State Guest House, Conference Hall 1. Seated on either side of the long conference table were high-level representatives and the Holy Light Church delegation led by Saint Angelia. This marked the first formal meeting between the two sides. First, the Federation speaker, that perpetually smiling elder, spoke up, on behalf of the Longxia Federation. I extend our warmest welcome to Her Holiness the Saint and the Holy Healing Knights. We also express our deepest gratitude for the invaluable intelligence support you provided during the incident in Secret Realm 9. Angelica, her face adorned with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, bowed slightly. Mr. Chairman, you flatter us. Fighting the abyss and safeguarding the world's peace and light is the Holy Light Church's unshirkable duty. Her tone shifted as her clear sapphire eyes swept over every high-ranking Federation official present, her gaze brimming with genuine admiration. The true praise belongs to your nation, to your Apocalypse Academy, and to that mortal who stands shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Liu Yang, observing the pride that unconsciously blossomed on the faces of the Federation representatives, she continued with a smile, to slay an abyss powerhouse of bishop tier, what a monumental achievement. On behalf of the Holy See, I offer student Liu Yang our highest respect. Her words were flawless and heartfelt, instantly transforming the previously tense atmosphere in the conference room into one of profound warmth. Yet, amidst this perfect harmony, Angelia suddenly let out a soft sigh. A look of profound, compassionate concern appeared on her face. Yet Bishop Memphis's emergence has sounded an alarm for us. It reveals that beneath your nation's seemingly bright and prosperous surface, vast untapped darkness and corruption still lurk. These destabilizing elements not only threaten the safety of your people but also desecrate the hard-won fruits of victory we have all achieved. At these words, the smiles on the faces of the federal officials present gradually froze. They vaguely sensed what Her Highness the Saintess intended to say next. Sure enough, Angelia rose slowly from her seat. She bowed slightly to all the federal officials present, her posture humble, yet her tone carried an unwavering resolve. Therefore, I, Angelia, have an unwelcome request. I implore the Great Longsha Federation to permit my Holy Church's Holy Healing Knights to conduct a deep and comprehensive joint demon hunting operation with your nation's security forces. This operation aims to eliminate destabilizing elements and consolidate the fruits of our victory. The room erupted in shock at these words. Joint demon hunting? Put nicely, it's assistance. Put bluntly, how is this any different from directly demanding troop deployment into another nation to aid law enforcement? This is practically blatant interference in internal affairs. A high-ranking military official immediately opened his mouth to issue a stern refusal, but before he could speak, Angelia added with a smile, "Of course, we fully respect the Federation's sovereignty. All command authority for this operation will remain entirely with the Federation. The Holy Healing Knights will serve solely as technical advisors and auxiliary forces, offering minor assistance with purification and exorcism when necessary." After all, her smile grew more sincere. Professional matters should be left to professionals, shouldn't they? These words instantly silenced everyone. Refuse? On what grounds? Admit incompetence in purifying dark entities? Either choice would plunge us into utter diplomatic disadvantage. A gentle yet utterly lethal open strategy. A prolonged silence descended upon the conference room. Finally, after exchanging countless glances with those beside him, the chairman spoke with evident difficulty. Very well. In principle, we accept Her Holiness's offer. However, regarding the specific details of cooperation, we require further discussion. Of course. Angelia smiled and sat down, as if this were truly nothing more than a friendly negotiation. Yet deep down, she knew she had secured what she desired most, a license granting her legal and unrestricted freedom of movement across the lands of the Longsha Federation. The talks concluded. Angelia returned to her private sacred prayer chamber aboard the Holy Vessel. As she studied the freshly signed cooperation framework in her hands, the spring-like warmth of her smile slowly faded, replaced by a calmness utterly at odds with her outward appearance. She addressed the Knight Commander standing at her side, issuing her first official command since arriving on this land. Make the announcement. Our first stop. She walked to the window, gazing out at the bustling federal capital, a city whose very vibrancy made it a breeding ground for corruption. Let's begin with the bustling central city. Chapter 175, The Threat Level of the Executor. The temporary headquarters of the Eye of the Abyss was shrouded in an oppressive silence. 3 top-secret intelligence reports, each capable of devastating any organization in the world, were displayed side by side on the massive tactical screen. The first file concerned the Federation's Shadow Division. It clearly displayed the Shadow Minister's soft lockdown order issued to Section 13, along with the Heaven's Eye-level surveillance, targeting Liu Yang himself. The second report concerned the Holy Light Church. It looped footage of St. Angelia's benevolent public address and the recently signed framework agreement for friendly exchange, a euphemism for legal demon hunting, between her and Federation High Command. The first designated purification zone was none other than Central City. The third file concerned the Abyssal Secret Society. Though the intelligence was hazy, its conclusion was even more chilling. Confirmed, the Black Rose Parish has dispatched a top-tier assassin codenamed Executive Officer to the Longsha Federation. Objective, eliminate the Divine Child prototype Liu Yang and retrieve all related samples. Warning, the executive officer's threat level is estimated to far exceed that of Mephisto. The shackles of the Dark Division. The slaughtering blade of the Holy See. The relentless pursuit of the Secret Assembly. 3 colossal mountains capable of crushing any empire now converge in unison, bearing down upon the newly formed organization known as the Abyssal, established less than a week ago, and upon Liu Yang, a youth barely 18 years old. The electronic eye of Mechanical Heart flickered frantically, seemingly simulating escape routes with 0 success probability. Crimson's lips tightened into a pale, straight line for the first time, and, bladeless, clutched the humming, broken blade in his arms even tighter. All fell into a deathly silence. The situation before them was a genuine, inescapable stalemate. Yet, within this stillness where even the air seemed frozen by despair, Liu Yang, seated at the head, the very instigator at the eye of the storm, suddenly smiled. He gazed at the 3 icons on the screen, symbols of the world's ultimate violence, faith, and darkness, and spoke slowly. His tone was calm, as if discussing something utterly unrelated to himself. Looks like we've accidentally become the world's public enemy. Ha! As he finished, his serene expression abruptly transformed into a maniacal roar, brimming with overwhelming battle intent. But, his eyes blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. Don't you find this utterly fascinating? His laughter ignited like a spark thrown into a powder keg, instantly setting ablaze the pent-up resentment and madness that had been suppressed to the extreme within the conference room. Exactly. The bloodthirsty gleam of a top-tier assassin had reignited in Scarlet's eyes. That the 3 factions feared us so much meant we were on the right path. Data analysis failed. Mechanical Heart's electronic eyes flickered with a new data stream called excitement, and this feeling was damn good. Even the perpetually silent, bladeless, slowly raised his head, his lifeless eyes blazing with a newfound hunger for battle for the very first time. Leader, he rasped, give the order. Liu Yang surveyed his 3 subordinates, now successfully ignited like monsters, and nodded with satisfaction. He rose slowly and walked to the massive light screen. They all seek the secrets they desire from us, or aim to destroy us outright. But they've all forgotten one crucial thing. A cold, confident smile, the kind of a chessmaster, curled at the corners of Liu Yang's lips. That is, they also harbor mutual hostility toward each other. Remember, his voice echoed through the small conference room, filled with the magic of strategic mastery. The enemy of my enemy is a pawn we can use. This game has only just begun. His words completely dispelled all despair and unease in the conference room, replacing them with a tragic yet supremely heroic flame, a declaration of war against the entire world. Liu Yang stared at the icons representing the 3 factions on the screen, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. The Dark Division, the Holy See, and the Secret Society all sought his destruction, yet each was also constrained and wary of the others. This was his only chance to break the deadlock. He needed an external force, a 4th party powerful enough to shatter this fragile tripartite equilibrium, a formidable ally who shared deep, bitter enmity with all 3. His gaze slowly lifted from the 3 icons, finally settling on the highest level emergency alert from the Holy Light Church's 7th Patrol Fleet, just intercepted by Mechanical Heart. Alert! An unidentified, extremely dangerous fallen Holy Light reaction detected in the Devil Sea. Target moving at an incredible speed toward the Dragon Summer Federation. Liu Yang stared at the intelligence, and the image of that loyal ancient knight awakening on a distant offshore island instantly flashed through his mind. A cold, expectant smile slowly curled the corners of his mouth. Very good, my ally. Seems he's nearly here. Longsha Federation, Central City, East Coast, midnight, moonless, wind howling, splash. Upon the pitch-black, deathly silent sea, that colossal deep-sea beast, like a moving island, slowly halted its immense form, capable of unleashing a tsunami. It had arrived. A towering figure clad in tattered black knight armor leapt lightly from the beast's mountainous head, landing silently on the damp sand. Return. Carlos issued his final command to the deep-sea colossus that revered him with awe. Without my summons, you shall never set foot in these waters again. The beast let out a deep, reluctant roar before its immense form slowly sank into the endless darkness of the deep sea, as if it had never existed. Carlos did not look back once. He slowly raised his head, gazing upon the glittering, modern technological marvel of humanity's steel jungle before him. Within the hollow eye sockets concealed beneath his visor, 2 points of ghostly blue soulfire flickered faintly. He felt no interest whatsoever in anything here. His sole purpose was singular and absolute. He closed his eyes, once more, and for the last time, carefully sensing the Queen's aura that had drawn him across endless storms and oceans. She was near, very near. He could even clearly sense Her Majesty's frailty, like a flickering candle in the wind. Your Majesty, Carlos' knightly heart, dormant for centuries, suddenly ached. Chapter 176, The Price of Blasphemy. Who could it be? Who dared wound His Majesty the Queen, the supreme sovereign in his heart, to such a state? Just as this agony threatened to erupt into a raging inferno, he sensed another presence. A foul aura, one that was inextricably intertwined with the Queen's noble primordial darkness, belonging to an abyssal creation. Boom! If the earlier heartache had been mere sparks, then the emergence of this abyssal aura was like a bucket of high-octane fuel poured directly onto those embers. Carlos's heart was instantly filled to the brim with boundless rage and murderous intent enough to consume the entire world. He understood. He understood everything. The Queen. He couldn't even bear to think further, desecrated by such a vile, contemptible abyssal vermin. He now regarded Lu Yong, that unseen carrier of the abyss aura, as the very culprit responsible for imprisoning, even defiling, the Supreme Queen in his heart. Those two surged violently in that instant, nearly bursting forth from the hollow eye sockets. Not a shred of hesitation remained. His eyes snapped open. Those two gazes, solid with boundless killing intent, locked onto the approximate location in Central City's downtown where the Queen's aura intertwined with the abyss's essence. Then, boom! The sand beneath his feet exploded violently. His towering form transformed into a black lightning bolt, too swift for the naked eye to follow, tearing through the night sky as he charged toward the direction his senses had detected. An unmasked, a rage-filled knight's fury and a queen's fervent devotion. A terrifying killing intent sufficient to strike dread into every high-ranking powerhouse in Central City. In that instant, like a colossal black mushroom cloud, it enveloped the entire city that never sleeps. Whoosh! The black lightning darted and leaped across the rooftops of Central City's densely packed skyscrapers. Carlos' towering figure leapt hundreds of meters with each bound, his terrifying speed even trailing a visible sonic boom cloud in his wake. Beep, beep, beep. Warning! Unidentified high-energy reaction entity detected in Sector D7. Warning! Movement speed has exceeded Mach 3. Throughout the city, surveillance probes secretly deployed by the Federation's covert division and the Holy Light Church immediately emitted piercing alarms the moment they sensed his unmasked, overwhelming aura. But before they could transmit specific data, Carlos didn't even turn back. Merely a wisp of black sword energy emanating from his body acted like the most precise surgical blade, silently and completely obliterating those tiny insects daring to spy on him at the physical level. He would not allow any superfluous trash to disrupt his sacred quest to find the Queen. Approaching the source of that aura at high speed, Carlos finally slowed his pace when he was about 2 kilometers away. Like a giant black eagle, he landed silently on the rooftop terrace of a 100-story skyscraper. Then, kneeling on one knee, he pressed a hand against his cold metal visor. In the name of the Queen's guardian knight, he murmured in an ancient tone, "Reverent and majestic, I beseech the law, grant me eyes that perceive sin and punishment. Fallen Knight's exclusive skill, eyes of sin and punishment." As his chant concluded, a dazzling, sacred flame woven from black, white, and gold erupted from his hollow eye sockets, where only 2 faint points of soul blue fire had burned moments before. Beneath his gaze, all physical matter vanished from the world, replaced by an energy realm composed of countless multicolored energy points. Most points glowed with the faint white representing ordinary humans, interspersed with varying shades of blue and purple signifying beast masters of differing strength. His gaze, however, was fixed unwaveringly upon the abandoned opera house 2 kilometers away. Through his eye of punishment, the opera house revealed a sight that ignited his fury. The entire structure was enveloped by a filthy, dark purple abyssal energy not yet overwhelmingly powerful, yet abnormally active, brimming with a voracious, corrupting hunger. It resembled a nest woven from countless venomous snakes, and at the very center, the deepest core of that black-purple energy, he saw it. He saw a tiny, fist-sized speck of light, weak and fragile, as if it might extinguish at any moment, yet inherently noble and pure, a golden spark of primordial darkness. It was his queen. At this moment, Her Majesty's light point was tightly bound and imprisoned by the filthy black-purple abyssal energy, like chains. Worse still, that abyssal energy was recklessly attempting to seep into and corrode the golden light point. Boom! This sight, this irrefutable proof, in his eyes, of the Queen's imprisonment by the abyss, completely ignited Carlos's soul. Already on the verge of exploding with rage, he had already conjured up an entirely plausible scenario in his mind. It had to be. Some vile abyssal vermin had struck when Her Majesty was at her weakest, using its filthy, base abyssal power to contaminate and imprison the supreme deity within his heart. It even dared to attempt to corrode and defile Her Majesty's supremely noble essence in this manner. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The sinner. Carlos slowly rose from the ground, his eye sockets ablaze with the tricolor divine flames, fixed intently upon the opera house. His voice was as cold as ice, capable of freezing the entire world solid. You must, with your blood and soul, to atone for your sin against Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen. Blasphemy. His rage and murderous intent surged to their peak in that instant. He spared no further pretense. He would use the most direct, most savage, most unmatched force to crush the sinner who dared blaspheme the divine, to rescue his queen imprisoned in the abyss. Slowly, he extended his massive hand clad in black metal armored gauntlets, aiming it at the opera house 2 kilometers away. Then, he began to gather the terrifying power capable of physically obliterating that entire area and everything within it. Abandoned opera house, temporary headquarters. Thus, during this investigation into the singing phenomenon, Liu Yang stood before a massive tactical display screen, delivering final mission instructions to his 3 founding members, fully geared and ready for deployment. Our primary objective is not elimination, but capture. I require an intact specimen to report to the Dark Division. Mechanical Heart. You are responsible for severing all external communications in the target area and establishing a mental shielding field. Scarlet. You will infiltrate for reconnaissance and stand ready to initiate containment at any moment. Bladeless. You, just as Liu Yang methodically assigned tasks, the dormant tiny figure within his breast pocket, 0, suddenly trembled violently without warning. Chapter 177, The Destroyed Headquarters. A surge of danger and unease, driven by primal instinct, flooded Liu Yang's mind through their resilient psychic link. Ha! Liu Yang's heart clenched violently. 0 was using her last ounce of strength to warn him, and almost simultaneously, alert! 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 The electronic eyes of Machine Heart erupted with an unprecedented, blinding crimson warning glow. For the first time, his emotionless synthetic voice trembled with near-hysterical shrieking. Detected unidentifiable maximum-level energy reaction, approaching us at high speed from above. Energy level cannot be analyzed. Target lock, this location. Quick! Defenses up. Before his words had even faded, before anyone present could react, a colossal pillar of light, seemingly descended from the heavens, filled with majesty and boundless purifying fury, plummeted from the sky, like a divine sword of judgment wielded by the gods themselves. It struck with pinpoint accuracy upon the dome of this abandoned opera house. Buzz, the S-Class alchemical defense array, personally constructed by Yi Nantian, capable of withstanding a full half-hour of sustained assault from a legendary tier heavy armored army, couldn't even last a single second against this pillar of divine wrath. It shattered like fragile paper, instantly pierced and vaporized by a red-hot branding iron. Boom! The next instant, the magnificent dome of the century-old opera house, a witness to countless glories and declines, constructed of colossal stone and refined gold, was blasted open. A terrifying hole over 20 meters in diameter, smooth as if laser cut, gaped through its surface. The violent explosion and devastating shockwave instantly engulfed the entire headquarters. Countless expensive servers and instruments, just assembled by Machine Heart, were instantly reduced to flying debris. The peripheral members on standby outside didn't even have time to scream before being completely vaporized and incinerated by the terrifying residual energy. Eye of the Abyss. This fledgling organization, which had only just opened its eyes and prepared to bear its fangs upon the world, suffered a near-catastrophic calamity from above on its 3rd day of existence. Put. Liu Yang was also sent reeling by the terrifying shockwave, his blood surging violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet at the most critical moment, he still reacted with the utmost precision. Absolute barrier of the abyssal touch. Several thick, solid black tentacles, flickering with purple runes, shot out from behind him, like the most impenetrable barrier. They shielded him and the 3 core members beside him, Machine Heart, Crimson, and Bladeless, who were also reeling from the blast. They held firm, barely blocking the deadly second wave of impact. Cough. Liu Yang struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slowly raised his head. Through the enormous, still smoldering hole above his head, he saw it. He saw it 2 kilometers away, atop the 100-story skyscraper. That figure clad in tattered black knight armor, its face concealed behind a cold metal visor. Its entire being radiating a terrifying aura that felt both intensely familiar and utterly alien. Liu Yang's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. He did not know this man, but he recognized that aura, the same fallen celestial bloodline as Zero's, and that utterly unmasked, overwhelming killing intent. Boom! Rocks continued to tumble from the massive hole. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the stifled moans of the wounded, filling the air with apocalyptic chaos. The makeshift headquarters, just moments ago brimming with entrepreneurial passion and hope, had instantly transformed into a living hell. Yet amidst this chaos sufficient to shatter anyone's resolve, Liu Yang's voice cut through like the coldest, sharpest scalpel, piercing the ears of every surviving core member. Mechanical Heart. Analyze the energy source of that last attack. I need the most detailed data. Scarlet. Bladeless. Organize rescue efforts. Account for casualties. Tighten defenses. Prepare for the second wave. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority that instinctively calmed every panicked soul. Mechanical Heart as electronic eye flickered, instantly snapping out of its frozen state. It frantically activated its remaining sensors, analyzing the residual energy particles in the air. Scarlet and Blade also snapped out of their shock. They exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of lingering fear and relief in the other's eyes, relieved that even in such dire straits, they still had such a cool-headed, dependable leader. The two sprang into action. After issuing this series of critical commands, Liu Yang himself knelt halfway to the ground. He reached out, gently plucking a strand of energy residue that lingered in the air, not yet fully dissipated. Then, he closed his eyes. Abyssal vision. Full activation. He began to meticulously perceive and analyze this mysterious force he had never encountered before, using his immense psychic power fused with Morpheus. Overwhelmingly dominant, utterly pure, yet profoundly contradictory. In his perception, this force possessed the sacred and solemn attributes of holy light, a luminous quality that carried the essence of purification and judgment against all darkness. Yet it simultaneously contained a dark attribute, sharing the same origin as the primordial darkness within himself. Light and darkness, two absolutely opposing forces that should be like water and fire, were perfectly fused together in a way he couldn't comprehend. Fallen holy light? Liu Yang's heart jolted violently. At that very moment, the tiny Zero in his arms, who had been in a deep slumber, also experienced an unprecedented, intense emotional fluctuation upon sensing this profoundly familiar aura. It was an incredibly complex sense of connection. Zero's abnormal reaction to the fallen holy light. Countless clues flashed through Liu Yang's mind, connecting at lightning speed. That ancient text, the Fallen Heaven Chronicles, that bloody civil war between angels, Mephistopheles' final, horrified roar about the morning star, Lucifer, and Zero's own painful memories of the cursed wanderer. A startlingly bold yet astonishingly close to the truth hypothesis instantly crystallized in Liu Yang's mind. The intruders, most likely, were the legendary fallen heaven's descendants who had fallen from heaven alongside the morning star, Zero's kin, perhaps even her former subordinates. Chapter 178, The Loyal Knight. Damn it! Liu Yang's heart plummeted to the depths. If this were true, things would be disastrous. A loyal knight, upon awakening, discovers his supreme queen not only utterly weakened but bound by some contract, one he deems utterly unequal, with a man reeking of the filthy stench of the abyss. What would he think? What would he do? It was obvious even to a fool. He would surely see himself as the unforgivable sinner who, taking advantage of the queen's weakness, imprisoned her and desecrated her. His earlier indiscriminate strike wasn't a test, it was a purifying act meant to save the queen. The very instant Liu Yang reached the spine-chilling conclusion, the shrill, terror-filled report from Mechanical Heart echoed through the communication channel. Report. Leader. Preliminary analysis of energy source complete. The enemy's energy level is beyond calculation. No known lifeform matching this signature exists in our database. Estimated power far surpasses any enemy we've encountered before. And a tremor of despair crept into Machine Heart's voice. He was heading this way, at high speed. He's coming. Just as Mechanical Heart's desperate scream echoed through the air. Boom! A black figure, enveloped in boundless fury and murderous intent, plummeted from the heavens like a demonic meteorite. It crashed heavily into the very center of the still-burning ruins of the Opera House. The very earth trembled violently at his terrifying descent. Scarlet and Bladeless instantly shielded Liu Yang, assuming their strongest defensive stances, their eyes filled with unprecedented gravity. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing the towering figure clad in tattered black armor. The fallen knight, Carlos. He stood there silently, yet the terrifying aura radiating from him felt like an invisible primordial mountain, crushing the hearts of everyone present. His eyes, burning with tricolor divine flames beneath the metal visor, ignored everyone else, instantly locking onto Liu Yang, shielded behind Scarlet and Bladeless, and Her Majesty the Queen, tightly enveloped within Liu Yang's touch of the abyss. Carlos's vile voice scraped like two rusted iron plates grinding together, each word carrying an icy murderous intent capable of freezing souls. Abyssal vermin. He extended his massive metal armored arm, pointing it at Liu Yang. You, with your filthy, vile, base power, you imprisoned and desecrated my queen? This accusation thundered like divine lightning from the heavens, exploding over the ruins. Scarlet and Bladeless both paled, instinctively stumbling back half a step under the terror of his overwhelming presence. Yet, as the true target of the accusation, Liu Yang slowly pushed aside the two figures blocking his path, under the stunned gazes of Crimson and Blademaster. Then, he stepped forward. Alone, he stood directly before that terrifying aura capable of striking fear into even legendary warriors. He showed no fear, not even the slightest flinch. He merely lifted his head, meeting the gaze of this overwhelmingly powerful, unreasonable intruder with eyes as deep and starry as the night sky. Who are you? Liu Yang spoke slowly, his voice icy and calm. Who are you? His gaze swept over the charred corpses scattered around him, a flash of icy fury flickering in his eyes. If you truly did this for her sake, Lu Yang lightly tapped his chest, still bound by the touch of the abyss, then everything you're doing now is precisely what she would have dreaded most. Lu Yang's words caused Carlos's eyes, burning with the tricolored divine flame, to visibly freeze. His iron hand of judgment, poised to strike, halted mid-air, but only for an instant. Immediately, a fury 10 times more violent than before erupted from his body. To him, Lu Yang's words weren't an explanation at all, they were a feeble excuse. The pathetic, laughable stalling of a despicable criminal caught red-handed. Carlos, the smooth-talking charlatan, let out a furious roar like a wounded beast. Sinner! He had not a shred of desire for further communication. Slowly, he raised the massive two-handed greatsword strapped to his back, its blade shrouded in the aura of fallen holy light. The blade's edge pointed straight at Lu Yang's forehead. Hand over the queen. His voice echoed like the final judgment. Then, with your death, to wash away your unforgivable sin. What she dreaded most. Hearing Lu Yang's incisive, heart-piercing words, Carlos's hand, raised high with the greatsword, visibly paused mid-air for a fraction of a second. For the first time, a flicker of hesitation rippled through his eyes, which burned with the tricolor divine flame, for he knew the other spoke the truth. From his understanding of Her Majesty the Queen, what she detested most was anyone making decisions for her under the guise of acting in her best interests. But it lasted only a fraction of a second. That flicker of hesitation was instantly drowned by a torrent of even more savage, overwhelming rage, for he saw it. He saw Lu Yang's hand pressed against his own chest. He saw those filthy tentacles of the abyss, used to bind and protect Her Majesty the Queen. Shut up! Carlos roared with a fury more savage than ever before. You deceitful abyssal vermin! How dare you defile Her Majesty's will with your filthy logic? The tricolor divine flames in his eyes burned with frenzied intensity. If not for you, using your filthy abyssal power to coil around Her Majesty like a venomous serpent, with Her Majesty's divine might, enough to make the heavens tremble, how could she have grown so weak? How could she be confined by you in such a manner, treated like a mere plaything? He regarded Zero's dormant chibi form as the most damning proof of Lu Yang's imprisonment of the queen. In his eyes, this was the ultimate desecration and insult to the supreme queen. In his heart, he no longer wished to hear a single word of Lu Yang's criminal, cunning excuses. He would execute the knightly justice in his heart through the most direct means possible.